Your whole family is clearly full of loyalty and bravery. Yet you are being bullied to the point of having to compete with dogs for food. Just because your grandfather, a veteran of the War of Resistance, told you before he died not to be a burden to the country. No one knows that your parents were martyrs who were awarded first-class merit. At this moment, it is winter, and you, dressed in thin clothing, are quickly organizing the memories in your mind. This original owner is really too honest. How could someone with such a background live so miserably? And it seems that the scholarship spots were taken by someone with connections. Just as you feel it is unfair for the original owner, suddenly everything goes dark in front of you. Congratulations to the host for awakening the dark transformation system. From this moment on, you can use your means to complete tasks, and the system will provide corresponding rewards based on the completion of events. The more thrilling it is, the more you follow your true desires, the more generous the rewards will be. Now releasing a random task, retaliate against the connected individuals. The beginner's gift pack has started to be distributed, rewarding the host with an important piece of information. At 11:45 this noon, provincial leaders will inspect Shanghai University accompanied by the City Education Bureau, and will appear at the number 2 cafeteria. Seeing the information from the system, you can't help but smirk. Provincial leaders inspecting and a first-class merit martyr. Quite interesting. Ha! Just then, a cocky voice came over. Oh, isn't this the Newt Lugio? Why are you still eating steamed buns so early in the morning? Are you on a diet? The person was Ding Zhang, who had taken your scholarship spot due to his sob story about a tragic childhood with his girlfriend. And since he is also the nephew of the counselor, the spot naturally went to him and his girlfriend. Although many people are aware that he is bragging, no one is foolish enough to offend the counselor. At this moment, Ding Zhang was looking at you with a smug expression. Look at you, so thin and scrawny. It reminds me of my family's Tibetan Mastiff. As he spoke, he placed a tray of lamb meat buns on your table. The scholarship just came in today, and I accidentally bought too much, so you can have the leftovers. You looked at the spirited Ding Zhang and slammed the table. Standing up, if you want to bully me, just say it. The moment the words left your mouth, several of Ding Zhang's lackeys immediately surrounded you. We're bullying you. What are you going to do about it? I've disliked you for a long time. Ding Zhang arrogantly slapped your face. Who are you pretending for? You don't want to hit me, do you? I'm really scared. The lackeys laughed recklessly in agreement, attracting the disdainful gazes of many people in the cafeteria. Seeing that many classmates have already raised their phones, you know your performance is about to begin. To make it perish, one must first drive it mad. What you want is what Ding once thought he had secured. The next moment, you lower your head and say with an extremely embarrassed expression, please don't hit me, okay? I won't come to the cafeteria number 1 for meals anymore. Beside you, the sycophant Wu Zihao laughed and scolded. That won't do. If you don't come to cafeteria number 1, we won't enjoy our meals. You have to come. You pretended to be scared, trying to escape from the encirclement of a few people, but were blocked by Ding. Where are you going? The brothers kindly fed you, and you actually don't appreciate it. As he spoke, he spat a thick phlegm onto the scattered buns on the table. What a dead dog that doesn't understand human feelings. As more and more people gathered around, you looked around in a panic wanting to escape, but each time you were stopped by Ding Zhang and a few others with playful smiles. In your panic, you secretly stepped on Ding Zhang's foot, and he immediately flew into a rage, grabbing your collar and pushing you away, causing you to fall back. The cafeteria floor was already slippery, and the dull sound of your bones hitting the ground made everyone present fall silent. All looking over here, you actually dared to dirty my new shoes. Do you know how expensive these limited edition AJs are? I can buy your life as a country bumpkin. Ding scolded from a position of superiority. Seeing this, the enthusiastic plump ant nearby hurriedly helped you up, shielding you in front of her, and shouted at Ding Zhang, why do you have to hit someone? You are all classmates. Ding Zhang, filled with anger, pointed at the plump ant and scolded, old fool, what does it have to do with you? Get out of my way. Just then, several striking figures walked in at the door, and the girl at the forefront was Jiang Shi, the vice president of the student council. As soon as Jiang Shi entered, she immediately understood the situation before her. Ding Zhang and others were wearing brand-name down jackets, holding the latest model of a smartphone, and were bullying a frail boy with punches and kicks. Even the cafeteria lady was not spared. She immediately shouted, stop. Jiang Shi's voice was very penetrating and carried an undeniable authority, causing everyone present to look her way. Others may not understand, but Ding Zhang, who has connections in school, knows best about Jiang Shi's background. Her father is the mayor of Shanghai City, and her grandfather is one of the founders of Shanghai University. So when Jiang Shi shouted to stop, even if Ding Zhang was still unconvinced, he had to give face and stop. Jiang Shi quickly walked up to a few people, first helping the plump ant up, then proactively reaching out to support your arm, only to be painfully jabbed by your bones upon contact. She felt sorry for you at first sight, but upon closer observation, Jiangxi only felt a wave of heartache. The current temperature is only 3 degrees, and this person has not a single piece of seasonal clothing. Their thin coat barely covers a body that is nothing but skin and bones, even bearing mottled bruises. They actually beat you up like this. I'll take you to the infirmary first, then help you report it to the police. In fact, Ding and the others didn't really hit you much. Most of the bruises on your body were from the original owner's fall last night. But how could you be foolish enough to explain? Acting out the whole scene? You can see that Jiangxi has a high status and a strong sense of justice. What is lacking now is someone with a saintly aura to come to the rescue. I only see you with your head down, hesitantly saying, "No, it's not necessary. Senior, if I call the police, they will still hit me in the future. They dare." Jiangxi, hearing this, was so angry that her eyebrows shot up, and she glared at Ding Zhang with a sidelong glance. At this moment, the onlooking classmates saw someone come out to uphold justice, and naturally began to voice their support. Exactly. We definitely need to call the police. You've already been beaten up like this. I remember that Ding once applied for a poverty scholarship, right? How can he afford limited edition shoes and the latest folding phone? This is the current environment. The crowd wasn't purely indifferent, they were just disillusioned by many things. At this time, a cute girl squeezed in and timidly raised her phone, saying, "Senior Jiang, I can testify." Originally, this classmate was eating steamed buns alone, and it was Ding and a few others who deliberately stirred up trouble. I have a video on my phone. Ding, frustrated, reached out to grab the phone, but after the cute girl dodged, he angrily scolded, "You're such a busybody. I'll remember you soon." A familiar figure rushed out from outside. It was Ding Zhang's uncle. The counselor Zhang Bo squeezed into the crowd, panting as he came to you, his face full of feigned concern. "Lu Jiao, how could you be so careless and fall? Are you okay? Let me help you up." You pretended to be scared and dodged. Jiangxi heard this and, seeing your actions, her pretty face grew colder. She instinctively hugged you. "Teacher Zhang, is he your student?" Only then did Zhang Bo notice Jiangxi, and he felt a wave of headache. Other students are easy to fool, but Jiangxi has a significant background, and she is also known for her beauty and kindness. If she really wants to get involved in this matter, it would be quite difficult to handle. "Yes, classmate Jiang, Lu Jiao is a student in our class. I just heard that Lu Jiao fell here, so I came over to check on him," Jiangxi said coldly. "Lu Jiao didn't fall, he was beaten up by Ding and a few others from your class." "What?" Zhang Bo was greatly surprised upon hearing this. He turned around and glared fiercely at Ding, who had been a troublemaker back in his hometown on the grasslands, and he couldn't believe he would dare to cause trouble like this at school. Ding felt a bit wronged under his uncle's gaze and said, "I just pushed him lightly because he stepped on my new shoes. Do you know how long I waited for these shoes? Alright, you all come over and apologize to classmate Lu Jiao right away. I'll take Lu Jiao to the infirmary for a checkup, and if everything is fine, hurry up and go to class." Ding and the others knew that there was no other way at this point, and even though they were reluctant, they had no choice but to apologize in front of you. "And I'm sorry about that." Hearing Ding Zhang's apology, you sneer coldly in your heart. Zhang Bo actually dares to openly muddy the waters. However, the more he protects his own, the more this matter develops in the direction you hope for. Thinking of this, you quickly break free from Jiangxi's embrace, waving your hands like a coward. No, it's me who should apologize. I dirted your new shoes. Can I pay you back for the shoe cleaning costs in installments?" Upon hearing this, the anger of all the students present was instantly ignited, and Jiangxi was the first to question, "Teacher Zhang, Lu Jiao is a student in your class. You should know his family's situation best. How can he not qualify for the poverty scholarship?" As soon as this was said, it further ignited the collective outrage of the students present, and for a moment, everyone's criticism drowned out Zhang Bo and Ding Zhang. With your way of handling things, it's no wonder that someone like Ding Zhang would emerge as a scoundrel, receiving poverty assistance while indulging in high consumption, and even bullying weaker classmates. Zhang Bo, you are not fit to be a teacher. I will report you to the Education Bureau. Call the police. We must call the police. This matter is not over. I have recorded the entire video. Lu Jiao, don't be afraid. We are backing you up. Zhang Bo glared at Ding Zhang angrily, wishing he could immediately teach this troublemaker a lesson, only adding to his own troubles. But fortunately, after being a teacher for more than 20 years, he was quite experienced in handling such matters. Zhang Bo raised his hands and clapped twice, then said loudly, "Dear students, as a teacher, I can very much understand how you feel at this moment, and I am very pleased about it," which shows that the students of Zhenghai University are all passionate young people with a strong sense of justice. "I assure everyone that this matter will be handled fairly and justly. and I also hope that you do not post this video online. Moreover, Ding Zhang has apologized and has received forgiveness from El Vigio. They are both just first-year students. The reason I want to handle this calmly is that I hope everyone can give young people a chance to change. This matter does not rise to the level of calling the police, so I hope everyone can restrain their emotions. As soon as he finished speaking, the security personnel from the school arrived. Seeing them come, Zhang Bo visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The next steps were much simpler and more straightforward. The security personnel began to check all the students' phones, requiring them to delete the videos before they could leave. And they also conducted a brief mediation with you, asking if you were hurt anywhere and if you had any complaints to raise. And Lu Tu's whole time a rebellious, obsequious look, so that Zhang Bo and the head of the defense section, Chen Bin, also feel that not much is going on. Several times during this period, Zhang Shi wanted to do justice for Lu Tu, but after seeing Lu Tu's weak appearance, he finally got discouraged. It's really hateful. At the right time you're helping him like this. He can't even support himself. Why don't you just leave him alone? The girlfriend next to him suggested in a low voice. Kang Ji wanted to scold Lu Tu to wake him up and tell him to be strong like a man and fight for more rights and interests for himself, such as the matter of the poverty grant right now. Lu Tu, on the other hand, was full of self-consciousness as he expressed his gratitude to Zhang Ji. Thank you, senior sister, for helping me, but I'm really fine now, so I've caused trouble for senior sister. In the face of the weak Lu Tu, Zhang Jiqi had a feeling of powerlessness as if she had punched on cotton. She sighed quietly. Then if you encounter this kind of trouble in the future, you can call my number. Taking out a pen, she wrote down the number and handed it to Lu Tu. Looking at the back of Zhang Jiqi's indignant departure, Lu Tu wrote down the number, thinking that this schoolmate is quite nice, and if there is a chance to thank her properly. But surely we couldn't do what she said now. How could we be so easily disposed of when we had managed to get hold of a major piece of information? For Lu Tu, to play a big game, to make a scene, we have to make a shocking scene, to make the entire Shanghai University's boundaries shake 3 times before doing so. The previously overcrowded first cafeteria has been evacuated by the security section at this time. Zhang Bo took the initiative to go forward and patted the dust on Lu Tu's knees, and said bitterly, "You have always been an honest child in the eyes of the teacher. I know that the application was not passed, and it was a big blow to you, but these are all decisions made by the organization, and they have nothing to do with the teacher." And gave a wink to Ding Zhang, who didn't know what to do next to him. Ding Zhang hurriedly took out $1,000 from his bag and handed it over. LV2. I'm sorry, take this money and buy some tonic to eat. I didn't mean to do it just now. Wu Zihao and others also rushed to follow the apology. The head of the security section, Chen Bin, laughed. This is not a done deal. We are all classmates. These money you take out of this door to forget about this. You will have to be the future of 4 years as classmates. Is also regarded as a fight is not a good thing. Ha ha ha. Lu Tu waved his hands and refused. Teachers, please don't worry, I'm really fine, and I can't accept this money. After all, I really did dirty Ding Zhang's shoes, so let's just call it even. Zhang Bo saw that he didn't look like he was lying, then he let go of his heart. This is good. It's good to see you guys getting along with each other. Teacher is happy from the bottom of his heart. Then you guys go to class quickly. Lu Tu politely bowed to Zhang Bo and Chen Bin and the others, expressing his gratitude before walking towards the school building. Only soon he was caught up by Ding Zhang, who had one side of Lu Tu with Wu Zihao. Lu Tu pretended to be trembling with fear, still with the same weak look as before. Do you guys still have something to do? Ding Zhang pinched his shoulder with a smile on his face. You can't accept the money, but you have to keep your mouth shut for me. Don't play dirty tricks on me. Wu Zihao also pinched his finger bones to the point of splitting. You'd better be honest, otherwise, we'll go to your dormitory every night to look for you and chat. We're not far apart anyway. Lu Tu lowered his head and whispered, as long as you guys don't bully me, I won't say anything if others ask. Ding Zhang and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. That's more like it. You better behave yourself, or I'll beat you 3 times a day in the dormitory. Looking at the arrogant backs of Ding Zhang's 2 men, the originally weak Lu Tu's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness. In the corner where no one noticed, Lu Tu picked up a sharp stone on the ground and heavily cut a slit in his arm, which was immediately drenched in blood. And after simply stopping the bleeding with toilet paper, he went to class. I was going to give you a decent, but you don't want it, so I want you dead. Chapter 4, Dropping Little Pearls Wildly. The whole morning was calm and quiet as usual. Lu Tu looked at the time. It was already 11:20. It was almost time to go to the second cafeteria to act. Arrived at the second cafeteria 10 minutes ahead of time. Today the provincial and municipal leaders will come to inspect this area, and he usually comes here to eat lunch, because there is free purple cabbage and egg flour soup provided in 1, 3 and 5. As usual, He went to the window and bought 2 steamed buns and drank a bowl of free soup, which was actually the pot washing water after frying the tomato eggs, but for a poor student like him, it was satisfying, at least with some meat. He pinched the time slowly chewing steamed bread. His mind simulated how it should play a good show. Who knows that the time has come to 11:44. The door did not appear to lead the figure. This made Lu Tu couldn't help but begin to doubt. Could it be that the information revealed by the system was wrong? Or were these guys not punctual? The 2 steamed buns in Lu Tu's hand were almost gone. He had to go and buy 2 more. Just sat down, thinking that if the information was wrong, then he also had a way to screw Ding Zhang and Zhang Bo afterward. The remaining light from the corner of his eyes had been observing the entrance to the cafeteria, and as expected at exactly 45 minutes, a group of middle-aged people wearing executive jackets walked into the cafeteria. Lu Tu put away his gaze, no longer looked more focused on nibbling the steamed bread. Soon panting footsteps appeared behind them, and Lu Tu knew the leader was coming. But the man in the lead walked straight past Lu Tu, 2 or 3, until more and more people directly ignored Lu Tu and walked away. Now Lu Tu was a bit flustered. Are these all corpses? Turning a blind eye to such a big poor student like himself? Suddenly a surprised voice came from the crowd. Ha! A tall figure stood in front of Lu Tu and asked in a tone of voice that just about everyone around him could hear. Classmate, is this what you're having for lunch? Ha! Lu Tu was taken aback, and this shock wasn't even feigned, so it seemed incredibly real in the eyes of the onlookers. As soon as Lu Tu looked up, he saw a dozen middle-aged men wearing uniform black jackets, looking at him with curious gazes, and next to them was the president of Zhonghai University, Lu Shida, who was the only one with a frown on his face. Lu Tu pointed to himself nervously. Are you asking me? The middle-aged man with glasses, slightly blonde with a kind face, nodded and said, I see that the cafeteria offers a lot of dishes. Why do you eat steamed buns at noon? As soon as these words came out, the gazes of everyone present focused on Lu Tu's body, only to see that he was wearing unseasonal single clothes all over his body, and his skinny and bony appearance was almost as if the word shabby was directly written on his head. I like to eat steamed buns. Lu Tu glanced at Headmaster Lu Shida and said cautiously, which of the leaders present who could climb to this position is not a human savant? Simply do not go forward. Simply stand around Lu Tu. A stout man on the left-hand side said aloud, half a big boy eating poor old man. How can you eat 2 steamed buns at your age and be full? Even the spectacled uncle in front of him took the initiative to reach out and touch the temperature of Lu Tu Shang's soup bowl, and asked with a frown, classmate, tell uncle, do you usually eat like this? Lu Tu timidly glanced at the spectacled uncle and explained in a panic, I don't usually eat like this. It's just that it's my birthday today. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a check today. I'll leave now. With that he stuffed the rest of the half-drawn bun into his mouth, drank the remnants of the soup in the bowl, wiped his mouth with his threadbare sleeve, and with his head lowered he was about to burrow out. When these words came out, the provincial and municipal leaders present could not help but have their noses turn sour, and the burly man directly glared at Lu Shida. You're a good principal when you're good. Good nah. Uncle Glasses just wanted to reach out to keep LV2, just gently touching LV2's arm, only to hear LV2 sucking in a breath of cool air in pain. Hiss. Uncle Glasses quickly let go of his hand and said with concern, classmate, what's wrong with you? Leaders know at a glance that there is a hidden message. Hurriedly greeted to let Lu Tu sit down. Glasses' uncle lifted Lu Tu's sleeve, actually found a toilet paper hastily bandaged wounds. Blood has been soaked paper towel. What's going on? Principal Lu Shida only took a look. On the spot, people are stupid. These provincial and municipal leaders accompanied by the Education Bureau to inspect the work, originally only a passing phase, but did not expect the most should not have problems with the cafeteria, but a major problem. Although the matter of Lu Tu does not seem to be big, but any small thing cannot be deeper. Some things do not weigh no 4 to 8, on the weighing of 1,000 pounds or more than. At this time, Lu Shida's head was as big as a bucket, and he quietly gave a wink to the director of the school, letting the other party go and check out this student's information. Uncle Glasses helped Lu Tu sit down and said with eyes full of love, my surname is Pang. My daughter is also about the same age as you. You can call me Uncle Pang. Lu Tu nodded his head obediently. Uncle Pang, now tell uncle how you got that wound on your hand? Hearing this, Lu Tu lowered his head in self-abasement, which could make the leaders next to him anxious. One of the most anxious than Lu Shida, immediately could not help but want to urge him to hurry to say, but just as the words reached his mouth, he saw the poor Lu Tu snapping up tears. Lu Shida slapped his thigh and secretly said, it's over. Behind the Glasses uncle came out of a young woman, style is very competent hand over a piece of paper towel, squatting down to tenderly wipe the tears for Lu Tu. Tell sister, who bullied you? All the uncles and uncles here today can take care of you. You don't need to be afraid. Lu Tu looked around with averted eyes. It was me who accidentally soiled my classmate's new shoes. Just by dirtying his shoes. He beat you up like this? Pang Wei's tone was not angry, making Lu Shirda's heart tighten. He hurriedly inquired. Which class are you in? Have you applied for the poor student grant? Lu Tu's aggrieved tears dripped nonstop. He didn't know why he could act so well. Probably because the aggression he had suffered was just too much. In this situation, all the past events all came to his mind, so that he could not help but drop the little pearl. He choked back a sob. I applied, but the teacher gave the spot to the class member and the class member's girlfriend. What? Is that true? When these words came out, everyone in the room became interested. This time, among the people they came here, naturally, they were not iron barrels, and many of them also hoped to find trouble with Zhenghai University and use it to fight against their rivals. Lu Shirda was really starting to panic at the moment. Tell me, classmate, which class are you in? I'll have someone line up the details right away. I'm Lu Tu from the second class of Chinese language and literature. Lu Shirda turned his head to the director of instruction. Call Zhang Bo over here immediately. Pang Bangwei waved his hand. No need. You deal with these matters privately, and I will continue to ask Mr. Xiao Lu about it. Did your injuries come from a class member too? Lu Tu was just thinking about how to answer to fit the current scenario, when he heard a loud woman's voice coming from the side. Yes, it's that bad guy named Ding Zhang who hit them. 4 of them bullied Lu Tu alone in the morning. I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Tu gratefully raised his head. But it was the fat ant from the first cafeteria who actually appeared here. Her hand was still holding a mop, and she swore to her leader, patting her chest in front of him. Chapter 5, The Killer App. This lesbian, are you saying that you were present at that time? The leader next to him began to inquire. The fat ant nodded her head with certainty. That's right. At that time, Lu Tu was obediently eating steamed buns there. Ding Zhang and those bad boys took a drawer of buns and dumped it on the table, letting Lu Tu eat it like a dog. If you don't eat it, you have to hit him. I went up to stop them, and even I was kicked in the face. Pang Dongwei's face became more and more ugly as he said in a deep voice. Lu Shirda, this is the student you manage. Lawless. Lu Shirda only felt that the sky was spinning at the moment, and his feet and stomach were soft, but he still believes that there is room for maneuver. His once-old leader is still here and can suppress this. Leader, why don't we call those students and the counselor in and question them before we discuss it? The burly man spoke up. Old Pang, I think it's better to clear things up first. Pang Wei nodded. Then we also need to find out whether this student, in fact, is qualified enough to apply for a scholarship. At this time Zhang Bo panting ran over. A look at the battle in front of him, he was curious. Why the director called himself to the cafeteria to accompany the leadership inspection? Is it trying to promote themselves? It looked like he had his associate professor title in hand, happily straightened his collar and trotted over. As a result, as soon as he approached, he saw Lu Tu, who was surrounded by the leaders, and his brain instantly went down. No way. Lu Shirda saw him coming and let out a cold grunt of anger. Zhang Bo, come and explain why Lu Tu's application for the poor student grant was refuted. Zhang Bo glanced down at the empty bowl in front of Lu Tu, wiped the sweat from his forehead. His brain worked extremely fast, and suddenly had a flash of light, hurriedly explaining. Leaders, you don't know. I asked Lu Tu's parents what the situation was, but he wouldn't say. I was also in a difficult situation, so I had to give the spot to a more needy student at that time. Lu Shirda waved his hand. Alright, stay on the side. Pang was curious and asked, classmate, tell uncle, what do your mom and dad do for a living? Lu Shirda and Zhang Bo had already held their breath and were coughing in a small voice next to them to remind them, hoping that Lu Tu wouldn't say the wrong thing and affect their future, only to see Lu Tu's face full of sadness. My father died on a mission at the border 10 years ago, leaving only a plaque behind. My mom said that my father was a hero who died for his country, and told me to be courteous to my classmates in school as well. Hiss. There was a chorus of cold breaths, and the people in the room were sensitive to the fact that this matter was getting more and more complicated. A hint of surprise also flashed in Pang Pangwei's eyes. Tell uncle, what's your father's name? What brand did he bring back? Do you have a picture? My father's name is Lu Shangwu, and the sign reads, Home of the First Class Meritorious Servant. Holy! Lu Shirda only felt a stream of blood rushing straight to his head, like a sledgehammer hitting his brain. Instantly the sky was spinning and he couldn't distinguish between southeast and northwest. The crowd was greatly shocked. It's actually a first-class honor. This is not a poor student sitting in front of you? It's the child of a humiliated martyr. Huge swallowed and tried to sound calm. What about your mom? My mom's a nurse. Only after hearing this did Zhang Bo and Lu Shirda pat their chests and smooth out their breath. My mom answered the call to fight the epidemic a few years ago and never came back. Plop. The sound of people slipping and falling came from the back. Zhang Bo and Lu Shirda and other school leaders, only to feel their feet soft and weak and fall to the ground. Even Lu Shirda's former leader, the stout middle-aged man, couldn't help but have his eyelids jump wildly. He signaled the secretary beside him to check it out, and the secretary quickly checked it out on the intranet, lowering his voice and saying, "Indeed true." These words were just able to be heard by all the leaders, and the eyes of everyone looking at Lu Tu became different. If earlier it was pity, now it was guilt, written all over his face. That secretary immediately went to the school director's side and whispered a few words, telling them to evacuate the students in the cafeteria so as not to cause a bad influence. Lu Tu kept his head down the entire time, but he could hear the reactions of the people around him, and since he had already thrown out the killer, naturally it wouldn't end so simply. "Uncle Pang, don't make an exception to help me just because of my parents. Ever since I was little, my grandfather told me not to go and cause trouble for the country and the government. Our family is just one of billions of ordinary families." Pang Dongwei's pupils contracted as an ominous premonition surged through his heart, while Lu Shirda and Zhang Bo and the others needed to help each other to barely stand. The heart cries out, "My little ancestor, don't scare us, don't say anything, please don't say anything else." Pang for affectionately shook Lu Tu's hand. "May I ask what the old man is?" Lu Tu didn't say anything, but just took out 3 medals from the inner pockets of his clothes and placed them on the table. "This was given to me by my grandfather before he died, asking me to take it as a remembrance and look at it when I miss him." Pang received the medal with trembling hands, picked it up and carefully examined it, and found that it was actually the Medal of Honor of the Guards veterans, and also engraved with names, which were written Lu Yi Hu, Lu Yi Pang, Lu Yi Ting. With a pop, there were a few people present, standing upright on the spot and giving a standard military salute to the medal, with solemn expressions and slightly reddened eyes. "May I ask who each of these 3 old heroes are?" Lu Tu's throat choked with sobs. "It was my great-grandpa, second grandpa, and my grandpa respectively. Back then, the 3 of them went out to fight in the war together, and only my grandpa came back. Oh my God." The fat older woman was the first to hold back and cried out in shock. "With a family background like yours, why would you not have enough to eat? I've been paying attention to you for 3 months now, and you've only been eating steamed buns and drinking cold water every meal." Pang, for many years in a high position, has long been practiced before the collapse of the mountain and color unchanged calm, but at this time he is still angry and trembling. Familiar with his secretary, hastily took out a fast-acting heart pills to Pang to take. "Leader, take care of yourself." Pang Dang waved his hand with a heavy face and turned his head to look at Lu Tu with pity. "Good boy. You've been wronged." The stout middle-aged man's secretary also ascertained that what Lu Tu said was true, and he stormed out, ignoring the fact that Lu Shirda was a section officer under him back then, pointing at the other party's nose and cursing, "Lu Shirda, this is what you did. A first-class meritorious martyr, an anti-epidemic hero, a veteran of the defense of the country, such a full family of loyalty, actually under your management, every day on the cold water to gnaw on steamed bread. You this principal, when what is the name of the game?" At this time, Lu Shirda, his face rose into a pig's liver color, full of despair. The original obese body has long been drenched in sweat. Injustice. Nothing was written on his file. I don't know. Zhang Bo, the originator of this matter, was also pushed in front of the people, facing the pressure of the provincial leaders. He was shaking like a sieve. Pang Wei tapped his finger on the table. "Speak. Say what?" Zhang Bo looked at Lu Shirda as if seeking help. Lu Shirda's eyes were spitting fire. "What are you looking at me for? What mistakes did you make? Tell them all." Pang Bang Wei grunted. "Still not going to say anything, are you? This matter is just for us to know. If it spreads to the military side, it won't be so simple." Chapter 6 Province. Long? By now, Zhang Bo also knew that he couldn't weasel his way out of it, and sighed helplessly. "Ding Zhang is my nephew, and it was me who gave him the qualifications." Pang Wei could not hide his anger, and his expression was stern. "The poverty bursary is now a small matter. Tell us about your conniving your nephew's willful injury to the children of the martyrs." "Ha? It wasn't that serious, was it?" I asked Ding Zhang and he said he just pushed Lu Tua. Pang for a slap on the dining table. The voice is not very powerful but extremely amazing. He indignantly got up and pointed at Zhang Bo's nose, "Just pushed a little bit. Can give him so many bruises launched on his body? Can leave shocking wounds on his arm? I see that you're still not honest. Xiao Song, call the city council right away and tell them to send someone over to investigate right away." Yes, Zhang Bo really panicked at this time. If it is only poor scholarships for false things, it is not what the bottom line problem. The big deal is that their own evaluation of the title of the matter will have to be delayed for a few years, but from the huge for the mouth out, has risen to a criminal case. The need to use the city council to investigate the degree of this is not the job is still not to keep the problem. This is to go to jail. When he thought of Lu Tu having such a family background, and on the contrary, deliberately concealing it, it was like harboring an evil fire in his heart, making him suffocate. The burly middle-aged man slowed down his tone at this time, and said to Lu Tu in a pleasant manner, "Little comrade, we will definitely look into your matter for you. You definitely didn't have enough to eat just now. I'll have someone to get you some more food." He then glared at Lu Shirta, who had been standing stupidly, and the latter immediately understood, and after eating, he hurriedly ran his ass to the window and personally beat the food for Lu Tu. Soon Lu Shirta called a sumptuous lunch, on which delicate meat was piled up into a small mountain, and there were actually lobsters and abalone that had not appeared in the window, attentively placed in front of Lu Tu. Fawningly smiled. "Xiao Lu students, eat some lunch before you say. I promise you in front of all the leaders, this matter I will investigate thoroughly to the end, and punish certain people severely." Pang Bei nodded in return. "Child, eat some, uncle will sit here and watch you eat." Lu Tu looked around, and the unnamed leaders around him were all looking at him with soft eyes. He nodded his head obediently and sat down, looking at the sumptuous food in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. He hadn't touched meat in a long time, and the rich aroma caused him to keep secreting saliva. Lu Tu gulped. "Thank you, uncles and uncles." He knew that at a time like now, when someone had already given himself a head start, he absolutely couldn't say anything more or make more demands, or else he would easily give people the impression that he had a deep heart, which would be inappropriate instead. Picked up the chopsticks and wolfed it down. This is not something he pretended to do. Those who have been hungry know that when the body lacks something, it will be especially eager to eat. Pang for the gratified look at the feast. Lu Tu cannot help but secretly nodded his head, despite starving into this, but still did not barf when eating. This shows that Lu Tu's family education is good, more in line with the inherent impression in his heart of this full of loyalty and martyrdom. Who knew that Lu Tu had just eaten a chicken leg when he put down his chopsticks, plopped down in the trash can under the table and started vomiting? Pang for the situation concerned about the secretary to hand over mineral water and paper towels, turned his head to look at Lu Shirta, just wanted to get angry, questioned him about food safety issues. The little song secretary beside him hit the nail on the head. He has not eaten meat for too long, and when he suddenly eats big fish and meat, his stomach can't take it. When these words came out, the leaders present in high positions, their eyes were slightly hot, and the eyes that looked at Lu Tu felt even more indebted. Yes, many of them had lived a hard life back then, but the comfort of the system for a long time had made them forget this physiological reaction that did not belong to this era. The fat ant and the other cafeteria ants, who kept wiping their tears on the sidelines, were all mothers and knew better than anyone how miserable a child without a mother was. At this time, looking at and his own children's age and Lu Tu, actually living such a miserable life, heartbroken, and hastened to call light vegetable soup to him. Lu Tu was literally vomiting, presumably just like what Secretary Song said. His own miserable gut couldn't take the sudden food. It wasn't until he vomited all the food out of his stomach, and even began to spit up acid, that Lu Tu weakly slumped into his chair, looking even worse than he had before. Taking the water handed to her by Secretary Song, she rinsed her mouth and looked at the other party with a blush on her face. "I'm sorry, sister." Secretary Song looked at Lu Tu from a close distance and realized that although he was thin and weak, his eyebrows were extremely handsome. She suddenly understood a little bit why the ladies of those ancient clerks' families would be touched when they saw the handsome fallen scholar. Secretary Song gently stroked Lu Tu's back. "No need to blame yourself. You didn't want to. Elder sister will go and get you some porridge. Okay? Thank you, sister." After this mess, Lu Shirta has been as good as dead. He knows that even if this matter is handled properly, his work resume will appear a stain. Promotion is also very difficult. In a matter of minutes, though, sirens sounded outside, and a line of hurried police officers came through the door, which, even without saying a word, inspired natural awe. Behind them, there were Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao and a few others, looking bewildered and fearful. The head policeman came before Pang Wei and nodded respectfully. "Governor Pang, I've brought those students over." "Province? Uncle Pang, you're actually a provincial governor?" Lu Tu looked incredulously at Pang Wei. He only knew that the other party was a big provincial official, but he didn't think that he was actually a governor. Pang for reached out and rubbed his hand in his hair. "Deputies it's all about serving the people. You should continue to call me Uncle Pang in the future. I like you as a kid." After saying that, he took the lead to get up and said seriously to a middle-aged police officer at the head, "You all handle the case according to the normal process. First take Lu Tu's classmate to have his injuries examined, and I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." The middle-aged police came before the roughly understand the end. At this time, where will really believe Pang for that normal process to go? If you really go by the normal process, I'm afraid I'll be the end of the official. The vice-governor personally supervised the case. Can be a small matter? The middle-aged policeman rushed behind him and waved his hand. Take the several people involved in the case, and bring them back to investigate clearly. It was only until this moment that Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao reacted to the fact that these police officers were actually here to arrest them. They looked at Pang Pangwei with a horrified expression, and then looked at Lu Tu beside them, who still had that same timid look, only to glance at them, and all of them hurriedly retracted their gazes in fear. This a few hours ago also in front of them fart are afraid to put the guy, now actually shifted, became the vice-governor valued people. And look at the huge for his attitude. You say he is Lu Tu godfather, everyone believes. Chapter 7, Making Amends on All Fronts. The policeman pulled out his handcuffs on the spot and turned around to step towards Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao. This could directly frighten the two. Although they usually bullied the weak in school, the more such people they were, the more they inwardly feared those who were stronger than them. When the cold handcuffs appeared on Ding Zhang's wrists, he cried out with a sobbing voice, "Uncle Police, I am wrongly accused." Middle-aged police looked down at him. Only this glance, with his years of experience in the police, knew that although this kid's character is not good, most likely did not do a great deal of evil things. Blame it on him to provoke to mess with the people who cannot afford. Sternly reprimanded, wrongfully accused or not is not up to you, nor is it up to me. It's up to the law. Never let a hero bleed and then shed tears. Hero? Hero? Who? Ding Zhang looked at Lu Tu incredulously. Is it him? This kid is so poor, so timid and scared. He didn't even dare to say anything when Jiang Shi was willing to stand up for him in the morning. So how come he's a hero? He hurriedly yelled at Lu Tu. Lu Tu, quickly explained to the police uncle. We are good classmates. Lu Tu lowered his head and asked weakly, if I don't explain, will you still beat me up in the dormitory in the future? So they beat you up in the dorms a lot? Pang for sniffing a cold snort on the spot. Fell in the ears of the police is another meaning. They immediately understand. Directly will Ding Zhang a few people handcuffed. Let Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao. No matter how to shout through the throat is useless. With the car to drive to the police station. When Ding Zhang several people left, Pang Wei looked at Lu Shirda again. Lu Shirda instantly understood in a second. He knew that this was Pang Wei giving himself a step down. Regardless of whether he was derelict in his duties or not, he had to give an attitude in this matter that would satisfy LV2 out. Immediately, he chided Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo, as of today you are officially expelled from Zhonghai University. Ding Zhang, Wu Zihao, and the other 4 students are also expelled. Zhang Bo let out a bitter laugh at his words. He had already thought of this worst possible ending when he confessed just now. He has been working for more than 20 years and has always been in a comfort zone like the school. The University of Central Sea can't stay, but the big thing is that he can't just serve in another place. Anyway, his title is still there. But next, a Mediterranean man stepped out from the back of the crowd. He cleared his throat and said, Zhang Bo, I'm Mu Wenhan. On behalf of the Education Bureau of Zhonghai City, I'm revoking all of your titles and permanently pulling you into the blacklist of the education system. You don't deserve to be a teacher. This short few words fell in Zhang Bo's ears, like a bolt from the blue, equivalent to his career sentence to death. He is now nearly 50 years old. Not a teacher do not have to go out to look for work. In the future, when he meets his relatives and friends on New Year's Day, how should he explain? Zhang Bo listened to the face like ashes. Legs are no longer difficult to support the body full of brain fat. Fell to the ground without saying a word. Lu Shirda gave him a disgusted look. It's because of conniving teachers like you that there are bullied students. Please leave here immediately. You are the biggest disgrace in the 60 years since the founding of Zhonghai University. Zhang Bo disheveledly got up, and at an angle unnoticed by everyone, he gave Lu Tu a malicious look, then turned to leave. However, all of this was captured by Lu Tu, and he sneered in his heart. He had planned to let you old Deng go. How dare you complain about me? After doing all this, Pang Wei then asked Lu Tu, Little Lu, now that the person who bullied you has been punished according to the law, do you still have any wishes? Lu Tu looked at him with sincere eyes. Thank you, Uncle Pang, for doing me justice. And thank you, uncles and uncles, said he was about to kneel to the ground, which scared the people around him. This kneeling, if the good media photographed it, is not to discredit his resume. It may seem like a grateful knee of an 18-year-old, but behind it is a full family of loyalists who have died for their country. So who can afford it? Mu Wenhan's quick eyes and hands hurriedly held Lu Tu in place. This can't be allowed. Little Lu, you quickly get up. Yes, Xiao Lu, this is all what we should have done. These things shouldn't have happened. Letting you suffer so much aggravation, or our work is not good enough. They are actually, these words are also said to the huge for the other leaders to listen to. This kind of time to take the initiative to admit the mistake. Absolutely, then after the meeting to review the effect of a lot better. especially after seeing the huge fur seems to be on Lu Tu extra care. At this time, Secretary Song suggested in a low voice, "Sister will take you to buy a few sets of winter clothes later. Look at how your hands are freezing purple." The crowd looked at the fruit. Lu Tu curled up in the sleeve of the fingers. "Are some black situation, from the Secretary of Education to the school director, have proposed by their own, and even the beginning of a scramble." But he was stopped by Pang Wei. "What were you doing earlier? If I hadn't found out, Lu Tu wouldn't know how much more bullying he would have suffered." "I see nah. Some of our comrades have been officials for so long that their eyes won't even look down." These words were spoken with extreme gravity, and many people lowered their heads in shame, while those who had nothing to do with the matter had already pulled out their accompanying notebooks and began to take notes with a serious look on their faces. Pang waved his hand and said, "In my opinion, the poor students' grants will not be issued, leaving it to the more needy students, and then your city's education bureau will issue an earmarked sum of money, which will be credited to Xiaolu's card on the first of every month, providing it until he graduates from his doctoral program." Mu Wenhan nodded like garlic. "Pang Governor, you don't worry. This matter I personally to do, and I think Lu Tu students in the dormitory has been bullied, and then live in the dormitory will inevitably be touched to think of some bad things. Simply in the Education Bureau unit room for him to allocate a set of dormitoriate." Lu Shirta also understood after hearing this, meaning that no matter what LV2's grades were, he had to be guaranteed to a doctorate. He had already made up his mind that as long as LV2 was willing, he would directly leave him at Zhenghai University after graduation. Concerned, he patted Lu Tu's arm and whispered, "Why don't you thank Bureau Mu?" Only then did Pang Wei nod his head in satisfaction. "But we still need to listen to Xiao Lu's willingness to do so. Everything is based on his opinion." Mu Wenhan was relieved. A set of housing is just a set of housing. Not to mention the fact that Lu Tu only lived there until he graduated with his doctorate. Even if it was given to him, so what? As long as he could seal LV2's mouth, it was all trivial. Lu Tu almost blurted out a promise. How could he refuse such a good thing? But before he could open his mouth, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Retaliation against Ding Zhang and others has been successful, and the level of this retaliation is being accounted for. Retaliation level B. Hearing AB grade. Lu Tu was a bit puzzled. Was the system so demanding in terms of retaliation? Ding Zhang had been expelled even if he wasn't sentenced to jail, and this was still just AB grade? System, if I continue to retaliate subsequently, will I be re-rated? We'll give the most fair judgment based on the whole thing. Lu Tu was determined. Ding Zhang, if you don't die I'll write my surname backwards. Obtained B-level reward. One important message. Please host to move into 502. The teacher's dormitory in the first building of Zhenghai University as soon as possible. What's with the message? At least it's a B-rank reward. Can't you be more direct and give me some kind of superpower that's invulnerable to swords and spears? Or time suspension? But since the system prompted so, it's impossible to let it go, right? Let's go and live in dormitory 502 first. Seeing Lu Tu dazed, Pang Dang reminded him kindly, "Little Lu, are you willing to go live in the dormitory of the Education Bureau?" Lu Tu came back to his senses and firmly shook his head. "My grandfather taught me that I can't make trouble for the government just because of the remaining shade of my family. The most important thing for me now is to study. I still want to live inside the school. I want to be like my grandpa and mom and dad after I learn something." Chapter 8, Unexpected Discoveries. When these words came out, the people present were stunned. "We are all smart. Know what Mu Wenhan said unit room is what specifications? To know that Zhenghai is the capital city. Mu Wenhan unit room living room casually enough to play ping pong. Not to mention the surrounding healthcare, education and commercial support. Of course, there are also people cursing LV2 mountain pig can't eat fine chaff. Although it is said to be a dormitory, but as long as LV2 now promised minutes to give him to the household fall over, and later he got married and gave birth to children to work in one line. The life of the arrangements are made for him properly. But Lu Tu surprisingly refused. Pang was greatly shocked. He tried to see even a tiny bit of pretense in Lu Tu's face, but he observed Lu Tu for 10 seconds, and Lu Tu's expression was still so firm. What kind of pure family was this to raise such a pure teenager? It was as if he sought his younger self in Lu Tu's body. Poverty can't be removed. Child, you really impress me. How about this Principal Lu? Since Xiao Lu has lofty ambitions, it's better to let him live at Zhenghai University. Okay, leader, but I want Lu Tu to live in the teacher's dormitory. After all, it's quieter over there. The original dormitory is too noisy. LV2 also down to earth after hearing. He was thinking about how to communicate with Lu Shirta in private. He directly solved it for himself. It seems that can climb to this step are not simple people. Do things always make people comfortable? Pang Dang nodded. Everything is based on Xiao Lu's wishes. After saying that, he passed a look to Secretary Song. who understood and gave LV2 a business card. Pang Pang for lovingly pinched Lu Tu's shoulder. During this period of time, you just rest well in school, get well and come to Uncle's house for dinner. Try your aunt's handiwork. Got it, Uncle Pong? Lu Tu obediently responded, and then rushed around the crowd, bowing deeply. Thank you all leaders as well. The crowd hastened to say you're welcome, urging him to take care of his health and focus on his studies and other flaky soup words. Only then did Pang Pang leave the cafeteria with people. Today's inspection mission is almost over. The rest of the Shanghai University to see or not already does not matter. Anyway, borrow LV2 this matter to give Lu Shirda a wake-up call in place. He will go to check it out himself. A few coasters slowly drove away from Shanghai University, and only then did Lu Shirda let out a sigh of relief, and a fleshly emptiness was visible. He was actually sweating profusely in the December weather, but there were still important matters left to be dealt with, so he ignored the director's help and personally ran towards Lu Tu, attentively saying, Xiao Lu ah, let me take you to pick a dormitory. Seeing this, Lu Tu hurriedly also jogged 2 steps, holding the 50-something Lu Shirda, and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, principal. I didn't know that there was a leader coming to inspect today. Joking. Huge for after the departure of the biggest here on Lu Shirda. He also want to study here. How also have to play good relations with Lu Shirda, borrow whose relationship are not as good as to build their own network. Lu Shirda patted him on the shoulder. Consoled, this is not your fault. Is my work dereliction of duty? Take some criticism in order to progress. Lu Shirda said is also sincere. He has investigated clearly. Lu Tu to the second canteen because of the fear of the first canteen by Ding Zhang continue to find trouble. And Lu Tu if you want to take advantage of the leadership inspection to redress the grievances of the words to Lu Tu's family background. And why bother so much trouble? After all, he has been bullied for a long time. These things pretend but cannot be pretended. And besides, there are so many people in the morning at cafeteria and the video as evidence. Xiao Lu, you don't need to be so outgoing in private from now on. Call me Uncle Lu as well. Okay, Uncle Lu. How do you like living in the teacher's dormitory? Like, Lu Shirda looked at the director. Which sets of teachers' dormitories are available? The director replied. Building 1 has 401. 502 is unoccupied for now, and Building 2 has 202. Lu Shirda looked at Lu Tu, floor to live a little lower it. Climbing the stairs trouble or live 2 buildings. The dormitory was repaired more than 10 years ago. Only 5 floors, and then 5 floors connected to the roof of the building, so that some flowers and vegetables can be planted. LV2 had heard them chatting about it when he went to move things for Zhangbo before. LV2 asked with feigned curiosity, Uncle Lu, is the 5th floor connected to the roof garden? Yeah, do you like flowers? Lu Tu said frankly, actually, I want to bring Grandpa's favorite pot of orchids with me, but I couldn't keep them in the dormitory I lived in before, so I want to live in Building 1. 502 can I? Lu Shirda smiled gratefully after hearing this. What's not to like? All good deeds and filial piety come first. This also coincides with my teaching philosophy. Filial children are not bad. I'll show you myself. Lu Tu then went to 502's teacher's dormitory to take a stroll in the company of Lu Shirda and the director. Immediately attracted the attention of the faculty, staff and family members, to know that Lu Shirda usually does not live here. The sudden visit made many people run to offer their attentions. Lu Shirda also accepted the order, briefly explained that Lu Tu is the key cultivation object of the school, and will live here in the future, so that everyone neighbors take care of this young child. The faculty, staff, and family members assumed that Lu Tu was a relative of Lu Shirda. After all, he shouted uncle in every breath. The crowd patted their chests that it was no problem, and helped Lu Tu go and bring his few bags to 502, and helped clean up. The director went and got some more furniture, complete with brand new computers, cell phones, iPads and the like, not to mention everything. 2 hours later, the city hospital also sent a medical car. In the car to Lu Tu check the body, the wound also bandaged, prescribed some imported drugs and nutrients. Lu Shirda also called him and urged him to rest for a week to recuperate and not to rush to class. That night, Lu Tu lay on his fluffy new mattress and called out to the system. Tun-chan, you told me to move to 502. What exactly is here? Please explore on your own. The completion level of your mission is only B. No further hints can be given. All he could be sure of was that the secret was inside the 502. It wasn't like the secret was going to escape him anyway. He wanted to wait until things calmed down. He'd made enough of a mess at school today, and there are people from outside the school following around from time to time. Lu Tu guessed that these are all arranged by Pang Pang for the sake of it, and he must not know how many pairs of eyes are staring at him in the open and in the dark. Lu Tu is tired enough after a busy day, and he does need to get well. Now he is too thin and weak due to the long-term lack of nutrition. Wait for the body to recover before continuing to take revenge on Ding Zhang. There were so many people coming in and out of 502 today, and no one found anything unusual, and I searched for myself 2 whole times, and still didn't get anything. I don't know if it was because of the physical exertion or what, but lying on the bed he suddenly got a cramp in his foot, causing his body to jerk upwards uncontrollably, and his head slammed into the wall above his head with a crunching sound unique to hollow bricks. Something's wrong. Chapter 9, Grandfather's Relics. Lu Tu's exhaustion was instantly all gone. Hurriedly rolled over and got up. First knocked on the other tiles to check, and finally positioned on a foot 40 by 40 tile, determined that the back of this is hollow. Could it be that the secret of the 502 as the system said is here? Strong curiosity drove. He rushed to the utility room to find tools, but rummaged around but only found a fruit knife, which is still downstairs Wang teacher to send fruit together, carefully moving the bed out of the way. Although it was just an ordinary wooden frame bed, but the physical strength of this body of Lu Tu was really worrisome, and it took 10 minutes before he succeeded. He also had to guard against making too much noise and attracting the attention of the downstairs tenants. After all, it was already 2200 hours at night, and he didn't want to draw attention to himself as soon as he'd moved in. Who knows who lived in this 502 before? The row he moved in today was big enough. Receive a basin of water, dip a knife in the water and then pull out little by little along the cracks of the tiles. Half an hour later, with a crisp sound, the tiles were pried down intact by Lu Tu. Instantly, after he used his cell phone's illumination to see what was inside, a blinding light made him freeze in place. The entire person was dumbfounded. Gold! Just behind the tiles was a hollowed-out hidden compartment, while inside was a neatly stacked gold. Lu Tu hurriedly took out a piece. The heavy weight made his heart surging. This is just a small piece is so heavy. He really got rich this time. Only to see that the gold brick was clearly engraved with the words Dragon Kingdom Gold 100G. After biting on it with his teeth, looking at the clear teeth marks, Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Finally rich, but just laughed out loud, immediately closed his mouth. The teacher's dormitory area, everyone slept very early, forced to hold back the excitement inside. Well, all the gold bars all out, placed on top of the bed. The pile of gold bars under the light was really dazzling. He thought that the system had given him a bad reward, but he didn't realize that it was actually the money he needed the most. And it's not just money, it's actual hard currency gold. He counted a total of 20 gold bars, which meant a total of 2000 G of gold. And at the current price of $610/G, that's 1.22 million here. This was better than a cash reward of 1.22 million. And there was no telling how many people were watching his account and file right now. And it would definitely be hard to explain if such a huge amount of money suddenly appeared in his account. Although he had owned no less than this kind of wealth in his previous life, but in the morning he was just a poor student nibbling on steamed buns. But in a few hours, he owned a huge $1 million. A few moments later, he snapped out of his extreme pleasure. So much gold surely couldn't be taken and realized immediately, but it couldn't continue to be hidden here either. After all, the system had only told him that there was gold here. It had by no means appeared out of thin air. So just who had put this gold here? Anyone who can live in a teacher's apartment is bound to have served at the University of Central China Sea. So if you have time to do some research, you'll probably be able to find out. He fetched his own school bag and hid the gold in a book package, and he planned to make a trip back to his hometown Yongning County to exchange the gold. Setting the tiles into place again, he moved the bed over again and placed the book bag with the gold next to the pillow before settling down to sleep. The next morning, Lu Tu early backpack out the door, go to the passenger station to take the intercity shuttle bus back to his hometown. He also do not have to worry about the school side will be suspicious. He gave Lu Shirda yesterday in advance. He is going to be ready to go back to a trip to bring Grandpa's favorite orchids. Yongning County is a district and county under the jurisdiction of Zhonghai. 50 kilometers of driving. An hour later arrived at the happy neighborhood of Yongning County. The time just reached 9 o'clock. Lu Tu's cell phone received a bank arrival text message. Your Rural Credit Union savings card with a tail number of 9191. Arrived at 10,000 yuan. Balance, 10025. 80 yuan. It should be the money, Mu Wenhan said. This is the only thought that mom and dad left for themselves. A 2-bedroom old house. In the past, mom and dad lived in one room. Grandpa lived in one room. And LV2 was in the living room with a curtain to separate a single room out. In the middle of the living room hangs the honor dad paid for with his life. The plaque for the home of first-class merit. The red letters on it have been there for the past 10 years and seem to have dimmed with the disrepair of the home. Lu Tu dreamed of having a room of his own since he was a child, but now that the entire second bedroom is his own, his heart is empty and uncomfortable. First, the family's effigy is wiped off the dust with a towel and incense is respectfully offered. Staring at the face on the effigy, Lu Tu hesitated for a long time and slowly spoke. Dad. Mom. Grandpa. Lu Tu is dead. I'm sure you've seen him down there. Don't worry guys. From today onwards, I will fight for everything I want. I'm going to hang this tablet under the sun, and I'm going to let everyone know that I, Lu Tu, am not a loser. Seems to have a sense of the underworld. In front of the 3 cones of smoke rising windless, a few moments before returning to calm, Lu Tu didn't intend to exchange all 2 kilograms of gold in one go. Firstly because he didn't have much use for money right now, and secondly because he was scared of being poor. He went to his grandfather's room and lifted an old safe out from under the bed. The iron on the exterior was mottled and it looked extremely dated. A year ago, when his grandfather was dying, he had instructed Lu Tu that if he didn't encounter a hurdle that he couldn't overcome, he should never open this box. Mom and Dad are busy working rarely at home. Weekdays our grandparents and grandchildren depend on each other. Lu Tu grew up listening to his grandfather, so it has never been opened. He thought for a moment that hiding in his house was the safest thing to do, since a burglar had come in a few months ago. At that time, Lu Tu was still on the evening self-study. Went home and found that there is a note on the table and $200. The note reads, I practitioner for 30 years. Under the apprenticeship of countless. This night the apprentice mistakenly entered your house. See the hero's house was down and out to this point. Felt guilty. Has left a mark can guarantee your house 10 years without harm. LV2 went to the door to check also did not find the mark. I think it should be between their internal only understand it. Since then, not only LV2's home, the entire happy neighborhood have never heard of anyone's home has been a thief. Open the safe. There is only a stale cloth bag inside. Lu Tu lifted the cloth bag. It was a pistol, and a gun license with a tattered cover. No wonder his grandfather would let him open only when he encountered a hurdle that could not be overcome. Lu Tu has not touched a gun in his 2 lives, but just held the gun in his hands. A heroic spirit surged, making his heart surge, which may be the bloodline inheritance engraved in the body of every son or daughter of the Dragon Kingdom. The gun permit states that in recognition of Comrade Lu Yiting's outstanding performance in the Patriotic War, he is rewarded with a gun, and the official seal at the bottom carries the number. Chapter 10 Rewarding Gold Bars. Grandpa, who had answered the call of his country all his life, was surprised that he didn't turn this gun in back then, perhaps in anticipation of today. This gun can be said to be a great help. The most critical is this gun license. With this gun license, it is equivalent to have a gold medal of immunity. Even if he is now using the gun to beat Ding Zhang to death, it will be a big deal to trivialize the matter. Lu Tu took his gun and gun permit with him, and only stored 10 gold bars, leaving 10 on his body. He was going to exchange some cash, if he wanted to maximize the exchange ratio. Of course, he would go to the Dragon Bank, but his money from an unknown source, there is no record of purchase and bills, will only make people suspicious. He did not want to be exposed so quickly. Simply go to find a larger gold store. The loss cannot lose much. I remember not far from home there is a heritage street, in which there are several gold stores. When I was a child to go to the countryside to pick up copper coins, or to go there to sell. After only one day, Lu Tu once again walked on the street, and that feeling of calmness with a bottom in his heart made him no longer cower, especially since there was a gun on his body. It added a lot of backbone, and he wasn't afraid that others would find out about the gun on his body. After all, who in their right mind would think that a college student would have a pistol on his body? In a short time, he came to the antique street, found an ordinary gold store with a medium-looking facade, pushed the door and walked in. Inside was a gentlemanly man with glasses, who immediately put down the chicken feather duster in his hand when he saw a customer come to his door and went forward to greet him. Hello, may I ask what you're looking for? Just look around. The shopkeeper smiled kindly. Feel free to take a look. All the jewelry I have here is beaten by myself, and they all support testing with a spectrometer. Lu Tu looked around the old Qin family's gold jewelry. I have to say that the workmanship is indeed fine. I did not expect that the old Qin looks weak. The craftsmanship is so good. Slowly opening the door, he asked, how much gold do you collect? Old Qin held up his glasses. Today's gold price is 618. I can only give 580, which is also the general price in our place, and I have to see the color first. Lu Tu previously searched online. Not only in the gold store will have a discount, even if it is to go to the Dragon Gold Direct Recovery, it is also lower than the price of gold. Straight away, he pulled out one 100G Dragon Kingdom gold bar from his bag and placed it on the counter. Then you inspect the goods. Is this one all for sale? Yes, at your price, but I have one request. You have to give me cash. It seems to see Lu Tu's appearance is very young. The old Qin was surprised to look at Lu Tu. Do their line of business of course will not go to ask things come from the right way. Anyway, gold this kind of thing, after arriving at the hands of the melting away. Please take a seat for a moment. Let me take a look. He He immediately called a middle-aged woman towards the back. "Wife, make this little brother a nice cup of tea, and take the bank card and go get some cash back." Old Chin after checking to confirm that there is no error. The two looked at each other. Well, Lu Tu guided to the lounge. Lu Tu smiled. "Little brother from where Shanghai. Sure you want to sell? Okay. Then I'll have my lover pick up the cash." "Wait a minute," Lu Tu said and took out the remaining gold bars from the bag. The whole 10 100G gold bars were placed in front of Old Chin. The two families were even more surprised. Old Chin's eyes lit up and hurriedly urged in a low voice, "Wife, fetch more cash over." Half an hour later, Lao Chin, his wife carrying a large black purse, will be 580,000 cash in front of Lu Tu. Next to a money counter, Old Chin handed over a big heavy 9, which was rejected by Lu Tu. Lu Tu casually picked up a pile of banknotes and counted them in front of them, not to mention the tea and cigarettes that Old Chin had made and handed over. And he didn't even believe in the banknote counting machine that Old Chin had provided, but only believed in the money that had passed through his hands. Just like that, after spending another half an hour and confirming that there was no mistake, Lu Tu put 570,000 into his backpack. "Alright, happy cooperation." Lu Tu took the initiative and extended his hand to shake Old Chin's. Old Chin, both happy, just opened the door to business. Came to such a big business. Less than an hour. Is tens of thousands of dollars of income? And also so fast. After refusing the business card handed by Old Chin, the two added a WeChat. Lu Tu was about to head out when the system prompt rang again. Ding! Triggering a randomized quest, repaying Jiang at the right time for the kindness of a drop of water. Do you accept? Lu Tu stopped his steps, and some warmth welled up in the depths of his heart as Jiang Jiqi's protection of him yesterday automatically appeared in his mind. The best way to say how to repay a woman, and a beautiful one at that, is to be her boyfriend. To be honest, if the system didn't release the quest, Lu Tu would never mess with Jiang Jiqi. After all, the other party had helped him, and he only had gratitude for Jiang Jiqi, and didn't have any fondness between a man and a woman. Now that he is all alone and has nothing, the only thing he can rely on is the system. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse. Besides, Jiang Jiqi really fits Lu Tu's aesthetics, and he decisively accepts it. Standing by the jewelry counter, he looked to Old Chin's daughter-in-law. "Sister-in-law, I want to buy some jewelry for the girl. What should I give her that's appropriate?" As soon as he heard that there is still business, Lao Chin immediately greeted with a smile and enthusiastically introduced, "Is it a girlfriend or are you pursuing? Planning to go after her? Then you can't send necklaces and rings and all that. You can choose from earrings and bracelets and all that. And it's not so expensive that the other person won't take it." Mrs. Chin saw Lu Tu's readiness and directly took out a few bracelets from the counter for him to choose from. But Lu Tu seemed to look at them as if he was still looking around. "Little brother, do you think the bracelet is too thin? Why don't you take a look at our pictures? How thick you want it? Our Old Chin can beat it out for you right away." Mrs. Chin was clearly confident in her husband's craftsmanship. Only Lu Tu slowly shook his head, his eyes finally landing on a silver bracelet in the corner. "How much is that one?" Mrs. Chin did not react for a moment. In her opinion, in front of this 18-year-old boy is either rich or noble. Out of the 1 kilogram of gold, how will look at that mediocre silver bracelet? That one's 925 silver. Original price over 200. If you really like it, I can give it to you. Lu Tu clicked. "I'll take that one." Mrs. Chin was surprised. "Aren't you chasing girls?" "Yeah, who gives a girl something that expensive? It's not like I'm a dog licker." Old Chin's two families didn't seem to have caught up with Lu Tu's brain circuits yet, and again laser engraved yesterday's date on the bracelet as requested by Lu Tu, and then packed it up to send Lu Tu away. Unbeknownst to him, there was a pair of greedy eyes in the distance that had set their sights on him. Carrying a set of house down payment in the body, Lu Tu heart at this time more solid, accurately said more a kind of calm and self-confidence. In yesterday he had only $8 on him, a poor student who couldn't even get enough to eat, and today he had a huge sum of money. So it's true that money is the best Viagra for men. Walking on the road he sorted out his immediate goals. The first is definitely to return to Shanghai to continue to take revenge on Ding Zhang. He has an extremely sinister revenge idea in his heart, which has not yet been put into action. As for Jiang Yi there, LV2 is not too much on the heart. The bracelet she wants to be, do not LV2 will take back. The reason why to buy a gift, completely out of the repayment of the psychological, human debt is the most difficult to return. He does not want to owe anyone, also do not want to help anyone. After all, girls aren't chaste, they're attracted. Lu Tu was walking towards his home, and when he passed an alley, from the end of the alley came a man wearing a duck-tongued hat, purposely pressing the brim of the hat very low, and walking with his hands in his pockets in a hurried manner. He didn't move to touch his hand to his backpack until the two collided solidly as he brushed past the burly man. Lu Tu was hit and stumbled. And before he could hold on to the wall and stand firm, the burly man pulled out a knife and pressed it against Lu Tu's back. Put an honest face on it and get the money out. Chapter 11, Playing Tricks on Me? Lu Tu said nervously. Have you encountered something you can't get past, big brother? As soon as the words fell, Lu Tu's backside received a solid punch, which caused him to grimace in pain, and the burly man started to snatch his bag. Cut the ing crap and hand over the money or I'll take your life. Lu Tu hurriedly softened, weakly said. Big brother, you calm down. Here everywhere is monitoring. You robbed me, also cannot run far. The burly man sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? I stepped on this alley long ago. There's no surveillance. Trigger random mission, solve the robbers. Since he dared to come and rob him, without the need for the system to issue a quest, Lu Tu would not let this guy off easily. Brother, don't hurt me. I'll give you all the money. Lu Tu's shoulders hunched and gave up his backpack, which the burly man felt heavy as he carried it. Even with the mask on, Lu Tu could tell that the strong man was happy. After all, hundreds of thousands of cash, the weight was definitely enough. Seeing Lu Tu so cooperative, the strong man spat disdainfully towards Lu Tu, and couldn't wait to pull open his backpack. What a ing loser. You're also equipped with so much money? Or let me be kind and spend it for you. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a deep, dark muzzle aimed at him. The burly man was suddenly shocked into a cold sweat behind his back. He forced himself to calm down and kept on self-referring that the gun must be fake. Then look at Lu Tu, where there is still the same cowardly appearance as before. Obviously a clear look of a young boy, but his face is with a ruthlessness that does not belong to his age. You go on. The strong man forced himself to calm down and said, I've been on the road since I was 15 years old, and you're trying to scare me by getting a toy gun? The corner of Lu Tu's mouth lifted up in a mocking arc as he pressed the muzzle of his gun against the other's forehead. You don't even recognize a gun, and you deserve to be called a gangster? You mix your moms. The cold muzzle of the gun touched the forehead of the strong man at that moment. He no longer dared to have a fluke. Under the close observation, even if he wants to deny it again, there is no way. In front of this teenager holding in his hand is a real gun. He couldn't think too much about where the other side got the gun. He only felt regretful that he didn't call more people. At first he thought it was just a rich student who stole his family's gold and sold it for money. But who the hell carries a pistol on their body? With a fluttering sound, the strong man decisively knelt on the ground and threw the knife in his hand and Lu Tu's school bag in front of him. Don't kill me. I'm rotten to the core. Even if you kill me, you'll have to fill my life. Lu Tu raised an eyebrow at his words. So you're playing rough with me? Thinking you've got me? I see you look like a student. Surely you still have a bright future. You don't have to shoot me. Kill me, you really can't escape. Lu Tu said and kicked at the strong man's face, only to hear a crunching sound. The strong man's nose skewed in an extremely twisted shape. I'm the only one in my family's account book, and you're worthy of playing rough with me? The pain made the strong man cry and howl, struggling to seize Lu Tu's gun. But where would Lu Tu give him a chance? Quickly drew and picked up the spring knife that fell on the ground. Directly on his thighs ruthlessly stabbed a knife. Immediately blood flowed like a stream. The strong man had already suffered a serious injury, and at this time, when he saw his thigh bleeding, he was stunned. He just wanted to make a robbery and get some gambling money to turn over. He did not expect that he would miss. He was so scared that he crawled toward the outside of the alley, calling for help as he crawled. But it was lunchtime, so where would anyone be passing by? Seeing this, Lu Tu directly stepped forward, stomped on the strong man's back, and chided, "Shut your mouth if you don't want to die. Big brother, grandpa, ancestor, can you spare me?" The strong man's heart that regret. This kid in front of him, where is the appearance of a student? He was deceived by his appearance. A 3-year-old child holding a gold brick in the downtown area is the devil of the world. If he had gone out without a gun, he would have been robbed of his money today, or he would have been stabbed or even stabbed himself. Lu Tu had been careful enough at every step, but he was still being watched by someone with a heart of gold, and he had underestimated the evil of human nature and overestimated himself. And you don't have to panic. Where I just stabbed you wasn't in the aorta. You won't die for a while. Tell me who else is on to me besides you? Big brother, I'm really only one person. How could I tell anyone about such a good thing to get rich? I see you are young and skinny like a thin dog. The burly man's voice was getting smaller and smaller as he saw the corner of Lu Tu's mouth lifting up in a meaningful smile. And he probably had a horrible guess in his heart that instantly made his sweaty hair stand on end. And even the pain was briefly forgotten. Big brother, there's surveillance here. You mustn't do anything stupid. Just let me go like a fart. I'll leave Shinchi County right away. Lu Tu stared at him with a cold smile, wiping the blood on the spring-loaded knife clean on the strong man's face. You've stepped all over it. Isn't there no surveillance here? The burly man had a tearless expression as he dejectedly said, "Big brother, I just lied to you." Lu Tu kicked him down. "Cut the ing crap with me. According to the rules of your road, you have to leave me some parts, right?" The strong man was scared out of his wits. Looking at the skinny college student in front of him, he was in a trance. Who the hell is on the road? Fingers. Fingernails? Big brother, I can't live on. My wife at home is seriously ill. She's already had chemotherapy 9 times. I really can't live on. She wants to eat a dumpling before she dies. That's why I came out to rob the money. Lu Tu froze at his words, then looked at him deeply, as if touched. "So you're still a good man?" "I can't say about a good man, but big brother, just save my life and let me send my wife away with dignity." "Alright, you go." Lu Tu gave a big wave of his hand. "Ha!" The burly man was dumbfounded, thinking that he had only casually lied and the other party actually let him off the hook. It was too easy, right? For a while he couldn't figure out whether Lu Tu was really stupid or deliberately pretending, kneeling on the ground and not daring to make the slightest movement. Then he saw a scene that he could say he would never forget in his life. Lu Tu drew a bunch of banknotes out of his backpack and handed them over to him so gently. Lu Tu's face with a look of pity, in order to fill the stomach robbery. "This is not to blame you. To blame will have to blame this society. This 5,000 yuan, you take it. Big brother, you are really a righteous living Buddha." The burly man dared to swear that he had done countless bad things in his life, but only this time, the 18-year-old in front of him, for the first time, made him feel the taste of guilt. He had never seen such a selfless person, robbed by him, and with an absolute advantage. Not only was he willing to let him go, but also gave him money to fulfill his heart's desire. What kind of human nature was this? Strong man regret chagrin He stared at Lu Tu at this time slightly sentimental eyes, almost off the mark to say that he is lying. But his reasoning told him that he cannot confess, have to hurry to go. Lu Tu patted the strong man's shoulder and returned the spring-loaded knife to him again. "Go on, I really don't blame you, and you don't have to return this money." The burly man took the 5,000 yuan bill with a shivering hand, stood up tremblingly, bowed respectfully at Lu Tu to thank him, and then fled. Seeing the strong man walk away, Lu Tu took out his cell phone and dialed an alarm number. "Hey, police uncle, I encountered a knife robbery." Yes, he robbed me of 5,000 yuan tuition fees." He ran toward Harmony Lane. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tu smiled to himself. He still has to thank us. Chapter 12, Improvement of Health. As soon as the operator who answered the call heard about such a bad case, he immediately notified the nearby police station to come out. Lu Tu had wanted to use the bitter meat trick again, but thought better of it. Yesterday cut himself a bit. This wound are just scabbed over. And this kind of dare to rob the street gangster. With the finger think also know the probability of carrying a case file, even if there is no case file, and how? Back a million steps, but also just a phone call thing. To the end, Lu Tu also had to take out his grandfather's gun license. Even if it goes to pang for there, Lu Tu also has something to say. This is the grandfather left his own relics. He brought with him also have a good memory, and he did not load the bullets at all. But this was all a worst case scenario. Lu Tu went to a small store across the alley and bought a bottle of Coke and a toy gun before chatting with the owner in the store in a conversation. After chatting for no more than 5 minutes, he received a call from the police. "Hello, I'm from the Harmony police station. Was it you who called the police just now and said you were robbed of $5,000? It's me, Uncle Policeman. Did you catch the bad guy? Already arrested. The $5,000 he robbed on him is also there. You come to the police station now, cooperate with us to record a statement, and then help identify it." "Okay, I'll be right over." Not long ago, Lu Tu rushed to the Harmony police station. Just as soon as he went in, he met a young male police officer, who asked curiously, "Is the one who was robbed of tuition fees you?" "It's me." The male police officer took Lu Tu into the office and asked some questions about what happened. And the first thing Lu Tu did was to tell the truth about the toy gun he used to scare the strong man. Male police stared at the toy gun in Lu Tu's hand. Puzzled. "You don't say. This toy gun is really real. Where did you buy it?" "Online. Don't buy them in the future, so as not to cause a disturbance," the male cop said, and confiscated the toy gun. "Got it." 10 minutes later, the male police officer closed the folder and took out $5,000 from the evidence bag and handed it to Lu Tu. "You point enough." Lu Tu knew he had to point out clearly at times like this. It fit the persona of a flustered student. "That's enough, Uncle Cop." The male police officer patted him on the shoulder. "This guy is a roving fugitive with several convictions and a history of drug use. What you did was good, courageous and resourceful. Commendable." LV2 fearfully breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. In fact, I did not think so much at that time. Just thinking of breaking the bank to avoid disaster. You are too heroic. So quickly to catch the robbers. I must send a banner to you. Upon hearing the banner, the young male police officer's face emerged with pride. No need to be so polite. This is our duty, to serve the people. Until Lu Tu left the Harmony police station. Also did not see the strong man a glance. Maybe this guy on the case has been enough to drink a pot of him. Press simply do not need Lu Tu to identify him again. After all, the case Lu Tu reported through the street surveillance can also be confirmed. At this time, the system's beep once again came from his head. Congratulations on completing the retaliation robber mission. The completion degree of the event is being accounted for. Your completion of this event is S rank, completely exceeding the system's expectations. Rewarded with a bottle of physique improvement potion. Please check it in your system backpack. Lu Tu forced himself to hold back his excitement and took a taxi back home. Only then, in the system backpack, he saw the bottle of greenish physique improvement potion. With a movement of the mind, the potion appeared in Lu Tu's hand. Only the size of a syringe, held in the hand with a bottle of used anemone. The green was very swinging. Without the slightest hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the potion. A warm current slipped from his esophagus into his abdomen, instantly filling his limbs, especially at the wounds on his arms, which actually had a slight itch. It was amazing to pull back the sleeve and see that the healing was actually taking place at a rate visible to the naked eye. Had he evolved into Wolverine after drinking this potion? Not only was the wound so, his body shape had also changed slightly. His limbs, which were previously as thin as a thin dog, had become normal at this point. The yellowish color of the face due to chronic malnutrition also becomes fair and rosy at this time. Lu Tu stood in front of the mirror to carefully observe the already clean-cut appearance. Height also from the previous 182, weight 100 pounds of skinny bones, raised to 1 meter 91, 150 pounds. At this time, under the potions edition, there are only 4 words to describe it: handsome batch explosion. It was a good thing that he usually had no presence in the school and wasn't too eye-catching. This would sell like crazy if beauty-loving women knew the effects of the potion. It's 100 times stronger than any medical beauty, and it doesn't have any side effects, so it's worthy of being an S-rank reward. He went to the kitchen to find a knife to cut a slit in his finger in order to verify that he possessed a strong self-healing ability, but surprisingly the mouth was not as exaggerated as the previous healing speed, only also a lot stronger than before. White cut himself a knife, but still, Lu Tu was greatly encouraged and determined that he had to make the task of retaliating against Ding Zhang a bit tougher, including repaying Jiang Jiqi. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Tu took the cash and the gun with him, and took 10 rounds of ammo from the safe, and took an internet taxi to Zhonghai University. Before leaving, he also took away 2 pots of orchids raised by his grandfather. He was going to send one to Pang Wei. Didn't the other party ask him to visit his house once he recuperated? This kind of thing, even if it is just a casual remark by Pang for, Lu Tu must seize the opportunity. If you don't fight or grab, there are people who will fight and grab for you. The reason why he was able to achieve S rank in dealing with the robbers was down to the fact that apart from relying on the system, there was also the backing of Pang Wei, so he had to take advantage of it. When he returned to the dormitory of Zhonghai University, it was already 5 p.m. Lu Tu now had 570,000 cash on him, plus $10,000 in the bank card that Mu Wenhan had asked someone to call. He first put 570,000 cash in a shoebox under the bed. The money is still a big use, cannot be taken at will to squander for the time being. Besides, the current situation is not suitable for squandering. He does not know how many pairs of jealous eyes are staring at him, just waiting for him to make a mistake. He has to look for a suitable opportunity to get all this money in the dark. To the surface, Ding Zhang's side of the situation he is not yet clear. Perhaps Lu Shida know, but he cannot take the initiative to ask. All he can do now is to wait quietly first. Wait until the police department side of the results of the processing out. Naturally someone will tell him. His primary goal was to properly repay Jiang Jiqi. He had Jiang Jiqi's phone number. After clearing his throat he dialed directly. Jiang Jiqi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, who is it? Lu Tu opened the door and introduced himself. Sister Jiang. I'm Lu Tu. We met yesterday morning in the first cafeteria. Kang Ji pondered for a moment before realizing. I remember. What's the matter? Did those guys bully you again? Yeah, schoolmarm, they're after me again. Can I come to you now? As soon as he heard this, Jiang Jiqi seemed a bit angry. Where are you now? I'll come over to find you right away. They're really lawless. Sister, I've run out and I'm afraid to go back to the dormitory. Can I come to you now? Then come wait for me downstairs in the girls' dormitory. I'll be right down. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Lu Tu moved off with the silver bracelet from the white John. He also didn't feel like he lied to Jiang Jiqi. If he used the normal way, said some words of gratitude to Jiang Jiqi, and asked the other party to come out for a meal, Jiang Jiqi would definitely not say yes. Since Kong has a motherly heart and loves to help others, she might as well take advantage of it. What's the ultimate goal of asking a girl out? It is to ask out. No matter how you do it, if you ask her out, you are 50% successful. Actually, the girl doesn't care much about whether you are lying to her or not. What the girl cares about is whether you can keep lying to her. Chapter 13, The Pleasure of a Makeover. It's definitely not a good idea to be late for your first date with a girl. It's the most basic of upbringings. Lutu's confident and generous temperament in his decent new clothes and shoes, coupled with the transformation of the system potion, allowed him to harvest a lot of curious gazes and astonished voices from the girls along the road. Look at that boy. He's so handsome. His skin is so white. He looks like a hero from a manga. I do think he looks like the actor who played Constantine. What's his name? Keanu Reeves. Yeah, I thought so. How come I didn't remember him before? No need to look. So handsome must be son brother. You guys see he's going to the girls' dormitory, eh? I wonder who's so lucky to be his girlfriend. This is the familiar campus life. Like yesterday's disgusting state. Lutu is not adaptable at all. Along the way there are a few slightly bold girls, but also took the initiative to come up and ask Lutu for a WeChat. Only they all said that they wanted to introduce their roommates to the object, and they didn't dare to say that they were themselves. Lutu also came to the rescue and added friends with all of them. He is now very short of friends. The experience of campus life without friends will be greatly reduced. Even though he didn't go to college in his previous life, he didn't have a lot of college students. Didn't the famous master of picking up girls say, if you want to exercise your ability to pick up girls, there is only one secret: ugly photos kill. The fastest way to fit into this world is to pick up a few more chicks. No, make a few more good friends. Just walking all the way down from the teacher's dormitory to the girls' dormitory. Lutu's hands had been stuffed with granulated oranges and all kinds of snacks, as well as a bouquet of not-so-large flowers. Lutu stood under the banyan tree outside the girls' dormitory, completely surrounded by a group of warblers. He took the time to make sure that Jiang Jiqi hadn't come out yet, and simply continued to chat with his female classmates. Which age are you, little brother? An imperial sister wearing a black tweed coat, smilingly blocked in front of Lutu. I'm Lutu from the 24th grade Chinese language and literature 2nd class. So it's schoolmate. Why haven't I seen you before? Have you been avoiding sister me? The imperial sister glanced at Lutu angrily and very naturally put her hand on Lutu's shoulder. Lutu smiled and took the imperial sister's hand down. Touching it only felt a piece of tenderness, subconsciously scratching at her palm. I'm more introverted. I don't like to go out. The imperial sister gave Lutu a glance full of deep meaning and smiled delicately. Indeed, she is an introvert. Are you free later? Senior sister invites you to eat hot pot. No time, I have an appointment. What kind of person makes you so dead? Just then, a cool voice came. It's me. A few people turned their heads to look, only to see Jiang Ji staring at Lutu with cold as ice eyes. The imperial sister thought that Jiang Jiqi was swearing sovereignty, and sourly skimmed her mouth. So it's Jiang Dashue. No wonder you're so infatuated with your schoolmate. But if you're used to eating staples, you can eat snacks once in a while. The imperial sister purposely gave Lutu's arm an unobtrusive squeeze at an angle Kong could see, and then left with the other girls laughing. Only Lutu knew that Jiang Jiqi's attitude was definitely towards him, and as expected Jiang Jiqi asked coldly, you tricked me into coming down here just to show me how popular you are? Didn't someone bully you? LV2 solemnly told the original story. That is, he met the leadership inspection, and then the school leadership criticized Ding Zhang, but also LV2 due subsidies sent to him. But Ding Zhang and the others felt that it was LV2 deliberately sued to fix them, so they threatened to take revenge on LV2, as long as he returned to the dormitory to see him once to beat him once. Lutu had heard on the earlier phone call that Jiang Ji didn't know the real situation, so he misinterpreted the process a bit, and the overall ending didn't change anyway. After explaining, Jiang Jiqi's face then eased a bit, and she pointed to the granulated oranges and snacks that Lutu was holding in his arms. Lutu smoothly handed it to Jiang Ji. I was just waiting for you here. And the students who passed by all lovingly shared their food with me, so I couldn't refuse when they were too enthusiastic. I take it you don't want to say no and are enjoying yourself? Lutu simply admitted frankly. Indeed, it's a bit cool. Senior sister gives it to you. He gave the bouquet of flowers in his hand to Jiang Jiqi, and Jiang Jiqi saw that Lutu was quite sincere in his words. After all, he had witnessed the whole process when he was upstairs just now, especially when Wei Zixuan put her hand on Lutu's shoulder, which was immediately brushed aside by him. Thanks. Kang took the flowers and smelled them before holding them in her hands. Seeing that she didn't resent herself, Lutu struck the iron while it was hot and suggested, do you like kittens, senior sister? Like it? Why? Interrupted by the sudden interruption, Kang briefly forgot her earlier displeasure. I just saw a litter of newborn kittens in the flower bed over by the teacher's dormitory. It seems like they can't find their mommy. It looks weirdly pathetic. Ha? Really? Hurry up and show me. I'm a bit hungry. Senior sister, why don't we eat first and then go see the kittens? No way. By the time we're done eating, the kittens might be freezing to death. Hearing the we in Zhang Yi's mouth, Lu Tu would smile and could only reluctantly lead the way from the side. Zhang Jiqi really has a motherly heart, and when she heard that the little milk cat didn't have a mother, she couldn't care about anything else anymore, and tugged on Lu Tu's arm to head for the teacher's dormitory. The teacher's dormitory did have a litter of kittens, which Lu Tu found yesterday when he was moving, and I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. The two walked shoulder to shoulder at a brisk pace. Male and female handsome in the campus formed an eye-catching scenery, passing students all side-eye. It was very gossipy to speculate on what kind of relationship the two had. After all, from their perspective, it was Zhang Yiqi who was the one who had dragged Lu Tu hard forward, and Lu Tu was still full of reluctance. You have to know that Zhang Jiqi, that is the high cold goddess of Shanghai University, usually how many suitors cheeky to tease her, have not seen her face surging what mood fluctuations. In a moment, Zhang Jiqi's scandal began to spread throughout the WeChat group of Shanghai University, and Lu Tu was also recognized. This includes the imperial sister Wei Zixuan, who was downstairs in the girls' dormitory earlier. She was chatting with her sisters in the dormitory when she saw the pictures of Lu Tu and Zhang Jiqi that her classmates had secretly taken. Lu Tu had a gangly aura that was different from ordinary college students, as well as that handsome face. Wei Zixuan could only hold the giant hugging pillow with her legs and secretly swear, "I'm going to take you down." She had already added Lu Tu's WeChat earlier. At this time she revealed a wry smile, used her cell phone to point at her well-proportioned and straight long legs, snapped a photo, and sent it to Lu Tu, attaching a sentence. "Just now, I accidentally went up the stairs and wrenched my foot. It hurts so much." At this time, Lu Tu and his duo had already arrived at the flower bed, and Zhang Ji was stroking the kitten with eyes full of heartache. Hearing the WeChat prompt and opening his cell phone to see the photo sent by Wei Zixuan, Lu Tu smiled evilly and casually replied and closed his cell phone. "Take a slipper and slap it if it itches. I don't have time." Chapter 14, A Long-Lost Feeling. This kind of woman. Wei Zixuan. Lu Tu figured out her attributes at the first glance. This kind of woman should never be given any bit of sweetness. If Lu Tu is as eager as a licking dog and says "I'll rub it for you," she'll only look down on you and think you're easy to pin down. And she'll lose interest in you in an instant. Only by ignoring her and acting like she didn't care could her desire to win be aroused. Especially if Wei Zixuan also knew that Lu Tu was dating Zhang Jiqi. As expected, Lu Tu's side is teasing the kitten with Zhang Jiqi, and Wei Zixuan is so angry in the dormitory that she is slamming pillows. Roommate Freckles asked curiously, Xian, are you on your period? Why are you so cranky today?" Wei Zixuan grabbed Freckles' shoulders. Tian, let me ask you, am I beautiful?" Freckles Tian weakly nodded. "Beautiful. You're the prettiest in our dormitory. How about comparing it to Kong Ji?" I can't say." Wei Zixuan stood in front of the full-body mirror in her dormitory and muttered to herself, "Isn't it just that her face is a little smaller than mine, and a little more pretentious than I can be? Is she as flirty as me?" The few other girls in the dormitory, who seemed to have long been accustomed to Wei Zixuan's character, didn't have anyone who dared to chime in. On this side of the flower bed, Zhang Yi was looking at Lu Tu with a pleading face. "Senior, will you do me this favor?" "No, mostly I'm inexperienced. Just once. I promise, just this once, and if you don't say yes, I don't know who to call." But Lu Tu still wanted to refuse, but was directly interrupted by Zhang Ji. "Don't forget that I helped you yesterday in the cafeteria, and since you're living in the teacher's dormitory right now, you'll help me raise kittens." Kang opened her mouth quite stiffly. Only the more she said it, the more it looked like pampering, and she knew that a lot of people didn't really like cats. But right now, only Lu Tu was the most suitable for adoption. Big deal. From now on, I'll do all the shoveling every day, and I'll buy all the cat food and litter, so you just need to provide a shelter for the kitty. That's fine, right? At this moment, where was Zhang Jiqi's half of the appearance of a high school schoolgirl? She was holding 3 small milk cats in her arms and glaring at Lu Tu with a puff of air. Since Lu Tu dared to ask Zhang Ji to come over to see the little milk cat, he naturally had the intention of adopting the kitten so that the bond between the two could be strengthened. But he couldn't take a stand first. Must let Zhang Yi think owes himself a favor and then say, feelings. There are back and forth in order to cultivate feelings. Furthermore, if I didn't tease her like this, I wouldn't have known that Kong Ji still had such a cute side. Lu Tu sighed as if it was difficult. "Okay, just this once. In the future you're not allowed to send all the cats and dogs in the school to my place." "Yeah, we have a home." Zhang Jiqi simply ignored Lu Tu and rubbed the little milk cat vigorously in his arms. The three kittens also stretched out their little paws very comfortably and stomped on Jiang Ji's down coat, not knowing which brother had been reincarnated into the kittens. Just like that, Jiang Jiwei held the kittens and followed Lu Tu up the stairs, just into the 502. Jiang Jiqi was shocked. She did not expect always stingy school leaders actually gave Lu Tu such a large set of dormitory and home appliances are all complete. If she didn't know the truth about Lu Tu, she really suspected that Lu Tu was the principal's nephew. Wow, your dormitory is so big, the kittens will have a place to spread out from now on. I was worried just now that they didn't have room to move around. Don't move. Senior sister, Lu Tu suddenly called out to Jiang Ji. What's wrong? Sister, you hold this pose now. I'll take a picture of you to record it. This composition is simply perfect. Jiang Yiqi also understood what Lu Tu meant when she heard this. As a girl she certainly liked taking pictures, but she had never let a boy take a picture like this, and she was a little uncomfortable for a moment. However, she looked at Lu Tu's expression of seriousness, only appreciation in the eyes without the slightest evil thought, also simply stood on the balcony and let Lu Tu shoot. She also wanted to see what kind of photos Lu Tu could actually take. Lu Tu commanded Jiang Jiqi in a decent manner, making her tilt her head one time and make her smile the next, and then shooting from all angles. Photography was something he definitely dabbled in. After all, it was one of the easiest crafts to pick up girls. However, he kept an extra eye out and intentionally took a few shots with particularly strange angles and compositions, distorting the proportions of Jiang Ji's body, and then took a few more serious shots later on. Well shot, schoolteacher. Show me. After all, Jiang Jiqi was a young girl who couldn't resist the temptation of beautiful photos and reached out to see Lu Tu's cell phone photos. Lu Tu slid to the twisted photos and handed his cell phone to Jiang Ji. Just as Kong received the cell phone with great anticipation, her mood lowered in that instant with the naked eye. You're making me look too ugly even in the picture. Jiang Yiqi muttered in dissatisfaction. Her fingers kept flipping the photos downwards, and the next second her eyes lit up, and her dark brown delicate pupils were flooded with light. This, all that you just shot? Do you like it, schoolmarm? On the photo, on the balcony surrounded by greenery, Jiang Yi's eyes are full of smiles. The three kittens in her arms are scratching her scarf mischievously, and the breeze makes her ponytail flutter. Aesthetically pleasing like a scene from a Japanese drama. A clicking sound interrupted Jiang Jiqi's thoughts, and she looked up to see that somehow Lu Tu had already stood by her side, and was using another cell phone, taking a picture of the two together. Kong Ji glanced at the group photo, only to see that she was looking down at the photo in her phone, a happy smile unconsciously welling up on her face. Lu Tu, on the other hand, was looking down at her with a doting face, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the two of them, with some slight exposure, but instead, like an extra layer of filters, it looked extraordinarily enlined. The successive ups and downs of her emotions made Jiang Yi happy, and she clearly felt that staying with Lu Tu seemed to be very interesting. The tip of her nose vaguely smelled the nice odor coming from Lu Tu's body, and her cheeks suddenly flushed a layer of pink. As to what kind of smell she couldn't tell. Hurrying to hold the three kittens, he fled into the living room and squatted on the floor, pretending to be busy. Lu Tu looked at the back of Jiang Jiqi running away, slightly lost in thought. Frozen place, such a beautiful scene, can only be met in the occasional midnight dream. He had forgotten himself exactly how long it had been since he had felt such pure emotion. Was this the fluttering of a long-lost first love? Lu Tu's back against the balcony, tilted his head back deeply until the sun shone on his face. This moment of winter in the warmth of the sun, there are hidden signs of melting away. Cannot help but feel the feeling of youth is really good. Before this, Lu Tu's original intention of pursuing Jiang Jiqi was to complete the system's mission, but at this point, he seemed to be starting to enjoy himself in it. He'd had enough fun in his last life, but whenever he'd indulged, the boundless emptiness swept him away. That great sense of loss that he resisted, unwilling to relish. Perhaps taking your time doesn't seem like such a bad thing, and you'll be able to level up your rewards along the way. Putting the mission behind him for the time being, all he wanted to do at the moment was to immerse himself in it and take in the charm. He was tempted to say to Piao, the famous philosopher of his previous life, that time could be turned back and beans could be stewed. Lu Tu brought the small blankets that the others had sent, and found a cardboard box and scissors, and sat on the floor to cut out the kittens' nests with Jiang Ji. The two just after the relationship into a big step, directly past the initial contact with the process of strangers. The cooperation process of the two people have talked and laughed and joked around, with exceptionally tacit understanding of exceptionally easy, completely forget about the previous unhappy. After finishing the cat's nest, the sky was getting dark. Jiang Ji remembered that the two of them hadn't eaten yet, so he proposed an invitation. LV2, thank you so much for today. Not only did you take in the kitten, but you also took the picture for me. Why don't I treat you to dinner? Lu Tu didn't get entangled in who was inviting who, and agreed readily. Sure, I want to eat hot pot. Chapter 15, It's a mediocre person who doesn't envy others. Zhang Yiqi took the first step downstairs to wait for Lu Tu. At this time, just happened to run into the teacher he knew to go home. Saw Zhang Yiqi here and greeted him with a smile. Zhang Yiqi student, have you eaten yet? Hello Mr. Li, I haven't eaten yet. I'm waiting for someone. Aha, it's going to be cooler tomorrow, so remember to add clothes. As soon as Ms. Li's words fell, she saw Lu Tu coming downstairs with a beige scarf in her hand, which very naturally rested on Zhang Yiqi's neck, and casually helped her tie it up. You forgot your scarf. Lu Tu also knew Mr. Li, and had even sent him fruits yesterday, and politely greeted him. Have you eaten, Mr. Li? Did you guys just come downstairs here? Ms. Li held her glasses in surprise. As a woman, her sixth sense told her that this matter was what she thought it was. She suddenly thought of the relationship between Lu Tu and the principal, and thought of Zhang Yiqi's background, and could not help but gossip fire burning, looking at the two standing together extraordinarily well matched, revealing an ant smile. Going out to play, pay attention to safety. As soon as Zhang Yiqi heard this, she knew that Teacher Li had the wrong idea, and just wanted to open her mouth to explain, but she was preempted by Lu Tu. Thank you teacher, goodbye teacher. After saying this, he tugged Zhang Yi's arm and left. Kong asked angrily, why don't you explain yourself when the teachers all think what's going on with us? Lu Tu wondered, what do we have to explain about our ice cleanness? Aren't you afraid they'll rumor we're dating? Gossip happens all the time. It's natural not to listen to it. Besides, taking a step back, even if we are dating, the two of us are in love and not in love. So who are we afraid of rumors? Zhang Yiqi looked at Lu Tu with slight surprise. Before this her impression of Lu Tu was still that cowardly and fearful boy with low self-esteem, but today in the short contact of this more than an hour, it gave her a feeling of being a different person. Moreover, Lu Tu's slightly domineering speech gave her a feeling of solidity in her heart, a feeling that she had never seen in every one of her previous suitors. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered why he had suddenly become so sensitive. The past self was not such a person. Thinking of this, she regained her old confidence and graciously walked shoulder to shoulder with Lu Tu on campus, accepting the astonished gazes of the other students. The two of them went to an old hot pot outside of the school, which was also one that Zhang Yiqi loved to come and eat, mainly because this weather was really suitable for hot pot. They arrived a little late and had to sit outside in line. Good thing there were only 5 tables in front of them. Zhang Yiqi usually doesn't talk much, or else she wouldn't be called a high cool goddess. But fortunately, Lu Tu was very knowledgeable and funny, often causing Zhang Yiqi to laugh despite her image. The two of them sitting here would have attracted a lot of attention. Those who came here to eat were all students from Shanghai University, and even though they didn't know Lu Tu, they almost all knew Zhang Yiqi. Seeing the high cool schoolgirl being teased so happily by LV2, several boys present felt like they had fallen out of love and looked at LV2 with hostile eyes, listing LV2 as the #1 love rival already. Lu Tu suddenly saw a familiar person next to him, the freckled sister who had shown solidarity with him in the cafeteria yesterday. Lu Tu warmly greeted, classmate, do you still recognize me? The freckled sister was concentrating on hot ma with her back to Lu Tu, heard the call and turned her head to look and recognized Lu Tu. You're the same student who was in the first cafeteria yesterday. My name is Lu Tu. Thank you for your righteousness yesterday. Lu Tu politely extended her fist, and the freckled sister hesitated, but still touched fists with Lu Tu. You're welcome. My name is Tian Tian. Everyone does this blah. Lu Tu called the waiter and paid the bill for Tian Tian and their table, which was also considered to return the favor. Soon there was an empty table. He handed the menu to Zhang Yiqi, indicating that he had no taboos and would eat anything. Zhang Yiqi probably knew that LV2 was quite spontaneous, and didn't squirm as he ordered the dishes he loved to eat. The two chatted and ate, from each other's childhood to the gossip around them. During this time Lu Tu was mainly responsible for listening. Zhang Yiqi had never been so relaxed with the opposite sex for a long time, and it seemed that he had endless topics to talk about with Lu Tu. This made the other men in the store envious. Where have they seen such a talkative Zhang Yiqi? Among them, there are still a few who have a crush on Zhang Yiqi. They were thinking of waiting for a suitable opportunity before going to confess, but never thought that they would be preceded by a freshman brat. Jealousy makes a person's face change, and there was a man with shady eyes in the corner, thinking that since I can't get Zhang Yiqi, there's no way I'm going to let you brats get her. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a Weibo message to Tao Qian, the school's famous rich second generation. Brother Qian, someone is harassing Zhang Yiqi, just outside the school's old hot pot. Come over and take a look. Which asshole is so ungrateful? How dare he touch my woman? I'm having dinner with Xiao Mei over here, so go over there now and clean him up, and say I told you to do it. The man glanced at Lu Tu, who had broad shoulders and a thin waist and was 191 in height. With difficulty, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Dive brother. I see this kid like a prick. Why don't you come over and clean him up? Mainly because I broke my foot playing ball today. Okay, you hold him off for me. I'll be right over. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The unaware Lu Tu was still feasting. Ever since he drank the physique improvement potion, he had been in a state of hunger. Only that he was usually used to being hungry, which barely carried him until now. Now that you're in a hot pot restaurant, you're still eating freely. After finishing the dishes that Zhang Jiji ordered, Lu Tu ordered another 10 plates of tripe and 20 plates of fatty beef, and put them into the pot together. Zhang Yiqi had never seen such a way of eating before, but fortunately, although Lu Tu had a large amount of rice, his eating was extremely good looking, and he didn't have that revolting look of eating and broadcasting at all. Instead, it made her appetite increase, and she subconsciously started to fight with Lu Tu for the food. Sister, you're eating my hot tripe. Hey, you're hot again. I'll eat this one first. The two of them ate the hot pot cheekily, which made the bystanders even more jealous. Half an hour later, the two of them ate their fill. Lu Tu called the waiter to settle the bill. After paying the money, he realized that he had actually eaten too much, and when he looked at Zhang Qiqi to do the same, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. Sister, let's sit down for a while and take it easy. There aren't many people coming to eat at this time anyway. Listen to you. This idle sitting is also boring. Lu Tu in fact has long noticed the envious eyes of the bystanders, but now Lu Tu is no longer the previous cowardly Lu Tu. The more others are not happy, the more he is happy. Not envied by the people is a mediocre talent. Casually picking up the blank sheet and pen used by the waiter on the table for ordering, he looked at Zhang Yiqi and said, "Don't move. Senior sister. I'll draw a sketch for you." Good. Zhang Yiqi remembered Lu Tu's superb photography skills in the afternoon, and thought that painting should also be good at it. After all, the arts are all similar. It didn't take long for Lu Tu to draw a cute version of Zhang Yiqi on the paper, only that he intentionally scribbled a few places and drew Zhang Yiqi as a fat girl with her mouth stuffed with food, which looked funny and hilarious. And this was also an old trick he often used. The drawing is done, sister. Take a look. After handing it to Zhang Ji, she didn't get angry and graciously held the painting up to her face, feigning exasperation and puffing out her cheeks. Take a good look at it. Does it really look like a painting? Just then, a Lamborghini Maverick pulled up outside the store, and out of the car came a young man covered in designer labels and wearing an exaggerated pair of yellow sunglasses. The car was not even turned off. He took off his sunglasses and walked into the store in an overbearing manner. A glance just saw this scene, and immediately burned with anger, striding towards Zhang Yiqi. Chapter 16 Rascals can do magic. No one can stop them. At the right time, baby. Why did you come to this kind of place to eat? If you want to eat hot pot, you give me I will let the chef at home make it for you. The freshest Wagyu beef flown in from the island. How unhygienic this place is, the man questioned in a high voice. With a slight anger, the crowd in the hot pot restaurant all looked towards him. When Zhang Qiqi turned his head in confusion, he saw Tao Qian staring at himself with a face full of anger, as if he was doing something wrong to him, and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him with indifference, not even bothering to look at him squarely. When he looked at Lu Tu, the corners of his mouth returned out of the previous smile. You painted me so ugly. At the expense of me trusting you, you have to compensate me. Although Lu Tu didn't recognize the man, but this with his toes to think also know what is going on. As a man, Lu Tu naturally will not give him any good face. Lu Tu smiled and took the sketch in Zhang Jiqi's hand, handing her a pen. Fine, I'll just compensate you. Come on, senior sister. You draw a circle here, guaranteed to turn decay into magic. Don't you dare lie to me. Cheating is for puppies. Lying. The other guests in the room were looking this way, and everyone knew there was a good show coming. Zhang Jiqi half-heartedly took the pen and drew a circle on the paper casually, and after blowing a breath onto the paper at Lu Tu's gesture, he only saw Lu Tu flick his index finger on the back of the paper, right in front of everyone's eyes, only to see the previous piece of paper. A finely crafted bracelet suddenly appeared, illuminated with a bit of starlight under the light. Zhang Yiqi covered her mouth in surprise. This was too much out of her expectation. She originally thought that Lu Tu was just intentionally using such tactics to piss off Tao Qian next to her, but she didn't expect Lu Tu to be able to do magic tricks. As the saying goes, hooligans can do magic. What woman can stop them? There were also many girls present. They had envied the kind of sweet love that could only be found in TV dramas, and now that they suddenly saw the desired love right next to them, the girls all exclaimed in surprise, and there were even some who applauded. Wow, that's cute. How did you do that? Do you like it, schoolmarm? The surprise in Zhang Yi's eyes didn't need to be concealed at all. She smiled and ordered him to carefully pick up that silver bracelet and put it on her wrist. Timely. When did you get so low-eyed? If you want to like a bracelet, you give me the word. I'll buy you a high-fashion one. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Shi had never looked at Tao Qian squarely, and at this moment, she still ignored him completely, shaking her slender wrist in front of Lu Tu's eyes, and her eyes curved into a nice-looking arc. I love it. Tao Qian was completely enraged after being ignored one after another. Almost all of the students in the room were from Zhonghai University, and this embarrassing situation was intolerable for him who was used to being starstruck. He immediately turned his gun around, pointed his finger at Lu Tu's nose, and chided. You, get out of my way. You're a stinking beggar who's worthy of eating with Jiang Jiqi? Lu Tu did not want to clean up this guy, but you actually came to mess with him when you were dying. Since you dared to die, then he dared to bury. First, he praised Jiang Yi. It looks really good on you. Then he squinted at the man and said provocatively, didn't your parents teach you what manners mean? Didn't see such a romantic scene? You stinking had to come and make trouble. Get out of here. Hiss. A sound of sucking cold air came from the scene. All the people present knew Jiang Jiqi. Naturally, they also knew this Zhonghai University's famous rich second-generation Tao Qian. Lu Tu actually dared to talk to Tao Qian like this? You know Tao Qian had committed a crime before. A boy kicking a ball accidentally bumped into him. He beat the other party to broken ribs into the hospital. I do not know how much money his family spent to set things right. Anyway, and then just a big fault. And then his father donated a movie theater to the school. Tao Qian was all pissed off by Lu Tu's words. Where did he think that a person whose name he couldn't even pronounce would dare to scold him for having no family education? Brash and accustomed to his reach towards Lu Tu's neck, collar grabbed, mouth cursing, I can go to your mother's bar. Stinking beggar. But just as soon as he struck out, he only felt a sharp pain coming from his wrist, and when he looked down, his hand was being grabbed by Lu Tu, as if it was being clamped by a wrench. Tao Qian didn't even see when Lu Tu struck. He was usually pampered where he could stand this kind of pain. Showing his teeth and using his other fist, he swung towards Lu Tu's face. With a snap, he was blocked again by Lu Tu, and with a casual push forward, he stumbled, and was barely able to stand still thanks to the assistance of a bystander. Tao Qian, you've gone too far. What are you going to do? Jiang Jiqi shot up. Her originally glowing eyes were now filled with a layer of frost. Tao Qian looked at Jiang Jiqi in shock. He has been chasing Jiang Jiqi for 2 whole years. Who doesn't know about it in the whole CUHK? In his heart, he has long regarded Jiang Yiji as his girlfriend. But Jiang Yiji actually helped each other. Didn't see that he was pushed down? However, he couldn't lose his temper with Jiang Jiqi and could only look at Lu Tu angrily and said in a loud voice, do you know who I am? And you dare to hit me? Lu Tu stood up, the great sense of oppression brought about by his 191 height, and stood in front of Tao Qian looking down on him condescendingly, skimming his mouth disdainfully. Do you know who I am? Do you dare to tell me who you are? Tao Qian at this time is also a little confused about the other side of the bottom. According to the reasoning of the Zhonghai University, a little bit of the background of the boys, he almost all know, but in front of this person is very raw, seems to have never seen. I'm Lu Tu. Lu Tu. Tao Qian thought about it and didn't have any impression of it, but the man who had tweeted to him earlier came up and reminded him in a small voice, and only then did Tao Qian ask in return, Ding Zhang and his class? It was fine if he didn't mention this name, but when he did, Lu Tu's face grew even colder. What is your relationship with Ding Zhang? Ding Zhang is Laozi's lapdog. Let him clean you up tonight. Tao Qian had never suffered such an insult in his life. He got up from the ground and was about to rush towards Lu Tu, but he was pulled back by someone next to him and whispered something. Tao Qian compared the gap in strength between the two men, and he decided that he could not use his weak areas to provoke the other's superior items. If it was someone else, Tao Qian didn't mind beating the other party up, but after briefly exchanging blows with Lu Tu just now, he knew deep down that fighting was no longer a track he was good at. I thought you were somebody, but it turns out you're just a little yakuza applying for a grant for poor students. Do you know what happens when you offend me? He looked straight into Tao Qian's eyes as Lu Tu said word for word, since a minute ago, you've already cursed my mom twice. As soon as the words fell, 2 loud slaps were slapped on Tao Qian's face. The whole room was shocked. Chapter 17, What a chick. No one in the crowd could have imagined that Lu Tu actually dared to slap Tao Qian, which is a rich second generation whose family donated a movie theater to the school. The engine of the Maverick sports car outside the store, still roaring low, seemed to be disgruntled on behalf of his owner. Even Jiang Shi looked at Lu Tu with unbelievable gazes. Was this still the same Lu Tu who was scared by Ding Zhang just yesterday and hid in her arms? And Lu Tu said this extremely dashing and confident. Jiang Jiqi family origin. Followed the elders have seen a lot of capable people. She at this time in Lu Tu body, saw completely does not belong to the poor students of the dashing temperament. More accurately said Lu Tu body. But also with a student is difficult to have a thick gangster. This is definitely not a bluff can be faked. Boys of the same age generally cared about other people insulting their mothers, but really like Lu Tu. For those who insulted their mothers, without saying a word, directly take action of decisive and cruel people. Even Jiang Yiqi is also the first time to see. After Tao Qian received 2 slaps, his eyes stared resentfully at Lu Tu. He never thought that Lu Tu would dare to hit him. He should know that his pursuit of Jiang Yiqi, that was authorized by his family's old man. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so unscrupulous. But now he was actually being beaten by a poor student little Yakuza in public. So many pairs of eyes are staring at him. If he doesn't take this revenge, how can he still mix in Shanghai University in the future? But at the moment he has no one around him. It is not rational to make a direct move with LV2. As long as LV2 is in Shanghai for one day, he has countless ways to clean up LV2. Thinking of this, Tao Qian stood up, straightened the collar of his Parisian family's jacket, rubbed his red and swollen cheeks and looked at Lu Tu maliciously. Originally, seeing that you are a poor student, I didn't want to bother with you about pushing me, but since you dared to beat me up, I'll just have to call the police. Hearing that the police were called, Jiang Yiqi hastened to discourage them. Tao Qian, don't call the police. I'm willing to compensate you for your medical expenses. Tao Qian looked angrily at Jiang Yiqi. Earlier you ignored me again and again, and now when you hear that I'm going to call the police to arrest this little Yakuza, you're even pleading with me for him? Lu Tu sniffed and pulled Jiang Yiqi behind himself, and when he looked at Tao Qian, the corner of his mouth lifted up into a mocking smile. I need to let my senior sister plead for me? Since you're such a wimp, then you should call the police. But I did hear that you were used to running roughshod over the school before. How come you chose to be a wimp today? At this moment, Tao Qian was already holding back his anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Lu Tu, he would have done it long ago. And when he heard Lu Tu's taunts one after another, he was like a barrel of dynamite, which was instantly ignited. Lu Tu, I want you to die. Jiang Yiqi knew that Tao Qian's family background was definitely not something that an ordinary student like Lu Tu could fight against. And even if he didn't transgress the law, Lu Tu had indeed slapped Tao Qian twice with his hands just now. Compensation for some medical expenses is okay. The most critical thing is that if Tao Qian tangled in this matter, there is even the possibility of running to the hospital to check the injuries. Once the doctor is given some benefits, get a certificate of minor injuries, LV2 but to go to jail. After all, now Tao Qian's face is still swollen like a pig's head, and I don't know where Lu Tu, who was so thin and weak yesterday, got such a big hand. Jiang Yiqi spoke. Tao Qian, count me as owing you a favor. Don't call the police. I'm willing to compensate you for your medical expenses. But Jiang Yi did not expect. This sentence in Tao Qian sounds more like a kind of humiliation to him. In Tao Qian's perspective, sooner or later is his own woman. At this time is paying the medical bills for a beat up their own white boy. This is the difference between green with their own? He hadn't been insulted like this since he was a kid. Tao Qian, almost in a growling tone, rushed at Jiang Yiqi and said angrily, You, how dare you want to pay for my medical bills on his behalf? When these words came out, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Many of them know Jiang Yiqi's identity, that is the mayor's daughter. Tao Qian even mouthed to scold Jiang Yiqi. Can be seen that he has been completely overwhelmed by anger, lost his mind. Tao Qian also do not care about the other. Anyway, their Tao Group's game company, in Shanghai is a pillar industry leader in taxpayers. Even Jiang Yi, her father, treat their own old man also polite. He clearly saw a look of shame and indignation emerge on Jiang Yiqi's face, and Tao Qian was feeling a wave of relief at his counterattack, when in the next second he only felt a lightness in his feet, and his whole body flew out. Tao Qian, your mom! Lu Tu let out a bellow when Tao Qian's words had just fallen, and at the same time, he kicked over, hitting Tao Qian squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying backwards until he fell and tumbled twice on the street. A gasp erupted from the crowd, but the one who was most shocked was Jiang Yiqi. Her heart contracted for a moment as Lu Tu roared out the profanity, but it was immediately filled with great joy. A thrilling look erupted in Jiang Yi's eyes as he looked at Lu Tu. Her side never lack of suitors, but those who are either only smallpox promises, or will only do something to move their own things. The only one Lu Tu, just because Tao Qian scolded her, directly a flying kick. In the heart of Jiang Yiqi, who had been a good girl since childhood, Lu Tu was simply handsome. At that moment, it was as if she understood why Lu Tu felt different to her. The owner of the hot pot restaurant was the first to run over and stop Lu Tu. Young man, don't fight in my place. Lu Tu looked at the knocked-down mess and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. How much do you figure for the tables and chairs? You're a student too, so just give $800. Before Lu Tu could pay, Jiang Yiqi spoke up first. Sorry uncle, I've caused you trouble. A WeChat arrival of 1. $000 came from the cash register. Lu Tu did not care about this, and was about to go out to find Tao Qian to settle the score, when his arm was tugged by Jiang Jiqi, and he looked back with slight confusion, originally thinking that Jiang Jiqi was going to give him a lecture again, but who knew that Jiang Jiqi smiled encouragingly at Lu Tu. Her left hand gathered her hair, while her right hand, which was wearing a bracelet, very naturally took Lu Tu's arm. No matter what, we'll carry it together. Lu Tu looked at Jiang Jiqi and found that her eyes had become different. If the previous adoption of the kitten or the photo sketching was just an appetizer, the kick he had just given in defense of Jiang Jiqi seemed to have kicked open the door to Jiang Jiqi's heart as well. Jiang Jiqi squeezed Lu Tu's arm and looked at him inquiringly. Are you afraid of involving me? Hearing this, Lu Tu stood in place in a daze. Thinly veiled women, he has seen too much. Not to mention that he and Jiang Jiqi is still just an ordinary friend relationship. Even if it is a husband and wife, the situation of the big trouble flies separately are not a few. Nowadays, in this environment where female boxing is prevalent, there are still women who are so sentimental and righteous. If she, Jiang Jiqi, a woman, could do this, how could he, Lu Tu, swarm and act like a woman? He was so proud of himself that he smiled freely. Okay, we'll carry it together. Chapter 18, The Kong Bridge. Lu Tu and Jiang Jiqi, under everyone's gaze, stepped out of the hot pot restaurant and came in front of Tao Qian. At this moment, Tao Qian arched his body and kept rolling over, his mouth still cursing uncontrollably. Lu Tu, you're dead. I want you dead. Lu Tu didn't choose to make up for it. After all, he was a student, not a humongous bandit, and didn't dare to do anything illegal in full view of the public. He could still justify the beating just now, but if he added a few kicks now, he would be sitting on intentional injury. Soon, several police officers pushed their way through the crowd and rushed in, rushing around to question the circle before glaring at Lu Tu. Did you do it? Lu Tu admitted frankly. It's me. One police officer went ahead to retrieve the surveillance of the hot pot restaurant, while the rest of the police officers checked Tao Qian's state and asked, can you stand up? Tao Qian saw his backbone and squealed at the police. Save me. This guy is going to kill me. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a society of law and order. Who dares to kill someone on the street? The older policeman next to him had already checked Tao Qian's body and found that there were no major injuries, allowing him to stand up on his own. After Tao Qian was helped up by the dog leg next to him, he hurriedly gave orders to the police. I'm Tao Qian of Tao Group. Help me notify my lawyer and my family, as well as I want to go to the hospital for an examination of my injuries. Take it easy. I'll take you there. The middle-aged policeman came in front of Lu Tu, and at an angle unseen by the onlookers, he made a wink at Lu Tu. It was only then that Lu Tu saw clearly that the policeman in front of him had also come to the first cafeteria yesterday, and he was the one who had escorted Ding Zhang away at that time. There are many people here. Lu Tu will not be stupid enough to show it, and can only pretend to be innocent. Uncle Police, you have seen the surveillance here to know the whole process. It is this guy who took the initiative to cause trouble. The middle-aged policeman immediately made a stern face and snorted coldly. We don't need you to command us to handle the case. First go back with us to make a statement. Kong stood up at the right moment. I'm in on this. I'm coming along. The middle-aged policeman was the person in charge of this area. How could he not recognize Mayor Zhang's daughter? Seeing her and Lu Tu behaving intimately, he looked deeply at the two of them before nodding. You also follow. The other students don't need to crowd around. Go back to school and pay attention to safety. He then had someone take Tao Qian to the hospital to have his injuries examined, and brought Lu Tu and Zhang Jiwei to a conference room in the institute. The middle-aged policeman gestured for the two to sit down and then introduced himself. My name is Su. Now tell me what's going on. Jiang Jiqi held Lu Tu's 10 fingers tightly from the beginning to the end, and Lu Tu took the lead to speak. Hello Officer Su, the matter is like this. Recounted the original cause of the incident, during which there was no adding fuel to the fire. After all, the hot pot restaurant is a surveillance video. Lying makes no sense, but rather annoying people. Officer Su made a statement and spoke seriously. What you said is basically true, but I want to ask you, why did you kick that last kick? Jiang Jiqi blurted out. Tao Qian scolded me. Anyway, the scolding was so unpleasant that Lu Tu made his move. Officer Su glanced at her before looking at Lu Tu. Do you know Tao Qian's identity? No. How dare you kick him in the small of the back knowing that his family's lawyer is already here? And this kind of case is a pain in the ass with very bad repercussions. You better hope he's okay or no one can protect you. Lu Tu said frankly. I'm willing to take responsibility for what I've done. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Tu with a face full of determination. If you are teaching him a lesson for me, I'll take it on together. Officer Su gave them both a helpless look and sighed at her. Jiang Jiqi, your father is here. As soon as the words fell, the door of the conference room opened and an elegant middle-aged man walked in, with eyebrows that looked similar to Zhang Jiqi's, and even though his face was calm, his eyes were terrifyingly cold. Lu Tu knew that this was Zhang Jiqi's father, the mayor of Zhonghai, Zhang Daqiao. He suddenly realized that yesterday in the first cafeteria, Zhang Daqiao was also present, only that he didn't say much the whole time. The first thing Zhang Daqiao did was to look at Zhang Jiqi, and after realizing that she wasn't in any serious trouble, he then looked at Lu Tu. He wanted to see which brat actually dared to bring down his precious daughter. After meeting LV2 on all fours, Zhang Daqiao also recognized LV2, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Kang stood up obediently and called out timidly, "Dad!" Zhang Daqiao directly crossed over the two men and came to Officer Su and took the initiative to extend his hand. "Old Su. Hard work. Mayor Jiang, don't have to say that. It's all what I should do. It's good that it's not a big deal." "Still not big? One more inch down and the Tao family will be extinct." Zhang Daqiao's voice raised a few points without anger. Seeing this, Officer Su made an excuse to leave the conference room, leaving the place to them. Kang Daqiao sat next to the two, and at a glance, he saw the hands of the two that were still interlocked, and could not help but have his eyelids flutter wildly. How could my own precious daughter be so easily tricked by such a brawling and fighting asshole in front of her? He looked at Zhang Jiqi. "I've been so busy with my work on weekdays that I've neglected to discipline you. Have you forgotten what you promised me?" Kang could be a high and mighty goddess in front of other people, but she seemed to be afraid of Kang Daqiao, and Lu Tu could clearly feel Kang's body shaking. "No relationships in college. Wait until you come back from study abroad." Kang Daqiao heavily tapped his finger on the desktop. "Is this how you honor your promises? You didn't learn from the good ones, and now you've actually learned to fight with people." Zhang Yiqi smiled in aggravation and deflated his mouth. "Tao Qian, he scolded me." "He scolded you. You can tell Dad. Dad will naturally stand up for you. Do you need to use such a stupid and foolish method?" Zhang Daqiao's eyes if anything looked at Lu Tu when he said this. Zhang Yiqi grunted and stopped talking, but Zhang Daqiao's next sentence made her directly collapse. "Looks like I have to move my plans forward. You'll go to England next month, so you don't have to fool around all day in Shanghai." "I'm not going." "By all means." The father and daughter got up on pins and needles. Lu Tu knew it was time for him to speak. The scene at hand was all because of Lu Tu. He first stood up and bowed deeply to Zhang Daqiao. "Uncle Jiang, my name is Lu Tu. I think we met yesterday." "Yes." Ginger Bridge spoke coldly. "This whole thing today was caused by me being too impulsive. This whole thing was caused by me being too impulsive. And it has negatively affected you as well. I'm sorry. You don't have to care. You can leave." Zhang Qiaoqiao's tone was unquestionable, and he directly gave an expulsion order. Of course Lu Tu knew that he couldn't leave, and at this point, even if he didn't turn around, he knew that Zhang Jiqi was looking at him. Kang Jiji can choose to bear it together for his own sake. If he wants to leave at this time, then is he still a man? Lu Tu firmly held Zhang Jiqi's hand in front of Zhang Daqiao and said with a single word, "I'm not leaving." Chapter 19, Be My Boyfriend. Ginger Bridge frowned. "You're not leaving? You're trying to take responsibility for the whole thing?" "Right. To be precise, I'm carrying it with Kang Ji. Who are you to take my daughter with you on your shoulders? And who are you to make decisions for her? For me as a father?" Zhang Daqiao burst into a rage. Lu Tu calmly locked eyes with Zhang Daqiao without the slightest bit of fear, "Because I promised her that we would carry things together." "Joke. Do you think you can carry it off just with your so-called passion? We can carry it." Hearing this, Zhang Ji, gazing at Lu Tu's firm-side face, tears actually came out of her eyes for a moment. After she smiled and wiped them away, the previous sense of panic of having done something wrong disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a strong sense of security. Even she herself didn't know how she could be convinced of what Lu Tu said after only knowing him for 2 days. Zhang Daqiao was all but exasperated by Lu Tu as he looked at the stubborn young man in front of him who was half a head taller than him. "If I remember correctly, you were crying in the cafeteria yesterday because you were bullied and couldn't apply for a grant. How can you be arrogant enough to, today, say such big words in front of me?" Lu Tu didn't care at all about the fact that he was talking about, and nodded his head frankly. "I am indeed cowardly, but Zhang Jiqi was being pointed at and cursed when she was with me. So if I don't even have the courage to protect her, I don't deserve to be surnamed Lu." Zhang Jiqi came to a realization. She finally understood why yesterday Lu Tu was so timid, but today he became exceptionally brave. Everything was because of her. Zhang Jiqi tilted her head and mumbled, "Lu Tu, I don't want to go to England. I want to be with you." "You don't have to go to England. Give me time. I can protect you and give you everything you want." Hearing this, Zhang Yi, the stone in her heart completely settled. She finally knew what kind of boy she liked at this moment. She firmly hugged Lu Tu's arm. "I'm not going anywhere. Just with you." "Ridiculous. Childish. Naive." Ginger Bridge clapped his hands, no longer caring about his status as mayor. He pointed at Lu Tu's nose and questioned, "What makes you think you can give Jiang Jiqi everything she wants? If I wasn't Jiang Ji's father today, you would have been detained by now. How do you know Tao Qian won't buy a doctor to issue a false certificate? But you'll be detained for any minor injuries. It's not true that your family is full of loyalty, but no one can protect you if you break the law. Even your father, your grandfather, your entire family will be disgraced with you. What will you take to give happiness to Kang Ji when the time comes? You're just a marginalized person with a criminal record." Jiang Daqiao finished some words. Perhaps the emotional excitement led to the red face. Jiang Jiqi woke up. The original thing made such a big fuss. If not Jiang Daqiao came, maybe Lu Tu really was Tao Qian played on the opportunity. Sent to the detention center. Thinking of this, Jiang Ji, a burst of fear, quickly ran to the side of the Kong Bridge. With a hand gently patted the back of the Kong Bridge, so that his face slightly eased. "Dad, we know we're wrong, and it will never happen again. Uncle Jiang, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not thinking things through." Even though Lu Tu had taken all of this into consideration, he now didn't have too good a solution at the moment. He didn't want to bother Pang Wei as a last resort. After all, he wasn't sure if the other party would be willing to help him in this kind of matter. And Ginger Bridge said every word is true. Must give Ginger Bridge step down. After Jiang Daqiao's anger subsided, he helplessly waved his hand. "You don't need to say anything. This matter ends here. I only have one request for you, and that is that you are not allowed to date Jiang Jiqi." "Dad, I don't." Jiang Daqiao changed his previous strong attitude and said bitterly, "It's Dad who only cares about his work and doesn't spend more time with you. You cannot go to England for a while, but the two of you really don't have any results." He looked at Lu Tu again. "Young man, I actually have a good impression of you, and you come from a good background. But if you think from my perspective as a father, you'll be able to understand what I'm doing." Lu Tu nodded. "I can understand that, but everything I say counts, and I can give Kong everything." Jiang Daqiao and Lu Tu Liangzhou stared at each other. The two of them pinpointed at each other. Both seemed to want to use their aura to make the other person back down. And in the large conference room, time seemed to freeze. After a full minute, Jiang Daqiao laughed. "Manly man, what you say is not as good as what you do. Wait until you actually do it. After all, you guys are still young. Anything is possible." After saying that, he got up and walked towards the outside of the conference room. Looking towards Jiang Ji, "I'll wait for you outside." It was clear that he had left time for the two to say goodbye. At this time, in the conference room, there was only Lu Tu and Jiang Ji, the two of them just quietly looking at each other. Except that there was a hot flow of love in their eyes. This morning, Lu Tu was not at all interested in Jiang Jiqi. After the photo shoot, Lu Tu admits that he has some feelings for Kang Ji, and when Jiang Jiqi said that we'll carry it together, Lu Tu had already decided to put away that fickle heart and stay with this woman with love and justice. At this moment, even if the two of them were full of thorns, Lu Tu would firmly walk towards Jiang Jiqi and fulfill all his promises. "Senior sister, I like you." Lu Tu was the first to break the calm. "Idiot, still calling me schoolmate." Jiang Yi blushed scarlet. The two walked quickly towards each other and embraced tightly, and the dusty place at the bottom of Lu Tu's heart melted completely. "Ginger, be my girlfriend." Jiang Ichi didn't answer immediately, but raised her head and looked at him in a serious manner. "You know what, Lu Tu? Just now when you said in front of my dad that you could protect me, I believed that my boyfriend would be able to do it." With that, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a shallow kiss on Lu Tu's cheek. Then she pushed Lu Tu away and ran out of the conference room without looking back. "Remember what you said in front of my dad," leaving behind the heart-pounding Lu Tu. He clenched his fists and looked at Jiang Jiqi's back as he left, only feeling that his body was filled with power at the moment. It was the first time in his previous life that he had ever felt this way, and it was more mesmerizing than any of his all-night indulgences. Is this what real first love feels like? Intense and evocative. The system beep in his head broke his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, repaying Jiang Ji. Accounting for event completion. The completion of this event exceeds the system's prediction and is rated as S-Class, rewarding one first prize lottery ticket of the Grand Lotto. Yes, actually is the Lotto first prize lottery. As long as you know the number yourself to buy him a 100 bets, not directly across the class in one fell swoop. But next he was dumbfounded, only to see that in his system backpack, a lone lottery ticket appeared. He mentally held the ticket in his hand and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check. After looking at it, he almost cursed. The lottery is actually tonight's draw. A look at the watch has already passed the draw time, which means that Lu Tu can only go to redeem once. Cannot realize his grand wish to buy 100 bets. Chapter 20, Revenge on Tao Qian. Acceptance. System, are you messing with me on purpose? This is an S-rank completion for me. Lu Tu was clearly not very satisfied with this reward. Ding! It's not that this system is doing this on purpose, but the Dragon Lottery is not a regular lottery. Even if the prediction is accurate, the winning numbers will suddenly change, so it can only materialize a physical lottery ticket. Lu Tu also felt that the system had a point. It is better to have than not to have, no matter how to say that this is the first prize of the lotto, but it is a real 10 million. Even after deducting the tax, there is still 8 million in hand. Conference room outside the footsteps. Lu Tu hurriedly put the lottery ticket into the pocket. Su police officer came over and handed Lu Tu leaning note. We have investigated out his Tao Qian provocation trouble in the first. You can go back to school. This is my phone number. If you encounter trouble at school, you can call me. Thank you, Uncle Policeman. Lu Tu left the institute and headed for the dormitory. And when he passed by a pet store, he stopped by to buy some cat food and cat litter. Since he was already with Jiang Jiqi, it was only natural that these little guys should be taken care of as well. Lu Tu actually also loves small animals, only the way he loved them before was a bit different from Jiang Ji. He couldn't live without them. However, since he is now with Kong Ji Ji, it's not a big deal to raise it by hand, and it can also improve his relationship with Kong Ji Ji in the meantime. After walking for not a while, Lu Tu noticed something wrong. From the bureau out there are two men trailing him. He found a place with surveillance to stop. Looking back to the two men. I'm about to arrive at the school. You guys still follow? The two obviously did not expect that they were actually found, and did not nag to come to Lu Tu in front of the eyes of the fierce light threatened. Our young master let you go to Caesar's KTV tomorrow night to kneel down and apologize. Or this is not over. Lu Tu smiled contemptuously and looked straight at the two. What if I don't? One of them threw away the cigarette in his hand and provocatively puffed out a stream of smoke at Lu Tu. Then you have to be careful. Our brothers will often come to play with you. At this time, the system's beep came again in his head. Ding. Triggering mission, revenge against Tao Qian. Does the host accept? Do you still need to ask? Tao Qian has people looking for themselves. This can still be a shrinking violet? Even if the system does not trigger the task. This beam is completely knotted. Immediately accept the task. Lu Tu sneered at the two men. Tell Tao Qian, this loser, that I'm waiting for him and I'm afraid he won't dare to come. Said turned around and left in stride. Thanks to the other side would not dare to sneak attack him. If he dared to do it would have done it. On this means also want to come to scare him? When I got home, I had a session of WeChat with Jiang Ji, and I didn't mention anything about Tao Qian, and the trouble on the surface had already been set up by Jiang Daqiao. The reason why Tao Qian would still dare to come to retaliate against him. Lu Tu guessed that it was Jiang Daqiao's intention. In order to test whether Lu Tu actually had the ability to set things right by himself, he lay on his bed thinking, although he now had a first prize lottery ticket, it was simply not enough for the Tao group. Not even a fraction of someone else's worth. If he wanted to get back at Tao Qian, then he would still have to start from other aspects, but there was not much he could lean on before that. One was the system. He had completed a total of 3 quests so far, but the rewards of the 3 quests weren't very powerful, and aside from the body improvement potion, money wasn't of much use to him at the moment. After all, staying in school every day with so many other pairs of eyes on him as a poor student was bad maneuvering. Secondly, it is a huge 4. It seems that it is time to go to Cheeky to climb this high branch. Even if yesterday Jiang Bridge has already been considered to be very to LV2 to save face, but the word still revealed the class gap between Lu Tu and their family, and that he himself was only relying on the little bit of residual shade from his ancestors, and was completely unable to reach the level of crossing the class. To continue to move up the ladder, he needed time, and more than that, he needed context. Thinking about it, he came up with the riskiest yet most rewarding way to do it right now. At 9 a.m. The following morning, Lu Tu didn't rush to the lottery center to redeem the jackpot. He already had a plan in mind. First, he found the phone number Officer Su gave him last night and dialed it. Hello Officer Su, this is Lu Tu. Go ahead. Here's the thing. Can I know what happened to Ding Zhang and the others who bullied me? Officer Su didn't intend to hide it from Lu Tu. After all, he was the victim. Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao, several people, because of the suspected school bullying, have already caused minor injuries to you. Several people were detained for a period of 6 months. As long as I'm not willing to sign the letter of understanding, they have to stay in detention until the end of the term? Hearing this, Officer Su became confused. According to the legal process that's how it works. And now their family members are coming to you? No, I thought after all, we are all classmates. In case we meet in the future, that's nothing to worry about. Even if their families come to you, it's perfectly fine to ignore them or refuse any of their requests. They won't dare to retaliate against you. Then I'm relieved Officer Su. Thank you. After getting this news, Lu Tu reinforced his plan. finding the business card that Little Song's secretary had handed to him earlier, which had her number on it. LV2 dialed directly, his tone reverting back to that honest and poor student as he weakly asked, "Is this Little Song's sister?" "I'm Lu 2. After a moment's reflection, the other party spoke gently. "Hello, Xiao Lu. Are you up to something? Is Uncle Pong busy?" "The leader is not busy at this time. Are you looking for him for something?" "You can talk to me first and I'll relay it for you. Uncle Pang has done me a great favor. I want to thank Uncle Pang in person. Xiao Song can be the secretary of Pang Dang 4. Where would not understand Lu 2's strings? Immediately remembered that Pang Dang 4 had asked Lu 2 to recuperate and go to the house as a guest. Politely, he returned, "Wait a moment while I ask for permission." The sound of leather shoes stepping on tiles came from the receiver, and a moment later, Pang Bang Wei opened his mouth. "Xiao Lu, how have you been doing lately? Are you still used to it?" "I'm fine now. The principal and teachers are taking care of me, thanks to Uncle Pang's concern." "That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to it. I told your aunt about you, and your aunt is quite eager to meet you, so why don't you come over to the house for a casual dinner tonight?" "Okay, Uncle Pong. I'm calling today just to come to the door and thank you. I'll have Song pick you up from school at 5 p.m. "Got it, Uncle Pong." "Okay, get to class." After the phone was handed over to Xiao Song's secretary, he made an appointment with Lu Tu about the exact time, and only then hung up the phone. Whether or not he could quickly gain a foothold in Zhonghai depended on this meal. Lu Tu opened the secret compartment where he had hidden his things and took his grandfather's treasured pistol out of it. Chapter 21, Visiting Pangwei. Anyway, Lu Shirda had told him that he didn't even need to go to class lately. Studying belonged to a complete formality for him, and with his current state of mind letting him continue to sit in the classroom and study would be harder than killing him. After lunch, Zhang Jiji came to Lu Tu's dormitory, saying that it was to look at the kitten, which was also agreed yesterday that the daily cat litter and all this would be shoveled by Zhang Jiji. The two have just established their relationship. Zhang Jiji's eyebrows were all shy when she saw Lu Tu. "Where is the half-cool schoolgirl look?" Zhang Yi shook the packed lunch in his hand. "Did you not eat? I brought you some." Lu Tu took the lunch and put it aside smoothly, grabbing Zhang Jiji's hand and gently bringing it towards his own arms. Zhang Jiji let out a cry of surprise, and obediently jumped into Lu Tu's arms, being looked at so directly by Lu Tu. Zhang Jiwei's cheeks blushed. "Is it that good looking?" As a veteran driver, Lu Tu, his hands subconsciously placed on Zhang Jiji's waist nest, gazing at her shy eyes. Bright-eyed Ruwashi, I suddenly have an impulse. "What impulse?" "I want to lick your eyes so bad." "You're so sick. That can't be helped. I just want to be perverted to you." Where had Zhang Yi ever heard such unpleasant words? She was so nervous that her eyes were tightly closed, and her white eyelashes were slightly trembling due to her nervousness. "Seeing as you were good in front of my dad last night, I'll let you lick it then." Lu Tu was greatly surprised. Originally he was just talking off the cuff, but he didn't expect that Zhang Ji actually didn't resent it at all. Looking at Zhang Jiqi, who had a face that looked like he was letting the king pick him up, how could Lu Tu bear to really be that perverted? Slightly lowering his head, he kissed on Zhang Jiqi's slightly hot lips, and at the beginning of the contact, Zhang Jiqi subconsciously winced, and then opened his eyes and just stared at Lu Tu. The two of them looked at each other in all directions, and for a while it was a bit awkward. Lu Tu muttered, "How can you kiss with your eyes open? I just wanted to see what kind of a pervert you really are. Then I'm going to go easy on you. Then you come and chase me." Zhang Yiqi smiled and pushed Lu Tu away, spread his legs and ran towards the living room, with Lu Tu in hot pursuit. Taking 3 steps to stop Zhang Yiqi, he walloped her against the wall of the living room and once again lowered his head to kiss her deeply. This time Zhang Yi didn't open her eyes again. She was like a well-behaved kitten, allowing Lu Tu to pry open her lips and savor the charm. Zhang Yiqi naturally wrapped his hands around Lu Tu's neck, responding warmly and rustily, and the two of them embraced each other so tightly that they couldn't wait to melt each other into their bones at this moment. After a long time, Lu Tu let go of Zhang Jiqi, and the two of them panted as they looked at each other, their love for each other so thick that it seemed as if it could not be melted. Even Zhang Jiqi herself didn't know why she easily forgot all her reserve in front of Lu Tu. In her understanding, this should be love. LV, this is very uncomfortable. Kang's heated breath spewed out on Lu Tu's face, scalding the sweaty hairs all over his body, and Kang's eyes began to grow mimsy. Lu Tu glanced down and smiled evilly. Being pointed at by a gun is definitely uncomfortable. Saying this, he picked her up by the waist and headed for the bedroom amidst Zhang Jiqi's exclamation of surprise. A hand just happened to be placed on Zhang Jiyi's waist and tickled her itchy flesh, causing Zhang Jiyi to keep twisting her body and giggling. "Don't tickle me. Haha, you quickly put me down." Lu Tu threw Kong on the bed. He removed his armor for himself in less than 10 seconds, and when he very naturally put his hand on Kang's waist, he was yanked by Kong. No, Xiao Lu, give me some time. Jiang Jiqi suddenly took on a sobbing tone. Lu Tu looked up and saw that somehow Jiang Jiqi's eyes had already brought up tears, biting her delicate lips tightly, making Lu Tu's heart and mind tighten, and cursing himself for being an asshole in his heart. He wants to sleep with Kong Ji so soon after he got together with him despite Kong Ohashi's opposition. He still hasn't changed his bad habit. He always subconsciously treats Kong Ji as those random women in the past. What is too easy to get, one will not cherish. Thinking of this, he kissed Jiang Yi's forehead. I was the one who was in a hurry. Jiang Yi then thoughtfully took his jacket and draped it over Lu Tu's back. Don't be mad at me, okay? I don't know how I'm supposed to fall in love either. I just want to save it for the sacred moment. I'm your girlfriend whether you want me or not. Lu Tu was indeed hasty. He had only known Jiang Jiqi for a few days. Besides, he shouldn't have used his previous habits on Jiang Jiqi. Seeing that Lu Tu didn't say anything, Jiang Ji took the initiative to wring Lu Tu's neck and kissed him. Afterwards, Jiang Yiqi pillowed on Lu Tu's shoulder and chatted to Lu Tu about the interesting things around her, taking out her cell phone and telling him one by one where each photo came from, talking about her family and friends. Lu Tu listened very facetiously the whole time, giving a bit of emotional value-pulling feedback every now and then, until Kong went to class in the afternoon. After taking out a new set of clothes that had been delivered and changing into them, and bringing a bag to pot up the orchids on the balcony, he went outside the school. In the distance came an A6, parked in front of Lu Tu. Xiaosong's secretary rolled down the window and waved at Lu Tu. Xiao Lu, wait for a long time, right? Lu Tu spread her face and smiled. Little sister Song, I just arrived. After getting on the car and looking at the time, it was exactly 5 o'clock, and I have to say that Secretary Xiaosong was really extremely punctual. My name is Song Yusi. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can always call me. Okay, sister Song. Along the way, Song Yusher asked what LV2 answered. Never say much. Soon the sedan drove into a family compound with sentries and stopped in front of a single building. Song Yusi beckoned. Governor Pang is at home. Just go straight in. I still have things to do. We'll see you next time. Oh, thank you, sister Song. Lu Tu politely bid farewell and stood at the door of the second-in-command of the provincial party committee's house. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The door to the room opened, and to Lu Tu's surprise it was actually a long-haired woman of about 24, with a yin chi between her eyebrows and eyes, born extremely beautiful. The woman looked at Lu Tu with a flash of surprise in her eyes and took the lead. You're Lu Tu, right? Come in and sit down. Lu Tu smiled and nodded. Hello, I'm Lu Tu. I'm here to visit Uncle and Auntie Pang. I know it's you. Come on in. You don't have to be so polite. Lu Tu knew that this should be Pang Pangwei's daughter, but he couldn't be bothered to ask what the other party's name was, and followed the other party to the living room. It was too late to appreciate the quaint decor around them before they saw a kindly-faced woman in an apron walk out of the kitchen, waving at Lu Tu. You are Xiao Lu, right? What a talented man. Sit down. We'll be eating soon. Hello Auntie, can I help you? Don't be polite. Just call me Auntie Lin. Wan Er quickly poured tea for Xiao Lu. At this time, Pang Pangfer came out from the upstairs study. Lu Tu hurriedly got up to greet him. Pang Pangfer came to him and patted his shoulder, gratifyingly said, Young is good so soon the body has recovered as before. Chapter 22 Shocking the family. It's all in the hands of the doctors at the city hospital, and they've given me medication that works. Pang Dang nodded for him to sit, while Pang Wan poured a cup of tea for Lu Tu before sitting quietly on the side, curiously sizing up Lu Tu. She also wanted to know what exactly is so outstanding about LV2 that can make her old man valued. Since Pang Pang for the inspection of the University of Central Sea, has mentioned LV2 several times, said that this young man is very good. The body is the capital of the revolution. As long as you have a good body, you can do anything with ease. Pang was chatting casually. Seeing that this was the right time for a good opportunity, Lu Tu first took out the pot of orchids. Uncle Pang, this is one of the 2 favorite pots of orchids that my grandfather had during his lifetime. I hope you don't mind. In Pang Pang's position, what expensive things hadn't he seen before? He wanted to refuse, but when he heard that it was Lu Tu's grandfather's favorite in life, he took it and carefully examined it. Finding that this pot of orchid was really well taken care of, he appreciated. The orchid is born in the valley, not because there is no one but not fragrant. The gentleman cultivates and establishes morality, not because of poverty but change the section. With this kind of family education, no wonder you can have the character of not being proud of your favor and not being able to move away from poverty. I will take care of this pot of orchid for the old hero. Pang for a turn of phrase. Xiao Lu, do you usually love to keep green plants? LV2 people are listening to silly. Just a pot of orchids. Huge for all can be lifted to such a degree. Really let LV2 such rough people sweat. I don't love flowers. I can't be still. Normal. At your age, if you calmly cultivate greenery, it would be too strange. Young people should have the vigor of young people. LV2 knows. Huge for now. Although sentences with praise, but also in the words revealed a sense of distance. To change the status quo, LV2 also have to be on the fierce material, or else this meal is finished. Is the last time he saw a huge in order to. Sure enough, seeing Lu Tu's lust for words, Pang Wei took the initiative to ask, "Are you looking for me for something this time?" Lu Tu knows that this point of their own Taoism in front of the huge four, there is no way to pretend. Want to get the other party's respect. That can only be like in the cafeteria that day, to tell the truth. After all, sincerity is a must-have skill. Uncle Pang, when I went back to my old home in Xinchi to get the orchids, I found something under my grandfather's bed, and I don't know what to do with it. So I've come to ask Uncle Pang for advice on what I should do with it. Hearing this, Pang Wei and Pang Wan both came to be interested. In the end, what is so mysterious and secretive, but also specially sent to Pang Wei here? A relic of an old hero? Show it to me. As Pang Wei and Pang Wan looked intently at the object that Lu Tu had taken out of his backpack, Pang Wei's pupils rapidly contracted, and even though the object was wrapped in cloth, he could still make out the prototype. Pang Wei shouted in a deep voice, "Gun!" The moment she heard the word gun, Pang Wan's expression also became serious. She couldn't figure out why this kid in front of her dared to come to her house with a gun, and couldn't help but frown a frown, only to see Lu Tu adjusted the direction of the muzzle to himself, both hands resting on the gun on the coffee table in front of him, which uncovered the cloth on the body of the gun, and a pistol with a great sense of age appeared in front of the eyes of Hua Pang For. Pang Wan glared unhappily at Lu Tu. "What do you mean? The first time you come to my house as a guest, you bring a gun? Thanks to that, my father still talks about you a lot, saying that you're weirdly pathetic." Even Auntie Lin, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, walked out quickly as she gave Pang Wan a look signaling her to shut up. Pang for a deep look at Lu Tu. If not for the fact that he had investigated Lu Tu's background, he had begun to suspect that Lu Tu was a cutie pie, who would actually bring a gun to the home of a governor himself. "Uncle Pang, there's also this, please take a look." Lu Tu took out his gun license again and handed it to Pang Wei. Pang received the gun-carrying document with vigilance, and when his eyes fell at the official seal at the bottom, he could no longer hide the shock under his eyes. "This gun is actually issued by 502, that god of war? Yes, that's why I don't know what to do with it. Even though it's a relic of my grandfather's, the state law no longer allows private gun ownership." Pang Wan also took over the gun license and glanced at it, incredulously looking at LV2. No wonder LV2 was born so tall and powerful, so the elders of the family are so fierce. At this moment, she could finally understand why her dad valued LV2. Obviously the family was so well established, but she didn't fight for anything. It is reasonable to say that LV2 grandfathered this kind of background. If the selfishness is stronger, LV2 by no means can live so poorly. Pang Pang Foreign picked up the gun, put in the hand gently caress, as if feeling the engraved in the above era mark, cannot help but be surging, that era really let the heart of the gods can with the god of war and general characters side by side, can for the heart of the ideal of the war, it is really not in vain this life. Seeing Pang Tu's loving look, he knew that the initial plan had succeeded, and he spoke without being overbearing. "Uncle Pang, although this is my grandfather's relic, I am always a student now, so I would like to beg you for one thing, and I hope that you can help me keep this gun." A trace of surprise flashed through Pang Dang's eyes. This gun came from a formal background, and could even be said to represent honor. Even if he was to accept this gun, it would not violate the organization's rules, but he still waved his hand in difficulty and refused. "How can this be? This is the old hero's sidearm. Not to mention that it was issued by the god of war himself. I can't take it." Auntie Lin also persuaded at the side. "Yes, Xiao Lu. Your good intentions uncle and auntie appreciate. This is always your grandfather's relics. Stay around can also see things. Uncle Pang, ever since my grandfather died last year, I've been an orphan and have never felt a single ounce of warmth again. And truth be told, that day I already wanted to commit suicide because I didn't have enough money on me to buy my next meal of steamed bread anymore." Hearing this, Pang Bang Wei reprimanded. "Asshole, if you die, how can you stand up to your elders?" Just then, Lu Tu turned to Pang Bei and bowed deeply. "Uncle Pang, it was you who found me in the cafeteria that day, and perhaps it was a very small thing to you, but for me, it was you who gave me dignity and the courage to live again. Let me know that not everyone in this world will turn away from me, the unfortunate one. This great favor, Lu Tu is unable to repay it. This is the only thing I can take. Please take it." LV2 expression firm, eyes sincere, did not say false. Huge for his rescue, but also called it a life-saving grace. Recreation of grace? Then if not him, perhaps that group of leaders will walk straight from his side. So he said to the emotional place, put himself touched. Auntie Lin's eyes are red. She is listening to Pang Pang for said Lu Tu thing. Only 18. 9 years old age. The account book on his own. But listen is one thing. See in person is another thing. She is also a mother. And also from the medical system, naturally substituting into the perspective of Lu Tu's mother. Immediately went forward to help Lu Tu up. Get up, child. If your mother saw you suffering so much, how would she be saddened? Pang Wan suddenly spoke. Mom, do you see that his side face looks like Big Brother? Chapter 23 I would like to worship you as my righteous father. After Pang Wan's reminder, Auntie Lin stood diagonally beside Lu Tu and carefully surveyed his side face. She covered her mouth in surprise and signaled Pang Wei to take a quick look. Pang Dangwei was also scrutinizing the profile of the side face, the steely eyes, all especially like his already dead son. The old couple looked at each other and both saw the same answer in the other. 3 parts look alike and 7 parts look alike. Pang Wan knows that since her big brother's car accident 10 years ago, her mom has suffered a nervous breakdown, and she wakes up every night with any breeze, and has a picture of her big brother at her bedside at all times. After the series of events just now, she also roughly understood Lu Tu's person, and suddenly opened her mouth. Mom and Dad, why don't we? Pang Pang took the initiative to step forward and dusted off his clothes for Lu Tu. Child, if you don't mind Uncle and Auntie, I want to accept you as my righteous son. Lu Tu looked at huge Wylin Auntie in shock. His shock was not feigned, but he never expected things to go so well. In his original plan, this was the best outcome. As long as he could recognize Pang Pang as his righteous father, then his future path would be a straight path. Lin Lan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and stepped forward to gently straighten his collar. Are you willing to be Auntie's godson? I do. Old Pang, I like this kid. Auntie Lin urged. Pang Wei was also full of relief. He pinched Lu Tu's shoulder and laughed loudly. We should have chosen an auspicious day to hold the ceremony, but you're all alone, and we don't like to engage in those complicated ceremonies. So from today onwards you're my Pang Wei's godson. Lin Lan laughed beside her. Call someone. Silly child, don't freeze. Right at this moment, without any hesitation, Lu Tu directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Godfather and godmother. The old couple was overjoyed. Auntie Lin hurriedly helped Lu Tu up. Son, get up. Let godmother take a good look at you. Saying that, he tugged Lu Tu's arm to make him sit down, holding his face and looking at it carefully, while Pang Wan on the side was sitting next to Lu Tu with a smile. I finally have a younger brother. Haha, I can bully him in the future. Then he reached out his hand at Lin Lan. Mom and Dad, on such a big day, aren't you all going to send a red envelope? Fa. I'll pack a big red packet for you and your brother later. With that, Lin Lan joyfully ran back to her room and took out a jade pendant and hung it around Lu Tu's neck. Son, do you like it? Lu Tu lowered his head to look. The jade pendant's color is round. The big winter does not even have any cold feeling. Into the hand is a piece of warmth. He knows that this kind of time certainly cannot say polite words. Hurriedly, he thanked. Thank you, godmother. Looking to Pang Wan. Sis, haha, so good. My sister doesn't have anything to give you. From now on if someone bullies you in Shanghai, just call me. Pang Pang was wearing a kind smile throughout. He carefully measured Lu Tu. He clearly felt that Lu Tu was a different person in terms of temperament from a few days ago. The already upright stature, although somewhat restrained in front of himself, Pang Bei could still see that Lu Tu exuded a stern temperament. Tianting full forehead bone slightly bulging, thick eyebrows and big eyes full of righteousness. On this kind of good face in favor of a wisp of gangster, a person in a short period of time if there is a major change in temperament, then the probability indicates that the person's fortune has arrived. The end of science is metaphysics. Even if the huge for the young self-confessed materialists, in the older the more they believe in metaphysics, at this time the more they look at LV2 the more they like it. Lin Lan, stop tugging on Xiao Tu. Quickly let him go wash his hands and get ready to eat. The nanny brought up the meal. Lin Lan made Lu Tu sit between her and Pang Wei, constantly pinching dishes for Lu Tu. Godmother didn't know what you like to eat, so she made a little bit of everything, so you can try it. Thanks godmother. I'm not a picky eater. Lu Tu was indeed a comer, and he could eat any dish, but then he noticed a plain-looking piece of buttery bread in front of him. Lin Lan gently gathered her hair. Eat something, child. Treat it like your own home here at godmother's. At this moment Lu Tu seemed to feel the warmth of a family, perhaps in Lin Lan's eyes. No matter how mature and stable he acted, he was always a child with a sweet tooth. Pang Pang got up and opened a bottle of white wine and brought 2 glasses. I'm really happy today. Let's have a drink. Lin Lan snapped. Xiao Tu is still growing. What kind of wine are you drinking? Lu Tu took the initiative to take the bottle and poured it for Pang Wei. Godmother, I can drink. Pang Wan looked at Lu Tu with a smile on the side, although she didn't know for a long time. but she believed in her parents' judgment. The person who could enter their eyes, the character would definitely not be bad. Besides, Lu Tu really made her feel good, and she was also genuinely willing to accept this teenager who looked like her brother. During the meeting, Lu Tu as long as a hold the bottle, that the domineering spirit at the table will unconsciously appear, even if it is to drink with Pang for such a province of big officials, but also do not fall behind. Si Lin Lan and Pang were extraordinarily happy. Lu Tu also felt the care and warmth of almost family here. In his last life he was also an orphan, even if he earned a little bit of money by a little bit of luck, but he was always all alone, and deep down it was hard to accept other people, but he could clearly feel that the Pangwei family really didn't treat him as an outsider, and most crucially, they didn't have what they were seeking in themselves. After dinner, Pang Bei brought Lu Tu to the study, and just as he entered, he saw a pair of characters hanging on the wall, inscribed with "The world is public. Sit down little two. Accompany Godfather for a while. Godfather, I'll make you a cup of sober tea." Lu Tu saw the side of the tea set, began to hands to huge for the bubble tea. Tea art in this area he is not good at, is the most homely approach to brewing. On the contrary, it is to let huge for the look quite comfortable. After picking up the tea and taking a sip, the moment he put down the teacup, his eyes blossomed with a different and oppressive aura than before. Lu Tu, 19 years old, birthday 1112, born in an ordinary family in Xinchi County, was bullied by his classmates in elementary school due to his father's constant absence from home, which lasted until high school, counting extra points on the college entrance exam. I got into the University of Central China Sea, never had a relationship, no friends, and worked part-time at a milk tea store. The day before yesterday, he was robbed at knifepoint in NK County, and not only was he unharmed, but the $5,000 he was robbed of was recovered without incident. Yesterday, he officially established a romantic relationship with Jiang Bridge's daughter, Jiang Jiqi, and later clashed with Tao Qian, the son of Tao Tianming of the Tao Group, and almost kicked Tao Qian into oblivion. Tell me, what on earth does a person have to do to change his temperament from a mousy poor student to a utilitarian bully? Or even to say that he chased your schoolgirl with flowery words, in just a few days? Every sentence of Pang Dang 4, let Lu Tu feel back numb. He originally thought that he had already disguised well enough, but so many days to every move or by Pang Dang for all grasp. Chapter 24. Huge for then said, I can from an ordinary person, climbed to the present position, the hardships paid during the time you cannot imagine, whether it is for the protection of the family, or for my self-protection. I should ask clearly, you actually how to change so much? Lu Tu quickly calmed down. He stared into the eyes of Pang Dang 4. He had intended to come with a showdown. At this time there was even less need to lie with Pang Dang 4. In addition to the secret of owning a system, which can never be said, other things even if he does not confess. I believe that Pang Wei can also find out. What is the need to hide? Righteous Father, before I met you, I have never felt even the slightest bit of warmth in this society. I have always thought that I am a liability to this society, and everyone loathes me and dislikes me for fear of getting involved with me. An unfortunate person, causing them to become unfortunate as well. But in the cafeteria you found me and used the power in your hands to bring me back to life with just one word. Beyond even the best life I could have access to within my knowledge. You showed me the importance of power. I did make a trip home and met the robbers, and that was because I found a kilogram of gold in the dormitory assigned to me by the school, and I knew that I had turned my luck around, so I didn't want to turn that gold in according to the old notion of turning it in. What God has given me is mine. If I don't fight for it as I did before, I'll just be an ant that can be stepped on twice by anyone, and I've had enough of those days. And the robber who robbed me of my money, when he didn't succeed in his robbery, it was I who frightened him with my grandfather's gun, and seized his knife and gave him a cut that incapacitated him, and brought him to his knees in front of me in chagrin at his deed. Curious, Pang asked, and the $5,000 you were robbed of? Lu Tu didn't hide the ambition and urbanity he was showing at the moment, and said decisively, it was the $5,000 I gave him specifically because I knew that a certain amount was needed for a robbery. I forget exactly how much. I was forced to let him rob the money, and then I called the police to arrest him. He dared to threaten my life with a knife. I want him to spend the rest of his life in jail. I'm not afraid of you saying that I'm dark inside and look down on me. A cheap life is all I can do. I don't want to live the same humble life as before. I want to live a wonderful life. I want to live like a human being more than anything else. After finishing in one breath, Lu Tu stood opposite to Pang Dangwei with a big grin, picked up the tea in front of himself and drank it all in one go. After finishing all these secrets of his and no longer hiding them half-heartedly, Lu Tu only felt relaxed all over. Lu Tu didn't continue to shamelessly call out to his righteous father, but instead called out of politeness, Uncle Pang, I did come here today to seek help. It's normal that you don't have any trust in me. Still, I have to thank you for the help you've given me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to awaken. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Pang Wei, then placed the jade pendant that Lin Lan had given him in front of Pang Wei, arched his hand and turned to leave. Pang for just quietly looking at Lu Tu. The whole time did not say anything, also did not call Lu Tu's intention. Let Lu Tu leave. Until Lu Tu went to the living room to smile and say goodbye to Lin Lan. Without letting Lin Lan see that Lu Tu had any problems, he knew that he was very much appreciated by Lin Lan. But it didn't mean that he was going to use Lin Lan to blackmail Pang Wei. This kind of means of using the feelings of other people's dead relatives to do blackmail was too despicable for him to bother with. Politely refusing Lin Lan's kind offer to have his driver give Lu Tu a ride, Lu Tu walked out of the compound and just headed for his dormitory, wanting to empty his mind. Earlier in the huge for their mental pressure is really some big. With such a person to deal with really bother and effort. They have already performed almost can be said to be flawless, but still cannot get huge for the trust. Lu Tu will not go to chagrin. After all, no one is obliged to willingly help a person. But Pang took the gun for, at least proves that this line is considered to be hitched. At most there is one more chance to trouble Pang, and this chance may only be used to deal with Tao Qian. Pang for this side, is annoyed smoking a cigarette? His heart is actually very complicated. In fact, comply with his heart. He is willing to sincerely accept Lu Tu. But everything was too much of a coincidence. Why Lu Tu had been bullied for so long and just happened to be seen by himself in the cafeteria? Why does Lu Tu resemble his dead son in both his side face and his nature? At this time Lin Lan pushed open the door of the study and asked curiously, "Give me your godson's phone number. Tomorrow I'll go shopping and buy him some clothes." How pitiful this motherless child is. As she was talking, Lin Lan saw the jade pendant in Pang Dang's hand, and suddenly her face turned cold. She had been a couple with Pang Dang for several decades. Could she not guess at this point? "You whisked my godson away?" Pang Wei froze. "Didn't he tell you when he left just now? Good, wow, you huge for so good a child. Or you personally recognized, said do not want to whisk away?" I still wonder why he didn't let the driver send him away. Pang for rubbing the jade pendant, suddenly laughed out. "I just ask him, just a few days how to change so much. Out of all aspects of consideration I also have to ask clearly. Did not expect that he actually still play with me? Directly put down the jade pendant on the go. When I see this child I think of Tiana when he was little. I feel at ease when he stays around. You actually whisked my godson away and you're still laughing?" I saw Lin Lan start wiping her tears again. What a sweet child. Afraid that I'll find you in trouble. Pretending that nothing has happened. If I hadn't seen this jade pendant in your hand, you'd still be planning to continue hiding it from me, wouldn't you? Since Pang Tian's death in a car accident, Pang Wei has always felt guilty towards Lin Lan, and at this time, it was even more difficult for him to open his mouth to explain. Lan, I just want to test him. If he can't even stand a little gas here, how can he take on a big job? I don't care. Don't try to scare people with your work routine. He's not your subordinate. That's the godson who kowtowed to you. Even the grandfather's relic with the gun was given to you, and you still want to test him. How on earth did your heart grow? Pang Bei quietly smoked a cigarette. His mind actually had an answer long ago. He pressed out the cigarette and got up to hold Lin Lan in his arms and comforted him. But I have to say that the experiment just now was very successful. I can give him a score of 98 points. Scoring. All you know is scoring. Then you score me too. I've taken care of you for so many years. Did I pass? What did you promise my father before? When Pang Dang heard this, he only felt like crying. How did you bring it up to my father-in-law? His old man has been resting in peace for so many years, so he doesn't need to get involved in this, right? I'll go and get my godson back. Lin Lan grunted and wiped away her tears. If you can't get it back, you can go sleep in your governor's office. Chapter 25, The Wishing Fountain. Pang took the jade pendant with him, called the driver out of the door, slightly questioned the sentry standing guard, and chased after him in the direction Lu Tu left. This side LV2 received a phone call from Zhang Jiqi. Zhang Jiqi heard that LV2 was in a bad mood and was coaxed by LV2 to give him a boo-boo through the air. Squeak! A car parked in front of him, scared him, a sentence out of his mouth, just cursed only to see the license plate number through the street lamp. But it is a huge for the car. Zhang Yiqi on the other end of the phone worriedly said, Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you? Oh, it's fine. I almost ran into a tree just now. I'll talk to you later. Hang up now. The car door opened, and Pang Bei sat in the car with Lu Tu on all fours, and concisely waved his hand. Get in the car. Lu Tu lowered his head and dug in, getting into the car and asking curiously, what's the matter with Uncle Pang? Pang gave him a symbolic punch on the shoulder and cursed with a laugh. Bastard boy. Still angry with me? Godfather doesn't even call. Didn't you not trust me? Lu Tu wondered. Just now when he walked, He deliberately slowed down his pace, just waiting for Pang Wei to call out to him, but until he walked a long way away, he did not see Pang Wei come. He had given up in his heart. Son, don't blame your godfather. When you get to where I am, you'll naturally know the truth of being careful. Anyone who can create a strong connection with you, be careful and careful again. Remember? LV2 know that this said from the bottom of his heart. He is also just not convinced in his heart want to yin and yang a sentence, but he also knows that the huge for the heart or have him. Otherwise it will not make a special trip to personally find him, but also with him to say these words. Remember godfather. Huge for patted Lu Tu's arm, said in a serious tone, sometimes fate is very wonderful. In fact, that day in the cafeteria to see you the first I have a good impression of you. Always feel that in you there is the shadow of my young countryside when I was ostracized. Lu Tu nodded and listened quietly. Being from a humble background is not a disgrace. Being able to bend and stretch is what makes a husband. Child, what you have done is enough to prove that your sufferings over the years have not been in vain. Now it's time to stretch. Tell Godfather what troubles you have now, and Godfather will help you solve them all together. Since Pang Pang took the initiative to show his attitude, now was not the time for Lu Tu to act like a pussy. He thought for a moment and then opened his mouth. Godfather, the students who bullied me, I'm willing to sign a letter of understanding. Can you release them? Pang Chang gave Lu Tu a glance if he had any. Tell me what you think. There was only Pang Wei's driver in the car now, and since Pang Wei didn't even avoid it, he had nothing to fear. Speaking directly, I think that detaining them for half a year is too cheap for these people. I want them to spend the rest of their lives in remorse. Have to do it? Must do. Pang Pang nodded his head. I don't need to intervene in this matter. You can just go directly to the police station to sign a letter of understanding to revoke it. I only have one request. You can't break the law for now. This temporarily said wonderful Lu Tu's heart smiled as soon as he heard it, and quickly said, I promise to absolutely not break the law, and will only wait for them to make mistakes. Say, next thing, I beat up Tao Qian, and Tao Group's bodyguards found me and wanted me to go kneel down and apologize to Tao Qian, or else they'd screw me over. Pang Pang did not say anything after hearing this. Only his gaze became extremely deep. You don't have to care about this matter. I'll handle it. Have him this sentence on the line. Let him Tao Group in Shanghai how rich and powerful, in the absolute power in front of. Even a fart does not count. Then he took the initiative to speak again. You tricked Jiang Daqiao's precious daughter in just a few days, and Jiang Daqiao didn't look for trouble from you? Lu Tu shrugged helplessly. He's not a bad person. He didn't make things difficult for me. He just told me to lessen my dealings with Jiang Jiqi. After all, I'm not in the same class as her. Pang Fu smiled but did not say anything. A person like him whose eyelashes are empty. How could he not know what Lu Tu meant? Really like her? I really like it. There are still 2 months to go before New Year's Eve. So bring your girlfriend to the house for dinner then. And let your godmother be happy too. Hey, thanks godfather. Seeing that he was about to arrive at Shanghai University, Pang looked at him with eyes full of love. In school, you should study and learn. And you should fall in love. No one can make things difficult for you anymore. Godfather, I actually have a troublesome matter I want to ask you about. You brat, just how much trouble have you gotten me into in just a few days? Even the driver in front, who had been driving for Pang Wei for years, couldn't hold back his laughter. Lu Tu was also helpless. He took out the lottery ticket from his pocket. Godfather, this is a lottery ticket I bought yesterday afternoon, and it turned out to be a real $10 million winner, which I couldn't have imagined. If I didn't have your relationship, I would have cashed the ticket right away, but now I'm not afraid of affecting you? Pang Pang took the lottery ticket control once. Laugh and scolded, brat is really the time to block cannot stop. So I give you a trick. You take this lottery ticket to find your principal Lu Shirda. Ask him if there is any idea. Thanks godfather. I think. Pang Wei held his forehead. Brat, don't you force me to kick you out of the car when I'm having fun. Godfather, I want to get back the jade pendant that my godmother gave me, so you can go back and deliver. Pang Pang for this sigh of relief. Will jade pendant to Lu Tu put on, said in a serious tone, I know that your nature is pure and good, and also has a big ambition, and now the luck has also arrived, but the more so the more cannot be anxious. Godfather send you a sentence. Do people also like chess? Day arch a pawn. Slow instead of the fastest. Lu Tu was greatly shocked by what he heard. Even he didn't realize that he had indeed been in too much of a hurry lately, so much so that he had overlooked many details. At this moment, from his heart, he admired Pang Pang for just a short time of contact. He was able to find LV2's weakness at once. This kind of person was really too scary. Fortunately, Pang Pang is his godfather. If it is the enemy, just think about it. Lu Tu feel scalp numb. Do not know how many times to die. He heartily promised. Thank you, godfather, for your teachings. I'll remember. I'll drop you off here. And I'll stop by and bring your godmother back some of her favorite bread. Lu Tu got out of the car obediently, only to feel his back soaked by the cold wind, and made a note of the old-fashioned bakery that Pang had walked into. Back in his dormitory he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He was a little excited about today's harvest. The first thing to do tomorrow was to find Officer Su to sign a letter of understanding, and release Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao and the others first, and then the next step is the main event of revenge. Godfather just kept me out of trouble with the law, but I still have a way to get you all killed. I received another text message from an unfamiliar number. Lu Tu, have you thought about it? Before 12 o'clock tonight is the deadline to obtain my forgiveness. After 12 o'clock, your good days are over. Lu Tu looked at the text message and smiled contemptuously, replying, be polite to me, your mom? Come get me if you have the guts. I'll wait for you. Chapter 26, good luck for you. Tao Qian on the other end of the phone, who was drinking in the box at this time, saw the text message sent by Lu Tu was so angry that he smashed the phone on the spot and growled, immediately give me someone to clean up Lu Tu that. The people around were all frightened by Tao Qian's grumpy appearance, especially the several big-breasted girls next to him. Tao Qian directly yanked the hair of a woman beside him and said viciously, what are you stupidly waiting for? I'm on fire now. The woman bit her lip in aggravation and removed the hair tie from her wrist to tie her hair back. The night was silent. The next morning, Lu Tu washed up and went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast. Yesterday, he had an appointment with Zhang Yiqi. Zhang Yiqi also has some complaints about Lu Tu. Other people's boyfriends have just established a relationship that cannot wait to be together at any time. Sticky. Lu Tu seems to have been not too much love to take care of her as if, every time, but also Zhang Yiqi to take the initiative to find him. Lu Tu took some cash in advance in the body, sealed with a red envelope, walked into a familiar cafeteria. A glance saw the Zhang Yiqi sitting there alone, passing by and a few Amazons' greetings. Will be the red envelope quietly stuffed to the Amazons. The Amazons would like to refuse, but cannot help Lu Tu to give, which is embarrassed to accept. He came and sat down across from Zhang Yiqi, very naturally took the steamed bun in her hand, stuffed it into his mouth and started eating. Zhang Yi was in a daze when she suddenly saw her steamed buns being snatched, and when she looked up she saw Lu Tu smiling cheaply at her. We said 8 o'clock and you're late again. Lu Tu innocently shrugged his shoulders. How cold is it outside today? Are your hands cold? Didn't know to bring a glove even when you came out. Saying this, he took hold of Zhang Yiqi's soft little hand. Zhang Yiqi's pretty face suddenly turned red, even though she and Lu Tu had already kissed. Many students here were staring at them. Stop it. There are a lot of students. Lu Tu spilled a smile, but also directly grabbed both of her hands, warming her cold fingers with his own hot palm. I dared to hold you in front of your father. I'm still afraid that my classmates will see it. Remembering how LV2 had behaved in front of Kang Daxia that night, she nodded sheepishly and withdrew her hand to pick up a xiaolongbao with her chopsticks and fed it to LV2. This scene appeared, causing the hearts of the crushes in the cafeteria to break. Those present were all adolescent boys, and it was too normal to have a crush on the schoolgirl. Earlier, they had also heard rumors that Zhang Yiqi was in love with freshman Lu Tu, and many of them still didn't believe it because they didn't even know who this freshman was. But today, the two of them showed their love in public like this in the cafeteria, and it kind of confirmed the gossip. The schoolgirl really got picked up. Zhang Yiqi herself didn't know what was going on. Before she met Lu Tu, she suspected that she didn't like men at all, but when she started to spend time with Lu Tu, she was surprised to find that Lu Tu not only fulfilled her fantasies about her significant other, but even said that he completely grew into Zhang Yiqi's aesthetics. And Lu Tu's speak and do things also have a kind of maturity and open-mindedness far beyond the same age. Simply put, it looks very smart. Look, as the intellectual love of her will be Lu Tu completely attracted, and even fell. Baby, look into my eyes. What do you see? Saw me? Kong blurted out. She didn't think that she would be able to say something so meaty one day, and she was kind of enjoying it. Luda smiled and shook his head. No, what you see is home. As soon as the words fell, Lu Tu changed a key from Zhang Yiqi's hair, spreading his palm and placing it in her hand. This is the key to my dormitory. Here's one for you. Giving a room key between a man and a woman. What does this mean? Of course Zhang Ji knew. She was secretly happy in her heart and instantly threw the previous thoughts of Lu Tu's lack of initiative to the back of her mind. No longer caring about anything else, she got up and sat beside Lu Tu, taking his arm intimately. The two of them were really good for a while before they left in front of a crowd of boys spitting fire. Lu Tu told Zhang Ji, if you feel uncomfortable with the crowded school, I can go live outside. Whisper it, I have a small fortune. I'll take it to you tomorrow, and you can go buy a nicer house. Lu Tu was stunned. He could even have a soft meal? Deliberately flirting, he said, little rich girl, how much money do you have? Zhang Yi boarded his fingers and calculated. About $500,000. It seems to be not quite enough. You do not have to worry. The money matter is on me. I will definitely buy you a big house. A big house that can fit you and 3 kittens. Lutu was touched for a while after hearing this, holding Zhang Ji's face for a while and kissing it. Wife, you're too good to me. What did you say? Zhang Yiqi's face reddened to her neck when she heard this name. Ever since she got together with Lutu, she had blushed more times than in her entire life put together. She couldn't tell what was going on until now, and if it wasn't for the fact that she knew Lutu well, she was afraid that she would have suspected that Lutu was a veteran of love affairs. Lutu stopped teasing her and took her hand and squeezed it. I think there's something wrong with what you just said. What's the problem? I'm the one who's going to buy you a house. And how am I going to make you buy it for me when I've said to your father's face that I'm going to give you everything you want? That's great. I'm waiting for you to buy me a house, but it doesn't have to be too big. I like those tiny, cozy homes. Okay, give me a day and go buy us a home. Zhang Jiqi took it all as if Lutu was painting a big cake, but Lutu even looked so handsome when he was painting a big cake, saying it as if it was real, and she liked it very much. After Lutu sent Zhang Jiqi to the school building, he walked straight to the principal's office. On the way to find a handheld orange female classmates, spent 10 yuan to buy 4 oranges, knocked Lu Shirda's office. Enter. Lu Shirda was reading the newspaper, saw it was Lutu who came and put down what he was holding, smiled and said, Xiao Lu, how is your body these days? Recovered better? Thank you principal for caring, I'm much better, mainly because I went back home yesterday and brought you some fruit from home. Lutu put those 4 oranges on Lu Shirda's desk without a red face. He naturally wouldn't pick a fight over this kind of thing. And what's a few oranges for a student to thank the principal? As long as your body gets better, just get down to school from now on, and just come to me directly if you have any problems. By the way, are you still used to living in the dormitory? Uncle Lu, actually, I came to see you today because there's something I can't handle. What is it? I was at the betting shop outside the school yesterday, and I bought a ticket and won the first prize. Really? Congratulations then. Lu Shirda obviously wasn't very convinced, but he also wondered why Lutu had come to tell himself these things. Lutu can see his meaning, directly took out that lottery ticket and handed it over. Lu Shirda a comparison to realize that really is a jackpot. And still 10 million. It's like this Uncle Lu, I thought you might need this lottery ticket? Lutu scowled at Lu Shirda. Lu Shirda suddenly realized and slapped his head. Ah, you don't say. You really don't say. Maybe I can really help you solve this problem. Chapter 27, letting people go is not the same as letting them go. Lutu didn't hide anything and got right to the point. Why don't I give you this lottery ticket? Lu Shirda waved his hand repeatedly. Xiao Lu, don't harm Uncle. How can I take your lottery ticket for nothing? It's your good fortune. Uncle Lu, I didn't tell anyone after I won the lottery, only the 2 of us know, so I want to share this luck with you. Seeing that the words were completely out of the way, Lu Shirda cautiously asked, Really? Since I've come to you, there's naturally no reason to lie to you. Lu Shirda got up and personally poured a cup of tea for Lutu. It's rare that you have this heart anymore. This kind of good thing is still thinking about your Uncle Lu. In this fickle society, there are few valuable qualities like you in young people. Like this. I'm going to give you the money to buy this lottery ticket. Lutu pretended to be surprised and said, How can that be? I can live in a teacher's dormitory and receive a grant. All of this is Uncle Lu's your help. I can't even be thankful enough. I'd better give it to you. Lu Shirda startled. He really did not dare to accept Lutu this first prize lottery ticket. Under the sky there is no free lunch. Free is the most expensive reason he naturally clear. Xiao Lua, how about this? Anyway, you have to pay 20% tax on this 10 million. I'll give you 8 million to buy this lottery ticket of yours, okay? Lutu looked at Lu Shirda with a smile on his face, the meaning of which was self-evident, and then said, Of course there's no problem. It's just that I recently miss living with my classmates and want to move back to the dormitory. Uncle Lu, you don't know that my roommates are good to me. I love talking in my sleep since I was a kid, but they don't bother me at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Shirda hurried to raise the stakes. Since you have the habit of talking in your sleep, I think it's better not to go back to the dormitory, lest it affect the rest of the other students. So I'll give you 10 million to buy this lottery ticket. How about it? Would that be too much? After all, there's a 20% tax, not much more than that. I think it fits. That's fine. Just transfer it to my bank card. 10 minutes later, Lutu's bank card successfully arrived. 10 million. Is an unrecognizable name transferred? Lutu naturally lazy to care about these. Anyway, this deal once done, he and Lu Shirda is considered completely bound on. Lu Shirda shook Lutu's hand and said gratefully, Xiao Lua, I feel affectionate as soon as I see you, kid. How about you become my godson? Lutu snickered in his heart. You deserve to be my godfather even with this kind of behavior? On the surface, it was a flattered expression. Uncle Lu, I'm sorry I can't worship you as my godfather because I already have a godfather. Who is your godfather? Lu Shirta's eyes blossomed with a bit of splendor, and he excitedly wanted to verify the conjecture in his heart. When I was weak and sickly as a child, my mother took me around the village to worship my godfather, who was a willow tree. It dawned on Lu Shirta that there was indeed such a custom in the folklore, hoping to seek blessings, and a person can only worship one godfather, otherwise it will not work. His heart also did not have the loss of being rejected, but instead was very happy to pat Lu Tu's shoulder. Don't touch pornography, gambling and drugs after you have money, and keep your hands clean. Okay, Uncle Lu, I'll leave first then. Out of the office, Lu Tu happily humming a little song to go out. If not asked the huge four, he would not have thought that Lu Shirta will have so much gray income. 10 million said to turn the eyebrow did not wrinkle. It seemed that this godfather of his was really handy. Lu Tu felt more and more that his plan was right. Now he still had to make a trip to Officer Su to sign the letter of understanding and release Ding Zhang's men. After calling Officer Su in advance and learning that the other party was having a meeting at the bureau today, Lu Tu waited for him for half an hour before telling Officer Su about his idea for the trip. Officer Su wondered, are you really willing to sign the letter of understanding? You have to realize that once you sign it, they won't be detained. Lu Tu nodded his head and said, I thought that we are all classmates at least, and it's already not easy to get into Shanghai University, so I don't have to ruin their future if I have to spare them. Not only was Officer Su present, there were several other police officers in the office as well, and when they heard what Lu Tu said, they all looked at him in shock. LV2's matter is organized by them. Everyone is clear about LV2's encounter, and this is still the governor personally named to focus on processing. He actually has such a broad mind that he is willing to put out these few people who have already been characterized, and I don't know whether he is tolerant or really stupid. Su police officer also surprised to measure Lu Tu some. With his many years of experience from the police, he felt that Lu Tu seems to be not in the truth. But Lu Tu said is not the truth is not important. Lu Tu is willing to release the people. They also in accordance with the process to put on the line. That's fine. I'll notify their families right away. Not long after, a few middle-aged men trotted into the station in a hurry, having hoofed it after learning that their son didn't have to be detained. Lu Tu a glance in a few people, accurately found Ding Zhang's father, a dark-faced, long-haired strong man, the hands of gold-inlaid gemstone rings alone on the fingers, the neck also hung at Z-bead. Saw Lu Tu first reaction is disdain, and then hurried to hide extrusion of a fawning smile. He laughed coldly in his heart. A family like Ding Zhang's could still let him apply for a poverty subsidy. What an insatiable family. Among them, Wu Ziheo's mom looked much more plain, wearing a plain cotton dress with a pair of cuffs at the sleeves. Upon seeing Lu Tu flung himself to his knees and gratefully said, Thank you young man, I apologize to you on behalf of my incompetent son. Lu Tu hurriedly helped her up. Auntie get up. But Wu Ziheo his mother is very stubborn, is kneeling on the ground and refused to get up, crying while saying, I have little culture. His father also died 10 years ago in the workplace. I just focus on providing him with education. I did not expect him to be so bad. Actually bullied you like this. I'm sorry for you. Mother Wu Ziheo said as she pulled out a crumpled pile of money from her bag. There's $86,000 here. Please do take it. Lu Tu frowned and said, Auntie, you get up first. You're so old kneeling me. Isn't that breaking my life? Only then did Wu Ziheo's mother get up and stood aside to wipe her tears. At this time, Ding Zhang's father used his coarse voice to open his mouth. Other people, young man, are willing to sign a letter of understanding? Who still cares about your little money? Hurry up and take it back. Spoiling someone else's good deed. Said Ding Zhang. His father went forward and took the initiative to shake Lu Tu's hand. I am Ding Zhang's father Ding De. I said how can a big thing be detained? You are not still alive and kicking? Ha ha. Chapter 28 Ding Zhang's invitation. Officer Su beside him snorted coldly. Are you doubting the results of the city hospital's examination? Or are you doubting the evidence we obtained? No. I was just complimenting the lad on his great physique. Unlike that brat at my house. Ding De first blankly glanced at Wu Ziheo's mother, and then with a face full of reluctance, he took out the banknotes from his bosom, and after counting them in front of Lu Tu, he took out half of them and put them on the table. Here is 18,000 yuan. My family is in the rural area with difficult conditions. This is still what I put together by selling the cows in the night. So don't you mind it, haha. Lu Tu coldly laughed in his heart. It is true that like father, like son, it is no wonder that he can cultivate this kind of dregs like Ding Zhang. Anyway, he did not intend to let Ding Zhang go. The more his father was like this, the more solid LV2's heart was. On the contrary, Wu Ziheo's mother that was called an apology. Seeing that Lu Tu did not say anything, Officer Su reminded out of kindness. Lu Tu, these are the family's voluntary compensation. You can take them. When Wu Ziheo's mother heard this, she immediately stuffed the money into Lu Tu's clothes pocket, her face full of apologies. I'm sorry, young man. Auntie will definitely discipline Wu Ziheo properly in the future. Lu Tu didn't refuse Wu Ziheo's mom's money. This money is what he deserves. He won't not take the money just because Wu Ziheo's family is poor. At best, he will look at the ing attitude, and lightly forgive Wu Ziheo when he retaliates against Ding Zhang. On the contrary, Ding De, really give Ding Zhang face, that 18,000 yuan were almost crushed by his hands full of rings. Cannot give Lu Tu. Finally our Su police officer asked him if he is willing to give. He reluctantly handed over the money to Lu Tu. The parents of the other three also paid more or less money to Lu Tu for compensation. Lu Tu signed the letter of understanding without saying a word, refused Wu Ziheo's mom's lunch invitation, and left the police station straight away. Walked not much farther. A bully SUV car stopped at the side of Lu Tu. The window rolled down. Ding Da's tanned face appeared, grinning 2 rows of yellow teeth. Rushing Lu Tu arrogantly laughed. Kid, the mountain does not turn. We'll see. Lu Tu pretended to be silly and asked curiously, are you talking to me, uncle? Yes lad. I see you're walking absent-mindedly. Would you like me to give you a lift? Uncle, no need. I'm close to going back to school. Then I'll see you again sometime. Still dare to come to find himself? Since Ding did dare to say so, then Ding Zhang will definitely come to find himself when he comes out. Lu Tu still thought about how to approach Ding Zhang. This time it is good to send himself to the door. Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh at the thought of what he would do next. In the next few days, Lu Tu did not continue to rest in the dormitory, and began regular classes. To be honest, he is now in this state of mind. Sitting in the classroom is also unable to listen to a word. Fortunately, almost all of the lecturers knew him, and also knew that the principal's special care for Lu Tu. They all turned a blind eye. Even if he did not come to the roll call, it was fine. It wasn't until the afternoon of the third day that Lu Tu met the person he had been longing for, Ding Zhang, in front of the school. Wu Ziheo and other people were not around him. He was the only one. He wore a pair of toed sunglasses, wearing a leather jacket, a flowing look. The only difference from before is that he wore a hat. It should have been shaved inches. Ding Zhang rode a motorcycle, not knowing if he was cold in this winter, and shouted at Lu Tu from a long distance. Lu Tu, come here. Lu Tu shared a glance with him and pretended to be timid as he tried to leave, but he was stopped by Ding Zhang, who ran 2 quick steps forward and then climbed onto Lu Tu's shoulders. What are you running for? Am I that scary? Ding Zhang, are you still going to trouble me? Ding Zhang smiled indulgently. What do you think I am, Ding Zhang? I've heard my father say, originally I had this all nailed down. It was you who took the initiative to run and sign the letter of understanding. Otherwise I'd still have to squat inside for half a year. So what do you want from me? Lu Tu asked weakly. Of course it's to buy you dinner and drinks. No matter what. I was wrong in the past. I really shouldn't have caught you bullying. Who asked you to bully you? Ha ha, just kidding. I won't bully you in the future. I won't eat the meal. And I don't know how to drink. Can't drink? Are you not giving me face? Ding Zhang's voice instantly chilled as he asked in a darkly threatening manner. Lu Tu pretended to tremble in fear and did not speak. Ding Zhang saw this and laughed loudly. I'm just kidding with you. Look at you. You're still as timid as before. I don't blame you. Let's go. I've booked all the seats. Half push. Lu Tu sat on Ding Zhang's motorcycle, and not even a helmet. To be honest, Lu Tu does not want to sit, but if not sit and a little bit not in line with his persona in the eyes of Ding Zhang, bite the bullet and sit down. But just after sitting on the motorcycle, he saw Jiang Jiqi, who had just left the school gate, and Jiang Jiqi happened to be attracted by the roar of the motorcycle to look over, and came to a 4-eye confrontation with Lu Tu. When she sees Ding Zhang in front of Lu Tu, her eyes go from puzzled to angry. Lu Tu's cell phone soon rings, and she connects to find that it's Jiang Jiqi calling. Lu Tu, why are you with Ding Zhang? Didn't he bully you before? Why are you still hanging out with him? I've got a point. Trust me. Don't call the police. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi calmly spoke. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home. After emphasizing the word home, he hung up the phone. Not long after, Ding Zhang brought Lu Tu to one of the more famous KTVs in Shanghai City, called Golden Tripod International. Just pushed the door and Lu Tu keenly smelled a strange fragrance. Suddenly grinned. Inside sat 3 people, all bullied him. In addition to Wu Ziheo did not come except all arrived. Lu Tu took the initiative to greet them. Ho Bin, He Chang, Wang Hao, long time no see. The eyes of the 3 of them all carried a bit of exuberance as they stared at Lu Tu with a leathery smile. Ho Bin said in a conspiratorial manner, it's been a long time, Lu Tu. Your kid's skin is smooth. It seems like he's having a good time. He Chang snorted coldly. Brothers are eating chaff in the detention center. And I heard that you're living in a teacher's dormitory. As for Wang Hao, who was the strongest in stature, he stared intently at Lu Tu from the side and did not say anything the entire time. Lu Tu hurriedly inquired of Ding Zhang, "What did you bring me here for?" "I'm going back to school." Ding Zhang reprimanded several people. "How many times have I told you? We're all on record. Don't do anything more to Lu Tu." He forcibly pressed Lu Tu on the sofa. "I called you here today to settle something. I heard my father say that you collected a lot of compensation, right?" Lu Tu sniffed and cried. "I didn't want it. It's the police uncle who told me to collect it. Why don't I return it to you guys?" "Don't hit me." He Chang laughed out loud when he saw this. "This ing dead virtue of yours still has no boundaries. Really a waste that can't be helped." Hobin also spat on the ground and said, "Brothers even planted in the hands of your wimp. Really fell on your mother's 8 lifetimes of bad luck." Chapter 29, What Makes a Person One of Us? Lu Tu innocently said, "You know, it's none of my business. I was there for dinner." He was interrupted by Ding Zhang before he could finish his sentence. "Of course I know that, or else I'd be treating you to a knife instead of buying you a drink. I put the money in the dormitory. I'll go back and get it for you now, okay? Don't hit me." Ding Zhang smiled faintly. "There's no rush in this matter. I said I'm bringing you for dinner and drinks today. So many people in front of the school are watching me pick you up. How can we possibly beat you?" The burly Wang Hao brought a huge zap cup, poured 5 bottles of beer into it before filling it up, and pushed it in front of Lu Tu. "Want to end your grudge with us?" Lu Tu weakly nodded. "I guess, after it's over you guys won't trouble me anymore, right?" Wang Hao pointed to the large ZA cup. "Drink this wine and bring the money here tomorrow. Not only do we not have any grudges, but from now on you will be our friend." Lu Tu looked at Ding Zhang again. He knew that Ding Zhang was the one who kept his word here. "Really? What a load of crap." Ding Zhang laughed out loud and raised his hand to slap Lu Tu in the face. "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? I even beat you up because I told you in advance. Think about it, don't you?" Lu Tu's throat rolled with difficulty. "If you guys are like this, aren't you afraid that I'll drink myself to death here?" He Chang was beside him and directly slapped on the coffee table, scolding, "You ing vegetable market to buy food? Are you bargaining with me? Any more bull asterisk 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 and I'll make you drink enough for 10 cases before you leave." Then he looked at a few more people. "It's not illegal for us to let our friends drink in order to clear the air with our classmates, is it? Of course it doesn't count. We're apologizing." A few people looked at each other and laughed. "I don't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol. I'll end up in the hospital if I drink that much. Asterisk 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 Q." He Chang saw Lu Tu so disrespectful and said with 2 red eyes about to walk towards him, but was stopped by Ding Zhang, took out a piece of paper from his body and slapped it in front of Lu Tu. "We are friends. You don't want to drink, of course you can. Then you sign on this and press a handprint." LV2 picked up a look. The paper wrote LV2 had borrowed 200,000 from Ding Zhang, just the compensation payment he received. Most likely Ding Zhang his father went back to tell him. It seems that Ding Zhang, these guys were detained for a few days, but also grew some brains, did not continue to use force, and knew to let write IOUs. "Ding Zhang, do you really consider me a friend?" "That's for sure. As long as you sign it and bring the money back to me tomorrow, we're good friends." Lu Tu nodded. "Alright then, I'll sign. It's just a signature. It's bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Seeing Lu Tu sign his name without the slightest hesitation, Ding Zhang and the others laughed out loud as they had previously discussed getting their money back. They can't go to school now anyway, so they might as well take that money and spend it on themselves. Ding Zhang smiled, put the contract away, and called for a waiter on the electronic screen of the box. And soon the door of the room opened, and a row of women entered in a fishbowl. Each one of them was dressed up in a flamboyant manner, scratching their heads and making secret glances at Ding Zhang and the others. The women's in this group are sort of middle of the road. Some are like schoolgirls, some are next door, some are royalty, and some are like stepmothers. Ding Zhang and Wang Hao and the others' eyes were straight. Tears were almost flowing out from the corners of their mouths. They had vegetated for several days without touching a woman, so it was not easy for their families to let them come out to the event. So they definitely wanted to have a good time. At the head of the group was a flavorful young woman around 26, obviously old acquaintances with Ding Zhang and a few people, who squeezed her eyebrows at Ding Zhang and said, "Ding Xiao, I know you're nearsighted. Why don't you come up and feel it?" Ding Zhang smiled indulgently, then tugged Lu Tu to go forward and stood in front of the ladies, smiling at the young woman. "Sister Hui Hui, you must keep this brother of mine happy today. He's my god of wealth." Young woman Hui Hui flirtatious smile, eyes constantly wandering in LV2 body. See LV2 not only handsome physique is also sturdy. simply than the male models under her several grades of excellence. Happy corners of the mouth than the AK is difficult to suppress. What's the name, boss? Lu Tu was originally a veteran in this field, but it was a bit difficult for him to pretend to be a virgin, but he still shyly whispered, my surname is Lu. Boss Lu. Tell sister what kind of girl you like. Lu Tu hesitantly looked at Ding Zhang. This isn't too good, is it? I'd rather not. I'll watch you guys play. Ding Zhang glared. How can that be? If you want to reconcile with me as my Ding Zhang's friend, you have to play together. LV2 snorted in his heart. Also do not know Ding Zhang, this guy in the end. What is the brain circuit? How to feel like the 90s Hong Kong movies watched too much like. Well then. I like wearing glasses. Hui stared at Lu Tu if he licked his lips. So you like OLA. Then pulled a glasses girl wearing a black hip dress, almost 172 in height, pushed her into LV2's arms. The girl exclaimed obediently to keep LV2's waist, revealing a very long career line, and gently pinched on the soft flesh of his waist. Brother, you have a good figure. Oh. Lu Tu almost subconsciously wrapped his arms around the female, but he still reacted to the fact that he was now an innocent virgin, and hurriedly twisted his head to the side. Be careful. I'm not called careful. My name is Zixuan, and I'm a hybrid. Ding Zhang laughed and cursed. And a ING hybrid. You kid picked up a treasure. Lu Tu could only allow Zixuan to hold her hand and sit in the corner sofa, chatting with one another. During this time Ding Zhang several people also picked out and very excitedly began to go up and down. The closest to Lu Tu was Wang Hao and the woman who looked like a stepmother. Wang Hao anxiously colorful and the girl's legs stroked, touching the other's black silk are fast ballooning, and even brought up the static electricity. The girl electric shock call, big brother, or you take off the wool sweater, right? Hey, you help me take it off. Lu Tu looked at a few others, and they were pretty much in the same situation, gnawing on each other's necks. He had smelled a smell of contraband when he entered the door earlier, and with the state of Wang Hao he changed several people, he must have inhaled contraband. According to Lu Tu's conjecture, since Ding Zhang would call him a little sister, he would definitely take out contraband afterward to get Lu Tu to join them as well. After all, in this drug dog's mindset, only those who have gotten high together are considered friends in the same boat. Previously, he was still thinking about how to implement the plan, but he didn't expect them to actually make their own deaths. However, Lu Tu did not intend to simply go ahead and report Ding Zhang several people for using contraband. The most that could happen was that they would be sent to a drug rehabilitation center, where they would be out in half a year. And how could they be let off so easily when they had gone through so much trouble to get them out? Zixuan's hand kept roaming around Lu Tu's arm, pinching it every now and then, and exhaling a hot breath into Lu Tu's ear. Little brother, do you know that you are very handsome? The first time my sister saw you, I wanted to eat you up. Chapter 30, you don't want me to be like that, do you? Ding Zhang took a moment to catch his breath, and suddenly saw Lu Tu still sitting there stiffly, urging, what's wrong with you? Having said that this friend of mine is a new recruit, it's so that you can properly train him, so that he can thoroughly integrate into our team. Seeing that Ding Zhang was unhappy, Zixuan immediately understood that she hadn't teased enough, and lightly bit on Lu Tu's earlobe again. See, you've caused your sister to be scolded. Lu Tu saw that Ding Zhang's man had gotten hot and bothered, and an ambiguous atmosphere surged in the box. Twisting her head, she looked at Zixuan. What do you want me to do? Is this the way to do it? Lu Tu said and then smoothly wrapped his arm around Zixian's shoulder and held her directly in his arms. Zixian burst into a cry of surprise and hurriedly wrapped his arm around Lu Tu's neck. Brother, don't be so rude. Rude? Don't you just want me to be rude to you? When it comes to playing, I'm afraid that Ding Zhang's men are far from as good at playing as Lu Tu. Only that he had to pretend earlier. I didn't realize you were still a sulky. Just now you looked like a decent guy. How did you become like an old rascal so quickly? It's mostly because you taught me well. How else would I have been able to? Zixian unconsciously raised her neck and kissed towards Lu Tu's lips, but it was dodged by Lu Tu, who did not want to have such contact with Zixian. Although said to go out to eat will also use the restaurant tableware, but the restaurant tableware can be seen dirty or not. This cannot see. LV2 does not want to suffer from Helicobacter pylori as a result. Zixuan see LV2 dodge. She naturally understand what LV2 means. Do their line of self-esteem has long been thrown to the clouds. At the moment smiled foolishly, with a finger slipped through LV2's face. Do you know just now I was Hui's sister pushed to you? How many sisters envy me? Lu Tu was just making a show of it. At this point he had long lost interest in Zixuan. His figure was not a star worse than Zhang Jiqi's, and he asked absent-mindedly, why? Because you're so handsome, and honestly I'd drink with you even if you didn't pay me. In his previous life as a veteran of the Wind and Moon Place, what these women say Lu Tu is a punctuation mark do not believe, old words of art. Say some new words. Zishuan, however, unexpectedly sat up straight in a serious manner. Really? You know the customers who usually come to our place are either middle-aged men with big bellies or lewd then. I haven't seen one as handsome as you. Lu Tu smiled without saying anything, not even bothering to say anything. Receiving praise from a princess was nothing to be proud of. Zishuan saw that he was not moved. After her verification, Zishuan knew that the man in front of her was definitely not simple. At least not as simple as the few other men in the box. Actually, I just came here for 3 days. If it wasn't for the cure for my sister, I wouldn't have come to work here. The other smelly men would make a move on me as soon as they arrived. The most I would let them do is hold their hands. Only you are different. You can do whatever you want to me. Lu Tu wondered. He was only thinking about how to get Ding Zhang killed, and didn't take care of Zishuan much. How did he start to get to the point of talking? Is the next step to get Lutu to take her out and ask Lutu to borrow money? Well, take good care of your sister. Zishuan was dumbfounded. He was still waiting for Lu Tu to continue asking down the line, but this boy in front of him, who looked boyish, was actually so difficult to deal with. She secretly swore in her heart, I don't believe I can't take you today. I will definitely call you and eat you. Zishuan held Lu Tu's head upright so that he was eye to eye with himself. What do you do? Lutu stared into her eyes. I'm a cop, so do you have handcuffs? I just like being handcuffed, Zishuan said as she kept twisting her body and pretended to look scared. Lu Tu smiled evilly. Yes, it's just that it's not good to pull it out right now. Zishuan's eyes twinkled. Then let's go to a quiet place. You pull out the handcuffs and let me see them. I grew up loving TVs that catch bad guys. Then go ahead and get your cell phone. I'll wait here. Zishuan nodded her head obediently and left the box. Ding Zhang saw this and asked curiously, Lu Tu, why did she leave? She said he went to get his cell phone to add me on Twitter. The woman in Ding Zhang's arms whispered something in his ear, and Ding Zhang laughed out loud. You're so lucky. You can actually get a prostitute for nothing. Count yourself in. Zishuan came back with a somewhat unnatural expression, and Lu Tu asked, what's wrong? Zishuan sat down and wrapped her arms around Lu Tu's waist, pampering herself. Sister Hui just ran into me to get my cell phone, and she said that it's still work time and won't let me go out. That's a shame. I'll show you the handcuffs some other time. Zishuan's eyes rolled. Her gaze flicked to the bathroom. She got up and tugged Lu Tu inside, and the others scowled at the sight. After entering the bathroom, Zishuan couldn't hold it any longer, and directly jumped on Lu Tu's body, standing on her tiptoes and wanting to kiss Lu Tu, but she was blocked by Lu Tu. Lu Tu closed the bathroom door and pushed her away. Wait a minute. Let me ask you a few questions. Zishuan's breathing also became heavy as she took out her cell phone and flipped out a picture. This is my medical report from last week. Don't worry, I'm not sick. Let me ask you, how long have you been here? 3 days. Tell the truth, or I'll change it right away. Over a year. As soon as Zishuan's words left her mouth, she saw Lu Tu reaching his hand down. She greedily licked her lips, thinking that if she ate Lu Tu, those little sisters of hers wouldn't envy her to death. Not only do you get to take such a handsome man, but you also get to earn his money. But when she saw what Lu Tu pulled out, people are dumbfounded, only to see Lu Tu with a cell phone open to sweep to her. Take out the collection code. You're tipping me? I said I'm not tipping you. Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh. I can't tell, you're quite principled. So let me ask you a few questions. I don't have a boyfriend. I'm only doing this to you, Zishuan said and pounced again. Lu Tu only felt a burst of headache. This was also too uptight. Let me ask you, how many people out there have you seen before? Seen it many times. They play extra wild. How wild? Zishuan's eyes blossomed. I don't know how to describe it with less reading. I'll simulate it for you. Do they use contraband? At the mention of this, Zishuan's movements froze as she hastily held up her sling. What are you asking for? As you heard when you came in just now, they don't think I'm a friend if I don't pick someone, and I'm afraid they're going to make me touch contraband later too. That's why I've been a little worried. Lu Tu reached out and caressed Zishuan's still delicate face. Baby, you don't want me to catch that kind of thing either, do you? Chapter 31 Implementation Plan. Zishuan was doing a huge mental struggle at this time. According to the rules, she was absolutely not allowed to say it, but calling her a baby, My sisters have accompanied him on a couple of drinks, and one time they were taken downstairs by him, and that's what they brought with them. You have a hotel here? Because we are Bath Hotel KTV1 Dragon. He will book a room every time he comes to play. So play very wild. Once even beat my sisters, Zishuan said with red eyes. Lu Tu pretended to have eyes full of heartache and could only pat her arse. I apologize for them. I'm sorry, Zishuan. It's okay. Who made us bad at life and had to do this? I got used to it a long time ago. Baby, I forbid you to talk about yourself like that. You've done me such a great favor. Next time I'll buy you a spicy hot meal, said Lu Tu was going to go out, but was Zishuan a tug on his belt. Will he to their arms? Lu Tu just turned back hands unconsciously on Zixian's heart. At this moment the air in the bathroom seemed to have stood still. Lu Tu smiled sarcastically. Your heart is beating quite fast, huh? What more do you need to say? Don't you want to thank me? I don't want hot and spicy food. I want to eat you. Saying that, he was ready to squat down, but was pushed away by Lu Tu. I'd better pay you. I'm impotent. Opened his cell phone, gave Zixuan's live account a reward of 10,000 yuan, and gave Zixuan some precautions. He didn't want others to find out that he had a trading record with Zixuan. After the two stood in the bathroom and smoked for 10 minutes, Lu Tu returned to his original position and sat down. Ding Zhang rushed at him with a strange growl and shout. Can't see your kid really has 2 brushes. You will be allowed to be my little brother in the future. Lu Tu picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank it without saying anything. At this time, Zixuan piled up a face full of smiles and followed out, intentionally wiping her mouth in front of Ding Zhang's several people, and sat down in a graceful manner at Lu Tu's side. After passing her a look, Lu Tu immediately picked up the bottle of wine and got up to walk towards Ding Zhang and a few other little sisters. Brother Ding Zhang, our sisters toast you. Ding Zhang was in a good mood, thinking that tomorrow not only can they get back the money of a few of them, but also get the 80,000 or so compensated by Wu Ziheo's family, so he can be dashing for a few days again. Seeing that they were drinking to their heart's content, Lu Tu pretended to answer the phone and went out of the box, looking for a waiter to ask before finding Mommy Hui Hui in a small bag. Hui Hui was full of wine breath, her already lightly ripe cheeks were tinged with redness, and when Lu Tu came in, he happened to stumble upon Hui Hui taking off her high heels to rub her ankles. Seeing Lu Tu come, Hui Hui was a bit surprised. What's wrong, little brother? Did Zixuan upset you? Lu Tu smoothly brought the door shut, then grumpily sat down beside Hui Hui and smoothly embraced her in his arms. I'm here to look for you. Hui Hui's eyes changed from surprise to delight. So many beautiful young sisters. What are you looking for me for? Lu Tu smiled evilly and pinched her upturned buttocks, saying, how can they compare to you with flavor? The goodness of a young woman is only known to those who have experienced it. Little bad guy. Sister just looked away. So it's still an old man. Lu Tu listened to Hui Hui's accent and grabbed her hand. Sister Hui Hui, is your hometown Xinchi? Yeah, you too? Well, I can't believe I'm meeting an old countryman here. No wonder I was so affectionate when I saw you. Hui Hui gave Lu Tu's hand a squeeze and looked at him with winks. How affectionate is it? That's for you to see with a kiss. At this moment, Hui Hui's legs were curled up on the sofa, and her crystalline toes wrapped in black silk were slightly curled up due to nervousness, forming a perfect arc. Even she couldn't tell why she had lost her resistance when faced with this little boy. The eyes of the two staring at each other grew mesmerized as Hoshi licked her somewhat dry lips and slowly moved closer. Just when it is about to touch together, Hui Hui suddenly pushed Lu Tu away, laughing. Well, don't make a fuss. You said earlier that you like elder sister. I will find you a few hot body sisters to accompany you to drink. As soon as Lu Tu looked at Hui Hui's state, he was sure that the time was almost right and asked rhetorically, what's the point of looking for so much? I don't have the money to give. Will you let go of me first? Big deal. I'll pay for it out of my own pocket. Lu Tu let go of Hui Hui. After she gathered her hair, she changed to a comfortable position and leaned on Lu Tu's shoulder. I didn't expect your shoulder to be so comfortable to lean on. Has there been any other girl leaning on it? Yes, a lot. Pretty? All beautiful. Then you still come to me? I want to ask you for something. I'm not helping. Hui Hui hummed arrogantly. Lu Tu also did not spoil her. His free hand directly attacked towards her heart, causing Hui Hui to giggle and beg for mercy. Okay, you say it, as long as it's not too much. I'll promise you. Get me the room card for Ding Zhang's room. Hearing this, Hui Hui sat up with a puzzled expression and stared at Lu Tu. What are you going to do? I'm going to find something. What if I don't help? Lu Tu directly took out his cell phone. Doing this business you have no reason to have money not to earn. Open a price. Is it going to be a big deal? Will. Lu Tu didn't intend to lie to her. Even if this kind of thing was hidden from her, she would still give herself up in case it became a big deal at that time. At that moment the walkie-talkie on Hui Hui's waist rang, and she casually dismissed the other party, tilting the glass of red wine in front of her and drinking it down. Looking very hesitant, Lu Tu also took an empty glass and poured wine, drinking leisurely to himself. Hui Hui looked at the man in front of her with surprise. She entered this business in her teens and thought that she had seen countless men and could tell what the other party was thinking with just a look, but she was now somewhat unable to understand Lu Tu. Obviously only 9 years old, but has a mysterious sense that does not match the age. One moment serious and the other moment flirtatious beyond bounds. The first time he met with himself, he was able to find her to help with something and knew with his toes that it wasn't good. Hui Hui recalled Lu Tu's honest appearance in the box, being called around by Ding Zhang, and only felt a chill on her back. Wise spoke up. 100. 000. Luta didn't say anything and shook his glass. I'll help you if you give me 80. $000. Deal. Lu Tu directly took out his cell phone to transfer money to Hui Hui. This time Hui Hui in turn froze. She did not know the man in front of her bottom, but Lu Tu actually did not half hesitate to transfer money to himself. Is not afraid of their own received money not to do things? What the hell do you want me to do? You tell me first or I won't oblige you. Lu Tu took out a cigarette from Hui Hui's cigarette case and lit it, spitting out a thick smoke ring, gazing ahead with unusually deep eyes, like a deep well. Slowly speaking, now you not only have to help me get the room card, but also help me send something in. Don't worry, it's definitely something legal. I'll give you $200,000 after it's done. I won't do it, okay? Hui Hui's voice already had some begging in it. Lu Tu didn't say anything, he just swept her a light glance. You've heard my plan. If you still want to hang around in Shanghai, you can only help me. Chapter 32, sending you on your way. Hui Hui suddenly laughed out loud. Who do you think you are? Scare me? Do you know who my boss is? Able to invest tens of millions of dollars in a meeting place here. And you, a brat, dare to come and threaten me? She had been observing Lu Tu's reaction, and said this to verify the truthfulness of what Lu Tu said, and secondly, to remind Lu Tu not to act rashly, and that she herself was not a vegetarian. But gradually Hui Hui realized that Lu Tu didn't react half-heartedly the whole time, and there was even a kind of pity in his eyes when he looked at her. He was pitying himself. Looking at it in combination with the aura on Lu Tu, Hui Hui suddenly had a frightening suspicion. You have 1 minute to think about it. Hui Hui slowly calmed down. She obediently poured Lu Tu a glass of wine and inquired in a low voice. What does your family's old man do? You don't want to know. Hui Hui's heart was in turmoil. Even though she was very skeptical of her guess, she was still afraid of the what-ifs. What if Lu Tu's background was really something she couldn't afford to mess with? Her heart crossed. You at least reveal a little bit. Just like this, black not to mention white not to mention let me take such a big pot, or else you'll just straighten me out. The big deal is that I'm not here to do it. Go home and find an honest person to take over the business. Lu Tu also did not expect Hui Hui still have such a rogue side. It seems that it did force her to rush. Cannot help but laugh. Your boss, in the eyes of my master, is a small business, believe it or not. Hiss. Hui Hui asked one of her most curious questions. Then why are you being called around by Ding Zhang? My family told me to hide my identity and not to do anything illegal. Well, 1 minute time is up. Lu Tu got up straight away and after looking at Hui Hui one last time, he walked straight towards the door. I'll do this for you. $500,000. Not a penny less. Lu Tu stopped and came back to sit down. $500,000 is not small, but the risk is also really big. As long as he can achieve the purpose of this money he is willing to give. But 500,000 to pay up. Surely you can't give it in the way of a live streaming reward, or else the platform draws off half of it, and Lu Tu has to pay double to get enough 500,000. After questioning Hui Hui, he learned that she had once opened an online store and transferred $500,000 to Hui Hui by way of online store spending. Hui Hui looked at the $500,000 that arrived in the account, although she could not withdraw it immediately, but she was still much more solid in her heart. What exactly do you want me to do? Hoshi timidly lit a cigarette for Lu Tu and handed it to his mouth. Ding Sang and the others should have some contraband like cocaine in their room. Go find it for me. If you want to straighten them out, why don't you just call the police? Hui Hui asked curiously back. Lu Tu smiled contemptuously. Of course I'm going to call the police. It's just that the fire isn't hot enough. You guys must have a water bar or something like that here. Go get some powdered milk or soy milk powder will do. And after you go to Ding Zhang's room and find the contraband, mix it together for him. I just have one request. It has to be more than 1 kilogram. Isn't that redundant? Lu Tu looked at him like a little cutie, as if looking at Hui Hui. We in the Dragon Kingdom don't set sentences based on purity. We only look at quantity. My mom. Hui Hui's lighter in her hand then fell to the ground. Her eyes looked at Lu Tu in horror. She instantly realized what Lu Tu was actually going to do. Lu Tu was going to Ding Zhang several people to die without a burial place. Think about it and get going. You should know the location of the surveillance in your area. Remember, only you can do it. No third person can know about it. And keep your hands clean. Lu Tu clapped his hands and got up. Suddenly turned back and said, by the way, you add my WeChat. After the matter is accomplished you send me a message. Don't think about running away and hiding. The police will definitely come to check. It will only attract attention. After saying this, he pushed the door and left the box, leaving Hui Hui alone frozen in place. Hui Hui greedily sucked the cigarette in her hand. until the cigarette burnt her hand when she woke up. The corner of her eye fell on the balance of 500,000. Hui heart a hard teeth, asterisk 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 it. Anyway, contraband is ding zang, they bring their own. They do not break the law, how do I trap get them? Saying so, she got up and rubbed her face, which was burning from the slight heat, took a few deep breaths to try and calm herself down quickly, and straightened out her clothes before walking towards the water bar. She leaned on the bar and said to the only minion in the water bar, "Too much wine today. Anything to warm your stomach?" The little brother is also an acquaintance of Hui. They do this business, usually have to play Hui hands under the many elite soldiers. Know that this kind of time must be to climb good relations with Hui. Recommended, Sister Hui. Why don't I make a cup of black tea for you? Hui nodded. Good. By the way, is there any milk? There is, but it's cold. Sister Hui, can you drink cold ones these days? Hui covered her stomach. Get some powdered milk. I'll go back and make it hot and drink it myself. Little brother hemmed and hawed and gave her the whole bag of powdered milk. Sister Hui, I've written down the date. Next month I'll make you brown sugar water to drink. Hui glared at him angrily. So considerate? Didn't you say you had a crush on Zizi last time? I'll help you ask her out for dinner tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Hui. Sister Hui, take care. Hui left the water bar. Weight in the hands feel less than a kilogram. Will be powdered milk hidden in their tweed coat? Pretending to go to the toilet, bypassing the surveillance, and then drilled into the next door of the janitorial storage room. Took a transparent sealing bag, dug up 2 large spoonfuls of bleach, which is enough weight, and then took a pair of disposable gloves. Using the connections he usually accumulated, he easily went through the internal computer and found out the room Ding Zhang was staying in, room 1508, and by the way, checked how many rooms on the entire 15th floor had guests resting in them. As if the heavens are helping her to successfully earn this 500,000 yuan. This time the time is still early, is still only 19 o'clock. The guests who booked the room have not yet checked in. And back a few months ago, she had gotten a hotel card for everything. That time it was still because there was a little girl under her, who had been forced to go to a hotel room by a guest. When Hui came to the 15th floor, she turned off all the electric gates at the floor, including the weak valve for monitoring, which led her to enter room 1508 with a flashlight. Spent 1 minute in a black bag, found a small package of contraband. Hui cannot steal the joy. Quickly poured the small package of contraband into their own preparation of powdered milk and bleach, quickly shaken well, and then rushed to leave the scene. After all this, Hui rushed to open the electric gate in the blind spot of the surveillance. Before and after no more than 3 minutes, God unknowingly returned to their own restrooms. After entering the private room, she directly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, taking out her cell phone and shivering. She sent a message to Lu Tu. Xiao Lu, are you satisfied with Zishuan? I can change it for you if you're not satisfied. Soon Lu Tu's message came. Thank you, Sister Hui. Zishuan is very cheerful. It's fun to chat with her. Lu Tu, who received the news, cast a sidelong glance at the several people beside him who were still scratching their fingers, and after he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag on it, he lifted his glass and said loudly, Ding Zhang, Ho Bin, He Chang, and Wang Hao, I'll toast to you all. In his mind, he sneered, send you on your way. Chapter 33, All Things Considered. Wang Hao yelled in dissatisfaction. I thought you didn't drink? This is going to toast us again? The smile on Lu Tu's face did not diminish. I just want to finish my studies properly, and after I give you the money tomorrow, please just leave me alone and don't bother me anymore. Ding Zhang smiled wickedly. How can that be? I heard that you applied for a bursary. Didn't you? How can you spend it if you eat steamed buns every day? I'll come to you every semester from now on. Lu Tu sighed helplessly. Does it really have to be this excessive? Cut the crap. You don't listen to me anymore. Do you? Still looking for a fight? Lu Tu pretended to be in awe and hurriedly hid to the side, causing Ding Zhang and the others to laugh. And even the other little girls in the box looked at Lu Tu with contempt in their eyes. What they despise most is a cowardly man. Even if Lu Tu is tall and handsome, but a man with no balls, that is not called a man. Among all the people, only Zishuan was expressionless the whole time. She was clear about LV2's strength. Just through the point of transferring money to her through the live broadcast, she could see that LV2 was by no means a brainless person. How could a man with brains, looks and temperament over the top be bullied like this? Then there was only one reason, which was that Lu Tu was deliberately showing weakness. Combined with the things Lu Tu had asked her earlier, Zixian probably guessed what the reason was, and could perhaps use this matter as a handle to blackmail him. After all, $10,000 said to be given to someone who had the best money on such a person. But she wasn't stupid enough to reveal her intentions right now. After LV2 finished drinking with Ding Zhang and a few others, He found an excuse to go back to self-study and left the box, and Zixian naturally had no way to continue staying inside and followed LV2 out behind him, until she sent Lu Tu to the elevator door. Zixian still fondly hugged Lu Tu. "Remember me, okay? I'll treat you to a midnight snack sometime." Lu Tu glanced at her. How could he not understand what she meant? And immediately reminded, "You'd better forget what we said today." Zixian smiled delicately. "I can't forget. I will always remember." Lu Tu's face instantly sank, and his expression became harsh. "I'm not joking with you. If you want to live well, forget about today's events." After saying that, Lu Tu pressed the close button. Zixian watched the elevator door slowly close. She was a bit stunned by the grim aura that Lu Tu was erupting at the moment. She had never seen this kind of aura on any of her clients. At this moment he really felt scared, because she had a strong sixth sense. Lu Tu seemed to be able to do what he said. During this period Hui kept sending messages to Lu Tu. Just from the text expression, Lu Tu could see that Hui was panicking inside at the moment. Lu Tu soothed. "Think about a week from now when you're going to buy a bag with $500,000. As expected. With that said, Hui was in a much better frame of mind. Anyway, it was done. Now she could only hope that Lu Tu's relationship was hard enough. Walking on the way back to the dormitory, Lu Tu directly called Officer Su. "Hey, Officer Su, is it convenient for you now?" "Convenient, you say? I'd like to talk to you in person if I have time." "Where are you?" 20 minutes later, Lu Tu sat in Officer Su's car, who frowned and asked, "What exactly is it?" Lu Tu opened the door and said, "I found someone suspected of selling contraband." "What?" The brakes were slammed by Officer Su, leaving a meter-long black trail. Officer Su drove the car to a deserted tree-lined path before he spoke seriously. "This is no joke. Can you be sure?" "I can." "Then Lu Tu will ding Zhang in front of the school to find him. Bring him to the box." In the box he smelled that particular smell. "Why can you smell contraband?" The anti-drug center came to the school at the beginning of the school year to conduct anti-drug activities, and it's all written in the anti-drug handbook. "You mean they're congregating in a karaoke box to smoke?" Lu Tu nodded. "They didn't do it in front of me, but they must have just touched it." Lu Tu pointed to his somewhat slightly red and swollen face. "They had a maniacal look in their eyes. Made me drink and refused to do so and hit me." "Okay, I'll take you back to school." Officer Su drove off in a hurry after dropping Lu Tu off at CUHK. Lu Tu eyed Officer Su's departing direction. The corner of his mouth lifted up a smile. "Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind." Downstairs in the dormitory, Lu Tu found that the lights in his dormitory were still on. Jiang Jiqi was actually still waiting for him. This kind of cozy feeling of having someone waiting for him after he went home, Lu Tu had not had it for a long time. The door to the room opened, and Jiang Yi immediately jogged over anxiously, checking all over his body and finally noticing Lu Tu's face. "Who hit you in the face?" "It must be Ding Zhang. I'll call my dad right away. I'm going to send him to jail." Jiang Yiqi was full of anxiety as he pulled his cell phone out, and before he could dial the number, Lu Tu grabbed it and threw it aside. She was wondering what Lu Tu meant when she saw his head lean over. "You're so nice." After saying that Lu Tu was extremely overbearing and kissed her lips, Jiang Yi felt Lu Tu's hot words and no longer had the previous reserve, passionately responding to Lu Tu's kiss. The kiss was deep and demented. Lu Tu pried open Jiang Jiqi's shell teeth and poured out all that raging in his heart, kissing her upper dental chamber and kissing her back dental bed. The two kissed to their heart's content, from the doorway to the living room, and after inadvertently extinguishing the living room light, the whole world was left with nothing but each other's ragged panting. After a long time slowly separated, Jiang Yi, a pair of beautiful eyes at the moment contains full of tenderness, tilted his head firmly said, "I do not like this kind of fearful feeling. You promised me anything we have to carry together. There cannot be a next time." "Yes, Lu Tu, I'm so worried about you." Jiang Yi's tears slipped in the darkness and dripped onto the back of LV2's hand. "I know. I'm sorry, but I had to do it." Jiang Qiqi stood on her tiptoes and took the initiative to approach Lu Tu, murmuring, "Don't talk, kiss me." They both felt the importance of each other in this moment, and the two kissed from the living room to the bedroom, with Kong curling up nervously in Lu Tu's arms. "I've thought about it, and I want to be your woman." How could Lu Tu be a eunuch at a time like this? He could only physically soothe Jiang Jiqi's mind. An hour later, Lu Tu stood on the windowsill smoking a cigarette, looking distantly in the direction of Caesar's KTV. I do not know how things have progressed. Until now Hui did not send him a message. This time no news is the best news. A jacket was draped over his shoulders, and Jiang Qiqi encircled his waist from behind. "What's on your mind?" "Trying to figure out what to call our baby." Chapter 34, Capture. Ginger smiled sweetly. "So, have you thought about it? Come to think of it, it's about to be New Year's Eve. Let's call him New Year's Eve. It's a good thing it's not some name like Zi Xian Zihan. Lu Tu held her hand. How could I possibly take those followers' names? Are you still in pain? Kind of. Let's rest then. When Zhang Jiji heard this, he only felt his head was as big as a bucket. Still coming? Lu Tu picked her up towards the bed and said gently, just simply rest. Zhang Ichi sighed in relief. Although she had never seen what other men were like, but she had taken biology classes, she knew the average level of men in the Dragon Kingdom, and Lu Tu had already far exceeded this indicator. It was really a bit overwhelming for her. The two of them slept until dawn, a night when Lu Tu's heart was at peace like never before. On weekdays, he was so overloaded that he tended to sleep late with insomnia, but when he wrapped his arms around Kong Ji, he was able to make him fall into dreamland in a second. The lazy winter sunshine through the glass, shining on Lu Tu's body to wake him up. He stretched out comfortably. Even he forgot how long it had been since he had slept so solidly. It felt so good. Glancing at Kong Ji, who was still sound asleep, he didn't rush to class. It was still early anyway, so he might as well do his morning exercises. Fortunately, Zhang Jiji had practiced folk dance since childhood and had good physical fitness, recovering extremely quickly, or else she really wouldn't have been able to withstand Lu Tu's preying on her. After being woken up by Lu Tu, Zhang Jichi's face had an indescribable blush, giving her an aunt's normal healthy beauty. You're bad and just bully me. Lu Tu leaned over and whispered in her ear. I'm not just going to bully you. I'm going to bully you until you're 80. Zhang Ichi's acceptance of Lu Tu's flirty words has skyrocketed in the past 2 days, and at this time, she bit her lip and coyly said, I read in the magazine that men can't do anything after 30, so how can you still bully me until I'm 80 years old? Then I'll give you all the latter 50 years of experience before I'm 30. Don't. I'm kidding. Where would Lu Tu listen to her? When a woman says no at this point, it's a hard ask. 2 hours later, the takeout ordered by Lu Tu arrived, and the two of them replenished a little bit of energy. And it was a good thing that Zhang Ichi didn't have any classes today, or else she wouldn't really be able to go to class. After breakfast, Lu Tu received a phone call from Officer Su. Although Officer Su's tone was tired, Lu Tu heard a hint of excitement from it. Xiaolu, you made a big achievement. Lu Tu said blankly. Ha? Me? That's right. Didn't you report Ding Zhang and the others for smoking contraband yesterday? After our investigation and search, a large amount of contraband was seized in the hotel room where they were staying. It's no longer a matter of snorting, but trafficking. Lu Tu was surprised. They're really trafficking? Then they still asked me to give them the money. If I give them the money, Su police officer squarely said, you do not need to be afraid. Through our access to the surveillance and investigation to get the confession, has been found from Ding Zhang there a note to see. Although you were brought to the KTV box by them, we know that you are innocent of being coerced. This matter has nothing to do with you, except that you have to go to the hospital to get a laboratory test. We need to know whether or not you are involved in the use of prohibited substances. Lu Tu responded in a loud voice. No problem. I'll go now. Okay. Meet me at the station with the labs when you're done. Lu Tu weakly asked. Officer Su, can I ask how long Ding Zhang and the others will be sentenced? I'm afraid that they'll know that I'm the one who reported them. Officer Su snorted coldly. If it was just the use of contraband they wouldn't be sentenced for long, but they are now involved in trafficking and the amount has exceeded 2 kilograms. Don't worry. You won't be able to see them in this lifetime. Lu Tu was then relieved. Thank you, Officer Su. I'll go to the lab right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tu heart sneer. Hui, this hand to do really tough. They just let her get a kilogram of milk powder mixed in. Did not think she actually got 2 kilograms? This time Ding Zhang with the toes want to know dead. Zhang Jichi also heard Lu Tu on the phone and looked at him from the side with a worried face, before he anxiously inquired. Lu Tu, what happened to Ding Zhang and the others? Will you be implicated? Lu Tu told the story of Ding Zhang taking him away to write an IOU, the use of contraband by several Ding Zhang people, his own report, and the results of Officer Su's investigation. Zhang Ichi analyzed the situation, then put down his heart, stroking his face and said, I believe you won't touch those. Later I will accompany you to go to the laboratory. Once the results come out it will naturally prove that you didn't take part in it. Yes, 2 people went out to play a drop, straight to the nearest 3 hospitals. Hospitals in the morning, a lot of people. Zhang Yi just called. Immediately there is a director of the doctor enthusiastically take them to the laboratory. Less trouble. Lu Tu looked in his eyes and lamented that this was deep-rooted connections, and that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to reach this level. Even the time for the lab tests was much shorter, and half an hour later Lu Tu's lab result sheet came out. Uncle Kai, how is Lu Tu's health? Dr. Kai held up his glasses and sized up Lu Tu. As a person from the past, how could he not see that the relationship between the two was not ordinary? Only after the two of them were truly together would they inadvertently skim over many tiny details. Dr. Kai looked at Lu Tu appreciatively and complimented. The young man's body is good. Thank you, doctor. To be honest, your physical condition is not just good anymore. I have been in the industry for more than 30 years. I have never seen such perfect indicators, even exceeding many professional athletes. Too healthy, too perfect. Hearing Dr. Kai praising Lu Tu, Zhang Ji is also happy from the inside. Who doesn't want their lover to be in good health? The future baby will also be healthy. The moment she thought of Lu Tu's unceasing strength, Zhang Ji felt a blush, hurriedly putting those shy things behind her, and asked in a low voice, Uncle Kai, then can you issue a certificate to prove that Lu Tu hasn't touched the contraband? It's reasonable to say that it's already proven on this lab sheet, but since you want me to, I'll still issue a copy, so you guys can take it and use it. Dr. Kai sent off the duo after issuing the certificate and also stamping his seal on it. The person who could make the head doctor personally send him out the door naturally caught the attention of the rest of the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Lu Tu had wanted to let Zhang Jiji go back to rest. After all, he could tell that Zhang Jiji was still walking a bit awkwardly. However, Zhang Jiji was exceptionally determined that he had to stay with Lu Tu until the matter was confirmed, and Lu Tu was happy to do so, and the two of them traveled to the bureau where Officer Su was located. As soon as he entered, he saw Ding Zhang's father, Ding De, crouching helplessly in the corner, scratching his head. At this moment, a system prompt flashed in Lu Tu's mind. Ding, trigger mission, revenge on Ding De. Please ask if you accept. Accepted. Like father, like son. Since they have taken revenge on Ding Zhang, how can they let go of this old thing Ding De? Lu Tu, but he clearly remembers that not long ago, this old undead Ding De even came to threaten him. As soon as Ding De saw Lu Tu, his eyes quickly turned and immediately ran up to question. Lu Tu, you were with my son yesterday, how come you're okay? Chapter 35 Angering Dinda. Why should I have anything to do with it? Lu Tu asked rhetorically, looking directly at Dinda. Quickly explained to the police comrades that Ding Zhang would never sell contraband. He doesn't have that much guts. Zhang Yiqi heard the story from the side and questioned. Ding Zhang took Lu Tu away by force yesterday in front of the school and beat him. I don't think he's a coward. Ding De stared angrily at Zhang Yiqi, pointing his finger at her and chiding. And who the hell are you? How dare you accuse my son? When did it become a woman's turn to interrupt here? Lu Tu directly slapped off Ding Da's hand. This is not a place for you to be wild. It's not like I have anything to do with whether your son is wronged or not. Everything depends on the evidence. At this time, Officer Su walked out and scolded. Ding De, if you keep fooling around, get out immediately. We don't need you to tell us what to do when we're handling a case. After scolding and then looking at Lu Tu and Zhang Ji with a softened face, he beckoned. Come in. I'll take a look at your labs. Lu Tu directly crossed Ding De and walked into the office, giving Officer Su both the lab sheet and the certificate. Just in the corner where he could not see, Ding Da's eyes flashed a trace of resentment. He is clear why his son would call Lu Tu over, and now see Lu Tu so familiar with the police. Naturally guessed that it was bound to be reported by Lu Tu. Su police officer looked after and then took to other colleagues to go as retained evidence, and then looked at Lu Tu's face. Yesterday Ding Zhang hit your slap marks. I saw can give you testimony. You stay to do a statement. Yes. LV2 then finished the statement in the conference room. The progress is very fast. After all, most of LV2's whereabouts and the things he said are consistent with the results of the police forensics, signed his name, and then left the police station without any problems. Meeting face to face with Ding De, who had been waiting here for a long time, Ding De called out to the two of them. Stop kid. I'll ask you something. After this matter was almost finalized, where would Lu Tu still give face to an old thing like Ding De? After directly ignoring him, he left straight away. I told you to stop. Ding De had met Lu Tu before, and was as weak as a lamb in front of him, but today he actually dared to ignore himself. Lu Tu turned to look at him with disdain. Who the are you? A family of social scum, and you're worthy of ordering me around? Asterisk. You wait for me. Ding De spat angrily. Zhang Yiqi took Lu Tu's arm and celebrated. Lu Tu, we ignore him. Just now I heard at the police station. Ding Zhang seems to be suspected of drug trafficking more than 2 kilograms this time. A case has been filed, and will be prosecuted soon. According to the law, he should be sentenced to death. Lu Tu nodded without moving. It's good for not only me, but for the whole society if this kind of scum of society is put on trial earlier. At this time, a noisy engine roar came from behind him. Lu Tu turned around and realized that Ding De was driving his overbearing car, his eyes madly rushing towards himself. The muscles in Lu Tu's body tensed, and with extremely fast reflexes, he pushed Zhang Jiqi to the side and managed to avoid the impact of the car. Kang reacted to the fact that he was the one who saved him, and looking at Lu Tu, who was already on the verge of being hit, hissed and yelled, Lu Tu, seeing that there was no way to hide. At this point, Lu Tu could only dodge with all his might. In the eyes of Jiang Ji and Ding Da's horrified gazes, only to see Lu Tu actually like a frog, using his superb bouncing ability, straight over the roof of the SUV, so that Ding Da fell in the air, crashed into the roadside street tree. This all happened in a flash of lightning, and soon startled the nearby vehicles and pedestrians, and people immediately gathered around to see what was going on. Ding Da's front end of the rolling white smoke. He immediately put on the reverse gear to continue to run over Lu Tu. Ding Da, your mom, are you crazy? And Lu Tu's superb physical quality was mobilized to the limit by him at this time. And at the first moment, he picked up Jiang Jiqi and came to the safety on top of the steps. Ding Da heard Lu Tu scolding him. He had guessed back when he was in the police station that even if his own son was really selling contraband, it was this wimpy kid in front of him who reported him. Enemies see each other. At this time Ding Da see the car has been useless. Even carry a machete down. Towards Lu Tu, two people rushed over. The crowd was stunned on the spot. Nowadays there are still people carrying knives and committing murder in the street? Isn't this crazy? Lu Tu didn't want to have any more excessive entanglements with him. Even if he faced the knife-wielding thugs alone, he wouldn't go up to fight for his life. Not to mention the fact that there was still Jiang Jiqi beside him now. He actually carried Jiang Jiqi behind his back on the way to the police station and ran wildly towards the police station. Ding Da how did not expect. He actually cannot run a weighted forward brat. To know that this is still his adrenaline surge. Still cannot even reach the effective distance of throwing the knife. After only 2 minutes Ding Da was panting, but also close to the police station. At this time Lu Tu rushed to the door duty room from a long distance and shouted, "Help!" The police officer on duty naturally recognizes LV2. Just now LV2 went out and even asked him hello. At this time suddenly saw LV2 behind the knife-wielding Ding Da. The police officer on duty immediately called for support through the intercom. Within 30 seconds, however, a group of police officers with riot shields and batons surrounded Ding Da, who at that point woke up to the fact that he was confronting the violent apparatus of the state. Just as he was about to throw away the knife in his hand, he heard Lu Tu provoke him. "Ding Da, you came to threaten me last time, and now that your son has been arrested, you're still using a knife to cut me?" Officer Su. I suspect that he was involved in Ding Zhang's affairs as well. The policemen present all glared at Ding Da with serious faces. It was not that the words spoken by Lu Tu had played a role, but in front of the police station, the nature of carrying a knife and chopping up people was just too bad. It was equivalent to slapping the face of them. The policeman. Officer Su rushed forward with his blast shield in the lead and shouted, "I order you to put down the knife in your hand immediately." Reminder 1. Reminder 2. Ding Da was very angry. He knew that Lu Tu was deliberately provoking him, but when he looked at Lu Tu, this guy was actually leisurely flinging his arms and legs there. And when he thought about how fierce his son was, Ding Da was furious. He wanted to exchange a life for a life with Lu Tu, and directly brought his sword and brazenly rushed towards Lu Tu. Bang! At the same time Officer Su's third reminder was shouted out. Seeing Ding Da still looking like a thug, on the spot someone directly used a throwing stick and explosion-proof shield to smash on his head. Ding Da's head was suddenly bleeding like a river. Powerful impact makes Ding Da incapacitated. The surrounding police swarmed up. Lu Tu saw the situation also rushed up, caught Ding Da's stomach kicked a few feet. This few feet but riveted enough force. Lu Tu's current physique is not what it used to be. Just a few kicks shattered Ding Da's mouth full of teeth. And when Lu Tu wanted to continue kicking, this was pulled away by Officer Su, who lowered his voice and said, "That's enough. Don't make too much of a scene." Ding Da painfully spat blood onto the ground and glared at Lu Tu with red eyes. "I'm going to die with you." Chapter 36, Beyond the Limits of the Human Body. Lu Tu, who was dragged away, feels that it is still quite regrettable. Ding Da is holding a knife and ready to charge the police station. How come he didn't T-shoot to kill him directly? If one shot killed this person, his own reward level will definitely be pulled very high, right? The police want to shoot in the Dragon State. The restrictions are still too big. Even if it is just Ding Da that kind of situation, even if it is forced to shoot, the back will have to write a lot of checks and reports. Especially troublesome. Lu Tu called out to Officer Su and inquired, "Officer Su, just now you can know by tuning down the surveillance. How long will this guy be sentenced to? At least 5 years to start with. You go back first. It's me who didn't protect your safety as a witness. I'm still negligent in this aspect. I didn't expect Ding Da to dare to make a move on you in broad daylight." If Officer Su were usual, he would definitely not apologize to Lu Tu, mainly because now Jiang Jiji is still at the scene. And this has involved the personal safety of the mayor's daughter, so it's not a simple case of murder. The two of them, Lu Tu, left the police station and the system's rewards arrived. Ding, you have successfully retaliated against Ding Da, and are accounting for the completion of the event. Incident completion level A. Rewarded, human extreme physique. Handsome. So handsome. When the system's beep ended, Lu Tu felt his bones splintering all over his body, and his muscles began to contract extremely. This process was extremely painful, as if someone had torn his bones and flesh alive. But soon this pain ended, and his body's bones and flesh grew rapidly, stronger as far as the eye could see, meaning that the density of his bones became more than 100 times stronger than before. The whole process lasted for as long as half an hour, and when Lu Tu stood up from the filth on the ground, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. This kind of strength was not external, but rather the confidence that came from the inside out, as he possessed unrivaled power at this moment. The current one could lift the refrigerator in his dormitory with just one finger. The rest of it was untested and unknown for the time being, but through the system's description, how exaggerated was it that Lu Tu's physique had now surpassed the limits of humanity? That is to say that both his speed, strength, agility, bouncing, and even lung capacity had already surpassed the limits that a world champion could achieve. Originally thought that crossing here is already bad enough. I did not expect the system is really powerful, giving more than one reward at a time. I do not know after the Revenge Ding Zhang's reward out will give him what superpower? The clothes he was wearing had been reduced to shreds by the earlier transformation process, and he couldn't even feel the cold as he stood in the middle of a December chill, the equivalent of the kind of cool he'd felt in early fall. Lu Tu clenched his fists and felt his powerful strength. If he encountered another time Ding Did drove into him, he even felt that he could directly overturn that car with his bare hands. With a sharp weapon in his hand and a killing heart, he now has another mission at the moment, and that is to take revenge on Tao Qian. When I was penniless, I could only use plots and tricks to screw you over, and now when I have the power to punch you to death, I hope you can hold your own. Now he has Godfather Pang Pang as a protective umbrella on top, and his own physique beyond the human body limit underneath. To take revenge on a rich second generation that was emptied by alcohol and sex, it is simply like a backhanded view of the grain. The only difficulty is that Pang Pang let him not to break the law for the time being. If it is a bit troublesome to get Tao Qian killed within the Dragon Kingdom, then what if it is to go abroad? Then it's not the law of the Dragon Kingdom that's being violated. After clearing out his room, Lu Tu found a clean set of clothes and headed out the door, eager to find out his true strength now, heading to a boxing club near his school. He'd swiped here before on Fighting Voice and knew that the owner of this club was particularly wild, often taunting other bloggers who practiced boxing and sparring online to come over and challenge them. Incidentally, he also posted many videos of him defeating his challengers, and those who went to challenge him were invariably beaten to a pulp and defeated in disgrace. But because the agreement was signed each time, the club didn't have to pay out. The reason why LV2 stared at them, because LV2 once went here part-time cleaner, said 2,800 a month, but see LV2 people honest, only gave him $1,000. Until now there are still a part of the wages did not get. Almost forgot about them and will take you guys now. Having lived two lives, the type of people he hated the most were those who deliberately defaulted on workers' wages. These have money and don't give it, just to see that the working people are good to bully. If they give Lu Tu money on time, he doesn't have to gnaw buns every day. Thinking of this, Lu Tu unconsciously accelerated his pace, and in a short time he arrived at the Fighting Spirit Boxing Club and lightly pushed the door to enter. At this point the club's front desk, Chang, is still concentrating on putting on the wearable nails. All the other fingers are done. Only the two middle fingers are not going to do the nails. Know what I mean? Chang suddenly felt the light in front of her eyes obstructed, and she didn't even have to look up to guess which naughty brat from the club must be teasing her. Impatiently, he's scared. Bother you? Can't you see people are getting their nails done? Seeing that the other party did not respond and did not move out of the way to make way for the light, he slammed the table and looked up, ready to start cursing. But into her field of vision is a very male charisma handsome man. A head of micro-partition broken cover is difficult to hide his delicate features. The height of 191 Lu Tu stood in place as if a statue like upright. Hello, are you here to apply for a card? Xiao Zhang stuttered a little. She had been in contact with too many big old men in her day-to-day life. When had she ever seen such a handsome boy? Lu Tu's face surged with a smile. A few months ago when he was a cleaner here, he had wanted to pick up a cup of hot water to soak steamed buns to eat at the front desk. All of them were scolded by Xiao Zhang. You don't recognize me? It does look a bit familiar. And you are? Zhang Qingqing tilted her head and tried to think hard. I'm Lu Tu who cleaned here 3 months ago. Ha! It's actually you. How do you? Zhang Qingqing seemed to be trying to ask why LV2 had changed so much and suddenly became so handsome. The only impression LV2 had left on her was that he was quite tall, but poor people generally couldn't get into her eyes. No matter how tall they were always equated with ugly monsters. Since she recognized Lu Tu, the poor man, the previous shy expression on Zhang Qingqing's face instantly disappeared. and was replaced by a face of disdain and contempt. In her conception, a man was either ridiculously strong in terms of physical strength, or he had money, or else he might as well be a dog. What are you doing at the club? We're not hiring cleaners anymore. Chapter 37, Loosen up your muscles with me. Luda kept his smile unchanged. I've come to get my previous paycheck back. I was only given 1,000 when I left last time, and I still have 1,800 to go. Zhang Qingqing let out a light laugh and yelled at the club. Stop practicing. Someone's coming for the bill. When these words came out, the big men who were practicing feverishly in the club all looked over cross-eyed, and they were all stunned after seeing Lu Tu. And then someone recognized Lu Tu. Isn't this the cleaner from before? Spilled my water and you still want to get paid? At this time the club owner, Zhou Taishan, walked over with large strides, chewing betel nut in his mouth. Coming in front of Lu Tu, he deliberately and provocatively spat a mouthful of dark brown betel nut water at Lu Tu's feet. Want a paycheck, do you? Wipe the floor. The club has been doing good business lately and the floor gets dirty fast. Lu Tu squinted at Zhou Taishan. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that, ugly? You. Who are you calling in ugly? How dare you? You dead bastard. Scold me? Zhang Qingqing screamed excitedly from the sidelines. Lu Tu backhanded Zhang Qingqing's face, sending her flying backwards 3 meters until she hit the wall. Then she stopped and fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Qingqing's entire body was still in a state of confusion. She didn't even see how Lu Tu struck. And then she felt a sharp pain coming from her entire body, while she herself was like a broken kite, losing consciousness on the spot and passing out. The connoisseur a shot to know there is no. Of course, Zhou Taishan saw Lu Tu just at a slap of the powerful place. He put himself in the shoes of thought if this slap to draw their own. He did not have a full grasp to be able to avoid this. 3 months ago when LV2 was working here as a cleaner, he didn't let the people in the club bully LV2 a lot. That would be LV2 was known as a soft persimmon. How is it that in just 3 months' time, this kid is fierce like this? Zhou Taishan was unconsciously a little weak inside, but behind him there were so many trainees who had paid money looking at him. He absolutely couldn't show his cowardice, and gritted his teeth and said, So, you're here to kick the pavilion? Kick your mom's ass. Lu Tu raised his leg and kicked over, hitting Zhou Taishan squarely in the small of the back, directly sending him flying 10 meters away, like a heavy torpedo smashing down several people. The 2 consecutive strikes were in the middle of the lightning. The trainees present were still heckling and didn't react, and it was only after causing a wail that they saw Zhou Taishan's miserable condition, only to see him vomit yellow water with a wow, collapsing on the ground in immense pain, covering his stomach and moaning, Quickly clean him up. He sneak attacked me. Sneak attack? You come to kick the hall and still do a sneak attack? I'll beat you to death today. You bastard. There are about a dozen people in the club. This is the local hooligans, usually in the way of the rule of law society's restrictions. Want to fight, want to itchy hands. At this time to see LV2 this guy a person, even if he is more powerful, also want to go up to touch. Otherwise spread out their club people still how to mix? A dozen strong men surrounded Lu Tu at the same time, constantly grimacing and making exaggerated noises as a way to build up their momentum, and also occasionally throwing a swinging punch to harass Lu Tu's attention. And Lu Tu stood in the middle of the crowd stalwart. When the physique exceeds the human body limit, the reaction speed and concentration is also far beyond the ordinary people, even if it is the top esports experts to come, but also not as fast as Lu Tu's reaction speed. Directly behind him, a fat man with a big waist swung a sneaky punch and attacked the back of Lu Tu's head. A strong wind came. Lu Tu subconsciously tilted his head a little bit, and after dodging the fatal blow, he backhanded an elbow strike on the fatty's chest, only to hear a sound of bones bending. The fat man fell to the ground in pain. The surrounding people saw this and yelled, "Everyone together! Finish this scumbag!" Swarming together, they didn't want to give Lu Tu any more chances. Lu Tu, on the other hand, utilized his exaggerated to the extreme speed to dodge while returning fire. At the moment, in his perspective, it was as if these people's punches had slowed down to 0.5 times their speed. If this couldn't be dodged, it would be a waste of such a strong system reward. The crowd was constantly filled with strong men rushing in vertically and flying out horizontally, screaming. Lu Tu had never fought such a painful fight before, and this kind of strong power over other people was just too fascinating to him. But even if he had surpassed the limits of the human body, it was inevitable that he still took 2 punches in the blind spot of his vision. But what were these guys' punches to a physique like his? Didn't eat you losers? Hitting people is like scratching an itch, and you still have the nerve to bully them? Lu Tu taunted these guys with words as he beat the hell out of them. All the members in the fight club combined didn't last longer than 2 minutes. At this moment, Lu Tu grabbed Zhou Taishan's arm and dragged him like a dead dog to the center of the field, looking down on him condescendingly. Still mad? I'm wrong, I don't dare anymore. You let me go. You're right. The weak are supposed to survive, said Lu Tu, then stepped on Zhou Taishan's toes. The pain caused Zhou Taishan to roar helplessly and wildly. I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. I'm sorry, I'll pay you back the money right away. I don't want the money. Leave it for you as medical expenses. Okay? Lu Tu stared at Zhou Taishan and sneered. You still don't intend to let me go, ah? Big brother. Taishan Zhou, have eyes but don't recognize that Taishan has offended you. So just treat me as a fart and let me go. I'm willing to give you any amount of money you want. Asking for money? Doesn't that make it extortion? Today I came here to kick the pavilion. Kicking the pavilion did not work out and we engaged in a mutual fight. What do I want your little pussy money for? Saying that, he kicked Zhou Taishan in the face again, straightening him out. At this time the other members of the club saw the situation and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Being discovered by Lu Tu in just a few breaths, Lu Tu dodged and blocked the door, staring at the snot-nosed and swollen several people in front of him and laughed. Several people? Not to clean up this scumbag of mine. Where are you guys heading to? Big brother, we have no grudges against you. You've already beaten us once. There's no need to make a grudge, right? Lu Tu stared at them unmoved and took a step towards them, scaring a few people back. One of them bluffed. Don't come over. You're supposed to be a student of Shanghai University. Do you know who my big brother is? Who? My big brother is MP3. No one in this part of CUHK doesn't know my big brother. If you move me, you won't be able to mix well in the school. Do not say this, okay? Lu Tu was now the most afraid of is the threat. Not to mention that you are just a punk. Is that you black and white people come and what can be done? Lu Tu swung over with a swift punch, directly blasting MP3's junior to the point of vomiting blood. Lu Tu stood in the doorway with his hands behind his back. You scum! Bullying people isn't for a day or two. This beating you guys didn't get for nothing. Those who want to leave today can also do so. Come a few people to accompany me for a good fight. The crowd trembled with fear at these words, and someone even said with a sobbing voice, still want to fight? Chapter 38, Convincing People by Virtue. Lu Tu raised his foot towards the man who spoke and lashed him with a whip leg, sending the man flying on the spot. Smiling coldly at the crowd, he said, where is this going? Haven't you all had enough of bullying me in the past? Not waiting for the crowd to react, Lu Tu quickly stepped forward to throw them one by one to the center of the field on the ring. These guys are almost all in the 180 pounds on the size. Was Lu Tu carrying the hand as easy as a chicken cub? Zhou Taishan, that was the one who was extraordinarily cared for by Lu Tu. Not only did he not throw him, but instead he lifted him in his hands and continuously pounded his small abdomen with his fists. Zhou Taishan was so scared that his liver and gallbladder unexpectedly cried out. Don't be like this, have a good conversation. It's not right to hit people. Lu Tu smiled evilly. Crying? Crying counts as time. At this time, the corner of his eye saw the receptionist Zhang Qingqing trying to escape. Lu Tu let out a cold laugh. Xiao Zhang, come here. Zhang Qingqing cried and shivered as she asked. Big brother, you've already beaten me. I'm not running, I just want to go and pour you a glass of water. Hooking a finger at Zhang Qingqing. Bring me a chair. Only then did Zhang Qingqing secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't hit her, let her do whatever she wanted, and hurriedly moved the chair over and poured a cup of tea, waiting for Lu Tu to sit down. She also thoughtfully massaged Lu Tu's shoulders and neck. Lu Tu Chong raised his hand to the crowd and nuzzled. Fight! Aren't you all full of bull strength with nowhere to vent it? Hit each other to show me the results of your workout. Big brother, is it okay not to fight? We're already injured. It's not good if we keep fighting. Lu Tu's eyes glared. If you guys don't fight each other, I'll come up and beat you up. The frightened crowd shrank their necks. Fight! We fight! The strong men on the stage have begun to look for suitable opponents. After all, just now everyone is not badly injured, and each other and a club know each other. At this time all the strong man's eyes fell on the body of the most seriously injured Zhou Taishan. Weekdays Zhou Taishan is extremely domineering. Here many members although the dues to join in. But Zhou Taishan is just like this as a sect, and he himself is also a posture of the head of the sect. And on weekdays there is no shortage of them to call and shout, either to beat or to scold. Besides, Zhou Taishan obviously couldn't move anymore. So who else could he go to if he didn't take him for practice? Some of the quickest reactors rushed up to give Taishan Zhou a naked choke at the first opportunity, shouting at the others who ran over. Taishan Zhou is mine. You guys pick your opponents. Poor Zhou Taishan. First was Lu Tu focus on care. Now just can have a respite. And then buy his own club every day to spend time with the brother to the naked stranded. A strong sense of suffocation so that he a fat face reddened. And constantly with the clap of the other side of the hand signaling to admit defeat. The other people can only resentfully look for opponents again. Lu Tu watched for a while only to feel tasteless. A cold drink. I life most hate is other people fight fake boxing. saying that he crossed directly into the ring and gave a punch to one of those guys who were not willing to fight each other just now, knocking them prostrate on the ground. Disdainfully, he spat at them and said, "Just you bunch of losers. How dare you clamor that you are invincible and welcome people to come and kick your ass?" The crowd dared to be angry, thinking, who can have you so perverted? Even if you are tall and have long arms, even your speed and punching power are exaggerated and scary. Who the hell can be your opponent? But no one dared to be tough. Even the crowd, after being beaten up by Lu Tu again. Even the eyes that looked at Lu Tu became clear, as if they were the college students. And Lu Tu was the bully who was causing trouble on the streets. Zhang Qingqing watched from the stage with some dismay, as she watched these guys, who usually bullied men and women, actually behave like a flock of sheep in front of Lu Tu, a young and handsome college student. Seeing LV2 sit down, Zhang Qingqing hurriedly made all her efforts to massage LV2, although she didn't know how to massage, but she knew how to please and seduce men. From the initial massage of the shoulders and neck, to slowly squatting in front of Lu Tu, massaging his sturdy thighs for Lu Tu, and occasionally using strands of hair to scratch Lu Tu's arms. LV2's backhand is a slap thrown in Zhang Qingqing's face, angrily rebuked. Massage on the ing good press. Who let you so tie? Zhang Qingqing once again received a slap, but she was surprised to find that she actually wasn't angry at all, and even felt that Lu Tu's scolding of herself was so handsome. Goody nodded her head and smiled sweetly at Lu Tu. I know. After saying that, he massaged Lu Tu's shoulders, neck and arms more vigorously. Look at the strong men on the stage burning with jealousy. The club was already more wolves and less meat. Plus Zhang Qingqing looks good. Usually flirtatious. Almost everyone present crush object. But this person is Zhou Taishan's sister-in-law. So everyone did not get to pick up the hand. But I didn't expect Zhang Qingqing to actually have her hidden attributes developed by Lu Tu. Even Zhou Taishan cursed in his heart after seeing it. You stinking. You're even a jitterbug. When I get better from my injuries, I'll teach you a good lesson. Half an hour had passed, and there was no one left standing on the stage. All of them collapsed in the ring, either unable to get up from the beating they had received, or exhausted and deflated. After all, if they didn't fight hard, they would be defined by Lu Tu as faking the fight, and then take Lu Tu's casserole-sized punches. Looking really uninteresting, Lu Tu looked at the crowd. I'm leaving now. Do any of you want to call the police? Who dares to mention the police? Can't wait for Lu Tu to hurry up and leave and let them live. The crowd waved their hands in succession. Dare not. Dare not. It was meant to be a friendly sparring match. Lu Tu laughed. Then you guys are all injured. What will you say when you go out and others ask about it? It's inevitable for us martial arts practitioners to have bumps and bruises. It's normal to have some injuries. So don't worry. See, after beating these hooligans into submission, they all speak honorifics. Lu Tu looked at their unproductive appearance and stood up. I, Lu Tu, have always been able to convince people with my virtue. If I call the police, I can do it for you right now. But if anyone dares to go and shade me afterward, I will come back to you guys. Big brother, we really don't dare. You take your time. After leaving the boxing club, Lu Tu was then able to realize his true strength, which was honestly a bit too exaggerated. These guys from the boxing club, their fighting skills were at least a bit better than ordinary people. But even if a dozen or so of them swarmed around, Lu Tu would at most receive 2 irrelevant punches. Now if there were still ungrateful people who dared to come and bully him, how would there be any need for those devious tactics? A full force punch would send the other party to the west. Lu Tu, who was in an excellent mood, was humming a little song as he walked towards his home when the phone rang. Officer Su's slightly excited voice came out. Lu Tu tells you good news. Your report this time is very useful, helping us to crack a big case of a contraband trafficking gang. Our bureau decided to reward you with $10,000 and award you the Good Citizen Award. Chapter 39, SSS Level Rewards. Great. As long as we can bring these bad guys to justice. By the way, Officer Su, how were Ding Zhang and the others sentenced? The results of the indictment have come down. Ding Zhang, Ho Bin, He Chang, and Wang Hao were sentenced to death. When will you come to the bureau to pick up your certificate and bonus? We've already informed your school leaders about this matter, and they'll honor you as well. Thank you, Officer Su. This is all what I should do. After hanging up the phone, the system's reward finally arrived. Ding. Detecting the completion of the event of retaliation against Ding Zhang. Mission completion level SSS. Rewarded skill, foreseeing the future. You can predict what's going to happen in the next 10 seconds anytime, anywhere, limited to things that matter to you. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Tu couldn't help but shiver as his thoughts began to become very strange. It's as if there was a room and suddenly a small piece of it was partitioned out, and that small piece of it is at all times a rehearsal for what's going to happen in 10 seconds. He had a premonition that a sparrow would stop at his window in 10 seconds. He counted in his mind, and sure enough, When the 10 seconds were up, the sparrow arrived as promised. Lu Tu could no longer suppress his inner excitement, harvesting 2 strong and invincible skills in a row, and this foretelling the future was simply too useful for him. Leaving aside the other things first, if he were to single-handedly take on a dozen or so burly men again right now, there was absolutely no way he would let the other party touch even a single hair on his head, and that ability is just killer for having a place. That's the casino. Before obtaining the future prediction skill, Lu Tu was still thinking about where he should get his first bucket of gold. Now he only felt that the road ahead was straight. What else could stop him from rising? In order to test the ability to foretell the future, Lu Tu didn't rush back, but walked into a park, sat down on a bench, and opened the joyful landlord in his cell phone. Just after the starting hand, Lu Tu had a hunch that the previous landlord would play 3 with 1, followed by a few more hands of 3 with 1, meaning that the previous landlord's hand was full of 3 with 1. Holding 4 Q-bombs in his hand, Lu Tu blew 4 Q-bombs straight down when the landowner played 333 with 4, blinding the landowner on the spot. Hurrying to send a quick voice to Lu Tu, "You play your cards too well." Even LV2's underling gave him a cup of tea to renew his sentiment for a hint. LV2 has the ability of precognition, although only 10 seconds, but still saw through the landlord's card type. Played a pair of 4. This hand can be the landlord to the whole difficult. His hand at this time all 3 with 1. To catch the pair can only be demolished. He looked at the hand of the card. There is the king of the bomb in the hand, so let LV2 continue to go out. He does not believe that LV2 can be sent to the pair of the card to throw the end of the card. After playing a pair of 4s, Lu Tu went straight from hitting a pair of aces and a pair of kings, and the previous landlord almost cursed as he watched. He had never seen Lu Tu play cards like this before. Just out of a pair of 4 himself do not want. He can continue to play from a small pair, but Lu Tu's play as if it is to deliberately angry him, so that the upper landlord hand pinched the king bomb hesitation. After all, Lu Tu's precognition time was only 10 seconds. And now he finally had a premonition of his next teammate's cards, all of which were straights except for a pair of aces. Lu Tu casually played a pair of 5s, and when the underdog saw Lu Tu go from a pair of aces out to a pair of 5s, he knew it was time to pick up the pieces himself, and casually played a pair of 6s, which really put the landowner in a tough spot. Knowing that Lu Tu couldn't finish his hand himself, and wanting to send his teammate away, he gritted his teeth and split the 3 bands straight away, hitting a pair of 7s. The next player played a pair of 8s. And the landlord had to follow with a pair of 9s, but he never expected the next player to have a pair of 2s, so the problem was right in front of the landlord's eyes. He was going to blow up the pair of 2s or not, but looking at the next player who still had 12 cards, he clenched his teeth in front of his cell phone and snarled, "I'm going to let you out of here, and you've got the guts to 12 card me in seconds," then clicked pass. Next, the next player directly played a set of straights, 12 cards thrown out. The owner of the land is stupid. He stared at the screen. He obviously has a hand of whole cards, according to the theory of how to play can win, but just lost. This suffocating feeling is really too hard to bear, and all of this was sensed in advance by Lu Tu's ability to foresee the future for 10 seconds. This is what is called a ING hangover. An open life turns out to be so cool. It's as if the whole world is revolving around itself. There was only one drawback to this skill, and that was that it would mess up Lu Tu's brain. The brain was processing the available information while at the same time picking up on what was going to happen in 10 seconds. And this huge cutthroat feeling was causing him to have a headache. System, can you optimize this ability? I feel like it won't be long before I have a split personality. Can. It's already taken care of the pointless information for you, and the warning will only be generated when something important is about to happen. Thanks. My mom. This system is also too considerate. He doesn't know how other people's systems are, but he is 120% satisfied with Lu Tu's system. Now his goal is very firm. That is to earn the first bucket of gold in his life. He now has $10 million in principal, plus the ability to foresee the future 10 seconds. Making money is not a handful? Even if gambling is illegal in the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't it be fine for him to play smaller? And no matter what place, private or underground casinos existed, what was missing now was finding a doorway in this area. To find these is really too simple. The last life Lu Tu can rely on themselves to climb up from the bottom, although the business is not big. But at least understand some of the logic of how things work. Looking at the time is still early. I sent a message back to Janichi to let her study well and have dinner together in the evening. Lu Tu beckoned a cab to stop, and after getting in, he handed a cigarette over to the driver master and smiled. "Master, please teach me one thing. Cab drivers are chatty and naturally don't stink at polite passengers. Don't mention it. Speak." Lu Tu rubbed his hands together and put on an expression of addiction. "I just came to China Sea University. Where is there a place to play mahjong here?" The master laughed in relief. "Then it's still hard to find? You ask a few students to find a random tea house to play on the line. How much money can my classmates have? It's no fun to play too small. The driver was surprised to look at him from the rearview mirror. Seeing that he was fully dressed in designer labels and had an unusual temperament, he asked curiously, how big do you usually play? It's not much. It's just a pastime. You can't make a $10 or $20 shot, can you? Little brother, you don't look like a poker player. You're not a reporter on a secret visit, are you? If I were a reporter, would I go to an unannounced visit to a mahjong parlor? I don't know, go to unannounced visits to bathing centers? After Lu Tu finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with the driver, and the two of them laughed out loud. Also, I'll take you to one owned by my good buddy. The main thing is safety. Chapter 40. Winning is worse than losing. The cab drove to a small courtyard in the suburbs. Said suburbs is the combination of urban and rural areas, where the population mobility is large. The management is relatively to be lax. It is the breeding ground for this kind of mahjong parlor. When you get there, brother, when you go in, just say you were introduced by Wu Lao Air and they'll set you up. Thank you, master. Lu Tu got off the car and walked towards the small courtyard. In fact, as soon as the cab stopped at the door, someone in the small courtyard noticed. A middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes, stoned melon seeds, full of peace and greetings, came over. Little brother is to play in the farmhouse? Yes, Elder Wu introduced me. Hey, I know, it's your first time here, little brother, right? How do you want to play? Speaking, Lu Tu found that although the middle-aged woman is plainly dressed, but the neck and wrist are wearing quite a weight of gold jewelry, it seems that she should be one of the people in charge here. Cannot be less pumping. Lu Tu pretended to be a gambling addict and laughed. I just learned mahjong, and I play too small and the people I know. Big sister, you give arrangements. No problem, just call me Big Sister Wei. Everyone in the neighborhood loves to come and play with us. It's absolutely safe. Wei. Big sister led Lu Tu into the small courtyard of the self-built house. Just as soon as he went in, he heard the sound of mahjong feverishly inside. Directly brought Lu Tu into a box that was playing. At this time the table was 3 men and 1 woman. Big sister Wei smiled at one of the men and said, Xiao Su, you let the new little brother to play well. Xiao Su subconsciously squinted his eyes in dissatisfaction, but when his eyes met Big Sister Wei's, he immediately gathered his emotions and squeezed out a smile. Wait a moment, I'll finish this game. Lu Tu keenly captured that when Big Sister Wei said the words newcomer, the expressions of the several people present varied, except for Xiao Su, who was dissatisfied. The other 3 had a hidden excitement under their eyes. It seems that they all treat Lu Tu as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. From the moment Wu Lao Air brought him here, he knew it wasn't as simple as it appeared. Sure enough, Xiao Su lost another 2,000 or so on this hand and was still playing Sichuan mahjong. 1 for 3. After Xiao Su left, Big Sister Wei affectionately patted Lu Tu's shoulder and rushed to the other 3, saying, little brother just learned how to play mahjong, so don't bully him. One of them, a thin monkey-like man, looked at Lu Tu with a smile. There is no father and son in the gambling arena. It's all based on their own abilities. If you're afraid of losing, don't come and waste our time. The only young woman at the table gave him a blank look. Say it like you're so powerful. Don't be afraid, little brother. Newbies have all the luck. The last man with glasses, on the other hand, held up his glasses. We are here to play at least 51. Can you play or not? Everyone present looked at Lu Tu with expectant eyes, only to see Lu Tu slightly shaking his head, and a hint of disappointment flashed in the bottom of everyone's eyes. Reluctantly, the woman asked, so hit 20? Seeing Lu Tu continue to shake his head, the thin monkey suddenly tapped the table unhappily. Then what are you doing here? Go play at the senior activity center yourself. Lu Tu stared straight at the skinny monkey. Too small is no fun. Hit 100 some good accounts. When these words came out, several people including Big Sister Wei were stunned, and then they laughed out. They are the veterans of this business. Who is a master and who is a rookie can tell at a glance. What's more, although Lu Tu's appearance was tall and powerful, he looked like he had only just reached adulthood, and he was wearing all famous brands, so he looked like a child who was too well protected by his family. Okay, listen to little brother just hit 100 for a bit. After sweeping $10,000 over to Big Sister Wei and exchanging it for cash, he sat down and started to play. The first round down, Lu Tu intentionally a hand did not who, and even intentionally played into the flower pay compensation once 3. This series of operations can make the other 3 people happy, and Lu Tu lost more than 6,000 after 1 round of play. The skinny monkey skimmed his lips. Little brother, it looks like you don't have a newbie protection period here. The young woman gave the skinny monkey a blank look. You guys are also too ruthless, knowing that other people won't fight, and still just making big cards. Glasses man held his glasses again, the whole time did not say much, like a muffled gourd. This will open his mouth. I see you go to change some cash again to come. The rest of you cannot even play around. LV2 deliberately acted like a rash. Waved his hand. A little agitated, my house has just been demolished and relocated, still afraid that I have no money to give? First hit, first hit. The corners of the trio's mouths could barely suppress their smiles at hearing this, and they continued to fight. This round down looks like Lu Tu has been losing. In fact, he has grasped the set of 3 people. The young woman and the thin monkey on the surface seems to have been fighting, but instead they are both a gang. The thin monkey will intentionally from under the table to the young woman to change the cards, but instead of that stuffy gourd glasses man, he simply is good at cards. Card counting is very powerful. But what is all this under Lu Tu's ability to foretell the future? The $6,000 was just an appetizer. Where is this? From the second circle, Lu Tu has used the ability to start hutting, although it can only be predicted for 10 seconds. But Chuan Ma is to be missing a door. The cards in the hands of the 3 families will be known as soon as they are counted. In 2 consecutive rounds, Lu Tu didn't lose a single hand, but all he had was some kind of a fart who, which disgusted the other 3. They knew that Lu Tu was a novice, and the deck was made bigger, but whenever they just got the deck right, Lu Tu left first with a fart who, leaving the 3 of them to wrestle on their own. Not being able to win this newbie's money was worse than killing them. The 3 of them were also getting more and more depressed, and their mindsets began to change, playing with more and more urgency. On the contrary, Lu Tu, the whole process of drawing and playing cards lightly, his face could not even see any emotion. Anyway, he just need to avoid the card of pointing the cannon, and then in anticipation of what the 3 will play 10 seconds later, do a corresponding fart who on the line. For rounds past, the 3 in the air-conditioned box actually played to the forehead slightly sweating. Smoke is also one after another smoke. The thin monkey really cannot help it. Question Lu Tu, it is you who said to play 100 some. How every hand who a fart who? Lu Tu shrugged indifferently. I want to be big too, but I lost more than 6,000 in the first lap. So how come I'm not allowed to woo? Is that how you play poker? Skinny monkey questioned. Lu Tu sniffed as he put down his cards and grabbed the cash. Getting up to leave. I'll go play with the others then. The young woman and the man with the glasses hurriedly stopped. Don't pay attention to him, little brother. He's such a nasty person. Skinny monkey this time also some panic. He did not want to let go of this fat sheep in front of him. To Lu Tu sardonic smile, little brother do not be angry. I'm just kidding. Quickly sit down and continue to flip the book. LV2 sat down after also with a small daughter-in-law like muttering, you said the gambling field no father and son. Playing cards this is each according to their ability. I will not do big cards, but also do not allow me to who fart who. It's old brother who said the wrong thing and apologized to you. The thin monkey apologized. The man with the glasses spoke up at the right time. I don't think this is exciting at all. Why don't we just leave it uncapped? The young woman looked at Lu Tu. What do you think, little brother? Uncapped grade O. Lu Tu nodded. It's all for fun anyway. I just like the feeling of hustling cards. It doesn't matter how many I play. The skinny monkey slapped his thigh, then we'll go up to the top. The hand continued, and after a couple of fart hops, Lu Tu drew a starting hand of clear with 4 pair and was ready to start closing the net. Chapter 41, The 18 Bachelors of the Manchurian Qing Dynasty. Lu Tu mentioned in passing, if it's not capped, do you have the money to pay for it? The skinny monkey froze, then laughed. You didn't inquire who I am. Who Kai? Will I have no money to give? Be careful that you lose your pants. At this time it happened that Sister Wei's voice was nearby, and the young woman called her in. Sister Wei, this little brother is afraid that we don't have any money to give. At this time, Lu Tu was coincidentally back against the Wei big sister, so his card was also Wei big sister looked all over, only to see her in the left shoulder scratched and laughed. You can rest assured that the little brother, in the big sister this has not won to get the money of the situation, can come here to play is to know the roots of the bottom. Big sister Wei smoothly picked up the kettle next to her to refill their teacups, taking a look at the card game in the meantime. Everyone naturally wouldn't refuse, and the card game continued. Only just after playing 2 hands, Lu Tu sensed that something was wrong. Earlier he had a hunch that the young woman in the next house would bid a 20,000. After all, he had a pair in his hand that he happened to touch, but the hunch in his head suddenly changed to a quintet of cakes. As expected, the young woman in the next house played a 5 cake and was touched by her opponent, and all the premonitions for 10 seconds changed. Lu Tu laughed. Before the test so many innings never made a mistake, but now there is actually a change. It seems to have something to do with the big sister Wei who just came in. Lu Tu smiled at big sister Wei. I'll change another 30,000 yuan in cash. Don't you still have money? You can change it later if you don't have any. Lu Tu stared at big sister Wei with undeniable eyes. I want it now. Wei big sister some hesitation, but cannot be hard to rely on not to go. Had to pull out the collection code to collect 30,000 out of the box to go to Lu 2 to get cash. The next situation is the same as what Lu 2 expected. Only one of their 3 families is set to lack 10,000 chapters. The other 2 are at 10,000 words or not even playing out. Lu 2 was not in a hurry, without Big Sister Wei to give them cover. In the case of having foreknowledge of the future, it was the equivalent of playing with a semi-bright card, which could still lose. Soon LV2's hand was complete. All 3 pairs of hands. He deliberately played a 9 to the upper glasses man, successfully let the other side go. It wasn't that he wanted to let the other guy go, but only after he had won the hand could he himself draw the 10,000 he wanted. The glasses man excitedly grabbed the 9 strips over. This was the first time he had ever been so emotional. The skinny monkey grunted conspiratorially. Running fast, not waiting to touch yourself? The man with the glasses held them up. No more self-touching. I'm content. The skinny monkey and the young woman looked at each other and urged Lu 2 to touch the cards. Hurry up and play. The delay is all missing another round. The 2 of them hadn't been able to get on the board and were anxious. Lu 2 reached out and grabbed the cards, touching 10,000 as he had hoped, and put the 3 in his hand down. Kung, keep touching and keep laughing. Bar again. At this time, both of the young women frowned slightly. They had just received a message from Big Sister Wei, knowing that Lu 2 was a 10,000 word clear. Both of them intentionally left all the 10,000 words in their hands, and now Lu 2 was actually able to connect the bar? This luck is also too good. And the bar. Lu's third Kong swung out. This time the young woman and the skinny monkey duo have been unable to sit still. Lu 2 has barred in front of 1, 3, 40,000, roughly counting if it is a clear plus 3 roots. It is 7 times. LV2 didn't look at the cards the first time after he drew them, but kept rubbing them together. And Thin Monkey couldn't help but taunt. Are you done rubbing them together yet? Can you still rub out a flower? The glasses man's voice trembled a bit. You're not going to be the 18 bachelors of Manchu, are you? At this time, after Lu 2 touched the cards, there were still 2 cards. The young woman gathered her hair. Little brother, don't scare my sister. My sister's heart is not good. If you are scared, you will have to pay for it. The Thin Monkey's 3 people's attention was focused on Lu 2's body, waiting with bated breath for his next move. Just at this tense juncture, the door of the box suddenly opened and Big Sister Wei walked in, placing $30,000 next to Lu 2. He glanced at the poker table and was too scared to utter a single breath. This, only to see Lu 2 slowly play the card he had just touched up. 5. The people present then heaved a sigh of relief. The glasses man is considered good. After all, he first who card away. The rest of the matter with him does not matter. But the Thin Monkey and the young woman is so easy. At this time the pressure also came to them. Lu 2's golden hook fishing Huanzi has almost become a clear state. All they need to do is to pinch the 10,000 characters dead and not play them to the outside, and then make a fart who and they won't be called by the check, with the caveat that they can't let Luta touch himself. Wei Big Sisters simply do not go. In order to avoid the risk she stood not far away to watch, the whole time did not dare to speak. Such a big card she has not seen for a long time. As long as Lu 2 can she just pumping can draw a large amount of water. After 2 more rounds, the atmosphere of the scene was already tense to the extreme. Except for Lu 2, the young woman and the Thin Monkey were careful to the extreme in every single fight. The skinny monkey also went to look at Big Sister Wei from time to time, but Big Sister Wei only came in after LV2 had finished his Kong. And even she didn't know what kind of cards LV2 had. She only saw that there were still the last 2 cards left in the pile. Just then, Lu 2 grabbed the cards and touched them afterward, and suddenly laughed. Kong again. Asterisk 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 yours. Are you really that lucky with your? Hurry up and polish and wine. I don't believe you can still get a flower. The young woman gave him a blank look. Crow's mouth, less talk. Everyone stretched their necks, waiting for Lu 2 to go and touch the cards. The young woman and the Thin Monkey kept praying in their hearts. The young woman no longer has the same composure as before. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I still have a pair of 20,000 in my hand. And you just happened to touch the last one? And it's a ing Konshangwa plus the bottom of the sea? Boom! The skinny monkey collapsed onto his chair in dismay, his eyes reddening as he muttered over and over again. Impossible. Seeing them in this state, Big Sister Wei said in relief. It's not much. It's capped anyway. It's not capped. We just started this hand saying it wasn't capped and he drew himself. What? You guys play so big with a student? Even Big Sister Wei had shocked. She did remind a few people earlier that Lu 2 was a clear big card. After all, the skinny monkey and the young woman were her regulars here. She didn't want the 2 to lose too much, lest they don't come back in the future. but she never thought that they would actually dare not to cap the game, and also encountered this kind of extreme brand. Now even she was speechless. Lu Tu looked at Big Sister Wei and inquired, "Big Sister Wei, help me calculate how many pans this is?" Big Sister Wei swallowed hard. Golden hook fishing 2 plus 2 plus 4 kongs 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. 11 times. Lu Tu laughed. "That's right, a total of 2048 points. And we hit 100, which means that both of you will pay me $204, $800 each." Chapter 42, saying this now? It's too late. The skinny monkey's neck stretched and said, "I don't believe it. You're definitely cheating." Lu Tu sniffed and put the smile on his face away. "If you say I cheated, bring out the evidence. If you don't, you won't get a penny less." They played mahjong with LV2 for 2 hours and saw that LV2 was all peaceful and calm, and thought that he was really a stupid boy whose family had just demolished the thugs. The young woman also pushed the mahjong in front of her and spluttered, "If you dare to cheat, this game won't count." Lu Tu wasn't annoyed as he turned his head to look at Big Sister Wei. "This is your place. I'll ask you what you say first." Big Sister Wei hurriedly smiled to round off the scene. "We all say a word of peace and prosperity. You guys don't talk about little brother cheating. You guys have been playing with him for a few hours. If you knew he was cheating, why didn't you tell us earlier? Why wait until now to say it?" This sentence disliked the young woman and the skinny monkey to the point of being speechless. They were just trying to play tricks. Of course, they knew that Lu Tu couldn't possibly cheat in front of them. Big Sister Wei's next turn of phrase, "Although willing to gamble, but you suddenly changed the rules to play so big. For anyone is not a number, or else it is still according to the capped money to give?" The young woman and the skinny monkey nodded their heads like garlic in excitement at the words. "That's right, we were just joking when we said no cap earlier. We'll give you the money now. Count your kid lucky." Lu Tu sat in his seat and quietly watched their performance, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it before slowly speaking. "So, you guys will just do it for me?" Thin Monkey see Lu Tu seems to be reluctant to let go. A slap on the table angrily. "What the do you still want? Even if you didn't cheat? Such a big card I've never seen in my life. Even if I don't give you the money, what can I do?" The young woman said in a conspiratorial manner. "It's a blessing for young people to suffer, lest they get into trouble." Lu Tu smiled and nodded, standing up and staring at both the skinny monkey and the young woman, and then at Big Sister Wei. "So, you guys are set on me and don't want to pay the 400,000? Big Sister Wei persuaded. "What they say is not unreasonable. Let's do it this way. Later I won't pump your water. Just give it at the capped amount." Lu Tu glanced at her. "What are you? It's your turn to make decisions for me?" Sister Wei was stunned. She has seen the horizontal, has not seen so horizontal. Come here to play who do not know her bottom? Who doesn't know her background and who dares to talk to her like this? Immediately, his face turned cold. "Young man, are you talking to me? You didn't go to inquire about my Wei Guifen's origin before you came here?" Lu Tu nodded. "Tell me about it." Wei Guifen rushed outside, shouted a voice. Immediately rushed over 7 or 8 strong men blocked the door of the box. The hand also held a stick and other guys, eyeing Lu Tu. "Back in my day, when my 2 double knives chopped from the east to the west of the Vermilion Bird Bridge, who didn't recognize me? Double knife Phoenix Wei Guifen?" Lu Tu laughed. "What's their relationship with you? For this amount of money, they smashed your signboard?" Wei Guifen's voice was stern. "Don't you care so much? You have to act according to my rules here. You are not qualified to say anything else to me." Seeing Wei Guifen stand up for herself, the thin monkey and the young woman immediately said in solidarity, "We've been neighbors with Big Sister Wei for decades. Can we still let you be bullied by an outsider? You still want to take away my $200,000? Do your mother's spring and fall dream." Lu Tu inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, exhaled thick smoke rings, and laughed. "So, you guys are set on me? That's right. Either take $10,000 and go, or you leave some parts here. Come to me to cheat. Who gave you the guts?" At this time Wei Guifen's tone also changed and started to accuse Lu Tu of cheating. The burly men blocking the door also yelled, "Sister Wei, what's the point of wasting words with this kid? Just take it down directly." The skinny monkey interjected at the right time. "He just said that his family is demolishing the house, so let his family get money to ransom him." Who knew that the next second, Lu Tu moved. He flicked the cigarette butt in his hand to the thin monkey, startled the thin monkey with a strange scream. Lu Tu's feet moved, dodged to Wei Guifen in front of her, and blasted her face with a punch, directly smashing it full of blood, and fainted on the spot. The villains at the door were furious at the sight of the situation, and they were afraid of people making trouble if they dared to open a venue here. They are the triad members who collect protection money on the side. Usually they are the only ones who bully others. When have they ever been bullied by someone at the door? Holding clubs, machetes and other guys rushed straight in and slashed at Lu Tu, but their attacks were really as slow as a snail in Lu Tu's perspective. Bai Lu Tu found the right moment to kick one by one, kicking in the crotch. 7 or 8 villains instantly lost their fighting strength, falling on the ground painfully covering their crotch. The sharp pain made them unable to even shout out their calls. Individuals with poor pain tolerance have begun to vomit yellow water, which is the body's physiological response to pain to the extreme. With a bang, Lu Tu kicked the skinny monkey who was trying to escape into the room and then closed the door behind him. All of this happened in just a short minute. The continuous strikes instantly solved 7 or 8 strong men holding weapons. Such a strong attack power made the thin monkey several people completely dumbfounded. At this time, only the man with glasses hid in the corner and shivered. That. We don't have a financial dispute. And I didn't say anything. It's none of my business. Lu Tu grinned, his clear smile putting a few people in a bit of a trance. It was hard to associate him with the thug from a minute ago. I know, but you're going to have to stay here as well, and bear witness to me. So, that's fine. The young woman had already been scared out of her wits. She hurriedly changed into a flirtatious expression, tugged the neckline of her dress down, and stepped forward to pamper herself. Little brother, you're so handsome. I'm willing to give you that sum of money. Are you free at night? Sister wants to treat you to a meal. How does a like you deserve to eat with me? Lu Tu backhanded a slap on the young woman's face, slapping half of her pretty face to swell like a pig's head. After the young woman impacted on the wall and fell down, she sat up straight in pain. Her eyes looked at Lu Tu in horror and kept crawling towards the corner. I'm really willing to pay. You don't have to beat me even if you can't see me, right? She did not say this. Okay, said this. Lu Tu was angry, cannot help but go up and rushed to her and kicked a few feet, almost kicked its waist. Play a card has been in my hand. Touch. You also do not take a piss to look in the mirror? Where had the young woman seen such a vicious man? She had to say also at least have a few points of beauty. The surrounding men which do not want her want to drool. But this kid in front of her actually called her ugly. But she also knew to shut up and didn't dare to continue to provoke Lu Tu. Lu Tu saw that she was honest. Then he walked towards the thin monkey. What do you think I should do to clean you up to relieve my hatred? Seeing that softness was not an option, the skinny monkey bluffed. You've already constituted intentional injury, and you'll have to go to jail if you hit me. Lu Tu laughed and kicked the skinny monkey's calf bone, directly fracturing it, then kicked it to the ground and pressed the skinny monkey's palm with the chair leg, then sat on it. How dare an uneducated punk like you talk to me about the law? You guys robbed me with a knife? Even if I just grabbed the knife and hacked you to death, that's still self-defense. 10 fingers connected to the heart. The thin monkey is already short in size. Where to withstand the chair legs pressed by Lu Tu's 180 pounds of weight? I'm willing to pay the money. 200,000 cents on the dollar. So let go of me first. If you had agreed so readily earlier, I would have just taken the money and left. And as for now, too late. Chapter 43. Big brother, you can't be unreasonable. I'll give you money when you win. You can't kill me because of this, right? Lu Tu completely pressed the weight of his entire body on the thin monkey's body and sneered. Aren't you good at playing hard to get? How come you realized that playing hard to get with me doesn't work anymore and started to reason with me? I still don't want to reason with you. The room echoed with the thin monkey's heartbreaking pleas for mercy, which also woke up the unconscious Wei Guifan. The first time she woke up, she first wiped away the blood on her face. And just as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw LV2 who was torturing the thin monkey. Just when she wanted to open her mouth to call for someone, she realized that the strong men she had hired to calm down the scene had by now collapsed to the ground en masse, looking even worse off than she was. And this was the moment she knew that she had messed with a tough guy. Wei Guifan at least has also seen some of the world. This time calmly analyzed. Opened, little brother, do not fight. They shoot you how much money I let them give you. Absolutely not lose you a penny. Lu Tu grabbed one of Wei Guifan's hands over again and placed it underneath the stool leg, sneering, so if I hadn't beaten your people, what would you do to me now? Is it to beat me up and then make my family pay money to ransom me? Or how about I cheat and chop off one of my arms? Wei Guifan, although it is a woman, is also considered a ruthless person, was stool legs pressed in the palm of the hand, hard not to say a word, even if the teeth are clenched, cackling, really let LV to a high look. At least more than the skinny monkeys have a lot of success. Today count me, Wei Guifan planted. I should not take care of familiar customers to pit you. I'll give you an additional 200,000 yuan. You let me off the hook. Today's matter a write-off how? Lu Tu smiled evilly. 200,000? What are you doing to the beggar? Saying I'm going to break an arm for cheating is now worth 200,000? Lu Tu was now eating them up. It was not yet the same as the previous situation at the boxing club. Those people at the boxing club hadn't done anything illegal. And if he asked for money from the other side, it was likely to be made into extortion. But Wei Guifan's place itself is now illegal, and she may be able to argue that it's just an ordinary chess room. But some things do not weigh but a few too heavy. On the weighing of 1,000 pounds cannot beat. Not to mention that they are still holding a knife to threaten themselves. No matter how big this matter is, as long as it does not cause a death, Lu Tu will not have to worry about it at all. Not to mention there is also a huge for the C-pin. Wei Guifan was trembling at this time. Her forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and she forced herself to endure the pain and asked, "Then how much do you want? $2 million shouldn't be a big deal to you. I want to see the money in 30 minutes or you're all going to jail together. You still want to call the police?" Wei Guifan looked at Lu Tu incredulously. She never thought that this kid would actually threaten her with calling the police. To know that she could open a venue here for so many years, how could there be no local umbrella? She was only afraid of getting into trouble and delaying her business. How refreshing. You guys kill me with a knife? I'll cripple a few of you before I go to the police. Wei Guifan gritted her teeth. I'll give it. You wait for me to make a call. Put the speakerphone on. Wei Guifan dialed a number in front of Lu Tu's face and took a few deep breaths to make her tone as calm as possible. Little sister, bring me $4 million in cash over here. There is an emergency. A charming woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sis, is something wrong? Do you need to call Big Brother over? No need. You come alone with $4 million and be quick. After saying that, she hung up the phone. The next thing was much simpler. Lu Tu naturally had no intention of sparing them, calling for the man with glasses to sit on a chair and continue to press the palms of the skinny monkey in Wei Guifan. Lu Tu was to come to the strong men, their arm bones raw dislocated, and then tied them all up. The murder weapon on the ground after all thrown on the mahjong table. This is leisurely sitting there waiting for the money to be sent over. The young woman is also very good to come to things. Hurriedly came to Lu Tu's side of the tea and water to serve. Less than 20 minutes of time, outside came the sound of the car. Lu Tu looked out the window to make sure there was only one car approaching. Soon a stylishly dressed modern girl came to the courtyard and rushed inside to the gamblers who had not yet dispersed and asked, "Where's my sister?" The crowd pointed fearfully to the room where Lu Tu was, and the woman came over with a bag in her sulky face, knocked on the door and shouted, "Sister, I'm coming." Wei Guifan exclaimed, "Leave the money at the door and go back." The woman, however, was unusually firm. "No, I have to see that you are safe." Lu Tu spoke. "In that case, come in." The doorknob turned, and when the woman opened the door to the room, the scene in the room made her eyes widen in horror, and she subconsciously hid the bag in her hand behind her back. She looked at Wei Guifan incredulously. "Sister, what's going on?" Wei Guifan endured the pain and said, "This time I've planted it. I'm willing to gamble and give him the money." She looked at Lu Tu, carefully sizing up the clean-looking young man in front of her. "You did all of this?" Lu Tu gave a shrug. "Hard to believe? Did you bring enough money?" "That's enough. I just got it from the bank." "Count it." The woman didn't say anything and just dumped the cash on the table. Lu Tu gave the young woman a nudge, and she obediently began to help count the money. Wei Guifan spoke. "Can you let go of me first? Having suffered more than enough. What do you care about this one moment?" Wei Guifan hadn't seen someone as ruthless as Lu Tu for a long time, not to mention that he was still so young. It was really a bit out of her expectation, but she had already written this kid down, and this matter was definitely not over. $2 million is what I paid you, and the other 400,000 is what they owe you for the bet. Lu Tu ignored him until the young woman finished counting the money and whispered, "Big brother, the number is right. Can you let go of my sister now?" The modern girl stared at Lu Tu with cold eyes the whole time. She began to observe from the moment she entered the door. Although everyone was hung with colors, but all of them were only superficial injuries, not serious. She knew that Lu Tu was seeking money. She should not continue to hurt people. Lu Tu lifted the money with slight disappointment and slowly came to the woman's side, whispering in her ear with a very aggressive stance, "I see you look familiar. I don't know where I've seen you before." The woman forced herself to be calm and cold. "You should be mistaken. I've never seen you before. Let's talk about what you're up to today." Lu Tu became interested when he heard this. "Oh, tell me what purpose I have. I've seen the surveillance video of this room before coming here. Your gambling skills are very good yet hard to assess, obviously playing as a novice, but often anticipating the enemy to minimize their losses, giving a very strange feeling. If you want to, maybe we can still work together." Lu Tu gave her a slightly surprised look. Finally, there is a smart person. Communicating with stupid people like Wei Guifan and the thin monkey for a long time is really tiring. What makes you think I'm going to work with you guys? You're young and good with your hands. Naturally, you're not afraid of us retaliating against you, and we won't be stupid enough to actually retaliate against you. But you are now lacking access. I can take you to the biggest underground casino in Zhonghai City. You can't get in without a recommendation, and you'll have a chance to utilize your gambling skills and make a big splash when you go there. Lu Tu smiled sparingly. What if I don't cooperate with you, and you retaliate against me? Chapter 44, A casino run by the Tao family? The woman shook her head. No, not to mention the fact that the people we got here are no match for you. I have a feeling that your background is also too big for us to mess with. Luta picked her chin up with his finger. Tell me, what is your name? Su Woan. This is my business card. Call me anytime. Lu Tu didn't even look at the business card, pinched Su Woan's tender earlobe with his fingertips, and laughed. Good. After saying that he just carried a bag of money, strutting away from the small courtyard, the gamblers who were still here watching the scene made way. Of course they knew what Lu Tu was carrying in his hand, but none of them dared to show a greedy look. Are you kidding? Wei Guifan, so many people have not been able to take this kid. How? They still dare to touch the bad luck? After leaving the small courtyard, Lu Tu was a bit puzzled as to why he didn't even trigger the quest this time. After he had asked the system in his mind, the system didn't even pay attention to him. It seemed that the quest triggering was really random. He wasn't greedy though. He'd already gained 2 superpowers in one day, enough for him to rise quickly in this world. After playing mahjong for 2 hours, he got 2.4 million, such a speed of money making. I am afraid that before, I would not even dare to think about it, knowing that when he completed a B-level task before, the reward was still only 2 kilograms of gold. It seems that the only way to continue getting stronger is to do each mission as thoroughly as possible. When he returned to the school, it was already in the afternoon, and Zhang Jiqi sent him a message in advance saying that he would go home in the evening, so he didn't come over, and Lu Tu finally had a chance to be alone. He couldn't help but burst out in joy at the thought of the previously high-strung schoolgirl becoming so clingy after being ratted out by him. Walking in the school, he ran into his former roommate Zhu Xiaoshu head-on. The two are not good relations, but the family is very ordinary, and on weekdays, they will also exchange where to go to do part-time work, and the other party's eyes straightened at the sight of Lu Tu. Lu Tu, how did you kid become so handsome after not seeing you for a few days? Old Chu, didn't you go to your part-time job today? Xu Xiaozhou sighed helplessly. You mean that hot pot restaurant? The boss said I was too big of a meal and didn't want me to do it. Lu Tu patted his shoulder comfortingly. There's no place to stay here. It's okay to find it slowly. Since you moved out, He Chang and Wang Hao also moved out. Now the dormitory is empty and I'm alone. I can't even turn on the air conditioner, and there's no one to with me. Hearing the names of He Chang and Wang Hao, the two of them are afraid that they will not be able to blow the air conditioning in their lives, and I am afraid that they will be executed before long. Lu Tu smiled and pulled out $1,000 and handed it to him. Consider me still living in the dormitory. This is my share. Xu Xiaoshu pushed the money back. How can I take your money when you've moved out? The big deal is that I don't open it. It's not cold enough for me anyway. But can I use the quilt you don't want? What about your living expenses? Xu Xiaoshu's complexion sank. My mother was hospitalized. I didn't let my family call for living expenses anymore. Hearing this, Lu Tu only felt a burst of heartache. Once upon a time he himself was living such a life. Only he was lucky and awakened the system. If he hadn't awakened the system, even if Lu Tu had lived for 2 lifetimes, if he wanted to climb up from the bottom again, it would be as hard as heaven. Arrogant and domineering bastard like Tao Qian, born to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. People like himself and Zhu Xiaozhou can only run around every day for a mouthful of rice, but also face the risk of being laid off at any time. Thinking of this, Lu Tu shoved the money hard to him. Take the money and go buy a thick quilt first, and I'll introduce you to a part-time job after a while. Xu Xiaozhou took the money with some haste and thanked him. Consider it as I borrowed it from you. I will surely pay it back in the future. I will give it to you tomorrow when I write the note. Lu Tu nodded. Okay, there's no rush. Call me if you're short of money. Have you eaten? I'll invite you to the cafeteria. I've eaten. Go ahead. Lu Tu was still carrying 2.4 million in cash in his hand, so surely he couldn't be so flashy as to go to the cafeteria with him now. He couldn't possibly give Zhu Xiaoshu too much money. After all, it wasn't like the two were too familiar with each other and couldn't be trusted yet for the time being. Through today's events, his ability to foretell the future had been considered thoroughly familiarized and mastered, which was equivalent to him having a chain of funds that would never break, and he could let go of his hands and do great things. Taking out Su Wuan's business card, he dialed. This is Lu Tu. Su W was silent for 3 seconds before asking, have you decided to go? How much are you going to smoke if you take me? I don't want your money. I just want a fellowship with you. Lu Tu laughed softly. You're playing a good game. Come pick me up from Zhonghai University in half an hour after the line. He knew that free is the most expensive, and since Su Wuan was so direct, he didn't need to beat around the bush. Good. When the appointed time arrived, Lu Tu saw Su Wuan's car, still the same black Land Rover Defender. After getting in the car, Su Wuan was surprised. You're still going to school? Don't I look like one? Su Wuan bristled, recalling the way Lu Tu had molested her in the afternoon. Where was there a hint of a student? She even believed him when she said he was an old social hooligan. She drove the car straight onto the bypass highway and headed straight for the wetland park on the eastern outskirts of the city, which had developed into a wealthy area in recent years, full of luxury single-family homes built. Su Wuan started to introduce him on the way. Have you heard of Tao's group? Lu Tu was instantly interested. I've heard of it. This is run by the Tao family, and is currently the largest underground casino in Shanghai. It's practically a gold mine. Lu Tu originally just planned to come here to get more startup capital. Did not expect to come to Tao Qian's casino by mistake. He was still thinking earlier that it would not be good to go if he won too much. Now everything has become so simple. Pang Pang had already greeted the Tao family so that they couldn't make things difficult for themselves. And now that they had entered the Tao family's casino, the sky was still the limit. Lu Tu only knew that the Tao family's most profitable project was the insurance company, and he also checked their company's financial report on the internet, and found that last year alone there was more than $8 billion in profit. And he didn't expect them to be so bold that they actually dared to open a casino in Shanghai. Su Wuan parked his car in front of a building of about 10 floors and stared in front of Lu Tu's eyes as he solemnly asked, "The casino is in this building, but you have to tell me the truth first. Are you a Taza or not?" Lu Tu laughed. "If I were a hustler, would I still dare to come to a venue like this? Are you thinking that I resent having too many fingers? I hope you're not lying to me. After all, I brought you there, and if something happens to you I'll suffer with you. Understood? I'll give you $1 million tonight, win or lose." Su Wuan was incomparably shocked to hear this. It was well known that even the Portuguese and Australian casinos, that made money through mathematical probability, and as long as the gamblers continued to gamble, in the end, they would not be able to win money from the casino because they did not have enough money. But the handsome man in front of him, who looked to be only 19 years old, what kind of cards did he have that could give him such strong confidence? Chapter 45, A Little Test of the Cow's Knife. I hope your confidence isn't blind. Come on, I'll take you up. After Su Wuan parked the car in the underground garage, he very naturally took LV2's arm, and LV2 didn't take it seriously, and entered the elevator. Su Wuan first waved at the camera in the elevator, and the elevator automatically pressed the button for the 8th floor. Just out of the elevator, I was attracted by a fortune tree made of pure gold, a 5-meter high golden tree that rotates with the device at the bottom, and every leaf on it is also made of gold. At the doorway stood a full 20 tall, well-built, wonderful women, all dressed in waist-length cheongsams, shouting in unison, "Welcome!" Su Wuan walked forward with Lu Tu on his arm, whispering in his ear and laughing. "Isn't it shocking?" Lu Tu nodded. "Indeed. I didn't expect that in landlocked Shanghai there is such a casino. It seems that the person behind it has a lot of energy." "That's not true. The Tao family's company. It's the leading company in Shanghai. Besides them, who else can have such a big hand in Shanghai?" Lu Tu took a deep breath, only to feel invigorated. He guessed that the fresh air system here, there should also be an oxygenator, just to make gamblers not feel tired when they play here, and always keep their excitement, so that it is easier to go to the top. Walking into the hall, there were thousands of square feet of space filled with various tables and slot machines, and there were thousands of people betting feverishly here. In the middle of the hall, there was also a black and white Bugatti supercar next to a lucky spinning wheel. "What does that mean?" Su Wuan explained. "The Tao family's rules. As long as customers who spend tens of millions of dollars here can go and shake the lucky carousel once, and the first prize is the supercar. It's really a bit of fun to be a pinup, but it's a bit of a shame I won't be able to raffle it off." "Why?" Su Wuan blurted out. "Because I won't lose." Su Wuan was shocked speechless by these words, and she kept her emotions suppressed as she looked up at the side of Lu Tu's face, wanting to know what exactly he had to rely on to make him so cocky. Even a true gambling expert would not be arrogant to such a degree. Countless people want a single bike bow motorcycle from the casino, but such a person is not one in a million. Lu Tu came to the place where he exchanged chips and took out the 2.4 million he got from Wei Guifan. The staff who exchanged the chips were very professional. Saw a customer using cash and without any rudeness, 5 people came immediately and started to help count the money. In less than 2 minutes, the chips were successfully exchanged. Su asked curiously, "What do you want to play first, Texas or blackjack?" Lu Tu smiled deeply. "I like to keep it simple and rough, like dice." Su Wuan was a bit stunned. According to reason, senior gamblers will choose Texas and other tables, more able to show their gambling skills. For the dice, this purely depends on the luck of the thing, generally will subconsciously avoid. She suddenly remembered the God of Gamblers movie she had once watched, in which Chen Xiaodao chose the dice as soon as he arrived. Could it be that this 18-year-old in front of her also wanted to follow Chen Xiaodao's example? Suwon couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that his bets might have been wrong this time, and the kid in front of him was just a young man under the spell of an old-fashioned movie. But no matter what, she had to follow LV2's side, and in her heart she had already made up her mind that if LV2 lost all of this too, 4 million, she would persuade him to call it quits and leave. After all, the people were brought by her. If Lu2 really lost his head and ran to borrow from the loan sharks, he himself would also be pestered by the loan sharks. LV2 holding the chips straight to the betting dice table. At this time there is no more empty seats. LV2 directly took out 100,000 yuan handed to the side of a drooping suit man. Buddy, go to the other table for a change of hand. The man in the suit was stunned, but after seeing the chips handed by Lu2, he immediately piled up a smile and took the chips with a hand and laughed. Okay, I'll take your word for it. The game just now. The man in the suit lost again. Lu2 sat down and asked the waiter to bring a glass of ice coke. The man in the suit didn't leave immediately. He could see that Lu2 didn't look like an ordinary person. After all, it's the same to place a bet even if you're standing, but he had to give himself 100,000 chips. So he stood behind this strange young man and reminded, brother, it's already been 6 consecutive big openings. So continue to place your bets on the big one. I just didn't believe it. Lu2 smiled and nodded his head without saying anything, concentrating on drinking his coke while Suwon sat down beside him. The two of them were being watched by many people from the moment they first entered the casino. The combination of these two people revealed itself to be strange. A pretty teenage girl, plus a milquetoast college kid who just came in and spent $100,000 on posing, when it's clear he's only redeemed 4 million in chips. After the Dutchman shook the dice, he tapped the dice cup. Everyone, please place your bets. One by one, the people at the table placed their bets, and almost unanimously, they continued to bet on the over. While Lu2 had been holding the chips and still drinking coke, Suwon couldn't hold back next to him and inquired in a low voice, aren't you going to place any bets? Lu2 shrugged indifferently, thirsty all the way over. This hand is not down. I'll drink some water. Ha! The people at the table all looked at him with a look at him. Spending $100,000 just to sit and drink coke? Sure enough, he was a milquetoast brat. The dealer opens the pot. 133. 7 points small. A sigh of relief at the table. At this time, the suit man behind him who had been encouraging Lu2 to place a bet did not speak, silent enough to take the chips and hurry to leave. Suwon glanced at Lu2 next to her if she had any idea if Lu2 was doing it on purpose or what, but since he was so calm in his stance, he must have his own way of fighting. Lu2 is also not pretending to be mysterious, but wants to see if there are any tricks in this casino, although he has not gambled much. But he has seen the movie. For example, there was some kind of device under the stage that would change as soon as the dice were pressed or something like that, and now since it had been confirmed that there was no such thing, Lu2 put his heart down. After the Dutchman shook the dice, he continued, gentlemen, please place your bets. Lu2 still didn't move. He was waiting. His precognition range was within 10 seconds. He could only place the last bet in order to accurately know what time the dice in the cup was. Buy it and leave it. Wait, I'll place my bet. Lu2 directly placed the remaining 3 million, directly on the big one. Everyone, including Suwon, looked at him with eyes like a little cutie. This kid is also too rash. He is so sure that he directly bet all his chips. Although the Dutchman didn't show impatience, he gave Lu2 an odd look in his eyes. His behavior was strange, but he didn't interfere with the betting or cheating, so he could only let him place his bets. 436, 13 points big. Suwon's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as Lu2's chips directly doubled. 6 million. Chapter 46 6 Leopard. The eyes of the people present looking at Lu2 similarly flashed a trace of envy. One was envious of his boldness, and the other was lucky. But not many people were red in the eyes. After all, in this kind of place there is never a lack of people who are momentarily lucky, especially the old gamblers. Almost all of them had gone through this stage. They knew very well that this was often a precursor to blood money. Many of them looked at Lu2 and let out a burst of scornful laughter. The dealer continued to shake the dice. Gentlemen, please place your bets. At this time, not far from the side, a fat noblewoman looked at Lu2 and laughed. Little brother, you have such a good hand. Do you think you'll buy a big or a small one next? Lu2 ignored her and turned his head to Suwon. What do you think? Suwon was stunned. How would she know whether to buy big or small? Seeing that Lu2 didn't seem to be joking, she casually said, small. Lu2 slightly nodded. Directly in front of 6 million a brain all bet on small. The fat noblewoman hurriedly followed suit and bet 200,000. But more people only trusted their own judgment to place their bets. The dice cup is opened. 334, 10 points small. The dealer was very quick to replenish LV2's chips with 4.6 million, and in just 2 hands, LV2 had 9.2 million in his hand. Now the others were no longer calm, especially after seeing the fat noblewoman smiling happily. They all somewhat regretted not following Lu Tu to place their bets. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Tu with longing, expecting him to bet on something so that they could follow up with a hand and see. But Lu Tu sat very calmly in place, sipping his coke, and his hand also very naturally rested on Su Wuan's shoulder and squeezed it, signaling her to keep her mouth shut. Seeing this, the Dutchman urged, "Gentlemen, please continue to place your bets." The crowd urged Lu Tu. "Little brother, continue to bet. There is money for everyone to earn. Lu Tu smiled evilly. "Why should I bring you guys along to make money?" When these words came out, the others were instantly enraged. "Why are you so selfish?" Lu Tu slammed the table. "I'm just so selfish. I can't stand to see you place your own bets. You want to follow me to make money? Who are you to do that?" The aura that he suddenly erupted directly subdued those moral kidnappers, who did not expect that this seemingly young college student in front of them could actually be so fierce. Dutchman saw the situation in his heart sneer. This kind of thing he has seen too much. Gambling is supposed to win the money in other people's pockets. Who will be so impartial to bring other people to win money? Once again, he urged, "Buy it and leave it. Stop betting." The other gamblers then glared at Lu Tu unwillingly, seeing that Lu Tu didn't place any bets on this hand either, and seeing that he wasn't someone who was good at fooling around. Many of the gamblers left in disillusionment. On the next hand, Lu Tu still had the same expression of refusal, ignoring anyone who came to accost him, and only then did the others begin to place their bets. But the eyes of everyone present still remained on him, wanting to see just how lucky he was, but they were disappointed. 5 times in a row, Lu Tu didn't place any bets. At this time someone looked away. A man wearing an exaggerated gold chain pointed his finger at Lu Tu and said disdainfully, "Since you're not playing, get up and let me sit." Lu Tu gave him a sidelong glance. "I traded $100,000 for it. Why should I let you sit on it? By virtue of your big face?" The man disdainfully showed his teeth at Lu Tu. "Kid, you're too crazy. First time here, right? I can't believe you don't recognize me." Lu Tu directly knocked off the hand in front of him. "What are you? I have to know you even if I come here to play?" Then he looked at the dealer and asked, "Do I have to know him to be eligible to play for money here?" The Dutchman smiled politely. "There is no such thing, sir. You can sit for as long as you want. Only the rule of our casino. If you don't place a bet for 8 times, please take a rest in a different place. We provide a VIP restroom here, and there are people inside who are specialized in massaging. It's very professional." There was nothing wrong with that, but it was also a reminder for Lu Tu not to make trouble, and Lu Tu hadn't wanted to come here today to make trouble. But this was the Tao family's casino, and he was really here to cause trouble today. The man sneered, "Kid, remember, my name is Tang Xiaohu. When you lose it all later, you'll know me." Lu Tu laughed contemptuously. "Then you are going to be disappointed. I will never remember a minion like you. Gentlemen, place your bets." After just now, the surrounding people also no longer pay attention to LV2. Self-care bet. In their eyes, LV2 probability is to steal the family money out of the gambling boy. This will win 2 hands. Do not dare to continue to gamble, but can see the good. Here is also a lot of people cannot do things. Just at this moment, Lu Tu made a move. Directly put 9.2 million chips, pushed to 666 leopard. A time directly set the atmosphere of the scene on fire. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You actually stud for leopard? Do you kid know the rules or not? Someone beside him saw that he didn't treat money as money, and questioned with some heartache. Tang Xiaohu snorted. "Looks like you'll know me soon enough." Even Su Wuan looked at Lu Tu with a face full of shock, asking in a whisper that only 2 people could hear, "You're not mistaken, are you?" Lu Tu nodded confidently. "You don't believe me?" Su Wuan shook his head. "It doesn't matter if I believe you or not. The money is yours anyway." The noise here also startled the neighborhood, and everyone looked at the pile of chips at 666 on the table. Is this someone buying 666 leopards? That's only a 1 in 216 chance that someone would really buy that. Not only that, someone else bought it in pokies, totaling 9.2 million. Who's so fierce? Here, it's that little handsome guy over there. The people who had just gathered around didn't know Lu Tu's battle record. Seeing that he looked young and had his arm around a woman, they had already included him in their hearts in the range of people who were stupid and had a lot of money, and they were all waiting to see his jokes. At this time, the expression of the lottery officer was a little unnatural. He was afraid of such a gambler. The other party lost is not good. If he won, then it would be a big trouble. The Tao family casino where he is, which is not as atmospheric as other people's casinos in Portugal and Australia, and their salary is also related to the daily turnover. If he loses too much, his salary will be affected, and he can only secretly pray in his heart that Lu Tu does not win. At this time, the fat noblewoman was the first to open her mouth to urge the dealer, "Open up. It's okay for me to lose some money. I just want to see if it's a leopard." The others also chimed in. "That's right. Seeing how sure this little brother is, I really kinda believe him. Open the dice cup." The dealer was so nervous that he wiped his sweat, but he could only open the cup. And now everyone in the room was holding their breath and staring at his every move. The moment the dice cup was unlocked, everyone erupted in a gasp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It really is 666 leopard. I'm not blinking, am I? 1 to 36 odds and he can win? He's betting $2 million, a whole $330 million. Chapter 47, The Enemy is at Hand. My goodness, over $300 million. Will the casino lose that much money? If it doesn't pay out then it'll be fun. It shows that the Tao family doesn't keep their word, and no one will come to play in this casino of his in the future. Lotteries at this time has been about to fall off. The clothes on the back have been soaked with cold sweat. All the people are incredibly staring at the 3 dice on the table. To see someone hit the leopard, they showed more excitement than LV2. The main owner, Su Wandu, was so excited that he stood up, pointing at the dice in shock. It's really hit. It's really hit. You're too good. Among all the people present, on the contrary, it was Lu Tu who was the most calm. Even the expression on his face didn't change, always remaining calm and relaxed, and unhurriedly took a sip of the Coke beside him, nodding at the lotter. Pay up. At this time, someone roughly pushed through the crowd, and an elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses squeezed in under the protection of the security personnel, smiled and stretched out his hand at Lu Tu. "Hello sir, my humble self, Pang Wanson. Is the manager here?" Stretching out his hand, Lu Tu also stretched out his hand and shook the other party's hand. "Manager Pang, is such a big battle going on? Could you please take a seat in the VIP lounge?" "Sir, don't worry, we won't renege on a single penny of the money." Lu Tu had originally come to the Tao family's casino to cause trouble, so how could he possibly go to the VIP hall with him? Although it was said that he wasn't afraid of what Pang Wanson would do to him, it was obvious that it would be more effective in the hall in full view of everyone. "I don't think there's that need." "Right. Those present are all old acquaintances here. It's better to settle it in front of everyone." The smile on Pang Wanson's face instantly froze. He had long noticed LV2 from the surveillance, but LV2 only placed 2 bets before stopping. He didn't think too much of it. After all, he occasionally encountered gamblers with such good luck, but never expected Lu Tu actually coldly gave him such a hand. Direct stud press leopard. This matter is in trouble. The most important thing is that the business here is all by him in charge. Although this is the largest underground casino in Shanghai, but with those real casinos in Portugal and Australia, it is completely different from the world. Where would there be such a big win or lose on weekdays? So Pang Wanson could only go to ask his boss in the first place, but he hadn't gotten a response yet, and this would only be able to think about stalling Lu Tu first. Seeing Pang Wanson's hesitation, the other gamblers yelled, "That's it. Go to what VIP hall? Let's see if your Tao family casino is being honorable or not, and if it will pay out the $330 million. That's right. If you're going to pay out this little brother's money, it shows that your Tao family casino isn't bad, and will keep coming back to play in the future." LV2 listened to the people around him who had finished what they had to say for him, patted Pang Wanson's shoulder and said, "I know that you can't make the decision on this matter, so go and ask your boss." Pang Wanson can only grit his teeth and nod. At this time almost all the gambling tables in the casino have stopped. The gamblers all ran here to see the fun. Not to mention that the casino stops for an hour. Even if it is 10 minutes, that is also less a huge amount of income. "One moment please. Someone open a bottle of Romane Conti for the gentleman." Pang Wanson's move also attracted the surrounding people's surprise. Present are knowledgeable people. A bottle of Conti cheap also won hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is really willing to give up. However, thinking that Lu Tu had won $330 million, this bottle of wine was not even enough to cover the interest, but also felt that it was actually within the normal range. But when the sexy girl with a body comparable to a supermodel came over with a Romane Conti, many of the people present couldn't help but gulp. After all, most of them hadn't tasted such an expensive wine before. Lu Tu, on the other hand, had the girl open it directly and poured 2 cups and then drank with Su Wuan in an extremely dashing manner. Soon LV2's surveillance video was transmitted to Tao family head Tao Tian's cell phone. Looking at LV2's youthful appearance, and his betting process that showed no signs of cheating, Tao Tian furrowed his brows. At this time in his office, there are still sitting 3 people. Are his right-hand man? 3 people have also seen the whole video of Lu Tu. The unanimous conclusion is, this kid did not cheat. Tao Tian nodded. I also know that he didn't cheat. Now it would not just be a simple matter of paying out $330 million. This person is obviously prepared to specifically target my Tao family casino. What exactly is the grudge against me? Boss, I've already found out. This person is called Lu Tu, a freshman student at Zhonghai University. Just students? Tao Tian was clearly unsatisfied with this result, and he knew with his toes that it was by no means that simple. Boss, you forgot that Governor Pang once gave you a call. Tao Tian suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Pang Pangwei had given him a word to discipline Tao Qian. Could it have something to do with this kid? Immediately took out the phone and dialed Tao Qian, who was currently discussing life with two young models in a luxury hotel, and was very upset at being interrupted by the phone. After forcibly suppressing his anger and glancing at it, he realized that it was actually his own old man, and impatiently picked up the phone. Hey Dad, I'm busy right now. Something to talk about later. Tao Tian knew what was going on as soon as he heard it, and immediately angrily rebuked. Little bastard, you know all about being on a woman's belly all day long. Hurry up and sober up for me. If I ask you now, you have to come clean. Tao Chen did not think that after hearing this, only that he also had a vague feeling of uneasiness inside, under the impression that his father seldom used this tone to talk to him, only that he, who was in the middle of his excitement, still pressed the young model's head down. Do you recognize a man named Lu Tu? Recognize? Why? Did you have a grudge against him? More than a grudge. He robbed my horse, which is gingerly, and fought me. Hearing this, Tao Tian probably had an answer and chided. Hurry up and get your ass over to the casino and give him a solemn apology when you see him, and gain his forgiveness no matter what. Tao Qian heard the sky collapsed. He was still looking for someone to take revenge on LV2. How suddenly it reached the old master's ears, and actually let him go to apologize to LV2? He sued you? Dad, you're at the helm of the Tao group, and you've been duped by a little punk? Tao Tian said angrily. Put your mother's ass on the line. Do you know what kind of person you've messed with? Do you know what this Lu Tu just did just now? What else can that little Yakuza do? Nothing more than being able to fight a little. Tonight Lu Tu went to the casino and won me $330 million without cheating. Asterisk 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 asterisk. ING guts are really big. See if I don't get him killed. Tao Qian immediately shriveled up, pushed away the people around him, and hurriedly began to put on his clothes. Don't worry Dad. I'll take care of this. Tao Tian heard it and knew that his son was ruined. He did not think about what the other side can win away $330 million without cheating, and did not think about why there was this phone call. Tao Tian sighed helplessly. You go to the casino side first and wait for me. You are not allowed to step out to meet Lu Tu until I come. After saying that, he headed to the casino with everyone around him and called the manager. Pang Wanson, old Pang, pay that money out to him and then pacify him not to let him continue to bet anymore. I'll be right there. Chapter 48. Hey, Godfather. Lu Tu's side was happily sipping his wine. And anyway, the spectators next to him were even more excited than he was, urging the casino to pay up. So it was just a good time to fall back on his laurels. Pang Wanson is even more anxious, forehead sweating. This is $330 million in cash. Even a listed company may not be able to immediately come up with so much cash flow. And with one more minute of delay, things festered even more. By now, there were already a lot of gamblers who had once lost a lot of money, screaming that their casino was unruly and that they should give back the money they used to have as well. So how could this be possible? Fortunately, Pang Wanson finally received Tao Tian's phone call, which secretly relieved. As long as there is a boss above to support the head, everything is good. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief and came in front of Lu Tu. Sir, our boss has already said that he will transfer the money to you right away. Our casino has always been honest and will never default on every customer's income. Please rest assured. Lu Tu nodded slightly, and for the first time a smile lifted on his face. How long will it take? Within 10 minutes. 1 point will be in your account. Please provide your bank card number. LV2, however, shook his head and refused. I've thought about it or not switching to cash for the time being. You pay me out $330 million in chips to come. The moment these words came out, everyone present was nonplussed, especially Pang Wanson's face turned red, as if he was going to cry out in the next second. This living hell too. 3 million just after 3 hands. Can wrestle to 330 million? If he is another hand of 330 million stud leopard, then who can afford to lose? Dare I say that the guy in front of me is here to brush up on his GDP? There is no lack of casinos to come to fishing for kaiju fishing women. Has long been staring at Lu Tu, this piece of meat and potatoes. If it has not just been worried that the casino will be tricky, they would have already done it. At this time to see the casino not only did not play bad, Lu Tu actually boldly changed chips to continue to bet, immediately surged up a few flamboyant sultry women. He came to Lu Tu and scratched his head in front of him in a whiny voice. Little brother, do you mind if there are more fish in the pond? Lu Tu glanced at the men and frowned in boredom. Don't mind, but I don't like plastic faces. But this group of salvage women is obviously not so good to get rid of. Continue to soften around Lu Tu. Lu Tu does not want to get involved with these salvage women. Who knows if there will be a biochemical mother among them. Get lost. It was only after an unrelenting rebuke that the salvage girls left resentfully. But no one dared to show dissatisfaction. Pang Wanson will have 2 big heads. Previously Tao Tian gave him clear instructions. The money can be given immediately. But never let him continue to bet. Hurrying to squeeze out a fawning smile on his face. Sir, you'd better give me a high hand. I'll immediately send someone to transfer the money to your account. Even if you want a gold exchange you can have it delivered to your door. But I really can't continue to exchange chips for you. The gamblers next to them were also watching the fun and coaxed. Old Pang. Just change the chips for this little brother. We also want to see the young gambling god. That's right. You may not lose if you have a bet. But what if he loses? You casinos won't have to shell out real money to come out. Pang Wanson would dare to make such a decision. The heart screamed bitterly. Secretly the person who just started the coaxing down. Thinking of waiting for revenge later. But he did not dare to retaliate against the young man in front of him. After all, the other party knew at a glance that it was unfathomable. And he guessed that it should be a 3rd and 4th generation young master. Which could be solved violently according to the previous methods. Pang Wanson looked at Lu Tu and lowered his voice. Sir, please be generous. Don't make it difficult for me as a part-time worker. The boss gave me a death order. I really don't dare to cash in the chips for you. LV2 smiled sparingly. That's fine. $330 million you hit me on this card. But you have to give me back my 9.2 million principal chips, right? Pang Wanson was relieved. And hastily took the card Lu Tu handed over. And sure enough, soon after a few minutes Lu Tu received the information of the arrival of the account. Sir, can I invite you to the VIP lounge now? Our boss is here. Yes. Lu Tu took out 2 million chips and handed them to Su Wuan. You go back first. Su Wuan understand his meaning, previously agreed to give her 1 million. Now this 2 million is equivalent to completely clear relations with her. And the back of the matter is not her level of people can participate in. Just now, although the bet won 36 times. But Su Wuan has been worried that the casino will be out to do away with them. This will get their own money. The heart is finally solid down. With the money left the casino. The others were full of envy. Envious of Lu Tu's freedom of wealth at such a young age just by placing bets with one hand. This also disguised incited the passion of other gamblers. Everyone wants to become the second Lu Tu. Have a heroic continue to start. Under the chips or more and more. All due on a day rich dream. But less than half an hour. These people almost all lost. Blood money no return. After arriving at the VIP hall, Lu Tu found that there were already people waiting here. Among them was also his acquaintance, Tao Qian. At this time Tao Qian rare well-behaved standing behind a middle-aged man. Even the standing posture is not like the past so dangling. In the sight of LV2 Tao Qian's eyes overflashed a trace of malevolence. Lu Tu didn't care at all what he thought of himself. After all, whoever took 330 million out of his pocket wouldn't look good himself. The middle-aged man first sized up Lu Tu, then nodded darkly and pointed to the side. Lu Tu, sit. Lu Tu was also not polite. Grinning broadly, he sat down opposite Tao Tian and said aloud, Tao Qian, goodbye. Tao Qian gave him a blank look. Who the hell is going to stop with you? No rules. Shut that mouth of yours. Tao Tian scolded sternly. Don't look at Tao Qian arrogant and domineering in the school. In front of Tao Tian behaved like a little lamb. Was reprimanded a sentence can only be resentful shut up. Tao Tian, on the other hand, smiled to himself. Sons don't teach their fathers. I didn't realize until today that my canine son had once had a little bit of friction with you. Lu Tu was originally here to look for trouble, and naturally did not avoid it at this time. It's not really a small friction. It's just that Tao Qian simply wanted my life. And he even found bodyguards to follow and threatened me to go to the door and kneel down to apologize. Tao Tian then waved his hand dismissively. You are all students of CUHK, and by definition are also fellow students, and it's normal for boys to fool around. Lu Tu directly interrupted. But I, for one, have never liked being threatened. Tao Tian's face changed when he heard this. He thought of Lu Tu's youthfulness before he came, but he didn't expect him to be so overbearing and arrogant that he could not even give him face. In a deep voice, he said, Young man, I have also investigated you. Your family is indeed full of loyalty. I, Tao Tian, admire your fathers and mothers from the bottom of my heart, and you have also received Governor Pang's care. But this is not the capital that allows you to be arrogant in front of me. So what did you expect when you called me here? Tao Tian tapped the armrest with his fingers and laughed aloud. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. Young people's appetite should not be too big. Or beware of propping up. Tao Qian also showed a morose white eye on the sidelines, revealing a sneer. LV2 smiled evilly at his words and directly ignored Tao Tian's threat. Instead, he directly dialed Pang Pongwei's phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hey, Godfather, have you eaten yet? From the other end of the phone came a masculine voice laughing and cursing. Little brat, did you cause trouble again? Tao Tian was still wondering who exactly Lu Tu was going to call. But when he heard the other party's voice his pupils quaked and he stood up incredulously. Chapter 49 Angering the Tao Family. Tao Qian looked at his father, who was always steady. How could he become as nervous as an enemy because of a voice? Only Tao Tian's three most trusted henchmen saw the clues. And the person on the other end of the phone they had seen before. And at this moment all the previous arrangements were completely dispelled. Lu Tu took in the reactions of the people present, cancelled the speakerphone and picked up his cell phone and laughed. Godfather, I found a fun place and thought I'd come with you after a while when you're free. That's kind of you. Take your godmother. She's been talking about you all day lately. Well then Godfather, I'll come over to the house tomorrow to see you and Godmother. Okay, I'll have your godmother make your favorite garlic ribs. Thanks Godfather. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Lu Tu looked at Tao Tian and said suspiciously, Mr. Tao, what's wrong with you? Tao Tian coughed awkwardly, before he sat down again, changing his cold and serious expression just now, replacing it with a warm smile. The one who talked to you on the phone just now? It's my godfather. Oh Mr. Tao, you probably know him too. Is it Governor Pang? Lu Tu nodded. Mr. Tao has good ears. He can hear who it is in one sentence. It seems you are familiar with my godfather? Familiar? That's too familiar. As far as I know Governor Pang has a son, right? Lu Tu angrily slammed the table beside him with an earth-shattering sound and shouted angrily, Tao Tian, you know that my godfather's son died in a car accident a few years ago, but you still intentionally mention him in front of me. Is it because you want my godparents to savor that pain all the time? Tao Tian originally thought to test LV2. I did not expect LV2's nature to be so anxious, and hurriedly looked for a remedy. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean that. I'm also an old friend of Governor Pang for many years, and since you're his rightful son, it's all good to talk about it. Come on people to give Duke LV a drink. Lu Tu had long noticed the footsteps outside the door and guessed that it must be the bodyguards Tao Tian had arranged to try to make a move on him. And now that he knew about his relationship with Pang Wei, he wanted to just forget about it. It wasn't that simple. He still has to complete the system's mission. He directly got up and walked towards Tao Tian, a provocative smile spreading on his face. Mr. Tao, you didn't bring me here just to buy me a drink, did you? Of course it's not that simple. It's mostly just to get you and the Inuyasha to turn their lives around. After hearing this, Lu Tu raised his hand and slapped Tao Qian's face next to him, directly fanning him into 2.5 turns in place. Tao Qian angrily scolded, Lu Tu, you still dare to hit me? At that moment the bodyguards outside the door heard the commotion in the room and broke in, their hands clear of throwing sticks. As soon as he entered, he was waved back by Tao Tian. None of your business. Who let you in? When the bodyguards retreated, Tao Qian was still cursing Lu Tu. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you little yakuza. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a backer. I don't believe in this. And Tao Tian didn't stop Tao Qian anymore. After all, hitting Tao Qian in front of him was equivalent to hitting him. Mud people have a few tempers. As the head of the leading enterprise in Zhonghai City himself, how could he let people bully him? But Lu Tu didn't seem to be afraid of his stern eyes at all and smiled evilly at Tao Qian. Know why I'm beating you? Not only did you harass Jiang Jiqi, but you also constantly cursed my dead parents. What I'm beating is trash like you who have no parents to teach you. This sentence was cursed extremely viciously, and even Tao Tian was cursed as well. Even if Tao Tian had a good culmination of temperament, being constantly provoked by a young kid, he couldn't bear it anymore at this point, and he slapped his hands together and said in a deep voice, LV2, you're really going too far. Lu Tu was pleasantly unafraid. I'm excessive? If I didn't have a godfather, I would have been beaten to death by your bodyguards just now and taken back the money I won. Am I right? Tao Tian's eyes were gloomy, staring at Lu Tu without saying anything, but Lu Tu didn't put his threat in his eyes in the slightest. As long as those bodyguards of his didn't have a gun, a few more would just be a matter of incidental hands, not enough to worry about. Moreover, if Tao Tian really dared to let the bodyguard with a gun, that nature is completely two different things. Not to mention that they also talked to the huge for a phone call to the huge for the shrewd. I'm afraid that LV2 at this time the positioning have been mastered by him. If LV2 appeared half an accident, Tao Tian their whole family cannot run. Since he was here to take revenge on Tao Qian, he had to make a big deal out of it. Anyway, the Tao family even dared to open an underground casino. So what was he afraid of? At most, he would just take back his gambling proceeds. After having the ability to foretell the future, money was as simple as a bag of tricks for him. Fortunately, Tao Tian had practiced a good qi-nourishing kung fu over the years of rest and recuperation, which was not mastered by Lu Tu. He said with a leathery smile, Mr. Lu is overstating things. My Tao family is in the credit business, so how could I take the money back? LV2 was happy when he heard that. He didn't want to climb down the pole at all, and provoked. Since this is the case, then you let me continue to place bets. I really want to lose all of these 330 million today. Do you dare? Tao Qian said angrily. Asterisk 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 you. I'll bet with you. Do you really think you are the reincarnation of the god of gambling? Tao Tian was also enraged by Lu Tu. His eyes stared at Lu Tu with icy coldness. Seeing that he looked like he didn't care, he was really furious. He thought that even if he is Pang Wei's righteous son, what can he do? The casino is opened by him. He has a professional cheater. Simply let Lu Tu lost to owe a butt of loan sharks. At that time, Pang Wei cannot take their own how. Solemnly, he said in a loud voice, Good. I'll let Mr. Lu continue to place his bets. Lu Tu swept a disdainful glance at Tao Qian. Tao Qian, come on. Let's play a couple of games. Do you dare to come? Tao Qian glanced at Tao Tian and nodded. Come on. Out of the VIP hall. When someone spotted Lu Tu, he suddenly called out, The teenage god of gambling is out. Hey. Everyone paused their hand movements and looked enviously at Lu Tu invitingly. The god of gamblers made a move. Let's follow suit and by two hands. Tao Tian called Peng Wanson at this time and commanded, Let Mr. Sheen, the prince of ghost hands, come out and shake the dice. I don't believe this kid will have supernormal capabilities. Tao Qian said conspiratorially next to him. You're not just going to play craps and that kind of cheap stuff, are you? Lu Tu simply ignored his provocation. I'm a person who likes simplicity, and I also just like to play dice. Dare to come? If you don't dare to come, then roll back and drink milk. Let your father come and bet with me. Tao Qian's lungs exploded after hearing this. He didn't know what was going on. The arrogance and bossiness he was so proud of didn't work at all in front of Lu Tu, and even he couldn't even curse Lu Tu. Come as you are. Only I want to change the way I play. We'll each take only 10 million chips out, and whoever has fewer chips after 10 hands will pay out 300 million to the winner. Lu Tu pressed him and instead looked at Tao Tian, who after all was the one with the decision-making power. Tao Tian said in a loud voice, What my son says is what I say. Lu Tu agreed quickly. Good. Chapter 50, What a fast ghost hand. Lu Tu was just about to sit down, but he saw that in the crowd, there was a familiar face smiling at him, and he suddenly remembered that this person was Pang Wei's driver. He got up and went to the bathroom. The man also followed. The man first to make sure that there is no one in the bathroom, then came to the urinal next to LV2 to facilitate themselves. Both of them are all staring ahead who did not look at anyone. What's your name? Big brother? My surname is Lu. The third in line. My family entrusted me to bring a message to you. This kind of place is supposed to be illegal. Let go and play. Lu Tu smiled once he heard this. Third brother Lu. Hard work. Both of them shook their bodies at the same time. And Lu Sango said, I will protect you. Don't be afraid. Thanks. LV2 turned around and left. And then there is no more half hesitation. It seems that their own just that phone call is a bet on the right. The Tao family's power in Shanghai is too big. He is betting on whether Pang Pang wants to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the Tao family. After all, the Tao family is not only open underground casinos so simple, the insurance business operated by their family, but also eat human blood buns countless, refuse to claim resulting in the people's family's broken things, are fast becoming a family affair. This time, Lu Sango conveyed Pang Wei's attitude over, making Lu Tu even more assured. This if he still can't take revenge on Tao Qian, then he will have no face to meet people. Coming to the dice gambling table in the hall and sitting down, Lu Tu saw that there was a new well-mannered lotter, and someone in the crowd recognized the other party and whispered, Mr. Sheen, the prince of ghost hands. Lu Tu curiously said, Looks like you're the expert invited by the Tao family? The Dutchman smiled modestly. What expert or not? I'm just a part-time Dutchman. My regular job is just an elementary school math teacher. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sheen. Let's begin. Tao Qian snorted disdainfully and placed 500,000 chips on the big top. Ghost Hand is his nickname. His last name is Wang. What an uneducated brat. Lu Tu risked movement potential to continue to slap Tao Qian. Scared Tao Qian but fell to the ground, causing the surrounding people laughter. Even Tao Tian cannot help but scold, no interest in the wimp. Tao Qian was almost slapped by Lu Tu, slapped out of the psychological shadow. At this time and by the crowd to make fun of. He was ashamed to see the extreme. Angry and incomparable at Lu Tu growled, "Hurry up to bet on the little Yakuza. I'm going to win all of you today." Lu Tu hurt his bottom. This Prince Chin should be a cheat, but Lu Tu is still not afraid. He is predicting the future 10 seconds. No matter how you cheat, you always have to open the dice cup. But at this time, Lu Tu had not yet predicted the dice points and asked the waiter to bring a bottle of Coke. When Tao Qian urged beside him, "What are you delaying? Can you hurry up?" Lu Tu pressed and ignored him until he was able to predict the points, which led to a bet of 1 million to the small on. He did not have the first time to pokies. After all, in front of the eyes of this Lotus officer known as the Ghost Hand, before it is still unclear about his bottom, cannot be reckless. Prince Chin patted the top of the dice cup. "Buy it and leave it." Just then Lu Tu suddenly sensed that the dice that was supposed to be 134, 8 points small, suddenly became 446, 14 points big. Sure enough, Prince Chin unlocked the dice cup and said aloud, 446, 14 points big. Tao Chen was so excited that he laughed out loud. He finally pressed Lu Tu head on, took back the chips he won and sneered, "Just you deserve to be called the god of gambling? You don't know what you're doing." The smile on Lu Tu's face remained unchanged the entire time, signaling Prince Chin to continue, and could only secretly marvel at what a fast ghost hand. Prince Chin confidently continued to start shaking the dice. "Buy it and leave it." Luda had a hunch that he should still buy small this time, and he laid down another 500,000 in chips on small. But when Prince Chin was about to unveil the dice cup after changing the dice in some unknown way, he was interrupted by Lu Tu. "Wait, what's the matter, sir? Are you trying to back out?" The smile on Prince Chin's face instantly froze. He was called off by Lu Tu after he had tampered with the dice in a split second to change the number of points. Was there such a coincidence in the world? Could it be that this kid in front of him had realized that he had cheated? As soon as Tao Qian saw that Lu Tu was going to back out, he immediately scoffed. "A bumpkin is a bumpkin. There's no such thing as backing out of a bet, so practice more if you're a dish. I don't mind charging you more tuition." Even the people watching from the side felt that Lu Tu's approach was a bit too much. Rules are rules, they can't be changed because of you alone. If anyone can back out, who will come to play dice in the future? In fact, Lu Tu didn't discover his means of cheating, and this Prince Chin did have 2 tricks up his sleeve. Only his ability to foresee the future made him change his mind. Lu Tu smiled evilly. "I don't intend to back out. I'm still buying small, only I want to raise my bet a little." Just as everyone looked on in confusion, Lu Tu placed his remaining 9 million chips on 3-1 leopards. This move directly froze the crowd in the room. The god of gamblers has struck again with another bet on the leopard at 36 odds. It can't be true, can it? This kind of thing doesn't happen once in years. How can he win twice in a row in one night? Is he really that lucky? Or can he see through the dice cup? Tao Qian unrestrained laughter. He has absolute confidence in the ghost hand Prince Chin. This is their Tao family spent a lot of money to hire a master of the 1,000 arts. But all the Prince Chin out to sit in the gambling game. Never lost. Since you dare to die, then I dare to bury. Let him bet. Tao Qian thought excitedly. He originally thought that there were still 8 more games to bet on, but he didn't expect that this game would determine the winner. As long as he won the 9 million chips in Lu Tu's hand, he wouldn't need to bet on the subsequent games, and he could directly get him to shell out another 300 million out. But what Tao Qian didn't notice was that at this moment, Prince Chin's face had stiffened, and it could be said to be very ugly. He stared at Lu Tu with burning eyes and confirmed, "Sir, are you serious?" Lu Tu slapped the table and bellowed, "Cut the crap. Now you immediately let go of the dice cup and switch to another person to open it. If you dare to use half of your strength, I will need that ghost hand of yours." Prince Chin's face darkened. The people present all stared at their hands tightly after hearing Lu Tu's words, not to mention that he was only known as the ghost hand. Even if he really was the ghost hand, he couldn't continue to cheat in full view of the public. You should know that in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there is zero tolerance for cheating. As long as you catch cheating, you will lose your hands and feet, or your life. The cold sweat on Prince Chin's forehead had already come out, and under the constant urging of the bystanders, he had no choice but to slowly withdraw his hand and take several steps back. Tao Qian was dissatisfied. "What kind of trick are you trying to pull? Do you think Prince Chin is cheating?" Lu Tu snorted coldly. "Whether or not you have cheated is clear in your own mind. We can find someone we all trust to unlock the dice cup." Tao Qian said disdainfully, "Do you want your people to come? Or are you going to come yourself?" Lu Tu lit a cigarette for himself, got up with an evil smile, and shouted at the second floor, "Trouble, Mr. Tao Tian. Personally unlock the dice cup." Chapter 51, You Tao family. Dead. Tao Qian clapped his hands and said angrily, "Lu Tu, what the hell are you trying to pull? There is a limit to my tolerance." Lu Tu was completely oblivious to Tao Qian's threat. Now in this situation his opponent was no longer a small character like Tao Qian, but Tao Tian behind the curtain. The gazes of all the people present also gathered on Tao Tian, and many of them also recognized him and egged him on. Mr. Tao, no one present has more authority except you. Why don't you come and reveal the dice cup? Tao Tian's face sank like water. He didn't know what Lu Tu meant, but he could tell from Prince Qin's face that it wasn't good. He had just observed LV2's every move, and there were even a few professionals in the office, checking frame by frame through the video slow playback, all of which didn't find any evidence of LV2's cheating, and no one in the world's hand speed can exceed science. So this will be Tao Tian's heart even more bewildered. He has been in the business world for many years. Such a situation is only a handful of times, but at this time, in the face of the many people's encouragement, as well as Lu Tu's provocative eyes, he must go. Tao Tian laughed aloud. Since everyone's elegance is so high, I'll be the lauder. The watchers gave Tao Tian a way out. Prince Qin stepped forward and lowered his voice just before he wanted to open his mouth, when Tao Tian interrupted. Mr. Wang has worked hard. You can go and rest now. Prince Qin heard that the big thing is not good, because the dices he used the ghost hand cheating change, and LV2 has already bet on the leopard. Lose this game, I'm afraid to lose a large sum of money again. Plus LV2 and Tao Qian bet against the 3 billion. Such a consequence Tao Tian cannot be accepted. His own downfall can be imagined. After secretly nodding and trying to leave, he was grabbed by Tao Tian's bodyguards. Lu Tu witnessed all this and cursed a deserved sentence. No one who cheats has a good ending. This is what he deserved. At this moment, Tao Tian stood in front of the dice cup and stared deeply at Lu Tu. Mr. Lu, are you sure you want me to open the dice cup? LV2 and How would not hear his voice. Nothing more than want to let him do things to leave a line and so on. But Lu Tu has received a huge for the permission to get you a Tao group. That is not a hand to take the pinch. What is there to hesitate? Of course, is it that Mr. Tao is afraid to open it? Tao Tian laughed loudly. I, Tao Tian, haven't dared to do anything. Losing is just a matter of a few 100 million. Lu Tu nodded and pressed the cigarette out. Then you open it. Everyone can't wait. The surrounding gamblers also urged once again. If a leopard could come out twice in one night, it would be simply too much. They also wanted to see this young man in front of them, whether or not he was the god of gambling. Tao Tian's hand slowly rested on the dice cup, but he still smiled at Lu Tu undauntedly. I'm willing to use the money beyond this bet to take back this bet. Are you willing to do so? Mr. Lu, his address had changed from his previous direct name to Mr. Lu. Obviously he had already guessed what was going on inside the dice cup. He just wanted to minimize his losses and didn't want to let his casino fall into the laughingstock of the whole of Shanghai. Tao Qian is still beside the disdainful asked. Dad, you hurry to drive I don't believe this can be so God. Tao Tian took a deep breath and whispered angrily. Shut up, stupid. This time it was Lu Tu's turn to go crazy. Seeing the unbeatable Tao group's headmaster commiserating in front of himself, he sneered. Mr. Tao, I'm a person who has never been greedy. I'm only earning what I deserve. So you'd better open up. Even if I lose my family's fortune, I'd still admit it. Seeing such a scene, Tao Tian rushed to his men on the second floor and after making a wink, he unlocked the dice cup with a hand. Wow! The dice cup was clearly 3 ones, and the bright red dice, like a sharp blade, pierced Tao Tian's heart. The surrounding gamblers went straight to madness at the sight. People swarmed and tried to push forward, but were stopped by the casino's security. My goodness, is he really the god of gamblers? Can he even hit this? Is he just like in the movies, where he can hear points by ear? This is too damn evil. It's useless. The casino's dice cups are made of soft material at the bottom in order to cope with this kind of dice listening expert. And they definitely won't make a sound. 36 times 9 million was 320 million. Plus the 330 million Tao Qian and Lu Tu had bet against each other. His Tao family was going to lose a total of 650 million in this game. It was equivalent to the pure profit of their entire group for 1 quarter. Tao Tian's entire heart felt like it was dripping blood. His eyes glared fiercely at Lu Tu, and he said in a deep voice, truly a hero, you've pressed the leopard again. Tao Qian, on the other hand, collapsed directly into a chair, his eyes shocked as he looked at the dice, his lips shivering uncontrollably. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must have cheated. Lu Tu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I still say that. If you think I cheated, show me proof. I didn't move my place the whole time. May I ask how I cheated? Seeing the Tao family defeated, Lu Tu's heart was indescribably happy, especially the downcast Tao Qian. He couldn't help but sneer. Worthy is this? The good show is still to come. LV2 smiled at Tao Tian. Mr. Tao, I think you can open such a large underground casino. You shouldn't renege on your debt, right? The corner of Tao Tian's eyes trembled. Even if he is the boss of a leading enterprise sitting on a listed company, he cannot afford to give money out so much. He nodded with a leathery smile. Of course I won't renege on the debt. My Tao Tian's reputation is more than this amount of money. Wait a moment, I'll have someone fetch it to you right away. No sooner had his words fallen than someone on the outskirts of the crowd shrieked. What are you doing? It was only at this time that the surrounding gamblers realized that the door of the casino had been completely shut, and dozens of security guards wearing black suits and holding weapons such as throwing sticks had completely blocked the only way out. LV2 had long guessed that Tao Tian would throw in the towel. After all, more than 600 million. Even if he could take it out, he would never let LV2 take it away so smoothly. It is just that Lu Tu did not expect that he actually dared to directly set up a bad situation in front of so many citizens of Shanghai. And the consequence of this is that even if they set up Lu Tu, they will not be able to plug the long mouth. Could it be that he wanted to take out everyone present? Lu Tu vetoed the idea. Tao Tian didn't have that much guts. At this time, Tao Qian jumped up excitedly at the sight. Dad, I said long ago that there is no need to give him face. Let this be so crazy. Even if he has a background, so what? As long as it's done cleanly, no one will know. Tao Tian glared at him and said, you put your mother's bull ********. You don't even have 1/10 of Lu Tu's ability. If it wasn't for you, would I have risked so much? With these words, he was also considered to have completely shown his cards, as he stared at LV2 with a burning gaze and sneered. LV2, aren't you the junior god of gambling? Then I'll bet with you once. Guess if you can get this money today? Lu Tu did not take those bodyguards of Tao Tian as a threat in the slightest. His face was still the same, calm and collected. His hand was playing with a chip. You can't lose a single penny of my money, and your Tao family is dead. Chapter 52, Show me what you're made of. Tao Tian laughed in disbelief. Is that so? I admit that you are a genius to have such strong gambling skills at such a young age. But many geniuses don't live long. As his words fell, the bodyguards blocking the doorway rudely barged over, and the other gamblers gave way, surrounding Lu Tu. Facing dozens of people gawking at him, Lu Tu was not the least bit afraid. Still sitting steadily, he casually glanced at the people around him and sighed. I thought that you would use some high-end tactics, such as some kind of gue coercion. I didn't think that it would be so plain and simple. You could at least give me the beauty plan. Maybe I'll agree to it? It seems like it's really all about luck and guts for someone like you to climb this far. LV2's contempt from the bottom of his heart completely enraged Tao Tian. He didn't care if LV2 was Pang Wei's righteous son or not. Even if he was Pang Wei's own son, that's over $600 million in cash flow, and it would be like cutting into his flesh to get him to cough it up. He stared viciously at Lu Tu, a dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Even if I kill you, Pang Wei won't be able to say anything. Yes? At that moment a deep male voice came from among the gamblers. Tao Tian and the others followed the sound and looked over, only to see an unimpressive middle-aged man, taking firm steps from the crowd, roughly pushing a group of security guards away and coming behind Lu Tu, standing with his hands in the air. The person who came was none other than Lu Sango. His calm demeanor from a calm and certain tone made Tao Tian puzzled. Who are you? Lu Sango smiled contemptuously and directly put his hand into his arms. The surrounding bodyguards were immediately like enemies, chiding, Don't move, put down your guns. Lu Sango simply ignored them. His hand slowly pulled out a card from his pocket. 2 fingers flipped, and in the next second it was inserted into the betting table in front of Tao Tian, penetrating about 3 centimeters deep. Tao Tian's pupils contracted sharply, surprised at the other party's strong tactics. If this business card was coming at him, he would most likely be injured. He strained to pull the card out of the gambling table and carefully scrutinized the contents of the card. 2005 Zhang's Air Conditioner Cup Shanghai City Countryside Highway Drag Racing Competition Champion, Lu San. Tao Tian instantly became furious. I go to your grandmother, a broken driver. What are you posing in front of me? Come on people, take these 2 down for me. Lu Sango suddenly called out. Wait a minute, you're holding the business card backwards. Look at the back. Tao Tian suspiciously scanned the back of the business card and his eyes went wide. In 1999, he represented the Dragon Kingdom to participate in the World Special Forces Free Fighting Competition and won the championship. You? Lu Sango nodded with a cold face. Exactly my humble self. The Tao Qian on the side has long been unable to hold back. Earlier by Tao Tiana's scolding, originally thought that immediately will be resolved. Lu Tu did not think that what bull ****** shrimp soldiers and crab generals have dared to jump out. He made a wink at the bodyguard behind Lu Sango, and the tiger-backed bodyguard swung the throwing stick in his hand round and smashed it towards Lu Sango's head. Everyone present didn't react, except for Lu Tu and Lu Sango, who both moved at the same time. Lu Tu bounced up from the chair with a carp, and in the process gave the bodyguard next to him a whip leg right on the head. knocking him out on the spot. On the other hand, Lu Sango calmly stretched up his own arm to stiffly resist the stick, only to hear the sound of metal meeting metal coming from the bodyguard's hand, and the flinging stick in his hand was bent. Lu Sango broke his nose with a backhanded elbow strike and completely fainted. The two of them resolved one person in only a few moments. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two of them glanced at each other. Both saw the joy of a hero for a hero in the other's eyes. Without much hesitation, there was no turning back from the open bow, and the two kept weaving in and out of the many bodyguards. Under the flickering shadows, only the wailing sounds of the bodyguards came, as well as the sound of a number of broken bones interspersed with them. Until this time, Tao Tian father and son only reacted, hurriedly ran to the door. They never thought that the situation that had been completely grasped, because of a driver in change. What was most unexpected to them was that Lu Tu actually had such strong strength as well. So many bodyguards were like toys in his hands. If Lu Sango is from the special forces and fights a few by himself, that's fine. But who is Lu Tu? Merely a freshman student, although his fighting movements were not as clean as Lu San's brother. His speed and stance actually far surpassed Lu San, the king of special forces. Lu San at least took a few flings in the mess, but no one could hit Lu Tu at all, and took the time to provoke Tao Tian with words. Where are you going? You don't want my life? Tao Tian heard the coldness behind his back. He didn't have time to care about why Lu Tu was so strong at this moment. He only wanted to escape from here quickly. After Lu Tu kicked the 4 ribs of the bodyguard in front of him, he took a few big strides over a few gambling tables and blocked the entrance of the casino, staring at Tao Tian's father and son with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Run? This is your place. You don't want it? Lu Tu, don't bully people too much, Tao Tian whispered threateningly. As soon as Lu Tu grabbed him over, he slammed him directly in the abdomen with an explosive liver punch. Tao Tian's eyes popped out in pain. His eyes were filled with blood. His mouth was wide open and not a single sound could come out. And then he collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud and kept convulsing, and the corners of his mouth were vomiting white foam. Looking at Tao Tian's heart, it was only then that he woke up. He looked at Lu Tu incredulously and asked, "You, who exactly are you? Both of you, father and son, are too noisy." Where does Lu Tu want to talk nonsense with him this time? First a few slaps on Tao Tian's old face, like dragging a dead dog to drag their father and son to the gambling table. Grabbing an ice bucket from a side waiter's cart, he forcefully shoved the hard ice into their mouths, then picked up an iron hammer brought by one of the bouncers from the floor and slammed it down on Tao Tian's mouth. One hammer, 2 hammers, Lu Tu can't help but curse with every hammer. Tao Tian, I said, if you curse my mom once, I'll rip your mouth off. And you've cursed my mom a total of 4 times since tonight. And I'm keeping track of it all. He also gave Tao Tian 2 hammers in his hand. Aren't you fierce based on the fact that there are so many people? Show me. Don't you want my life? Come and get it. This scene scared the surrounding gamblers. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. One by one, quiet as white rabbits. They looked at Lu Tu, earlier also polite like a college student. This is just like from hell, out of the cultivator, as ferocious. With each slam of Lu Tu's hammer, blood, ice, and broken teeth were involved. Under the reflection of the Tao family's luxurious crystal chandelier, it shone with an unusually bewitching and brilliant light that was extremely dazzling. For a moment, the hearts of the people present were also tickled with the urge to go up and smash 2 hammers. Chapter 53, Replacement. However, after a few hammers, Tao Tian's father and son had already lost all their strength as if they were a mess of rotten meat. Lu Sango sighed, also solved the opponent. At this time, dozens of bodyguards are down on the ground in the roll, moaning. He stood in place to pull out a cigarette on the point. To Lu Tu raised a thumb, appreciated the smile. Kid, hands are good, well, you're not so bad. Insiders look at the doorway. Through the details just now, when Lu Tu moves his hands, it can be seen that he is absolutely the top of the body. Even if it is placed in the strongest special operations team in the Dragon Kingdom, that is also an absolute unique existence. This made Lu Sango a bit puzzled. He didn't know LV2 less than Pang Wei. LV2 was still a poor boy who was bullied by the school before. Since he had such a strong body, why would he be bullied? It was obvious that he had done it on purpose, and he decided after a moment's thought that it would be better to tell Pang Wei about it and leave it to the other party to make a choice. After hammering Tao Tian's father and son for a while, Lu Tu still stopped. Now he could give the other party some lessons, but by no means could he kill them in front of so many people. Since Pang Wei could explain Lu Sango to come over to protect himself, the deep meaning behind it must be more than just teaching Tao Tian's father and son a lesson. Although he is just a huge for the driver, but the driver is also the most beloved people. Through his behavior, can see that huge for the long time in the middle of the sea, only hand to cover the sky to dominate the Tao group, has a problem. Perhaps will be the Tao family clean up after the whole Tao group into the country. That is not impossible. Glancing at the father and son who were close to fainting, Lu Tu smiled evilly. It seems that you have been honest. Now come and talk to me about your bullying. He gave the casino attendant standing far away handed a wink. A few attendants immediately ran over to Tao Tian father and son to help up, but also to take the medical gauze will be 2 people in the mouth of the filth clean up, including the gamblers who were watching the scene. Not a single person spoke the entire time, and the silence was a bit scary, especially when they looked at Lu Tu's eyes. They were filled with awe. A young gambling god can still have such a body? 2 people can solve dozens of professional bodyguards holding weapons. This is simply more exaggerated than making a movie. They know that the origin of such a person is definitely not simple, and it is also by no means something that they can afford to mess with. The waiter with eyesight brought chairs for Lu Tu and Lu Sango. Lu Tu sat grumpily on the other side of Tao Tian, looking down on him and asked, "Old thing, you can't do this either. With this skill you still want to bully me?" Tao Tian at this time a mouthful of teeth has been gone. Not yet spoken like a blower huffing and puffing gasping, "Compensation? I'll pay the money to you." Lu Tu did not give him the slightest bit of face. In front of all the people and backhanded a slap, flung in his face, like a grandson training like scolding. "If I had known, what the hell did I do earlier? Meat skin cheap must be beaten?" Tao Tian eyes flashed thick anger. Fleeting, replaced with an attitude of admitting defeat. "I'm willing to gamble to admit defeat. I have the eyes not to recognize MT. Tai. I will immediately let the people to settle the money to you. 3 days later I will be in the Shanghai mansion banquet you, in public to you to make amends and apologize." Lu Tu nodded. "That's more or less the same. Then you fix it." Tao Tian called for Pang Wanson. "Go and pay the money for Mr. Lu." 3 minutes later, $5 million arrived on Lu Tu's card. Looking at the long string of zeros on it, Lu Tu was a little excited. This amount of money could do too many things. I didn't expect it to come so easily. At this point, Tao Qian was still in a coma, and Tao Tian had his personal doctor treat him with Lu Tu's consent. At this time, Tao Genius opened his mouth to ask something he had always wanted to ask. "Mr. Lu, why are you so hostile towards my Tao family? Can you tell me?" At this time the gamblers present also perked up their ears, listening intently to this explosive gossip. Many people have brainstormed Lu Tu will say is once his fathers had been planted in the hands of the Tao family. Today he is to avenge his father. Such a section of the family's broken hate drama. Lu Tu took a cigarette from Lu Sango's hand and lit it, then smiled lightly. "Because of your son Tao Qian, he misses my woman." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. No one would have thought that just because of something like jealousy, Lu Tu would dare to come to the Tao family's casino and win away $5 billion. Not only that, but he also got his hands on Tao Tian and his father and son and beat them to a pig's head. Tao Tianrun was also dumbfounded. His expression was very wonderful in just 30 seconds. From stifled, angry, clenching his teeth, aggrieved, disheveled, and finally sighed deeply, his eyes despairing as he looked towards Lu Tu and asked, "Is that all there is to it? Just which woman deserves you to take such revenge on my Tao family?" Lu Tu's face was as calm as water. "My woman. I don't allow anyone to miss her. Tao Qian. Since he dares to mess with me because of this, it means that he's not afraid of me. Then I'm going to make him have nightmares every night in the future. Just thinking about me." Tao Tian was speechless. He stared closely at Lu Tu, wanting to see other deeper reasons from this young man's face. He had thought a lot before this. Perhaps someone who saw that their Tao family was too high profile wanted to fix him, or they have offended which enemy, but just did not expect just a college student between the jealousy. Lu Tu will dare to come alone to make things so big. Is he really not afraid of himself as well as his own back of the power? At this time Tao Qian, also in the doctor's treatment to wake up leisurely, just opened his eyes to see Lu Tu was staring at him with a bad smile on his face, scaring him to wail a voice to back away. As a result, he was slapped on the face by Tao Tian and angrily rebuked. "You punk just know how to cause trouble for me every day. Say, are you thinking of Mr. Lu's girlfriend?" Tao Qian didn't know why Tao Tian asked him this, but looking at Tao Tian's expression it didn't seem like he was joking, so he could only hesitantly nod his head. "I've been chasing after Jiang Jiqi for 2 years now, only to be chased away by him, so I wasn't willing to do so, and that day I went to look for Jiang Jiqi at the hotpot restaurant, and got into a bit of a verbal altercation with Lu Tu." Tao Tian saw that Lu Tu was staring at himself with burning eyes. Knowing that this matter is not finished after losing money, wanting to escape from the hands of Lu Tu, must make the other party satisfied until, "You won't get a single penny from me from today onwards, and you will now go and apologize to Mr. Lu right away and gain his forgiveness." Knowing the son is not like the father, depriving Tao Qian of his money is the best blow to him. Anyway, as long as you muddle through here in LV2, how to follow up is fine. Unfortunately, Lu Tu's next words directly made Tao Tian's heart fall to the bottom. "No need to be hypocritical with me in front of me. How can this matter end so simply? I just got back the money I deserved. Our grudge hasn't been cancelled yet, said Lu Tu. Ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd present, led Lu Sango straight away, and so on to the underground garage to sit on the car. Lu Tu opened his mouth. Lu Sango, hard work. The old man wants me to do today. To what extent? Lu Sango smiled deeply. Wanting you to take your place. Chapter 54 Mass Production Drawings for the 7th Generation Aircraft. Lu Tu shuddered inwardly upon hearing this. The old master really did have this plan a long time ago. Then I have to report it to him. As soon as the words fell, a large number of police officers were seen breaking into the building, crossing over them and rushing directly into the elevator. And it looked like they were rushing towards the Tao family's casino. Lu Tu ignored them and dialed Pang Pangwei's phone, opening the door and smiling. Godfather, still not resting? Pangwei's voice was a bit tired. Things done? It's kind of done, but I don't know what level of good Godfather is talking about. Just as long as no one gets killed. Go back to bed and I'll take care of the rest. You've caused me a lot of trouble with your kid. Lu Tu knew deep down that he did go a little too far. The forces behind Tao Qian and his father and son found you? Pang Pang nodded his head. That's right, although I have a lot of evidence on them, but in front of the forces behind them, these things are all reconcilable conflicts. But since you made such a big deal out of it, I definitely want to keep you. You don't worry. Lu Tu said guiltily. Godfather, after all, this matter is my doing. What can I do now to help you share your worries? Pang Pang hesitated for a moment and said, the capital just came to a phone call. Let me not make a big deal out of this matter for the time being. And the Song family in the capital has already sent someone over, and they have proposed that they have to meet you, and they will find you tomorrow. But don't worry that they won't hurt you. I understand, Godfather. And taking a step back, I can donate the money I won at the Taoist house to the state. Well, you carry on as well as you can. And tonight you sleep well. Tomorrow is destined to be an unconscionable day. Thank you, Godfather. After tomorrow, if I can still stay in Shanghai, I will come to see you and Godmother. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Tu realized that Jiang Jiqi had sent him a lot of messages, all of them worrying about why he didn't answer his phone and where the hell he had gone. Lu Tu didn't intend to hide this from her. After all, Jiang Dachu would soon know about this matter as well, so he simply told Jiang Jiqi about it. Jiang Yiqi was shocked when he heard this, not expecting Lu Tu to actually make such a big deal out of it in order to get back at Tao Qian. But she did not blame LV2's intention. Just comfort LV2. Do not need to panic. She went to find Jiang Daqiao to ask. Things cannot have room for maneuver. Lu Tu stopped her. This matter Jiang Daqiao also love cannot help. Not to mention how he will let Jiang Daqiao help. Even Pang Dang can only mediate with the Song family in the capital. Jiang Daqiao is just a mayor. And what role can he play? After comforting Jiang Jiji and telling her not to worry and that she would be fine, he hung up the phone. Received another call from Lu Sango. The police arrested Tao Tian and Tao Qian, father and son, on charges of opening a casino and suspected of illegal fundraising, and also blocked all of their family's property accounts. So remember my phone number, and if you want to go somewhere tomorrow, you can ask me to drive you. His meaning is very obvious. That is, he is worried that Lu Tu will meet with misfortune. This is by no means Pang Wei's meaning. It should be Lu Sango's own meaning. He is Pang Wei's close friend. The news is naturally also very well informed. Lu Tu gratefully said, thanks third brother, I should be in no danger. Well then, call me anytime if anything happens. I like your temper as a kid. Bye Sango. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tu lay on his bed tossing and turning, and suddenly the system's beeps came again in his mind. You have completed the task of retaliating against Tao Qian, and the system is rating the completion of the event. The completion level of this event is A. Reward, the 7th generation fighter jet mass production drawings, which have been integrated into the host's mind. Very complicated airplane drawings quickly emerged in Lu Tu's mind, and he knew that the 6th generation fighter jet was still just being developed by the Dragon Kingdom, and it was already the world's top technology. The battle damage ratio with the 5th generation aircraft, after simulation, can already reach an astonishing 10:1, and this is only the 6th generation aircraft, which means that the 7th generation aircraft mass production drawings that he now possesses are the technology of the future. The flying speed of the 6th generation fighters could reach a maximum of Mach 6, while the flying speed of the 7th generation planes he had mastered could reach an unprecedented Mach 15, which was more than twice as much. Whether it's supersonic endurance, stealth, and super perception, it's more than double that of a 6th generation aircraft. The most important word is mass production. It was important to realize that the biggest drawback of even a 6th generation aircraft was that it was very expensive to build, and even the two superpowers, the Dragon Kingdom and Amelia, could not reach the ability to mass produce it. And the drawings of the 7th generation aircraft that Lu Tu now possessed did not only contain the design principles and technical innovations of the 7th generation aircraft, There were even more research directions for various materials. And now that meant that this piece of information on the 7th generation aircraft that Lu Tu had in his possession, it can completely bring about a complete upheaval of the entire industrial system of the Dragon Kingdom. Both heavy and light industry will bring innovations in technological productivity, bringing more jobs in high-tech industries and manual manufacturing. It might even be possible to subvert all previous materials science research and use the cost and time savings of researching these to build in bulk. Not only can the Dragon Kingdom be greatly strengthened militarily in one fell swoop, but it can also improve the current situation where productivity is lagging behind, leading to an increase in the unemployment rate. Once productivity is raised up and the economy starts to be active to curb deflation, more than just one industry will be radiated. And just thinking about it, we know how much of a boost it will bring to the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, Lu Tu was still a little worried that he would be forced by the Song family from the capital, but now that he had this drawing, it was equivalent to having an imperial sword. With this 7th generation machine drawing, not to mention just a capital city to the dignitaries, is to look at the entire Dragon Country. I'm afraid that as long as he will be this drawing shot out the tip of the iceberg out, will also let the entire Dragon Country shake on a shake. He was a little excited. This could be even more important than Pang Pingwei's regard for him, completely becoming his last resort. He was now looking forward to the meeting with the Song family in the capital tomorrow instead. Early the next morning, Lu Tu really received an unfamiliar number, and on the other end of the phone was a young woman with a high and cold tone, commanding in an unquestionable tone. I'll give you 10 minutes to go downstairs, and someone will bring you to me. Lu Tu was all amused by his condescending tone as he asked rhetorically, "What if I don't?" The woman smiled contemptuously, as if she had already anticipated Lu Tu's reaction. "Don't think you're much of a fighter. In front of the state's violent machine, there are limits to manpower, and you don't want to spill over to the innocent teachers and students because of you, do you?" When Lu Tu heard this, how did it sound so much like what he usually says? He came to the windowsill to take a look. Under the dormitory building actually parked a military license plate vehicle. Lu Tu instantly put down his heart. If it was a person from another department who came to him, there might still be some worries. But if the other party was a car with a military license plate, it would be much too easy. After all, the temptation of a 7th-generation aircraft, how could the army people refuse it? Chapter 55, The State is Invited. Lu Tu just walked out of the unit hallway. He was surrounded by several tough young men. "Lu Tu, student? It's me. Please come with me." "Don't worry, it's nothing much, just something I need to ask you about." Lu Tu also did not talk nonsense directly on the car, the whole time without any change of expression. His calm and collected attitude let the soldiers who came to take him away was also stunned. As soon as he sat in the back, there was a burly man to the left and right, and the three of them crowded the back row that way. The man in the co-pilot pulled out a pair of handcuffs and turned around and smiled. "Lu Tu, cooperate. Don't make things difficult for me." Lu Tu was all amused by them. "I'm an ordinary college student. As for you guys to escort me with so many soldiers and need to handcuff me?" The man ignored Lu Tu's objections and still put the handcuffs on him anyway, ordering the driver to drive. "I've seen the surveillance video from yesterday. Even Tyson when he was young, he couldn't be as strong as you in a real fight. Even though we can see that you don't know any fighting skills, but you can do this purely by your physical fitness. Do you think that will not add a little bit more care to it?" Lu Tu brought his hands up and shook the handcuffs to a clanking sound. "In that case, do you think this thing can cuff me?" As he spoke, Lu Tu simply tensed his arm muscles, and with a crisp ringing sound, the handcuffs snapped into several sections in response. The soldiers on the left and right who were in charge of escorting him were alarmed, and they quickly reached for their backs to make a gesture of pulling out their guns. Lu Tu, however, placed his hands flat on his lap and grunted coldly, "Don't worry, I'm just born with godly strength. It's not like I'm a brainless fool." A series of actions made the several people in the car as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Although they had already seen the video and probably understood Lu Tu's power, but just now Lu Tu's hand really scared them a little. Lu Tu reached out and asked the man in the passenger seat for a cigarette and lit it up before continuing to speak. "Since you guys have already investigated me, you should know that the sweat I shed is redder than the blood on your bodies. I will never stand against the country." These arrogant to the extreme words made the few people in the car indignant, but they did understand Lu Tu's profile information and were unable to refute it at all. The man in the passenger seat no longer belittled Lu Tu and solemnly reached out to shake his hand. Introducing himself, "My name is Nye Yun, from the National Security Bureau." "Hello, I'm actually honored to have surprised the National Security Bureau to come and pick me up in person." Lu Tu smiled and threw his cigarette out the window. Since Nye Yun had already confessed his identity, he no longer chose to hide it. "This time, it was our director who wanted to see you, but was afraid that you'd be young and unruly, so he asked his comrades from the military to help. Please understand, Lu Tu shrugged indifferently. I rather understand. Treating me like a prisoner as soon as I arrive. Nia Yin could hear that LV2 was very disgruntled, but that's how they've always done things. There was no need to explain to anyone, and if it wasn't for the fact that he admired LV2's family background, with the kinds of things LV2 had done last night, there would have been no need to talk to him much at all, and it would have been possible to lock him up and then slowly interrogate him. Several automobiles arrived at the outskirts, where the Central Sea War Zone was stationed. From the entrance, it took 5 checks along the way before coming to a stop on a small second floor. Lu Tu, please. LV2 also no nonsense directly jumped out of the car. Surrounded by loaded soldiers on guard, he bitterly laughed. It seems that you really put me as a dangerous target? Nia Yin walked alongside him and nodded slightly. Don't be such a hangdog once you're inside. You don't know how much of an impact what you've done has had on our entire NSA. The strength you've shown is just too much of a reversal. Will you help us? Since coming here, Lu Tu has not hope in order to huge. National security are involved in the investigation of their own. His authority to press the words, now to see can only look at their own. Judging from the goodwill revealed by Nia Yun, national security should still not have listed him as an enemy, or at least have the intention of drawing him in. In this situation, the more Lu Tu had to show his confidence and pride as a rare genius in the world, so that it would seem reasonable, regardless of the field. Even if it's a genius at spreading pancakes, he can't be a wishy-washy person. Lu Tu glanced at Nia Yun and shook his head. Your position is too low to talk to me about this. It's better to have your division chief come talk to me. Nia Yun wasn't angry in the slightest when he saw that he was being belittled by Lu Tu. After all, Nia Yun had seen plenty of geniuses like him, all of whom had their own strange temperaments, and besides, he had intentionally tested him along the way, so a little bit of fire was only natural. Through infrared detection, a heavy mechanical iron door opened. Lu Tu did not react on the surface, but inwardly, he was greatly shocked, like a ING movie. After entering the elevator and sinking for a full 12 seconds, a large enclosed underground space appeared in front of Lu Tu's eyes. It was full of all kinds of holographic projectors, and complex instruments that Lu Tu couldn't understand were running. But this space was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Nia Yun brought him to an office, and at that moment, there were 3 people sitting on the 10-meter-long desk, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were quite old, and one of them was still wearing a military uniform, with stars glittering on his shoulders. The young woman, on the other hand, was in an ordinary OL uniform, and even wore a pair of half-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses, with an extremely seductive look, the kind of degree that any man who saw it couldn't help but want to peel her off like an eggshell, and strip her completely naked. The uniformed man smoked a cigarette, and after seeing Lu Tu come, he exhaled heavy smoke to put the cigarette out and tapped the table with his fingers. The 3 raised their heads at the same time to survey Lu Tu. Young man, sit. Lu Tu didn't even look at the man in suit or the OL woman, and first smiled at the uniformed man. Good day, Chief. Everyone is a human essence, which will not know what Lu Tu means, but on the contrary, as a soldier Huijin, but also like Lu Tu such a straight nature, coupled with Lu Tu's background, a family from the military is to let Huijin inexplicable sense of cordiality. Huijin glanced at the other 2 who had a stern face and said in a deep voice, my name is Huijin. Speaking of which, old senior Lu Yiding is still our Shanghai walkout hero, so there's no need to be so outgoing with me. Lu Tu laughed. I felt that you were kind from the first time I saw you. Your side face looks like my second uncle, except that my second uncle is a farmer and doesn't have the same temperament as you. As soon as these words came out, the other 2 couldn't help but furrow their brows and gave Lu Tu an impatient look, thinking to themselves that this kid's skin is too thick, isn't it? Nia Yun stood honestly on the sidelines, his eyelids beating wildly uncontrollably. The first hand of the Central Sea War Zone is just being polite to you, and you really dare to climb up the pole? Chief Huijin that's known for his violent temper. Nia Yun glanced worriedly at Lu Tu, but who knows that Huijin, who has always been thunderous, couldn't help but laugh out loud, knowing that Lu Tu is only 19 years old this year and doesn't mind the other party's jumpy nature. Soldiering and farming are all adding bricks and mortar to the country. They are all essentially the same. It's just that some people don't build the motherland properly. They have to think about destruction, and that's very bad. Chapter 56, A Shallow Show. Lu Tu sniffed and slapped his thighs, obediently sitting on the chair opposite Huijin. Uncle Hui, you're right. What I hate most in my life is the bastards who eat the people's human blood buns. When he said this, Lu Tu also deliberately looked at the national security duo, especially that OL woman. If what Pang Wei said last night was correct, this woman should be that person sent by the Song family from the capital. At this time, the man in the suit spoke. Let's get to the point. I am Long Yuan, the head of state security in charge of the Central Sea Province. Lu Tu, Can you explain how you went from being a bullied teenager to one who fights dozens of people and can even prejudge the dice points very accurately? The moment this question came out, all three of them looked at Lu Tu with burning eyes. This question was crucial for them. Ding! Triggering a mission to bring down the Song family in the capital. May I ask if you accept? Of course Lu Tu had to accept it. He himself had just finished packing up Tao Tian's father and son last night, and immediately received a reminder from Pang Pangwei that the Song family in the capital was looking for him to get into trouble. And it was obvious that this Song family wasn't much of a clean family, and there wasn't a single bit of psychological burden to pack up on them. Lu Tu didn't like the passive situation of being cross-examined at the moment. He turned his head to the old woman and asked curiously, "May I ask who you are? Your authority is not worthy of a question. Please answer Director Long's words positively." Seeing that the woman was very hostile towards him, Lu Tu did not buy the other party's account in the slightest and turned his head towards Long Yuan. "What I'm about to say next is very significant, so I'd like to ask the two of you to disperse certain people in low positions to ensure security." Huozhen smiled and looked at Lu Tu. This time the national security to see Lu Tu is very dangerous, so specially borrowed the place of the Zhenghai war zone to interrogate Lu Tu. As a bystander the more he looks at this kid the more smooth eyes, daring to call the shots with the senior leaders of the national security, and with many secrets on his body, plus his family background. It's a pity that such a good seedling doesn't join the military. Long Yuan, on the other hand, looked much more serious and stereotypical as he stared solemnly at Lu Tu and asked word for word, "Can you take responsibility for what you said?" Facing Long Yuan's oppressive eyes, Lu Tu didn't show the slightest bit of timidity. Instead, he easily locked eyes with them and nodded. "I can take responsibility for what I said." Long Yuan clapped his hands and said, "Good. Song Chushi and Nia Yun, you two go out and wait for me first." The OL woman was indeed someone from the Song family. She indignantly glared at Lu Tu, thinking that she had been sent by the family to investigate Lu Tu this time, but now she had been sidetracked by this brat, so how could she investigate? Song Chusher gets up and looks at Huozhen, pouting, "Uncle Hua, help me." However, he was interrupted by Huozhen waving his hand. "You've had a long journey. It's better for you to go and rest first." Song Chushi hummed heavily as she passed by Lu Tu before she reluctantly left. The three of them were the only ones in the large conference room at the moment, and Long Yuan urged, "Lu Tu, say it, what exactly is going on?" Lu Tu smiled blushingly at the two. "Can I have a cigarette?" Long Yuan nodded and watched Lu Tu smoking and drinking water for a while, until he was about to get angry after he completely lost his patience. In fact, he was thinking of countermeasures, how exactly to explain. After all, his body changes are visible. Surely he would not be stupid enough to tell others about his bottom. He suddenly had an idea. Anyway, the end of science is metaphysics. Why don't we just pull towards something metaphysical and mysterious? Let them study it however they want. And what scientist would dare to jump out and say that what the old ancestors left behind is false? He saw Lu Tu lightly coughing his throat and rushed the two of them mysteriously. "Didn't the two of you want to know why I became so fierce?" Huozhen and Long Yuan instantly became interested, their eyes glittering. "Why?" "Because my family has secrets." "What secret?" "My grandfather once told me that every other generation in my family would acquire a superpower passed down from bloodline to bloodline, as long as the person who awakened this bloodline Huozhen suddenly interrupted him. "Wait, are you saying you have superpowers?" Lu Tu blinked his real eyes and nodded. "Isn't it obvious? Why else would I suddenly become so fierce? Can't you see that I've grown quite a bit in size lately?" With a wave of Long Yuan's hand, a holographic screen appeared on the desk in front of him, and on it was clearly Lu Tu's surveillance from a month ago at the school, and on the other was last night's surveillance video. A month ago Lu Tu's height was 182, and now it's 191. Although his bones haven't completely closed and there's a possibility for him to continue to grow taller, it's by no means possible for him to grow this much in a month. Unless, Huozhen frowned and added, unless he's injected the super genetic drug secretly developed by Amelia. Put. Lu Tu, almost a mouthful of blood sprayed out. He just casually made up a story, sitting there in a serious manner to listen to both of them to analyze. "I did not expect that these two brain circuits, then he is even more exaggerated." Lu Tu cried out. "I haven't been in contact with anyone from Amelia. I haven't even had a gentamicin shot in the last year. Where am I going to get a super genetically modified drug?" Long Yuan nodded. "This I know. I have investigated all the people you have come into contact with in the last month. Indeed, there are no foreign forces. You go on to talk about your superpower." Lu Tu lifted his sleeve and held his arm out in front of the two. "See?" Puzzled, the two men pestled their fingers on Lu Tu's arm. "What are you looking at?" "Look at my muscle density. Can't you guys see that my muscle density is far beyond normal?" Both shook their heads at the same time. "I really don't see it." Lu Tu was helpless. "To say that you may not believe it, I just had a strange dream one day, dreaming of my grandfather. I originally thought that it was because I missed my grandfather too much, but as a result, my grandfather passed on a method of vomiting to me in my sleep. Even the always sophisticated Long Yuan couldn't help but burst out. Huajin, however, was extraordinarily interested, muttering to himself, could it be that there really are metaphysical feats in this world? Lu Tu wasn't polite either. Standing up and arching his hand at the two men, he casually pointed to a spot 50 meters away. See the pen on the table over there? The two just started nodding. Saw that. The words just fell. LV2 ran away like a puff of smoke, and when they saw LV2 again, LV2 was already standing in front of them, holding the pen in his hand, before and after only 5 seconds. Wow! The two of them, Huajin and Long Yuan, were so shocked that they stood up, not even caring that the chairs underneath them had fallen. Both of their eyes were filled with complex emotions. It was hard to say whether they were horrified or excited, but it was complicated anyway. General Hua, how many seconds do you think it took in just now? 6 seconds more. Long Yuan tapped the desktop touchscreen, and a number 4.95 seconds appeared. He let out a bitter laugh. 100-meter speed in 5 seconds. This is no longer human. The current world record is now 9.58 seconds, which means that he ran the 100 meters and Bolt is just getting started. What's more critical is that he has a folding motion. Huajin and Long Yuan looked at each other in dismay. Even if they had been staunch materialists all their lives, at this moment they had to start believing in Lu Tu's bull ********. Perhaps he really did have this great opportunity? Why else would scientists from all over the world be so superstitious about metaphysics in their later years? Chapter 57. Comrades who have run the 100 meters should know. If his 100 meters is 12 seconds, but to let him run a 50-meter folding, he may only be able to run out of 15 seconds. After all, to first rely on the legs to unload the kinetic energy of the forward, but also in a short period of time to reopen the burst of full speed. In such a case the 100-meter time can still run out of 4.95 seconds. The word popped into both men's minds at the same time, Superman. We have Superman in the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha, truly God blesses my Dragon Kingdom. Huajin's eyes were filled with fire when he looked at Lu Tu at this moment. He had been in the military all his life. Of course he understood what an ability like Lu Tu represented. Although nowadays it is all about informationalized combat, the competition is all about the industrial strength of each country, and a cheaply built drone can replace a well-trained soldier. But everyone knows that unless a nuclear war breaks out, it will end up being a duel of land forces, and the Russian-Ukrainian front is a ready-made example. With Huajin's observation, Lu Tu is not only a sea of physical quality, along with his reflex nerves should also be far beyond the norm by several times. Such a person, if he goes to carry out a special dispatch mission, it will be twice the result with half the effort. As simple as observing tattoos with the opposite palm. Even as far as the most common maneuvering of drones is concerned, he can maneuver more and control them with more precision than anyone else. If the method of Lu Tu becoming stronger could be taught, so that a large number of soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom could be upgraded as well, in the event of a war breaking out in the future, more people could be sacrificed with less. Huajin immersed in the beautiful fantasy, his eyes also in the unconscious become hot. Chinese men and who do not want to build a career and make great achievements. He excitedly went up and held Lu Tu's arm, his eyes sincere. Child, you quickly give Uncle Hua to say, how did your grandfather teach you in the dream? As soon as Lu Tu heard it, he knew that Huajin was not dead. Fortunately, the lie he had made up earlier carried a line of bloodline inheritance, but he also knew that now even if he made it up now, he would have to make up something else in order to block the crazy ideas of these two people. He helplessly spread his hands. Uncle Hua, it's not that I don't want to say it, it's that I simply don't know how to describe it. This thing is just like a certain aspect. It's all innate that it should be big or small, and it's not like a muscle that can be worked out later in life. A trace of disappointment flashed through Long Yuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his vigor. You mean you're the only one like this in this world? Do you have any other siblings? Lu Tu shook his head with a sad face. You've all read my file. My family is dead. Huajin was still undeterred as he asked, didn't you say that your grandfather taught you a set of Twina techniques? Do you mind teaching Uncle Hua? Lu Tu pretended to be in a difficult situation. It's not good. Long Yuan slapped his thigh. Don't worry. The country will definitely not treat you poorly. You first demonstrate a small section and we'll take a look. If it's really useful, Chief Hua and I will definitely report it to the state truthfully. Huajin also nodded solemnly. You wouldn't even be able to trust the two of us, would you? Then you probably don't have many people you can trust in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lu Tu of course knew that there was no other choice at the moment. Huajin and Long Yuan were already the ceiling he had come into contact with. Even if he just couldn't trust them, He could only trust them. In that case, I can only make a decision that goes against my ancestors. The two were so excited that they stared at Lu Tu, their eyes seeming to reach out with claws. Only Lu Tu stood in place slowly, mainly because he didn't know how to perform. It was impossible to sit cross-legged and meditate, right? That would be too damn fake. Making up also had to be slightly more reliable. Thinking about it, he suddenly remembered the 8-to-1 brocade that he had once learned in his school's physical education class, which should be his best traditional gongfu, and had once gotten a perfect score on an exam. He took a deep breath, and now Lu Tu's lung capacity was very exaggerated, causing his chest to become inflated with it, and the appearance of this scene caused Hua and Long to look dizzy. Coming. The two rubbed their hands together in excitement. After setting up a very standard starting pose, Lu Tu slowly exhaled the turbid chi in his body, and then he played the 8-section brocade in place with a single stroke. Good. It has that flavor. Long Yuan couldn't help but appreciate it. Huajin, however, went from his previous excited look to a slight frown. Why does this set of punches look so familiar? It was better if he didn't say this. After he reminded Long Yuan that he also felt familiar, only to see the 100-meter speed of 4.95 seconds LV2 unexpectedly began to slow down the 8 brocade. The expression on the face of the two people do not mention how strange. It's as embarrassing as the feeling of meeting a beautiful woman on a date, only to find out that not only is it a photo fraud, but the other person is also a big sister who fries the donuts outside the neighborhood. After LV2 had beaten himself up for 2 minutes, Long Yuan really couldn't help but interrupt. That. Xiao Lu, do you want to rest for a while? Lu Tu simply ignored him, adhering to the guideline that the physical education teacher had explained that the 8-to-1 Jin had to finish a set before he could let off steam. After another 3 minutes of fighting, even though Huajin's city was extremely good, he couldn't help but persuade at this point. Xiao Lu, it's almost time. But Lu Tu still ignored them both. These two are usually busy people who have a lot of work to do. How can they have so much free time to watch a college student play 8-to-1 Jin off? But they want to be angry with Lu Tu and cannot find a point. After all, this is their strong request Lu Tu demonstration to show them. Did not think that this kid is so dead-eyed. Have to finish a set of all the fights. They can only helplessly sigh. The chair that was previously pushed over to pick up, sit down and send each other cigarettes to smoke. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Lu Tu finally stopped from his slow pace, at which point he felt good. Not to mention that it actually worked. He hadn't felt like warming up for a long time since he had refined his physique, but when he had played the 8-to-1 brocade once with all his strength, he felt that his body's chi and blood flowed freely. Lu Tu rushed Huan and Long and arched his fists. You too, you're joking. The two men forced a smile on their uncomfortable faces and pointed to the chairs in front of them. Sit down. Long Yuan spoke first. Are you saying that your grandfather taught you to play a set of 8 pieces of brocade in your dream? Lu Tu added. Not completely. There is a set of Taijiquan in the back. Why don't I show you two again? Huajin waved his hand. Alright. I don't deny that the 8-to-1 brocade is a treasure of traditional culture, but even if you practiced it for the rest of your life, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to achieve such a change as you have. Lu Tu admitted greatly. Yeah, I guess it's the relationship of my bloodline. Just because others can't doesn't mean I can't. And I reckon that my grandfather also possesses such an ability. Otherwise, if the three of them went out together, how come he came back alone? After the two of them exchanged glances, Long Yuan got up and went to a sterile cabinet on the side to take out an instrument. Then is it convenient for you to let us draw some blood for a test? Lu Tu did not squirm in the slightest, put his hand out for him to draw blood. If the system's improvement potion can let you test it out, then he doesn't need to hide it anymore. Long Yuan used the blood drawing instrument to draw 300 cc of blood and then put it into the instrument. 3 minutes later the test report came out. He shook his head in disappointment. It seems that the only one who is gifted is you. There are no peculiar components in your blood. Huajin suddenly snapped. Then can you explain how you saw through the points in the dice cup? Chapter 58. Uncle Hua. As a soldier, you must believe in the sixth sense, right? Huajin stared at Lu Tu suspiciously. Don't tell me you relied on your intuition when you bet on the leopard twice. Huajin got up with great speed after hearing this, then pulled out a sidearm from his waist and pointed it at Lu Tu. Guess how many bullets are in my gun? Lu Tu had long anticipated that he would do so, and deliberately waited until after the sphere of foreknowledge, which was when he spoke. In your gun, there are no bullets. Yes? Huajin's face remained unchanged as his hand knocked on the safety of his sidearm, a scene that caused Long Yuan beside him to be startled. Hastily getting up, he pressed Huajin's hand. General Hua? Lu Tu, on the other hand, provocatively brought his head deliberately close to Huajin's gun and pointed to his temple. Uncle Hua, shoot! Long Yuan chided in a low voice. Lu Tu. The atmosphere at the scene was once tense with swords, and Long Yuan knew that Huajin was deliberately testing Lu Tu. but such a way of testing was perhaps too rough. Huojin suddenly withdrew the sidearm in his hand and snorted coldly. Brat! Nice guts! Who knows that the next second Lu Tu was extremely fast. From the hands of Huojin snatched his gun. Huojin burst into a rage. A gun is a soldier's life, and having it taken away from him is a big no-no. Just when he was about to open his mouth to reprimand LV2, only to see LV2 was holding that open safety gun, pulling the trigger at his own head. Long Yuan was shocked to see the situation. He did not know whether there were any bullets in the gun. He did not want to let LV2 this kind of hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Any accidents? But he wanted to block it was already too late. Ta! After the crisp crash of the matching gun, Long Yuan had been stunned in place. Unconsciously his back had been drenched in cold sweat. The person who dared to take away the commander's matching gun and fire it in the most central area of the Zhenghai war zone. Lu Tu might be considered the only one. Lu Tu this series of actions in a smooth flow. After doing all this, he looked as usual lightly pushed the gun to the table again. Now you believe it? Long Yuan worriedly looked to the side of the grim-faced Huojin, was about to open his mouth to plead for LV2, and inwardly made up his mind that if Huojin had to pursue the matter, then their national security will certainly step in to protect LV2. Huojin suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good boy really have the balls. Dare to hands to rob my gun in decades you count the first one. I believe it. Long Yuan took out a paper towel and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Congratulations. You have passed our national security test. I will truthfully report what I have seen and heard today upwards. Perhaps I can congratulate you in advance. What are you talking about? Old brother Long? Lu Tu is one of us from Zhenghai, and has such a deep connection with our Zhenghai war zone. How can we let him join national security? I think it's better to leave him in the war zone for a bit of training. Long Yuan saw Huojin's dagger, and argued reasonably, General Hua is wrong. Lu Tu has already confirmed that his path to rise cannot be replicated, and only by joining our national security can he maximize his abilities. Huojin at this time also not at all let the clap. A good man is to be a soldier. Moreover Lu Tu he is full of loyalty. His father's generation is a soldier. To stay in the Central Sea war zone will get our focus on cultivation, in order to revitalize the glory of Manhwa. Although Long Yuan's position is lower than Huojin's, he is representing the entire national security at this time, posing to never back down and similarly slapping the table. Who says that serving the country can only be done by joining the military? We need highly refined talents like Lu Tu, and to put it mildly, if you guys in the Central Sea war zone paid enough attention to Lu Tu, how could you let him even get robbed of his poor student subsidy? These words were equivalent to slapping Huojin in the face, and Huojin was dumbfounded, his face reddening at these words, as he twisted his head to look at Lu Tu, and realized that he was leisurely spinning that fountain pen with his fingers. He knew that this matter was very unfair to Lu Tu, and in the end, it was Pang Wei who stepped in to smooth things out, but he still wanted to continue to fight for it, no matter what. Lu Tu has the blood of a soldier flowing in his body. He just should join the army. Long Yuan saw that Huojin was starting to play the rogue and snorted coldly. There's no point in talking more. Why don't we talk about our sincerity in a spread-out manner and let Lu Tu make his own choice? Good. Lu Tu, you only need to be willing to join us in the Zhenghai war zone. You will be promoted to captain on an exceptional basis. Use the resources of the entire Zhenghai war zone to cultivate you. And with the war zone, the country's violent machine, as a backing, no one will dare to belittle you from now on. Long Yuan skimmed his lips. I thought how much sincerity it. A captain only. Come to an excellent master's degree doctoral graduate mix 2 years can also become. Lu Tu that is ordinary people can be compared? How about joining our national security? You have a body of skills completely born for the national security. You as a young man should also be on the internet. After you join us, you can target spies who try to incite provocation on the internet, and arrest them along the net, and override the local laws. How exciting that would be. And you can only leave Zhenghai University after joining the Zhenghai war zone. I know you just fell in love with Zheng Bridge's daughter. Hot in love with a young couple, well, certainly sweet. You want to join our national security. Usually presses what will not give you a mission, even if there is a mission, but also just in the vicinity of the Zhenghai. Completely does not delay you take care of the family. LV2 listened to a shock. You don't say. You really don't say. This Long Yuan is worthy of being the leader of the national security. Talking is to be able to hit the nail on the head, know the right medicine, but also really a little bit impressed LV2. When Huojin saw Lu Tu show this expression, he knew that something bad had happened. He still wanted to fight for it, but he heard Lu Tu laugh. I've seen the sincerity of the two of you towards me. I think Ha's still a better fit for national security. Maru Spice. Huojin himself couldn't remember how many years it had been since he'd been so lost, and he sat down disheveled in his chair. Long Yuan at this time, like a child fighting for candy victory, patted Huojin's shoulder and said, Old Hua. You can't blame me and Lu Tu for this. Lu Tu's growing experience you also know. It's not easy for him to stabilize his life. You let someone else leave his girlfriend. This is something that no one else can accept. You can take care of your girlfriend even when you're in the military. Long Yuan sighed slightly. You may not be too clear about the situation in the outside world right now. There are too many people cheating. How many people's hearts have been broken? Don't mention it. It's not something you or I can influence. Don't worry, I will cultivate this good seedling properly. Of course Lu Tu wouldn't give up on Huijin as a human connection. It was hard to make some connections. Even if he didn't want to join the Zhonghai war zone, he still had to develop this into his own human connection. He comforted Huijin. Uncle Hua, I told you that you look like my second uncle. Huijin glared at him and said, then why don't you come to second uncle's? I'm not coming in person, but I can give you a gift from my second uncle. What gift? Huijin and Long Yuan asked curiously at the same time. Lu Tu fetched a piece of paper and used the pen in his hand to simply draw the construction of an airplane and pushed it forward. The drawing of a 7th-generation fighter plane. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Huijin took the A4 paper and looked at it, shocking his pupils to the point of an earthquake. Chapter 59, Son of the Xing family. He landed on Mach 15 at a glance, and it was only then that he was willing to believe that Lu Tu had drawn a drawing of an airplane. Huijin's grip on the paper all began to tremble a little, and although the drawing was rudimentary, it had already sketched out a rough outline, as well as rough parameters. He had seen every generation of domestically produced warplanes, and he was familiar with even the newest type of 6th-generation planes, but he had never seen this type of airplane shape drawn by Lu Tu at all. Moreover, it looked, pressingly, very unaerodynamic, more like. Huijin pondered for a moment, and he finally found the word to describe it as an alien product. He handed the drawings to Long Yuan. Take a look. Long Yuan took the drawing and turned it from side to side for a while, before he asked with slight hesitation, this round thing is an airplane? Huijin glanced suspiciously at Lu Tu. You're not really going to say this is an airplane, are you? Lu Tu nodded. That's right, this is the drawing of the 7th-generation plane I designed. Huijin and Long Yuan looked at each other and laughed after hearing this. People seem to actually laugh when they're speechless. Xiao Lu, I'll believe you when you say you're strong enough to carry a plane. But you're a freshman studying Chinese language and literature, and you're saying that you designed the 7th-generation plane drawings? Brat, there's a limit to what you can joke about. If you don't want to serve in the war zone you cannot come. You don't have to fool me with these vapid MMO modeling, Huijin said rather disgruntledly. Initially he was overwhelmed because of the surprises that Lu Tu had brought him one after another, and it was only after Long Yuan reminded him of this that he was able to figure it out. Those who designed the 6th-generation aircraft are the world's top physics and mathematics talent. Immersed in this business for decades, only in the countless people night and day efforts to develop a successful. But Lu Tu, a kid studying liberal arts, dared to blurt out that he had designed the drawings for a 7th-generation airplane. Math and physics are not history and geography. If you don't know it, you don't know it. You can't fake it. Lu Tu shrugged indifferently. Don't you guys just find a professional and ask them if I'm kidding? Huijin cast a dissatisfied sidelong glance at LV2 and urged Long Yuan. LV2 isn't one of us from the Central Sea War Zone, so go ask. Long Yuan wanted to retort but there was nothing he could do about it. Who let him already invite Lu Tu to join the national security? Sighing, he took the drawing. Tell me the truth. If you whimsically write random data, we'll pretend this never happened. Lu Tu, however, said with certainty, this is the 7th-generation airplane I designed. If I didn't see that the international situation is so chaotic these days, I wouldn't have brought it out. With these words, Long Yuan could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll go find someone to verify it. Anyway, you haven't formally joined the national security yet, and it's not our face that you're losing. He dialed a number and owed it to him, asking, Elder He, bothering you? Hey, I'm Xiaolong. It's like this. I have a nephew who he said on a whim that he developed a drawing for a 7th-generation aircraft. Trouble you. I'll send it to you right away. Afterwards, the drawings drawn by Lu Tu were photographed and sent over. And a long silence fell over the underground office, with the three of them looking at each other with big eyes and not saying anything. Lu Tu was a bit arrogant. He had taken the initiative to take the drawings of the 7th-generation aircraft out, and they actually didn't believe it. Huijin and Long Yuan, on the other hand, think that Lu Tu is no longer strong, always only strong in the physical aspect. After all, is also only a child who has just reached adulthood, and needs to continue to exercise mentally. 5 minutes later, Long Yuan's phone rang, and he smiled at Lu Tu. You owe me a favor. This is the elder he that I spent my personal connections to reach. Lu Tu smiled disdainfully. He possessed enough confidence in the system's rewards. If even his drawings were fake, it could only mean one thing, That is, verifying that person's level was not good. But as soon as Long Yuan connected, he heard He Lao, who was already 80 years old, excited like a strong man on the other end of the phone. In the middle of the air, he shouted excitedly, 7th generation machine. This is the drawing of the 7th generation airplane. Where are you now? I'm already on my way to the airport with my assistant. I need to see your nephew immediately. Long Yuan's color changed greatly at his words. However, he was still in a cautious manner and asked a follow-up question. Elder He, have you verified it accurately? This nephew of mine, although exceptionally talented, he has just reached adulthood. Bossy was furious and cursed on the other end of the phone. What the hell do you know about geniuses? I've seen more geniuses than you've eaten salt. Do you think this nephew of yours is merely a genius? Cut the crap, I'll get on the plane immediately. You send the location. Long Yuan told Elder He that he was in the Zhonghai war zone, and Elder He was relieved. Since he was in the war zone's compound, it meant that this genius was safe. Huozhen saw that Long Yuan didn't look like he was pretending, and then asked, what did Elder He say? Long Yuan smiled bitterly. Elder He said that it was indeed a drawing of a 7th generation aircraft. What? Huozhen looked incredulously at Lu Tu as he wanted to try and see through what was going on with this kid. Time and time again, he kept bringing him surprises. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and mysteriously asked in a low voice, Lu Tu, this wouldn't be your grandfather telling you in a dream again? Long Yuan looked at him in shock. Not, General Hua. You have to believe in science. Huozhen pointed a finger at Lu Tu and growled. In front of this brat, you're asking me to believe in science? Can science allow someone to run 100 meters in under 5 seconds? Can science allow a 19-year-old liberal arts student to research the drawings of a 7th generation airplane? Lu Tu blushed and laughed. Uncle Hui, you're wrong this time. It wasn't my grandfather who told me in a dream. Long Yuan slapped the table. Look. I told you to believe in science. Lu Tu continued. My grandfather only went to private school for 2 years in the old society, so how could he possibly tell me in a dream? It was my dad who told me in a dream. Hua and Long froze and looked at each other. Make it up. You continue to make up. Don't tell me that your whole family is a Walker. Not only do they know everything, but they can even make a special trip to tell you in a dream. That's right. Lu Tu simply showed his cards as well. Anyway, this ability of mine is just unreasonable, but I took it out realistically. What can you do about it? Huozhen's emotions grew more and more agitated. He was the head of the theater of operations and was most aware of what kind of transformation the appearance of a 7th generation aircraft would bring about. You know that even Amelia has not yet developed a 6th generation aircraft, and the 6th generation aircraft that has just appeared in the Dragon Kingdom has already reached a shocking 110 horrific battle loss rate against Amelia's 5th generation aircraft in the simulation. If it is true that the drawings of the 7th generation machine are true, with the complete full industrial system of the Dragon Kingdom, in less than 2 years, it will be able to realize complete mass production, and at that time, even if World War III breaks out, the Dragon Kingdom will not be afraid of it in the slightest. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his agitation. Lu, if earlier you were the equivalent of a humanoid secret weapon, but now do you know what you are? What? As long as Elder He comes over and confirms that your drawings are correct, you are the key figure in the great renaissance of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the son of this weathered family's prosperous family. Chapter 60. Long Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly. He believed that He Lao's specialty would not be wrong. Now he only needed to let Lu Tu give the complete parameters and detailed drawings. He changed his previous leader's stance. With a kind smile on his face he looked at Lu Tu and said with concern, Nephew, you came here early in the morning. I remember that you seem to have not eaten yet, right? Are you hungry? Do you want me to let someone get you some food? It was fine if Long Yuan didn't say it. As soon as he said it, Lu Tu remembered that he still had a system task that he hadn't done yet, and that was to bring down the Song family. Lu Tu whirled around and spoke. Uncle Long, you don't say. I'm really a bit hungry. Long Yuan pressed a button on the table and said to the people outside, Nya Yun, have someone get me some delicious food in here, and make the portions big. Lu Tu spoke up at the right time. Uncle Long, you asked that pretty girl just now to make it for me with her own hands. Is there a problem? No problem. Long Yuan's face revealed a smile that men understand, then directly dialed the other party's phone. Song Chusher, make me some food and send it in. Song Chushi froze for a moment. Okay, director, what would you like to eat? Long Yuan looked at Lu Tu. Xian nephew, what would you like to eat? Breakfast then. Let's just eat whatever we want. Let's have 10 drawers of crab meat xiaolong bao, 2 bowls of beef ramen, and just another spicy hot pot. I'll shabu shabu some vegetables for dinner. Long Yuan spoke into the phone in a commanding tone. Do you hear me? Song Chusher had already heard Lu Tu's exaggerated request and forced herself to reply with impatience. Okay, director. Long Yuan emphasized. You have to do these things yourself. You have Nyeyan filming you from the side. The work has to leave a mark. After hanging up the phone, Song Chushi's face darkened. Even though she looked naturally beautiful plus exquisite makeup, she couldn't hide her anger. Nyeyan on the side naturally heard the order and coaxed from the side. Miss Song, hurry up. The director's temper is not good. Don't think that you're a member of the Song family and that you have to follow orders when you're in our national security. Song Chusher coldly grimaced, forced down her anger, and said in a deep voice, I know. No need for you to worry. With that, he got in his car and headed for the cookhouse at the Central Sea Warzone site, ready to borrow their place to fulfill his orders. In the underground office, even though Lu Tu's contribution at this time was already great, he didn't show the slightest bit of complacency, and was still sitting there, like a good boy. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he profoundly understood the truth that no matter how much he contributed now, if he wanted to ask for the luxury of power, then he had to be able to do it. Otherwise others may be able to ruin your future with a single word. One of the most household examples. Even if it's the infinitely powerful Fa Hai, then you have to listen to Su Shilin, the scholar at arms. During the time the three had been waiting for Elder He, with every seemingly indifferent word of concern, they had in fact been inquiring about Lu Tu, or one could say testing. Huojin can see that Lu Tu is young, talk mature and steady, not humble and not bullying, heart is more appreciated. Long Yuan is also the same idea. He has already reported this matter upwards up. As long as he Lao there is implemented, LV2 will complete the drawing parameters once handed over. He will certainly give LV2 to fight for a great benefit. Louis, didn't you say you were kind at first sight? Yeah, Uncle Hua. Why don't you just claim me as your godfather? My daughter is just a few years older than you. No way, Uncle Hua. Why not? Huojin is a little angry. With his own identity, put a word out. I don't know how many people grabbed on their knees to recognize him as a godfather. How this kid is still not happy. Lu Tu explained. Because I've recognized my godfather. Who? Huge 4. Only then did Huojin's face turn cloudy and he laughed aloud. So it's old Pang. Then you don't have to worry. I'll give him a word. Then dialed Pang Pang for the phone and opened the door. Old Pang, I'm Huojin. I'm asking you something. What's the relationship between Lu Tu and you? Pang Pang was a little worried. He was aware that the Song family and national security would be looking for Lu Tu today, but he didn't think that Huojin, as the head of the war zone, how could he also look for Lu Tu? Hello, Commander Hua. Truth be told, Lu Tu is my righteous son. Did he cause any trouble? Huojin laughed. Old Pang, you are really lucky to have such a capable godson. I saw that this kid really liked him and was ready to recognize him, but who knew that he wouldn't? He said that he had already recognized you as his righteous father. So I made a special call to ask for your opinion. Pang Pang for a long time from the heart to fully accept Lu Tu. Naturally also from the heart to look forward to Lu Tu good. Sniffing secretly relieved. In that case, our old brother and sister or heroes see the same thing. Hua, old brother. Lu Tu, this child's life is bitter. Suffered more. Now can have one more person to take care of him. I'm still happy. How can I have a problem with it? Huojin laughed cheerfully. Old Pang, we haven't seen each other for half a year, right? Why don't you come to the Shanghai Warzone now and let's get together? Pang Pang for politely refused. I have a sensitive identity, so I will not go over for the time being. Let's have a good drink in the new year. You transfer the phone to Lu Tu. I will tell him a few words. Huojin will open the cell phone speakerphone handed over. Pang for the brief and concise. Xiao Tu. A great man does not take small measures. Since Commander Hua so valued you, you agreed to. Remember to be generous. Ha. Got it, Godfather. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Lu Tu saw Huojin looking at himself with a smile in his eyes, worshipping his rightful father. This process he can be too familiar with, and said aloud, I am grateful that Uncle Hua doesn't mind. Lu Tu would like to worship Uncle Hua as his rightful father. Saying this, he kneels on the ground. Lu Tu carried a cup of tea and handed it over. Righteous father, drink tea. After Huojin received the tea and took a sip, he hurriedly helped Lu Tu up and laughed openly. Good son. Huojin, will have a son in the future. At that moment, they happened to run into Song Chushi and Nyayun, walking inside with their food, and just happened to bump into the scene. These words caused the duo of Nyayun and Song Chushi to be petrified on the spot. If it wasn't for Nyayun's quick reflexes to remind Song Chushi, the food in her hand would have fallen to the ground. Song Chushi had received orders from her family to use her identity as a national security officer to come to Shanghai to sanction Lu Tu. Who knew that she hadn't even spoken 2 sentences with Lu Tu before she was expended? And just now she didn't know what tactics to utilize. Letting her hallowed Song family's eldest young lady be used by a brat like him, is ready to take the name of the delivery of food to explore the truth. Who knows, just less than an hour. This nameless brat, actually recognized Huijin, this whole warzone hand, as a righteous father. Moreover, Song Chusher realized that Long Yuan looked at Lu Tu with such warmth in his eyes. If Song Chusher didn't know Long Yuan, he might have suspected if Long Yuan was an ancestor of Chengdu. Chapter 61, Uncharacteristic. Who is Huijin? That's one of the 5 war zones of the Dragon Kingdom, the highest officer of the Zhonghai war zone, one of the most powerful people in the Dragon Kingdom. Standing at the top of the pyramid, he would actually recognize a brat as his godson? She was clear about Lu Tu's background. Except for having a name of a loyal and martyr queen, he was nothing. Long Yuan saw Song Chushi and his duo and urged, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly bring the things over. My virtuous nephew was called by you guys, and he hasn't even had time to eat his breakfast yet." A single sentence put the fault of this matter onto the Song Chusher duo, and the two of them dared to be angry. There was no way who let Long Yuan be their top boss, even if they have their own family network behind them to support. But in the national security internal, no matter what, your family power is all for nothing. Strict adherence to the hierarchy. Song Chusher forced down her shock and placed that spicy hot pot on the table, then took out 3 sets of tableware and set them up. Long Yuan waved his hand. "Our withdrawal. Mainly my virtuous nephew eats." Song Chusher was shocked. What kind of place was this? This was the highest secret command of the Zhonghai Warzone, and by all accounts, her position did not even qualify her to enter this place, or thanks to the blessing of national security, she borrowed the venue. And Lu Tu is actually able to eat hot pot here with great fanfare? You know, a lot of military secrets are researched here, and anyone who can sit here in a meeting, which one is not a strategic expert and a member of a think tank? Lu Tu was also naturally nonchalant, reaching out his hand towards Song Chushi, who glared at him in dissatisfaction, then handed his chopsticks over impatiently. Who knew that Lu Tu had no intention of taking them, and a pair of chopsticks fell to the ground. Long Yuan was dissatisfied. "How do you do things? Do you want to give me this look? You can't even do this little thing right. Immediately change a clean pair for me." Song Chusher was aggrieved. It was obvious that Lu Tu deliberately didn't pick up the chopsticks. When had she ever suffered this kind of aggression as the Song family's eldest miss? But when she saw both Long Yuan and Huijin frowning at her, she could only swallow the rest of her words back into her stomach. "I'll go now." After saying that, she leaves in a burst of jogging. Nya Yun, who had watched from the sidelines from start to finish, was much more uptight. He could sort of see how extraordinary LV2 was, and to be treated with such courtesy was definitely extraordinary. Hastily placing the food in his hand respectfully in front of Lu Tu, he also took out a valuable silk scarf from his breast pocket and placed it on Lu Tu's left-hand side. "See, Lu Tu, cup of tea is empty." Hurriedly go to add to him, the whole face with a smile, attitude enthusiastic. Do all this before saying with a smile, "What else do you need? At any time call me. I'm outside at any time waiting." Long Yuan nodded. "Xiao Nya, you go down first. I'll call you if something happens." After Nya Yun went out, Song Chushi came back to deliver the chopsticks and was just about to exit when she bumped into Elder He walking in quickly with his assistant. "Where is the great talent? Let me meet this heavenly talent." Song Chusher did recognize Elder He, and obediently sweetly shouted next to him, "Grandpa He." The other party gave her an impatient sideways glance, not even bothering to respond with a greeting, and skipped straight past Song Chusher and walked quickly towards the conference room. Lu Tu naturally did not dare to be slow. For such a pillar of the country as He Lao, he was admired from the bottom of his heart, and hurriedly put down the dishes in his hands to get up. Huijin also got up and saluted Elder He, who stepped forward and shook his hand. "Long time no see, General Hua." "Elder He, you're still so hale and hearty, old." He Lao was too late to exchange pleasantries, and his gaze naturally fell on Lu Tu, who was also naturally observing He Lao. "Just see, he old man wearing ordinary is a set of Zhongshan suit plus leather shoes, but although he has been 82 years old, but there is not the slightest cloudiness in his eyes." Observing LV2, eyes blossomed out bursts of surprise. Long Yuan rushed forward to help the old man to sit down. "Unusual appearance. Young man, good looks." LV2 humbly smiled. He Lao overpraised. "When I was a child, I learned about your great achievements on TV, and you have always been one of my idols to chase after." This is said in a non-condescending manner, quite liked by He Lao. He likes young people to be crazy. If young people are not crazy, then it is too meaningless. However, the male assistant brought by Elder He snorted coldly, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with what Lu Tu had said. Elder He introduced, "This is my best disciple, Gao Yang. I've asked him to come and grow with me today." Lu Tu arched his hand and said, "I don't dare to dare. The kid is young and still needs Elder He to correct his mistakes." Assistant Gao Yang frowned from the moment he came in, and at this moment, he finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to ask, "Since Master and I have already arrived, you should hurry up and take out the drawings. You actually have the mood to eat hot pot?" Elder He looked at him with dissatisfaction. But he didn't open his mouth to stop him. He did want to see the 7th generation machine drawings, or else he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to come by special airplane. Lu Tu very much respected people like He Lao, and had planned to start drawing it out immediately. But he didn't expect that this little apprentice actually dared to pose with himself, and He Lao didn't have the intention of stopping him. He intended to take the drawings out, but it was far from that simple. Nothing was said in exchange, and he just handed everything over in black and white. Elder he was worthy of being a person who was devoted to academics, and it was normal for him not to care about this. But this could never be said by a young disciple of Gao Yang. Lu Tu laughed to himself after hearing this and arched his hand at He Lao. He Lao, forgive me, I didn't have breakfast. It's better for me to eat something first, if you two don't mind. Together? Although Elder he was anxious. He saw that both Huo Zhen and Long Yuan allowed him to eat hot pot in such a confidential conference room, so naturally they had their reasons, and he wouldn't go and reprimand his student in public. After all, Gao Yang's thoughts were the same as his. Gao Yang on Lu Tu's attitude is extremely dissatisfied. He himself is a new generation of the most outstanding physical talent in the dragon, and is back from further study abroad. During this period of time almost give all the time and enthusiasm for work, and finally became He Lao's disciple. In the research for the country Jinguoli sword, this no-name kid is actually so contemptuous of the old man he and him. It's simply impossible for someone as undisciplined as you to design drawings like that, and if it's just that you want my master to perjure your academics, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. LV2 put down his chopsticks when he heard this and looked at Gao Yang with a helpless shrug. You think I'm not strict? Gao Yang nodded without the slightest bit of avoidance. In my opinion, a conference room is a place for academic seminars and meetings, not a place where you should eat hot pot and get soup everywhere. How can someone like you design a 7th generation airplane? I think you plagiarized it from somewhere. As soon as these words came out, Long Yuan and Huo Zhen's faces sank, while Lu Tu uncharacteristically slapped the table. The sketches were seen by Elder He. So since you don't believe me, why come and discredit me to my face? Is it because I ate breakfast in front of you? Do you think I'm belittling you? I'm not being rigorous again. I'm plagiarizing someone else's design again? Turning his head, he looked at Elder He again. I respect your great achievements, but it doesn't mean that you as an authority can defame my character. Wanting to know the complete drawings of the 7th generation aircraft must be impossible. The two of you should go back and continue your research. Just follow the direction of the drawing design and work harder. Maybe within 20 years we can hope to research it. Chapter 62, I'll do it myself. Ding. Triggering a mission to take revenge on Yi Tongxing and Gao Yang. Please ask if you accept the mission? Accepted. Of course. Lu Tu was already dissatisfied with these two people. Yi Tongxing looked down on himself from the bottom of his heart on the basis of some contributions he made. Not to mention that rash young man Gao Yang. Originally he was planning to give the drawings of the 7th generation aircraft to the other party to study for the sake of the country. At least it would also allow Yi Tongxing to obtain a Dragon Kingdom medal. But he didn't expect the other party to be such a character, so there was no point in cooperating further. The big deal was that he did it himself. Gao Yang was also stunned to hear Lu Tu sneer at him and said in a cold voice, "Are you thinking that we can't make it? We can only rely on your sketches to study it?" Lu Tu pressed on and didn't want to care about him anymore. Looking directly at Elder He is sorry, please go back. This is over today. Huo Zhen and Long Yuan were naturally quite disgusted by Gao Yang's emotionless fellow, and acquiesced to Lu Tu's behavior after glancing at each other. Elder He was also infuriated by Lu Tu's words and his old face turned slightly red as he turned his head and reprimanded. Gao Yang, sit down and control your emotions. Gao Yang was furious and wanted to say something, when he saw the look in Elder He's eyes. Then he reluctantly sat not far away, and He Lao reached out his hand to indicate Lu Tu. I apologize to you for Gao Yang's outburst, but you also have to understand the urgency of our researchers. After all, the drawings of the 7th generation aircraft are right in front of us. Who can't be in a hurry? Lu Tu gave a faint smile at this, then sat down and continued eating as if no one else was there. He was indeed hungry. Ever since his physique was strengthened, the amount of food he ate at each meal had become abnormally exaggerated. At this moment, he was happily feasting up and eating so well that even Huo Zhen and Long Yuan couldn't help but gulp as they watched him eat. He Lao forced down his impatience and waited for Lu Tu to finish eating, and the moment he saw him wiping his mouth, he immediately opened his mouth to inquire, "Have you eaten? Can you hand over the drawings to me now?" Puzzled, Lu Tu asked, "When did I say I would give you the drawings?" Elder He's face instantly collapsed, while behind him, Gao Yang angrily rushed forward and rebuked, "We've come all the way from the lab in Yinjing, and you're actually not giving it to us?" Lu Tu said in a loud voice, "Joke. I only asked Director Long to verify the authenticity of my drawings, and said nothing after that. This is you guys finding yourselves here. Who invited you?" This sentence directly blocked the old man. He and the two were speechless. What Lu Tu said was indeed correct. It was they who were too excited to ask anything and ran over. Elder he was furious at Lu Tu's words, and slapped the armrests of his chair in a shocking rage. No! You have to hand it over to the state. Lu Tu nodded his head frankly. You're right, Elder he. I definitely want to hand it over to the state. But never to you, Gao Yang said angrily. Teacher is the most authoritative expert in this field of airplanes in Manhwa. Why don't you give it to us? I think you want to rebel. Lu Tu laughed when he heard Gao Yang start to speak incoherently. As expected, when they heard this, Huajin and Long Yuan immediately looked at Gao Yang in displeasure. Long Yuan said, just an hour ago, Lu Tu had already become a member of our state security department. Please ask this young comrade to think before speaking. If you wear a high hat like this, aren't you saying that our state security also wants to rebel? Upon hearing that Lu Tu had joined the national security, the two of them, He Tongxing, immediately had their pupils quake. What kind of talent could join the national security? Even if it was a son of a reputable family, he had to have the appropriate skills to join, and since Lu Tu had joined the national security, it proved that he had more than just approached himself to verify the authenticity of the drawings of the 7th generation aircraft. He Tongxing remembered a few competitors in the academic field. Even if everyone was contributing to the country, the honor was his own, and he would not allow this pie to fall on someone else's head. Gao Yang was dumbfounded by his words. Only then did he react to the fact that he had said the wrong thing. He was only a small researcher of the institute. In the field of research, he might still be able to rely on his teacher's residual shade to have some influence, but in the face of the national security, he could not even be counted as a small kalami. He hurriedly apologized to Long Yuan. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing in a moment of excitement. I didn't mean that. Long Yuan looked at him. Gao Yang, the youngest son of the Gao family in Mordor. Among the 4 listed companies of your family, one of them is a drone company named Starship, which you took over a year ago. Am I right? Gao Yang's back had been soaked all over with Long Yuan's words. His eyes looked at Long Yuan in horror. This man who looked so gentle. On their first meeting, he could tell his own life and recent circumstances as if they were his own. And it was also a matter of internal communication within their family. What kind of horrifying intelligence and investigation network had to be able to do that? He didn't dare to keep his mouth shut for one more minute, and hurriedly bowed solemnly towards Long Yuan. I'm really sorry. I'm just overly obsessed with academics. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now. Long Yuan waved his hand indifferently. You are the person brought by Elder He and his most pleased disciple, so there's no harm in saying anything if you have any doubts in academics. But if you want to use your power to suppress others, then you have to think twice more. He Tongxing after hearing is also a body of a flinch. Do not dare to put on that posture of Taishan Beidou. Body leaning forward close to LV2, Comrade LV. We are all doing things for the country. Now our country's 6th generation aircraft has just come out. You happen to be the 7th generation aircraft drawings handed over to me. Once the research is successful, our country's military strength will be greatly enhanced. By then, Lu Tu waved his hand and interrupted him. Elder He, cooperation is mutual. I respect your academic drilling spirit, and the contribution you've paid to the country, but I also have to consider your character, and after what I've just observed, I don't think we can work together. This was said in an extremely face-saving manner, directly stating that He Tongxing's character was no good. He was a big name in the academic world, but he was actually questioned about his character to the face by a brat who had just reached adulthood, and this infuriated him to no end. Gao Yang sniffed indignantly and took out the sketch that Lu Tu had made earlier, pointing to a place. I think the fuselage involved is just wrong. It's not aerodynamic at all. Such a circle will have more wind resistance than a triangle. How can it reach the speed of Mach 15 that you are talking about? Seeing that Gao Yang had shifted the topic to academics, Elder He immediately came to his senses and followed suit, questioning, the reason why we came over here was to meet you, a genius. Not that your design is perfect and feasible. Now can you explain it to us? Lu Tu ignored their questions and looked at Long Yuan. I intend to set up a company of my own to independently research and manufacture 7th generation aircraft. He Tongxing was the first to question. Do you know how much money and talent is needed to research a 7th generation aircraft? There's also the issue of secrecy and the supply of a complete industrial chain. Have you considered these? Gao Yang looked at Lu Tu with a disdainful sidelong glance, looking at him as if he was looking at a little cutie. He looked at him as if he was looking at a little cutie. You want to create a company to independently develop a 7th generation airplane? Lu Tu smiled sparingly. The situation you are talking about, that's you guys? While the drawings I'm studying, to be precise, are the 7th generation aircraft mass production drawings. At this point, Huajin, who had been silent all this time, spoke up at the right time. Talents I can provide. We have plenty of highly refined and reliable talents in the Zhonghai war zone. Funds we can also provide. And if that's not enough, I think Pangwei can also invest some on behalf of the Zhenghai Provincial Committee. Lu Tu looked at Huojin and said gratefully, "Thank you, Godfather. With your support, I can completely realize the quantitative production of the 7th generation aircraft within a year." Everyone present was shocked when these words came out. Chapter 63. He Tongxing clapped his hands. "Nonsense. Childish. Do you know what the so-called mass production needs to reach? Even if you have the drawings, mass production requires an industrial upgrade of the entire industrial system of the country." Lu Tu calmly sipped his tea. "I know. And do you realize how much manpower and time the country has to invest in your idea? Merely your childish belief that our character can't work?" Lu Tu continued to nod his head. "Are you finished, Elder He? Please return if you finished." He Tongxing stood still and stubbornly refused. "No way. There's no way I'm going to watch you waste the country's resources. Unless you draw the drawings in their entirety and I look them over before I can make a decision." Lu Tu was all laughed at by him as he symbolically looked at Long Yuan and asked, "Uncle Long, for example, if I want to carry out my plan, is it necessary to get Elder He's approval?" Long Yuan said, "No need to trouble Elder He, just need me to declare for central approval." Lu Tu made a gesture of invitation. "Elder He, please also recuse yourself. What's coming next involves the core of our Dragon Kingdom's technology. It's more or less inconvenient for you and your senior apprentice to stay here." "You." Gao Yang angrily pointed his finger at Lu Tu, wanting to spew out some trash talk, but he was afraid of Long Yuan and Huojin, so he had to swallow his words. Looking at his face full of defiance, Lu Tu coldly snorted, "Do you know where you're wrong?" Gao Yang waved his hand defiantly. "I'm right. You're the one who deliberately teased us." Lu Tu shook his head slightly. "You're wrong for being too arrogant. It's certainly fine for a capable person to have his eyes above the ground, but not everyone is willing to give you face. In front of me, you are not qualified to pose." He Tongxing laughed out loud at that. Fine. I'm not qualified to pose in front of you. I'm old. The future of the country is yours from now on." With that, he left the underground combat lab with Gao Yang. Long Yuan frowned. "What you just said, Lu Tu, is a bit too much." Lu Tu waved his hand indifferently. "I think it's alright. He can question my ability, but he should never come up and physically attack me right away. Should I bring the drawings to them to study? Do I owe them?" Long Yuan nodded silently. He knew that Lu Tu had a point. Indeed, the authenticity of this drawing He Tongxing had already roughly verified it. There was no need to doubt it. But as soon as they came, they used their identity to try to press Lu Tu. But they overlooked that this drawing was originally conceived by Lu Tu, and it had nothing to do with them at all. So why should they be able to press Lu Tu to the head? Just because he is young? Huojin originally didn't have much goodwill towards these old curmudgeons, and now that he saw that Lu Tu dared to directly fall out with He Tongxing, he looked at him with even more appreciation. "Tell me what it will take for you to be willing to turn the drawings over to the state." Lu Tu thought for a moment and raised 3 fingers. 1. I designed the drawings, so the chief commander must be me, and I need to be involved. Yes. 2. I want to put some money in and get a piece of the chain. Long Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I can apply for this matter for you. The above should agree. After all, this is something that we all know by heart." 3. Yesterday when I went to the Tao family casino to make a tiny bit of trouble, someone immediately found me and wanted to teach me a lesson. Thus it seems that my righteous father Pangwei was also implicated. Is there such a thing? Long Yuan frowned at his words. "You're talking about the Song family, right? You may be a little less familiar with it. There is an old man in the Song family. Even though they say they have retired, no one can sanction them when it comes to merit." Lu Tu waved his hand. "I'm not trying to get you to sanction the Song family. I want my righteous father to go 100 feet further and switch from vice to full." Huojin was very puzzled. What does this have to do with him? You can completely take the credit on yourself. At your current age, you're bound to be in a high position in the future after practicing a bit. Lu Tu looked solemn and said, "Before I met him, I was a poor boy who couldn't even get enough to eat. I could only have steamed buns with cold water every meal. It was my righteous father who looked up to me, gave me a head start, and recognized me as his godson, letting me feel the warmth of kinship. When I have achieved something, the first thing I do is not to return the favor, but selfishly just want to climb up the ladder. Then I, Lu Tu, am still considered a human being." Huojin's face did not look too good, and remembered that Lu Tu was bullied earlier, and their Zhanghai war zone did not even know about it. And if it was not for Pang Pang, there might not have been Lu Tu today, let alone the drawings that Lu Tu had designed. Thinking of this, Huojin slapped the table. "What a Song family! It wasn't my faction in the first place. Son, Godfather help you out." Long Yuan opened his mouth in a difficult way. "I can understand your feelings very well. But do you think that the personnel arrangements of the Central Sea Provincial Party Committee are something that you and I can sway? Do you really think I am omnipotent? Lutu said confidently. That's because the above doesn't know the energy contained behind this drawing of mine. I trust both of you, so I might as well open up the windows of heaven. I have enough to make the Dragon Kingdom unfinished for so many years, to raise the technological productivity by another notch. Long Yuan and Huajin were both in power. They certainly knew the significance of what Lutu said, and at this moment, they both looked at him incredulously. You, even if you can, but you can't do it with empty gloves. You have to come up with something that corresponds to it so I can fight for you. Look, just now he said he couldn't change personnel appointments, but now he can apply for them. Even if Long Yuan is a mid-level leader of the national security. What's the difference between that and car sales in essence? Lutu smiled without saying anything and drew a piece of paper. The pen kept flipping on the paper, and a soughing sound came from it. A few minutes later, Lutu handed the paper to Long Yuan and said, "This is a new type of energy that I came up with out of the blue when I was designing the 7th generation machine. Follow the material ratios I wrote, and you'll be able to get a new type of fuel that has more energy than advanced borosilanes." Long Yuan took the paper, and the more he looked at it, the more he was shocked and asked curiously, "What are the raw materials? This is something I'll have to have someone specialize in to calculate the cost." Lutu grinned. "I don't think that would be necessary, would it? The raw material is just gutter oil that you can find everywhere." "What? You mean gutter oil?" "That's right. Driving rain is fine. It's all refining anyway. I think those so-called new energy sources on the market nowadays don't deserve to be called new energy sources at all. They are still essentially generating electricity through fire, wind, and water power. Only this new fuel of mine is qualified to be called new energy." Lutu continued to add, "And this upgraded product is more than just fuel." Chapter 64, Playing a Big Game. "Son, don't hide this from Godfather. Is all that you said true?" Huijin had been shaken to his feet. Long Yuan said that he was about to take out his cell phone to take a picture, intending to immediately pass it to the relevant organization to conduct experiments, but he was snatched by Lutu. How fast Lutu was, giving him no time to react. In just a blink of an eye his hands were empty. He looked at Lutu excitedly. "You verify it for me." Lutu smiled evilly. "I'll give this to any random country in the world. I'm sure they won't refuse a personnel appointment, right?" Long Yuan was anxious. "You kid, you give it to me first. I'll apply for you right after I inspect the goods." Lutu slowly shook his head. "Uncle Long, it's not that I can't trust you, but I can't trust the top. Just in case, I want you to call the top. I'll talk to him personally." Long Yuan man was dumbfounded. He looked at the 19-year-old in front of him. He never thought that Lutu's guts were actually so big. It is important to realize that most 19-year-olds, not to mention meeting his top boss, even if they met the governor of the level of officials, hand and foot trembling. After a long period of silence, Long Yuan spoke. "Good. I'll ask the vice elder for instructions." Long Yuan got up and dialed a number, recounting the matter in detail before handing the phone over. "Lutu, the elder wants you to answer the phone." Lutu took a deep breath. This was the vice elder of the Dragon Kingdom, someone who could only be seen on the news once in a while. To say that he wasn't nervous would be a lie. He could only try to keep himself calm and not show any signs of timidity. "Hello, I'm Lutu. Little comrade is very good. Well, in the field of science invention actually so much. You mean if I do not promote huge for, you will not give your invention to the country?" This is an extremely heavy question. Lutu is also a bit tormented inwardly. After thinking for a moment, he nodded heavily. "Right. People don't take care of themselves. Heaven and earth will be destroyed." There was a moment of silence, and the entire combat lab was also awfully quiet, with Lutu's heart thumping wildly. He was gambling that the request he had made was not a big deal to the vice elder. At this time, a loud and bright laugh suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Young man is very bold. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. I heard that your physique is still different from normal people." Lutu knew that at times like this he had to hurry up and reveal more of his cards, and frankly admitted, "Yes, elder. Unusual people can't get close to me without using hot weapons. It's true that heroes come out of youths. I'll agree to your 3 requests, but only if your research is true, and I believe that given your family's style, you won't do anything to betray your country." Being able to hear the vice elder himself give him a promise, Lutu naturally felt relieved. The person in this position naturally would not easily back out. The consequences of backing out were far greater than hurting a Lutu. "Thank you, elder. I will hand over my design. I'll have Long Yuan consult with you in the aftermath. Do a good job. You're the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock. The future of the country is yours." "Yes, elder." Lutu hung up the phone, although the vice elders did not get angry. The whole time even the tone did not change. That long time in the absolute high position brought the invisible sense of oppression. Or let Lu Tu palms a little sweaty. He sat down in his chair and drank his tea in one go before he began to write out the extraction process of the new fuel on a piece of paper and handed it over to Long Yuan. Long Yuan immediately sent it to the secretive organization to let it experiment. And after another hour, the results came out. Long Yuan excitedly patted Lu Tu's shoulder and laughed loudly. Little Lu, you're really a blessing for us. The experimental results of your new energy source are out, proving to be about 5 times more powerful than the existing spaceflight fuel energy source. Huojin is also overjoyed. Doesn't this mean that our country's aerospace industry is advancing by leaps and bounds? Now we can directly leave Europe and the United States behind, so that they can't even look back in this century. Long Yuan and Huojin, as the people who came into contact with Lu Tu, this time even their resumes would be marked down. Lu Tu had been making drawings by hand during this period, and he intended to divide the original 7th-generation aircraft drawings into 3 phases and submit them to the state in turn, which was the backhand he had left for himself. The Long Yuan duo also understood him very well. As long as they were able to get this project off the ground, it would mean a technological revolution for the Dragon Kingdom. After all, Lu Tu had not only given upgrades in terms of fuel, but also various materials, which was enough to make the entire Dragon Kingdom's heavy manufacturing industry undergo a leapfrog technological innovation as well. After doing so, Lu Tu got up and stretched, and it was then that he realized that the duo, Huojin and Long Yuan, were staring at him without blinking their eyes. Godfather Uncle Lung, are your eyes not dry? The duo laughed awkwardly and rubbed their tired, sore eyes. Not doing it, ha. If there's nothing else, I should be able to go now, right? Long Yuan excitedly said. I'll send someone to send you back to school right away. The conditions promised to you will be issued soon. You can go to find Pang Pang for this period of time, so that he can help you to register a company, and then approve a piece of land out, preferably right in Zhonghai. In the future, Zhonghai will become the new headquarters of the country's high-tech industry. Lu Tu's heart rejoiced when he heard this. It was just like his original plan. Huojin patted his shoulder and laughed. Son, do a good job. You don't have to care about talent. I'll arrange it for you and can definitely rest assured. Whether or not your godfather can be promoted to admiral depends on you. Lu Tu hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, godfather. I'll get you up there anyhow, and I'll follow the prestige. Brat, let me send some people to secretly protect you. After all, you're like a national treasure now. Lu Tu casually lifted the several hundred-pounds conference table in front of him, easily, without changing his face. I don't think there's a need for that, right? But you send someone to secretly protect my girlfriend, the daughter of the Kong Bridge family, right? Leave it to me. I'll send a few resourceful ones. Huojin thumped his chest. Thank you, godfather. I'll be off then. Exiting the combat lab, he came to the ground to find Song Chushi, He Tongxing, and Gao Yang all here. All with the same expression when they saw him, anger tinged with disdain. He Tongxing was a little better, first throwing out the olive branch. Xiao Lu, have you considered it? If you cooperate with us in research and development, I believe it will only take a year to come out. Lu Tu sighed helplessly. He Lao, it's not that I'm talking about you. Can you even open your big mouth and talk nonsense everywhere about this kind of thing? Can't you see that there are idlers here? He used his eyes to look at Song Chushi, and He Tongxing then reacted to the slip of the tongue and hastily looked for a remedy. Little Song is not an outsider and will not talk nonsense. Lu Tu sneered. It may not be an outsider with you, but she can't wait for me to die. Do you think there is a need for us to work together? After speaking, he nodded at Nia Yun. Take me back to school. Chapter 65, The Future King of the Middle Sea. Song Chushi said angrily. Lu Tu, wait. Lu Tu gave her a sidelong glance. And you are? My name is Song Chusher. I'm from the Song family in Yanjing. I need to talk to you about Tao Tian. Lu Tu didn't even bother to talk to her and directly bumped Song Chushi's shoulder to get into the car. But this also provoked Song Chushi's temper. She saw that she had already mentioned the Song family. Lu Tu actually still did not give face. Since this is the case, she threatened, don't think that if you go around recognizing your godfather, I won't be able to do anything about it. Is that right? The Tao family is my Song family's dog, and you still have to look at the master when you hit the dog. Lu Tu, I speak, you hear me? Seeing that Lu Tu did not pay the slightest attention to her and had already opened the car door, Song Chusher finally exploded. Relying on her strength of being a 6th-degree black belt in karate, she directly whipped her leg viciously towards the back of LV2's head. Watch out! Nia Yun reacted at the first opportunity, but he was some distance away from Lu Tu, and it was too late to stop him. Without looking back, Lu Tu reached out and grabbed Song Chushi's ankle, and without a hint of mercy, threw her 10 meters away, falling heavily onto the concrete floor. Unable to move, LV2 dashingly got into the car. and Nia Yun had no choice but to hurriedly follow. After all, escorting LV2 back to school was his top priority, and the car suddenly stopped as it traveled to Song Chushi's side. The windows slowly rolled down. Lu Tu looked deeply ahead and said to himself, "What about the Song family? Here is Zheng Hai. Can't allow you to be wild. Times have changed. The actor who exits the stage should take care of himself." After saying this, the engine roared and drove out of the Zhenghai war zone, leaving behind the grief-stricken Song Chusher. Her eyes looked viciously in the direction Lu Tu had left. "She'll take this hatred down. How dare you be so arrogant? When has the Song family ever been belittled like this? It's just a fatherless, motherless, orphan child who has gone around recognizing his godfather. But he dares to rebuke the Song family with a loud voice. Lu Tu, I will make you kneel before me, kiss my right foot, and beg for my forgiveness." Half an hour later, Nia Yun drove LV2 back down to the dormitory floor, and Nia Yun left his number for LV2. "If there's anything you want to do, just order me. This is my private number. It's online 24 hours a day." How could Lu Tu not know what Nia Yun was thinking? From the beginning, Nia Yun had thrown out an olive branch at himself. More friends, more roads. Not to mention that Nia Yun was still a national security person. This goodwill he naturally had to take. "Thanks, brother Nia. Keep in touch when you have time." As soon as Lu Tu opened the door to his room, he saw a slender figure running over and crashing into his arms. Zhang Yiqi sobbed with tears in her eyes. "I heard my dad say that you seemed to have gotten into a lot of trouble yesterday, and you were even taken away today. I begged my dad, but he said that he wasn't at a high enough level to intervene. They must have made things difficult for you. Big deal. We won't study in Zhenghai anymore. Let's go abroad together." Lu Tu was greatly touched. Can in their own penniless when to help themselves? Huge for counting one. Zhang Yiqi is also one of them. Not to mention the feelings between the two people quickly warmed up after. Has long been in the heart to recognize her. Lu Tu stroked Zhang Yiqi's hair and laughed. "Silly girl, didn't I come back safely? My dad doesn't lie. He said you're in big trouble. This is definitely not small. I'll go back and beg my dad for some help." Lu Tu held Zhang Yiqi's shoulders upright and wiped away her tears with his hand. "The reason I had to go and get into trouble was so that no one would dare to bully us in the future. And I'm glad that this time I got it done." Gingerly surprised. "They won't come after you? Not only will they not trouble me anymore. What I'm saying is that from today onwards, the entire Dragon Kingdom won't have to look at anyone else's face anymore. And no one will be able to bully us. I'm not as ambitious as you are, and I'll help anyone who wants to bully you anyway." Lu Tu lowered his head towards Zhang Yi's lips and kissed them. "Love you, baby." Zhang Yiqi let out a cry. Even though this was not the first intimate contact between the two of them, she still couldn't help but be teased by Lu Tu and blushed all over her face, letting Lu Tu crazily give and take. What Lu Tu did this day was 10 times more exciting than the first half of his life. Now that things were successful and after gaining a great sense of accomplishment, this joy was something he extremely wanted to share with Zhang Ji. He shared it in a very juvenile way. Skipping an hour here, an hour later, Lu Tu was lying on the bed smoking a cigarette, while Zhang Jiqi was resting on his chest, drawing circles with his fingers. "You mean you're going to start a company? Do you need me to ask my dad for help?" Lu Tu's hand rested on her flat belly and gently pinched. "Old Jiang can't see me, so don't bother him, right? It's not that my dad doesn't see you, mostly because your dad's too low level to help." Zhang Yiqi was trying to explain for Zhang Daqiao, when he heard Lu Tu talk so smugly, and arched his head over Lu Tu's chin. "Don't say anything bad about my dad, baby." Zhang Yi tilted her head and blinked those big innocent eyes at Lu Tu. "You're so good that I want to keep wanting it until you want to run away." Lu Tu's hand slid down Zhang Jiqi's sleek spine, resting on Zhang Jiqi's unique waist and squeezing. Zhang Jiqi suddenly let out a delicate cry and made a strong effort to encircle Lu Tu's waist. "Promise me, no matter how much trouble you get into, I'm willing to carry it with you. But the only thing is, you can't have any other women." Lu Tu gazed into Zhang Jiqi's eyes and nodded solemnly. "Good." Zhang Yiqi rolled over and sat up, taking the initiative for the first time in Lu Tu's shocked gaze. She blocked Lu Tu's lips with her fingers. "I'll remember. Anyway, you're not allowed to cheat me. Even if you have to cheat enough for a lifetime." The two fell into joyous love once again, filling the room with charming pink bubbles. This battle, intermittent, actually from the evening lasted until the early morning. The two are really hungry. Lu Tu, this only with a cell phone, ordered a takeaway. Zhang Yiqi had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Lu Tu was suddenly aroused, came to the window and picked the corner of the curtains to look out. Not long after that, he saw a takeaway boy was stopped by one person and took over the takeaway and personally brought it to him. LV2 had long been waiting outside the door. The knocking sound just sounded. He pulled open the door, only to see an inch man around 1 meter 88, full of righteousness, whispered, "Mr. LV2, If you need takeout or something like that in the future, you can totally order us to buy it. There are safety hazards in the food outside. I hope you can understand. Lutu took the takeout but called out to the other party. What's this old man's name? How many of you are there in total? My name is Tao Li, and there are 4 of us. Lutu took a bunch of cash out from the house and stuffed it into Li Tao's hand. Li Tao still wanted to refuse, but Lutu told him to accept it in a commanding tone and explained. It's such a cold day. You guys worked hard. Even if you don't want it, you can send it to your family to buy new clothes. Li Tao took the money and roughly counted about 400,000. His hands were a little trembling due to excitement. He has performed many secret protection missions, but those in high positions of power and authority are never just verbally concerned. Only LV2 is real money to them, although some of the violation of discipline, but who is not purely rely on a passion to live. All need to feed, clothe and shelter, especially their soldiers, often years not in the family. The sense of indebtedness is heavier. Thank you, Mr. Lu. If there's anything in the future, just ask. Chapter 66, The Sorrows of Men. Lu Tu woke up Jiang Jiqi to eat a snack together before drifting off to sleep again. Li Tao and the others were sent by Huajin, and can be completely trusted in terms of both safety and professionalism. Now he wouldn't have any worries. He only needed to concentrate on getting revenge on the Song family. A Song family's offspring dared to make a move against himself in the war zone compound. This Song family seemed to be arrogant beyond bounds. Lu Tu had a plan in mind to invite the king into the urn. Dealing with such a deep-rooted huge family, every step must be careful as thin ice. Early the next morning, Lu Tu woke up refreshed, but Jiang Jiqi obviously didn't have such a good spirit as Lu Tu, and would still be sleeping. Did not wake her straight out the door. Lu Tu did not have the habit of reporting with women. Men do things, women if everything interferes, that also do into a fart. Just as soon as he left the building, he found that Li Tao, who was supposed to be hiding, was squatting by the flower bed, making a phone call and idly digging the soil in the flower bed with his hands, and a deep pit had appeared in front of him without his realizing it. Luta read it with a heartfelt smile, and at this look, he knew he was talking to his girlfriend on the phone, not bothering with him either. He was going to make a trip to the Pangwei family to inform them of the news that he had raised him up. Lu Tu's tenet is that doing good must leave a name. No matter whether I am returning your favor or purely helping you, then I must let you know this favor. Beckoning for the other bodyguards to drive himself, he suddenly heard Li Tao yell out in agony. We've only been married for 5 years, and you're divorcing me? Lu Tu and that bodyguard sniffed and looked at each other. Honestly, love to listen to gossip is the nature of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. To have a hilarious not to see. That person is designated to have quit drugs. The ears of both Lu Tu and the bodyguard instantly perked up. No one said anything, their eyes glancing from time to time to Li Tao, who was not far away, slowly approaching towards him. Li Tao's words grew more and more heated, and one could guess that the woman on the other end of the phone was talking badly. And you're going to sue me for divorce? You're in court now? Do you realize that I'm still on a mission? Who has the time to fool around with you? Didn't I just transfer $100,000 to you last night? What do you mean I'm not involved in my child's development? I'm serving, you know? I'm defending my country. I'm serving the people. I've never been out fooling around. Yan Dongping, does this marriage have to be divorced today? Which court are you in? I'll be right over. Lu Tu hurriedly took out his cell phone with the 2 bodyguards and scratched it in a fake manner. At this time, Li Tao hung up the phone, just in time to see LV2 and his teammates. Under hesitation again and again, he still walked over, and opened his mouth with a tired and powerless voice to the point of hoarseness, which only made people feel heartbroken after listening to it. Mr. LV, can I take a half day off? There's something at home I need to go and settle. Since they had asked about themselves, how could Lu Tu go and obstruct them? Just by listening to what they were saying, one would know roughly what the reason was. Li Tao is serving to protect the country. The other side even blame him for not being involved in the growth of the child. Lu Tu thought that there may be a misunderstanding during this period, and Li Tao was sent to protect Jiang Jiqi. Also, as a man, Lu Tu can understand Li Tao's mood at this time. He felt that the matter of going to Pang Pang for that could still be put aside, and patted Li Tao's shoulder. How about this? I'll accompany you on a trip, and I'll help you explain to your sister-in-law that you are indeed on a mission. Li Tao refused with difficulty. That's not good. After all, it's my personal matter. Luta said firmly. There is someone in my court. Then please Mr. Lu, I'll drive. Lu Tu instructed the other few people to continue to protect Jiang Jiqi in the dark, and told them not to worry about Li Tao's matter. They would take care of it themselves. Sitting in the car, Lu Tu asked the couple about their relationship status while persuading them. Li Tao only sighed helplessly. In the past 5 years since I got married, I have indeed rarely accompanied her and the children, but when we got married she knew about my situation. And I didn't get married to become a soldier. So why can't she understand as a military wife? LV2 heart probability has guessed that Li Tao was green, but out of sympathy, or did not demolish. His heart also gradually cold. Nothing else? If someone really dare to destroy the military marriage, even if it is not related to LV2's business, then the other party to pay regret for life. It didn't take long to arrive at the People's Court of Wuda District in Zhanghai City, and Li Tao called Yin Dongping, only to realize that she actually came down from the passenger seat of a Porsche. With just this glance, Li Tao was furiously ready to rush up to the theory, quickly running forward and tugging on Yin Dongping's shoulder, questioning, who are the people inside? When Yin Dongping saw Li Tao coming, she was even more righteous than him, saying, what's it to you? Today we are here to sue for divorce. That means we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Lu Tu egged on from the sidelines. Li Tao, hit her, beat these two dogs and girls to death. But helplessly, Li Tao couldn't slap down the slaps he raised even if he was already angry enough to be in this situation. Li Tao was so furious that his chest continued to rise and fall. If not for the fact that I still have a mission at the moment, I would have fought with you pair of dogs. Lu Tu can also understand him. This time even if Yin Dongping and that bastard again excessive, the two of them in the eyes of Li Tao that is also the masses, is not able to hit the hands, otherwise the impact of the incident will be too bad. It seems that Yin Dongping two people are also ate this. Only dare to come to the court to sue for divorce in such a reckless manner. But they met Lu Tu by accident. And today this matter is destined to not end well. Yin Dongping did not fear Li Tao in the slightest, and even stretched her face to Li Tao's hand, yelling, I know you're good. Fight have the guts to kill me The man in the main driver of the Porsche also got out of the car. He was holding a big belly and had an abominable look of a brain full of fat. He held up the Hermes crocodile belt around his waist and teased, I heard Ping Ping say that you are boring and stereotypical. It seems to be true. If you honestly agree to divorce today, I will give you another $2,000 a month for living expenses in the future. It's not easy for you to be a big-headed soldier. Li Tao couldn't hold back any longer as he sniffed and swung his fist over. I'm going to you. How dare you insult my profession? This swing at the pot-bellied man was blocked by Yin Dongping. Li Tao was worthy of his position as an elite sent to protect him. Under such a close distance, he was able to collect his fists. But Yin Dongping took advantage of the situation and wailed with a wow, murder, come and save me. The big-bellied man, on the other hand, was full of concern as he held Yin Dongping in his arms. The comment was made in what would have been the courthouse parking lot, and many people immediately stepped forward to stop it. Lu Tu quickly blocked in front of the explanation, couples have disputes, did not do it I was watching from the side. Only then did the court staff glare at Li Tao, no hitting came here to have something naturally have the law. Li Tao stifled his anger and looked at the pair of dogs and men in front of him, while Yin Dongping, seeing that she got her way, raised her eyes and smiled evilly at the pot-bellied man, and sweetly shouted, husband quickly help me up. This smile, Lu Tu see really, Li Tao can endure does not mean that he can endure. Just when he was about to strike, in his mind once again came the system's prompt, trigger random task, teach Yin Dongping and Han Dongjian a lesson. Please ask if you accept. Lu Tu shouted inwardly, good timing, dogs and men. I want you to live a life worse than death. Chapter 67 No Need for the Law. LV2 saw Li Tao clenched fists, eyes blood red body trembling, obviously adrenaline spiked look. This is really a little bit out of control. Hurriedly pressed on his shoulders, whispered, first do not do anything stupid. Everything to me to help you deal with it. Surely let you put this out of the mouth of the bad gas. Although Li Tao does not know what the origin of this 19-year-old in front of him is, but he can let Huajin, a warzone chief, personally send someone to protect him. Must not be an ordinary person, and besides, he must listen to Lu Tu's orders during this period. As a soldier, obeying orders was his duty, and soon professionalism overpowered his anger. Gathering his emotions and standing behind Lu Tu, he said, yes. Lu Tu looked disdainfully at the pair of dogs Yin Dongping and provoked, dare to go to court together? What's there to be afraid of? Just go. Yin Dongping pushed Han Dongjin and whispered, you go back first and wait for my good news. Lu Tu let Li Tao go with him first, then took out his cell phone and called Long Yuan, asking right to the point, Uncle Long, do you have someone at the Shanghai court? You ran into something? I'll just give their leader a call. By the way, your drawings are very effective. The vice elder has already agreed, and will bring up the massive behavior this month. Good. Arrange a few more people for me to come over. By the way, Uncle Long, I would like to ask, where exactly is my current authority to? Long Yuan, as a senior leader of the state security, the human essence when the human essence, just listening to Lu Tu's words knew what he was going to do. Reminded, according to reason you do not have the right to enforce the law. If it's against the foreign spies, you look after yourself. Lu Tu hemmed and hawed. I see. Thank you, Uncle Long. The person you sent to assist me. When you arrive at the courthouse parking lot, keep an eye on a white Porsche with the license plate XXX. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Han Dongjian froze on the spot, full of black lines, because Lu Tu stood beside him to make this call. The distance between the two is only 3 meters. He had never seen someone as rampant as Lu Tu. Not only did he dare to openly stand in the parking lot of the court to find a relationship, but he even shook people to stare at him in front of himself. The rightful owner, Han Dongjian, how to say, is also about 40 people. See, Lu Tu looks young. Strong voice, bright. You scare who? When I was scared, Lu Tu did not care about Han Dongjian's clamor, glanced at him with cold eyes and did not even bother to talk to him. In his eyes, Han Dongjian was already a dead man, striding away into the courtroom. When the judge and clerk were already in place, it seems that Yan Dongping had already made an appointment. Everyone put their cell phones on mute, and the spectators please be quiet. The following is the divorce case of Li Tao and Yan Dongping. Li Tao was sitting in the defendant's seat at this time, and the ace player of the Zhenghai war zone, who was still spirited last night, a man of 1 meter 88, is drooping his head at this time, like a cock that has been defeated in a fight. On the contrary, Yan Dongping was calm and confident, with a smile on her face the entire time, sweeping over Li Tao and Lu Tu with a contemptuous gaze. Plaintiffs are invited to state their reasons. Yan Dongping took the lead in stating, Li Tao and I have been married for 5 years. My son is 3 years old this year. These 5 years Li Tao's days at home together are not more than a month. He is missing as a husband and father's duties, did not maintain to the family's harmony, and even these 5 years he did not give money to the family. All the family car loan mortgage is given by me. The judge looked over the materials submitted by Yan Dongping in confusion, which did prove that every month's loan was deducted from Yan Dongping's account. He turned his head to Li Tao and asked, does the defendant have any evidence to submit? Li Tao was disheartened by now and shook his head in silence. The judge prompted again, do you have any evidence that you've paid money to the family or anything like that? Li Tao shook his head again. I give cash every time. There is no evidence. Hearing this, Yan Dongping quit. Her voice raised a few degrees, said, you earn a lot, like, you still take money to the family? Have you ever taken care of your children since they were small? Have you ever asked about the expenses of the New Year's festivals? Have you ever been around when the kids and I had a headache or a fever? I've never seen a man as useless as you. And no money for your family to make a good life for your wife and children. And no time to be with your family? Do men like you deserve to live? Why don't you just die? Even the judge and the clerk couldn't help but frown. Silence. It's not your place to talk yet. Then ask Li Tao a few questions. Li Tao are said to have no evidence to provide. This time even the judge is difficult to do. Now all the evidence shows that Yan Dongping said no problem. Yan Dongping opened his mouth and said, the house and car he did not contribute a penny, so it cannot belong to him, and the child he did not manage. I have to bring around. So he divorced the net on the line. The whole process is about 10 minutes. Li Tao, the elite of the Central Sea war zone, bleeding and sweating, have not cried the man. At this time, his face has been covered with tears. Despairing to open, my monthly allowance is 8,000 yuan. Every month I have given you as is. I still have 2 years will be discharged from the army. I'm sure to make up for it when I get there. Why are you doing this to me? Upon hearing this, Yan Dongping instantly exploded. She stood up in defiance of the court's discipline. Do you have a transfer record for the money you gave me? If you have evidence, you bring it out. The judge also asked, how are you giving this 8,000 a month? Li Tao's face had put on a mask of pain at this point, his hands covering his forehead. I'm all about transferring it to my mom. Letting my mom offer to send the cash over, and helping to take care of the kids in the meantime. Yan Dongping said, you are talking nonsense. Is your small allowance still enough to support a child? A man can rely on a sow to get into a tree. You can really put gold on your face. Li Tao suddenly glared at Yan Dongping. You cheated on your wife and hooked up with other wild men. You're breaking up the military marriage, you know? The judge heard that there is a drama. Originally he knew that Li Tao is a soldier. Yan Dongping, this kind of divorce request is purely irrational, even hastily asked. There is this thing? Lu Tu in the gallery suddenly spoke up. There's no such thing. That man is Yan Dongping's cousin. It's Li Tao who misunderstood. Li Tao looked at Lu Tu suspiciously. He wondered what was wrong with Lu Tu. Why did he help that couple of dogs? Breaking up a military marriage could at least get them jailed. But when he saw the wink LV2 past him, he chose to believe LV2. Finally forced anger to sign the divorce papers. The judge finally had no choice but to announce the verdict. This court declares that you two are officially divorced, and the custody of the garage and the children will go to the woman. Yan Dongping was like a hero who had won a battle, so happy that she jumped in place, while Li Tao kept smashing his head with his fist. He didn't blame Lu Tu. He only blamed himself for being useless. He couldn't even keep his son. Lu Tu yanked him up and whispered, "A great man has no wife. Come out with me." Yan Dongping condescendingly rushed. Li Tao coldly snorted, "See, I said less with these fox friends mixing. The key moment no ing a dependable," said she, then hummed a little song out of the court. But when Yan Dongping came to the parking lot to look for Han Dongjian's Porsche, she suddenly blacked out and was dragged into a car to drive away. Li Tao walked out of the court with his head hanging down. Lu Tu didn't give him any comfort. He just said the name of a place. "Go to the Beifeng Machinery Factory construction site in the northern suburb of Shanghai. I have a task for you." Even though Li Tao was about to go crazy with boredom in his heart, he still followed Lu Tu's instructions and drove to the construction site. "Coming here to take a look." Li Tao man was dumbfounded. At this time there was no one else in the large construction site, only a group of people in suits, and there was an excavator next to it. Yan Dongping and Han Dongjian, whom he hated to eat his flesh alive, were tied up and kneeling in the dirt pit, shivering. Li Tao then understood why Lu Tu did not let him use the name of military marriage to sanction these two people. Lu Tu patted his shoulder and said with a cold face, "The law is only suitable for sanctioning bad people, and must make them worse than death." Chapter 68, The Consequences of Betrayal. Lu Tu made a wink, and Nia Yin yanked off Yan Dongping's and Han Dongjian's blindfolds as he couldn't help but spit in disgust. "Bah! What a pair of ing adulterers! Your man is serving to defend the country. How dare you steal a man behind his back?" As soon as Yan Dongping saw that Li Tao was still here, the fear in her heart instantly disappeared, and she rushed at Li Tao and cursed, "Li Tao, what kind of man are you? I just divorce you. You find so many people to kidnap me? I stabbed out, you can't even be a soldier. I want you to go to jail, next to the Han Dongjian herd." Scared scalp numb, the heart-straight cursed Yan Dongping hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Everyone has something to say. It really is not my business. All of this is the idea of Yan Dongping. I am only driving to send her. I am at most a drop driver." As soon as the two men spoke, Nia Yin kicked them in the back, causing them to fall and sprawl on the ground in a sorry state. Angrily, he said, "I've already checked. Yan Dongping, you have a total of 132 rooming records during these 3 years, and on average, you go out to a room once every week. You're not idle at all." Lu Tu twisted his head to look at Li Tao. "Tell me what you want to do with them?" Han Dongjian hurriedly bumped Yan Dongping with his body and scolded in a low voice, "What the hell are you still standing there for? Hurry up and admit your mistake to your husband. Make it clear that those 100 times were not rooms with me." Yan Dongping looked at Han Dongjian incredulously. "Dongjian, didn't you say that we'd carry everything together?" Han Dongjian didn't even dare to look at her, and kept looking at Lu Tu and Li Tao with a begging gaze. "A few of you. I haven't known her for a long time, and I really don't have anything to do with her. I'm innocent." "Han Dongjian, you ungrateful. Every time you don't have money to gas up your car, I'm the one who gives you the money. You eat and drink my food, and now you're actually saying that it has nothing to do with me?" When these words came out, Han Dongjian only felt as if his heart was ashen, and he clearly felt that the gazes of the people present were looking at him with murderous intent. Li Tao in particular couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this and questioned, "Are you telling me that the $8,000 I give you every month, you took to support this man?" Yan Dongping's heart had completely collapsed at this time, and she couldn't stop howling. "Right. I just spent it for him. I spent it willingly, so what? Just because I pay him money and I go to a room doesn't mean I'm doing something wrong. If you don't have time for me, I can't find someone else to keep me company? I'm a human being. I'm still a woman. Can't I find someone to relieve my loneliness?" The series of rants were so loud that Nia Yun and the others' heads were as big as buckets, and they'd only ever seen this kind of extreme rhetoric on the internet on a regular basis. But I didn't expect to see it in reality today. And one by one they looked at Li Tao urgently. "What do you say to dispose of these two?" Lu Tu said angrily. "Still pretty damn good at setting up formulas. I can't even say I don't want your lives today." Li Tao's eyes had turned blood red. He looked at Lu Tu with his last shred of sanity and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, I'll do the rest on my own. I want the two of them dead." Lu Tu of course knows his mentality. It's just that he wants to take this matter on his own. But is that kind of ending cost effective? A strong bone man to pay for the lives of these two assholes? This kind of thing Lu Tu wouldn't allow to happen. Lu Tu immediately ordered, "Li Tao." Li Tao immediately tensed his whole body, stood as erect as a javelin, and shouted, "Here, I order you to go up there and hit them hard. Don't care about the law. Just remember that they can't die on your hands." Yes. The next second Li Tao moved. He pounced straight on the two men, giving up all the military fighting skills he had learned, and vented the anger in his heart only in the most primitive way. He tore with his hands and bit with his teeth, and within a few moments a heart-rending cry came from Yan Dongping. "I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Stop it." Lu Tu took the cigarette Nya Yin handed him and lit it, smiling contemptuously. Wrong? How could you know it's wrong? You merely know that you're afraid. Li Tao, hit me hard. Yan Dongping glanced at Han Dongjian next to her in her panic, who was crawling backward continuously with a face full of horror. And she was on fire. Han Dongjian, are you still not a man? Quickly help me beat him up. Han Dongjian didn't even dare to fart loudly at this time. How dare he fight back? He scanned around the eyeing LV2 and the others, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. It's really none of my business. Don't hit me if you guys hit her. I'm willing to give you all my money. Nya Yin kicked Han Dongjian in the face, breaking his nose on the spot, and spat disdainfully in his face. You're just a 12-year-old Portia. Do we care about your 3 melons and 2 jujubes? Lu Tu impatiently waved his hand. This mouth is too broken. Give him strength. Hearing this, Nya Yin and the state security field he brought with him immediately grinned. Everyone is a man. This kind of thing, just hearing about it makes you feel like you've been given a beating. And now you finally have a chance to do something about it. And this thing is still LV2's order. They all know that LV2 is now a big red man of the national security. Even Long Yuan have to hold him up. And now move his hand, that is simply not too much fun. An excited fly rubbing hands near Han Dongjian, surrounded by a burst of punches and kicks. Han Dongjian, all fat, at this time was beaten like a yearly pig to be slaughtered. On the ground constantly mayfly chrysanthemums. On Yan Dongping's side, Li Tao was at that moment continuously slapping her big ears. You dare to steal? How dare you be ungrateful? Other people raise white boys. You raise your mama, fat pig. Every slap fell, brought out a few broken teeth. Yan Dongping's sanity was no longer clear at this time. She undertook the slaps with lax eyes. This was the first time in her life that she felt fear in Li Tao's body. Has lasted for 10 minutes. Spare Li Tao's physical ability. Also played some tired. At this time Yan Dongping has been dying like a mess, lying on the ground constantly convulsing. Li Tao saluted in front of Lu Tu. Report, mission accomplished. Lu Tu nodded his head and ignored Li Tao. The fire in his heart was vented, but Lu Tu had not yet. Lu Tu looked at Nya Yun. Is there a contraption to keep people awake? Nya Yun immediately came to his senses as soon as he heard this. He originally thought he'd just let this pair of dogs off the hook, but he didn't realize that LV2 had thought of the same thing as him, and immediately pulled out an injection from his bag. A mysterious smile. Of course I did. I brought it ahead. Lu Tu pointed at the two men. Stick a needle in them to boost their spirits. When the refreshing and awakening injections stabbed in Yan Dongping and Han Dongjian's body, the two of them felt the pain all over their body that was like a drilling pain. And what made them even more fearful was that their nightmare was still far from being over. Next they had to face this teenager in front of them, and compared to the fist fight between Li Tao and the crowd, this smiling teenager was even more terrifying. Chapter 69, maybe this is the only way to know what's wrong. Lu Tu looked at Li Tao and said, go back to the car and wait for me. You don't have to watch what happens next. Li Tao's eyes firmly said, I don't have to evade. I can't wait for these two to die without a burial place. Since this is the case, Lu Tu is not forced. You, how are you going to torture us? Aren't you afraid of the king's law? Yan Dongping braced her last ounce of courage and tried to wake up Lu Tu's sanity. Lu Tu spilled a smile after hearing this. Did you think about the king's law when you cheated on your wife and took Li Tao's allowance to a wild man? Oh yeah, cheating within marriage is not illegal, just immoral, right? Hearing this, Han Dongjian, who was on the side, nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, cheating within marriage is not illegal, and it's almost time for a few good men to educate us a bit, so I think it's better not to make a big deal out of it. But the next words made the two men fall into an ice cave. I'm such a strange person. Since you guys go against morality, I'll go against morality as well. And I'm on the verge of doing something illegal today. Come on, bury them alive. Among the people of the national security, people will drive a digger. The boy has long been waiting on the digger impatiently. Just wanted to come down to kick a few feet, but also afraid of being disciplined. At this time, once he heard that he still has a use for it, smiling mouth cannot close. Will be the excavator's horsepower pulled to the maximum, a few buckets down on the digging out of a 2-meter deep pit, but also with the excavator's big arm rushed a few people to say hello to it. Fast, throw this inside. It was only then that Yan Dongping realized that what Lu Tu had said earlier was all true, and that he really did not intend to let himself live. Her mind completely collapsed. Not caring that her mouth was toothless and her speech was leaking, she crawled to Li Tao's feet and begged, it seems that on the basis of our many years of marriage, you spare my life. I'm not divorced. I'm sure I'll be a good husband and mother at home to serve you. I promise. Li Tao impatiently kicked her aside. Now you're thinking of husband and wife? You forgot those words you said in court. I haven't forgotten that face you just had. You, in my 8 years of service, I have never made any mistakes. It was you who made me desperate. You still have the face to ask me to forgive you? Roll. Li Tao didn't spoil her either, and took the initiative to drag Yan Dongping right to the deep pit, throwing her into it as soon as he could, before turning his head to look at Han Dongjian again. Han Dongjian, at this time the crotch has been soaked. Vaguely came a fishy stench. Ancestors, really does not have anything to do with me. Are this seduced me? Said that she is lonely and empty cold. I just a moment of ghostly mind to do the wrong thing, but I also persuade her not to divorce to come. Nya Yun couldn't help but curse. Then you're even more damned if you don't get divorced and still want to spend Li Tao's money. Li Tao listened to this and cupped his teeth, and with a single kick, he rolled Han Dongjin, who was close to 200 pounds, into a deep pit. Two people in the pit hole shivering, at this time actually began to blame each other. It's all because you have to divorce. You killed my old man. Yan Dongping sobbed. Didn't you say you were very powerful? You call your power over to save us from getting out. I'll save your mom. Lu Tu came to the edge of the deep pit, clapped his hands to interrupt the quarrel between the two. Don't act. I have long seen that the two love more than gold. Go out to less than 3 days we'll be together again to make peace. Tell you what, I'll give you a way out. The hope of life was rekindled in the eyes of the two men, and they continuously kowtowed to Lu Tu. You said, as long as you're willing to let us go, you'll be promised everything. Lu Tu smiled evilly and called Nyayan to whisper a few words in his ear, and Nyayan brightened up after hearing it. Wonderful. Nyayan took the lead and jumped into the pit, tying up the two men in 5 different ways before connecting them together with a long rope and directing the excavator to hang them both in midair. The first one of you two to fall through the rope with your teeth will live. When these words came out, both of them looked at each other in dismay, and Han Dongjin said, Ping Ping, my family has an old man and a young man, so just let me live. Yan Dongping scolded, you said in bed that you would protect me for the rest of my life? You should have let me live. What you say in bed, does that count? Yan Dongping didn't care that much, taking the lead and stretching her neck out on the rope above herself and starting to nibble on it. Seeing this, Han Dongjian also immediately took action. But he was not as good as Yan Dongping's teeth because he had been drinking and eating betel nut for a long time and did not like to brush his teeth. Seeing that the progress has already lagged behind Yan Dongping by a large margin. At this moment, the evil was born out of fear, and kicked Yan Dongping in the air in the small abdomen, which hurt her so much that she loosened the rope in her mouth. Yan Dongping is also a ruthless person. According to Han Dongjian, between the legs also kicked a foot. Han Dongjian in midair shaking like a hot-cooked shrimp. The two were hanging in midair attacking each other like this. All the sweetness of the past was gone. What mountain alliance and sea oath? In the face of life and death, all became ghost words. After 10 minutes of fighting, Yan Dongping was the first to bite off her rope and landed in a deep pit, her calf bone in an extremely awkward shape, and a bone-crunching sound came from it. She didn't care about the pain of her broken ankle at the moment, and with a face full of surprise, she waved toward Li Tao on the pit. Hubby, I'm done. Save me. At the same time, Han Dongjian also fell into the deep pit, and he suddenly viciously choked Yan Dongping's neck, and Yan Dongping's eyeballs were about to burst out. Lu Tu looked to the side of Li Tao and whispered a few words. Li Tao jumped into the deep pit without saying a word, and smashed his fist on Han Dongjian's neck, making him completely go to the king of hell. At this time, Yan Dongping, who had escaped from death, looked at Li Tao, who had been publicly insulted by himself earlier, and actually came down to save her, and the sense of guilt in her heart reached the extreme, and she hugged Li Tao's thighs and sobbed uncontrollably. Hubby, I knew you still have me in your heart. You are the only one who was really good to me. I was blind in the past. I'm really wrong. I'll spend the rest of my life serving you as a cow and horse. I love you, husband. But said half a day. Did not hear Li Tao's response. Yan Dongping's heart surged a wave of despair. Looked up, only to see Li Tao with a playful gaze down at her. Obviously do not believe a word. Li Tao reached out and stroked Yan Dongping's scarred face, whispering, don't misunderstand me? I saved you because I couldn't go against the rules set by Mr. Lu. I'm actually not that angry that you cheated on me within your marriage. After all, I did spend very little time with you, but when you denied me all I had to give, treated me like a tortoise slave, and trampled my pride underfoot, you could not wait for me to die. Old, honey, I was wrong. Li Tao resolutely shook her off and climbed up the deep pit. Go down to Han Dongjian as a companion. You don't deserve my old man. In your next life you two will continue to be together as oxen and horses, but don't ever come to me. With the roar of the excavator, Yan Dongping's eyes were covered by a dimly lit sand, and she wanted to struggle and explain, but no one could hear her anymore. The images of her short life flashed before her eyes as if they were a slideshow, and this was the moment when she might truly know it was wrong, right? Until the earth pit was filled up. Li Tao knelt down in front of Lu Tu with a thud. Mr. Lu, you are the one who maintained my last dignity as a man. From now on, my Li Tao's life is all yours. Chapter 70. Surprise. Lu Tu helped him up. Do you know why this is happening? Li Tao froze and said blankly. I don't understand why she would do this to me when I'm so good to her. Lu Tu sneered. It's because you're too good to her. Of course you can be heartbroken for your daughter-in-law, but you should never just be nice to her. Once the scales of affection start to tilt, everything you do is justified in her eyes. Do you think that because you give her all of your monthly stipend, she'll be content to read you favorably? You may be a great warrior, but you don't understand human nature. Si Li Tao was introduced by his own words into the contemplation. The mood is frustrated to the extreme. Lu Tu patted his shoulder and said, of course the more important thing is that you meet a person who is not a good person. You are just doing the wrong question. And Yen Dongping they are doing the wrong person. The nature is not the same. This matter you do not have to worry. After a good follow me to do. Li Tao at this time has been sobbing uncontrollably. Did not expect his whole 7-foot man will be in front of the man then he is still small. Touched into this. In his heart has made up his mind to follow LV2. Sniffing and nodding heavily. To go to the fire in the soup and the fire without hesitation. Lu Tu heard no words straight away. In his opinion Li Tao this person is really pedantic overly. How is like being brainwashed by someone. Full of loyal thoughts. Nye Yun stabbed Li Tao's arm and whispered. What's the old expression of loyalty at this time? Loyalty is meant to be manifested in the field. Go get the car. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Li Tao reacted at that moment and hurriedly jogged a few steps to the car. Although Lu Tu hadn't given Nye Yun an explanation, he believed that with Nye Yun's mind, there was no need for him to go overboard with this point. It was merely a matter of dealing with two dregs. He categorized this as, or thought for a moment before coming up with a good word, scapegoating, to the Zhonghai Provincial Party Committee compound. Lu Tu took Li Tao alone, and after buying some supplements at a passing mall, he arrived at the home of Pang Pangwei. It's the weekend. Pangwei should be at home. After all, to give Pangwei a surprise, is to be surprised. Just arrived at the outside of the Pang family's detached house. I found Lu Sango was wiping the car. Seeing Lu Tu came he smiled and threw the towel in his hand into the bucket, wiped his hands half dry on his clothes, and took out a crumpled box of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. Lu Tu didn't care, took out a lighter and lit it, and the two of them just squatted by the side of Pangwei's car and chatted. Coming? Aha. Seeing as you're so spirited, you should be swinging for the fences? Aha. Kid is great. You're able to handle such a big battle. It seems like you're going to be on your way to the top in the future. I'd also like to thank third brother for helping me the day before yesterday and saving me a lot of trouble. It's a small thing. You'd better go and thank your godfather. He was up all night. Lu Tu put out his cigarette in the flower pot that Pang had planted for him, got up and walked into the house shouting, Godmother, Godmother, Bright you still know to come see your godmother. Lin Lan was sitting on the sofa reading a book. The smile on her face creased when she saw Lu Tu, and she hurriedly removed her presbyopas and got up to greet her. Godmother, I've been busy with school lately, so I haven't been over. Lin Lan smiled but didn't say anything after hearing this. Of course she knew what Lu Tu had done recently, but since he wasn't willing to talk about it, Lin Lan didn't even ask and greeted him as he sat down to go and wash the fruits for him. At this time, Pang Pangwei also came out from the upstairs study and came to sit beside Lu Tu. Is everything alright? It's okay, it's all small. Huozhen was able to accept LV2 as his righteous son, and he wasn't worried about what LV2 would do, but that was all he knew. He wouldn't take the initiative to set up what LV2 had experienced in the Zhonghai war zone. It was taboo. The two of them looked at each other with big eyes. There was nothing to talk about for a while. At this time Lin Lan sat down. Lu Tu suddenly opened his mouth and said, Godmother, do you want to change to a bigger house to live in? Lin Lan smiled and shot him a glance and said, you want to give your godmother a bigger house to live in? But godmother can't have it. Your godfather's housing is all regulated. It can't exceed the required square footage. Lu Tu deliberately played dumb and laughed. In that case, then let godfather go 100 feet further, and change his treatment from deputy to full. This statement, so that Lin Lan and Pang Pang for cannot help but laugh and scolded. Brat you think quite beautiful. Your godfather I stayed in the officialdom for a lifetime. Do not dare to think about that position. You are quite bold. Lin Lan blankly glanced at Pang Pangwei and snapped. This is called a son with a future. Anyone who is as cautious as you. Pang Pang for also not angry. Picked up the tea and took a sip. Yes, I'm old. The future is for him these young people. Lu Tu was actually grateful to Pangwei and Lin Lan from the bottom of his heart. After all, they really didn't mind that he was an orphan. Especially Lin Lan, who accepted Lu Tu from the bottom of his heart. So even though he had done away with two people only an hour ago, at this moment, in front of Lin Lan, he was still acting like a good boy. Lu Tu coughed, and when he saw the two of them looking over, he smiled mysteriously. I've already applied with the vice elders to allow Godfather to go one step further. and the position of governor of Zhenghai province will soon be godfathers. Click. The glass in Lin Lan's hand shattered in response, and she looked at Lu Tu incredulously. Who are you talking about? Vice Elder? How do you know the Vice Elder? Even the always steady Pang Pangwei, the hand holding the teacup, could not stop trembling, especially when he heard Lu Tu mentioning the Vice Elders. He vaguely believed it, but on second thought, how could he listen to him? A 19-year-old brat, when it came to the personnel appointments of the Central Sea Provincial Committee, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Xiao Tu, just tell us this at home. Don't talk nonsense outside. Who's talking nonsense? I exchanged it with the Vice Elder yesterday. He personally promised me to promote you. What? Pang Dang for the two families this time, completely dumbfounded. Lin Lan even came to clean the nanny. Auntie Zhang branched out. Will be the door closed tightly before sitting back down. Are you saying that you traded something with the Vice Elder in exchange for your godfather's future? Lu Tu picked up an apple and nibbled on it, muttering, yeah. The call was made from Long Yuan's cell phone. As soon as he heard about Long Yuan, Pang Pang for this time believed most of it. His brain worked quickly, and he lowered his voice and inquired once again, what did you take to exchange with the Vice Elder? Lu Tu smiled evilly. The mass production drawings of the 7th generation aircraft. Pang Bei's pupils contracted. You have all this stuff? How did you get it? I invented it, and it's already been verified by the state. That's why I asked the Vice Elder to promote you as a hand, and to put this series of industries, all in Zhenghai. Pang Pang froze for a few seconds, suddenly answered a phone call. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa. After respectfully answering the phone, he placed the phone trembling on the coffee table, then looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Laughing and smiling, the corners of the eyes of Pang Dongwei's eyes grew moist and said, good boy. You repay us like this? How can this make me good? Chapter 71. Waiting for me here? Lu Tu smiled with a calm face. I just want my godmother to live in a bigger house. Lin Lan's person was frozen at this point. Where had she ever heard of such a heavenly thing? Asking Pang Bei with her eyes, only to see Pang Pang for nodding. The old leader called me, saying that the appointment will be implemented on Monday. Do you know how many years your godfather has waited to get to this point? Lin Lan's emotions were even more emotional than Pang Wei's, as she took hold of Lu Tu's arm and looked at him with old tears in her eyes. Lu Tu fetched a tissue and handed it to Lin Lan. Godmother, don't cry. If it wasn't for godfather's diligence for so many years, even if I were to take something in exchange, the Vice Elder wouldn't have been able to agree to it. So this is all godfathers do. What does the good boy want to eat? Godmother will go and make it for you. I want to eat garlic ribs, braised pork, and fish-flavored eggplant. Eat, take big bites. Godmother will make you big bowls. Pang Pang was observing Lu Tu throughout the whole process. Only he knew how valuable this big gift Lu Tu had given him was. Not only is it as simple as promoting him to a hand, but it also sends a chain with a bright future. Once the mass production of the 7th generation aircraft takes shape in Zhenghai, this heaven-splitting achievement will naturally be counted on one's own head, and one's future prosperity will be absolute. Even that level of just a few dozen people in the country. That's not impossible. What shocked him the most was Lu Tu's reaction, taking credit without being proud. He acted like a child who had won an award the entire time. What kind of family was this that could educate such an outstanding young man? Even if he was deeply versed in human nature, he could not have imagined that such great virtues and outstanding abilities could be concentrated in a 19-year-old child. Familiar with history, he knew that whenever such a person appeared, it would change the course of an era. He looked at Lu Tu, who was still full of modesty at this moment, and became more and more delighted. Let's have a good drink between the two of us today and talk about our plans for the future of the whole of Zhenghai. What would happen if outsiders heard this? The hand of Zhenghai actually wanted to talk to a freshman about Zhenghai's future plans. The most critical thing is that the planning of the Central Sea, but also have to listen to the views of LV too. You say this is all angry people? Not long after the meal was ready, Pang Wan was also called back by a phone call from Lin Lan, and the family gathered again. When Pang Wan learns that his father's promotion was done by Lu Tu, the eyes that look at this godbrother of his are full of admiration and awe, and unprecedentedly picks up the wineglass to toast Lu Tu. Lu Tu clinked glasses with Pang Wan and then drank it all in one go. Sister, what are you usually doing? Got a clothing studio with some sisters. So you're the main organizer? Pang Wan sniffed. I'm studying law, and clothing design is nothing more than a hobby of mine. To put it bluntly, we are just a couple of tailors. I quite dislike the word mastermind. The masters out there who have pedicures all say they are masterminds. A few people laughed at the words. Lu Tu didn't know much about Pang Wan, and this was the first time he found out that she had such a bright personality. Lu Tu suggested, Sister Wanner, otherwise I'll invest in you and get a factory plus a few production lines. You do have a list of things for me to do? Lu Tu nodded. The future Shanghai will be flooded with a large number of enterprises. There is no shortage of work clothes, so this piece will be taken to you. Pang Wan listened in a daze. But looking at the calm expressions of LV2 and Pang 4, she was a little stunned. A few days did not see how LV2 is now so much energy. Then she thought about how LV2 could get his own old man promoted with a single word. So it makes sense. But I want to do boutique designs, not workwear. Lu Tu thought to himself that Pang Wan is really worthy of being a lady of a big family. Her eyesight is just hi-ha. Who says the list of work clothes I gave you has to be inferior? You could have designed it like a luxury item. Workers are also qualified to wear nice-looking clothes. When these words came out, hearing them in the ears of Pang Bei and the others, they only felt deafening. Yes, they are subconsciously thinking of poor quality, dirt and abrasion-resistant work clothes, as if workers were born to be poorly dressed. Lu Tu continued, I've already talked to the vice elders. I'll also be involved in this downstream industrial supply chain, so when the time comes, Godfather will grant me a few plots of land so I can build a factory. Pang Dang agreed instantly, this is no problem. The 7th generation aircraft is a project that can't be delayed. You just let go and do it. All the resistance Godfather help you to sweep away. Thank you, Godfather. The location of the land is not afraid of being remote, but it must be big enough. How old do you want it? The bigger the better. Seeing them looking at themselves in puzzlement, Lu Tu first drank the wine in front of him before saying aloud, I've always had a question. Why is it that everyone is already working very hard, but the boss is still yelling that they don't make any money, and that they lose money year after year? But I've seen that they've replaced one of their luxury cars with quite a few. Since the vice elders have agreed that I should take the lead this time, I'm going to do a cause that won't get me poked in the back. Reject all labor dispatch, raise the pay of all employees, and then build free housing, schools, and hospitals so that they can stand up straight with me. I'd like to see if such a business can make money or not, and if I'll cry poor then. After a few words, a deep shame welled up on the faces of several people present, their origins representing the limited amount they could think of for the people. Even Pang Wei, such a person who has sworn an oath under the flag, cannot serve the people in every way. But the Lu Tu in front of him, young and not yet graduated, has such lofty ideals and ambitions, knowing that he is now able to talk about things with the vice elders, and a single word can determine the career path of Pang Wei. The first thing you do after getting an achievement is not to think of showing off like other tycoons, buying mansions and villas and yachts and playing with celebrities and drinking champagne everywhere. His first thought was instead to ask Pang Pang to grant the land larger so that he could take care of the underclass living in misery. But it was truly the first time she had met such an unforgiving person. Even Pang Bangwei couldn't help but feel some emotion and was also driven by Lu Tu's mood. He waved his hand and said boldly, Godfather supports you. Make sure to make this happen. A decision that would change the fate of 30 million people in the Middle Sea was quietly born at this round table. Thank you, Godfather, for your support. Although I have an empty idea, I am still missing the most important part. Pang Pang for a mysterious smile, good boy. Spilling a big speech. Waiting for me here, right? Not just lack of funds? Godfather give you approval. Chapter 72 Visiting Dingzhang. Just as Lu Tu was happily about to prepare to agree to it, the system's voice suddenly came from inside his head. Ding! Detected that Yen Dongping and Han Dongjian are completely dead, accounting for the completion of the event. The completion level of the retaliation incident is A. Reward, a mysterious remedy for the love brain, which can erase a certain sad memory of the person taking it and make him or her forget the bitterness of love. LV2 said this reward how has not come. This is to pull crotchet. How the love brain about his ass. Not to mention, the love brain than the warm man is still annoying. The same must be ranked behind the dog. Not right. Lu Tu suddenly remembered a movie he had once watched. East Evil, West Poison. And wasn't there a kind of wine in it that made all the warriors of the Jianhu swoon? Drink it to forget your troubles and reshape your life. And don't you say it, there might be a real market for it. After all, this thing is currently no flat replacement products in the world. Whether it is a man or a woman, a rich man or a beggar. There is a period of unforgettable emotional entanglement. Wasn't there news some time ago? An old man of more than 70, despite the opposition to marry his former first love. I do not know what these two old deng how to think. Teeth are gone age. Together with each other to hold feeding dentures? So there's still a market for this stuff. Looking at the prescription, it's full of common Chinese herbs. Like what? Ginseng, scorpion, broken heart grass, epimedium and schizandra. How come the more you look at it, the more it looks like an aphrodisiac? Seeing Lu Tu froze, Pang Dangfor patted him and said, when the appointment and the project of the 7th generation aircraft come down, I will immediately meet and let people give you approval. But you should not hold too high expectations. The financial constraints cannot take much money. Lu Tu laughed. Thanks to Godfather. With Godfather's support, the people of Shanghai have a good life. After saying this, several people pushed the cups and the meal was a happy one. After dinner, with the huge for the suggestion, let the municipal government of Shanghai to step in, to acquire the Tao family's insurance company, which is in the huge for the heart. The reason why he acquiesced to LV2's behavior of making a scene in the casino is that there has been this idea. The two people hit it off. The huge for that as long as waiting for him to be appointed. You can directly do it. Leaving the provincial party committee compound, Lu Tu now has 550 million in cash in his hand. Originally thought that it would be confiscated by the people of the national security, but it is still on his account. It seems that this should be the meaning of Long Yuan or the above. The blueprints he just portrayed with Pang Pang are not all bragging. How can someone above not use it? Such a good project. He does not earn is not to give the other dude to take to earn? He personally gatekeeper, not only can profit, more can grasp the quality. At least will not appear the quality of the people worried about the problem. To other people that cannot be said. If it was Lu Tu in the past, he probably wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now who has a worse background than anyone else? His backers weren't just national security and the Central Sea War Zone. He wasn't worried about money, even if the treasury couldn't allocate the funds he expected. He had other places he could get large sums of money. Possessing the ability to foresee the future for 10 seconds, he entered the casino as easy as going home. It seems that in the near future it is necessary to go to Portugal and Australia, where the casino is 100 times larger than the Tao family's casino, and countless families have been broken because of it, which is considered to be taken from the people and used for the people. Just sitting on the car, Lu Tu unexpectedly received a call from Officer Su. Hello Officer Su. I'm just informing you that the verdicts for Ding Zhang, Wang Hao, and the others are out, and the death sentences will be carried out immediately a week later. Lu Tu suddenly became interested and asked, then can I see them one last time? Officer Su hesitated for a moment before speaking, yes, then I'll say hello to the side of the detention center and give you 10 minutes of visiting time. You shouldn't let the prisoner's emotions get too excited. Thank you, Officer Su. Lu Tu hung up the phone, found a random pharmacy on the side of the road, grabbed the prescription for Love Brain, and used the pharmacy's machine to make a pill. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of what he was going to do to Ding Zhang when he went to the guardhouse later. Li Tao drove straight to the detention center, registered at the door after being led by the prison guards to the visiting room to wait. Not long, see Ding Zhang handcuffed and shackled to come in. As soon as Ding Zhang saw Lu Tu, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. He never expected that the first person to come to see him would be Lu Tu. What are you doing here? Lu Tu still had that calm smile. I came to see you one last time. I heard you were dying. Ding Zhang was dumbfounded. He could see that Lu Tu must have come to taunt himself. He himself knew what was going on. He had only clearly purchased a small packet of only a few grams of contraband. But when he returned to the room with the KTV girl, the police came, and also seized a full 2 kilograms from his bag. And he tried to find all kinds of relations. Are like a stone sinking into the sea? He realized that he must have offended the wrong person. Ding Zhang glared angrily at Lu Tu. You're still as obnoxious as ever. If you were in school, I could beat you out of bed for 3 days just on the basis of those words. But you're about to die now, and you're not even qualified to breathe free air. Ding Zhang said viciously, don't be crazy, my father is still out there. I'll make him come to you. Lu Tu pretended to be surprised. Your dad? You still don't know that your dad was arrested for stabbing and assaulting a police officer? You must have shaded my dad. Lu Tu smiled evilly. More than that, not only your father, your relatives and friends, they will soon be reunited in prison. Asterisk you Lu Tu. You must have ed me too. Lu Tu sighed quietly. You don't break the law. How could I possibly shade you? In fact, to say that I have some regrets. I shouldn't have reported you so early and sent you to prison. Now it seems to be protecting you instead. Just as Ding Zhang was puzzled, he saw Lu Tu take out a fountain pen in his hand, and under the flip of his fingers, it turned out to be as brittle as plastic, twisted into a ball of powder by him. Ding Zhang unbelievably stared at Lu Tu, half speechless, secretly shocked. This finger force if pinched on their own body, that will not be a piece of blue and purple? Lu Tu patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. Enjoy the last few days of your life. I won't let you die so painfully. All the bullying you've done to me, I'll double it back. Lu Tu, let me go, okay? I'm still so young. I just did something wrong, and I'm willing to spend my whole life to make up for it. Lu Tu took the opportunity to pop that pill into Ding Zhang's mouth, after which he got up and said, make amends? You can still talk to me? That's all because I'm in a good mood. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill your entire family, said Lu Tu. Got up and left straight away, leaving Ding Zhang paralyzed in the chair full of despair. He looked at Lu Tu's back. In addition to boundless hate accident, there is more deep fear. He painfully covered his face, At the moment he had a lot of vicious expletives stuck in his throat, but he despairingly realized that he couldn't even open his mouth. And it was only then that he came to the realization of how stupid he had been when he had previously targeted Lu Tu. Why mess with him when he's clearly receiving poverty benefits and going on to get away with it even though he's not? Ding Zhang was in agony when suddenly his eyes instantly became clear and he blinked his wide eyes at the prison guard and asked, why am I here? As soon as his words fell, the prison guards impatiently took him away, unable to resist scolding. Growing up like this, and you're still being cute with me? Chapter 73 Make money in a high profile. Ding Zhang cried out in terror. Why are you locking me up? You've been sentenced to death for drug trafficking. Why do you think you're being locked up? Any more nonsense and you'll be locked up in a small dark room. Infinite fear once again overwhelmed Ding Zhang. He really couldn't recall what he had done to be put into the detention center. And listening to the prison guards, he had been sentenced to death? Didn't he just start his freshman year? What the hell is going on here? Ding Zhang cursed to play crazy. The prison guards are really annoyed. All thought he was crazy. Directly into the small dark room. Originally, Ding Zhang had been on the verge of accepting death openly, and by Lu Tu's dose of medicine, he had directly forgotten his earlier painful memories. Death isn't supposed to be scary. It's the waiting when you know it's coming that's scary. And now Ding Zhang was about to slowly savor the taste of this fear once again. Lu Tu, who had just left the detention center, received a questioning call from Officer Su. What exactly did you say to Ding Zhang? He's all crazy now. Keeps saying he's not guilty and wants to go back to school. Lu Tu laughed. I'm just reliving the beauty of school with him. Don't believe me. Look at the surveillance. Officer Su also hopelessly hung up the phone. He was checking the surveillance, but pressed the action of Lu Tu to Ding Zhang ammunition pills. After all, Lu Tu is really too fast. Even Lu Tu couldn't help but praise himself for being such a tortured genius for coming up with such a brilliant idea. Now he is in a good mood, without the slightest guilt or remorse. These once bullied himself to death. But where was there a trace of sympathy? Maybe he would all let Ding Zhang die a painful death. After sitting in the car, Lu Tu took out another love brain pill that was left over from earlier and threw it to Li Tao. Want to eat it? Li Tao turned back while waiting for the red light. Honestly don't want to eat. Lu Tu released. It's only human to not eat it. But what if we say that by eating this pill, we can forget about all the harm Yan Dongping has caused you? Li Tao shoved the pill into his mouth without saying a word after hearing this. Then I'll eat it. Aren't you afraid I'll give you poison? Li Tao heatedly smiled and scratched his head. My life is all Mr. Lu's. Even if you really need me to die, you will still help me take care of the child. Lu Tu secretly nodded. Count on me not helping the wrong person. From now on you'll. As he was talking, Lu Tu clearly felt that Li Tao's eyes had also changed. Li Tao, who was previously immersed in sentimentality, had eyes so clear at this time that it looked like he had just joined the young pioneers. Mr. Lu, you continue. Li Tao actually pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket. With a look of humble curiosity, Lu Tu waved his hand. Nothing, let's go to the airport. Taking advantage of this, Lu Tu called Nya Yun. Please help me buy a ticket to Portugal and Australia. And you can help me with these formalities for the pass. Nya Yun froze and instantly agreed. Do it right away. Do you need me to bring someone to accompany you? It's just you and Li Tao. You can buy tickets for all three of us, and I'll pay you back later. Nya Yun laughed. What else does this amount of money make up for? I couldn't ask for more if I could follow you on a mission. LV2 thought about this. When the time came to give Nya Yun whatever he wanted, it would be more than this amount of money. So he didn't care and said, okay, I'll go to the airport and wait for you first. An hour later, arrived at the waiting hall of the Zhonghai International Airport. Lu Tu had never been on an airplane before. Naturally there was no VIP treatment, and he wasn't that used to it. By the way, he gave Kong Gigi a heads up on the phone that he was going on a business trip for a few days. After sitting there for a short while, I heard a gasp. Wow, there's the schoolboy. Lu Tu looked up suspiciously and saw Wei Zixuan, who had been flirting with him that day downstairs in the girls' dormitory. She was followed next to a girl who was also dressed in a sultry manner. Lu Tu couldn't name her, and the two surprised Lu Tu by coming to sit down directly beside him. Wei Zixuan very naturally put her hand on Lu Tu's shoulder. Such a coincidence. Schoolmate, you're going to Portugal and Macau to play too? Lu Tu took her hand down and said, stay away from me. I have a girlfriend. Ding Mingqi, who was traveling with Wei Zixuan, let out a wow and sat intimately on Lu Tu's right side. There are still such good men nowadays. So what if you have a girlfriend? It's not like we're going to call you up and eat you. Lu Tu looked at Ding Mingqi's obviously moved and somewhat reddened nose and said, I have a girlfriend, no how. I don't like a plastic face like yours. Ding Mingqi's face instantly darkened as she glared at Lu Tu in dissatisfaction. Handsome looks are terrific? So incapable of speaking, really no emotional intelligence. Lu Tu tit for tat. You're not worthy enough for me to talk in terms of emotional intelligence. Ding Mengqi disdainfully skimmed her lips. AUV, how godly you think you are. You're still waiting here in economy class like us. I thought you were going to go to the VIP lounge to eat beef noodles without noodles. Seeing that Lu Tu was not only as high and cold as ever, but also spoke out against his own best friend, Wei Zixuan also sneered. Why haven't you seen your schoolgirl girlfriend? Are you preparing to go to Portugal and Australia to steal food and purposely didn't call her? Lu Tu didn't squirm in the slightest and nodded frankly. Right. Are you two taking advantage of the weekend to go over as part-time peripheral workers? You asshole. Don't think you can be so crazy just because you're handsome. Handsome is useless. Money is the skill. Lu Tu obediently nodded. Yes. I also think that money is the only thing that works. Ding Mengqi patted her butt and got up. Sitting with poorer people like you pulls us down. Don't greet me when you meet me in Portugal and Australia. We can't afford to lose face. The two ran to sit across from Lu Tu and mumbled something every now and then. Just by looking at their expressions, they knew it was no good, but Lu Tu was too lazy to get serious with this kind of woman. That would be really pulling it down a notch. Not long after, Ding Mengqi suddenly brightened up and poked Wei Zixuan next to her. Look, there's a handsome man in a suit there. Wei Zixuan followed the look. There is a suit and wears sunglasses, young handsome man. A look at the temperament. No is the temperament of the magnate's son. Especially behind him is also followed by a dozen or so bodyguards. Usually like to read the hegemony of the novels of the two men. Instantly bright eyes. The two immediately ran over to strike up a conversation. Like they do the business of fishing girls. The last 2 years or very roll. If you see this kind of high quality men still do not go down. Minutes by other fishing girls to snatch away. It must be said that Wei Zixuan and the girls were still very strong in their actions, and came to the front of Mr. Bully and said with a delicate smile, "This little brother, can you do me a favor? Help me see if boarding gate B24 is here?" And that bully is not someone else. It is the formalities rushed to Nya Yun. Originally he is from a large family. His family 3 generations of business. It is difficult to his generation to be able to go into politics, where he can see on Ding Mengqi such a woman. What's more, he still had a mission on his body right now. Nothing was more important than Lu Tu's trip. Impatiently directly bumped through the two men and crossed over, coming straight to Lu Tu's face, respectfully saying, "Mr. Lu, the formalities have already been completed. Why don't we go to the lounge and sit down for a while?" Lu Tu waved his hand indifferently. "Just wait here. It's almost time." "Good." Nya Yun waved his hand, and the group of bodyguards accompanying him all stood behind LV2. And that professional look definitely wasn't something that could be faked. Lu Tu is used to keeping a low profile on weekdays. This time he is going to the casino in Portugal and Australia to make a big kill. Naturally he wants to keep a high profile for once. He believes that on this flight to Portugal and Australia, there must be people related to the casino, such as stacking boys. As expected, at this time, many people in the waiting hall see LV2 this young appearance and the battle behind him. The look is a happy, and quickly took out his cell phone to send a message. Come to the big fish. Chapter 74 MGM Macau. Wei Zixuan was so excited that tears were almost flowing out from the corners of her mouth. She used to simply think that LV2's appearance was good, but now she simply saw that he was the perfect male god in her heart, and immediately took out her makeup bag to go to the bathroom to replenish her makeup. Looking at herself in the mirror, always feeling that something was still missing, she got up decisively and dragged her suitcase into the bathroom, taking off her turtleneck sweater before squeezing her career line out hard. Ding Mengqi how will be willing to fall behind. Also went to the bathroom to change into their own well-prepared robes. Parisian house of black silk, Jimmy Choo diamonds fine high heel. Wrapping the few fabrics they had with their tweed coats, they took confident steps. And when they stood in front of Lu Tu again, Lu Tu was puzzled. You two still have things to do? Something's wrong, Wei Zixuan and Ding Mengqi said in unison. And with that, they unbuckled the belts of their own coats, displaying the inner scenery in front of Lu Tu. Ding Mengqi fiercely approached Lu Tu's ear and exhaled in an extremely ambiguous posture. Do you like it? After we go to Portugal and Macau we can go out to sea to play. Oh. Wei Zixuan is more direct, directly squeezed away from the side of Ding Mengqi, but sitting on the side of LV2, ringed his arm, constantly using their own principal squeeze. LV2 brother, you go to Portugal and Australia to play. The side of the total can't lack of female companions. Why don't you just let me accompany you to play it? Lu Tu pulled his arm out. Senior sister. Why are you calling me brother? Wei Zixuan smiled flirtatiously. Hate. Don't say call me brother. People can call you dad. Lu Tu didn't move and took a look at Wei Zixuan's thigh roots. If you really can't do it, you can buy a toy. Don't flirt with me here. Nya Yun let them go. Nya Yun had long since had enough of the two of them, and impatiently had them shoot away just as boarding began and Lu Tu and the others left through another channel. Lu Tu did not dare to say that he was sitting on his hands, but he did not know how many people were staring at his every move now, so he could not afford to jeopardize his popularity and reputation for the sake of 2 plastic surgery fishing girls. The radio began to remind the boarding. Lu Tu only took Nia Yun and Li Tao to board the plane, and did not let the other bodyguards to follow. This move can let the secret observation of the intentional people. The brain began to live up. 2 hours later LV2 landed on the ground, and Nia Yun suggested, "Brother LV is tired from the boat ride. Why don't you relax first?" Since Lu Tu was deliberately so high profile at the airport, how could he still be playing this time? Women only cloud my judgment. I'm here in Portugal and Australia to get startup capital. Nia Yun secretly smacked his lips when he heard. How many people around the world think about coming to Portugal and Australia to get rich overnight every day? But the reality is that casinos are opening one after another, and I've never heard of a casino losing money. Although the hand that Lu Tu showed in the Tao family underground casino is really amazing, but this is the Portuguese and Australian that is famous in the whole world. Highly skilled. Never Tao family that small fight can be compared. At least not because of a few 100 million will be with you directly flipped. There are numerous casinos in Portugal and Australia. With Win, MGM and so on. Which is the foreign capital? MGM, a corporate holding in Las Vegas. Lu Tu nodded. MGM then. Not much time. Lu Tu 3 people came to the MGM casino. Just off the car there is a OL woman wearing a high-fashion professional suit to welcome down. Mr. Lu, this side please. I'm the account manager of the MGM. Mr. Lu called me Xiao Qian on the line. Lu Tu nodded without moving. You know me? Xiao Xing smiled like a flower. From the moment Mr. Lu landed. I don't know how many people in the whole of Portugal and Australia were waiting for you. This was the effect he wanted. The more people who paid attention to him, the more justifiable it would be when he made a big profit later on, with a lot less tedious trouble. Xiao Qian graceful curls in front of the head to lead the way. That surplus a grip on the waist is really charming. Turned back to smile. Mr. Lu, need to exchange how many chips? Lu Tu didn't talk nonsense and directly took out his card. Change 100 million for fun. Okay, please sit over here Mr. LV. Xiao Qian respectfully received the bank card. Although she didn't know what LV2's origin was, she could find out that the other party was coming to Portugal and Macau for the first time. There were too many bosses who came here to play big. 100 million was really nothing. Soon Xiao Qian had someone bring over the chips. Mr. Lu, do you need me to introduce you to the game? Lu Tu is here to get money, which has so many idle thoughts. Directly refused. This person just like to play dice. Said directly got up and walked toward the dice cup table. Li Tao dryly took the chips in the hands of the waiter. Xiao Qian, this line cannot have the word embarrassment. Was ignored out of the face of the smile, did not lose the slightest. Followed up. Dice is still a popular way to play. The main focus is a simple and rough old and young. So overcrowded no seats. Lu Tu still had the same set of procedures. Sweeping the crowd around. In front of a drooping middle-aged man. Tapped out 10,000 chips and said, Big brother, take it to the other tables for transit. The middle-aged man has been playing continuously for a day and a night. If it is not the casino specially arranged enough for oxygen, probably he has long collapsed. At this time, once heard the words of Lu Tu. Immediately a joy in his eyes to receive the chips. Thank you boss. I wish the boss good luck. Next to a fat woman saw the situation, and quickly advised, little brother do not sit on his bad seat. This person point can be back. Even lost 12 hands. Whoever sits there has bad luck. The middle-aged man wanted to retort, but he couldn't find the words to do so and could only shut up resentfully. Lu Tu, on the other hand, smiled sparingly. I'm a person who believes in everything, but I don't believe in evil. Saying this, he sat down, fingers empty. Xiao Qian timely handed over a cigar, but was politely refused by Lu Tu. So that Li Tao took out half a pack of Liqueur brought from Zhonghai. Can't get used to smoking but the lungs. Still this is good. Xiao Qian laughed. Mr. Lu's taste is really unique. May I ask what you need to drink? Lu Tu snapped his fingers. Coke, Pepsi. The crowd saw his extraordinary confidence and certainty. Subconsciously took him as a steep first rich rash. This kind of people in Portugal and Australia every day at least 100 or 80. Don't look at now. Not out of 3 days will hide in the hotel to cry. The Dutchman naturally ignored this little episode. He couldn't afford to disrupt his rhythm because of his customers, and he had a hard and fast rule about how many hands he needed to open each hour. Smiling after shaking the dice cup, he said, Everyone, please place your bets. Lu Tu was still waiting for his 10-second precognition range, when 345, 12 points big appeared in his mind. Lu Tu directly hooked his finger at Li Tao, big. Li Tao nimbly put the whole 100 million chips and pressed them on the big top. This move directly fooled the gamblers present. Spare them a long time to mix in the super large casinos such as Portugal and Australia, but also have not seen who so bet on dice. It is the customer manager Xiao Qian are frozen, although she cannot wait for Lu Tu more heavy bets, but also do not want customers a little bit of the game experience or not. Directly lost all away, that is not a big loss? She cautiously suggested. Mr. Louis, how about a smaller first hand? Lu Tu was displeased. You're teaching me things? Sorry, Xiao Qian heart extremely disdain. Earlier she also felt that Lu Tu was quite genteel, did not expect a gambling table or with other people the same a virtue. At this time the heart sneer. Later you lose all, cannot beg me to give you a loan. Lu Tu tapped his finger twice on the tabletop and urged the latter. Open the dice cup. Chapter 75, Showing Off Your Skills the Hard Way. Nie Yun had been observing behind Lu Tu the entire time, and he realized that Lu Tu hadn't done anything. So how on earth had he managed to be so confident? Could he really have supernormal capabilities? Soon he threw this idea to the back of his mind. As a member of the national security himself, if there was a person with supernormal capabilities, he would more or less know about it. The eyes of the gamblers at the same table look at Lu Tu are also different. There are envious of his strong capital. There are ridiculed him not self-conscious. There are also see him handsome and gold want to have a child with him. There are also looking forward to him losing all the so that he can introduce him to the credit products. All kinds of human nature are so nakedly displayed without any disguise in such a savage environment as a casino. The dealer at MGM, I must say, is very professional, and when he saw such a large bet, he didn't even blink, and opened the dice cup without changing his face. 345. 12 points large. Congratulations to the gentleman. Quiet. Pin drop quiet. At this time the craps table around the range of 2 meters. The crowd like being petrified is motionless, and the surrounding crowded casino formed a strong contrast. God! What a god! With the surprised scream of the fat woman next door, the crowd reacted. The eyes that had previously looked at Lu Tu had all become frenzied at this moment. Come here is to win money, as well as win money after the brain secretes a huge amount of dopamine. At this moment see Lu Tu only one hand won 100 million chips. In front of the 200 million chips piled up like a small mountain. The crowd went crazy with joy. In this situation, any gambler who didn't have his head up his ass would symbolically start betting after the big winner. This boss, what will you buy next? A country-faced man at the same table asked with a curt face. Lu Tu didn't even bother to look at him. Little brother, I don't know how to play. Can you teach me how to place a bet? A net red-faced woman on the opposite side laughed delicately. Lu Tu was annoyed at the look and said in a bad mood, dice can't even play. Eat more cod liver oil to replenish your brain. The commotion here, as it were, was reported by the staff to the casino executives. When the secretary came to Zhang Yufei's office with the pad, she returned without lifting her head. Just $100 million? That's all it takes to say there's a problem with the client? As the chief executive of the MGM Group, in Asia Pacific, she was usually a god. Naturally she wouldn't be bothered by a gambler winning away $100 million. Something she had seen too many times. The casino has a large number of masters who specialize in catching gamblers cheating, and this would be one of those masters who didn't report it, naturally ignoring the abnormality that the secretary said. No GM, this man is different from the other guests. He just came to the casino and sat down and pokered and then won away $100 million. It was only then that Zhang Yufei realized why Sue Frost, the always composed secretary, was so out of sorts. As soon as she received the tablet, she caught a glimpse of the handsome LV2 in the crowd, and at that moment, she saw LV2 put a total of 200 million chips in front of her, betting on the small. Although she couldn't hear the voices, she could tell from the movement of the bystanders following the bets that the people around her believed in his judgment as well. Almost at the same time all the gamblers around bet their chips on small. Such a lopsided situation is the most taboo for casinos. Zhang Yufei patiently continued to watch. When she saw the lotterer unveil the dice cup, the point is clearly 144. 9 points ours. Spare her the big scene, but also know that this kid is not simple. Immediately commanded. Within 1 minute, I want all the information of this person. And immediately notify Uncle He to bring someone over to take a look. And if necessary, have someone replace the lotter, and the gambling game will continue. Yes. Zhang Yufei tiredly rubbed her temples. Recently someone from the group was targeting her, and now she ran into a rash expert who didn't know where he came from. Even if she wanted to make a fortune at MGM, she wouldn't have resorted to the way he did. Soon Lu Tu's information appeared in her hands, and when she frowned and read them all, she then burst into a rage and said, a mere orphan of a first-ranked meritorious official, who also dares to come to my MGM to cause trouble. Instructing his secretary, he said, tell Xiao Qian to find an excuse to let her take this surname Lu away if necessary. Don't cause me any trouble. Yes. At this time Lu Tu's front, There are already enough 400 million chips. Follow him to bet on the person is also a big profit. This time the Dutchman's back has been hidden sweat. He hesitantly kept looking at the overhead monitor, wanting to ask the top to send someone down to replace him. He can't handle this kind of expert. The key is that he has been observing Lu Tu the whole time. The other party only the first time to urge him to open the cup when he tapped on the table. The rest of the time did not even touch the gambling table. A voice of an old man in the middle of the crowd came. Ha ha, little Lu, you go down and rest first. The Lotus officer was relieved as if he was relieved and hurriedly retreated. At this time, an old man in taiji clothing in his 70s walked over and looked at Lu Tu. Little brother is so powerful. I'm afraid I haven't encountered an expert like you in 30 years. Lu Tu arched his hand with a modest look on his face. Overpraise? I believe that the masters you have seen 30 years ago, old man, are not as powerful as me. The old man laughed out loud, when it was really as loud as a bell. Even the champagne next to him trembled. I can't see that the little brother is quite humorous. My name is He Tian Do. When the name of He Tian Do came out, all the people present were shocked. Many old men who had been involved in casinos for many years had naturally heard of the gambling monster He Tian Do, who was famous in Hong Kong and Macau 30 years ago. I had heard that he was hired by MGM as a consultant. I did not expect to see such a good show today, and the people around him did not bet, and came over to see the fun. Dare I ask your name, little brother? Lu Tu, double mouth Lu, the two of slaughter. What a killer name. In that case, little brother, don't mind if I change the lotter? Lu Tu waved his hand. Of course I don't mind. It's better to be an expert as well. That would be interesting. He Tian Do did not nag, rolled up the wide sleeves of his taiji suit. Everyone was full of excitement, waiting for He Tian Do to show his hand, only to see He Tian Do in full view of everyone, with his hand on his arm, acupuncture points pinched, smiled sarcastically and said, recently it is about to rain. Rheumatism is a bit painful. I will not offer a good show. I will let my apprentice to take over for me. The crowd was immediately disappointed. This really showed everyone a hand, and the eyes that looked at He Tian Do were filled with contempt. Kid, you'll take over for the master. Even Lu Tu became interested and curiously gazed towards He Tian Do, wanting to see who his beloved apprentice brat was. A tall, thin, spectacled man came close and clasped his fist at He Tian Do. Master, you go rest first. Just leave this place to me. The crowd was still wondering who this person was that he could take over the class of gambling monster He Tian Do. Only Lu Tu couldn't help but spray out all the coke in his mouth and exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk, Prince of Ghost Hands. The person who came was the Prince Chin, who had cheated and changed the dice but still lost to Lu Tu in the Tao family casino a few days ago. Lu Tu sort of knew how He Tian Do could be so clueless. It turned out to be a division inheritance. Prince Chin naturally also recognized Lu Tu, and he said with a dark face, Lu Tu, a narrow road between enemies today. I will not be able to lose to you again. Also, to correct you, my last name is Wang. I'm going to bet my life with you this time. Chapter 76, Foreseeing the Future. Upgrade. The scene instantly boiled. Everyone knows the Prince Chin's master but He Tian Do, as the old generation of the rivers and lakes, back in the day. But not a lot of people betting on life. I heard that so far there are still people owing 3 fingers. Everyone's gazes gathered on Lu Tu's body, anticipating his reply and waiting for this unprecedented battle to unfold, only to see Lu Tu laugh contemptuously. Betting on your life? You have a rotten life. Why should I gamble with you? I came here to win money. Do I have to put my life on the line if some random cat or dog comes out and clamors? The words out of the crowd dumbfounded. On second thought, Lu Tu said, really reasonable. He just chips in 400 million. In their place will not agree to. Prince Chin put forward the unreasonable request. Prince Chin stared at Lu Tu with a face full of consternation. In his cognizance, a gambling expert like himself and Lu Tu would at least maintain the demeanor that an expert should have. Even if he didn't agree to bet on his life, he wouldn't open his mouth to taunt himself, deliberately sneering. You don't dare? Lu Tu impatiently shouted behind him. Security! Quickly take this mindless maniac away, delaying me from making money. Prince Chin did not think that Lu Tu's face is so thick. He is the casino sent to catch him cheating, even by his thief to catch the thief to hit a rake. He suddenly burst into a rage and said, Lu Tu, do you dare to bet with me or not? At that moment, He Tian Do's hand slapped hard on his shoulder and whispered, what have I taught you? As a gambler you need to stay calm at all times. You've already lost before the bet even starts. At this time, Prince Chin was shocked to find that Lu Tu just threw 3 words. Will be his original will win the confidence to destroy, so that he was angry to lose his mind and lose his mind. Even he himself do not know how it is. Twice in the face of Lu Tu, always easily mobilized emotions. Ding! Triggering a quest. Will you accept Prince Chin's revenge challenge? The mission was finally triggered again. Just now he did not want to gamble with Prince Chin's life. After all, the other party was really going to cheat, but since the mission appeared, and he held the ability to foresee the future for 10 seconds, which made him innately invincible, and chose to accept it. Seeing Prince Chin recovering, Lu Tu smiled cheekily. I almost bluffed you. Since you want to get killed, I'll fulfill you. The words out of the room clamor. The crowd looked to Lu Tu's eyes, more than a trace of fear, despite the young age, but under the hand that is not at all soft, not yet opened the bet. The first to carry out a battle of the heart, seems to be cracked by the He Tian Do. In fact, Lu Tu has vaguely occupied the upper hand. Prince Chin took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down as he spoke. Then we'll settle this in one game. Please place your bets. Everyone was staring at Lu Tu, wanting to see what he was going to buy with this hand, so that everyone could follow and make some money. But as the minutes ticked by, Lu Tu didn't do anything except reach out and scratch at his face. The gamblers next to him urged, place your bets, big brother. Didn't you accept the challenge? Lu Tu was calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was actually almost cursing. There were just too many of these guys who were looking at the situation. He could only predict what would happen within 10 seconds, and hadn't perceived the exact number of points up to this point. He guessed that it should be because all the people around him were waiting to call the bets, so it indirectly led to the time to open the dice cup being infinitely lengthened. Prince Chin also looked at Lu Tu in bewilderment and said in a loud voice, please place your bets and buy your way out. After repeating this urging 3 times, Lu Tu still sat motionless, with no intention of placing any bets. What the hell are you up to? Are you still gambling or not? Prince Chin impatiently urged. Lu Tu gave him a blank look. I only promised to settle with you in one game. I didn't say it was this one. Is your MGM a place of forceful buying and selling? One sentence blocked Prince Chin, who nodded his head with a cold face and said, okay, I'll count to 10 and then open. 10, 9. As the countdown began, the surrounding gamblers also got anxious, not being able to follow and earn big money. This was even worse than killing them. For a while the worshipful eyes that looked at Lu Tu turned into hatred. Lu Tu didn't care. He didn't care about offending these guys at all. He was still waiting for his ability to take effect. When Prince Chin counted down to 5, the number appeared in Lu Tu's mind, but he still didn't move. He was worried that he would give Prince Chin the chance to change the number of points by cheating. When the countdown reached 2, Lu Tu made a decisive move, betting all 400 million in chips on the big in front of him. Stop betting. With Prince Chin's shout, the gamblers who were just about to make a move, all of their hands froze in mid-air at this moment. Even Prince Chin didn't react and hadn't changed his points yet, and now that everyone's eyes were on his hand, he had lost the best time to cheat, but he could still take a shot, and that was betting that Lu Tu wasn't so godlike that he couldn't accurately predict the points every time. At this moment, the surrounding gamblers glared at Lu Tu with incomparable resentment. Why didn't you place your bets earlier? It caused us not to place our bets. That's right. Never seen a selfish person like you. I think you're deliberately punking us. Lu Tu swept a disdainful glance at the gamblers. I knew you guys would scold me like this. Why should I be generous with you guys when I'm hanging out in this part of Portugal and Australia? The gamblers shut their mouths in indignation. Earlier they were eager for Lu Tu to win, so that they could follow and earn some money. Since Lu Tu was so crazy, they were now more inclined for the casino to win out Lu Tu, the maniac. Lu Tu then stood up and said in a loud voice, the old rule is that since the two of us are betting on our lives, in order to remain fair, then someone else must open the dice cup. Are you afraid? Lu Tu smiled evilly. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid that your ghost king Prince Chin is cheating, so I invited Xiao Qian to open the cup. Me. Prince Chin didn't want to give up. He was still looking for the right opportunity to cheat and change the dice points. If he really lost his life to Lu Tu, what kind of treatment he would be subjected to? He felt his back tingle just thinking about it. Xiao Qian, who had been standing at the edge of the crowd, unbelievably pointed to her nose. In fact, she had long received instructions from her boss to take away Lu Tu. At this time I did not think that there was still something about her. Lu Tu very gentlemanly grabbed Xiao Qian's fingertips and led her toward the lotter's position as the surrounding gamblers urged. Open, open, open. Xiao Qian smiled blushingly at Prince Chin. Mr. 1, please make way. Prince Chin secretly sighed, knowing that he had lost the chance to change the dice. He Tiando once again patted his shoulder and lowered his voice. You may not lose if you have a bet. 50% chance. What are you afraid of? Hearing these words, Prince Chin regained his confidence, and beat his spirits to follow the crowd around him, clenching his fist and shouting, open, open, open. Xiao Qian slowly opened the dice cup. 3 dice is 446. Xiao Qian's voice is heavenly music into the ears of the crowd. 4466. 14 points big. At this moment, Lu Tu's mind also simultaneously transmitted the system's reward: you have completed the mission, and are accounting for the completion of the event. Event completion level A detected. Reward, range of ability to foretell the future, increased from 10 to 30 seconds. Chapter 77, He Tiando's Undercard. The whole room was shocked. The large MGM casino became particularly silent for a moment, and it was as if everyone could hear their own violent heartbeats. Even though many people were dissatisfied with Lu Tu's practice of not taking him with him to call the bet, they had to admit that this was not only an expert anymore. This was a wizard that would be hard to come by in the entire world. Some people have even begun to suspect that Lu Tu is not raising a little ghost. Otherwise it would never be possible to predict so accurately. You have to know that this game bet more than 400 million chips, and his life. The people present all looked at Lu Tu with shocked eyes. A trace of admiration flashed in their eyes. There are only a handful of people who are able to kill in such a place as the MGM in the past few decades. But now this handsome young man in front of him, who didn't look too old, had actually done it. Prince Qin disheveled and collapsed on the chair. His eyes were instantly deprived of their original color, and his eyes were like a late old man, covered with a layer of light gray. His eyes stopped rolling, and the 3 dice of 446 in front of him seemed to have taken away all of his life. He couldn't stop murmuring, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. What makes you able to guess so accurately every time?" Gambling monster He Tiando stretched out his hand, wanting to pat this beloved disciple of his on the shoulder again, giving him the courage to regain his confidence. But his hand froze in mid-air. How could he not fall? And finally also sighed with disappointment. No longer speaking, Lu Tu snapped his fingers. "Give me this 800 million, and change it into bigger chips. Some of them are not good to take." When these words came out, everyone understood what he meant. He didn't intend to stop there, but rather he was going to continue to gamble. He didn't even offer to take Prince Qin's life. Perhaps in Lu Tu's opinion, Prince Qin was just as he said earlier, just a lousy life that was not worth mentioning. Xiao Qian glanced at the overhead monitor in a difficult situation. She is also helpless, can't carry out the above accounted for things. It's impossible to in front of so many gamblers face. Forcibly LV2 this big winner to get rid of it? Wouldn't that be tantamount to smashing the MGM's brand? Who would dare to come here to play in the future? At that moment, a high and cold imperial voice came from the back of the crowd. "What are you waiting for? Listen to Mr. Lu's orders and do as you're told." Xiao Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly jogged 2 steps behind this person, whispering, "Sorry boss." The person who came was Zhang Yufei, the president of MGM's Portugal and Australia. She didn't even glance at Xiao Qian and walked straight to Lu Tu's face, but her eyes still flashed a wisp of scorn, which happened to be accurately captured by Lu Tu. "Hello, I'm Zhang Yufei, the person in charge here." Lu Tu shallowly shook hands with her, originally thought that it would be as smooth as silk, but did not expect that the bottom of her knuckles actually have some calluses that have not yet been softened. It is expected that the other party likes to play with guns in their daily life. "Can I help you, Ms. Young? Mr. Louis is truly extraordinary. By the looks of you, are you going to keep playing?" Lu Tu directly ignored the threat implied in Zhang Yufei's words and nodded his head. "Of course. Where is this coming from? UMGM won't be giving an expulsion order, right?" "Of course not. I just want to invite Mr. Lu to play in the VIP hall. It's quieter there and you can have more fun." "Will Mr. LV be willing to show his face?" Lu Tu smiled sparingly. "Ms. Zhang has a point. So let's continue playing in a different place. But we have to wait for me to take care of some things first." Zhang Yufei glanced at He Tiando and took the lead to leave the casino hall. How could He Tiando not understand Zhang Yufei's meaning? It was obviously for him to give up Prince Qin. After all, he had lost the bet with Lu Tu on his life, and even he, his master, couldn't help him in the next matter. It was only when he passed by Lu Tu that he suddenly stopped. "Mr. Lu, if you have to spare people, I think." Lu Tu directly and roughly interrupted him. "You see, when can I rely on you to look? If I lose, will you guys let me go?" He Tiando huffed and glared at Lu Tu. "I'll be waiting for your grand entrance in the VIP lounge. You're betting your life against me too?" "Humph." He Tiando stopped babbling and similarly left the hall. At this point, only the helpless Prince Qin was left, and he looked at Lu Tu with a lax gaze. "My life is here. You take it." When Nia Yun heard this, he went up and flung an ear slap at Prince Qin's body, chiding, "Since you've lost, you should go kill yourself instead of shamelessly letting us take your rotten life." Prince Qin nodded sluggishly. "I will. Please give me 3 days. I want to go back and meet my mom." Lu Tu gave Nia Yun a wink, and Nia Yun immediately comprehended it, gripping Prince Qin's collar and taking him away. As the few people squeezed through the crowd to an empty box with no one in it, Nia Yun threw Prince Qin to the ground and asked, "How much do you know about your master, He Tiando?" Prince Qin was shocked. Don't you try to get to the bottom of my master. I won't say anything. Li Tao stepped forward and stomped on Prince Chin's face, cursing, your life is all Mr. Lose, if you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Prince Chin suddenly tilted his head and said, hurry up and get me killed. Anyway, I've already lost my reputation and have no face to live. Li Tao was about to make a move, but was stopped by Lu Tu, squatted in front of Prince Chin, and straightened his collar for him. I can't see that you're quite temperamental. You're not afraid that I'll kill you. Aren't you afraid that I'll find trouble with your family? Prince Chin was shocked. How dare you? But as soon as these words came out, his expression immediately commiserated. He knew that Lu Tu really dared. After all, the Tao family's father and son's tragic situation. He had seen it all. My mom has Alzheimer's and doesn't have much time left to live. Please don't touch her. The smile on Lu Tu's face didn't diminish. Then tell me what He Tendu has to offer. Prince Chin hesitated for a moment and then said, I was taught my ghost hand skills by He Tendu, but that's not even his best skill. His best skill is mind reading. Mind reading? Lu Tu frowned. Right. My master's best skill is playing solitaire. He can accurately deduce the opponent's bottom card based on every small change in a person's eyes, combined with his ghostly hands. That's how he got to where he is today. But my master has an Achilles heel in gambling. Lu Tu became interested. What weakness? He has PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, and has to be very quiet in a gambling game and can't tolerate the slightest bit of noise or his extrapolative abilities fail. Mr. Lu, please spare my family. Lu Tu patted his face. I'll give you 3 days to explain the aftermath to your mom. And after 3 days come to Shanghai University to find me. After saying that, he directly got up and left. Aren't you worried about me escaping? Prince Chin was shocked. Lu Tu stopped. You can't run away. These words hit Prince Chin straight in the heart. He knew that he might be able to run, but his mother could not run. Thinking of Lu Tu's ruthless methods of treating the Tao family's father and son, he subconsciously tightened his sphincter, and a chill surged in his heart. In 3 days, I will be there as promised. Lu Tu no longer cared about him. Prince Chin's life was indeed of little use to him. The only value had already been drained out of him, and although he didn't fully believe Prince Chin's words, he could always use it as a hand in defense. Nya Yun inquired in a low voice. Mr. Lu, do you need me to control his family? Lu Tu secretly shook his head. It's not that classless. Attack if Nia patient. There's no need to target. Let's get on with the matter at hand first. He knew that the gambling game in the hall just now was just a small fight, and that the real battle had just begun when he entered the VIP hall. With Nya Yun and Li Tao in tow, LV2 strutted out of the lounge and dashingly pushed open the door to the VIP lounge in front of the crowd's incomparably envious gazes. Chapter 78, The Evil Ghost in the Dice. Inside the VIP hall, Zhang Yufei and the others had been waiting for a long time, and in her hand she was playing with one of the smallest $10 chips. In a condescending tone, he said, Lu Tu, are you going to take on the entire MGM group? Lu Tu incomparably calmly came and sat down opposite Zhang Yufei, looking directly at her threatening gaze. You open your doors to do business, and this is the only thing you have the courage to do? Zhang Yufei's face was exquisite and impeccable. Even someone as picky as Lu Tu had to admit that she was a special thing that could rival Zhang Jiqi, and was more mature and charming than Zhang Jiqi. Why don't we open up the windows of the sky? Although I don't have any evidence of you cheating right now, I can conclude that you cheated. There are a lot of people who cheat at MGM, and their endings are more miserable than you can imagine. Hearing those words, Li Tao and Nyayan subconsciously blocked Lu Tu's left and right sides with their bodies. Lu Tu waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to be nervous. He now had the ability to foresee all probable events within 30 seconds, even if there were unexpected circumstances that arose and altered the trajectory of the original operation. He also had attention and reaction speed that surpassed normal people. Even if Zhang Yufei had someone suddenly shoot him, he was able to dodge in advance. So it could be said that in this regard, it was completely Heifer going to the South Pole awesome to the extreme. Not to mention that he still has a project in his hands that even the vice elders of the Dragon Kingdom value, coupled with the background of the two righteous fathers, Pang Pangwei and Huaijin. Not to mention the fact that Zhang Yufei is only the person in charge of the casino, or even if someone from the headquarters of the MGM comes. So what? Would they dare to touch him? If you talk to him about the rules and win in the casino, everything is fine. But if you want to play hardball with him, it's really the birthday boy who hangs himself. Lu Tu laughed aloud. It's useless to bluff me. If you had evidence you would have taken it out and sanctioned me long ago. How could you wait until now? In a word, do you dare to let me continue playing? Zhang Yufei clapped his hands. From the small door of the side hall into a few old men, all hale and hearty look at the shape should be with he Tian Doan era. Zhang Yufei said, I've specially invited a few retired gambling experts, so you can pick what you want to play. Although these few old men had heard of Lu Tu's battle records before they came, when they saw Lu Tu in person, they couldn't help but still feel a bit of contempt. It was really because Lu Tu's appearance was too young and childish. A 19-year-old boy was a milky child in their eyes. An old man in a yellow tang suit crossed the crowd and said with a gloomy face, "Old man Wu Zhongtian, I heard that you are very good at dice. Let me be the one to learn your mastery." Lu Tu waved his hand indifferently. "Feel free," he tended joked from the sidelines. Wu Zhongtian is known as the evil ghost of the dice. Young man, you have to be careful. Lu Tu knew that the one who could be invited by Zhang Yufei to deal with him was definitely an expert among experts. But he still had no reason to lose, only to see Wu Zhongtian hold up the dice cup. Originally withered hands, but actually maneuvered the dice cup constantly flipping, really dazzling people. Bang, the dice cup was slapped on the table by Wu Zhongtian. "Little friend, please place your bets." Lu Tu put away his contempt, because he realized that even though his precognition had evolved to 30 seconds, he still couldn't predict the number of points in the goblet. Obviously he was the only one betting right now. He reached over and let Li Tao give him a cigarette to light, the heavy smoke obscuring his handsome face. Wu Zhongtian teased, "What's the matter, brat? In front of my evil ghost in the dice, your tie tactics have failed and you don't dare to place a bet?" Lu Tu coldly snorted, "Don't be crazy, old piker." After saying that, he reached for the chips. Wu Zhongtian laughed coldly when he saw this. What he just used was his famous technique, the Poison Dragon Trio, using the ultra-high intensity of shaking to make the dice constantly undergo a high-speed rotation inside the cup, and it would not stop until the moment of opening the dice cup. This trick is undoubtedly Tianka those who listen to the dice masters, although the MGM dice cups are used in the high-tech materials to isolate the sound, but does not exclude that there is a natural smooth ear. In Wu Zhongtian's eyes, the reason why Lu Tu was able to win so much money on the dice was because of his skill of listening to the dice and analyzing the numbers. Unbeknownst to him, he just mistakenly made it difficult for Lu Tu. The dice kept spinning. Lu Tu couldn't predict the number of points. Zhang Yufei had a contemptuous look on her face and looked at Lu Tu with the eyes of a trash. Of course, she is aware of Wu Zhongtian's skill, and according to LV2's betting habits, it will be a direct pokies. Just one hand can win back all the losses. The most important thing is to win back the face of MGM. Lu Tu placed his hand on the 800 million chips in front of him, and he Tiendo and the others were even shouting continuously in their hearts, "Stud! Hurry up and stud!" However, Lu Tu's next action directly caused them to be shocked. He was seen withdrawing his hand, dashingly picking up a $10,000 chip with his fingertips and tossing it onto the big one. Mainly just changed the chips once. Now the smallest denomination is $10,000. Otherwise he might bet $10, not sure of the bet is to lose $10,000. He also heartache. Wu Zhongtian was the first one who couldn't help but curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you kidding? Bet $10,000? He Tendu and other elderly experts also frowned. They really did not expect this ending. In their opinion, there was no need for the follow-up strikes of several of them, only relying on Wu Zhongtian to be able to win or lose in a single game in Lu Tu's most skillful area. Lu Tu shrugged his shoulders without a blush. There's no rule about how much you have to bet? Wu Zhongtian forced down his anger. Do you know how to gamble or not? The VIP hall has a minimum of 100,000 per bet. You said it earlier. Lu Tu replenished another 90,000 chips in. This seen straight to see Wu Zhongtian eyelids wildly jump. He has been in the casino for decades. He has long disdained to bet against the ruffians. Which one who can fight with him is not a famous master of the rivers and lakes? But this kid in front of me actually has such a thick skin. Even in the roadside gambling stalls have not seen much of this. We're in a parley. Do you know what a parley is? Lu Tu said impatiently. Old piker, are you going to take it or not? If you don't take it, I'll take back the 100,000. 100,000 I'll donate to the mountain children for lunch, and I'll even get a commendation. Place a bet on you, and you still dare to roll your eyes at me? Even Zhang Yufei stared at Lu Tu somewhat breathlessly as she tried to see clearly what this kid in front of her was. Why is it that one moment he is so wild as to have no bounds, as if he has a strong backer behind him, and the next moment he is so scoundrelly as to be like a bottom-feeder gangster, with not the slightest bit of a master's demeanor and the rich man's temperament. At his age, he should be hot to pike at the slightest provocation. In the face of constant provocations from his side, he was still able to brazenly play the rogue, something that no one in the room had expected. Wu Zhongtian has also never been so speechless. He heavily slapped on the dice cup. The internal dice stopped spinning. Lu Tu then sensed that the points are 133, 7 points small. Lu Tu instantly understood why his perception had failed. It turned out that the points were under Wu Zhongtian's control at all times. How could he still gamble? It was true that he could leave now if he wanted to, but it was that the compulsion he had previously molded for so long would be gone. He thought about what else he had on him that could turn the tide, and suddenly had the bright idea to feel in his pants pocket for a pill for love brain. Wu Zhongtian must have suffered very much if he wanted to practice this skill. Maybe this pill could really help him erase that bitter memory. Lu Tu decided to give it a try, but before that, he had to give Wu Zhongtian the pill. He clapped his hands and provoked, "Old man, you cheat. Do you dare to shake the dice with someone else?" Wu Zhongtian sniffed disdainfully. "You're saying I cheated? Then show me the proof." Ah! Before he finished his words, he just felt that something foreign was stuck at his throat, and he coughed for half a day before relieving himself. And just now, Lu Tu had already taken advantage of the gap between his words and utilized his superb finger power to pop that pill into Wu Zhongtian's mouth. Whether it would take effect or not depended on this next hand. Chapter 79 Loves to play poker with women. Lu Tu's speed of throwing the pill was strangely fast, and the crowd at the scene completed the maneuver in just a blink of an eye, coupled with the fact that Wu Zhongtian was already old, and usually loved to smoke some big American cigars. Coughing phlegm is an old problem. We also assume that he was stuck in the old phlegm, and even he himself also thinks so. At this moment, Lu Tu's gaze did not move an inch from Wu Zhongtian, wanting to observe from his expression whether he had changed or not. But after a full 30 seconds of watching, Lu Tu was disappointed. Wu Zhongtian's expression was the same as before, and even the color of mockery on his face became even more intense. Seeing that Lu Tu had been looking at himself with curious eyes, Wu Zhongtian was a bit hairy. "What are you looking at?" Lu Tu made up his mind. "Oh, I see that you have a serious kidney loss and may not live long. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm still a diamond VIP of Golden Foot impression. I can't do it anymore? Do you still dare to bet on it?" Lu Tu got up and was about to leave. Suddenly he looked at Wu Zhongtian out of the corner of his eye, only to see that his hand at this moment actually trembled slightly, to know that a top expert like him would never make such a physiological mistake. Did the medicine work? No matter that much. Try one first. Bet. Wu Zhongtian said smugly. Well then, each bet must not be less than $10 million. Hearing the mocking implication in his words, Lu Tu said angrily, "Old man, you think you've got me? That's to eat you. Give you two choices. Either take the 800 million in your hand and get lost, and never set foot in MGM again, or you bet. Let's continue to gamble." Lu Tu clapped. "Go!" Seeing that Lu Tu had already been driven by Wu Zhongtian's emotions, he Tindo and the others were extremely pleased within themselves, sighing that despite the fact that this brat had two brushes, there were no hairs on his brushes. At such a time, if the whole body with 800 million to retreat is the best ending, at least they are in the casino mixed so many years, can really have such great perseverance of a handful of people. So in the view of a few of them, LV2's defeat has been determined. It is only a matter of time. Lu Tu suddenly interrupted Wu Zhongtian, who was about to shake the dice. "Is it true that you guys dare to take any bet I place?" Wu Zhongtian didn't dare to make this decision and looked at Zheng Yufei with a solicitous gaze. She flicked the chips she was playing with high in her hand and smiled confidently. "Of course, as long as you dare to place a bet, we dare to take it. Only if you get caught cheating, you'll have to cut off your hand." The gambling game continued. Wu Zhongtian picked up the dice cup and started to shake it, but just as soon as he did, the crowd sensed that something was wrong. Earlier, Wu Zhongtian's technique was an art, worthy of being called the dice cup evil ghost. It was eerie and evil. But what about now? Only to see Wu Zhongtian holding the dice cup with both hands, shaking it smoothly like a beginner, not even as good as the young man in the bar could shake it, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably, as if he was having a Parkinson's attack. And if it wasn't for the cover at the bottom of the dice cup, I'm afraid the dice would have fallen out. With a click sound, the dice cup was actually knocked over by Wu Zhongtian's hand and fell onto the gambling table. His old face turned red as he hurriedly picked up the dice with his hand and stuffed it inside the dice cup, continuing to shake it. The crowd looked at Wu Zhongtian with puzzled faces. They had known Wu Zhongtian for decades and had never seen him make such a low-level blunder, until he slapped the dice cup on the gambling table when he Tiendo asked, "Old Wu, what's wrong with you?" Wu Zhongtian gave him a puzzled look. "What's wrong? Isn't it just a little mistake? No harm done. What about your stunt? The Poison Dragon Trio?" Wu Zhongtian glared at him without a good look. "What a bull asterisk 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 Poison Dragon Trio. You should watch less of those movies where 2 or 3 people act out the whole thing." The moment these words came out, an ominous premonition surged in the hearts of the crowd. LV2 heart-cold smile. It seems that he really guessed right. Wu Zhongtian, this kind of fame for many years of the cheaters. Life has suffered the greatest pain. Is the young to become famous before the bitter training stage? The love brain potent drug, which played a role in erasing his painful memories, wiped out his memories of practicing hard. By this time, Lu Tu had accurately predicted the number of points in the cup, and got up to be ready to push the chips. But Zhang Yufei suddenly called out to him. Wait, Mr. Louis, would you mind changing the dealer? Lu Tu nodded. I mind. Zhang Yufei also knew that her sudden request to change the loadmaster at this time was very unreasonable, but she could only say stiffly out of prudent considerations. Then let's finish this game and change the loadmaster for you in the next game. Yes. Lu Tu got up and placed the entire 800 million in chips in front of him, directly on the big one. Wu Zhongtian uncovered the dice cup without the slightest hesitation, and it was 445, 13 points big. He then smiled broadly and said, Congratulations, young man, you have won $800 million. Lu Tu hemmed and hawed. Thank you, senior. When these words came out, Zhang Yufei couldn't sit still at once. Losing $800 million in one hand was a failure she couldn't afford. She instantly figured out the joints, and rose up in shock and anger and scolded Wu Zhongtian. You were bribed by him and deliberately came to fix me? Wu Zhongtian was even more furious than Zhang Yufei at this moment. I was the one you called to deal with him. How could I possibly collude with him? Are you questioning the character of the evil ghost in my dice? Then why don't you go ahead and use your jutsu against him? Hearing this, Wu Zhongtian scratched his head in bewilderment. In that case, I really do have a trick up my sleeve, but I seem to have forgotten it. What? When these words came out, He Tiando was so shocked that he couldn't stand still, or the waiter next to him was quick to hold him up. Zhang Yufei was even more exasperated by Wu Zhongtian's appearance and almost spat out blood. She stared at Wu Zhongtian without turning her eyes, wanting to see traces of lying from his micro-expressions. But she was disappointed. It seemed like Wu Zhongtian had really forgotten everything. I haven't heard that this old man has dementia before. And she also sent someone just invited Wu Zhongtian from the clubhouse. This guy a fish to eat great appetite. Is having fun, where there is a bit of dementia look? But now how can change so quickly? Wrong. Very have 12 points wrong. Zhang Yufei turned her head to look at the old-fashioned Lu Tu. 800 million. I'll pay you back. But do you dare to play the rest with me? Lu Tu kept roaming over Zhang Yufei's shapely figure with his eyes provocatively and said with an evil smile. You're not my opponent in anything you play. Yeah? Do you dare to play poker with me? Zhang Yufei got up and came in front of Lu Tu, looking down on him condescendingly. Lu Tu smiled sparingly. Of course, I love playing poker with women. Zhang Yufei shot a look at He Tiando. How about the three of us play Texas? Then, Lu Tu saw that He Tiando was finally going to play, and thought of the secret revealed by Prince Qin. To beware of He Tiando's ghost hand switching cards at the same time, it was best to target him for his fear of noise. I'll play along, but you'll have to call your pretty secretary to deal the cards. Sue Frost, come over here and deal the cards. Zhang Yufei's secretary Sue Frost, from beginning to end did not say a word. She also do not know how she will be LV2 stared at. After her observation, LV2 this kid is tricky. As long as he is on his mind certainly no good. The starting hand was dealt to the three men, and Lu Tu, who was in the small blind, was the first to speak, having a premonition of the three public cards that the dealer was going to deal next, which were the ace of spades, the three of spades, and the queen of diamonds, and his own hand was the ace of diamonds and the ace of clubs, which had become a superb hand of three of a kind, casually tossing 100 million in chips out. Zhang Yufei and He Tiando frowned. None of them have seen such a play. The public cards have not even opened. This kid dares to blind down 100 million? Seeing them in a difficult situation, Lu Tu sighed and said, I have a big card. You two pass. Zhang Yufei's bottom hand was indeed very small and she had no choice but to not call, while He Tiando smiled confidently and pushed out 100 million chips. After the public cards were turned over, He Tiando kept his eyes firmly on LV2's face, wanting to use his mind-reading technique. At this time, Lu Tu snapped his fingers. Li Tao, Nya Yun, Sing, the duo, who had been preparing for a long time, stood behind Lu Tu with their hands behind their backs, and in the eyes of all the puzzled people, they tore out their throats and began to sing. Pride faces 10,000 waves, and hot blood is like that red sunlight. The two men's broken voice is not suitable for singing, but it is also sung by the men to be strong. This kind of heroic song. The song just came out. He Tiando covered his ears in pain, where there is still time to continue to observe Lu Tu. Seeing this, Zhang Yufei no longer cared about the so-called temperament and elegance, and on the spot clapped his hands and said angrily, Mr. Lu, please respect yourself. Chapter 80, Cheating and Countermeasures. Lu Tu cast a sidelong glance at her. Can't I just let my friend sing a BGM song to cheer me up? At this time the opposite side of the He Tiando forehead has been slightly sweat. His eyes have been a little red. Although he did not have a seizure, can also be seen that he is trying his best to endure. The trick worked. He Tiando urged Sue Frost in a low voice. Deal the cards. Sue Frost reveals the bottom card, ace of spades, three of spades, Queen of Diamonds. As soon as Lu Tu clenched his fist, Li Tao and Nye Yun immediately withdrew their voices. He was mainly testing He Tiando's weaknesses. As long as he couldn't use his mind-reading technique, it would be equivalent to breaking one of his arms. The most crucial thing was that Lu Tu had never seen the two cards in his hand from the beginning to the end, and they were all known through precognition. After the noise disappeared, He Tiando also quickly recovered, but he knew through all of Lu Tu's subtle movements, as well as micro-expressions, that Lu Tu's hand was bound to be a big deck of cards, but Lu Tu had never seen the bottom card at all. How on earth did he manage to be so confident? This made He Tiando's heart vaguely uneasy. The more he is a top Taza like him, the more he resists betting purely based on luck, not being able to hold the initiative in his hands. What's the difference between that and giving away money for nothing? He didn't care about the money. It was all out of MGM's pocket anyway. What he cared about was the feeling of winning and the reputation of being famous in the province, Hong Kong and Macau. He Tiando glanced at his bottom card, the 3 of diamonds and the Jack of diamonds. The hand was excellent to say the least, and there was a chance of a flush if he wanted to take a chance, but he wasn't willing to. He stared provocatively at Lu Tu. Are you so sure that you got a big card in your hand? You dare to bet $100 million on the blinds? His words guided the gazes of everyone present to Lu Tu, who harbored the same doubts in their hearts. But just as He Tiando was speaking, the ring finger of his left hand, which he had placed on the gambling table, shook imperceptibly, and with that one click, he quickly flicked the 2 bottom cards into his sleeve, replacing the original 3 of diamonds and J of diamonds with the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs. Sitting on 3 aces gives you a huge advantage no matter what the 2 public cards the dealer is dealt, and with the current public hand, the probability of getting a flush is just too small. After turning over his hand and taking a look at it to make sure there was no mistake, He Tiando had already made up his mind that this was the game to decide the winner. He Tiando was worthy of being the master of the ghost hand Prince Qin. His speed was even faster than Prince Qin's when he changed the dice in the Taoist casino. If it wasn't for Lu Tu's human body functions being greatly strengthened, he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. Although he saw the ghostly hands of He Tiando, but now is not the time to reveal his cheating. Lu Tu's heart vaguely has a plan. Lotus Promise proceeded to issue the remaining 2 public cards to turn over, and the 5 public cards were now the Ace of Spades, the 3 of Spades, the Queen of Diamonds, the 6 of Hearts, and the 4 of Clubs. This public card is simply scattered to the extreme. Nothing is next to nothing. This kind of scattered card type is the least suspenseful. The probability is that in the end both of them will be decided by the bottom card in their own hands. Su Frost looked at He Tiando. Mr. He, you are the big blind. Please place your bet. He Tiando looked at the pair of aces in his hand, undoubtedly winning. He used the mind-reading technique on LV2, found that LV2 is still convinced that the bottom card is very big. In this case, no matter how much He Tiando bet, LV2 probability will choose to call. He used his eyes to ask Zheng Yufei. Zheng Yufei also saw his thoughts. He Tiando was not the same as Wu Zhongtian. He Tiando is the top consultant they have worked with at MGM for many years, and has never made a mistake, and can be absolutely trusted. Nodded his head and said, Mr. He, don't have to worry about it. As many bets as you want to place. He Tiando's eyes swept over Lu Tu in a gloomy manner. It seems like you still have 1.5 billion on the counter? That's right. Then I'll follow you with 1.5 billion studs and grass you over in one go. Do you dare? When these words came out, several people present stood up in shock. Zhang Yufei had already guessed that He Tiando had used the ghost hand to change the cards, and his heart really settled down a bit. Nye Yun stepped forward and whispered with his ear, Brother LV, the opposite side seems to have cheated. Lu Tu just nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that the opposite side had cheated, but he wasn't afraid of the opposite side cheating at all. The reason why he was dragging his feet now was mainly because he was waiting for their own 30-second future predicting range to show up Ho Tinto's bottom card. Do you dare, brat? If you don't dare, then fold. It's only a loss of $100 million. You still have the capital to turn over. This was a crazy thing to say. Lu Tu hadn't lost a single hand since he entered the MGM casino. Now that He Tiando was able to be so wild, the probability was that Lu Tu had already guessed what the bottom card he had changed was, but he needed to confirm that this was no longer a simple game of betting. This was a super bet worth $2 billion. Time passed by 1 minute. Zheng Yufei saw LV2 started to stall for time again like this. This was the point she had been wondering. What exactly was LV2 waiting for? And he hadn't even touched the bottom of his hand from the beginning. So it's logical to just fold in this situation. And no one in their right mind would call in this way. Zheng Yufei looked at LV2 with the eyes of a trash. Mr. LV, you may not lose if you have a bet. Why don't you discard your cards and continue with the second game? We won't laugh at you for being a coward. This lack of offensive words had no effect on Lu Tu. and it was at this point that he finally predicted the undercard that He Tian-do was going to open in 30 seconds. It was interesting to see the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs, whereas one's bottom cards were the ace of diamonds and the ace of clubs, where this ace of clubs appeared twice. Lu Tu no longer hesitated, and clapped his hands and said, "Studs are studs, not only do I want a studs, I also want to bet my life with you. Old me will accompany you." He Tian-do also stood up at the same time, not wanting to be oppressed by Lu Tu from his aura, and Lu Tu didn't even bother to look at him, turning his head to look at Zhang Yufei. His life as an old clapper is of no use. "Do you dare to bet your life with me?" Zhang Yufei wondered. "You're betting with me on my life? I've already folded my cards in this game." This time it was Lu Tu's strong provocation. He put his used coke straw rudely into the champagne glass that Zhang Yufei drank, sneering, "Dare to go outside the casino with me?" Zhang Yufei saw that Lu Tu dared to molest herself, knowing that she had been in charge of MGM for the past few years. Whether it was a business magnate or a bigwig in the political world, whoever came here to play was polite to her. When had she ever seen such a person like Lu Tu? Even though she prided herself on her excellent cultivation, she couldn't help it at this time. Her willow eyebrows stood up and glared at Lu Tu. "What kind of rotten life are you? Are you worthy of betting with me?" Lu Tu heard how this sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Yufei pointed at Lotus Officer Su Frost and said, "She's been with me since she was 15 years old. I'll bet her life with you." Su Frost shivered in fear. "Boss, I..." "Shut up." Upon hearing this, Li Tao behind him stepped forward. "Big brother, bet my life against her." Lu Tu smiled broadly in relief. "Good brother, don't worry, I won't let you lose." Saying that, Lu Tu pushed out the 800 million chips in front of him. "I'll bet my life with you." Seeing this, He Tian-do was about to tap out his bottom card and reap the rewards of this great gamble when he saw that Lu Tu was actually faster than him. After hearing only the dull sound of a thud, Lu Tu slowly removed his palm, and his bottom card was clearly the ace of diamonds and the ace of clubs. "Sorry, I have 3 aces. Chapter 81, My Rules Are the Rules." He Tian-do's hand froze on the spot, and he squeezed his bottom card so tightly that his knuckles turned vaguely white. He looked unbelievably at the ace of clubs in front of Lu Tu. How could he not have imagined that Lu Tu would dare to call so decisively without looking at the bottom card? And he opened the bottom card beforehand. Which happened. It's like he knew the bottom card ahead of time. This was completely beyond his cognitive range. If it was dice, maybe he could still recognize it by listening to the sound. But how did the cards do it? Either that or mark the cards in advance by dropping sweat or something like that. But the cards were still their MGM zone. And even the lotter, Su Frost, was Zhang Yufei's secretary. He Tian-do froze in place for half a second and didn't dare to move. It's not that he can't continue to change his bottom card, but at the moment, with these public cards, no matter what bottom card he turns into, he can't win against LV2's 3 aces. No, still have to change the hand of the plum ace away, otherwise it will prove that he cheated. That is not just a reputation. According to the rules of the casino in Portugal and Australia, caught cheating, the light is to break the hands and feet, the heavy is to lose their lives. He Tian-do forced himself to restrain his facial expression, trying to put the cards down as if nothing had happened, so that he could easily change his cards, only to see Lu Tu smiling evilly at him. BGM, up. In the next second, the pair of broken voices of Li Tao and Nye Yun could be heard roaring once again. "Be a good man. Be self-reliant every day. Hot-blooded men and women, brighter than the sun." He Tian-do only felt that countless bees had burrowed into his brain, buzzing and noisily causing him to have a splitting headache. He covered his head in pain. Lu Tu took a few steps forward to He Tian-do, grabbed his arm and pressed his hand on the tabletop. He Tian-do's wrist was in severe pain, as if it was being held in a vice, not to mention changing the cards. The severe pain made his nerves sharper, and coupled with the noise attack, He Tian-do had begun to tremble all over at this moment. Lu Tu laughed aloud. "Old man, why don't you dare to open your bottom card? Is it ready to change cards?" Then he looked at Lotus Su Frost. "Open the cards for him." Su Frost had no choice but to directly reveal He Tian-do's hand when his ace of hearts and ace of clubs appeared on the betting table. A sigh came from the crowd present. A sigh that not only meant that MGM had lost, but that He Tian-do's reputation for a lifetime of fame had also been lost. Zhang Yufei looked at the bottom card and disheveledly fell into a chair, her eyes staring resentfully at Lu Tu without a word. And He Tian-do still wanted to struggle a bit, begging in a low voice, "If you win, I'll pay you back immediately." Lu Tu stared at him and sneered. "Of course you have to pay for the money. Let's talk about your cheating first," said Lu Tu, other hand in the cuffs of He Tian-do a tear, only to see dozens of playing cards fell down. "Look at the back pattern, and the MGM used is exactly the same." Zhang Yufei and a few others present, their faces darkened. They knew that He Tian-do was dead. He Tian-do was shaking like a sieve. His eyes fluttered, not daring to look directly at Lu Tu. and in a low voice he begged for forgiveness. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lu Tu drew up his voice. Zhang Yufei, according to your MGM's rules, what happens to people who cheat in your casino? Zhang Yufei despite the unwillingness to take care of Lu Tu. But Lu Tu this kind of statement, on behalf of this matter is all he Tiendo one person. Regardless of the MGM things, she had no choice but to say in a deep voice, the person who pays the money, cut off his own arms, expelled from Portugal and Macau, and may never set foot on a step. When these words came out, he Tiendo subconsciously shivered. It's done. I admit it. The staff over here then brought a plate with a sharp dagger on it. Just as he Tiendo was about to go for the dagger, he was yanked and thrown to the ground by Lu Tu and chided. I didn't expect you casinos to be so kind. And it's really the industry's conscience when it comes down to it. All a cheater needs to do is to break his arm? Then what do you want? He Tiendo had already prepared the idea of breaking his arm to save himself at this point. After all, Zhang Yufei had given his word. He believed that Lu Tu couldn't do anything about it. Lu Tu said in a loud voice. I only asked her casually. When did I say she could be my master? He Tendu's heart instantly cooled by half when he heard this. But he had heard Prince Qin say that Lu Tu's heart was ruthless. The corner of Lu Tu's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. By our countryside rules, those who cheat die. Why should I follow your rules? Lu Tu stepped forward and heaved his foot at the bones of He Tiendo's small arm. Only a bone-cracking sound could be heard, and He Tiendo roared in pain. Because my rules are the rules. The other staff members in the VIP lounge wanted to go forward to stop them, but Li Tao and Nia Yun were the first to run and block them, shouting, anyone who dares to go forward, dies. Lu Tu pushed them both away and stared straight at Zhang Yufei. Ms. Zhang, do you think I'm right? Zhang Yufei deeply stared at Lu Tu. This glance stared at each other for a long time, so long that the people next to them were a little stunned. Lu Tu also wondered what this actually want to say? Is it a fight or forget it? You have to have a word. Lu Tu is not afraid of anything anyway. The big deal is to do it. With his own skill, I believe they can't hurt themselves as long as they don't have a gun. Even if Zhang Yufei was an expert with a gun, Lu Tu was certain that she wouldn't dare to directly shoot at a gambler in Portugal and Macau. Once this kind of thing happens, it will not be as simple as it is now. It will be equivalent to the Sima family killing Chao Feng in the street of the same nature. The entire MGM group will become street rats. Moreover, Lu Tu still has background cards that he hasn't used, and he wouldn't dare to air out Zhang Yufei. The old men who were called by Zhang Yufei pleaded for mercy. Miss Zhang, this is Portugal and Australia. We should follow the rules of our Portugal and Australia. He Tiendo, even if he cheated, his crime is not to death. Yes, Ms. Zhang, not only did MGM lose money today, but our entire gambling community in Portugal and Macau is equivalent to being slapped in the face. And now we can't let him take away He Tiendo even more so. How can we still gain a foothold in the Jianghu in the future if this gets out? Lu Tu sniffed and spat disdainfully. You faceless old denizens. If you have the ability, come and bet with me. Cheat and I'll catch you. Now you still want to save face? Who gave you the qualifications? A few old guys still wanted to argue with Lu Tu, but they were stopped by Zhang Yufei's stern voice. That's enough. Compensate Mr. Lu for the chips and let's go. However, Lu Tu suddenly called out to Zhang Yufei. Little Zhang, please stay. What did you call me? Zhang, don't forget that you and I raised the stakes. Zhang Yufei forcefully suppressed her anger. Her already full and high breasts, at this time, they were even more undulating due to her anger. She looked at Su Frost with an apology. I'm sorry Xiao Wuan, I lost you. Su Frost's eyes were red, wiping them at the corners of her eyes and said, Boss, willing to gamble, I'll go with him. Aggrieved, she went up and carefully held Lu Tu's arm. Lu Tu looked at Zhang Yufei. I hope we can gamble again sometime. Next time I win it'll be you. The waiter quickly brought in a whole 3.2 billion in chips, held by Li Tao, while Nia Yun dragged He Tiendo outside like a dead dog. When the doors of the VIP hall opened again and Lu Tu brought a few people with him, striding out with this unique look, the gamblers in the hall were collectively shocked upon seeing this scene. Chapter 82, Woe is me. Lu Tu led a few people, came to the place to exchange chips. All the chips will be exchanged into their own bank card. According to the theory is required to pay 35% tax before you can go back to Shanghai. But Lu Tu can be through the National Security Authority, the first to bring the money back to Shanghai. When the time comes to pay the tax, it will be paid locally in Shanghai. After exiting the MGM, Lu Tu pulled his arm out of Su Frost's embrace and looked deep into the end of the street. You can go now. Su Frost's pair of Danfeng eyes flashed with fear. Are you going to kill me here? Lu Tu's gaze couldn't help but rest on Su Xuan's abnormally firm breasts, and he could only sigh helplessly. It's true that boobs are big. Do I look like such a brutal and barbaric person to you? Su Frost then reacted. You mean, you're letting me go? You won't torture me? Ah no, you don't want my life? Lu Tu gave her a blank look and waved his hand without any goodwill. Hurry up and go. What's a stupid woman like you doing following me? I don't know how you were able to be a secretary for Zhang Yufei. Is she a lesbian? Over here. Nieyun had already called for a nanny car ahead of time and threw Yi Tiando in first, then sat in the driver's seat. Lu Tu and Li Tao also got into the car. I didn't expect Su Frost to follow. Lu Tu wondered. Why are you so annoying? Do you really think I don't dare to take you? Su Frost wanted to cry. Mr. Lu, even if you kick me out now, I have nowhere to go. Just now I've already received the news that the group has fired me, and the social security has been cut off for me. Lu Tu's face darkened after hearing this. Then they're really ruthless. Nya Yun will go to the airport first. Thanks to Mr. Lu for taking me in. Lu Tu waved his hand. Don't say so much. When you go back to the mainland, go on your own. I won't take you in, but you are my master. My life is yours. Lu Tu waved his hand indifferently. You don't have to be so trustworthy. I only bet with Zhang Yufei to mess with her mindset, and you have no value to me. At this time, He Tiando, who was lying in the back seat, stammered, Mr. Lu, then you can take me as a joke and release me. Li Tao slapped him in the face. You old den want to be shameless? Lu Tu turned back to look at He Tiando, and don't say that I don't give you a chance. Since you cheated and I caught you, throw you into the sea later and see your own destiny. He Tiando's eyes glowed, and hope for life surged. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your great righteousness. Nya Yun specifically picked a remote path and dragged He Tiandu out on a bridge. Lu Tu commanded. Since his left leg is already broken, let's break his right hand again. He Tiandu almost cried out when he heard this. You still don't intend to let me go. Lu Tu stepped forward and patted his face. I don't kill you because I don't want to damage my image because of you. You can just be happy if you can get your life back. Just as Li Tao shouldered He Tiando and prepared to throw him off the bridge, LV2's cell phone rang. And when it was connected, it was an indistinct man's voice. LV2, right? You who? Don't you care who I am? Your classmate is in our hands now. If you want to live, call $5 million over right now. Nuts. Cursing a growl, he simply hung up. But the number from just now called again, and this time when he connected, he heard a familiar voice. Wei Zishuan cried over there. Senior, please save me. We've been tricked into the main South Park. If you don't save me, they will kill us. Lu Tu instantly realized and said in relief. They won't kill you. At most they'll torture you a bit and then make you sit in front of a green curtain as a sexy dealer and deal cards online. The man next to him on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh out loud at that. You know a lot. Who knows is this sentence scolding mother? Let Lu Tu's face instantly gloomy down. He for Wei Zishuan's life and death do not care, but he most cannot stand is who insulted their own old mother. Main South Park, right? Since you can call and not even know who I am? Why are you so full of crap? You've been killing it in Portugal and Australia, and you're a first-class meritocracy orphan. There's no way you don't have this kind of money. It seems that the other party is also well informed. Since he joined the national security, his account and most of the information has been set as confidential by the national security. The authority is so high that even Zhang Yufei cannot check, and it must not be Zhang Yufei shot, otherwise it is not possible as long as 5 million. And the means is also too clumsy. The probability is because before in the Zhenghai airport, it was stared at by people who have a heart. I can give you $5 million. Send someone to Portugal and Australia to get it. Do you take lousy for granted? I'll send you a card number and you call it in right away or I'll have my brothers lining up for a train. Lu Tu said indifferently. Then do it. Said directly hung up the phone. He could not be coerced by this group of people. Even if Wei Zishuan two people may suffer a little torture, but that is also their own greed. Gullible people want to make quick money will be cheated. Otherwise in the Dragon State is not able to be directly kidnapped by people over. Next to him, Nya Yun heard the clues. Are those the two women at the airport? I can have my family contact them. My dad is the president of the Dianzhou Chamber of Commerce. Lu Tu thought for a moment and then nodded. Count me as owing you a favor. It's best to get that guy on the phone into the country again. I want to make it so that he can't swear for the rest of his life. Yes. He was about to leave but realized that He Tiando was still sitting paralyzed on the ground shivering. Lu Tu impatiently said to Li Tao, break his limbs and throw him down. You don't keep your word. You just said you'd only break my left hand and right foot. I'm in a bad mood. You don't have a choice. Lu Tu returned to the car, only to hear He Tiando's terrified yell from outside, ah, and the sound of plopping into the water. This time, it was Li Tao who drove instead, while Nya Yun called from the passenger seat to explain the situation. Brother Lu, it's done. Thanks a lot. Still try not to make them both suffer. Always classmates. The nanny van was headed in the direction of the airport. But just as he stepped off the bridge to reach an empty intersection, Lu Tu tensed up sharply, his super hearing allowing him to detect the loud roar of the engine in advance. Get out of the way. At this time, I saw a left and a right direction. There is a dump truck fast approaching. There is no sign of slowing down. Lu Tu was able to kick open the door and escape in the first place, but there was still Li Tao and Nya Yun, who had just done him a favor. In the car, driving Li Tao also found this scene. The critical moment he ignored the subconscious to their side of the direction of the instinct, but chose to hit the steering wheel to the right, will be exposed to the outside of the driver's seat. Seeing that the two dump trucks were about to collide, Lu Tu grabbed one with one hand, gripped their neck collars and ripped them to the back, trying to block for them with his body as much as possible. Both of their eyes were red during this time, and they exclaimed, "Big brother, no!" Chapter 83. No matter who the other party is, I want them dead. Luther inserted his fingers into the steel plate of the door to secure himself to the car, holding them down. With a loud bang, weighing 2 tons of nanny car, as if a flat boat in the storm, was knocked out 10 meters, and constantly rolled over and fell into the sea. Lu Tu felt something sharp piercing behind him, and with it came a sharp pain all over his body. And even though his body had been strengthened, it was still difficult to withstand it for a moment. Fortunately, the severe pain also allowed him to maintain an unusually clear mind, and the moment the vehicle fell into the water, Lu Tu immediately slapped Li Tao and Nya Yun's faces. "Wake up!" But as the vehicle slowly sank, Lu Tu could not delay any longer. This was not an inland river. This was the sea. Hell knows how deep it would sink. Not to mention the fact that the water pressure would crush and explode a few people's craniums by then. He shined a punch at Li Tao and Nya Yun's abdomen, causing the two to suck in a breath of cold air and wake up from their stupor. Exclaimed, "Big brother, we're not dead." Lu Tu calmly instructed, "We're in the sea. I'll count to 3 and kick open the door. Together we'll swim upstream desperately." Li Tao pointed at Su Frost, who had completely passed out next to him. "What about her?" "I don't care about her. Let's go first. 1, 2, 3. After the 3 took a deep breath, with Lu Tu's powerful kick, the ferocious seawater instantly rushed into the compartment. Lu Tu pushed the 2 of them with his hand, and swam a few meters away, looked at the sunlight above his head, and estimated that the distance should also be about 10 meters, which is not too deep. Lu Tu looked back at the slowly sinking car. At this time, Su Frost had already been choked awake by the seawater. She desperately and helplessly stretched out her hand to Lu Tu. Her mouth opened and closed. Lu Tu, who did not intend to care about her, actually softened his heart a bit and reversed his direction to reach out his hand, dragging Su Frost out. Then, ignoring the sharp pain caused by the seawater stinging his body's wounds, he desperately swam towards the surface. At this time, Lu Tu also realized that Li Tao and Nya Yun also had multiple injuries on their bodies, and they were even more severely injured than himself, especially Li Tao. He tried to struggle to act as a meat cushion for Lu Tu when he was being held down by Lu Tu. His arm was bent in a strange shape, obviously fractured. At this moment, he even vaguely had some tendency of exhaustion, and was slowly sinking down, causing him to swim even slower than Nya Yun. Lu Tu increased his speed and grabbed Li Tao's belt as he brought him upwards. Li Tao's eyes were red and he kept waving his hand to signal Lu Tu to leave himself alone. Lu Tu ignored his refusal and grabbed him and Su Frost in one hand and swam towards the surface of the sea. Eventually, at the moment when both of their lungs were about to explode, they finally surfaced, and by now, Nya Yun had already swum to the shore, and the first thing he did was to hide, pull out his cell phone, and start making calls. Seeing Lu Tu and the others appear, Nya Yun shouted, "Big brother, watch out for the gun." As soon as he spoke, Lu Tu realized that on the high bridge to his left, there were several people with pistols pointed at him. Hurriedly grabbed Li Tao and the 2 of them again and drilled into the water. The bullets that came shooting into the water were worn down most of the power, but still cut a water trail around them. Next to Li Tao, body shaking, obviously shot. Lu Tu at this time cannot care so much, while Su Frost grabbed behind the back to block bullets for him and Li Tao, while he is all out in the water to swim quickly. Not much time to finally climb to the shore. As soon as he stepped ashore, he saw Nya Yun waving at him from a distant car. "Big brother, hurry!" Next to the car was a fashionably dressed young woman, clutching her head and shivering on the ground. Lu Tu carried Li Tao and Su Frost, who had already lost consciousness, and kept changing directions the entire time, using a zigzag pathway, running wildly towards the car. It wasn't until after getting into the car, in between Nya Yun pressing the gas pedal to the floor and speeding away, that Lu Tu glanced back at the assassins who had sneaked up on him, making a mental note of their general appearance. While driving the vehicle, Nya Yun threw his cell phone over and yelled, "Director Long's call." Lu Tu pressed Li Tao's chest with one hand for CPR. "Uncle Long, I've met a killer. The tone of Long Yuan on the other end of the phone was also filled with anger. Do you have any casualties? Everyone is hurt. My brother is hurt the most. I've already notified the nearest colleagues in the department to rush to support you immediately. Now Nya Yun will take you to our national security safe house. There are first aid supplies and AED defibrillators there. We'll be there in half an hour at the most. Hang in there. Lu Tu frantically pressed on Li Tao's chest and roared. Inform my godfather. Which one of your godfathers? Notify both. Yes. Long Yuan hung up the phone. Lu Tu gave Li Tao another artificial respiration. And finally at 3 minutes, Li Tao finally woke up. He opened his eyes incomparably weakly. And the first thing he did was to struggle to get up. But he was pressed down by Lu Tu. We're fine. You rest first. Big brother. I have failed in my duty to protect you. Lu Tu's mood at this moment was already angry to the extreme. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and he forcefully suppressed his anger and said, You've already done a good job. You guys are my Lu Tu's brothers. Leave the next thing to me. Among the several people, Nya Yun's injuries were the lightest. Only 2 of his arms had been cut out deep enough to reach the bone, and at this point, he was biting through his shirt and bandaging it with a strip of cloth with one hand while driving the vehicle at a rapid pace. He couldn't help but look shocked when he saw Li Tao waking up, but when he saw Lu Tu's back in the rearview mirror, he exclaimed, My God! Only to see Lu Tu's back has been cut off large chunks of flesh and blood. At this time there are still many iron embedded in his flesh, and even the bones are clearly visible. Suffered such a serious injury. Lu Tu surprisingly the first idea is to go to save people. Rao Nya Yun came from a big family, joined the national security, and was used to seeing big scenes, but he had never seen a tough guy like Lu Tu, and also the first time to take care of his teammates and brothers of the hard man. Cannot help but be greatly moved. Eyes slightly red, he hurriedly wiped his hand on his face. He knew that now the safety of the whole car is in his hands to grasp. Cannot appear any distraction. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped at a single house. Lu Tu carried Li Tao, and Su Frost, who had already passed out with a bullet in his back, into the single house. Nya Yun led the way, first arriving at the villa's basement, pushing open a thick iron door that required retinal verification, and then passing through a long, narrow passageway to transfer to another villa 30 meters away. In the living room of this villa, there was a kindly old couple who looked like old intellectuals. They nodded with Nya Yun, and the old man led a few people to a secret room while the old woman went and closed all the doors and windows of the villa. The chamber was a fully instrumented operating room, and the old man was donning his protective gear as fast as he could. Li Tao weakly said, I'm fine. First stop my big brother's bleeding. Lu Tu held him down and said in an unquestioning tone, Please, old man. Fetch them bullets first. Li Tao lay on the operating table, looking at the severely injured but still upright figure in front of him, and dropped tears. At this time, a dozen cars drove up outside the villa, and Long Yuan's voice also came from outside the door. Elder Li, it's me. When he walked into the house and saw that the old woman was cleaning the ghastly wound of Lu Tu, his heart trembled. Now Lu Tu was holding the future of the country in his hands, and someone dared to kill him. Those assassins I've sent after them. Soon. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Tu's icy voice, Uncle Long, no matter who is behind them, I want all of them dead. Chapter 84 Uncle Long, you have to calm down. Long Yuan rushed forward to persuade, Xiao Tu, I understand your mood. You first don't be impulsive. Portugal and Australia is a special zone. Can't do whatever you want like in the mainland. You can rest assured that my people are investigating, and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Tu reacted immediately upon hearing this and turned his head to look at Long Yuan. Uncle Long, you didn't inform my godfather? Long Yuan nodded. Pang Pingwei's appointment hasn't officially come down yet, so he can't whip it. As for General Huating, he has a fiery temper. I don't dare to tell him. Lu Tu knew that Long Yuan, as the leadership of the national security, the focus must be on stability. As he said, this place of Portugal and Australia is very complicated. I do not know how many foreign forces have taken root here. And anything you do needs to pay attention to the impact. But that didn't mean that Lu Tu had to accept the constraints as well. He had joined the national security to live his life recklessly, not to be nearly done in and choose to hold his tongue. Ding! Triggering mission. Find out the real culprit behind the scene and take revenge. Please ask if you accept. The mission came. Now even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't dampen Lu Tu's thoughts of revenge, and he decisively chose to accept it. At this moment, the old woman who was cleaning his back wound obviously felt that Lu Tu's body was shaking continuously. With her rich experience as a surgeon for a lifetime, she could see that Lu Tu was in a state of adrenaline rush. He seemed to be very excited. Long Yuan saw LV2 muffled, and did not dare to dissuade him more. He understood LV2's character on issues that rise to the national level, LV2 is still very much a big picture person. After all, his family's family style has always been like this. The only sounds in the emergency room were the clicking of scissors and the ragged gasps of a few people, and when Luda felt that the wound on his back had been cleaned, he directly refused the old woman's move to sew up his wound and got up straight away. His physique was too special, and those previous wounds were on the verge of healing, and if it weren't for the many pieces of steel embedded in his back, there would have been no need to have them cleaned. The old woman was shocked. "Where are you going, child? Your wounds are too serious." Lutu gratefully said. "Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I know my body well," said Lutu from the hands of a National Security Secret Service. Received a brand new jacket, directly on the body, the jacket's hard fabric, scraping to his turned flesh, bringing a burst of severe pain. Lutu still face unchanged stride out of the safe house. Shocked, Long Yuan chased out a few steps and persuaded. "Lutu, don't do anything stupid on impulse. We will definitely give you an explanation." Lutu's face was cold and said, "Sorry Uncle Long, I really can't calm down. If it wasn't for my good physique, I would have died here today. I'm grateful that you guys are willing to help me find out who's behind this, but if you're not willing to help me, I'll find out on my own. Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground today, I have to get this anger out. Take care of my brother for me." Hearing this, Li Tao and Nya Yun, who were in the middle of an operation, made a gesture to roll over and climb up. "Big brother, we'll go with you." Lutu was touched inwardly, but his face was serious and chided. "Stay honestly, don't make trouble for me." Turning around and heading out the door, he drove into one of the State Security Secret Service SUVs and sped off. In the car, Lutu pulled out his cell phone and called Huajin. He had previously trusted Long Yuan too much and overlooked the fact that Long Yuan's main duty was to maintain stability. "Hey, Xiao Tu." Huajin's bright voice came through the receiver. "Godfather, something's happened to me. What's going on?" Hua Ting's voice immediately became authoritative. Lutu told a brief story about his trip to the MGM to win money, and the subsequent time he came out, he was attacked by a killer. Huajin shot up on the other end of the phone. "So Long Yuan is letting you put up with it? Don't be afraid. Godfather will be your master. Screw MGM, you're the future of the Dragon Kingdom. My Huajin's godson. And you actually almost died in Portugal and Australia. Portugal and Australia are within the jurisdiction of my Central Sea War Zone. My men will be there in half an hour. I've already sent my ace to back you up." Hearing this, Lutu's heart welled up with a sourness. He didn't feel aggrieved when he was hit by a dump truck into the bottom of the sea and was seriously injured earlier, and also encountered a gunshot. And he didn't feel aggrieved when he had already joined the national security but was pacified by Long Yuan to be treated calmly. Although Huajin was nominally his godfather, he had only met with himself once and was willing to come and help himself out of this bad situation. Lutu wiped it on his face and choked. "Thank you, Godfather. I wasn't afraid. There's a lot of wind on your side. Where are you now?" "I'm on my way to the MGM, and if they don't give up who's behind this, I'm going to blow that up, and if they want me dead, they're not going to live." Huajin laughed on the other end of the phone. "Good boy. Listen to your godfather first. Wait at the same place. I've already let someone locate your position. The helicopter will be here soon. Even if you're good at what you do, let's not stand under a dangerous wall. I'm listening to your godfather." "Okay, someone will contact you later." Lutu hung up the phone. He only just said that. He really wasn't that brainless. What's the point of blowing up the MGM? Not only will it discredit his resume, but it will also make himself unreasonable in this matter. Not long after, Lutu's cell phone rang again, and a calm middle-aged man's voice came out. "Hello, I'm Li Muyang from the Special Operations Team of the Central Sea War Zone. May I ask if you're safe now?" "Safe." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Lutu's ability to foretell the future allowed him to perceive that 500 meters ahead of him, an assassin ambushed inside a residential building was waiting for him to be trapped. "That's good. We'll be arriving at the Portuguese-Australian airport shortly." Lutu immediately turned the car around and drove in the opposite direction. "It's not safe to be a little bit. There are killers ambushing on the road. You guys follow the positioning to find me." "Understood." At this time LV2 vehicle abnormalities were also noticed by the killers. They wondered how LV2 found his whereabouts. Can't care so much. The original ambush of a dozen killers had to get on the car to chase. Lutu discovered the several cars catching up from the rearview mirror. He also did not expect that the MGM's killers were so rampant. It seems that they will not stop until they get themselves killed. It was good that Li Muyang and the others would arrive soon. He didn't believe that these assassins could be as powerful as the elites sent by the war zone. Solely, he drove his car near the safe house where Long Yuan was, and made up his mind to drag Long Yuan down with him. "Didn't you tell me to be calm? I'll see if you can be calm when the gun is aimed at your head." Lutu blasted the gas pedal to the sky, and Long Yuan and the other special agents located inside the safe house immediately realized that something was wrong. Taking out his pistol, he began to stand guard, only to see Lu Tu pull up again outside the door in the SUV, and the pursuing vehicle behind him stop at the corner, from which a dozen assassins in suits stepped down. Lu Tu took the opportunity to jump down from the car. At the same time, the killers fired their guns in unison. Countless bullets shot towards Lu Tu. Luckily, he was fast enough to keep changing the trajectory of his actions in a fraction of a second, and managed to dodge the bullet. Only then did they return to the safe house. At this time, Long Yuan and the others were crouching by the window trying to return fire. But the other party's powerful firepower suppressed them so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. Long Yuan spat viciously. These assholes, they're too damn crazy. The other national security special agents were also all angry. When had they ever suffered this kind of aggravation? They had been suppressed in a room by a group of professional killers. Seeing him in such a sorry state, Lu Tu said kindly, "Uncle Long, you have to calm down. Let's endure for a while and maybe they'll give up." Chapter 85, a lot of carloads of people. Long Yuan naturally heard the sarcasm in Lu Tu's words. He now sort of knew why Lu Tu went and returned, but he was not qualified to accuse Lu Tu. Now that the gunfire outside was constant, it was clear that from the firepower of the other side, it was no longer an ordinary killer, and if they didn't do something about it, it might even be dangerous for them. And Lu Tu also changed from a victim mentality to watching the situation. Now the situation was getting more and more serious. Even if Long Yuan wanted to suppress it, he couldn't. He ran back to the operating room and saw that Li Tao's wound had been pretty much stitched up, and Nie Yun was the least injured and was wrapping a bandage around himself at this point. The only one who was used as a shield by Lu Tu was Su Frost, who was still in a coma. Lu Tu didn't have the time to care about her. Shouldering Li Tao and greeting Nie Yun, "Follow me." Nie Yun glanced worriedly over at Long Yuan, and after a second had passed, he made up his mind and grabbed a pistol to follow behind Lu Tu. Lu Tu led them both, along the passage in the basement, to another villa across the street. From the location of this villa, it was right at the back of the group of killers, and when Nie Yun saw such a good opportunity, he immediately tried to shoot, but he was pressed down by Lu Tu. "There's no hurry." Nie Yun was a bit skeptical. "I'm afraid Commissioner Long and the others won't be able to hold out." Lu Tu shook his head indifferently. "You can't hold out after such a short while? How many streets have we been chased? Doesn't he want to stabilize? Just let him stabilize slowly. But the other side's firepower is too fierce. Director Long, I think Uncle Long is fierce. I'm sure he can handle it. Now just wait." Nie Yun was surprised. "What are we waiting for? Wait for reinforcements to arrive." Placing Li Tao on the couch, Lu Tu and Nie Yun hid next to the window to continue observing. Long Yuan led the special forces, and finally took advantage of the gap between the other side's ammunition changes to start a counterattack, catching the killers off guard and taking out two of them on the spot. But this also aroused the anger of the killers, and for a while the two sides exchanged fire unusually fiercely, and from time to time someone's screams were interspersed among them. Luckily, this was a resort or something like that, and there weren't too many people living here, so it didn't cause a massive panic, but inevitably someone had already called the police. The killers also knew that they couldn't delay any longer, and began to feel their way to either side of the safe house's door, ready to force their way in to finish the mission by doing away with Lu Tu. Just at this moment, the two ends of the road in front of the villa door, suddenly came the sound of Pankar roar. The killers were shocked. After looking at each other, they could only plan to retreat, but they were too late. A white van with a rather local flavor had completely blocked both ends of the road, only to see the doors of a dozen or so vans being pulled open in an instant, and one by one, heavily armed soldiers came out from among them in a line. The movement was clean and crisp, the hands all clear of standard rifles, wearing body armor and tactical goggles surrounded the place securely. Seeing the killers, without saying a word, they directly shoot. The killers never dreamed that their mere killing of a winning gambler had provoked a military crackdown, but they were not given a chance to think at all, and were instantly killed in a round of unparalleled accuracy. Nie Yun's pupils shook. "Big brother, the reinforcements you're talking about are really soldiers?" At this time, Long Yuan, who was hiding inside the safe house, also discovered the situation outside secretly alarmed. Even if he, as a high-ranking member of the national security, did not have the power to command the army, the only one who could possibly call in the army was Lu Tu, and it seemed that he had called Huozhen after all, and this matter was really starting to change towards the uncontrollable. He sighed languidly. Only after a round of fierce battle just now, his left arm was also hit by a stray bullet, and he couldn't say anything that would make Lu Tu calmly endure. LV2's phone rang, and Li Muyang's voice came. "Mr. LV, it's safe. Are you okay?" "Here." he said, jumping out of the windowsill and waving at Li Muyang. Li Muyang stepped forward and saluted. Mr. Lu, because Portugal and Australia are a bit complicated. We only came with 50 people. Lu Tu glanced at the war zone elites that were flush behind him, but in a few words, they had all dragged away the killer's body and opened the fire hydrant to start cleaning the ground battlefield. This degree of professionalism, there were really no words for it. Thanks for the help, guys. If it wasn't for you, I'd have to die here today. Mr. Louis is being overly concerned. There was no such possibility when we arrived. Do you probably know who sent the assassin? At that moment, Ryubuchi dragged his injured arm and handed over a tablet. We just found out. The MGM group did it, and it was an order from the head office located in Las Vegas, and they're backed by the Judas people. Luta took the tablet and glanced at it, pressing the play button on the video, in which several old white men with strange beards, all wearing exaggerated hats, were sitting in an office, yakking and talking. Curious, he asked, what are these people talking about? The Hebrew, simply translated, means they're going to get you killed. Lutu gave Long Yuan a look without any good humor. Uncle Long, tell me, if I die, won't the mass production drawings for the 7th generation aircraft be gone? Although the road to the revival of our great nation can't be delayed by much, 3 or 2 days must be delayed, right? This coming and going is how much manpower and material resources. Long Yuan helplessly interrupted him. The division must be known, and we'll have to calm down before we have any evidence. Well, we almost got really cold. When Long Yuan heard this and glanced at his arm that was still dripping blood, the always refined man was also on fire. These maniacs, they really take themselves as characters, thinking that this is in Amelia, and they still want to do whatever they want. Li Muyang interrupted. What about our next move? Long Yuan lowered his voice and said, I'll go directly to talk to MGM headquarters in the name of the official. Put pressure on them, and do whatever you want. Lu Tu waited for this sentence. If only Huajian support that is not enough. After all, like Long Yuan said to be famous, now there is the support of the national security. Lu Tu can let go to do things. Smiling at Long Yuan, thanks Uncle Long, I know what to do. I will make these maniacs who disturb the stability of the country pay. A Secret Service agent came and handed over an ID. Mr. Lu, here's your ID. Open it up to a member of the National Security Special Investigation Team. Long Yuan nodded. Go ahead. I'll have someone cut off all the cameras within a 1-kilometer radius of MGM. Lu Tu waved his hand at Li Muyang and the others. It's going to be hard for all of you to come with me today, to destroy the prestige of these Judas traitors. Li Muyang and the others shouted in unison. Yes, although there were only 50 people, the collective aura that erupted in that instant was not inferior to the several thousand people in the square formation during Lu Tu's opening military training. LV2 took the lead in Li Muyang's car, leaving Ye Yun to take care of Li Tao, and the group drove to MGM with great vigor. When a dozen or so vans appeared in front of the MGM, only to see the car did not stop. The door was pulled open roughly in unison. The security guards at the gate were a bit dizzy. They felt both strange and familiar with these vans, which were known as the nightmare of the stall owners in the early years, except that after entering the Society of Law and Order, who would still use this thing as a troop transport vehicle? The head security captain stepped forward and scolded. No stopping here. But his words have not finished. He saw heavily armed soldiers, holding a gun from the car drilled out, suddenly scared of the liver and gallbladder or cold legs and stomach soft, and hurriedly pulled out the walkie-talkie to call for help. Boss, there are a lot of cars and bread people come to smash the venue. Chapter 86, I satisfy you. Before they could finish their words, they were pointed at their heads with guns by Li Muyang's men, snatched their walkie-talkies and threw them on the ground to stomp them to pieces. The security was then yanked and dragged into the MGM before closing the doors behind them. There were constantly MGM security rushing here, but when they saw this scene, their original slightly angry eyes cleared. Lu Tu took the walkie-talkie from the hand of one of them. Tell Zheng Yufei to come out and meet me. The person on the other end of the line stated blankly. I can't reach Mr. Zheng. Then do something about it. You don't want me to take it out on you for that, do you? It was clearly a sentence with a smile, but it made the person on the other end of the intercom shiver. Okay, you wait a moment. Lu Tu waved his hand and said to Li Muyang, have the brothers block all the exits and let the civilians go, but check their cell phones. Why did this still have a familiar feeling when it was done? Thinking about when he was bullied by Ding Zhang in the cafeteria. The school security guard did the same thing. There were still many tourists and gamblers in the MGM at this time, and upon seeing LV2 and the others, they first recognized him. Isn't this the teenage god of gamblers? He's back again. No, he won so much money. What does he mean by bringing someone here now? Think he didn't win enough and wants to rob them? Some sensitive people immediately thought of a deeper layer of reasons. Otherwise how could Lu Tu bring so many people and kill them over in an aggressive manner? What's more, these people looked like they were from the army. The equipment might be faked, but that aura was not something that could be imitated by just a few actors. Lu Tu came to the hall, looked at the thousands of gamblers, and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, this is a personal matter between me and MGM. It has nothing to do with you. I'll give you 10 minutes to exchange chips and leave here." This statement immediately there are gamblers are not happy. The reason why they come to play in Portugal and Australia is because gambling here is legal. Even if you are the army cannot manage here. Not to mention that Lu Tu also said that this is only his private affairs. Of course, most people only dare to think so in their hearts. After all, what the presence of the army in the Dragon Kingdom meant was well understood. At that moment, a white gringo emerged from the crowd, and he questioned in English, "Who are you to tell us to leave? I am winning money. Do you know how much less I will earn? I've long heard that there is no freedom in the Dragon Kingdom, and it's true. This is for the convenience of students with poor English." So the author automatically translated it. These words also represented the mentality of the majority of the gamblers, and naturally gained the support of many people, of which of course were predominantly foreigners, and for a while they echoed the white man as he began to question Lu Tu. Lu Tu looked at their expressions of righteous indignation and asked without moving, "So freedom-loving, you're an Amelia?" The white male puffed out his chest. "Of course. I advise you better." Lu Tu pressed no patience to listen to him more nonsense, rushed Li Muyang with a wave of his hand. "Give this Pole to the upstairs guest room to handcuffed and confined. Let him feel the freedom." The white man backed up sharply. "You're violating my human rights. I'm going to sue you." Lu Tu smiled evilly. "Oh, still want to sue me? Is there any at the scene?" Hearing this the scene is silent. Lu Tu also no nonsense. Directly with the finger a few bearded all muscle skin white. Demeanor flirtatious strong man, you if you don't pretend. Stand out. There were almost 10 people pointed out by Lu Tu, and they stood out with petulant faces even though they were muscular and strong. "Hey, how did you see that?" Lu Tu waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap. You guys go up and play with this white ghost and give him a hard lesson. Whoever dares to be lazy, he is your downfall." The white man immediately became anxious and jumped up in place. "No way. Can you torture me in a different way? It's okay to find some ugly women." Lu Tu was amused by this guy. "I'll arrange a few young models for you. Okay? You guys hurry up and drag him up." The 10 white burly men smiled at each other and kept roaming around the white man's body with eyes that looked at the prey, so excited that the flies rubbed their hands together. And when the white man tried to run in front of them, the burly men were even happier. "If you run away, I'll chase after you, and you won't be able to fly with your wings." The scrawny white male was being held up by the stalwarts as they gleefully made their way toward the upstairs guest room. The gamblers present witnessed the scene and couldn't help but shiver, especially the men present. They all subconsciously moved their hands to their hips, trying to pull some distance from the same sex next to them, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Lu Tu. This move is just atrocious. Lu Tu looked to the foreigners who had questioned him earlier. "Still want freedom?" The crowd waved their hands in succession. Their faces no longer had the angry expression from earlier, and they were gentle like a little sheep. "No, we all listen to you. The Dragon Kingdom is the freest and most peace-loving country, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom are all good people." Lu Tu pointed to a few more brawny men. "I haven't even colored them yet. Why don't you guys try?" They turned their heads and saw that there were indeed a few staring at them lustfully, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in the bottom of their hearts. "I have my phone here. I don't want it. I definitely didn't take any videos or recordings." Lu Tu snapped his fingers. "Good job." After this mess, no one at the scene dared to have other discordant voices anymore, especially the foreign men present. They didn't even dare to look at LV2. In their eyes LV2, this man looks harmless. What he did can be more evil than Satan. However, Lu Tu's swaggering appearance charmed many women present to the point of drawing silk, and the eyes they looked at Lu Tu with were so thick that they seemed to be unable to dissolve. A tall woman of about 1.75 meters printed her red lip print on a tissue and handed it over. "Little brother, this is my number. Remember to call me." Lu Tu casually kneaded it into a ball and threw it away, letting out a light laugh. "I don't need a number. I can call you too." The girl smiled and laughed. The little white rabbit in front of her chest trembled as if it was going to leap out, looking at all the males around her dryly gagging. "Then people will wait for you outside. 1,000 years for 1,000 years. The man behind her pushed her impatiently. "Hurry up, you prodigal hoof." Gamblers were leaving MGM in an organized fashion, while security and staff were all left crouching in the lobby. At this moment, the elevator door opened. A fragrant wind came, making Lu Tu's expression shook. This smell was familiar. Turning his head to look, it was indeed Zhang Yufei. Zhang Yufei observed around and put away the icy expression on her face, replacing it with a fawning smile as she walked quickly. Mr. Lu, how come you're back so soon? Did you miss me? Lu Tu raised his hand and slapped Zhang Yufei's delicate face. Don't be playful with me? I still like that condescending stance you had before. Chapter 87, Torturing Sewer Rats. Lu Tu. You. Snapping. Another loud slap was thrown on Zhang Yufei's face. The redness and swelling instantly covered the blush she had originally smeared. You've gone too far. Snap. Lu Tu just slapped the head of the MGM so recklessly that it really startled the gamblers who hadn't dispersed yet, glad that they hadn't been as unreasonable as they usually were. After a few slaps, Zhang Yufei's eyes became much milder from her previous angry eyes. He looked down at Zhang Yufei. I think you have Judas people here, right? Seeing that Lu Tu finally stopped hitting herself, Zhang Yufei took a deep breath to calm down, and as soon as she heard this she immediately realized that she couldn't hide it anymore. She resumed her usual condescending demeanor and said, yes, they told me to come down and hold you off while they took a helicopter on the roof. They'll probably have left Portugal and Australia by now. You won't be able to catch them. Zhang Yufei finally raised her eyebrows feeling like she had gotten a city back, and looked at Lu Tu provocatively, as if she was not at all afraid of what Lu Tu would do to her. So, you've been a loyal dog. Ha! You wouldn't dare touch me. I'm of Amelia nationality. Lu Tu took a tablet from Li Muyang and threw it in Zhang Yufei's hand. Take a look. Do you recognize them? Zhang Yufei took the tablet and saw the real-time image that came through. It was the rooftop of the MGM. A few Judas had been escorted down by the soldiers, the very same consultants that had been sent over from the MGM headquarters. She pursed her lips tightly, no longer in her previous condescending stance, knowing that if the consultants managed to leave Portugal and Australia, the group would also use international public opinion to pressure the Dragon government to release them. And now that the advisor was also captured, the top management of the group located in Amelia would surely be enraged. And even if they saved themselves in the end as well, they would not be able to escape the punishment. And when she thought of the brutal tactics of the group's behind-the-scenes group, Zhang Yufei couldn't help but shiver coldly. She looked deeply at Lu Tu and said with soft eyes, Mr. Lu, all of this was organized and planned by the Judas people. It has nothing to do with me, and I even advised them not to make a move against you, but they wouldn't listen. Lu Tu cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yufei. Based on his knowledge of women, Zhang Yufei must be a contrarian. Don't look at her in front of people pretending to be a high-strung look. To the bed don't know how tie. But he is not interested in Zhang Yufei such open foreign meat. He already knew that Zhang Yufei was nothing more than a puppet, and now he didn't even bother to say more than one word to her. Ignoring her begging gaze as he sat straight down in his chair, the elevator opened again, and a few soldiers escorted the Judas men and brought them to Lu Tu's face. Sir, the people have been brought in, and none of them have fled except for the civilians. Lu Tu appreciated. Well done. While he was observing the Judases, the other man was also examining him, and one of the older, bearded men, in fluent Mandarin, opened his mouth and smiled. My name is Hunter. What is this gentleman's name? Lu Tu gave Li Muyang a wink, and Li Muyang drew his gun and fired 2 shots with a thud, shattering Hunter's knee and leaving him on the ground helplessly wailing. Still pretending with me? Looking for someone to kill me and now you don't recognize me? Hunter no longer had the half-composure he had earlier. At this moment, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, glaring at Lu Tu with a face full of malice. You actually dare to openly shoot me? A foreign friend? I want your name to appear in the Wall Street Journal. A few others also blared at Lu Tu, not the least bit afraid of the soldiers with live guns and nukes around them. Speaking of which, you're also a civilian, and you don't have the power to enforce the law at all. I'm going to contact the embassy. Lu Tu smiled evilly, playing official with me. Ha! Saying that, he took out his own documents from his arms. I am a member of the Dragon State National Security Special Investigation Team, suspecting that you are suspected of targeting me for a series of terrorist attacks that have seriously jeopardized the lives and property of me and my people. Hunter forced himself to look at the ID in Luta's hand and instantly sweated when they saw the badge engraved on it. Dragon Country National Security. This organization, once is found suspected of endangering the national security of the people, completely can be cut off first. Hunter and others, even if you can with government officials and police officers call the shots, cannot dare to fight with the national security at all. The others snorted coldly. What evidence do you have that can prove that we are suspects? Lu Tu shook his head. You've misunderstood me. I came to find you guys, not to reason with you about evidence. You were able to convict us without a trial? Where is the justice in your dragon kingdom? Lu Tu said impatiently. Don't talk so much nonsense. I'll give you a way out now. The few of you will fight and the one who survives will be qualified to reason with me. These words caused a chill to well up in the hearts of Hunter's men, who hurriedly stood close together and snapped. Don't you dare try to divide us in such a way. We Judeans are the finest people in the world. and we will never sell out our compatriots just to stay alive. Lu Tu laughed contemptuously. A bunch of sewer rats or just a bunch of sewer rats still pretending to be heroes? Li Muyang went to the utility room to bring the toolbox, lest these brain-fat losers don't have the strength to kill. Hunter was on the ground at the moment, in the most passive position of the men, and he looked down at the hammer in his toolbox, honestly not trusting himself with these companions of his. Several others were in the same situation. Although they talked grandly on the surface, when it really came to a life-and-death situation, the inferiority of their nation would emerge, or else how could it be possible that they hadn't even had a homeland for thousands of years? Lu Tu stretched out 3 fingers. I'll let you guys enjoy the thrill of being hunted too. I'll count to 3. If you don't make a move you'll all have to die. As Lu Tu's voice fell, it was actually Hunter, whose knee was shattered, who took the lead, and with a quick eye, he copied the hammer on the ground and smashed it towards the head of his nearest companion. Asterisk 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 ing Hunter. I can't believe you're a traitor. Burley, don't blame me. I'm going to die if I don't kill you. This man doesn't look like he's joking. Lu Tu lit a cigarette next to him and teased. Say some new words. Your ancestors are traitors. There's no killing power in such a repartee. The scene was very chaotic for a while, so scared that Zhang Yufei let out a shriek and hurriedly hid to Lu Tu's side, but was kicked in the chest by Lu Tu. Get the hell out of here. You stinking dog. Zhang Yufei, who had been kicked over, didn't mind at all, and her eyes were horrified as she witnessed the tragic situation in front of her. 3 minutes later, Hunter was the only one left on the field, and Luta stood up and applauded. I can't see you're still so fierce with a shattered knee. Congratulations on your success. Hunter lay close to deflated in a pool of blood, his eyes glowing with a kind of divine splendor. You people of the Dragon Kingdom are most concerned with honesty, so you can let me go now, can't you? Lu Tu looked at him curiously. When did I say I would release you? I meant to say congratulations on your successful advancement. I'll be the one to personally torture you next. Hunter cursed under his breath at that. I%*UN. Just then, a sharp siren sounded outside the door and Hunter rejoiced. The police are here. I'm saved. Chapter 88. The Portuguese and Australian governments come forward. Even Lu Tu was a bit surprised. Didn't Long Yuan greet the local government of Portugal and Australia? Why are there still police here? Li Muyang inquired. There are a couple of cops outside who said they were coming in. Lu Tu nodded. Let them come in. He also wanted to see what exactly the purpose of the other party's visit was. If they came to beg for forgiveness for the Judas, then no one would be good enough to come. Only 3 medium-sized policemen took careful steps and walked into the hall, and they couldn't help but frown after only glancing at the condition of the floor. The only young male police officer among them became furious on the spot. What are you doing? You can't do things like this even in a war zone. Aren't you smearing our reputation in Portugal and Australia? As soon as these words came out, the guns in the hands of Li Muyang and the other war zone elites were gripped even tighter, and all of them glared at the man with unfavorable expressions. Lu Tu, he looked at the old policeman in the white police uniform at the head of the group. I'm Senior Inspector Chen Jian of Portugal and Australia. May I see your credentials? Lu Tu did not refuse. Handed over the documents. Even if he has all the reason, he still does not want to bully the police, these law enforcement officers. Chen Jian returned the documents after confirming that they were correct. Mr. Lu, I came to assist you on the chief executive's orders, but it seems out of order for you to do so. Lu Tu frankly said. Indeed, it is not in accordance with the procedure. If I follow the procedure, these few Judas scum, I am afraid that they have already escaped. Hunter seemed to have recognized them for a long time and shouted at Chen Jian. Brother Jian, you must save me. I'll promise you anything. This devil kills without blinking an eye. Chen Jian frowned and chided. Hunter, watch your wording. I don't know you well. Your MGM is just too arrogant. How dare you instruct the killers to openly shoot in Portugal and Australia? Do you know how much harm it has brought to our tourism environment in Portugal and Australia? Can you MGM afford to pay for this loss? Hunter pulled out his cell phone. I can call the matriarch right now. Whatever it takes. Just don't kill me. Chen Jian took out a pile of documents and said aloud. I'm not coming over here now to help you, nor am I negotiating with you. This is a sanction from the chief executive of Portugal and Australia against your MGM group, deciding to take back the gambling licenses issued to you. Hunter, who had yelled that he would say yes to anything 1 second, had a dead gray cloud over his eyes at the moment. He had never dreamed that this milky boy in front of him actually had such a big energy. He originally thought that even if the army came, it would only prove that Lu Tu had some relationship with the military world. But to his surprise, the chief executive of Portugal and Macau had struck so hard, hitting their MGM right on its 7 inches. We have to know that MGM's casino in Portugal and Macau is a veritable cash cow, with a daily net profit of 8 figures alone. And to say that we have to take back their gambling license now would be to directly cut off one of the arms of their group. Back then, in order to fight for this gambling license, the entire MGM group, as well as Hunter's family, that is to pay a considerable price. And now just because of a brat, to take it all back, is Hunter, or rather his entire family cannot bear the weight. Lu Tu stared at Chen Jian. He did not understand the other party's attitude for the time being. If he said that the moment he came, he took out the documents to withdraw the gambling license, that would make sense. But now the other party was clearly trying to use the withdrawal of the betting cards to make Lu Tu calm down and put this matter to rest. And there was also the intention of bailing out Hunter. Chen Jian impatiently urged, "You can call your family now." "Wait." Lu Tu opened his mouth to stop. "Chan sir, it seems like it's not your turn to give orders here for the time being, right? Who allowed him to report to the clan?" Chen Jian stared incredulously at Lu Tu and lowered his voice. "Do you know what kind of organization you are messing with? I can tell you without hiding anything. His family is also one of the members of the Illuminati. Recovering the gambling license is already enough to cause them heartache." It was fine not to say this, but once he heard this, Lu Tu became angry. After half a day, it was really the same as what he had guessed. Chen Jian seemed to be here to administer justice, but in reality, he was still here to protect Hunter. Lu Tu clapped his hands. "What kind of is the Illuminati? They only dare to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom's territory. But do they dare to come on stage? Only communism can liberate the whole world. Putting it on my personal level, they almost killed me. The gun wasn't pointed at your Chen Jian's head, so of course you can make snide remarks. Today I'll put my words here. Not to mention that you're just a senior inspector. Even if your chief executive came, he wouldn't be able to save Hunter's dog's life. LV2, you are reckless." The young man behind Chen Jian had his sword brows raised and drew his pistol and aimed it at LV2. The rifles in the hands of Li Muyang and the others were aimed at him and Chen Jian in unison with the young man's outburst. "Put down your guns immediately. This is an order. Anyone who dares to harm Lu Tu will suffer the wrath of the entire Zhonghai war zone." Lu Tu reached out to stop Li Muyang's words and came to the young male police officer's body. Facing the empty gun muzzle in front of him, he said with an icy expression, "Are you from the Dragon Kingdom?" "Of course I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. I was born in HK. Lu Tu snapped. "For the sake of a Judas terrorist, you actually dare to pull a gun on your fellow countrymen, and you say you're from the Dragon Kingdom?" He gripped Chen Jian's neck collar and pulled him to himself, exposing him with him to the muzzle of the male police officer's gun. "Chan sir, these are your men. You don't even care how badly I'm injured. I still have my brother lying in the operating room, and you come over with a bunch of broken documents, and you dare to blurt out that I should be generous enough to release them?" Lu Tu turned his head and shouted angrily at the male police officer, "Shoot if you have the guts, and see if your officer dies or I do." Chen Jian was alarmed. "Shao son, put down your gun." Little son shouted, "You despise me. Son, listen to me, put down your gun now." Lu Tu provoked, "I just look down on trashy licking dogs like you who only dare to lick foreigners. Licking foreigners all your life. Foreigners are your father, right? Don't forget that your salary is paid by your compatriots' taxes." He was scolded by Lu Tu, and his face turned red as his blood rushed up. "You forced me to do it. Little son." Chen Jian was in a hurry, but Lu Tu's suffer was like a vice, making it impossible for him to get away. Li Muyang and the others were tightly pressed against Xiao Sun's fingers, but whenever he had the tendency to shoot, with their reaction speed, they would definitely kill him in advance. Xiao Sun finally put down his gun, and after Chen Jian broke away from Lu Tu, he stepped forward and punched and kicked, not caring about his status as a senior inspector. Lu Tu was harboring a bellyful of fire at the moment, and seeing that Hunter was still watching from the sidelines, he went up and stomped on his knee, causing both of his legs to break completely. After lecturing little son at this time, Chen Jian took a document from another henchman and spoke with an ugly face. "Mr. LV, Hunter is in your hands. Our Portuguese-Australian government will take back MGM's gambling license and fund the acquisition of their casino. As a token of our apologies from the Portuguese-Australian government, it has been decided to give you 10% of the dry shares of MGM in the future." Chapter 89, Future Photolithography Mass Production Drawings. Lu Tu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jian. "Looks like you prepared 2 scenarios long ago." Chen Jian nodded frankly. "That's right, just when I came here. Our Portuguese-Australian government was already talking about the acquisition plan with the MGM group, and as long as you sign this agreement, you don't need to make any capital contribution to get 10% of the dry shares. So Chen Jian, what's the price?" Chen Yao shook her head and denied. "There's no price. Hunter, you can kill him if you want, or capture him back to the mainland, as you wish." Hoping that Lu Tu was assassinated by the MGM failed to come here to make a big mess. It turns out that the last to reap the benefits is actually the Portuguese and Australian governments, and the other side has prepared 2 sets of programs at the beginning. but still let Chen Jian first use the background of MGM to bluff LV2 back 10,000 steps to say even if it did not succeed, then give LV2 10% of the dry shares to suppress the incident. The Portuguese and Australian governments have both officially taken over the day-to-day MGM casino and minimized the impact of the situation. LV2 cannot help but some back cold. He thought he was hard enough to rely on the mountain, but still cannot play with these politics. In front of these people, he is tender like a new recruit. The chief executive of Portugal and Australia did not even show his face, and in such a short period of time, he used himself to deal with this urgent emergency and also to maximize the interests of the local government of Portugal and Australia. In this way, Lu Tu wants to hold Hunter to his back family, seek more benefits, can only rely on the Portuguese and Australian government's nose? This into said to Lu Tu, in fact, is only on the basis of his background, the gift to him. Although he was very unconvinced in his heart, he did not have any temper. The reality was like this: even if he was not satisfied with the profit of 10% dry shares, he could not make any changes. As one of the special zones of the Dragon Kingdom, Portugal and Australia, that was directly governed by the apex, and there was no way that the vice elder didn't know about this matter. Since this is the case, Lu Tu might as well let it go, and still get a good impression of knowing how to advance and retreat in the eyes of the vice elders. After thinking for a moment, Lu Tu nodded his head. Okay, I promise. Chen Jian sighed in relief. To be honest, he was also afraid that Lu Tu would do something impulsive. After all, Lu Tu's age was still very young. He didn't expect him to be able to be so considerate of the big picture. But the more this happened, the more it made it impossible for Chen Jian to see through Lu Tu. Chen Jian's accompanying henchman handed over the document, and Lu Tu, with his amazing insight, quickly scanned it to confirm that it was correct and signed his name. His pen fell heavily. This feeling of being rewarded was like being treated like a crying child. Although he compromised this time, he saw this as his motivation to move forward, and in the future, he must continue to climb up the ladder and climb until everyone scorned him, instead of coaxing him as a child because of his background. Congratulations, Mr. Lu, you have become a shareholder of the casino at a young age, and every month in the future, our Portuguese and Australian government will call you with this share, minus taxes. Lu Tu nodded without saying anything as he grabbed a pistol from Li Muyang and suddenly shot at Hunter, who was already a wreck. The thuds were incessant, startling Chen Jian and the others, and until Hunter was already dead and gone, Lu Tu still vented his anger by emptying his clip until it was empty. LV2 turned his head to look at Zheng Yufei again. Zheng Yufei instantly felt LV2's killing intent and hurriedly hid to Chen Jian's side. Inspector Chen, you must save me. This matter has nothing to do with me. Chen Jian opened his mouth to plead. Mr. Lu. Bang! A bullet pierced through Zheng Yufei's brow with pinpoint accuracy, and because she was standing closer to Chen Jian, blood burst out all over Chen Jian's face. Chen Jian looked at Lu Tu with a horrified face, fearing that he would rise up and continue to kill. But after killing Zheng Yufei, Lu Tu threw his gun back and was accurately caught by Li Muyang. With a wave of his hand, let's go. Back to Shanghai. The group left the MGM in stride, led by Lu Tu. When Lu Tu left, Shaosun clenched his fists angrily and said in a low voice, Inspector, this guy is too stupid. He obviously signed the contract and he still wants to make all these messes. Zheng Yufei holds the casino's core customer resources in his hands. Killing her will definitely affect the casino's business. Isn't he afraid that the casino's revenue will be damaged? Chen Jian shook his head. He doesn't care about the money. He cares about face, and purposely kills us, or rather kills the chief executive. Walking out of the casino, Lu Tu quickly regained his composure. Anger could not solve the problem. The only way was to keep your sanity at all times. At that moment, a system prompt came from his head. Congratulations. You have completed the task of retaliating against MGM, and are accounting for the completion of the event. Event completion level A. Reward, future lithography mass production drawings. The drawings were instantly integrated into Lu Tu's mind. He clenched his fists in the car with excitement. This is good. The photolithography machine can also be realized in his hands for mass production. This is a product that is just as important as the drawings of the 7th generation machine. 7th generation machine mass production drawings. If it is able to improve the overall industrial strength of the dragon, then photolithography mass production drawings can make the entire high-tech chip industry in the dragon, high-tech productivity to improve a big step. No longer need to be subjected to foreign technology blockade, as long as you can build more computing power and stronger chips. In the already arrived AI big information age, bend the road to overtake a ride. Now LV2 has 2 major chips in his hand, and with the dividends from the MGM casino, not to mention the 3.2 billion that he still has in his hand that he hasn't paid taxes on, he doesn't have to worry about money. Looking into the future, Lu Tu only felt a straight path. The previous unpleasantness was completely thrown to the back of his mind. As long as he returned to Shanghai, he could make a big splash with the help of Pang Wei. Pulling out the phone and calling Long Yuan, he opened the door and said, "Uncle Long, when Li Tao and the others are done with their surgery, send them back to Shanghai. Are things taken care of?" "It's taken care of. Thanks, Uncle Long. I know that with your character you will be very unconvinced, but this is all the result of the game played by all sides. And you have to understand that it's not just anyone who is alone in the courtroom who has the final say." "I understand, Uncle Lon. Well, 2 of your classmates are already on the plane back. 2. I owe you a favor." He came to the airport and boarded the special plane arranged by the Central Sea War Zone for the return trip. On the airplane, Lu Tu looked across the ocean. When the system prompt reappeared, "Trigger mission, resolve the Illuminati. Please accept or not?" This mission, really some difficulty, but Lu Tu just liked this kind of difficult mission. The reward will also become generous. Anyway, with the Illuminati has been completely grudges. Pressure does not care about how they will deal with their own. Decisively choose to accept. After a 2-hour flight, the special airplane did not land at a civil airport, but docked at a military airport in the Zhonghai War Zone. At this time, the leaders of the entire Zhonghai War Zone, the Zhonghai Provincial Party Committee, and the Municipal Party Committee, all came to the airport to greet them. And when the plane landed smoothly, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 90, A Family Festivity. The moment Lu Tu's upright figure appeared, it lit up in front of the crowd's eyes. Only the afterglow of the setting sun was just sprinkled on his body. The golden halo seemed to have set a golden edge to him. There was no feeling of lateness interspersed with the setting sun. There was only a stirringly high fighting spirit that shot out from the teenager's resolute eyes. Lu Tu looked at the people present waiting for him. Which one is not stomping his foot can make Shanghai tremble 3 times? At this moment all face with a kind smile looking at himself. It is true that when people are in power, they are surrounded by good people. But Lu Tu will not forget that once the days of gnawing on steamed bread with plain water. He took a deep breath and dispersed the arrogance in his heart, replacing it with his usual humble demeanor as he quickly stepped in front of the crowd. At the head of the group were naturally Huozhen, Pang Wei, and his own future father-in-law, Jiang Daqiao, son of A. Pang Dangwei and Huozhen spoke at the same time, crossing the crowd to surprise them by stepping forward and squeezing Lu Tu's arms hard with one left and one right. "I heard you met a killer. No injuries?" Lu Tu smiled at the 2 of them. "Thank you, Godfather. I'm fine." After saying that he even intentionally jumped in place. That's good. Huozhen and Pang Bei smiled at each other. The 3 people's happy appearance directly fooled everyone present, with Jiang Bridge being the most shocked. The main reason why Jiang Daqiao had previously rejected Jiang Jiqi's relationship with him was that the gap between Lu Tu's family background and his own family was too great. In his eyes, even if Lu Tu was a hero orphan, but it is lonely, even with the iron rice bowl that Pang promised him at that time, that does not meet the expectations of Jiang Bridge for his daughter. But never thought that the kid who had acted like a hooligan just half a month ago and fought with people in a hot pot restaurant in a jealousy fight would become Huozhen and Pang's son in such a watery manner? Huge for the transfer order to become a hand of the Provincial Party Committee of Shanghai, has been the nail in the coffin. That is to say, Shanghai Province, the military and political sectors of the hand, have recognized LV2 as a godson. This is not a big deal. After all, Pang, Huotuni's only daughter thing, everyone knows, recognize a godson also belongs to his other people's private matters. But what is the occasion now? This is the first time in many years that the top management of the Chinese Navy and the political sector have attended an important occasion together, and in front of all the people present, they directly indicate their relationship with Lu Tu, and even the most taboo avoidance of suspicion for the officials do not care. What this meant was certainly understood by those present, and from the way they treated Lu Tu, they keenly perceived that it wasn't all because of their relationship with Lu Tu, rather it was Lu Tu himself who had made a very outstanding contribution, and that was the most important thing. All of them immediately brought up the importance of Lu Tu in their hearts, and made up their minds that in the future, they might be able to put down their stature and take the initiative to befriend this teenager. "It's good that you're fine. We're relieved to see you back. I'll send someone to send you back. You're the golden goose of our Shanghai now." Huozhen deliberately said this, and the ears of the crowd twitched, of course understanding that every word the leader said was not for nothing, and that this was bound to be an important message deliberately released to them. LV2 smiled and nodded in response, but his body walked towards the crowd. The hearts of the people present were delighted, especially those who had also been to the cafeteria of Shanghai University that day. They even took the initiative to take 2 steps forward, stretching out their hands to shake LV2's hand. But out of the crowd's expectation, Lu Tu just smiled at the crowd and came straight to Jiang Daqiao's front, not taking credit for his work in posing, but taking the initiative to stretch out his hands. "Uncle Jiang, It's been a long time. With a flash of embarrassment on his face, Kang Dahashi politely extended his hand and smiled. It has indeed been a long time. And you've grown in size. Yes, when you're well fed, your head will naturally grow. Not bad. It's good to be young. There are infinite possibilities. Uncle Kong is in his prime and has unlimited possibilities. The two just have a chat, listening to the surrounding people some confusion. They also do not know why Lu Tu will specially come to chat awkwardly with Jiang Daxiao. Obviously the scene than Jiang Daxiao position there are many other people. Only Jiang Daxiao's political opponents, associated with Jiang Daxiao's daughter who studied at Zhonghai University, revealed a look of jealousy. Secretly sighing, Jiang Daxiao is really good fortune. Come and sit at the house sometime. I won't keep you today if you're busy. Good. I will definitely pay Uncle Jiang and Auntie a visit on another day. Huixin coughed to interrupt the awkward conversation between the two. It's almost dark, so I won't keep you. I'll arrange for someone to send you back to school. For his part, Pang Wei said, it's better for me to personally have someone give you a ride. Military vehicles are too ostentatious. Huixin didn't expect that at this time Pang Wei would actually want to grab with him, and glared at him in a bad mood. I have plenty of cars in the Central Sea War Zone. Furthermore, your license plate 0002 is not ostentatious? I know, but I think it's better if he doesn't go back to school. I've arranged a good place for him to live where it's safe. This scene was watched by the crowd present smacking their lips. They were still not clear on what exactly Lu Tu's contribution was, to be able to make the two of them, at their age, still fight for favor like a child. Ginger Bridge patted him on the arm and laughed in a low voice. Go on, before they get into a fight. Lu Tu nodded and came to Pang and Hua and advised, Godfather, just give me a car. I want to go back to my old home in Xinchi. The two of them immediately understood Lu Tu's meaning. There was no need to fight now, and this wouldn't cause them to lose face in front of their respective subordinates. Lu Tu drove the car sent by the war zone and went straight out of the Zhonghai war zone to his hometown Xinchi County. An hour later, Lu Tu returned home and found another obscure mark outside the door of his room, which must have been left by the thief king who let someone come over earlier. Opening the door, he found that the furnishings had not moved, except that there was an additional incense burner on the censer. Lu Tu cannot help but laugh. This thief king not only ability first class, the key is also quite sophisticated. Come to their own home to renew the mark again 10 years of peace at the same time. But also do not forget to open the door to come in on the column of incense. He didn't mind it at all. He lit incense and candles for his mom and dad's grandpa, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing respectfully. Mom and Dad, Grandpa, I've already avenged myself, and the bullies who bullied me are all dead. So you guys can rest assured in the 9 Springs. I'll take care of myself, and I'm coming back today because I intend to pick you guys up and take you to the Middle Sea. The candlelight bounced, and Lu Tu laughed at the sight. You guys are also happy for me, right? In fact, I'm quite happy too. I can get to where I am today. It's still due to your honor. I'm deserving of it. Lu Tu respectfully removed the effigy photo frame, wiped it clean and placed it in the wooden box left by his grandfather, lifted the wooden box, and then completely shut off the water, electricity and gas valves before driving to Zhonghai. Zhonghai, your king has returned. Chapter 91, Kissing on the Ground. On the way back, he received a message from Long Yuan saying that Li Tao and Nia Yun had been sent back to Zhonghai and were being hospitalized at the Warzone affiliated hospital. All the way back to the school in a whirlwind. But at the entrance was stopped by the security guard. Classmate, are you a student of the University of the Sea? Lu Tu smiled and handed over a cigarette. I forgot my student ID. You don't just have to bring your student ID. You have to come down and register to do it. Lu Tu smiled and did as he was told. Although the security guard's reputation in this business is not very good, but we all make money to mix wages, as long as it is not the kind of impolite intentionally looking for trouble. In his opinion it does not matter. Just after registering, he heard a surprised voice from behind him. You guys don't even recognize the big celebrity of our school? What's the point of registering? Just go straight in. Lu Tu turned around and looked, but it was the head of the security section, Chen Bin. Lu Tu did not have a good impression of him. After being bullied by Ding Zhang in the cafeteria that day, this guy was very obviously biased in favor of Ding Zhang and Zhang Bo, and also asked other students to delete the video before they were allowed to leave. Not wanting to pay any attention to him and insisting on finishing registering his information, Chen Bin impatiently said, I've said there's no need to register. We're all old friends. Feel free to drive in later. Chen Bin, this is considered to be the words handed to the mouth of Lu Tu. Lu Tu looked askance at him and said, you say as if I drive into the school, but also have to owe you a personal favor as if I can enter after normal registration? Chen Bin sniffed and froze, not expecting Lu Tu to be so uptight. This is clearly angry with himself. Previously saw his car from a long way away. See him and the security guard is quite friendly. Thought to come up to climb the relationship, but I did not expect to open his mouth on their own cross-eyed cold. Seeing the several security guards at the doorman's office looking at themselves, Chen Bin's face was a bit untenable, but he could only bear this anger down. He knew that Lu Tu's background was not simple, and he grunted and left the doorman's office straight away. Only a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but was keenly captured by Lu Tu. He did not intend to directly break with him. After getting into the car, directly dialed Lu Shirta's phone. "Uncle Lu, have you eaten?" Lu Shirta's voice on the other end of the phone was obviously a bit flustered, and there was a young woman vaguely complaining. "What kind of phone call are you answering when you're doing business? See, you're distracted again." Lu Shirta cleared his throat and forced a smile. "Xiao Lu ah, I'm having dinner at home. What's the matter with you?" Lu Tu listened with amusement. It seems that he has committed a great sin with this phone call. If it causes Lu Shirta to be out of shape, it would be too much of a spoiler. "It's like this, Uncle Lu. I found a loophole in our school's security." Telling Chen Bin's matter once more, Lu Shirta listened to the anger, thinking that this bull small matter actually have to call and complain to him as a principal. But he also knows that Lu Tu and huge for the relationship. "Do not dare to vent this fire in the body of Lu Tu," huffed, "this matter in my body. I hope you continue to play the spirit. More on the school within the shortcomings of the improvement of the views, so that we can create a civilized campus together." Lu Tu hurriedly thanked and hung up the phone. He heard that Lu Shirta this will be on fire. Chen Bin's good days can come to an end. Driving back down to the dormitory building, he happened to run into the hidden sentries protecting Jiang Jiqi. Lu Tu smiled at the few people. "Brothers, hard work." Several people saw that it was Lu Tu and hurriedly showed up and ran over, anxiously asking, "Where is Li Tao? Did something happen to him?" Lu Tu nodded. "Suffered from trauma. This will be in the war zone annex hospital. Tomorrow you all go to see him. You don't need to protect Jiang Jiqi." Good. Several people were relieved. They had been old comrades with Li Tao for many years, and their feelings were still very reliable. Lu Tu was about to go up the stairs when one of them called out, "Mr. Lu, wait a moment." He then ran to the flower bed outside the dormitory, tugging east and west, grabbing a handful of wildflowers and handing them over. He scowled at Lu Tu. "Your girlfriend seems pretty sad today, and she's even crying, so you'd better bring this up." Lu Tu's eyes lit up. "Dude, your name. No need to be expensive." "Ho Chung," Lu Tu said as he was about to pull out his cell phone to transfer money to Heat Song. As expected, he's very smart as his name suggests. Heat Song smiled coyly. "This is also my brush short video learned. Women are to coax it. Money you do not turn. We last time to charge you so much money. Are quite embarrassed." Lu Tu also did not squirm, patted Heat Song's shoulder and said, "It's much more reliable to have you guys to protect. I'll talk to the war zone, and from now on, you guys will be exclusively responsible for my peace." Heat Song's few people also got excited. The task of protecting Jiang Jiqi was too easy for them, and since Lu Tu's handouts were generous, who wouldn't want to follow him around? Lu Tu took the handful of wildflowers and went upstairs, and as he passed the second floor, he saw some ribbon paper used for the birthday celebration piled up outside Mr. Li's door, and Lu Tu took some to pack the bouquet a bit, making it look much more delicate. Only then came to 502 and knocked on the door of the room, and the sound of hurried footsteps soon came from the house. The door of the room was opened, and Jiang Jiqi's eyes, which were already red and swollen, burst into tears the moment he saw Lu Tu. She fiercely jumped into Lu Tu's arms and pounded Lu Tu's chest. "You caused me to worry to death. How did you run off to Portugal and Australia? I heard my dad say that you even met a killer, and those guys downstairs won't let me leave the school." The hot tears wet Lu Tu's clothes, and he was warm in his heart and all over his body. "Why don't you say something?" Jiang Jiqi raised her head in confusion to look at Lu Tu, and in the next second, Lu Tu ferociously blocked her lips. In Lu Tu's dictionary, there is no such word as explanation with women, and a simple and strong kiss is the most effective. "Aha! Wait for me to finish first." Jiang Jiqi was in a fit of anger, trying to say something but couldn't get a single word out, so she could only bite on Lu Tu's lips. Lu Tu was in pain, but still did not let go of his mouth, and his hot and wet kisses were as long as the waves of the Honghu Lake. It wasn't until 3 minutes later, when Jiang Jiqi was really having trouble breathing, that Lu Tu let go of her. She gasped for air and glared at Lu Tu angrily. "You're not allowed to do something so dangerous in the future, okay?" Lu Tu raised the pre-prepared flowers up and slowly shook his head. "No good. I for one have always enjoyed danger." "For me?" A piece of surprise flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. Smiling like a flower, she took it and put it on the tip of her nose and smelled it, then suddenly frowned and said, "Why does it smell like seasoning?" Lu Tu sniffed and hurriedly looked down. Through the light of the living room, he realized that Heat Song gave him to pull this handful of wildflowers. actually mixed with a few small onions and cilantro. The probability is that the residents upstairs planted in the flower bed. Lutu brainstormed, because the first time we both met was in the cafeteria, and the second time we met was in a hot pot restaurant. My love for you is as constant as 3 meals a day. The words just fell, only to see the always gentle and skillful Jiang Ichi actually pounced over with such vigor that she pressed Lutu to the ground, murmuring, "Don't talk, kiss me." Chapter 92, Avenge Me? Despite being separated for only 2 days, the two still burned like dry wood, crackling throughout the house. 2 bells later. I saw your dad today. You two didn't get into an argument, did you? Lutu scratched the bridge of Jiang Jichi's upturned nose. How would I argue with my future father-in-law? Even if he scolds me, I'll just pretend I didn't hear him. Jiang Ichi sniffed and was so moved that he arched his head into Lutu's arms. Didn't he say anything else? He asked me to come over to your house to play. Jiang Ichi flipped open his phone to check the calendar. There are still a few days left before Chinese New Year. Tomorrow I'll go buy some things and carry them to my house then. I'll go with you tomorrow. Jiang Ichi looked at him in surprise. You're not busy anymore? I don't know what you're busy with every day as a freshman. Lutu's hand was placed on Jiang Jichi's heart, feeling the exuberant life force, and casually squeezing it. He said, a matter of national importance. A matter of great importance for the motherland's takeoff. Seeing his serious demeanor, Jiang Ichi laughed and removed his hand. Don't make a fuss. It's 2 a.m. and time to go to sleep. What's the point of sleeping when it's only 2 o'clock? Let's play chess before we go to sleep. Kong was bewildered. Why do you want to play chess? Lutu smiled evilly. Mostly because I realized that I'm a pretty good cannonballer. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Lutu grabbed the upper hand with a move of cannon 2 and 5, catching Jiang Jichi by surprise, and the battle erupted once again. Early the next morning, Lutu woke up alone, went to the balcony and did the 8th set of radio gymnastics, only to feel in high spirits. Suddenly a clamor came from downstairs. Lutu stretched out a head to look down, and saw several middle-aged men and women were yelling downstairs. Lutu, come out, you big black-hearted liar. Lutu froze at the words, although he loves to tell a little lie, but he has never provoked these uncles and mothers' awe. This scene was just seen by a few people downstairs, and one reached out and pointed to the 5th floor balcony. He's right there. Let's go up and look for him. Puzzled, Lutu rushed down and shouted, No, I'll be right down. This side of the noise alarmed the entire teacher's dormitory. People have poked their heads out to see the fun, talking and whispering, put on the clothes and went downstairs. Just out of the hallway, Lutu predicted a sneak attack in advance and subconsciously flashed back. A fat older woman came crashing right around the corner, and her fat hand swooped down and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Lutu was dissatisfied. Let's talk about things. If you do it again, I'm going to fight back. The fat aunt wailed and was the first to cry out. You returned my daughter to me, at the expense of you still being classmates. You even sold her into the main South Park. Lutu knew what was going on as soon as he heard it, and he was furious. Not to mention that he had already had someone bring Wei Zishuan and the two of them back. Even if he did not get the person back, this account cannot be counted on his head. Is Wei Zishuan? Two people are obsessed with people ran to Maonan, off their own ass. You're Wei Zishuan and Ding Mengqi's parents? The middle-aged couple next to them stepped forward and glared angrily at Lutu. We're Ding Mengqi's parents. We've already called the police. If you ask your accomplices to hurry up and send the person back, everything will be fine. If my daughter suffers one more day in the park, I'm going to sue you in jail. The fat Amma wriggled like a toad from the ground for half a day and struggled up, gripping Lutu's neck collar as she angrily said, Give my daughter back to me. At this point in the dormitory building, out of many school teachers and family members heard this press. Even though they were not clear about Lutu's real background, they knew that Lutu was a hero's orphan and that he was on good terms with the principal. Such a person, you say he abducted his classmates to Maine South? Who would believe it? Teacher Lee, who was familiar with Lutu, held up his glasses and went forward to advise. A few parents calmed down a bit. I suggest that it's better to call the police to deal with it first. I don't believe that student Lu is that kind of person. Several parents angrily denounced. My daughter's social media platform last posted video inside you, indicating that with you to go to Portugal and Australia. It must be you in Portugal and Australia abducted her to Maine South. If you don't believe me, look. With that said, they took out their cell phones and flipped through Wei Zishuan's Douyin personal homepage. One of the videos was one where she said happily, Finally I can travel to Portugal and Australia with Crush. He's kinda shy and purposely avoids me. Wish us happiness. The comments at the bottom expressed blessings and envy. Wow, Jimei didn't expect you to eat so well. Teacher Lee took a look at the video. An LV2 did appear in the video. And LV2 even took the time to roll his eyes at the camera. Although it seems to be cold, but with the words Wei Zishuan said, but there is a vague ambiguous feeling. for a moment to let the crowd of melon eaters cannot feel the clues. Lu Tu took a look at the cell phone and snorted coldly. If I had known this, I wouldn't have saved her. It would have been better to let her die in Mount An. What did you say? Wei Zixuan's father heard. Excitedly went up to push Lu Tu. But Lu Tu did not move, but he himself fell to sit on the ground. The same man he saw that the gap between his own strength and Lu Tu's strength was too large, and did not dare to come back to the horizontal. At this point, Lu Tu had completely lost his patience and glanced at him in an ungraceful manner. I said I shouldn't have saved her. If you guys keep messing around, I might actually be able to send them back to Main South. Ding Mengqi's parents heard Lu Tu's meaning and went forward to excitedly grab Lu Tu's arm. Are you serious? My daughter is safe? Teacher Li also urged from the side. Tell them if you know any clues. They are all mothers. It's understandable to be a bit agitated when they see their children being tricked into going to Mainam. Lu Tu hummed disdainfully. Of course I can understand. If I didn't I would have hit back. Ding Mengqi father, dark skin, wearing an old cotton padded jacket, hastily dragged back to his wife, and took out a cigarette and handed it over. Wrinkled face awkwardly squeezed out a trace of pleasing smile. Young man, you do good. We just this one daughter. I just heard you say, you let people send them back. This is true? Lu Tu saw him dressed in plain clothes, a working people's dress. This is the attitude of begging people to do things well. They originally did not owe them. Refusing the other man's cigarette, he nodded and said, wait, I'll call and ask. As soon as Wei Zixuan's mom heard this, she immediately got on her mouth and cried out at the people around her. Look at you guys. He even said that it's not related to the people in the main South Park. He can even contact the other side directly by phone. Lu Tu gave her a deep look. Wei Zixuan, her mom, was still putting on a show as usual, crying her eyes out. Nya Yun's phone picked up. Hey big brother, you've arrived in Zhonghai, right? I'm here. Are you guys better? Much better. We also arrived in Zhonghai this morning. Li Tao is still in the hospital. I'm guarding him. That's good. Let me ask you something. Are those two from my school back yet? Hold on. I'll ask. Nya Yun inquired in a low voice for a few moments before saying, the people were rescued yesterday. They didn't suffer. This will be the time when our people are waiting for the plane at the airport with them. Lu Tu spoke in front of everyone. Ding Mengqi can be brought back and Wei Zixuan left at the airport. Chapter 93. Ding Zhang will be shot today. Ding Mengqi, her father, heard a shock. Went forward a few steps to shake hands with Lu Tu but shrunk back. Stood in place with a sobbing voice and asked, young man, are you saying that my daughter is safe? Lu Tu didn't hide it. Well, it's at the airport in Thailand. The police will bring her back. That's good, that's good. The old couple burst into tears and snuggled close together. Ding Mengqi, her father, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out an envelope from his bag and stuffed it over. You can bring the person back. Surely you owe a lot of favors. This is our token of appreciation. Lu Tu took a look at the thickness of the envelope, and estimated that there might be about $20,000, plus Ding Mengqi, her parents, dressed like this, with not a single piece of valuable clothing on their bodies, couldn't help but make him think of himself at one time. Lu Tu waved his hand. Donate to the school if you really want to give. Okay, let's go donate it to the school. May I ask Kiki what time she'll probably be at the airport? Lu Tu looked at his cell phone. It is estimated that he can arrive at noon today. You guys don't worry, what I said counts. The state of Ding Meiqi's parents and Wei Zixuan's his parents formed a stark contrast. At this time, Wei Zixuan's parents stared at Lu Tu with malicious eyes without saying a word. Even her mom stopped acting. On what basis did you just say that you left my Zixuan at the airport? Why don't you send her back? Lu Tu bristled with disdain. Your daughter was tricked into going there by her own idiocy. Why should I send her back? Ding Meiqi's parents were also embarrassed when they heard this. They themselves were as clear as a mirror in their own hearts. This matter could only be their own daughters making stupid mistakes. It's just that most of the parents didn't want to admit it. Lu Tu turned around and smiled at them both. I didn't say anything about your daughters. The two men laughed and said, we know. You're busy with your business, so we won't take up any more of your time. Wei Zixuan, her mother, immediately took out her cell phone to call the police, and then looked at Lu Tu and said, you're finished. You don't send my daughter back. I want you to have a hard time. I don't have a job anyway. I'll just rely on you every day to make a mess. And I'd like to see if Zhonghai University is able to teach a student like you. Lu Tu pointed a finger somewhere. Over there is our radio room. I suggest you go there and make a scene. You. Anyway, I've called the police. You're going to jail. Lu Tu stretched. Well, I'll wait. After saying that, he turned around and headed upstairs. At this time, but by the watching teacher Li called out, she seriously questioned, Lu Tu, even if you have nothing to do with this matter, as a schoolmate, you should not make a difference. I know you have a background. You should be more shouldering the responsibility to save both students back. Lu Tu stopped and took a deep look at Ms. Lee, not expecting this single old woman in her 40s to dare to morally kidnap herself. Ms. Lee, I'm a scum, I have no morals, so don't lecture me. Li Guifan was choked by Lu Tu's words. Do you have to be such a rascal? Is this the time to play with your temper? This is a matter of human life. Lu Tu saw her instantly lost his good temper. They toned but a little better. I helped to help Ding Mengqi's family, but I obviously did a good thing. You guys are still standing on the moral high ground to judge me, just like you are also worthy of being a teacher? Li Guifan heard more angry than Wei Ma. See, Lu Tu actually saw no morals, and also no respect, and immediately flared up and said, you say I do not deserve to be a teacher? You throw people to the airport in Thailand. Our compatriots and classmates? Why do you have to be like this? What's the difference between you and those fraudsters in the park? Lu Tu didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, and directly made a phone call to Lu Shirta once again. Principal, I've been kidnapped. Under the dormitory building. Lu Shirta now a CLV2's phone on the head. Originally last night did not have fun, and finally bought some treatment of the heart of the medicine to get better, only to eat more than the dose. Resulting in this will be still interested in him, is with the school's new interns to study the textbook it. This will hear Lu Tu said that he was kidnapped. Immediately scared from the bed rolled over and climbed up. Who kidnapped you? How can a kidnapping still call moral kidnapping? Ms. Li Guifan kidnapped me. I can't break it up with her. You talk to her. Lu Tu handed the phone to Li Guifan. She didn't expect Lu Tu to have the courage to call the principal without taking advantage of the situation. She was a bit stunned to receive the phone just to open her mouth to explain. When she heard Lu Shirta's hysterical roar, Li Guifan, what on earth are you up to? You do not go to class. In the dormitory downstairs to pester Lu Tu do what? Do you still want to get a title or not? Li Guifan by this passive scolding finished, aggrieved to the point of crying out. She would have been proud and pretentious, and their own starting point is also good. The principal on what grounds to scold her like this? She gave a resigned him as a sort of promise, before handing her cell phone to Lu Tu. I don't care. Just take it that I was just bull ting. After saying this, she couldn't help but cry out, covering her face and running towards the upstairs. Lu Tu lamented that it was still so simple and hassle-free. This time Zhang Ji also woke up by the commotion downstairs and walked down, bringing Lu Tu a jacket to put on. Concerned, what's wrong? Not much. Let's go shopping. Wei Ma stopped Lu Tu. Don't go. You can't go anywhere until the police come. As soon as the words fell, he saw a police car pull up here, and the one who got off was still Lu Tu's old acquaintance, Officer Su. Lu Tu, in order to avoid suspicion, did not greet him. Su, police officers get off the car to take a look, will understand. After asking about the process of things, he looked at Lu Tu and said, did you really have them sent back? Aha. Then can you do me a favor and send Wei Zixuan back as well? Officer Su pulled him aside and persuaded him bitterly. I know it's their tone that's wrong, and I'm pissed off to hear it, but I'm always a cop, and it's my job to keep my citizens safe. So see if you can. Lu Tu thought about it. Officer Su really didn't help himself much before, and had made a big effort in the Ding Zhang matter, and this time, the system did not trigger the task of sanctioning them. There is no need to waste this time to entangle with them. Zhang Yiqi was beside her and also heard the whole thing. With her knowledge of LV2, she jumped the gun and said, it's fine, but they came here early in the morning to make a mess, and it's causing a bad impact on LV2's reputation. So unless they go to the broadcasting room to clarify and apologize, we won't be able to help. Luta squeezed her palm, which was much more effective when said by a woman than when Luta said it. Officer Su was relieved to hear that and instructed the two of them. You should indeed go clarify and apologize. Wei Ma no longer had her earlier shrewishness when she saw the police and nodded honestly. I'll go right away, as long as my daughter comes back. Lu Tu sent a message over to Nya Yun. Bring the two back together. Nya Yun quickly returned the message. I already knew you'd make this arrangement. I'm already on the plane. Lu Tu smiled in relief. Zhang Jiqi understood himself, and he hadn't expected Nya Yun to understand him so well as well. Officer Su had someone take Wei Ma and the others to the broadcasting room, and the people watching around them dispersed. Only then did he lower his voice and say, Ding Zhang and the others are shot today. Luta perked up with meaty excitement. Can I go see it? Chapter 94, the cabbage was succumbed to a pig. It doesn't seem to fit the rules, but I'll figure it out. I'll head back to the station and contact you later. Take care, Officer Su. Zhang Yiqi straightened his collar. Then you go and get busy. I'll go pick out a gift for my parents first. Seeing her being so reasonable, Lu Tu couldn't help but barf on her face. Well, I'll give your dad a big gift. What great gift! Lu Tu led Zhang Jiqi to the car and pointed to her cell phone. You call your father. She willfully complied. Hey dad, did you have breakfast? Lu Tu waited for her father and daughter to chat for a while before he took the phone. Hello Uncle Jiang. Ginger Bridge was visibly stunned, then reacted. Why are you two together in the early morning? Lu Tu didn't argue and confessed. It's what you think. Brat, how dare you bully my daughter? Lu Tu, who had the attitude of a dead pig anyway, advised. Uncle Jiang, calm down. I can very well understand how you are feeling right now. Ginger Bridge practically growled and shouted at him. You understand. If you understood you would go and steal the forbidden fruit? Kong called out eagerly. Dad, we truly love each other. You keep your mouth shut. I just indulge you too much. Lu Tu is a little weak. After all, whoever's cabbage was arched by a pig. The heart is not good. Uncle Jiang, didn't you invite me to your house yesterday? Jiang Dachia sniffed and gasped straight on the phone. He dreamed that Lu Tu's face is actually so thick. After a long time, he tried his best to calm himself down. I know that you are not what you used to be, and now you have two powerful godfathers, but this is really bullying. What do you think I, Jiang Qiaoqiao's daughter, is? It's my wife. You, where are you now? Brat, I'm going over to find you. Don't be angry. Uncle Jiang, I didn't make this call to divorce your father-daughter relationship. I came to integrate into your family. Don't you dare do that. Say what you want. Lu Tu reported a string of figures. You also know that I went to Portugal and Australia and won some money, and I haven't been able to pay the tax yet, and I'm a responsible man, so I want to make up the tax in the Central Sea Treasury. Once he heard this, Jiang Daqiao completely calmed down. Of course he knew how much noise Lu Tu had made in Portugal and Australia, and this amount of money was bound to be impossible to be a small amount. Now that Lu Tu was willing to pay the tax into Zhonghai's coffers, and now that it's close to the end of the year, it can be considered to have helped him solve his immediate problem. Seeing that Jiang Daqiao had been silent, Lu Tu muttered to himself, since Uncle Jiang can't see it, I'd better leave it to the Portuguese-Australian treasury. Hold on. I'll have someone contact you right away. Immediately after he turned, bitterly said, young people do not do things fussy. How can I not see it? You are not home, do not know firewood, rice, oil and salt expensive. How many mouths of the entire city of Shanghai waiting to pay wages? The financial deficit that is more and more. I was worried about a lot of anxiety. By the way, how much is it? 32 billion. Hiss. Even Jiang Daqiao, who was used to seeing big scenes, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. You're not kidding me, are you? You're not going to hide this much money and you're going to voluntarily turn it over to taxes? Even Jiang Shi looked at him with an incredulous face, only to see that Lu Tu was full of righteousness at the moment. Righteously said, Uncle Jiang, you say this is scolding me. Think of when my grandfather 3 brothers went to the war. Is it for money? When my dad was on a mission at the border, was it for money? When my mom went to support the epidemic, was it for money? As a member of the Communist Youth League and an aspirant who loves the party in the country, I should of course take the initiative to fulfill my responsibility and duty to pay taxes, which is what my elders have taught me since I was a child. Jiang Daqiao listened to his back, mainly because what Lu Tu did to Jiang Jiqi. How to look at it is not a reliable person to do it. Naturally, his background was ignored. This would be a listen. Jiang Daqiao also could not help but admire Lu Tu somewhat in his heart. Spinach tax, that's 30%. LV2 was full of human glory. A pat on the steering wheel in front of him, not to mention 30%. As long as the country needs it, let me pay all of it. Good boy. I kind of know why General Huo and Governor Pang hold you in such high regard. You really do have a fistful of patriotic heart. It's me who looked away. Uncle apologizes to you. This way at noon you come back with Timothy for dinner. I'll ask your aunt to make some special dishes. Okay, Uncle Ginger. Hanging up the phone, Kong Ji excitedly jumped into Lu Tu's arms, and the two of them once again exchanged 80 million colony groups through their saliva before giving up. Relationships without the blessing of parents are always like sand in the hand, and don't even need to be blown by the wind to take 2 steps before they fall apart. Now with the affirmation of Kong de Bridge, Kong Ji has never been more relaxed than at this moment. She pulled a tissue and tenderly wiped off the lipstick marks at the corners of Lu Tu's mouth. Then I'll go shopping with my sisters. You go ahead and get busy. Luda handed her scarf over. I'll call you when I'm done. Saying goodbye to Jiang Jiqi, Lu Tu went straight to Shanghai City Convenient Crematorium. The execution ground was near the crematorium. He had to see Ding Zheng. Several people die in front of him today anyway. Not long to receive a phone call from Officer Su. Greetings, I have helped you played. You directly say the name can go in. But remember one thing, can only be watched from afar, not allowed to contact the prisoners. The last time you have seen Ding Zheng after he had become a bit demented, has been in the cell shouting that he is wrongly accused. Thanks Officer Seo. Lu Tu didn't care about the rules. The rules were set up for honest people. He was not an honest person. If he didn't provoke Ding Zheng, What was the point of him coming here? He registered and followed the staff into the penal colony and stood next to the families of the 3 Dingzangs, who were brought out by the bailiffs in a short time. The clothes on the 3 of them were very thin, and were blown by the bitterly cold wind, taking away what little warmth they had on their bodies, but they were numb as if they were robots, walking forward with their heads down. Their families were standing not far away, and Wang Hao's mom cried out at Wang Hao, Son, have a bite of the pancake that mom made for you." Wang Hao stopped at the word and looked back, his eyes full of tears of shame. He Chang's father also sent some food, only Dingzang no one to send him off. Wang Hao's mom looked at the bailiff. "Comrade police officer, can you let him have a bite before he goes on his way?" After the bailiff agreed, Wang Hao's mother ran over, took out a pancake from her bosom, and handed it to Wang Hao's mouth with a face full of tears. "Eat it, kid, it's still hot. One bite and it won't hurt anymore. Don't break the law in your next life." "Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have touched those things." The only one at the scene was Dingzang with a numb face. LV2 spoke to the bailiff and ran over as well, handing Dingzang a cigarette to light up, and Dingzang was very surprised. "LV2, why are you here?" "I've come to see you off. We're classmates at least." After the cigarette was lit, Dingzang took a deep drag and raised his head 45 degrees to look up at the sky. "I don't know why my dad didn't come to see me off. Maybe he thought I was too ashamed." Lu Tu came close to him and lowered his voice. "You may have forgotten that your father is in jail and won't be alive for a few years when he's released. And do you know why you were shot?" Dingzang's eyes became stern and angry as he glared at Lu Tu. "I remember. I knew it was you who shaded me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. In my next life, I'll still be bullying you." Lu Tu patted him on the shoulder. "Go on your way in peace. Don't be a human in your next life. You can't fight me." Dingzang shouted at the bailiffs around him. I'm innocent. Wang Hao was also infected and yelled, "Wrongfully accused. I am also wrongfully accused." The bailiffs forced the family back and bellowed, "Execution." Chapter 95, Your family has reached out to me. With the bailiff's order, Dingzang was pushed to turn around, and that last look he met with Lu Tu was filled with resentment and hatred. The thuds echoed across the large torture chamber, and the families, not far away, wept as one. Lu Tu didn't look at them more than once. He just had an incomparable calmness in his heart. This is what happens when you bully him. If he didn't have a hard background and hadn't awakened the system to just be an ordinary poor student, his life would be over. According to Dingzang's pissy nature, they would only haunt themselves forever like a greedy python. After seeing Dingzang die with his own eyes, the stigma in Lu Tu's heart was completely put down, and now it was time for a big show. Right now, he had a total of 2 tasks that he hadn't accomplished yet. One was to take revenge on the Song family, and the other was to take revenge on the Illuminati. Now Zhanghai such a big piece of cake. The last time Song Chushi in front of him ate a defeat will not rest. He just need to go to complete their own plans, waiting for the Song family to take the initiative on the line. As for the Illuminati, they don't even dare to show the stars and entrepreneurs of the Dragon Kingdom they've bribed even in front of the public, and they can only show a tiny bit of horse's foot out in a subtle way. However, whenever the people found out, they also had to hurry to issue an explanation and clarification. Such an organization that did not pose any threat to him in the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Tu did not put it in his plans right now. After all, out of the Dragon Country that would not be easy to say. After all, it was the power of hundreds of years, covering to almost all the countries except for the Dragon Country. This task was too far away from him at the moment. But with their vindictive style, the other party would be just like the Song family and come after him on their own initiative. Just like the famous king of comedy in Hollywood. Wasn't it just pitched by them and disappeared? Defense is sometimes an offense, at least through Luta's life experience. And it works. After picking up Kong Jiji outside the mall, Lu Tu moves to Kong Daqiao's house. In the car, Zhang Jiji saw that Lu Tu seemed preoccupied, and thought he was worried about being nervous about going to meet his parents. "You don't have to worry. My parents are actually very nice to talk to, and I have a feeling that my mom will like you a lot." Lu Tu froze at his words, and his right hand, which had been hanging up the gears, blundered into the wrong position and landed on Kang's tight leg, holding it in one hand. Instead, his face was a look of righteousness. "I'll try to get them to accept me." Zhang Dexiao is also a member of the provincial party committee, naturally also live in the huge for the same compound. Only the specifications of the housing is much smaller. Lu Tu lightly greeted the sentry at the door, and even did not register to come in. Khan was a bit surprised. "You seem to be familiar with this place. Do you come here often?" Lu Tu didn't hide it. "Well, Pang Pang is my godfather. I've been here a few times." This light sentence fell in the ears of Zhang Jiqi but like a thunderbolt. Of course she knows who Pang Pang for. That is the vice governor of the provincial party committee of Zhanghai. even as Lu Tu's godfather. Previously, his dad still thought that Lu Tu's background was not enough. Now with this layer of relationship, Jiang Jiqi's heart is heavier. This time to see how he still oppose himself and Lu Tu together. Lu Tu carried the gift spot by Jiang Jiqi and knocked on the door of the room. And the one who opened the door was a dignified and beautiful woman, with eyebrows like Jiang Jiqi by 7 points. Exactly the way Jiang Jiqi will look in 20 years. Hello auntie, my name is Lu Tu. Song Ping was also observing Lu Tu, seeing that he had a good-looking smile and warmth, especially a pair of eyes that did not have any worldly aura in them. She could not help but raise her feelings towards Lu Tu quite a bit, and laughed. Xiao Lu quickly came into the house and sat down. The family's nanny also took the initiative to come forward to receive the gift in Lu Tu's hand. Jiang Yiqi took Song Ping's arm and went inside. Mom, you don't even know how long I've been picking out the gift with Lu Tu. How to choose? He's not satisfied, worrying that you guys won't like it. Song Ping heard her heart burst with joy. No one would dislike having a young man who was devoted to his daughter and respected his parents. Little Lu, quickly sit down and rest. You can eat soon. She turned around to greet Lu Tu, but she didn't find Lu Tu. She only saw a series of dark brown muddy footprints on the ground. Ha, where is everyone? Mother and daughter Con looked around. Lu Tu this just walked in from the outside of the door. His hands also carry a mop. He also did not realize that his feet have a lot of yellow mud, most likely just walking around in the torture chamber wrapped on. This will just enter the door to make a mess. The nanny trotted over and said she was going to take over the mop to clean, but was awkwardly rejected by Lu Tu. Auntie, I'll do it myself. Lu Tu embarrassed to increase the workload of other people's nanny aunts. After all, it is their own mistakes caused, which went to the door of the faucet to wash away the yellow mud. Bring the mop to start cleaning. Before LV2 came, Song Ping had learned from Jiang Dachia that LV2 had won $2 billion in Portugal and Australia and had to take the initiative to pay taxes. Originally, she thought that a teenager sitting on a huge cash flow of $2 billion would be condescending, but she didn't realize that not only did Lu Tu not have a bit of a stance, he didn't even have the arrogance that comes from being steeply rich at first sight, and he carried respect for his nanny. See, Song Ping cannot help but nod repeatedly. The heart of Lu Tu's good feelings are rising sharply. She remembered Lu Tu's life, more certain that their daughter really did not see the wrong person. Is a good boy. LV2 finished busy, which sat down to chat with Song Ping, his courteous talk and unassuming attitude. So that's Song Ping, a well-known screenwriter, more and more appreciated. The topic has become more. The three talked as if they were a family, full of laughter. Not long Jiang Daqiao returned from the outside. Before he entered the door, he heard the movement of the house. He was curious to see, only to see Song Ping is attentively peeling apples for Lu Tu. This is even he did not have the treatment. He coughed and entered the house. Song Ping only looked at him and nodded his head even after greeting him, making Jiang Bridge face a bit untenable. Can only sit over awkwardly. Xiao Lua, today taste your aunt's handiwork. Today uncle, but thanks to your blessing. Lu Tu took in the two Jiang Daqiao families getting along and thought that there was some suspicion in the old couple's relationship. There are only a few things that women can say if they are dissatisfied with a man. One is that they don't have any money, and Ginger Bridge has it. Secondly, there is no talent. Jiang Bridge also has. The last remaining is that the couple's life is not harmonious. This is also a common problem of middle-aged and elderly couples. Cannot be avoided. Lu Tu smiled and did not make a sound. As soon as Jiang Daqiao came back, Song Ping got up and went to the kitchen to work, and Jiang Jiqi also very actively ran to help. And now there were only Lu Tu and Jiang Daqiao in the living room with their eyes wide open. The meeting of the son-in-law is like this. It is nothing but awkwardness plus uncomfortable. Good thing that both of them are very thick-skinned people. Lu Tu took the initiative to break the calm. Uncle Jiang, are you still against us now? I've seen all the progress you've made, and I did say things that hurt you before, but I also said them from a father's point of view. Can you understand, uncle? Lu Tu nodded. I can quite understand. Not only understand, I think you're right. Goldfish with goldfish. Woodfish with woodfish. Marriage is supposed to be about door to door and flag to flag. Jiang Daqiao openly laughed. You really grew a lot. Have this kind of elegance. I am really pleased. Do not be proud to continue to work hard. I believe that it will not be long before you will catch up with my footsteps. LV2's next sentence, however, caused Jiang Daqiao to be shocked. Uncle Jiang, you misunderstood. What I mean is that I'm afraid your current status is a bit too high for me, so I've decided to give you a hand. 96. ME class. Are you saying that I, Jiang Daqiao's family lineage, don't deserve you? Jiang Daxia sat up straight incredulously, his expression blank with a hint of huffing mixed in. He's already the mayor of Shanghai, and this brat in front of him actually said he's a high climber? Looking at the whole of Shanghai, who can say that? Lu Tu nodded in a calm and collected manner, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. spitting the tea froth in his mouth into the trash can. It's a little bit, but you don't have to feel inferior. Uncle Jiang, I said I'd give you a hand up, so naturally I'll do it. Although his expression was calm, his words were said with extreme arrogance. Even Jiang Jiqi and Song Ping in the kitchen sniffed and walked out, looking at Lu Tu in disbelief. Their mother and daughter didn't know why Lu Tu, who had been so humble and polite earlier, would deliberately anger Jiang Daqiao like this. Jiang Daqiao forced down the dissatisfaction in his heart and asked, "You have to realize that no matter how much money you make, in front of absolute power, it's nothing more than a string of uninteresting numbers." Lu Tu also did not deny Jiang Daqiao's words, but instead very much agreed. "You're right, but what if I can help you in your term of office to make Shanghai a high-tech industrial city that surpasses Silicon Valley?" Even Jiang Dahashi, who had been in a high position for many years, couldn't help but have his pupils quake. His first reaction was that Lu Tu might not be joking, but he quickly reacted that this was just a 19-year-old talking out of his ass. Beyond Silicon Valley? How many years next door? Sen clamor slogan. Did not see them get better? Even if the dragon itself, over the years has been vigorously developed high-tech productivity, a variety of business subsidies issued by the soft, but the effect is still very little. He calmed down, smiled and patted Lu Tu's arm in relief. "I know that you have a grudge against me for what I once said that belittled you. Uncle is now officially apologizing to you. Your priority now is to finish your studies with Timothy, and later on, run your own small home properly. Together with the cash flow that you have in your hand right now, the days can be very good too." Song Ping also laughed. "Xiao Lu, don't talk about work with your Uncle Jiang. He's a workaholic, that person. When he talks, it's never ending." Lu Tu smiled and responded, "Got it, Auntie." He knows that this matter is difficult to convince people without evidence, mainly because the future photolithography machine to implement mass production, just like the 7 generations of machines, will inevitably require a huge industrial chain, as well as the help of a variety of highly sophisticated talents. LV2 intends to future lithography in 7 generations of machines. The two projects can go hand in hand in Shanghai, so that he can maximize the revenue in the shortest possible time. Every month, he receives 10% of NGM's profits, and he doesn't have to worry about a broken capital chain even if he doesn't let the Chinese government invest. So this offer of his was mainly for himself, and helping Kong Dehua to get political achievements. That was just a passing thing. Lu Tu got up and went in search of a pen and paper, but luckily for Kong Dahashi, who loved to read, there were papers and pens all over the house. He picked up a pen and paper and began to write and draw, just simply writing out some data and models, tearing the piece of paper off and placing it in front of Kong Daqiao. "Uncle Jiang, this is the approximate parameters and model of the photolithography machine. Have someone examine it." Jiang Daxia thought that Lu Tu had been persuaded by himself to stop having unrealistic dreams, but when he heard the words photolithography, he still couldn't help but spray a mouthful of tea out. "What the hell do you mean? A photolithography machine?" Lu Tu nodded. "That's right, photolithography." Jiang Daqiao pinched the piece of paper, which had been torn by Lu Tu's canine teeth, in his hand, and looked at the characters on it as if they were heavenly writings, and couldn't help but frown. "Where did you go to get this?" "I researched it myself, and I don't want our country to be chip-blocked all the time." Jiang Daxiao put down the paper filled with parameters again. "You may have your special channels to get this thing. This is something Uncle still trusts you. It's just that our country hasn't invented a photolithography machine. There's a very important reason for that. Do you know what it is?" "What?" "It's patents. We in the Dragon Kingdom are one of the leaders in the protection of intellectual property rights, and if we can't do this ourselves, then who will come to invest with us in the future?" LV20, I thought it was a big deal. The photolithography machine I designed is not the same as the kind from ASML in the Netherlands. Where is it different? The appearance is not the same size? You're still young and don't know a lot of things. In fact, we have our own photolithography machine in Longhua, only we can't be that detailed. The number of transistors is more than an order of magnitude different, and the distance between ASML's components is only a few nanometers. Can you reach it? Lu Tu smiled evilly. Of course. Photolithography is nothing more than the process of building an enlarged and light-transparent mold, and the light is engraved on top of the silicon wafer through the mold. Their technological bottleneck is still stuck at the nanometer level, and they can only seek to build a shorter wavelength light source by using a 7.9 nanometer light source to hit liquid metal tin at a frequency of 50,000 times per second. And I've already been able to build a light source with an ME level wavelength that's only a tenth of theirs. Lu Tu poked his body forward. In that case, on what basis can they say I'm plagiarizing? This is a veritable bend in the road for the benefit of all mankind. Jiang Daqiao's body had stiffened at this time, and although he couldn't understand, he was still greatly shocked. He removed his glasses and rubbed his temples before he looked at Lu Tu with a solemn face, trying to distinguish the truth from the lie on Lu Tu's expression. But he was disappointed. He could only see incomparable self-confidence and calmness on Lu Tu's face. Lu Tu pushed the piece of paper, which was much messier than a draft paper, over. Find someone specialized in the field to examine it, and you'll know if I'm lying. Jiang Qiaoqiao nodded. He chose to believe Lu Tu and contacted the top optical academician in the Dragon Kingdom with the mindset of giving it a try. At this time, Song Ping and Jiang Jiqi came out with fragrant dishes, saw the two dry sitting, beckoned and laughed. Old Jiang, you must have given someone else Xiaolu's lesson again. Can't you change your habit of being a good teacher? Jiang Daqiao at this moment where there is still in the mood to eat, the soul of the soul to get up to greet Lu Tu to take a seat. Usually the favorite fish, put in the mouth is also tasted like chewing wax. On the contrary, Lu Tu ate that called a happy. Usually he is either eat cafeteria or order takeout. Outside things can do clean is good. With home-cooked food cannot be compared at all. For Song Ping who cooks, a diner who gives enough face to feast is the happiest for her. The three of them also ignored Jiang Daqiao, and warmly ate and drank, chatting about how Lu Tu and Jiang Jiqi knew each other and other topics. The atmosphere was so lively. At that moment, Jiang Daqiao got up to answer a phone call, and stepping aside he exclaimed in shock. What? You're saying this is a product that spans the ages? 100 years ahead of ASML's technology? Jiang Daqiao was so shocked that he fell back into his chair, clinking the chopsticks in front of him and spilling the hot fish soup in the bowl on him without even realizing it. He looked at Lu Tu and said word for word, and it can be utilized for modern medicine and weapons manufacturing, letting our country's technological productivity rise to a great level, thus getting rid of the technological blockade imposed on us by the Western countries? Hiss. Even if Jiang Jiqi and Song Ping didn't understand this, they could still hear the clues from Jiang Daqiao's words, and all of them were now shocked as they looked at Lu Tu, who was burying his head in his mouth and gnawing on the ribs, and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Chapter 97, Father-in-law. You can't do that. Kang Daqiao hung up the phone. His hand holding his glasses trembled slightly. Can you tell me what inspired your design? Of course. I'm not doubting you. I find it unbelievable. After all, you're still so young. Lu Tu shivered his fingers calmly. He was used to this kind of reaction. Before, Huajin and Long Yuan were even more excited than him. Lu Tu smiled and looked at Zhang Ji. This is also thanks to you. Me? Kang pointed at herself in surprise. Do you remember the day we adopted stray cats together? Aha. I still remember vividly that you were incredibly beautiful, and I was taking a picture of you in remembrance, and I found inspiration in the refraction of the sunlight. Even though Jiang Jiqi had already gotten used to Lu Tu's flirty remarks, she still couldn't stand to be complimented in this way in front of her parents, and her pretty face flushed red. Song Ping also recovered from the shock, looking at the state of LV2 and his own daughter, showing a smile of a person who has come to the past, lamenting that this love-brain daughter of his was really held to death by LV2. Alright, have you had enough? Xiaolu, let's go to the study and have a chat. Even though Jiang Daqiao had already recognized Lu Tu as his son-in-law to be in his heart, he still couldn't accept Lu Tu's molestation of his daughter in front of him for a while. Dad, Lu Tu just ate not 2 bites. It's the weekend, can't you suspend work? Jiang Bridge sighed helplessly. This is no longer a job. This is the future of our dragon country. Forget it, I can't talk to you. You guys eat first, I'll wait. Lu Tu is not used to him, and Song Ping and Jiang Ji slowly eat and chat, talk about the sky and tease and play a good time. Jiang Daqiao in the side to see the nose is not the eyes, make it seem as if he is the son-in-law of the door, but he did not dare to say anything, can only be in the side of the silent tolerance. It was not easy to wait until Lu Tu finished eating. Song Ping, concerned to Lu Tu served fruit, greeted, you do not care about your uncle. Thought all like his workaholic like, I do not believe that less chat will work on the earth does not turn. Kang Daqiao was about to argue a few words when he heard the doorbell. Kang Jiqi ran to open the door. A tall middle-aged man appeared in the doorway and politely inquired, may I ask if LV2 is at your home? Jiang Jiqi didn't recognize the other party yet, but Jiang Daqiao was so shocked that he got up from his chair after just one look and rushed forward to greet him. Director Long, what brings you here? The person who came was none other than Long Yuan. Even if he was only the director of the state security, that was much bigger than a hall-level cadre like Jiang Daqiao, closer to the center of power. Long Yuan shook Jiang Daqiao's hand cordially. Senior Jiang, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a long time. The last time we met was 20 years ago when we were at Zhenghai University, and then you transferred to Yanjing. Long Yuan, however, did not take Jiang Daqiao's words. He had long since realized that Lu Tu was here, patting Jiang Daqiao's hand. Senior is really lucky to have such an outstanding daughter. I heard that the little girl often helps the underprivileged in the school. Not bad, not bad. Ginger Bridge smiled modestly. She was raised to be loving, but always kept her mind off her studies. After Long Yuan greeted Song Ping and Jiang Jiqi in turn, he then looked at Lu Tu and deliberately asked, "Who is this?" Jiang Daqiao coughed. "This is Timothy's classmate, visiting the house." Long Yuan came to sit down in front of Lu Tu. This student is a good-looking man with an extraordinary appearance. At a glance you can tell that he is a dragon and phoenix among men. Lu Tu, who was eating fruit across the street, was a bit puzzled when he heard this. He couldn't be more familiar with Long Yuan, but luckily Jiang Bridge came to this with him. "Lu Tu so sex with up, this uncle you really discerning eyes like a torch. See you extraordinary temperament is also an old handsome man. Usually certainly a lot of how much milk to chase you right?" Jiang Daqiao's heart tightened at his words, almost spitting out the tea in his mouth, and was about to urge Lu Tu to pay attention to his measurements, when in the next second he heard Long Yuan's cheerful laughter. "You kid is not righteous. Why didn't you tell me when you invented the photolithography machine?" Lu Tu shrugged indifferently. "Uncle Long, the matter of the 7th generation machine isn't enough to keep you busy. Ha! I always have to take care of my future wife." Jiang Daqiao was looking at LV2 and Long Yuan with a straight face. How could he not have imagined that not only did LV2 know Long Yuan, but also that the relationship was not ordinary, and even closer than his own, as he could tell from their conversation. What kind of person is this Long Yuan? In the eyes of Jiang Daqiao, it has long since been out of their class, to be so familiar with Lu Tu. And what's with the 7th generation machine? Seeing his doubts, Long Yuan congratulated him. "Old senior, you have such a good son-in-law. From now on, you will surely rise to great heights." Jiang Daqiao then realized that when Long Yuan started to praise him for being blessed with a good daughter, he was alluding to Lu Tu. "You two know each other?" Long Yuan laughed aloud. "More than recognizing, Lu Tu has long been a national treasure of our national security, thanks to you being his old man. You don't even know anything about him." When these words came out, the 3 members of the Jiang Bridge family all froze in place. They originally thought that Lu Tu had invented the photolithography machine, and with Pang Wei and Huozhen as his godfather, his background was already too powerful to imagine. But they didn't realize that he had actually gained the respect of the national security, and was even called a national treasure by Long Yuan. Jiang Jiqi looked at Lu Tu dumbfounded. "Why didn't you tell me anything?" Lu Tu tenderly reached out his hand and brought her to sit beside him, ignoring the presence of Jiang Daqiao, and left a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I wanted to give you a surprise, and also wanted to prove to the world that you didn't look at the wrong person." Little Lu. Jiang Yi couldn't hold herself together any longer when she heard this, and crystalline tears came out of her eyes as she flung herself into Lu Tu's arms and was moved to cry. These words, not to mention Jiang Jiqi, even Jiang Daqiao and Song Ping, were deeply impressed by Lu Tu. To their age, of course, it is clear how to distinguish whether what a person says is sincere or not. It depends on how he does it. Not only did Lu Tu voluntarily report the $3.2 billion for tax purposes, but he was also willing to hand over all the drawings for the future photolithography machine to Jiang Daqiao, which completely proved that he was true to his word to Jiang Jiqi, and to the entire Jiang family. Jiang Daqiao recalled that night in the police station conference room. Lu Tu faced his own contempt and aggression. Resolutely Jiang Jiqi blocked him, said to him that the bold words, now all one by one to realize, words are followed by deeds. The teenager in front of me, who was under 20, proved that he was a true gentleman by his physical behavior. Jiang Daqiao got up and stood in place in awe of Lu Tu. I'm sorry Xiao Lu, it was uncle who belittled you in the past. LV2 saw that Jiang Daqiao was so capable of bending over backwards that he was actually able to formally apologize to himself, his prospective son-in-law, which was considered a realm of sorts. At this time the steps have been given. Lu Tu and Hao will not take it. Hurriedly held Jiang Daqiao, who was ready to bow, and said, Father-in-law, can't be Chapter 98. If he's not decent, I'll help him be decent. Ginger Bridge was secretly delighted and asked, what did you call me? Lu Tu froze. Uncle Jiang. Why son-in-law? Jiang Daqiao eagerly clasped Lu Tu's hand in excitement. Jiang Yiqi on the side couldn't help but break into laughter. She didn't expect her dad to change so much before and after. Seeing this, Long Yuan arched his hand and said, congratulations to the old schoolmaster on his double happiness. Ditto 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 ditto. Jiang Daqiao took the initiative to take out cigarettes to Lu Tu, and Long Yuan scattered on a time in the living room smoke. The three just sat down. The doorbell rang again. Jiang Jiqi wiped the tears of joy from her face and said curiously, there's another honored guest coming. As expected, she froze as soon as she opened the door. Uncle Pang, Auntie Lin, Sister Wan Er. The people who came were none other than Pang Dongwei's family of three. Pang Dongwei nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at Jiang Jiqi. Jiqi is really getting prettier and prettier, and will be able to get married in less than 2 years. Jiang Jiqi immediately understood and quickly pointed to the living room. Uncle Pang, don't make fun of me. Lu Tu is inside. Pangwan stepped forward and took the initiative to hold Jiang Jiqi's arm, muttering about something, only for Jiang Jiqi's face to turn scarlet. Seeing this, Jiang Daqiao hurriedly stepped forward. Province Pang. Secretary Pang. Pang for extended his hand and smiled politely. You and I don't have to be polite. I'm 2 years older than you. Just call me brother. Forgive me for taking the liberty of paying a visit without saying hello. Brother and sister-in-law Pang. Sit down. Godparents. Lin Lan deliberately made a stern face and said, You little heartless one. You came to your Uncle John's place for dinner and didn't even come to see your godmother? Lu Tu heatedly smiled. Godmother, wait a moment. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, the speed of which startled the crowd present. But in 5 seconds, Lu Tu reappeared in the same place with an extra bag of bread in his hand. Lu Tu placed the bread in front of Lin Lan. Godmother, I remember you like this family's bread the most. Try some. Lin Lan and the others rubbed their eyes incredulously and said in a shocked voice, Your physical quality is too strong. This small reveal by Lu Tu directly stunned the people present. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, a few people would never have believed that someone could run so fast. Pangwan pinched Jiang Jiqi's arm on the side and said quietly, Sister, how much do you usually have to suffer? These words made Jiang Jiqi's face even redder. And once she remembered Lu Tu's usual behavior, she could no longer withstand the crowd's astonished and gossipy gazes, and shyly ran back to her bedroom. Lin Lan looked at Lu Tu with eyes full of joy. How did you know I love this bread? Godfather took me by the road once. Lin Lan and Pang were touched in their hearts, just by passing by once and casually saying something. It was firmly remembered by Lu Tu, showing that he was essentially a good boy who knew how to repay kindness. Song Ping went up and pulled Lin Lan to chat. Pangwan also went to the bedroom to pry into Jiang Jiqi's gossip, and now there were only 4 of them sitting at the end of the living room. Lu Tu. Seeing that the scene was a bit awkward for a while, Lu Tu took the lead and spoke. Elders, let's talk about something. Pang laughed. Your kid is really 100 treasures. I heard that you have invented the photolithography machine. The level of technology is still far beyond the top of the world now? Lu Tu didn't deny it. That's right. Anyway, the approval from above is coming down soon. I plan to build another high-tech zone next to the industrial zone to use it to produce the whole industry chain of photolithography. Jiang Daqiao listened to some stunned. Lu Tu, this tone of voice as if he is the man of the sea. The industrial zone and high-tech zones is just a matter of his words. Long Yuan and Pang Bangwei were more familiar with Lu Tu's hand and knew that he had such a bottom line. Well, you continue. Lu Tu flipped a map of Zhonghai from his cell phone and pointed to the large piece of land near the wetland park. Grant me this piece of land, and within 3 years, I'll make Zhonghai surpass Luo Xingdu. The 3 of them were all shaken as they listened. This place, the Middle Sea, was more than 1,500 kilometers from the nearest coastline. Looking at any city in the world, only Zhonghai can develop to such an extent under such a geographic environment. And Lu Tu actually had the bravado to be able to make a landlocked city like Zhonghai directly surpass Amelia's most prestigious city. Luo Shengdu. Jiang Daqiao hesitated. Can we change the location? It's fine for the high-tech zone to be built here, but the industrial zone will inevitably pollute here. Lu Tu smiled evilly. Then don't worry, the whole industry chain I designed has reached the environmental protection level, and the treated industrial sewage can even reach the level of direct drinking. What? How is this possible? Even Long Yuan thought that Lu Tu was talking nonsense, which was completely beyond the scope of the crowd's cognition. Want to develop the economy, cannot be avoided is to destroy the environment, but Lu Tu can boast such a big mouth. No doubt let them some difficulties, and once the environment produces damage, it can't be restored for decades. Behind the wetland park, there is also one of the largest water storage reservoirs in Zhonghai, which is related to the health of 30 million people in Zhonghai. Even they didn't dare to agree to this offhandedly. After all, once this was messed up, it was a matter of carrying an everlasting curse. Pangwei also hesitated. Why don't we change the location? Does it have to be near the wetland reserve? From what I understand, it looks like 3 new golf courses have been built there. I think the working class deserve to work in a privileged environment. And if I don't build a factory here, am I going to leave it to the people eaters to lounge around and play golf? Hearing Lu Tu give this, a reason that they could not even think of, caused the 3 people in high positions of power to be somewhat speechless. Jiang Daqiao hesitated. Those seem to be the properties of the Song family and a few other families in Yanjing. It's a bit difficult to do. As soon as Lu Tu heard that it was the Song family's property, he waved his hand on the spot. Song family? What is the Song family? What I want to do is to benefit the country and the people. Let them move the golf course and still not happy? With that, he pulled out his cell phone, and Long Yuan asked vigilantly beside him, Who are you calling? Vice Elder, since their pitch is difficult, don't do it. The three of them rushed forward to stop Lu Tu. Calm down. What's the point of calling the Vice Elder for this trivial matter? You sit down first. We'll take care of this. Jiang Daxia clenched his teeth and said, I'll take care of this matter. And within a week I'll definitely make. Lu Tu interrupted by stretching out 3 fingers. 3 days? Just 3 days. If they're decent, I'll give him decency. If not, then I'll help them be decent. This overbearing and incomparable words came out of Lu Tu's mouth, and the three of them didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, a powerful sense of honor surged to their hearts. Even if they boast a piece of redemption for the Dragon Kingdom, they can't really be like Lu Tu, who dares to wield a sword against the powerful for the workers. Oh, virtuous son-in-law, you've really given me a hard nut to crack. Good son, there is my style back then. This matter you let go. No one can stop the wheel of history to move forward. Don't worry about the manpower. I'll transfer 100 National Security Section officers to you. At your disposal. Chapter 99, you just spoil her. Lu Tu got up and bowed at the three. Thank you elders for your support. Good talk. You sit down first. What's the point of being polite with us? Jiang Daxio volunteered after a moment of thought. The Design Institute side is also given to me. Let them work overtime to come up with a few sets of programs. Pang nodded his head for. That's fine. The construction bidding will also be carried out at the same time, and we will strive to complete the project in the shortest possible time. Long Yuan suggested. I think it's better not to let outsiders participate in the construction. We can look for General Huai in this regard. Lu Tu heard it makes sense. Whether it is a 7th-generation machine or a photolithography machine, both belong to as a national defense project. In this case Lethua vibration with infrastructure engineering soldiers is the most reliable. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Huaijin and briefly explained his intentions. Huaijin generously said, this is a small matter. Your side to determine the construction program in place. Materials that do not have to worry about. I let the infrastructure engineering unit is responsible for helping you build out on it. Lu Tu was greatly shaken after hearing this, not realizing that one day he would be able to use such a privilege and let the infrastructure troops build a factory for himself. And in terms of execution, let alone looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, even if we look at the entire Blue Planet, which group can compare to the Dragon Kingdom's army? Since Huaijin was so generous, Lu Tu naturally wouldn't be stingy, and took the initiative to say, Godfather, all the soldiers involved in the construction are issued allowances in accordance with the highest value of the market price, and the materials these with the best. I'll pay for it. Misappropriation of military expenses. Lu Tu can't do it yet. Besides, what he is going to build is his own industrial chain. He is trying to make money through this thing. Even if the original intention is to improve the productivity of the Dragon Kingdom, he can't fall in love with the people. Huaijin smiled brightly at his words. Okay, I know you kid has a conscience. That's it. I'll arrange for someone to dock with you. A grand blueprint was completed in an after-dinner tea party. The few people sitting here all felt the burden on their shoulders getting heavier and heavier. And the main reason they were able to sit here was still because of Lu Tu. None of them thought that they would be able to follow a latecomer and see the dazzling dawn one day. Lu Tu looked at Long Yuan. Uncle Long, I plan to hand over the infrastructure project to Nia Yun. Long Yuan nodded his head after pondering for a moment. Yes, this Nia Yun kid should be able to do it. Several people chatted in Zhang Bridge's living room for the afternoon, during which Zhang Yiqi came out and peeked several times, and she froze a bit when she saw Lu Tu and Pang Pang talking for Long Yuan and the others. Once upon a time, she only vaguely felt that there was a mysterious and down-to-earth feeling in Lu Tu's body that she couldn't tell, but she didn't expect Lu Tu to rise so quickly. Which young girl is not in love? Who doesn't want their sweetheart to be a great hero who treads on colorful clouds? Thinking back to the first time he met Lu Tu in the cafeteria, Zhang Jiwei felt happy for Lu Tu from the bottom of his heart. Dinner also takes place at Kong de Bridge's home, which is when Huaijin arrives, and Kong has a threshold for surprises. Several people present were the kind of people whose words were enough to make the whole of Shanghai tremble 3 times, but they still surrounded LV2 in the center of the topic, which deeply shocked Zhang Jiqi, and Lu Tu didn't presume to be arrogant. This was always Zhang Bridge's home, and those present were also his elders. He always showed due humility in front of the crowd, just as he did when they first met with Lu Tu. Seats push cups, good lively, with a physique strengthened after the Lu Tu. Drink a few grandpa that is not hand to pinch it? Lu Tu precisely mastered the degree, so that they didn't get drunk, but all of them drank extraordinarily happily. Jiang Daxia took the initiative to invite. Ah, Xian son-in-law, you've also had quite a lot to drink. Why don't you rest at my house tonight? Pang Pang for a few people also laughed out loud. Originally, I was saying that I would let you go and stay at home, but since your father-in-law invited you, you can stay here. Lu Tu held up the shy-faced Jiang Yiqi. That's fine. After the crowd dispersed, Song Ping instructed Zhang Jiji, "The guest room has already been packed up. You'll send Xiaolu a new set of pajamas later." "Got it, Mom." Song Ping and Zhang Dachu were very sensible and went upstairs. Even the nanny aunt went back to her room early, leaving Lu Tu and Zhang Jiqi to stay in the guest room. Kang Jiwei wrapped his arms around Lu Tu's waist. "Is everything you said today true?" "Which sentence?" "Every word." Lu Tu directly denied. "That's not true. It's more or less an exaggeration." Kang Ji froze, tilted his head and asked, "So you are lying to me in front of my parents? Oh? About your aspects certainly did not exaggerate. Mainly those who benefit the workers and so on. To be honest, I'm not that great. The reason why I want to build the base in the wetland reserve. I was thinking that in the future, we can also live there. We can watch the sunrise every day. And our future children can also have a good environment." Zhang Jiqi tightened Lu Tu's waist. "When did I promise to have a child with you?" Lu Tu reversed his position and pressed her down on the bed, approaching Zhang Yiqi with an extremely aggressive stance. "You're already 20 years old, right? You're at the legal age for marriage." How could Zhang Jiwei not know what Lu Tu wanted to do? Pointing at the door that was still open. "My parents are at home." Lu Tu, a mouth blocked Zhang Yi's lips. After this period of time of grinding, Lu Tu's kissing skills straight-line soared. Zhang Yi has long been blushing and breathing rapidly. A moment later, Lu Tu released her, and Zhang Ji said in disbelief, "What's wrong with you? Not in shape after drinking?" Lu Tu stood up straight, proving with a real action whether he was in shape or not. "That?" Lu Tu waved his hand. "I'm not an animal. This is in your home. How can I bear to destroy your image of a good girl in front of your parents? There's no rush. We'll go back tomorrow." Zhang Yiqi was so moved by what he heard that he stood on his tiptoes and took the initiative to kiss again before running back to his room. Leaving Lu Tu lying by himself in a column on a strange bed was quite unpleasant, to be honest, but he still had to endure it, as he had just said, doing whatever he wanted at his place. He's not married to Zhang Jiqi, so he can't bully other people's daughters like this in the Zhang Bridge house. Early the next morning, Lu Tu woke up early and found Song Ping teaching Zhang Jiqi how to make breakfast. Lu Tu leaned in the kitchen doorway and watched. "You can't be that lazy in the future. You can't have two people eating in the cafeteria and ordering takeout every day. Can you?" Zhang Yi was holding the pan awkwardly and said with bravado, "Who said I don't know how to cook? How well I fried this egg." Hearing this, Lu Tu poofed out, only to see the poor egg in the pan, half of it almost battered, the other half still dripping with egg liquid. "You're up? Go and wash up. You'll have a hearty breakfast soon." Zhang Jiqi hurriedly bumped Lu Tu with his shoulder and drove him outside. LV2 smiled and took the pan in her hand, standardly upturning the pan and flipping it over, continuing to fry the egg, smilingly saying to Song Ping, "Auntie, she's still young. I'll slowly teach her when she grows up in the future." Song Ping helplessly held her forehead. "She's still a year older than you. Really can't do anything about you youngsters. Just spoil her." Chapter 100, Under the Sky. Only the poor feel sorry for the poor. Today, Monday, Lu Tu drove Zhang Jiqi back to school to go to class. Zhang Jiqi was a little reluctant to say, "I don't want to go to class. I want to accompany you." After giving her a look, Lu Tu seriously refused. A woman must have her own career so that she won't be bullied by men. Didn't you read what those female bloggers on the internet said? Women have to go into business and politics so that they can increase a woman's power. Zhang Yi deflated. "I don't believe in what those self-media say. I have you on the line." Lu Tu secretly fretted. How did he change a generation of high-cool schoolgirls into sticky little girls? Finally, he still sighed. "Baby, as you can see, the stall in my hand now will get bigger and bigger, and you are studying international law. I will need your help in the future. Every class you miss now, there is a great possibility that in the future we will be dumbfounded in the law. Can you bear to see me being bullied?" Kang shook his head. "It's intolerable." "Then it's a good thing. One of us two has to study hard, don't you think?" "Makes sense. I'm off to class then. I'll be the woman quietly supporting you behind the scenes." Lu Tu secretly sighed in relief before sending Zhang Jiwei away. With his current background and connections, it didn't matter if Zhang Jiji didn't go to class even now. But Lu Tu understood women as a species and had to find something for them to do to keep them busy so that they wouldn't be a demon for themselves. For the next week, Lu Tu traveled around various departments in Zhonghai, busy looking at design plans, coordinating the collaboration of various departments, and also busy making payments to people. He still had 2.24 billion left after paying taxes on his 3.2 billion, and with the 6.5 billion he got from the Taoist casino and his own lottery tickets and bullion, the cash flow he controlled in his hand amounted to 3 billion. Building the infrastructure of the industrial zone and the high-tech zone should be enough, but the internal facilities, that's the main event. So the money in his hand is still far from enough. It's not like he wants the Shanghai government to take a stake in it. Even if the governor is his godfather and the mayor is his father-in-law, there are other voices that are guaranteed to be heard, and he doesn't want to lose his decision-making power. Not to mention the profitability of the project of the 7th generation machine, but the gross profit of the future photolithography machine. He estimated that it could reach 50%, even exceeding the gross profit margin of the internet giant Horse Clothing. This week's busyness made him feel more and more that talent was valuable. It was good that there were 100 National Security Section members sent by Long Yuan who were second to none in every field, which allowed the entire chain division to be well managed and not make mistakes. Lu Tu still lives in the teacher's dormitory, perhaps because of that experience in Portugal and Australia. For his current state of mind, what luxury cars and mansions are no longer attractive. That day he had just returned to the dormitory, shivering a bowl of noodles with Zhang Jiqi, when he suddenly received a call from his classmate Zhu Xiaozhou. Lu Tu, have you eaten? I'm eating now. What's the matter with old Zhu? Lu Tu knew that Zhu Xiaozhou was an introvert, and would never contact him if nothing was wrong. The money I borrowed from you earlier. I probably won't be able to give it to you until school starts next year. Lu Tu heard his difficulty and took the initiative to speak. Is Auntie feeling better? Hearing this, Zhu Xiaozhou's tone was filled with a bit of crying. No, the condition has worsened. I intend to take a break from school first. My cousin from the same village said that going to work as a crew member pays very well. I wanted to say goodbye to you today. Sisal rope specially picking fine place to break. Lu Tu heard a burst of sourness in his heart. He and Zhu Xiaozhou, although weekday conversation is not much, but can feel that he is an honest filial child. Putting down his chopsticks, he busily asked, "Where are you?" "I'm downstairs in the teacher's dormitory." "Where do you live?" "I'll send up the IOUs for you." Lu Tu sighed quietly. "You come up to Unit 1, 502. How intelligent a person Zhang Yiqi is." Naturally from Lu Tu's words heard the other party's difficulties, plus she already has a strong motherly heart. Listening to the heart is also sour. What is his mom sick with? Lu Tu shook his head. "I don't know yet. Wait until he comes." Not long knocking sound. Lu Tu opened the door to see. Found wearing worn cotton jacket Zhu Xiaozhou, hand carrying a plastic bag of rake citrus, some anxious to stand in the doorway. Lu Tu took the fruit. "Come Lao Zhu, sit inside." When Zhu Xiaozhou entered the room, he found that Zhang Jiqi was also there and smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Sorry senior sister Jiang, I didn't know that you were also there." Zhang Jiqi poured him a cup of hot water. "Have you eaten? I'll cook you a bowl." "I'll ask Lu Tu to cook you a bowl of noodles. I don't cook well." Seeing his desire to speak, Lu Tu laughed. "Don't be polite to me? Just sit for 2 minutes. How fast to cook noodles." A few minutes later a bowl of steaming noodles in front of Zhu Xiaozhou, deliberately lying a few extra eggs. Zhu Xiaozhou was a little touched, but hesitated to move his chopsticks, first pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. "This is my IOU. When I set off after the new year, the ship will give me an advance on my salary, so I can pay you back." Lu Tu grabbed the IOU and tore it to shreds, giving him a deep look and saying, "Old Zhu, you're scolding me." Zhu Xiaozhou was obviously a bit flustered. "I didn't mean that. You misunderstood." Looking at Zhu Xiaozhou at this moment, Lu Tu thought of himself at one time, but not everyone has his background and good fortune to be able to change his fate. "What's wrong with Auntie? UTI, is there a matching kidney source?" "Yes, but it's $800,000. I'll go and work as a crew member for 2 years and borrow some more, maybe I'll have enough." Tears fell from Zhu Xiaozhou's eyes as he said this. "I'm not here to get your sympathy. I'm not here to ask you for a loan. You're the only one out of all my classmates who's willing to lend me money, and I'm telling you this as if you're my friend." Khan asked, "Why don't you use the Love Help fundraiser?" Zhu Xiaozhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Their platform will deduct some of the money. I don't want everyone's money to go down the drain. I can cure my mom's disease." Lu Tu nodded. "I know. Let's eat the noodles first or we'll lump it." Zhu Xiaozhou wiped the corners of his eyes with his hand and took a big bite of the noodles. Zhang Jiqi, on the other hand, pulled Lu Tu into the bedroom, her eyes a little red as she said, "Why don't we help him?" Lu Tu asked rhetorically, "How do you think we should help?" "I'll organize a charity fundraiser in my capacity as vice president of the student council, so I should be able to raise some money." Lu Tu shook his head. "My grandfather once said that under the sky, only the poor will feel sorry for the poor. Relying on the poor to help each other is really a drop in the bucket." Zhang Jiqi also knew that what Lu Tu said was true. Even if it was a public service fundraiser, he couldn't get much money. "I'm going to take out $100 million and raise a public welfare fund, which you will be in charge of, and use it to help students and faculty in need." Gingerly, he muttered, "Take, how much? 100 million seems a bit less. How about 200 million? If I can't, I'll make another trip to Portugal and Australia. Someone gave me an umbrella when I got wet." Now it's time to help out. Lu, I'm with you. Chapter 101, a woman comes to the door. Lu Tu walked out of the bedroom and asked Zhu Xiaozhou, you bring me your mother's information. I know a doctor in this area. I can ask for you. Zhu Xiaozhou will believe it and pull out his cell phone and turn over the medical records and tablets. Lu Tu dialed Nie Yun's number. Recognize any experts in uremia? I know. The head of the oncology department at Yinjing University Hospital is my second aunt. Lu Tu put his heart down. Ask your second aunt to come to Shanghai for a sub-flying surgery. I have a classmate's mother who needs a kidney transplant. And the kidney source has already been matched. Okay, big brother, you send me the patient's information I'll arrange it right away. After Lu Tu sent the message to Nie Yun, he patted Zhu Xiaozhou's shoulder. Tell your cousin, don't go out to sea. I'll help you arrange things for your mom. And you don't have to worry about the surgery fee. I'll pay for it. Silence. At this moment, Zhu Xiaozhou froze in his chair, looking at Lu Tu who was smiling at him. He couldn't say a word, only the bean-sized teardrops that kept dripping down. With a plop, Zhu Xiaozhou knelt straight in front of Lu Tu. Thank you. You are my mom's savior. You are my savior. I don't know how to repay your great kindness. I will slowly return the money to you. Saying this, he was about to kowtow, but was yanked up by Lu Tu. Don't thank me. Thank your senior sister. It's from her charitable foundation's grant to you. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang is really beautiful and kind-hearted. I wish you and Lu Tu 100 years of good luck and an early birth. Zhang Jiqi's scalp went numb at the sound of this, and he waved his hands and said, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Tu said softly, go back to rest early. Someone will initiate contact with you tomorrow. Thank you, Lu Tu. Zhu Xiaozhou stood hand and foot in place, like a child who had made a mistake. Lu Tu said in relief, are you thinking that you can't repay me? He nodded. Then you should do more good deeds and help other students in general, as a way to repay me. Zhu Xiaozhou stood frozen in place, staggeringly looking at Lu Tu. How could he not imagine? Lu Tu has such high moral integrity. The heart surged a wave of admiration, rushed to Lu Tu, deeply bowed. Thank you. I know what to do. That's fine. Get some early rest. After Zhu Xiaozhou left, Zhang Jiqi curiously asked, he's so difficult. Why don't you give him some more money to improve his life? Literally, he can't even repay the favor of me curing his mother's illness. If I get him any more direct money, guess what he'll do to me? He'll be doubly grateful. Kang said at the right moment. Lu Tu shook his head slightly as he sipped his water. No, he'll just think, we were all originally working part-time together. Why should I have so much free money? I'm just helping his family with a kidney transplant. He'll only be jealous of my background. And once I start getting him money, the moment I don't, he'll turn aggressive in his efforts to discredit me and hate me. Zhang Yiqi looked very incomprehensible. How could that be? I don't think he's honest like that kind of person. It has nothing to do with what he is. It's human nature. I'm not going to try to challenge human nature or push people in that direction. I just helped her mom get a new kidney. I'm not involved in the trajectory of his life. His life can only be changed through his own efforts. Only then did Zhang Yiqi seem to understand and nod his head, then looked at Lu Tu with eyes full of light. You're suddenly so serious. I'm a bit out of practice. I didn't expect you to actually know so much. Lu Tu smiled evilly. I have more knowledge that I haven't practiced with you yet. With that, he picked up Zhang Yiqi in a princess carry and threw her on the soft mattress, removing her slippers and precisely turning off the bedroom light. 2 hours are omitted here. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of the room. Lu Tu impatiently climbed up and looked at the time, only 6:30 a.m. Opening the door, it was the secretary Su Frost, who had gambled with Zhang Yufei for her life and won, standing there in a professional outfit. When she saw Lu Tu, she smiled sweetly. Boss, I've searched so hard for you. Lu Tu was shocked. What are you looking for me for? I'm your man, boss. I can only follow you. Lu Tu was about to shoo people out in a bad mood. Hurry up and go. Don't let my girlfriend see it. Who is it? Khan walked out in her pajamas. After she and Su Frost smiled at each other, Su Frost bowed again. Hello, boss lady. My name is Su Frost. I'm from the boss. Lu Tu frowned at his words. You did that on purpose, didn't you? However, he could only let Su Frost into the house. And Lu Tu explained to Zhang Jiqi about Su Frost's origins. When she heard that Su Frost was the one who won back from Lu Tu's gambling game, she blurted out, Little Lu, you actually went gambling. Lu Tu helplessly held his forehead. Is this the key? The key is that this relies on me and won't leave. Kang Ji sized up Su Frost and said, So you're a professional secretary? Yes, boss lady. How old are you? What diploma? Kang asked curiously. I'm 24, graduated from UCLA with a degree in utilities management, and I'm looking for guidance from my boss's wife. When Zhang Yiqi heard this, his eyes kept turning. You're a high school student. You're now relying on Lu Tu not to leave, aren't you? Su Frost frankly admitted. As you all know, I used to be Zhang Yufei's secretary, and now that the MGM casinos have all been acquired, the group as well as the family behind it won't let me go, and I simply don't dare to leave the country. Lu Tu gave a way out. I suggest you take the public examination. Su Frost smiled awkwardly. I'm not hiding it from you two. I can't take the exam. This thing is too hard, and you guys should be able to tell that I'm not very good at interpersonal relationships, and I can't look at the other private companies in China. None of them have the breadth of mind and skills that the boss has, so I want to follow the boss and recharge my batteries more. Jiang Yi continued to condescend. How could he be so good? Don't praise him. Instead, Su Frost said in all seriousness, boss is the only man who didn't bother to get me when he could have, and I admit I'm stuck. Lu Tu hated the most in his life as the dogskin plaster-like woman, took out a rechargeable treasure from the drawer and said, go back and charge slowly. Don't come to harass me in the future. Su Frost made a face that she would rather die than give in. Boss, why don't you kill me? Lu Tu's fists were clenched when he saw her dead pig stance. No one had ever been able to force themselves, even if the other party was a woman. With a twinkle in her eye, Jiang Jiji suddenly spoke. Xiao Lu, aren't you going to open a charity fund in my name? Why don't you let Su Frost be my secretary? I think she's quite capable. Hearing the word capable, Su Frost subconsciously straightened her chest, which was the capital she was proud of. But when she looked at Jiang Jiqi, who stood up, her eyes suddenly became dim. As expected of the boss's woman, she's really excellent. Chapter 102, Inciting Kojai to Revenge. Su Frost immediately became interested upon hearing this, and took the initiative to come and stand behind Jiang Jiwei. Boss, I think this is a good proposal from the boss's wife, so just let me stay by her side. I can do anything. Lu Tu saw Jiang Jiji nodding slightly at him. Okay then, a month's salary of 3,500. Not to buy you 5 insurance and 1 gold. Are you still willing? I do. Lu Tu waved his hand helplessly. Can you take charge of the charitable foundations program? I can. So tell me what we should do first. Su Frost's expression was extremely confident, and immediately took out a tablet Dao from her body, and said to Jiang Ji, first of all, we need to create a momentum through the self-media, to hit our popularity, and then symbolically donate a little bit of money out, and then finally use the boss's connections to pull a charity auction, and invite a few second and third tier traffic stars to come to support the show. At that time and then by a few large flow of self-media on various platforms a push. Naturally there will be star-crossed fans on the head, and then contact with the star's station sister. Do a current hot activities, such as saving kittens and puppies, in the end is not to earn a lot of money? Lu Tu and Jiang Yi listened to constantly frowning. Su Frost's operation is the most commonly used money-making routine at the moment. The key can't say that her idea is wrong. According to her operation like this, it is definitely able to make money. The only key now was that Lu Tu and Jiang Ji's intention was not to make money off of this. Lu Tu interrupted her. You guys discuss it, I'll call you right away. With that, he transferred $100 million to Jiang Jiqi's account, telling her to take the time to register a charitable foundation. Jiang Jiqi's specialty is law. A charitable fund must have a specific public benefit goal. The group we help? Lu Tu spoke up. Poor students. Real poor students. Su Frost suggested. Boss, the recent event with the highest traffic is none other than Kujie being sentenced to a loss after he failed to put his pieces back into the chess box when playing chess with a player from Bangkok. I think we can address this event and invite Kujie and his opponent, in the name of our charitable foundation, to have a real chess match once again. LV2 was instantly interested when he heard this. He had swiped this video yesterday, especially after seeing the Stick Country player's old sister-in-law's pussy look, which made his teeth itchy with anger. The Stick is as consistent and vile as a ing maggot as ever in the area of athleticism. Immediately, he clapped his hands and said, this matter will be handled immediately. Invite Kujie to come, and invite a few more stickmen to compete. Su Frost asked. It's a bad time to be on the cusp of the storm, and they know what we're up to, so I'm afraid it's not a good idea to come. Not coming? What's the prize money for that Thai contest of theirs? 300 million won. 5 million Rokoku dollars. Lu Tu smiled evilly. Is LG Group unable to run the competition? 5 million and you dare to openly cheat? Raise the prize money for me. 20 million if 10 million doesn't work. 40 million if 20 million doesn't work. I don't believe that this group of arrogant and cocky rods can hold back. But there is a prerequisite. The prize money I only give to the champion. What about runner-up and third place? Lu Tu waved his hand. This time, the country only invited Kujie alone. Let the rest of the Stick countries come. And the second runner-up and third runner-up let them go back empty-handed. Su Frost questioned. So what if Kojie loses? Lu Tu stared at her. He lost. I admit it. Sue Frost nodded. Boss, I understand what you mean. Anyway, this invitational tournament, as long as we make it out and the foundation's reputation hits the mark, I'll get right on it. Lu Tu called out to her. I'll give you a driver. You go downstairs and shout at the flower beds for a man named Heat Song. That kid is resourceful. Let him drive you wherever you go. Thanks, boss. Jiang Ichi washed up and followed. After all, this is a registered charity foundation in her name, and it is her favorite cause. Of course, she has to personally participate in it. Lu Tu mainly wanted to find something for Jiang Jiqi to do, and with the recent start of winter vacation, he didn't want Jiang Jiqi to get bored with himself at all times. Half an hour later, the China Sea Charitable Foundation for Underprivileged Students was founded successfully. It had to be said that Jiang Jiqi's efficiency was still very good. Previously Lu Tu had never paid attention to this aspect, always treating her as a vase, but now it seemed not bad at all. Of course, there must be Jiang Jiqi's background in the role. At least her father is the mayor of Shanghai. All aspects of the matter. Who dares to give her trips? Ordinary people to do a business license to let you go north to sign, south to stamp, east pulling can give you a week of delay. With Lu Tu's financial support, Jiang Jiqi made rapid progress with the assistance of Sue Frost, and in just one morning, he had already rented an office and recruited 7 or 8 people. When it was time for lunch, Jiang Ji called. Xiao Lu, do me a favor. You invite Kojie for me. Lu Tu wondered. You didn't give him the $10 million prize? Jiang Ichi's voice was a bit chagrined. I said that, but he said that it's almost New Year's Eve, and he has to live broadcast the game of Yunding at home, so he doesn't have time to come. Lu Tu comforted. Maybe he's angry. I'll contact him. Hanging up the phone, I was thinking of going to the live broadcast room to brush a few carnivals for Kojie, but on second thought it still didn't fit his style. In the end, he called Long Yuan and asked him to help him get in touch with Kojie. 10 minutes later, an unfamiliar number called. Hello, this is Kit. I heard you wanted to see me about something? My name is Lu Tu. I'm your live broadcast water friend. LV2 did not immediately indicate his true identity. One is not yet able to say that. The second is that this is more able to draw the relationship between the two people closer. Once he heard this, Kujie's tone relaxed a lot. You scared me to death. Just now the national security people called me. I thought something was wrong. Lu Tu didn't beat around the bush either. I saw the news. Don't you want to take revenge? Kojie sighed helplessly. What can I do if I can't endure it? It's not like Go is a fight. Go is the human condition. Hey, you're not in our line of work. You wouldn't understand. Lu Tu sniffed. So sex directly threw out the killer. I'm a rough man, speak more straight. I'll ask you a question. By that dead sissy old sister-in-law with that kind of despicable means to the direct judgment negative. In a foreign country by the other party as a melon child whole. You can bear it? Immediately afterward, he said, let me make it clear that I can't stand it a bit. I believe that you with your temperament certainly can't endure it either. Or else you wouldn't have argued with them on the spot. Now I'm giving you a chance for revenge. Do you dare to come? Fanning the flames that was Lu Tu's natural self-born skill, he had said his words here. If Kujie still didn't agree, then he would give up on this plan. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before Kujie opened his mouth and asked, how much did you say the bonus was? 5 million. Kujie almost stormed out on the other end of the phone. Your talent just told me about the $10 million prize. Chapter 103. Lu Tu calmly returned. 5 million is whether you can win or not. I'll give you 5 million. If you can win all the stick country players and win beautifully, I'll give you 20 million. What do you figure? Kojie asked the question that had been bothering him. What's the point? I can't stand the sight of Stick Dog's face, and I'm paying money just to be angry. So don't you dare come. I promise. Mr. Louis, thank you. Well then, I'll have someone follow up with you. Lu Tu didn't bother to be polite with him, hung up the phone and then gave a word to Jiang Ji, and then left the follow-up to Sue Frost to coordinate the arrangements. That night, Lu Tu was brushing Douyin at home, when he found out about the World Chess Champion Challenge, organized by the Shanghai Charity Fund for Impoverished Students. In such a short period of time the poster had been designed, and Kujie was very arrogantly P in the center, while a group of baseball players, who were P with long hair, stood next to each other in a flirtatious posture. Looking at such an exaggerated poster style, Lu Tu almost choked on his own saliva. It was hard for him to imagine that Jiang Jiqi would agree to this design. It seems that it's true that nearer to the vermilion is the red. After following Lu Tu for a long time, the original high-cool schoolgirl began to become abstract. At this time, the door lock opened, and Lu Tu pressed the door without even looking at it, knowing through the ability to foretell the future that it was Jiang Jiqi and Sue Frost who had returned. He got up and went to the living room and inquired, is the time of the game set? Jiang Ichi nodded. The day after tomorrow, at 10 a.m., The competition will be held at the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center, and the ones from the stick country will be there. What about the race schedule? Zhang Jiqi should be tired enough to not have time to answer and just gulp down water as Su Frost explained. The gimmick we've set up this time is to challenge the Great Demon King, including Bian Xiangyi. We've invited a total of 5 Rod Kingdom contestants to compete, and it's the winner of them that's qualified to challenge the Great Demon King. Ku Jia. What's with 5 people? Isn't that one person's turn? Su Frost smiled and glanced at Zhang Jiqi. The boss's wife said that in order to increase the spectacle of this tournament, the slot for the empty round is required to be an off-court duel between 5 Rod Kingdom players, and the winner among them can directly take the empty round. Off the field then what? Modeling catwalk. And it's still a swimsuit. And then the winner will be decided through real-time voting by netizens. Su Frost couldn't help but start laughing even as she said this. After hearing this, Lu Tu exclaimed that he was overjoyed, and wrapped his arms around Zhang Jiqi and gave him a kiss. How did you come up with such a detrimental trick? Zhang Jiqi giggled. It's not like I learned from you. We spend real money. We have to discuss them a little bit. They're willing to accept such harsh conditions? Lu Tu was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that the players from the stick country could not be used to participate at all. Zhang Jiqi gave him a mysterious look. We have a branch of LG in Shanghai. They have already gotten wind of the future trend in Shanghai. I asked my dad to put pressure on them and use their group's influence in the country to ask those people to come over. Plus I didn't let them walk the runway for nothing. I also gave them $1 million each. How many people cut their heads off to come and walk on the show? Lu Tu realized. And that Demon King title for a change. It always reminds me of something bad. Change to what? Change it to Go Emperor. Incidentally discussed the island next door. Anyway, there are a lot of foreigners on the domestic app now. So let those lezzies have fun with it. And try to pull full influence in one fell swoop. Zhang Yi brightened up. Good. Just do as you say. Su Frost on the side of the action is super strong. This side of the words just fell. That side has contacted the propaganda department, explaining the relevant work. Lu Tu curiously said, it's only been a short day. Where did you go to recruit so many people? Zhang Yiqi said, I posted the recruitment at the school confession wall. More than 500 people came in one afternoon. I interviewed with Su Frost until the afternoon. Not even half of the interview. She kissed Lu Tu's face. Su Frost's workability is really nothing to write home about. So why don't I see about hiring her officially? She just came to Shanghai and hasn't rented an apartment yet. Why don't she sleep in the guest room tonight? Lu Tu was shocked to hear this, and took out 200 yuan from his pocket to hand it to Su Frost. You can't stay here with me. Take this money and go outside to open a hotel. Su Frost condescendingly took the 200 bucks. Boss, it might not be enough. Lu Tu waved his hand. You turn left out of the school gate. Look for the Regent Hotel with the flowery sign. You go over and report my name. Does the hotel owner have a stake in it? No. I used to clean there before, and the older woman was quite nice. Su Frost didn't believe a single word of that. How could someone who had won $2 billion from MGM by gambling heavily in Portugal and Macau, and casually took out $100 million for a charitable foundation in order to coax his girlfriend, go and clean up for a small hotel? In her opinion, Lu Tu was deliberately teasing her. After Su Frost left, Zhang Jiqi asked Lu Tu in disbelief, why are you so nice to other people but so bad to Su Frost? Lu Tu explained, because I don't trust her. I only gave her a salary of 3,500, and she was still willing to help me. How in the world can there be such a stupid person? I myself don't believe that my personality is that charismatic. I pushed her so hard just to see how long she can really endure. However, Zhang Yiqi spoke her insight. I think Su Frost shouldn't have lied to us. Where did you see that? A woman's sixth sense. She just kinda likes you. Lu Tu stared at her in surprise. Since you knew she might like me, you still dared to bring someone to the house of your own accord. And you let her sleep in the guest room. Aren't you afraid that I'll get up in the night? Zhang Jiwei left a red mark on Lu Tu's neck, then exhaled at his ear. I believe you, and you don't have time. Nice guy. Lu Tu realized that he was actually becoming more and more passive in this regard, which was not his style. Picked Zhang Yiqi up and headed for the bedroom. I've been teaching you how to play chess for the last few days, but today I have to show you the level of my tea skills. Next, Lu Tu showed Zhang Ji what it meant to truly taste tea. Lovers of Kung Fu tea should know that simple brewing of tea is oftentimes no longer enough to satisfy the unique taste buds of gourmets. Tasteful friends will not come up on the big mouth will be tea into the belly, but will be used to burn incense meditation, as well as live boil sweet spring whey, to create a charming atmosphere. The main purpose of this step is to warm up the teapot and keep the subsequent sipping process in a pleasant mood. After a period of boiling, wait until the tea boils. At this time, be sure to pour out the first tea as soon as possible, pouring it on the teapot, to play a role in nourishing the tea pet. Tea favor at this time the whole body with a layer of delicate red. The whole room suddenly floated up dense mist, long and not disperse. Let a person look at the delight. Chapter 104 Specialize Lower 3 Roads. Each night, it was as if the two had an endless supply of sweet talk and couldn't stop screwing. Early the next morning, Zhang Jiqi went out early. I'm taking Su Frost to work, so remember to eat on time. Aha! Lu Tu lazily responded. Last night with Zhang Jiqi tea tasting until so late, the other party actually still able to get up and go to work, really do their own interest in the work, is motivated. Lu Tu temporarily also has no intention of moving out of the dormitory. After all, he is not much interested in buying a mansion. It would be better to wait for the wetland reserve side of the factory to be built, to go there to repair a rural self-constructed house to be at ease. When I went to the cafeteria and came back from breakfast, I saw a slender figure, wearing only a tweed coat in such cold weather, standing under the dormitory building and playing with her cell phone. As a man, it was normal to meet a beautiful woman with admiring eyes to look at her more, not realizing that when he gazed into the abyss was also gazing into him. When the beautiful woman's cell phone was put down and she looked at herself with a huff, Lu Tu instantly lost interest and nearly vomited her breakfast in disgust. Although the other party was wearing a mask, only revealing a pair of watery eyes, Lu Tu still knew the identity of the visitor through precognition. It was none other than Song Chushi who had sneaked up on him in the Zhenghai war zone. What was she doing here to find herself? Lu Tu pretended not to see her and walked straight towards the building. Hey! Stop! I told you to stop. Did you hear me? When Song Chushi saw Lu Tu completely ignoring herself, a wave of anger instantly surged in her heart. Even she didn't know what was going on. Every time she saw Lu Tu's underhanded appearance, she couldn't help but want to make a move. A strong wind came from behind him, and Lu Tu stretched his hands out just enough to catch Song Chushi's flying kick and casually threw it into a distant flower bed. Lu Tu stopped walking, turned around and spat disdainfully. What's wrong with you? Every time you see me you have to use your legs to clip my head? The same ending as the last time in the Zhenghai battle zone. Song Chushi was once again easily knocked away by Lu Tu. She was shocked and furious. Furious because what made Lu Tu so strong? She had been unsuccessful in her own sneak attack twice. The shocking thing was that she didn't know why. Every time she saw Lu Tu's old look, she would instantly lose her sense of proportion. Even if Lu Tu didn't say anything, just a look, she couldn't hold back. Lu Tu, I need to talk to you. Lu Tu gave her a sidelong glance. I don't like to talk about things with people who love to use the lower third. Saying that, he turned around and went up the stairs, leaving Song Chushi in a state of disarray as he burrowed out of the flower bed. Her body was covered in dirt and flower debris. Even her diamond-studded heels were covered in mud. And for someone with a cleanliness fetish like her, it was even more unacceptable to him than if Lu Tu had thrown her away. Song Chushi forced her inner resistance, took her high heels in her hands and scraped the mud on them at the red bricks of the flower bed. And in her heart, she cursed Lu Tu's whole family with the most vicious words. At this time just encountered out of Li Guixiang, saw this scene surprised open mouth, gossiped she wanted to ask something, but thought of Lu Tu's temper and swallowed the words, hurriedly bowed his head and walked away. Lu Tu, who had just returned home, was about to lie down and brush the douyin to see if there was any news from the side of the stick country players. Suddenly he had a premonition of what was to come and opened the door to the room with great speed, and a long black silk leg stained with a bit of mud was in his arms. The visitor was still Song Chushi. She was about to kick open the door of Lu Tu's house. She didn't expect that Lu Tu seemed to have expected it and opened the door directly. Now one of her legs was still outside the door and the other was in Lu Tu's arms. If she hadn't practiced martial arts and dance, her body's flexibility wouldn't have allowed her to make such difficult movements. The two of them were eye to eye, and Lu Tu asked impatiently, "What the do you want? You let go of me first." LV2 hand holding that quite needy well-proportioned long legs, in her inner thighs pinched a handful of this before letting go. Song Chushi originally wore high-heeled shoes, at this time unsteady on the ground splitting a zigzag horse. She saw Lu Tu's eyes staring straight at her open neckline. Instantly knowing that Lu Tu was eating her tofu, she hurriedly rolled over and climbed up under her shame and anger. "Lu Tu, you!" Lu Tu's face darkened. "Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Taking the initiative to make a move against me 3 times. If it weren't for the Song family behind you, I could make you tremble in fear with a single finger." Song Chushi heard the threat in Lu Tu's words, and the sanity that had been restored with great difficulty was about to storm out again on the spot. At this time a 6-story-old man walked down, looked at the scene in front of him and held up his glasses, smiled at Lu Tu. "Young people are really lucky. Girlfriends one by one are beautiful." Lu Tu politely laughed. "Master Wang, walking?" "Yeah. Auntie Zhang from the Central C Normal next door asked me to dance. And as you know, I was the king of breakdancing in this area when I was younger." "Take your time then. Mr. Wang scowled at Lu Tu and revealed a smile that all men understand before going downstairs. The two were interrupted by this, and there was no more swords drawn earlier. Song Chusher got up and patted the dust on his legs. Can I go inside to talk to you about the golf course? Bring the door. Lu Tu sat on the sofa and stared at her impatiently. Didn't Jiang Daqiao make it clear to you? There are so many good places in Shanghai. Why do you have to build your factory in our stadium? I'd love to. Do you know that those 3 stadiums are not exclusive to our Song family alone, but to several families? Do you know the consequences of what you're doing? Lu Tu cast a sidelong glance at her. It's not just sending a no-good dried-up girl to seduce me. I think I can withstand such a test. You call me dried up? Your mom Lu Tu. You $%. Song Chusher couldn't restrain her emotions any longer and cursed out in a brain. But the next second she felt her feet lighten up, and when she opened her eyes again, she had already fallen heavily on the open space on the first floor. This is still Lu Tu did not want to make a human life. Originally wanted to throw her down from the 5th floor, but afraid of this being dropped dead, he dragged Song Chusher to run 2 more steps, came to the 3rd floor when he threw down. Standing upstairs, he spat at Song Chusher below. Get lost and go back and tell your family. Next time send someone with poisoned brains to talk to me. You don't deserve it. Song Chushi was once again defeated as she shouted at Lu Tu. Lu Tu, I will definitely make you lick the soles of my feet clean. Words just finished, a bucket of cold water splashed down. It turned out to be the upstairs residents are watering the flowers. Heard the noise, poked his head out to see the fun. Accidentally dropped the sprinkler. Cold water poured Song Chusher all over. Girl, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Song Chusher shouted hysterically downstairs. I'm going to kill all of you. Just wait for me. Chapter 105, Behind the Scenes of the Golden Master. At noon Jiang Jiqi hurried back, holding a roll of tape measure in his hand. Lu, why don't we go to the Go Challenge together tomorrow? Could be. Then I'll take your measurements and I'll have someone expedite a suit out for you. Lu Tu wondered. You're not studying fashion design either. Why don't you let the tailor come? I don't want another woman to touch you, so why don't I just measure myself? In fact, Lu Tu does not like the suit. This thing was not designed for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. But looking at the school flower sister squatting in front of him, holding a leather ruler to give himself a measurement of the hip circumference, the words of rejection stems in the throat never say out. Kang tilted her head with focused eyes and asked, do you usually like to put it on the left or the right? Lu Tu smiled evilly at the words, almost about to say that he likes to put it inside you, but looking at her focused appearance, he still returned squarely, my trajectory is on the left side, so it's better to put it on the left side. Jiang Jiwei sighed quietly. I sometimes really wonder if I found a good guy or a pervert. He held a strand of Kang's hair with his fingers and twirled it around. These two traits don't really clash, but I'm more of a pervert. And it's only when perverted that I'm at my easiest. Jiang Ichi sent Lu Tu's measurements to the tailor store and pulled out an exquisite box from her bag. This is a New Year's gift for you, pervert Xiao Lu. Thank you, little beauty. It's not company money. I bought it with my own savings. So open it and see if you like it. Lu Tu opened the box and found that it was actually a Patek Philippe wristwatch. He didn't recognize the specific model, but he could tell that it should be very expensive anyway. Don't you think my temperament, more than anything else, suits Richard Miller? Jiang Ichi laughed bitterly. I don't have that much money to buy that thing, so you can just take it with you for now, and I'll buy it for you when I graduate and make money. Why does this sound so much like soft food? Lu Tu's heart warmed up when he heard this, and he wrapped his arms around Jiang Ji's waist for the sweet moment of a daily kiss. A few minutes later Jiang Yi pushed Lu Tu away and brushed his loose hair behind his ear. Stop it for now. The company has something to do. I still have to go over in the afternoon. Okay, tell He Tsong to drive slower. Sent away the strong woman. Lu Tu suddenly feel that he has been so idle recently. The game also do not want to play. Want to go to massage it, and see the news that in the last 2 years HIV is too much. I do not know that I have this strength and physique. Cannot hold up. Think about it or forget about it. Early the next morning, Lu Tu put on the customized suit that Jiang Jiqi had brought with her and brought her along to the Chess King Challenge. After 2 days of building up momentum, the match between the top 5 masters of the Stick Country, challenging the Go Emperor of the Dragon Country, had already sparked a huge amount of traffic on the internet. Countless netizens have enthusiastically participated in this discussion. And of course the ones people talk about the most are Kujia and Bian Xiangyi. But there are still quite a few people with a keen sense of smell who have noticed the Shanghai Charity Foundation for Underprivileged Students, an unassuming organizing company. Before this foundation has not even heard of. Seems to be the sudden rise of the well-informed circles know that the founder of the foundation, just a 20-year-old beautiful girl. This news once spread, but also stunned everyone. After all, paper can't wrap the fire. I don't know who sent Jiang Jiqi's student ID card photo to the internet, as well as her life were publicized. For a time Jiang Jiqi's hotness even vaguely surpassed the flow of small flowers. After all, she is both the deserved school beauty of CUHK and the daughter of Mayor Jiang Daxiao. So such sensitive and gossipy news immediately aroused the discussion of many netizens. Some say she is shameless, relying on her father's legacy to create a charitable foundation with a registered capital of $50 million when she was only a sophomore. More people involved in the Jiang Bridge said he was corrupt. Real name to the Commission for Discipline Inspection report. But the Commission for Discipline Inspection has been investigated. Jiang Bridge and Jiang Shiqi did not have any problems. These years received the most expensive gift. Is the hometown sent 20 pounds of earth pig bacon. But Jiang Jiqi was indeed too good. And with that face alone, she caused many people to be jealous and even hateful, and began to make yellow rumors about her. You all don't know. I am a student of CUHK. She can't break up with many people in our school. Don't look at her good looking. One look and you know it's plastic surgery. And she's also a sanctimonious who acts like she can't see anyone else suffer in school, helping this one today and that one tomorrow, acting like she's so capable. I also don't know whether this charity fund she runs is to help others or to be used as a tool to enrich herself. Sitting in the car heading to the convention center, Kang Jiji looked at her bad reviews and was so angry that her hands were shaking and she was almost about to cry. Lu Tu held her hand and forced her cell phone to turn off. Those thin people say let them say. We have a clear conscience on the line. But they curse so hard. Then I'll scold them in front of the reporters later. Don't. If you scold them they should come and scold you. Lu Tu heard both funny and heartbreaking. Relieved, doing charity, was not understood. Mainly because of too many dregs before. We will then publish the accounts on the internet. Those people will naturally shut up. After Lu Tu's enlightenment, Zhang Yi only slowed down. Do not blame her. But only 20 years old age and good nature. Cannot accept the malicious denigration is very normal. Change into Lu Tu to also cannot help swearing. At this time in front of the exhibition center, has been laid out up to 15 meters of red carpet. Jiang Yi sure really is enough effort. This time just the mainstream media in the country. Almost all sent reporters. And many of the popular traffic stars. So around the red carpet, there was already a crowd of self-media bloggers and fans from all walks of life, aiming their long guns at the red carpet, expecting that they would be able to unearth breaking news. When a plain and unassuming Audi S6 appeared in front of the crowd, people were not even interested in looking at it. The stars and chess players who came in front of them were sitting in cars that at the very least started out as Maybachs. When the car door opened and Lu Tu walked the car in a decent suit, a girl's exclamation suddenly came from the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big handsome. That's when the crowd reacted and looked toward the end of the red carpet, only to see a male protagonist who seemed to have stepped out of a manga, dressed in a well-tailored suit. The calmness and ease he exuded completely did not belong to this age group should have. To top it off, he always had a wisp of a cynical smile on his face, giving him an extra touch of gangliness. This very visual impact of the picture, as if to the presence of nymphomaniac face dogs, played a most powerful aphrodisiac. Ah, so handsome. Lu Tu came to the other side, opened the car door, and appeared in front of the crowd holding Jiang Ji's hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kang Ji's rumored boyfriend, the gold master behind the curtain, has appeared. Chapter 106, Wife Protector. Kang Ji looked at the raging crowd outside and the blinding flashing lights, and hesitated for a moment. Lu Tu squeezed her palm. Come with me, it's fine. When faced with gossip, people are very torn. Even the long-established stars. It is difficult to withstand the media's attacks, not to mention that now Jiang Shi is a bit of a net storm. Kang Ji looked at Lu Tu's encouraging smile before she took a deep breath and took his arm to return to her drop-dead gorgeous self. The two had just walked up the red carpet when a big fat man with a face full of pimple pits in the crowd held up his cell phone and screamed at Lu Tu. Are you the little white boy that Jiang Ji has adopted? Someone beside me also echoed. Dude is really not bad. Such a beautiful girl have got it. The internet said she has many boyfriends in school. Are you one of them? Of course. There are also female reporters. The microphone in their hands over, Jiang Ji. The internet said that you have had plastic surgery. The breast augmentation. Is this true? Lu Tu was hardening up next to him, his fists clenched hard, just as he was about to step forward to teach these guys a lesson. The system's beep once again came from his head. Trigger mission, retaliate against the unscrupulous media. Hearing this, Lu Tu's mood suddenly became great. Tuanzi you haven't come to see me for a long time. Jiang Ichi, I'm asking you, is this handsome guy next to you your gold master? Or is he your adopted gigolo? What's your relationship? The security guards responsible for maintaining order at the scene went up to stop, but they really can't help but have too many people who love gossip. At this time, Jiang Jiqi was so angry that her hands started shivering again. Lu Tu took her by the shoulders and smiled gently at her. You wait, Hubby will go and take it out on you. After saying that, Lu Tu ignored the lead of the welcoming lady in front. And in front of all the long gun and short cannon lenses, he turned the corner to the front of that greasy fat man and raised his head at him. What did you just ask? Say it again. I asked you. I told you to say it. And you did. Lu Tu didn't wait for the fat man to finish, and backhanded him with an ear slap. There was a crisp snap and the scene erupted. No one in the audience knew Lu Tu. They only knew that he was following Jiang Jiqi. But Jiang Jiqi couldn't even cope with their pressing questions. And this kid actually dared to hit someone in front of so many media? Let's not talk about whether the public beating is a violation of the public order regulations, but he hit the media, although it is not the mainstream media. But in this era of universal network, the self-media do not even need the three elements of the news. Even black can be described as white for you. Not to mention that he also hit someone at the drop of a hat. He is not afraid of being cyberstormed to death by the netizens? The fat man was like a gyroscope, spinning in place 2.5 times before being held up by the person next to him. Half of his face was swollen, his speech was slurred, and just as he opened his mouth, saliva dripped down the corners of his mite-ridden mouth. How dare you hit me? I'll sue you to death. Lu Tu didn't pay any attention to his threat and continued to walk towards him, frightening the fat man into pushing his way into the middle of the crowd, causing a chorus of disgruntled voices. What are you, insulting old me here? You just cursed me a total of 2 times for being a little white boy, and made yellow rumors about my wife. Believe it or not, I'll tear your carbillamine apart? The people on the scene were not the media or fans. They were all a crowd that prided themselves on their quality. But no one expected that this well-dressed and handsome guy could actually curse out such vulgar words, just like the grandparents in the vegetable market. I'm calling the police on you. Lu Tu nodded and stared at him with cold eyes. You'd better go to the police. You can also go to the examination of your injuries. I'll compensate you for all of them as promised. He then snapped his fingers and Hee Song, who was in charge of driving for Lu Tu, ran over, and Lu Tu instructed, go to the venue and notify everyone that the chess match has been postponed for an hour, and I'm going to accompany this guy to the police station. When these words came out, the people present were collectively shocked. The crowd's gazes gathered on Lu Tu's body, thinking to themselves, who on earth is this person, to be able to be so wild as to say that the match was postponed? It is important to realize that this is not a simple match, but a grand event that concerns the reputation of Go and Dragon and Stick countries. Moreover, as the person in charge of the organizer, Jiang Qiqi didn't say anything, but this man in front of her can fully represent Jiang Qiqi and make decisions for her? Those who were present with good ears also heard the 3 words my wife that Lu Tu had just said, and instantly guessed Lu Tu's true identity, which was inevitably the gold master behind Jiang Qiqi. Just because an unscrupulous self-published media flirted with a couple of sentences, he dared to hit someone, and he had to ask everyone to stay for an hour to wait for him to go to the police station to solve the matter. What kind of background and face this person had to have to be able to say such a thing so calmly? And judging from the expressions on the faces of those around him, there didn't seem to be any doubt at all about the veracity of what he was saying, as if a single word from him was enough to make thousands of people wait for him willingly. Lu Tu felt Jiang Jiqi take his hand. He thought that Jiang Jiqi was going to tell him to forget about it and not to make a big deal out of it, but he didn't expect Jiang Jiqi to say to him, take the watch off. It's new, don't break it with your hands. Hearing this, Lu Tu was overjoyed. Worthy of being the woman he fell in love with. She really understood him well enough. If she had come running to advise Lu Tu to let it go when he was standing up for her, Lu Tu might have listened, but he would have been very unhappy. Fatty at this time has been unable to guess the identity of Lu Tu before he dared to rise to Jiang Jiqi. That is because he thought that Jiang Jiqi is a woman, even if her father is the mayor. But such a person is extremely loving. The probability is that he will not do anything to him, and the fat man is open live broadcasting it, but also can be ruthlessly rubbing a wave of hotness. But I never expected the man to be unreasonable. At this time, Guo Minglu, the host in charge of the red carpet and the leading flower girl of Shanghai TV, said through the microphone, media reporters and friends from all walks of life at the scene, we have just received a temporary notification that the Weiqi Emperor's Dragon Stick Challenge will be delayed by 1 hour, and the live broadcasting time will be delayed as well. The crowd looked at Lu Tu incredulously. So it turned out that what this guy had just casually said had actually come true. Lu Tu saw that fat man want to leave, a dashing hurdle over the railing, grabbed the fat man's neck collar, thinking of running away now? You won't sue me to death? Seeing that he could not go, the fat man simply came to the fire. Anyway, there are so many people here. He bluffed, there is no law of the land. I do not just flirt with you a sentence. You hit me and do not let me go? Lu Tu gave him an evil smile. You don't say. I like your untamed vigor. Keep it. I'll talk to you slowly when I'm free. Hee Song came up and pointed his cell phone at the fat man's face, clicking a few pictures, and the fat man yelled, You're stealing photos of me and violating my portrait rights. He Song spat disdainfully. Screw you, ugly as the surface of the moon. Who's going to take your better-than face to make a profit? I'm afraid that if you run away, we won't be able to find you later even if we want to compensate you. In the ears of the crowd, these words already belonged to a threat that was laid out in plain sight. But Naylor Lu Tu seemed to just not be afraid. You want to ask him why he's not afraid? Not afraid is not afraid. Lu Tu did not bother with the fat man. He casually dialed Officer Su's cell phone. Officer, if someone rumor-mongering sound to me and my family's reputation caused great damage, may I ask what I should do now? Officer Su, if the circumstances are serious, they can be sued for defamation. Lu Tu nodded. Thank you, officer. After that, Lu Tu walked into the crowd, one by one, and pulled out all the people, male and female, who had cursed Jiang Jiqi earlier, and stood on the red carpet. Numerous media outlets exclaimed that they had come to the right place. This kid is too much of a show. This could be even better than a Go game. Chapter 107, Hands Up. Not sorry. A few people were embarrassed to be caught out. They were even more stupid to know that they had messed with the wrong people at this point, but they were not much afraid. After all, there were still so many people on the scene. Turning to the crowd for help, he said, everyone must help us to judge. We have not done anything, and he is going to illegally restrict our personal freedom. The scene was also watched by more netizens through the live feeds of many people on the scene, especially in the official live broadcast of the Go Emperor Challenge. It has been divided into two factions. On the one hand, he accused Lu Tu and Jiang Jiqi of being a dog man and woman, doing ugly things but not daring to admit it, and selling their names and learning to be charitable at a young age. The other side of the coin thinks that these anchor media people are going too far, and whoever hears people denigrate themselves, and their lovers, like this in public, won't be able to stand it. The argument was unusually heated for a while, with no one being able to convince the other, and the heat in the live broadcast room was still soaring. Not long ago, Officer Su had already arrived at the scene with people. Lu Tu wondered, how come Officer Su is in charge everywhere? But he didn't have the heart to ask. Officer Su. Several people came over, stopped the crowd at the scene from arguing, dispersed the crowd surrounding the place, and questioned LV2. Who let you beat up people here? Of course, Lu Tu knew that Officer Su was making an appearance to outsiders, but he didn't want to soften his attitude on this matter. Changing his previous attitude in front of Officer Su, he forcefully said, you can look back at the surveillance video just now, and if this fat man shouldn't be beaten, I'll immediately kneel down and kowtow to him. Hearing this, Officer Su realized that Lu Tu was angry and asked him to kowtow. What was his background? Officer Su could not know. He reached out his hand at the fat man. What's your name? Give me your cell phone. The fat man hid his cell phone behind his back and muttered, my name is Law Hui. Why should I show you my cell phone? Just because I'm helping you investigate the cause of the incident. Didn't he hit you? I want to see a replay of your live stream. Law Hui pointed to the crowd in front of him. Can't so many witnesses prove it? Officer Su looked to the crowd and inquired. Before Lu Tu hit the man, did Lao Hui say any insulting words? The people present were eager for this matter to become as big as possible, so that they would have more explosive news and strive to still be on the hot search. But even so, they didn't dare to lie in front of the police, and the surveillance thing could be checked at any time. And even more so, no one spoke up for Law Hui. At this time, a gentlemanly boy wearing thick-bottomed glasses weakly raised his hand and said, Uncle Policeman, it's this fat guy who cursed first, and what he said was so dirty that I can't even listen to it. The others were also yelling a lot, and Officer Su waved his hand impatiently, then looked at Law Hui. Now I can look at your cell phone, right? Only then did Law Hui take out his cell phone video playback, which was not only him, but also a few other people provocative and with insulting words, were recorded by him. Officer Su looked at it and said, in public, slandering another person's character has caused significant damage to his reputation. You are now coming back to the police station with me to record your statements. And you, of course. He looked at Lu Tu again. Lu Tu nodded. No problem. I still have to pay for my impulse. Jiang Jiqi held LV2's hand tightly the entire time. She knew that LV2 could set these things right, and her gaze never left LV2's face for a moment. In her opinion, no matter what way Lu Tu used to solve the problem, he was the perfect gaijin in her heart. Lu Tu turned his head to Yitsong. Accompany her into the venue first. I'll handle it and come over myself. Yes. LV2 then got into the police car, along with Lao Hui and the others, and was taken away from here by Officer Su. On the way to the police station, Lu Tu directly called Nia Yun. I'm at the police station. Bring someone to pick me up. Just such a sentence directly made the driving Officer Su frown. But he couldn't say anything. He only knew about Lu Tu's father's background, as well as heard that he recognized Pang Pang as his righteous father. but he didn't know anything else. When he arrived at the police station, Law Hui also yelled for Lu Tu to compensate him for the medical expenses, as well as the cost of disability evaluation. Lu Tu directly took his cell phone and transferred $1 million to him, and after doing so, he patted his shoulder and sincerely said, "I'm sorry." This makes Officer Su a little stunned. He originally thought that Lu Tu will make it difficult for him, but did not expect Lu Tu into the police station after the attitude came a big turn. While others have recorded videos of their apologies and posted them on their social media. Seeing that the mediation went so well, Officer Su also let them go. LV2 came out with Law Hui and the others, and Law Hui even provoked at him. "I thought you were so powerful, but you still have to apologize to me when you come to the police station." LV2 was not even lazy to look at him, directly out of the police station. At this time, Law Hui realized that LV2 got into a black alpha, and the whole street, from end to end, was parked with black alphas. What's going on? Several of Law Hui's men were still trying to leave, but they were held up by a group of men in suits and sunglasses that came down from the car. Even after the young police officer from the police station, who noticed the abnormality and immediately notified Officer Su, the men in suits had no intention of stopping. Officer Su questioned, "Who exactly are you people? Dare to kidnap someone in front of the police station?" A young man, none other than Nya Yun, stepped out of the black-clothed men, and he pulled out his ID from his pocket and handed it over. "Officer Su, this is my ID. Take a look." Officer Su angrily received the documents, but after only one glance, his pupils contracted extremely fast and he muttered incredulously, "Gua." Nya Yun made a shushing gesture. "I'm on a classified mission, and these people often post unfavorable comments about Dragon Kingdom outside of the country, so we have reason to suspect that they're spies or foreign power elements, so we're going to have to ask them to go back and assist in the investigation." Officer Su and a group of police officers can only look at each other in dismay. What kind of department is the national security? How can they control it? He could only allow Nya Yun to lead the black-clothed men to bring him to the car, and the line of vehicles drove off in great numbers. And at this time, the several people who were sitting on the car, Law Hui, were all dumbfounded. They never dreamed that one day a national security officer would come to arrest them, and with a sobbing voice, they said, "You have misjudged the good people. How could we be spies?" Nya Yun pulled out his cell phone and flipped through the many browsing records. "These are the country-hating comments you posted on the H forums on the extranet, as well as on INS and Twitter. Don't think we can't find out." A few others still wanted to weasel their way out of it, only to have Nya Yun find evidence. "You've all made similar remarks to a greater or lesser extent, and you're the worst offender." He pointed to the only girl in the group. "You also leaked confidential information about your unit to your black boyfriend. Am I right?" The crowd took a look and instantly became heartbroken. "Why did it come to us? It's definitely not a coincidence." Nya Yun slapped Law Hui's large faceplate and sneered. "Of course it's not a coincidence. $1 million plus an apology. Is it really that cheap? Are you going to kill us? Of course not. I'm here to escort you to the venue, but before I go, I have to put some mail on you." As soon as Nya Yun's words left his mouth, the black-clothed men in the car pulled out a few needles, injected the cerebral cortex of Law Hui and the others, with microchips, and gave them electronic ankle cuffs. Go back to the red carpet scene and know what to say, right? To make light of the situation, don't let it show. Chapter 108 Dragon-slaying boys risk becoming evil dragons. Lu Tu took the national security car and did not return to the red carpet, but entered the convention center from the underground garage. Just now, his attitude had already shown that he only needed to have the Lao Wei Fu apologize in front of the media later, which was enough to prove that Lu Tu hadn't done anything to them. 10 minutes later, when Law Hui and the others returned to the red carpet, they found that the size of the crowd was more than twice as big as before, and many of them were the eaters who had rushed to the scene to watch the fun through the live broadcast. At this time, when the crowd saw that Law Hui and the others had returned, they immediately surged up and said in a chorus, "May I ask what happened after you went to the police station? Lu Tu beat you up. Is there an account of that?" With guilt written all over his face at this point, Law Hui shook his head at the camera and said, "He compensated me 1 million. I want to take this opportunity to apologize to Mr. Lu and Ms. Jiang, solemnly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done their reputation a great disservice by speculating about them with malice, and I hope that people won't follow my example of wantonly getting high off their mouths and spreading rumors." Hearing this, the media reporters at the scene felt disappointed. They were hoping to dig up something shocking, but they didn't think it would be so easy to swing it. A chubby female reporter hastily asked, "Didn't they bully others and say something threatening to you, such as killing your whole family or something like that?" Law Hui gave the fat girl a breathless sidelong glance. In his heart these guys were itching to die. Others have also suggested, "Tell us the hidden truth." No need to fight with us. What's really going on? So many of us netizens can surely make a decision for you. Lo Hui was a little touched in his heart. Thinking of the threats Lu Tu had made against him, he was a little unconvinced, and just as a thought of telling the truth welled up, the chip in his cerebral cortex detected the signal. A not-so-strong electric current came from his ankle, and Lo Hui felt a drilling pain and could only be forced to speak against his will. There is no hidden agenda. Mr. Louis is a deeply righteous and detached from the lowly, and he not only compensated me for my medical bills, but also took the initiative to apologize to me. The electric current brought more and more intense pain. At this time, Lo Hui shaking and crying, looking silly around a group of reporters. From their point of view, Lo Fai belongs to the category of being overwhelmed with emotion and guilt. The crowd instantly lost interest in the Lo Hui few. The most annoying thing about eating melons was the result of such a settlement. It feels like you're meeting an online friend you've been chatting with for 6 months, waiting excitedly in a hotel, and then when the other person arrives, it's a man. It's just so disappointing and breathless. Host Guamanlu was finally notified and continued to host the red carpet ceremony. It was at this time that a series of luxury cars parked in the distance, which slowly drove up, and many stars came down from the cars. They came here to walk the red carpet to gain traffic, and earlier after that mess from Lu Tu, it disrupted their original plan. Although the heart is dissatisfied, but do not dare to show a minute and a millimeter out. Joking can have this ability to make the whole tournament all the staff and star fans waiting for him alone. With the toes think can know Lu Tu's background is how deep. In the lobby of the 19th floor of the convention center, Lu Tu was sitting on a chair and had already witnessed what was happening outside through the tournament's official livestream. Lu Tu received a call from Nya Yun. Big brother, what should we do with these guys? Dealt with severely. With just a few simple words, the end of Lo Hui's life was finalized. And this is the charm that power brings. To be honest, Lu Tu was a little addicted to it. This feeling was really too good. No wonder that in ancient and modern times, any man could not resist the corrosion of power. Zhang Jiqi seemed to feel it and suddenly held his hand and whispered, Xiao Lu, don't rush the whole thing. At this time, Lu Tu woke up as if he had been enlightened, and he also realized what his problem was, that he had merely gained power not long before he began to enjoy it all comfortably. What is the difference between enjoying the use of power over others' life and death, and Ding Zhang's bullying of himself based on his power? How is this not another kind of bullying? There was also the words that Pang Wei had once said to him in the car, a warning to him as a man who had been there. Thinking of this, Lu Tu only felt his back instantly wet. He almost became the kind of person he hated the most. Gratefully, he nodded at Zhang Ji. I know. He then edited the text message and sent it to Nya Yun. Just give them a little lesson. A man of Nya Yun's caliber. Of course he knew exactly what Lu Tu meant by his words, and didn't want too much explanation. Lu Tu, who had lifted the demon of his heart, completely relaxed. These days, his days had been too smooth, naturally forgetful, and he almost fell into the middle of an eternal whirlwind. Fortunately, he still has Zhang Jiqi as a wise assistant, able to remind himself at critical moments and help himself back to the right path. Such a woman. It is really hard to find by lanterns. Zhang Jiqi intimately took his hand and put on the watch he had removed earlier for Lu Tu. It should be starting soon, so I'll go up and say a few words first. Well, go ahead. At this time, the system's beep appeared in Lu Tu's head. You have completed the task of retaliating against the unscrupulous media people, and are accounting for the completion of the event. The completion level of this event is D. Reward, 1 secret recipe for quitting smoking. Lu Tu was speechless. This reward is also too bad. Although his addiction to cigarettes is not too much to smoke one occasionally, even if it is that he smokes 2 packs a day, with his current physical strength is not much effect. As for selling it, if everyone stops smoking, how will we fund the Dragon Kingdom's military? It could only be taken as better than nothing and put away for the time being. He didn't really care about it. At this time a group of stars also entered the scene. Although they are some second and third tier stars, Lu Tu can also recognize a familiar eyes. Just many cannot call out the name. In the aspect of speaking a couple sentences, Zhang Jiqi's ability is not to say. She is the vice president of the student union. Usually never lack of exercise in this area. Coupled with the Zhang Bridge's influence, Zhang Jiqi stood on the stage, as if a noble white swan, even more beautiful than the many small flowers off the stage. Next is our main event today. It's near the Chinese New Year, and I know that my friends in the stick country also have the habit of celebrating the Chinese New Year, so I've specially invited them to come and put on a show for you. A fashion show. A sparse applause rang throughout the room. The hour-long wait just now had worn down most people's patience, so much so that they weren't even interested in listening to what Zhang Jiqi had to say. But when the Go players from Bangkok, one by one, appeared in front of the crowd in their zippy little shorts, everyone then reacted. But What a fashion show. I'm not blinking, am I? Shouldn't a go match be solemn? Why would they arrange a fashion show of such an alternative nature? This woman, Jiang Jiqi, is not simple. There must be an expert behind her. Let's not talk about how she managed to get the contestants from the Rod Kingdom to willingly walk the runway. This kind of contrasting performance will surely push the heat of this event to a climax. As expected, when this scene appeared in the official livestream, the livestream audience was abuzz. An hour wasn't wasted waiting for a show that turned out to be this well saved. Even a real-time poll appeared on every viewer's cell phone screen that could be used by everyone to choose the one with the best walk. A time 100,000 plus live room. Full of screen brush up the OK gesture emoji. Bad taste poll full. Chapter 109, the Emperor of Go makes his appearance. And there was a big screen on the runway that showed the comments from the live feed in real time. Seeing the row of OK hand gesture emoticons, Lu Tu really couldn't tense up. He glanced at the crotches of a couple of the stick players and couldn't even see much of a heave, and shook his head in disbelief. No wonder the Han River will be detected and the Viagra concentration exceeded the standard. Especially Bien Xiangyi this than people. Standing on the catwalk little girl posture take a full. Not only was his face scarlet, but he also clamped his hand between his thighs for fear that others would look at his crotch. After all, the less confident he was, the less he dared to show it, causing the crowd below to roar with laughter. There was no human manipulation in the voting for this promotion. It was all voted on by the general public, and there were no live delays. Everyone's votes were displayed at the same time, which made the netizens even more excited, and it was the first time they had seen this kind of voting that was actually laid out in plain sight. At the end of the round, Bien Xiangyi lived up to his reputation and was unanimously praised by the netizens as the champion of the Stickman chess show. When the ceremonial lady brought Bien Xiangyi the exaggerated headdress symbolizing the laurel crown, Lu Tu gave Jiang Jiji a thumbs up. Gao, this is a beautiful hand. Standing up, he applauded and shouted. Yes. His high spirits also infected the other guests present, and there was thunderous applause. Bien Xiangyi's face black as the bottom of the pot. He was mentally prepared before he came, knowing that today will definitely make a fool of himself, but never thought that the organizers of this tournament is so unethical. I can't believe they let them wear swimsuits and taunt them with laurels for being pussies. Bien Xiangyi took the microphone handed to him by the host and looked at the crowd on stage, complaining bitterly about his dissatisfaction. ACI bar. ACI. Host Guo Menglu somewhat awkwardly began to translate. Player Bien just said, why do we have to use such despicable ways to influence his mindset? Is our Dragon Kingdom only capable of playing these petty tricks? The scene was in an uproar at these words. They all glared at Bien Xiangyi on the stage. This kid is also too damn crazy. He's actually talking about our entire Dragon Kingdom? Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to return to the stick country? This is the normal reaction of most netizens. But of course there are reasonable guests who claim to be fair and neutral reflection monsters. That's how the country is. Always playing a little trick. Not treating the small neighboring countries as human beings. I feel so ashamed. At this time Lu Tu opened his mouth, although he did not use a microphone. But the crowd at the scene saw him speak. They all kept quiet in due time. Plus he had a voice like a bell, so that the entire venue could hear him clearly. Are you thinking it's unfair? Bien Xiangyi saw that someone finally dared to come out and reply to him. And now that he was on the air, he thought that he was bound to be safe. And the big deal was that after he finished this game, he would leave the Dragon Kingdom and never come back again. Besides, with this incident in the first place, letting everyone know how much of a disadvantage he was in, even if it meant losing the match later, it wouldn't affect his honor or record. That's right, it's just not fair, and I want to know why your side is insulting me like this. Lu Tu slowly walked onto the stage. Then I'll tell you why. Why is my country's player, Ku Jie, being targeted by you with your made-up rules in your stick countries tournament? That's a new rule we issued 3 months ago, to keep the solemnity of Go, which is the professional attitude every one of our players should have. Although Bien Xiangyi's hands and feet are very effeminate, he is worthy of being a Go master, and his mind is still very quick. LV2 stood in front of the stage, then Bien Xiangyi taller than a head, a sense of oppression staring at him. That's okay. Let you swimsuit show is also we have discussed before. You received my 1 million appearance fee. You have to give me to go. You don't serve also have to give me to swallow this breath. Know it? Bien Xiangyi bristled in disdain. So you guys are not confident in Ku Jie? Thinking that he's no match for me in chess. That's why you're using such out-of-the-box tricks? Lu Tu smiled evilly. He never fell into the dead cycle of self-attestation. Ku Jie has no problem killing your entire baseball chess world. Would he be afraid of an old sister-in-law like you? I simply want to make a fool out of you. Master spends his money to have fun. Rao Bien Xiangyi even better temperament. Also cannot stand Lu Tu so naked insults. Not to mention the stick country people are like this. The surface looks like pretending to be a man of the world. In fact, the heart is very low self-esteem. Hearing some questionable words, Zabachi blurted out. Dian Xiangyi also did not hold back for a moment. A Zabachi-yo, you a public figure, actually said that I am the old sister-in-law? Lu Tu gave him a contemptuous sidelong glance. Then you're a rotten ass. You, %. And Dian Xiangyi couldn't help it at all. And with his girl-like slender fingers, he pointed at Lu Tu and spewed out stick country expletives. Lu Tu doesn't understand anyway, but he asks the host that he must translate his words to Dian Xiangyi. There were already a lot of lazy people in the live room, and when they saw such a joyful scene, they instantly boiled over, laughing at fortune. This kid is called Lu Tu, right? Too funny for him. He's as strong as ever. I fell in love with him earlier when he was defending Jiang Jiqi outside. I didn't realize that he's so handsome even when he sprays people. Can someone go and finish Jiang Jiqi off? I want to be Lu Tu's girlfriend. Ku Jie, who is in the backstage lounge, looked at the scene of this scene happening outside of the can't help but laugh. He only talked to LV2 on the phone, and probably understood that LV2 is a person with a very strong background and a very strong character. But I didn't expect him to be able to be so wild. In order to take it out on himself, he was able to protect his shortcomings in front of so many media and viewers, and in his heart, he was extraordinarily grateful to Lu Tu. Lu Tu interrupted Dian Xiangyi's chatter with a chortle. Keep your strength up. You've got a fierce battle against the Go Emperor coming up. Dian Xiangyi saw that things have become so big, but no one present dared to come out to stop LV2. He knew that the people from the charitable foundation who had contacted him earlier were not in a position to make a decision. He could no longer fight with Lu Tu, but also could not change his current situation. The only way to win Kujie in the game of chess, in order to completely bring back the decline, he secretly fumed. He has been studying Kujie for nearly 2 years, but also using the AI's algorithms to continuously improve his own undefeated chess skills. He was confident that he could win against Koji today and hit everyone hard in the face with the victory. Guo Minglu saw that Lu Tu finally stepped down from the stage. She secretly wiped a handful of cold sweat from her forehead and replaced it with a professional smile and said aloud, "Ladies and gentlemen, this Go Emperor Challenge tournament has officially begun. So let's give our warmest applause and welcome the Go Emperor, Kujie." The rousing BGM kicked in and Kojie stepped out of the lift and smiled at the crowd. "Hello everyone, I'm Kojie. Chapter 110, What's Coming?" With the appearance of Kujie, the scene resounded with thunderous applause. After all, it is the 8th consecutive championship contemporary chess saint, representing the world's top level of this tournament. Capable people in any place will be respected. What's more, he's currently going through this fiasco in the stick country, and the scene, whether it's a star or a business partner, has to take a stand and show their patriotism at this point. Lu Tu was no exception. He admired Kujie from the bottom of his heart, especially the best in this type of cerebral field, or else he wouldn't have taken this bad breath for Kujie. Dian Xiangyi always held his breath, but the moment he saw Kujie, the bottom of his heart still dissipated a lot. Despite his pretensions, Kujie has always been an insurmountable monument of contemporary Go, and as he said, he has been studying Kujie for several years, taking him as his opponent and a role model to learn from. Now that this great demon king was standing right in front of him, he was not confident at all. Game on. Kujie, sitting in the home court, played every move much faster than Dian Xiangyi, which is a sign of confidence in his own chess power. On the other hand, Dian Xiangyi, as usual, did more thinking. Not that he can't do it, but he always believed that the only way to beat Kojie is to imitate AI's undefeated playstyle. Don't look at each step as a few seconds slower. Just those few seconds can add up to a huge difference. The chess game on the stage was in full swing, and the crowd below the stage was drowsy. Even Lu Tu didn't know anything about Go. He only knew the basic rules of Go. A piece has 4 breaths. After watching for 10 minutes, Lu Tu was addicted to cigarettes and looked at Jiang Jiqi next to him, only to see that there was still a gleam in her eyes, and asked curiously, "You will? A little bit. Okay, you watch first. If the stickmen play tricks, you don't have to give them face. I'm going out for a smoke." Lu Tu looked at the stage. At this time Dian Xiangyi fell into a long time thinking, and Kujie is bored with picking his fingers. Has long been accustomed to Dian Xiangyi's rhythm. The last time in the LG Cup, Dian Xiangyi is to see that he is running out of time, and that is why he raised his hand to let the referee to intervene. Today in the Dragon Kingdom, in Zhonghai, I'll see who else can save you. Lu Tu thought contemptuously and went to the toilet. In his current position, if he wanted to smoke, he could of course ask the venue staff to open a side room or suite for him, but he was still in the habit of going to the restroom. Having just lit a cigarette and walked into the restroom, his keen sense of hearing detected an unusual sound, interspersed with a low gasp that was suppressed to the extreme. Lu Tu laughed. I did not think that there are still people in the men's restroom mess. This can be really too will play. Too exciting it. He didn't have the bad taste to ruin other people's good deeds, left the toilet and stood outside smoking a cigarette, but he didn't expect that a middle-aged man would walk out before he even finished a cigarette. When he saw Lu Tu standing in the doorway, he was a bit stunned, but he could only go forward and greet him with a stiff upper lip. Hello, Monk Lu. Poor monk Dharma named Sher Quancher. Lu Tu froze. He would have been on this in the men's restroom mess. Nothing to say, but the other side is a monk. The legal name is also ing called abstinence. It is true that the real name may take the wrong, but nicknames really will not be called wrong. With a sidelong glance at his coarse bald head, his inner contempt increased. You know me? Scholar Lu's name is extremely loud in Shanghai. The poor monk has long been hearing about it, and seeing Scholar Lu's elegance today is even more than the rumors. Lu Tu waved his hand in a good-natured manner. Say something. Don't bother me with nothing. As soon as the words fell, a slender young woman was seen walking out, straightening her collar as she went, and coming to Sher Ruoshi with a reverent bow. Many thanks to the master for enlightening me. Sher Preceptor had a face of divine radiance and nodded his head kindly. Come to the temple tomorrow and donate some incense. Okay, master. Only then did the lady leave with quick steps, not even glancing at Lu Tu the entire time. It was then that Sher Quancher smiled awkwardly at Lu Tu. Master Lu, the poor monk is the abbot of the western suburb Suichun Temple, and would like to make good karma with Mr. Lu for once and talk about a deal. Lu Tu stared at him with cold eyes. You want to enlighten me too? Sher Quancher was startled at his words and waved his hands. Don't misunderstand. Our temple has been operating well in recent years, and we have a sum of free money in our hands, so we would like to invest a little bit in the enterprise of Master Lu. Lu Tu was a bit curious. How much? Is $50 million enough? I know Mr. Louis is planning to build a high-tech industrial park. Lu Tu laughed out then when he heard this and patted his big bald head. I didn't expect your broken temple to be quite profitable, but this amount of money wants to come and invest in me. What kind of thing are you? The original intention of the release of the preceptor is to give this money to LV2, but never thought that this amount of money actually cannot get into the eyes of LV2. He has a religious figure no matter what occasions to attend. There will be people to hold him. At this time, he felt bashful and said with a deep smile, all right then, the poor monk will go first. Lu Tu didn't even put this flower monk in his eyes. $50 million just want to let himself be in the same boat with him. What do you take yourself for? Put out the cigarette and return to his seat. At this time the chess game has been carried out to the white heat. The board has already fallen countless pieces. Lu Tu cannot see, can only observe the situation through these aspects. Kojie's expression is as calm and relaxed as ever. On the contrary, Dian Xiangyi is full of sadness and frowning. It's the same scenario as not too long ago at the LG Cup, except that last time he was able to make an out-of-dishonor move to bully Kojie, and this time he won't have as good a chance. Still, he raised his hand to signal the referee. Hello, I'd like to pause the game and go to the bathroom. The referee nodded. Yes. At this time, Lu Tu from the stage said in a loud voice, you have 5 minutes. If you don't come back, you will be awarded a loss. When Dian Xiangyi saw that Lu Tu was coming after him again, he grunted coldly. According to the rules of the game of Go, there is no time limit, so who are you to say that? Lu Tu smiled disdainfully, just by virtue of the fact that this tournament is organized at my expense. I said I'll only give you 5 minutes and that's it. If you're unconvinced you can throw in the towel and admit defeat right now. You're bullying people. Dian Xiangyi squirmed and extended her orchid finger, pointing at Lu Tu and pouting. Lu Tu looked at his watch. So what if I'm just bullying people? You've already delayed for 30 seconds. Talk a little longer and you'll your pants. The crowd only felt that Lu Tu's words were overbearing and full of joy. A person of his status and position. But he always came up with some nasty and detrimental tricks. But it is such a detrimental trickstick country people often use. Only the leadership of the dragon's various events, very concerned about the identity of the big country, but also afraid of backstabbing, so every time you can only break the teeth to the stomach to swallow. Lu Tu is just a 19-year-old teenager, and it's only fitting that he should be the one to say this. Dian Xiangyi did not dare to linger. Pretending to urinate quickly ran toward the direction of the bathroom. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the corner of the audience. Mr. Lu, isn't this against the style of our great nation? What qualifications do you have to change the rules of the Go tournament without authorization? Lu Tu followed the sound and looked. It was Tao Qian of the Tao family. He had sneakily mixed here, and there was a familiar face by his side, Song Chushi. A woman's crying voice also came from the other side. Just now I went to the bathroom and Mr. Lu Tu took me that. Chapter 111, Fearless of Gossip. The crowd present at the hearing then came interested. The main reason they can come here, or want to rub the heat, there is such a big breaking news. which is not to rub the reason. For a while everyone looked at Lu Tu in unison, waiting for his explanation and counterattack. Lu Tu laughed coldly in his heart. Is this out of her mind? Using this way to slander herself? Wasn't this an easy way to poke holes in her lies? But then he thought that he had made so much noise today, and the other party would be able to reap a considerable amount of traffic even after being poked and prodded. After all, black and red is also red. As long as there is no jail time, when the time comes, this put the live broadcast on. Just the traffic of the melon eaters will be enough for her to make a fortune. And with the current social climate in the Dragon Kingdom, where women don't have to bear any consequences for rumors about men, it's no wonder that it breeds such mindless and exaggerated things, and justifies her behavior. Ding! Triggering a mission to retaliate against Sakusan and Lily Wu. Please ask if you accept? Is there still a reason to let go of this? Even if the mission didn't come, it was impossible for Lu Tu to let them go. This kind of time is the most taboo as self-evidence. Lu Tu stood up to look at Wu Lily. You also do not take a piss to look at your thin face. I will look at you this stinking? When Lily Wu heard this, her blood rushed up angrily at that time. Who knows what you rich people think? Maybe you want to change your taste? When I begged you to let me go just now, that's not what you said. You even complimented me for growing on your aesthetic. Lu Tu froze when he heard this. How could he not expect that one day these remarks on the internet could actually appear in reality, and still be used against him? Zhang Jiqi stood up with a stern expression and said, since you're talking the talk, show me the evidence. Wu Lily stood up defiantly. I can go to the hospital for a gynecological examination. Once I check it, I'll know the truth of the matter. This words, all the people present at this moment are angry to look at Lu Tu. In their opinion, a woman is willing to go to the hospital to check from the evidence, with their own innocence to testify, then this matter 8 or 9 is not very close to the truth. Even Lu Tu did not expect. This hand is actually so ruthless. This word, if Lu Tu said it first, the effect must be much better. But now that it was by Lily Wu who spoke first, the situation became uncomplicated, and the onlookers were most likely to watch the fun. Even if it was that the other party went to the hospital and checked out and was able to prove that Lu Tu was not that kind of person, how many people would believe it? Especially with the preconceived notion that LV2 had a very powerful background. It could be completely misinterpreted that LV2 had used his identity to change the results of the examination without believing the truth. Jiang Ichi snapped. Impossible. At this time, Song Chushi, who hadn't said anything, laughed softly. How do you know it's impossible? Just now I also noticed that Lu Tu went to the bathroom. Jiang Ichi stared at Song Chushi without budging an inch and slowly spoke. LV2 starts from 2 bells every time. He goes to the restroom to smoke for nothing more than 10 minutes. Never. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. One was surprised that Jiang Jiqi, as the daughter of Jiang Daxiu and the school beauty of Zhonghai University, was able to say such a powerful topic in public. Secondly, they were shocked at Lu Tu's body, especially the young women present. Looking at Lu Tu's firm butt muscles, they began to somewhat believe Jiang Jiqi's words. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy when they looked at Jiang Jiwei, and they subconsciously gulped. And the men present all secretly gave Lu Tu a thumbs up and quipped in a low voice. Does Mr. Lu have any kidney tonic recipes that he can recommend? Lu Tu ignored the crowd and instead took Jiang Jiqi's shoulder. Don't pay any attention to them. But they framed you. I'll deal with them. Lu Tu smiled evilly. Since you're shameless, then I'll make you whole. Song immediately contact the gynecologists of the provincial military hospital for me, and let them bring their instruments to the scene to give this shameless lady a body check. Asterisk. So ruthless? The surrounding eaters were shocked. Sure, Quancher and the others did not expect that Lu Tu would actually be so overbearing, but now it was still a go match. Did he not care about his own image at all? Even if he proved the matter clearly, his image in the eyes of the public would be in tatters, and for a person of his status, this could never be a cost-effective deal. All of this is of course Song Chushi behind the lead. She saw the situation towards the direction she expected. She could not help but sneer in her heart. Even if you are good at fighting, so what? The more pretentious a person is, the more likely they are to be ruined by such gossip. But what they didn't know was that Lu Tu might have scorned his popularity in the past, but ever since he came back from Portugal and Australia, these gossips weren't even called a thing for his current strength. First, he suppressed this matter of Lily Wu, and only then did he free his hand to look at Tao Qian and scolded. Who let you in? You, a criminal who opened a casino privately, are also qualified to come to such a sacred go hall? Tao Qian intention also did not intend to come, but cannot help Song Chushi is their Tao family's last dependence. The last time the Tao family casino was seized, the Song family let Tao Tian went to the top of the crime. Put Tao Qian has been left around, used to block Tao Tian's mouth, so as to ensure that Tao Tian will not talk nonsense in the inside. I can come when I want. What can you tell me? LV2 laughed, smiled extraordinarily brightly, but in Tao Qian's eyes, he only felt a chill in his back. At this time, he still can't forget LV2's appearance that night in the casino to kill the Four Directions. At this time, after the toilet Bian Xiangyi frustrated back. This trip delayed, but also did not let him think of Crack Kojia's magic trick. When he came to the scene he voluntarily looked at the time and said to Lutu, "It only took me 4 minutes. I didn't exceed the time." Lutu pointed to his seat. "Sit down and shut up." Ow. Bian Xiangyi was as well behaved as a schoolboy, and he had no temper at all when facing Lutu. Lutu inquired to Kojia on the stage, "Mr. Ku, how long will the game take?" Kojai smiled confidently, "Within 20 hands." Hearing this certain answer, Bian Xiangyi's heart was cold. The current situation of the game is still unclear. Why would Kojia say that the game will end in 20 moves? Lutu was very satisfied to hear this answer. He was not really interested in the chess game in the first place. What was more important at the moment was to deal with Lily Wu and Tao Qian and the others. As expected, when the game went on for another 10 moves, as Kujia's piece fell, Bian Xiangyi's pupils contracted dramatically. He could see that he, himself, was going to lose. And Kujia casually threw the eaten pieces off the board and looked provocatively at Bian Xiangyi. "You have a total of 5 minutes left. No need to struggle, right?" Bian Xiangyi once again saw Kujia's casual move of throwing pieces and immediately raised his hand. "I want to report Kujia. His casual throwing of pieces is an insult to the sport of Go." The referee only felt his head was as big as a bucket. This Bian Xiangyi is really unchanging. This time actually still want to come to this trick. Lu Tu was furious. At this time, the doctors from the military hospital had already arrived and were waiting at the gate. As long as the chess game was finished, they could immediately come up and conduct tests. Insult? I think it's only an insult to Go when it was introduced to your stick country. If you can play, then drop the ball. If you can't play, then quickly admit defeat. Don't waste everyone's time. Chapter 112 A Son Decides the Kingdom. Bian Xiangyi heard this word that is a gas. In the eyes of the stick country people, they are the most annoying point is that the dragon country people will always be that a high and mighty tone, especially when it comes to traditional culture. The people of the dragon kingdom have always regarded themselves as ancestors. This was unacceptable to the people of the stick country after the rapid rise of the economy. They had obviously allowed Amelia to station troops in their country, and the per capita GDP had far exceeded that of the dragon country. But it was this aspect that was the shadow that would always hang over their heads, depressing them to the point that they couldn't catch their breath. He didn't dare to dislike Lu Tu anymore, and could only focus all his attention on the game. He didn't believe that Kojia could really win against him in less than 15 moves, because he still had one last killer move that he hadn't used yet, and that was an ancient chess book that his master, back then, had acquired while traveling in the Dragon Kingdom. Let it go, Kojia. Don't think you can win by using these underhanded out-of-the-box moves. Today I'm going to make you realize that we, the players of the stick country, are the orthodox of Go. With his words, a white piece fell, and Kojia couldn't help but frown as he gave Bian Xiangyi a surprised look, his mouth slightly open but wanting to speak. There were naturally many Go enthusiasts present who knew how to play Go, and naturally, through the rapidly changing situation, they could see that Bian Xiangyi had completely reversed the trend with just one piece, and they could not help but be shocked. It seems that the Nindan players of the stick country are no match for each other. Luta reached out and stopped the medical staff who were about to enter the arena, telling them to be silent and not to disturb the thoughts of the Cobra contestant. Everyone in the room focused on Kujia's body with bated breath, and as they watched him tense up, they couldn't help but raise their hearts to their throats. This was an invitational tournament held in the Dragon Kingdom, and with so much publicity beforehand, and the extreme humiliation of the stick country players, if once Kujia's players lost, then all the padding done before would be reduced to a farce, even making the entire Dragon Go community, or rather the Dragon people, a laughingstock of the world, was something that could never be allowed. The two sides played 10 more hands, and even though Kojia had pulled back, it was still an even match, which was a cause for concern. Especially the previous Kojia said 15 moves to take down the opponent. Whether he finally won the game or not, this 15 moves will become the talk of the crowd to make fun of him, not to mention the impact on his reputation. With the important thing is that arrogance is never the attitude of the people of the Dragon State, which makes a lot of neutral people. The stance of Bian Xiangyi changed to Bian Xiangyi's body, and began to cheer for Bian Xiangyi. Kojia is just too crazy. Even if he is the 8th consecutive champion, he shouldn't belittle his opponent like this. We've seen this kind of halftime champagne opening and then being slapped in the face too many times. I also think that Kojia player this is not very good, even if there is a certainty of victory and confidence, but also should remain humble and middle of the road, so that a generation of chess saints should have a state of mind. Not even close. These comments from the live broadcast, which which were constantly scrolling from the large screen on the scene, were reflected in the crowd's vision, and some noisy clamor emerged from the scene as a result. Lu Tu lowered his voice and chided, "All be quiet, give them some space to think." Song Chushi teased, "Why didn't you say that earlier when you were hurling unprovoked abuse and provocations at player Bian Xiangyi? Does player Kujia need quiet space to think and player Bian Xiangyi doesn't?" Lu Tu stared coldly at Song Chushi. If Lu Tu could care less about her 2 previous provocations, then now that this woman had become a thorn in her side, then don't blame him for being ruthless. "Of course, because I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. Of course I want player Kujia to win. So MS. Song, you object to what I'm doing because you like effeminate flower boys like Bian Xiangyi, don't you?" Song Chushi said angrily. "You're bloodthirsty. If you dare to make up rumors about me, I'll make you pay for it." Lu Tu gave an indifferent shrug. "Well, I'll wait." The two were in the middle of their bickering, when suddenly the scene erupted into a gasp of surprise. Lu Tu looked toward the stage, only to see that Bian Xiangyi, who had been a sure winner earlier, was painfully grasping his hair, his eyes full of shock and confusion. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What makes you able to see through my thoughts?" Seeing Lu Tu staring at the chessboard still with a blank look on his face, Jiang Ji explained, "Player Kujia has already won. It doesn't matter if you can read it or not, as long as Kujia can win." Lu Tu's hanging heart completely relaxed. "I only saw Kujia get up and condescendingly look down at Bian Xiangyi. Isn't it just that ancient chess game from 300 years ago? Do you think you're looking at an isolated copy? Don't forget, that was written by our Dragon Kingdom's forefathers, so how could I not have read it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Kujia landed the last black piece on the board, and Bian Xiangyi was struck by a thunderbolt and fell off his chair. He couldn't stop muttering, "Why? Why do you Dragon Kingdom have everything? Even the solitary book we got you have?" Kujia no longer speak. His perspective as a chess player standing at the top of the world. At this time Bian Xiangyi is close to the stage of the collapse of the heart of the Tao. Whether it was using an out of dishonor move, or a normal sparring match, even the possibility of him even begging for peace was obliterated by Koji. The use of the ancient spectrum's killing move in the final stages didn't change the tide. Bian Xiangyi studied Kujia for 5 whole years. During these 5 years he dreamed every night, simulating Kujia's game. After winning the LG Cup not too long ago, it gave him the highest honor of his life. But in just a few days, Koji had pulled him down from the altar and trampled him completely underfoot. "On what grounds? We all have the same brain. What makes you so much better than me? And I'm still trained with AI algorithms. On what grounds?" Bian Xiangyi changed his previous image of a sissy, and was so crazy on stage that he even threw away his glasses. And Kujia's next sentence made him lose his soul completely. "Relying on AI will only make you a slave to the algorithm. And you can never be my opponent without your personal chess style, unless you can be like the AI and never have mood swings and make 0 blunders." At these words, Lu Tu was the first to rise and shout, "Good, well said, worthy of the contemporary chess saint Jiabao." The entire audience, as well as the crowd in the live broadcast room, also all stood up and applauded. Bian Xiangyi's heart was broken as he was led away from the scene by Stickman staff. Kojia bowed to the crowd on stage. "Thank you all. I would like to thank someone here. Mr. LV, thank you. Thank you for organizing this tournament especially for me, so that I can get out of that pent-up anger in my heart. Thank you. The prize money of 20 million this time, I intend to donate it to Mr. Lu's charitable foundation for the promotion of the Go program, so that more talented children can be exposed to Go and carry it forward." Chapter 113, Song Chushi's plot. Lu Tu smelled all couldn't help but be a little touched. Didn't expect Kojia to be so sentimental. Once upon a time he didn't feel much for him, especially after the phone call. Lu Tu thought Kojia only cared about money. Now they are actually saying in public that they are willing to donate this prize money, knowing that it is a huge sum of $20 million. The winner's purse for the LG Cup, which Kojia went to Bangkok for last time, was only 1.5 million. This amount that was enough to change the trajectory of a person's life. Kojia actually took it out and donated it. And from his words of thanks to Lu Tu could of course hear the truth. There was a trait in Lu Tu's bones that favored Zhang Huqi, and his emotions were instantly mobilized when he heard this. In a loud voice, he said, "Good. We'll take your $20 million donation from the charity foundation, but I'll also give you a reward of $20 million. When these words came out, even Kojia was a bit stunned, and he seriously wondered if Lu Tu had so much money that he didn't have anywhere to spend it. Or what, if Lu Tu was just a normal businessman thinking, this kind of fame and fortune ends here. It's good for both sides, but he just wants to give himself another 20 million. What kind of trick is this?" Kojia had thought of many possibilities in the brief seconds, but they were all rejected by him one by one. The only possibility was that Lu Tu just loved to be righteous and generous with his money. Otherwise there was no way to explain what his purpose was in this way. Mr. Louis, Lu Tu directly interrupted his refusal with a wave of his hand. This money is my personal reward to you, just as making you a friend. The entire audience was so shocked that they looked at Lu Tu. Even Song Chushi, who was far away, deflated her mouth resentfully and couldn't refute this matter. She knew that Lu Tu had this kind of strength. Zhang Yi was even looking at Lu Tu with a face of adoration. This was what she thought Lu Tu should have done. And the way Lu Tu was waving around like this was so handsome. Not to mention those viewers in the live broadcast room. The comments scrolling on the big screen at the moment were already lopsided in favor of Lu Tu and Kujia. The rapid change in the public opinion was something that even Lu Tu himself did not expect. And it seemed that sometimes the act of not caring about the benefits would be rewarding in other ways instead. Thank you, Mr. Louis. Kong happily took Lu Tu's arm. It's time to give Kujia a prize. Lu Tu nodded. And with that, hand in hand with Jiang Jiqi, under the envious gazes of the crowd, he came into the spotlight, handing over a sign with $20 million written on it to Kujia. The atmosphere of the scene set off a crescendo at this moment, making people momentarily forget the earlier hiccup with Lily Wu. After awarding the prize, Lu Tu and Zhang Jiji stood on the stage. The handsome man and beautiful woman immediately attracted a crowd of long gun flash. Lu Tu did not have the slightest refusal, but instead took the initiative to pose in various elegant poses for the media reporters to take pictures. What's wrong with getting some traffic when he's spending all his money? If you can't publicize a good deed, do you have to do it by cheating? Just then, a discordant voice came from offstage as Tao Qian provoked. Lu Tu, since the match is over, it's time to talk about you forcing women. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across the faces of the people present. If it was just a small hiccup earlier, then mentioning it while the media was in the middle of an interview was a complete slap in the face of Lu Tu. As for Lu Tu, who was the main host, the smile on his face did not change in the slightest. He did not even look at Tao Qian, and continued to cooperate with the media to answer a variety of questions. Jiang Yiqi pinched over Lu Tu's palm several times, but was pinched back by Lu Tu, signaling her to be at ease. All of these interviews were pre-arranged by Sue Frost, and the reporters certainly didn't let go of the lace news after they finished their official interview work. A square-faced, high cheekbone, mean-looking woman with a collapsed nose spoke up. Mr. LV, since you've already hired a professional inspection team, why don't you start to testify yourself immediately? It's also good to give Wu Lily as well as the general netizens the truth. Lu Tu glanced at her. I called the inspection team. It is to let Lily Wu to prove it, not me to self-certify. This point of primary and secondary relationship needs you to figure out. Which unit are you from? Have you ever learned the 3 elements of journalism? That square-faced woman was immediately roused to temper when she heard Lu Tu questioning her professionalism. I'm Yang Li, a reporter from Dragon Tiger Leopard Media. Why don't you dare to go and testify against yourself? Is it because you've done something scandalous and are afraid of being exposed? How could Lu Tu give her face? Disdainfully, she asked in front of the camera, do you have a brain or not? The gynecologist from the military hospital was called by me, and I would still be afraid to testify against myself? You don't even understand the legal common sense of who claims who gives evidence, and you still come to interview me? I hate ugly-looking and uneducated Puxin women like you the most. You, Lu Tu, as a public figure, randomly attacked my looks. Do you deserve it? Yang Li instantly stormed off when she heard this, and Lu Tu was calmly no side. What are you anxious? You can also scold. Look, my ugly You cannot scold out, because you also know that I am not ugly. But I say that you are ugly is the fact that you look ugly but also so close to me. I did not look for you to ask for spiritual damage fee is good. You also do not allow me to say the truth? With a snort, many of the surrounding reporters and viewers couldn't help but burst out laughing. They didn't expect Lu Tu to be so young and promising, and actually have such a forthright side. This Yan Li could be said to be a tumbleweed in the media world, and basically everyone in the room had heard of her. When she used to host a talk show, she always made fun of men by attacking them for being ugly, underpaid, not working hard enough, and very confident. LV2 of course also recognized Yang Li as an extreme female boxing fighter. That's why she didn't give the slightest bit of face. Moreover, Yang Li's taste of this opening was so heavy, and at a glance, she knew that she was in league with Tao Chen and the rest of them, and where everyone couldn't see it, Song Chusher had already gotten up and headed out, her footsteps light and her face with the joy of victory as she pulled out her phone and edited a message. It's done. Send it to the extranet BBC. Let those people spray him to death. She turned back and glanced contemptuously at Lu Tu as she finally went out the door, sneering in her heart, poor people getting rich at first sight are just going to get carried away, and your perceptions simply don't know how frightening the power of public opinion is. The reason why Song Chusher did this series of things, she didn't care at all if Lu Tu could prove his innocence or not, but anyone who was involved in these things would be messed up. Even if it was checked out afterward that Lu Tu had no relationship with Lily Wu, it would still be used by good people to make an issue out of it, not to mention the fact that he attacked a young woman in such a way. This topic in today's network environment, as long as a little incitement, it is enough to completely destroy Lu Tu, since the heart cannot, then splash dirty water. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Lu Tu had already predicted Song Chushi's next move through his ability to foresee the future, and had guessed the content of the text message Song Chushi had edited based on the position of Song Chushi's 26 key finger. Lu Tu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Nia Yun, Song Chushi, Tao Qian, Shi Ruoshi, Wu Lily, and the others. All of them cannot leave the convention center. Chapter 114, a good show. Nia Yun, with his national security men, hadn't left the convention center since sending Lao Hui over, and had chartered a few suites in the hotel downstairs, with many instruments placed in the rooms just to prevent emergencies. After receiving Lu Tu's instructions, Nia Yun smiled deeply and waved at his subordinates. Go invite the Song family's second miss back for coffee. He and Song Chushi were both national security investigators, and were originally rivals. The composition of the two families is also extremely similar. The only difference is that Nia Yun's old man has died, and Song Chushi's grandfather, still living in the dry rest home nursing home, even if the body is full of tubes. As long as the old man of the Song family did not pass away one day hanging breath, the Song family will be able to stand. Inside the tournament hall, Wu Lily, who was still bluffing, was about to turn around and ask for the opinion of Release Preceptor. Grandmaster, it seems like they're getting real. What's next? Looking back, not only was Release Preceptor gone, even Song Chushi and Tao Qian, who had spoken to Release Preceptor earlier, had left at some point. Only left Wu Lily alone, mortar and pestle there. She was deliberately wronged Lu Tu. At this time the heart straight to beat the drum of retreat. Only those who have wronged you will realize how wrong you really are. He was about to leave when Lu Tu, who had been keeping an eye on her, called out, "Wait, where are you going? That young lady?" Hearing this, Wu Lily subconsciously disliked back. "You're the lady." Lu Tu snorted coldly. "I don't have time to fight with you. Now that the doctors from the provincial military region are here, start testifying yourself." I'm not feeling well. I need to use the restroom." A middle-aged female doctor, who simply ignored her pleas, brought people forward and surrounded Lily Wu with a folding screen. "Eliminating urine will cause the test to be inaccurate. You'd better bear with it for 2 minutes. It'll be quick." Seeing this, the other guests were also dissatisfied. "What are you doing in the restroom at this critical moment? What did you do earlier?" "The people who are watching are just ho-hum-ha." Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh. Lily Wu screamed, "You are oppressing all women by forcing me like this, and I won't accept it." Kang Ji looked at her seriously. "Is there no cost to rumor mongering? You've already caused major damage to our reputation and must be examined. And with a character like yours, don't represent normal women. You don't deserve it." Wu Lily looked at Yang Li again. She knew that the other party had always regarded herself as a female boxing fighter, and at this time, there was only the power of public opinion that could be utilized to bring back her decline. "Ms. Yang, someone here is forcing women. Are you just going to sit back and do nothing?" What kind of person was Yang Li? As an extreme egoist, it's okay for her to be allowed to mock Pushing Man's doings with the female audience in normal times, but she already knows that LV2 isn't to be messed with, so how could she risk her life to help Lily Wu at a time like this? "Ms. Wu, I think they have a point. This is the time for you to cooperate. Slap the test results on the table, and send the offender to jail." Wu Lily sniffing, speech blocked. Her heart is clearer than anyone else. She cannot stand, just want to continue to use sophistry to stall for time. Was rudely interrupted by the onlookers to urge, whether it is the audience of the live broadcast or the guests on the scene. At this time, they all saw the difference between Wu Lily. The discerning person can see that she is weak. At this time, the results of the examination is no longer important for the watchers. Lu Tu didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. Trouble a few doctors to produce the results in the shortest time possible. Yes, seeing that she had committed an offense, Lily Wu tried to struggle at this point, but the paramedics didn't give her a chance. Not long after, the doctor came out with a test tube and put it into the middle of the apparatus. "Mr. Louis, I'm going to need you to provide the bodily fluids." Lu Tu looked around. "Offering here?" The doctor took a medical swab and stuck it to Lu Tu's mouth. "Just saliva." The cotton swab dabbed some saliva inside Lu Tu's mouth, and then put it into the instrument for comparison. In less than 3 minutes, the doctor from the military hospital took out the piece of paper. "After our tests and comparisons, the likelihood of Mr. Lu violating Ms. Wu is 0, but ms. Wu does have the presence of someone else's bodily fluids, and for the time being, we don't know who it is. When Wu Lily heard this, her face darkened and she immediately spilled her guts. You guys are talking nonsense. The test results are not allowed at all. Can I not know who I was forced by? You guys were called by Lu Tu. Surely you will help him. Before Lu Tu could speak, the crowd watching drowned her in saliva. You can't even trust the results of the military hospital? You still want to deny it? Between you and science. Of course we believe in science. And the test results were done in front of all of us. At this time, Zhang Jiqi was even more angry than Lu Tu. Went up and slapped Wu Lily's face. Shame on you. By now you still want to slander Lu Tu. I'll ask the best lawyers to sue you. Wait to receive a letter from the lawyers. At this point, Wu Lily was still yelling hysterically. Lu Tu had completely run out of patience. Forget it, I can't talk to a like you. Security blow her out. Behind him, Song has long been unable to stand. If it is not Lu Tu here, he would like to rush up and tear Wu Lily's mouth. I have long heard that now a lot of female nonsense. I did not think it is true. Song was somewhat glad that he was still in the army and didn't have to come into contact with such a woman, and dragged her out despite Lily Wu's loud cries. At this time, Lu Tu took over the microphone and said, "Facts speak louder than words. I reserve the right to sue Lily Wu for rumor and defamation. If anyone dares to make use of this topic to rumorize about me again in the future, I don't mind suing him along with me." The men present erupted in applause. Most of them were in their 20s and 30s, and had long been fed up with this current bad culture, and it was a relief to be able to watch the malicious rumor mongers being punished. Mr. Lu did a beautiful job. You are our role model. I thought it would turn out to be like that subway case. I didn't expect him to be so decisive. No wonder he's so accomplished at such a young age. Of course there are people like Yang Li in the crowd. Although they don't dare to stand up and speak now, it doesn't mean they won't dare to do so when they go back. What a great opportunity to rub it in. The Go Emperor challenge was already sucking up all the attention, and then this incident with Lily Wu broke out. When the time comes, just edit out the video, pinch off the end with a few subtitles, and then you can incite a new wave of male-female confrontation, and then the fans will still rise by leaps and bounds, and then open the live broadcast with goods. The small life is still not a wind and water? Just think about let Yang Li and other people heart happy. Zhang Yiqi whispered a few words to Sue Frost, who came to the stage and said to the crowd, "Thank you very much for coming to the Go Challenge today. Today's tournament will come to a successful conclusion. Please retire in order." Lu Tu left with Zhang Jiqi in stride, having received a message from Nia Yun that he had gotten the man under control. Curious, Khan asked, "There's a conference later. Where is this going?" Lu Tu smiled profoundly. "Just leave the launch to Sue Frost. I'll take you to a good show." Chapter 115, Would it be too cheap for her? At this time, in the presidential suite located on the 12th floor of the convention center, Song Chushi angrily glared at his fellow national security colleagues around him, looking agitated as he said, "Nia Yun, what gives you the right to detain me? I'm going to report this to Director Long." Nia Yun was picking his nails in boredom as he nodded slowly. "Don't forget that we also have the right to prosecute and monitor internally, and now we have reason to suspect that you've been bribed by foreign elements." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My grandfather has made so many achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. I would be in bed with foreign elements? Nia Yun waved his hand and his subordinate placed a tablet in front of Song Chushi. "Song Chushi, don't think that we won't be able to monitor your phone if you use Amelia's Starlink network." "What is this?" Song Chushi saw the message on it, and it was indeed the one she had sent to others before, but she still said with a calm face, "This is just a means for me to take revenge on Lu Tu. What does it have to do with the foreign elements? Could it be that I can't turn the ladder and get out of the wall in the Dragon Kingdom?" Her reaction was expected by Nia Yun, nodding his head and saying, "Of course, isn't this a request for you to assist in the investigation? Now that the investigation is clear, can I take my men away?" Nia Yun shook his head. "This matter is actually well known to you and me saying it doesn't count at all, so you might as well wait." Song Chushi frowned. "Are you saying that Lu Tu is also coming? What gives him the right to get involved in our national security's affairs?" "Nia Yun, how dare you reveal the internal workings of national security to outsiders? Aren't you afraid of liquidation?" Nia Yun laughed indulgently. "It seems like your Song family is still in decline, and the news is even closed off like this." Song Chushi, who heard this, immediately associated many things. She only knew that Lu Tu was highly respected by Long Yuan and the relationship between Huojin and Peng Pengwei. The rest was not investigated even if he used his family connections. Could it be? She was just thinking about it when suddenly the door to her room was kicked open with a loud thud. Everyone looked towards the door in shock. When Lu Tu appeared in front of the crowd, Song Chushi couldn't help but widen her eyes, but quickly covered them up and pretended to be calm. "So all of this was instructed by you. do you know what you're doing? Nya Yun got up and gave the main seat to Lu Tu, while he himself jogged 2 steps to close the door behind him. Big brother, this has a pretty tough mouth. It was the first time Song Chushi had ever heard someone dare to use such a title on her, and it was still Nya Yun, who had always been crushed by herself. He was furious and said, Nya Yun, watch your words, you can't hold me in custody for more than 12 hours without evidence from you, and I guarantee that in less than an hour, you'll be on your knees apologizing to me. Looking at Song Chushi's condescending as if she were a swan, Lu Tu didn't say much and went up and slapped her face with a loud slap. Directly, Song Chushi was slapped dumb. Not to mention she was dumb. Even Jiang Jiqi and Tao Qian and the others were also dumb. Louis, who is she? This woman. She's tried to put me to death several times now. The first 2 times she sneaked up on me from behind. And just now she tried to use public opinion to ruin me. Do you think I should teach her a lesson? Khan nodded without any hesitation and grabbed a folding stool from the side and handed it over. Use this. Lu Tu cried and laughed. Jiang Jiqi was really getting to know his mind. Song Chusher exclaimed, Lu Tu, how dare you hit me? Do you know who my grandfather is? Before she could finish her words, Lu Tu unhappily kicked her again right in the small of her back, directly sending her rolling 3 times on the ground. Disdainfully, he spat on the ground and said, I don't care who your grandfather is. Things don't come in threes. Do you really think my head is a rubber pinch? Lu Tu, this is still only used 2 points of force, coupled with Song Chushi practiced karate for many years. The body base is good. This is not kicked to internal organs damaged, just pain in the ground constantly twitching. Seeing her in that state, Lu Tu looked at Tao Qian, Wu Lily, and the 3 of them who were releasing the preceptors again. Release the preceptor. Kneel over here, Amitabha Buddha. Don't make a big deal out of it on New Year's Day. The Buddha will be unhappy. Lu Tu stepped forward as a foot on his leg. On the spot came the sound of shin bone cracking. Sure, Quancher can no longer maintain that high monk temperament. Cannot help but rushed Lu Tu cursed. Lu Tu, you are intentionally injuring. In the future will go down to the hell of Abi. Lu Tu smiled evilly. When you were fooling around with Lily Wu in the toilet, amassing a fortune in the temple, and intentionally letting that defame me in front of the public, did Buddha ever tell you that his old man was very unhappy? For a demon monk like you, how are you worthy of mentioning Buddha to me? If Buddha knew that you were of this demeanor, he would have long ago used his preceptor to chop you into 18 pieces. At this time, Jiang Jiqi gently tugged on Lu Tu's coat corner. Xiao Lu, wait for a moment. I'll go next door to get some air. Come find me when you're done. Lu Tu turned his head and immediately replaced it with eyes full of tenderness. Go. He Song consciously followed. Protecting Jiang Jiqi was a task given to him by the war zone, and it seemed that he was not needed here. Turning back, Lu Tu stomped the other tibia of release preceptor into a fracture. Tell me, who gave you the guts to still choose to slander me when you know you can't fix me? Release ring color clutched his legs in excruciating pain, his eyes unconsciously flickering towards Song Chushi. The poor monk didn't know. It was just a moment of haunting. Lu Tu nodded. Looks like you know quite a lot. It's okay, I have plenty of time to play with you slowly. Nya Yun, go heal his leg injury. Of course Nya Yun understood Lu Tu's meaning. He directly had someone take release ring side to the side and injected him with a neurotoxin. These were researched and developed by the former Soviet Union to force agents. No one could carry this kind of pain. His eyes fell on Lily Wu, who immediately fell to her knees and clanked her head. Mr. Lu, I was wrong. I've already been blamed by the public. The punishment you've given me is already severe. Lu Tu stared at her with icy eyes and said, what kind of punishment is accusation to a like you? Since your desire is so high, I will fulfill you. Hearing this, the surrounding people were subconsciously startled. Could it be that they were asked to deal with Lily Wu? This couldn't be done. Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding good citizen. According to the criminal law of the Dragon State, if you publicly insult another person or fabricate facts to slander another person and the circumstances are serious, you shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention, control or deprivation of political rights. Hearing this, Lily Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded her head repeatedly. I'm willing to go to jail, as long as you don't hurt me. Lu Tu snapped his fingers. Then, Nya Yun will transfer her and the evidence, together with the judicial unit, to the public prosecution and sentencing as soon as possible. With Nya Yun's understanding of Lu Tu, he couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical and lowered his voice to suggest in Lu Tu's ear, Big brother, would it be too cheap for her? Lu Tu smiled deeply at Lily Wu. Put her in the men's prison. Chapter 116, Familiar Treatment. Wu Lily, who had originally relaxed, felt like the sky had collapsed when she heard this, and when she thought of the veggie-soaked strong men in the men's prison, she let out a cry with a wow. Kneeling like garlic, Mr. Lu, please don't I really know it's wrong. I shouldn't have wronged you. All this is all about releasing the quit and Tao Qian threatening me. He has the video of us that in his hand. If I don't agree he's going to send it to my husband. It's good that Wu Lily didn't say this, but Lu Tu heard this and said in a chilling voice, "You still have a husband?" "Well, we're very much in love and have a 3-year-old son, and I'd be tortured to death if I was put in a men's prison." Lu Tu impatiently waved his hand. "Hurry up and take this away, and then notify her husband to divorce her, so that she can go to jail again with a clean slate. I can't help but want to stab her twice even if I look at her for one more second." Mr. Lily Wu was still trying to struggle, but she was slapped across the face by Nya Yun, stopping her wailing instantly. Tao Qian cried out from the side, "Lu Tu, you don't listen to that. This is all about her and the release of the preceptor. I didn't let her come to defame you. This is all her own idea." Lu Tu nodded his head after hearing this. "I hear you. You are using me as an example." Tao Qian was so scared that his pupils shook. "No, listen to my explanation." Lu Tu helped Tao Qian up from the chair, and then smashed Tao Qian's liver position with an explosive liver punch. Tao Qian's eyes were glaring out in pain. His eyes were filled with red blood, and he couldn't make a ding sound with his mouth open in pain. After releasing his hand, Tao Qian was paralyzed on the ground like a puddle of mud, and even began to vomit uncontrollably, which was the physiological reaction of the human body to the extreme of pain. Lu Tu looked down at Tao Qian on the ground and covered his nose in disgust. "I've already let you live. How dare you come to pick on me? Did Song Chushi give you the courage?" Tao Qian at this time can still say words, even if he hates Lu Tu at this moment, but can only be like a maggot on the ground mayfly chrysalis. Lu Tu pointed a finger at Tao Qian and said, "Give me a ruthless investigation. Find out if he has ever undermined national security and violated the law, especially from his family's insurance company, and report back to me as soon as he has." "Understood." By this time, Song Chushi had eased up a lot, and she looked at Lu Tu and Nya Yun incredulously. "Could it be that you've?" "Impossible. Why would Long Yuan let someone like you join national security?" Lu Tu snorted. "Just a chesty, brainless straw man like you, running against me without knowing anything? I also don't know what your Song family is thinking. No one is available anymore? Do you really think that no one can rule you? Don't you forget that there are heavens beyond the sky. Our Song family is not something that people like you can imagine. You will pay for your behavior today." Song Chushi's hand slowly touched her chest, a hollow pendant made of pure gold with a satellite positioning device installed inside, and after she pinched the pendant flat, a period of low-frequency faint trembling came from the pendant. At this time, thousands of miles away in the depths of the Yanjing Song family, the contemporary head of the family Song Shixiang, who was in his prime, was practicing calligraphy in his study, when suddenly the alarm bell rang loudly, and with a slight frown on his brow, he put down the wolf hair in his hand, and without a haste, he turned off the alarm bell and pressed the landline in front of him. "Notify the guards immediately and locate Chushi's position to go to the rescue." Back on this side, Lu Tu sniffed disdainfully and stepped forward, roughly pinching Song Chushi's delicate chin. "Children of worldly families like you, you're used to being high and mighty, but you've forgotten that all along it's been you who's been constantly provoking me." Saying that, he struck a punching wave fist and smashed it on her chest. Then there were some punches and kicks on Song Chushi's body, which made her bruised and swollen. Just as he was about to lay his hands on him, his phone rang, and it was Long Yuan calling. Lu Tu had some bad premonitions in his heart, and when he got through, Long Yuan's tone was not as calm as usual, and he even asked in a bit of a panic, "Xiao Tu, is Song Chusher in your hands?" "Right. Release them. Listen to Uncle's advice and release them quickly." "Do you know what she did to me?" Long Yuan sighed deeply. "I know everything that happened in the convention center. I don't care if other people die or live, but something absolutely cannot happen to Song Chushi. Do you know who asked me to make this call?" Lu Tu was silent. "It's the vice elder. The Song family has already jointly reported to the vice elder. Right now the vice elder is very unhappy with your behavior." "Stop it, little Tu. Just give her a little lesson." Lu Tu huffed. "The Song family has targeted me one after another. The vice elder hasn't said anything, and I've only just started to return the favor. So he's not satisfied? This pulling the wrong side of the fence is good enough," Long Yuan said in a deep voice. "I can't help it." Xiao Tu took a step back, and the sky is the limit. Now the Song family's old man is still alive. He can't not give any face at all. Just think of it as helping Uncle Long. Don't make it difficult for me, okay? Alright, Uncle Long, I know what to do. You can have them come over and pick them up. Lu Tu sat in the chair. That is, the more he thought, the more angry. He has already got the drawings of the 7th-generation machine and the future photolithography machine. Still cannot resist the merits of the Song family old man. There was no explanation, no compensation, just a light sentence of being dissatisfied with LV2's approach and demanding his immediate release. This feeling could be all too familiar to him. And how was it essentially different from before when he had been bullied by Ding Zhang and the others, using his identity to snatch away the poverty grant that originally belonged to him? As Lu Tu thought of this, he suddenly laughed out softly as he thought of a line from a famous novel. I love the Qing dynasty. I'm afraid he's finished, but if I love him, who the hell loves me? Lu Tu's chest continued to rise and fall, and Nia Yun, who knew him well, knew that Lu Tu was desperately trying to suppress his anger at this point, and not a single person in the entire suite dared to make a sound. Not long after, there was a sharp slamming sound from outside. Open the door. Open the door quickly. When the door opened, a line of burly men in suits and shirts barged right in, pistols in hand. A young man at the head of the group rushed out, and seeing Song Chushur on the ground, he angrily grabbed Lu Tu's collar and chided. How dare you hit Chushur? Nia Yun knew something bad was going to happen as soon as he heard it. He'd read about LV2 before, and every single person who dared to curse LV2's mother didn't have a good ending. Hastily pulling out his gun, he warned, Yun Ao, stop. It's not your turn to be wild here. Lu Tu did not make any extra movements, and just turned his head with an icy expression to meet Yun Ao's eyes. What did you just say? Yun Ao was confused by the cold words and yelled, are you deaf? How many times do you want me to repeat myself? As soon as the words fell, Yun Ao's originally arrogant features instantly twisted into a ball. In an extremely twisted position, he arced through the air under everyone's gaze, falling heavily into the distance with a dull thud. The bodyguards who came along with Yun Ao sternly reprimanded. Crouch down. Hold your head and crouch down. Chapter 117, A City Full of Golden Armor. Yun Ao climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, and after wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth with his hand, he stared at Lu Tu with eyes full of malice. How dare you hit me? Shoot me. Nia Yun as well as the national security team members immediately stood out in front of Lu Tu. I'll see who dares. Lu Tu pushed Nia Yun out of the way and stepped in front of Yun Ao. How did you guys get so powerful? Yun Ao laughed scornfully. Isn't it just an orphan of a first-class minister? If you look at the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are 800 of them if not 1,000. Do you really think that's the Imperial Sword? I've memorized this punch. You and your related people won't be able to escape. He had to say that Yun Ao had a lot of guts, the most courageous person Lu Tu had ever seen in such a long time. Knowing that Lu Tu had the ability to kill him, he still had this kind of certainty. No wonder he dared to come here to pick up people. How would Lu Tu care about his threats at this point? If he was scared after being threatened a few times, then he wouldn't need to mix. He stomped Yun Ao's head on the carpet, and the surrounding bodyguards instantly emergency. If you don't stop, we'll shoot. Lu Tu didn't even bother to look at the other bodyguards, but looked straight down at this Yun Ao. That's right. Isn't it just an orphan of a first-class meritocracy? But what orphans like me are least afraid of is threats. You're making a wrong calculation. At this moment, Lu Tu had already moved to kill. He was not only because of Yun Ao's insults, but he was also dissatisfied with this kind of power that he was born with. Why is it that the hard work of 3 generations of one's own family, together with one's own contribution to science and technology as if one were digging out one's own family's pockets, cannot stand up to the words of these vested interests? You tell your dogs to shoot, and see if they're faster or I am. Yun Ao was suppressed by Lu Tu cannot move hard to breathe. For the first time in his life, he felt the fear of death. If you say just now also guess that Lu Tu will be afraid to throw a mouse dare not hurt himself, and now he does not doubt at all that Lu Tu really will kill him. Lu Tu, let go of me. And Lu Tu's feet were even harder, and Yun Ao's face was getting more and more twisted. In the eyes of those who were familiar with Yun Ao, it was already considered that he was being soft when he could say something like that, but the person he was facing was Lu Tu. Lu Tu laughed lightly. What qualifications do you have to order me around? Can't you tell the difference between big and small kings? Yun Ao shouted at the bodyguards around him. All of you, put down your guns. These bodyguards are all retired special forces. When they heard this, they all froze, and then looked at Yun Ao with shame and indignation. When he was in the middle of the deadlock, Lu Tu's cell phone rang again, and he didn't even look at it and hung up directly. Nia Yun's cell phone then rang, and after he answered a few words in a low voice, he covered the phone and came to Lu Tu's side, lowering his voice. Big brother, it's the vice elder calling. Lu Tu received the phone, and the vice elder's voice came through. Still the same as last time, no mood swings could be heard. Xiao Lu, release the people. Good. Lu Tu didn't have any nonsense and only said this one word, and a long silence fell on the vice elder's side. It took 30 seconds for the vice elder to speak up. You've been doing things that are a bit out of bounds these days. It's time for you to settle down and do some serious work. So let's call it a day. Yes, let them go and let everything go. The vice elder hung up the phone after saying that. Lu Tu took a deep breath, raised his own foot and pointed at the door of the suite. Get out! This angry roar momentum is really amazing. Straight roar all the people present, heart and soul trembling. They never thought a person's voice can be so loud. Even the teacup on the table are trembling. The bodyguards hurriedly helped Song Chusher and Yun Ao up and took them away. Yun Ao wanted to put some harsh words to Lu Tu when he left, but when he saw Lu Tu's back, his heart suddenly surged with fear, and he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. When the people left, Nya Yun asked, "Big brother, what about these two guys?" The two remaining guys were, of course, Tao Qian and Release Ringmaster. Check their ancestors for 3 generations, but if there is a single illegal thing, punish them according to the law. After saying that, Lu Tu turned around and left the door. He was in desperate need of venting right now. The pent-up anger in his heart was driving him crazy. He came downstairs to pick up Jiang Jiqi and said to Ikson, "It's been hard these days, you rest for a week. I'll drive myself." Ikson wanted to say something, but after seeing that Lu Tu's face did not look good, he could only nod his head in agreement. After getting into the car, Jiang Jiqi held LV2's hand tightly, and with a furious engine roar, LV2 drove the car and leapt out of the parking lot with a whoosh. Lu Tu drove the car to the roundabout highway. At this time during the Spring Festival, everyone went back to celebrate the new year. The traffic is not a lot. He took it out on the car by revving it up to 200. At this point 3 words kept repeating in his mind. By what right? Since the vice elder was able to pull the strings, it meant that the chain of interests had been clearly delineated, and it seemed that in the Dragon Kingdom, it was indeed difficult for a noble son to come out of a cold family anymore. No one else will let you, a brat, share the cake on their table, not even if your family has made a significant contribution, and whose contribution is lower than yours. Lu Tu undeniably, his own piece of fist heart, in today was hurt by this intertwined and complex network of relationships. Suddenly he understood the reason why the poet who wrote about the city full of golden armor had become more popular in recent years. Since you all look down on me and push me to the edge, I can be a yellow nest. Right now Lu Tu's mentality has changed, and in the future, only his own interests will be the main focus. You don't give, then I will fight for myself and rob with my hands. Thinking of this, Lu Tu's knot in his heart opened up and grabbed the hand Kong Ji had been holding, putting it on his lips and kissing it. Bow. In the future there may be many people who will hold a grudge against me and take revenge on me. Are you afraid? As the two of them did in the police station conference room, Zhang Yi gazed at Lu Tu's side face and firmly said, "I'm not afraid. We'll carry it together if there's anything." Lu Tu smiled as he slowed the car down and drove in the direction of his home. It didn't matter what other people thought of him at the moment. All he needed now was time. And before that, he was thinking of giving more scientific research technology to the Dragon Kingdom, and just doing the most profitable part himself. Nowadays, he didn't intend to hand over the core technology as his most precious resource, which was his bottom card against the upper echelon of power holders. Even if it meant death, he had to hold it tightly in his hand. The only way to make those with vested interests part with the means of production on hand is to use it to keep moving up the ladder and to make them fearful of themselves. After returning home, Lu Tu called Nyayun, starting from today, work overtime to complete the schedule. All overtime workers will be issued 5 times their salary, and one person will be issued another 100,000 bonus for the new year. I want to see 2 parks take shape within 2 months. Nyayun was puzzled. Big brother, I know you're in a desperate mood, but the amount of money needed for this is too big. Lu Tu said firmly, you don't need to be in charge of money matters. You only need to spend it for me. Hanging up the phone, Lu Tu picked Jiang Jiqi up and threw him on the bed. Tomorrow you'll go home to celebrate New Year's Eve. Leave the charity foundation to Sue Frost. I'm going to Las Vegas. Why go so far? LV2 smiled evilly. My godfather is right. A great man can bend but not break. I've been suffocating for too long. It's time for me to live in a different way. I'm going to be high profile now. I want the whole world to know my LV2's name, so we'll be safe. With that said, he pounced, omitting 3 hours here. Chapter 118, Showdown. Landing in Las Vegas, Zhonghai Airport. In the lounge of the international terminal, Lu Tu had Nyayun help him with his visa ticket and passport, and was waiting for his flight in boredom when a system prompt came from his head. You have completed the mission to retaliate against the release of Ragnarok and Lily Wu, and are accounting for the completion of the event. The completion level of this event is A. Reward, top hacking skills. A large number of characters flooded into Lu Tu's brain in an instant, and if it wasn't for the fact that his physique was far superior to normal people, and his brain capacity was much larger than ordinary people's, or else he really wouldn't have been able to receive it. When he stared at his phone again, the page he saw was different. For example, the short video app he is swiping at the moment is full of holes in his opinion. First, he replaced his phone's Dragon network with Amelia's Starlink network, and then hacked into the app's backend, and all of the user's information appeared in front of his eyes. and he was also able to precisely locate the coordinates of where the users were. Luta can even hack into a particular user's cell phone and spy on the user's every move through the phone's camera. Top hacking technology. The role in the current era of big data information technology is even more useful than the rewards of his physical enhancement. It's like being in the easy sect in the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon. Others are still practicing martial arts, and you have begun to cultivate immortality. So how can you fight? Completely innate invincibility. The only pity is that Song Chusher and Yun Ao. These people rarely use social software, temporarily unable to hack in through this aspect. It seems that the vigilance of the children of the world's families is still much higher than ordinary people. Just when he wanted to satisfy his own bad taste, Long Yuan called, his words full of displeasure. What are you doing running to Las Vegas at this node? Luta's answer was succinct, get money. Are you short of money? Didn't you just get back 2 billion from Portugal and Australia? If it's really not enough, you can just open your mouth and let the bank grant you a loan. Lu Tu didn't have the same respect as before. His tone was filled with flatness. I don't like owing others. Long Yuan on the other end of the phone. His heart tightened when he heard this. How could he not know what Lu Tu was thinking? Only today, he was severely reprimanded by the vice elder, and he was about to leave the country, and it was still going to Amelia. Everyone knew that Lu Tu was playing with his sexuality and setting his face. The key was that this kind of attitude Lu Tu had never shown before. Long Yuan sensed that this time, the vice elder's order might have really hurt Lu Tu's heart, but as a passer of decisions, he still wanted to fight for a bit. You have to know that your identity is a member of the national security. You may not leave the country privately, and this kind of issue is to be submitted to the vice elder for approval before you can do so. Then you'll submit an application for me and tell them that I'm voluntarily resigning from the national security. Long Yuan's voice rose steeply. Lu Tu, do you know what you are doing? You are now carrying the weight of the nation, and the Dragon Kingdom and Amelia are in a trade war. At a time like this you run off to Amelia. Isn't that slapping the vice elder's face? Now that the vice elder has found out about this, he's furious. Uncle Long, do you think that's something to say to me? What the hell is a weapon of state or not? In my opinion it's just a piece of crap that I designed myself. The vice elder doesn't need my design or research either. He can totally have the Song family and Yun family and other heavenly talents of the country to build something better for the Dragon Kingdom. Long Yuan heard that Lu Tu was already not selling the vice elder's face. He had no choice but to sigh. I believe in your character. You won't do anything to defect to the enemy. I'll help you cancel the restriction. Pay attention to your own safety after you go to Amelia. Our people over there can't be exposed for the time being, and we won't be able to help you. Thanks Uncle Long. I'll bring you refrigerator stickers. After saying that, Lu Tu hung up the phone and didn't even take a suitcase, boarding the flight to Las Vegas with only a cell phone. As he did, almost half of the entire airport began to become nervous, and despite their restraint, their eyes peeked at Lu Tu from time to time. How could he not have realized about these undercover agents and agents sent to spy on him? It's just that he's all about the showdown now, just to see what you can do with him. With his current thoughts he is gambling, taking his own life in a gamble, or else at the expense of the rise of the technology and industrial chain of the Dragon Country. Targeting Lu Tu can even house arrest him to kill him. Either that or acquiesce to Lu Tu's trip to Amelia. And anyway, in the future, as long as these worldly families were around, he could never truly hand over his cards to the state. Unsurprisingly, Lu Tu won the bet this time, and also invariably showed his attitude. So what if you are just a noble vice elder? You're pulling the strings. You're bullying me about my ancestry. I'm not pissing on your pot as usual. When Lu Tu's figure disappeared from view, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving the order to retreat, the huge Shanghai International Airport instantly disappeared almost half of the passengers. Even the parking lot of the net car disappeared 2/3 of the car. Straight to the airport ground crew and staff to scare a bit. Lying in the privacy of the first-class cabin, Lu Tu hacked into the airport surveillance through his cell phone and saw the scene, the corner of his mouth lifting into a mocking smile. Luta texted Jiang Ji, taken off. Anon. After a 10-hour-long voyage, Lu Tu landed at the airport in Las Vegas and sent another message to Jiang Jichi, landed. Proper. Took a cab, casually threw the black driver $1,000 US and said in his past 6th grade English, go to the biggest casino in the area. It was this randomness that Ludo wanted, knowing that from the moment he landed in Amelia, he had been targeted by multiple forces, not only the FBL, but also the CIA, and the Illuminati forces to name a few. The driver, seeing that Lu Tu was so generous, immediately unleashed the racial flair. This honorable gentleman, are you here to play alone? Do you need a tour guide? You? The old black man gave an exaggerated shrug. You're a joker. Sir, of course it's not me, but a blonde young lady. Lu Tu waved his hand impatiently. No need. Set off. Anyone who could hang out with Old Black, even if they were pretty, he'd think they were dirty. Not long after, the cab pulled up to Caesar's Palace, in the heart of the Las Vegas Strip. Lu Tu, who was standing at the main entrance, always felt that there was something familiar about this place, as if he had seen it in a certain game. Hey mister, you sure you don't need a gal pal to save up for? They don't have a single hair on them. Lu Tu didn't bother with the Old Black driver and walked straight past the majestic square fountain and entered the main entrance of Caesar's Palace. Chapter 119. All of you here are happy colors. The driver, faced with Lu Tu's arrogance, didn't dare to say anything to his face and could only mutter and curse a few times behind his back, but he was just about to start the car, when four big men in suits suddenly sat in the car, full of seriousness, pulling out their IDs. We are agents of the FBL. Please cooperate with us to assist in the investigation. The driver was dumbfounded, although he usually had some unfriendly behaviors, including but not limited to picking up a passenger's cell phone and not returning it, intentionally detouring the original route, pulling a male passenger into a red light district for a fairy tale, etc. But how did everyone do that and invite the FBL themselves? He was just about to open his mouth to explain, when he saw a few black-clothed men flashing the matching guns on their belts. This is an order, not a discussion. The driver laughed bitterly and could only drive the car into the distance. Lu Tu, who entered Caesar's Palace, didn't go to exchange chips first, but found a table to sit down and ordered a cocktail. From the moment he entered the casino, not only did some of the casino's insiders notice him, but many of the gamblers noticed him as well. After all, his aura that rivaled a reader's was just too eye-catching and stood out from the crowd. An Asian woman with dyed blonde hair came to Lu Tu and politely inquired, "Hello sir, may I sit here?" Lu Tu glanced at her before snapping, "Stickman? That's a good eye. Sir, I'm a stickman from Seoul. Get out." The woman didn't expect Lu Tu to be so rude, not even a little gentlemanly, opening her mouth and letting her roll. She accused angrily, "Who are you to tell me to get lost when you're a dragon?" Lu Tu did not even bother to talk to her, took the cocktail handed by the waiter and took a sip for himself. He was not at all afraid that the other party would poison the drink. He himself had come to Las Vegas with great fanfare under the watchful eye of the state security, and with Amelia's intelligence network, it was impossible for them not to know how important Lu Tu was to the Dragon Kingdom. It would only take other measures to limit itself, not to victimize him with such cheap tactics. At this time, a rather French-looking blonde beauty wearing a black evening gown came in front of Lu Tu and politely smiled. "Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Ivanka, who is the account manager of Caesar's Palace, and I'm very happy to serve you." Lu Tu smiled evilly. "You're too happy too soon." As soon as the stick woman saw Ivanka coming, especially through Ivanka's respectful tone, it made her look at the mysterious Oriental man in front of her with surprise. Ivanka wasn't the least bit displeased and still maintained a more perfect smile. "May I ask if Mr. Lu came to Caesar's Palace today to play a few hands or to see an old friend? When you come to a casino, it's natural to play a few hands. Change me for $100 million in chips." Lu Tu handed the card to the other party. Ivanka didn't pick up. "Based on your record in Portugal and Australia, Mr. Lu, we can only redeem 10 million chips for you." Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. "There's really nothing I can do about you guys. I can't even think of losing more money." "Mr. Lu, are you Orientals also modest? I've heard so much about you killing it at MGM." When these words came out, not only was the stick woman next to her surprised, but many of the people who had their ears perked up and were eavesdropping were also smacking their lips in fear. The eyes that looked at Lu Tu again were filled with admiration and awe. The MGM in Portugal and Australia, though only a casino under the MGM group, is naturally a masterful and not at all less profitable than its Las Vegas headquarters. This young Oriental man in front of me was capable of such a thing? The crowd was full of rich men from all over the world, mostly men, who came here to get a thrill and to spend their days playing with women, especially the rich white guys. Underneath the false gentlemanly demeanor lies a savage core that surely doesn't want to be upstaged by anyone else. They stared at Lu Tu with unkind eyes, trying to find something to disparage from him, but they realized that Lu Tu was actually just this flawless. In terms of looks, he was more than a notch more handsome than everyone in the room, even if they were white people who considered themselves handsome. In terms of temperament, Lu Tu naturally attracted the gazes of the vast majority of the people present just by sitting there. There was no doubt about it. They subconsciously thought that Ivanka's comment about killing it big was nothing more than a compliment. However, they could also see some clues from the fact that Ivanka had only exchanged 10 million chips for Lu Tu. After summarizing the situation, the rich white men in the room collectively agreed that the Dragon Nation man in front of them had some skills, but not much. There are circles in every place, let alone a gambling capital of the world like Las Vegas. Not to mention the fact that LV2 had stolen the limelight from most of the people as soon as he arrived, which was even more of a slap in the face to the rich white men present. Not to mention that LV2 was still a Dragon Nation native. In the stereotype of white Westerners, today's mainstream culture and aesthetics, as well as the standard of judgment in all walks of life, should be controlled by them, not by the Longwa people, and arrogance they have developed since the industrial age. Immediately, a man in a suit around 30 years old crossed the crowd and looked provocatively at Lutu and asked, "Dragon Nation, dare to bet with me for a game?" Luta didn't even look at the kid, took the 10 million chips Ivanka handed him and got right up, slamming the man's shoulder out of the way. The people next to him coaxed, "Peter, he actually didn't give you face. You were actually ignored by a Dragon Nation." Peter was instantly enraged at his words. He reached out his hand to stop in front of Lutu and continued to provoke. "I've heard that young men in your dragon country need a high bride price to marry a wife. Are you afraid that the bride price will be lost and you won't be able to marry a wife when you get home?" This comment immediately sparked laughter. The people present were also aware of the stunt of the dragon country bride price, and they all showed contempt at the words. "I've been to the dragon country, and many of the women there are very hospitable, and I love it there. Except that they all want to follow me back to Amelia, and I'm not even willing to pay back the money." Lutu took these people's behavior in his eyes. He didn't have any retort. He was waiting for the other party to become more rampant. At this time a burly black man came forward and patted Lutu's shoulder. "Bro, I really envy that you can live in this good place in the dragon country. Up to now my several girlfriends far away from the dragon country still remit money to me on time every month. This is the woman that you men in the dragon country need to spend hundreds of thousands of bride price to marry. You guys are really blessed." Ding! Triggering a mission to take revenge on the people present. "Please ask if you accept." Lutu suddenly laughed. He was waiting for the other party to intensify his humiliation and reach the conditions to trigger the mission. He disdainfully grabbed Old Black's hand and threw it into the distance like garbage, and looked at the people present. "The reason why I'm not betting with you guys is because all of you present are all lesos." Chapter 120, The Hanged Longevity Man. With Lutu's movements, the security of Caesar's palace, which had long been prepared for a long time, all surged over this way at once, surrounding Lutu. Lutu stood in the middle of the room with his hands in the air, proudly saying, "Want to fight with me? Then you have to weigh whether you have the ability to do so." When the people present saw this kind of momentum from Lutu, it really shocked the security and most of the gamblers for a while. At this time, Ivanka stepped forward and frowned. "Mr. Lu, I admit that you have some background in the Dragon Kingdom, but this is Amelia, and your background doesn't work very well." Oh, the people who heard this were relieved, and when they thought about it, this was also the reason. Have they seen fewer high officials of the Dragon Kingdom in the casino? Still not all of them are low profile to no end. The crowd then focused their eyes on Lutu, wanting to see how he should end up after boasting. In the next second, Lutu smiled evilly. He, surprisingly, I didn't bluff you guys, so let's start gambling." The crowd almost fainted and couldn't stop cursing Lutu, this shameless Dragon Nation, for being so thick-skinned, completely different from their inherent impression of the dragons. The ones they came in contact with seemed to have a high level of tolerance for everything, as long as they weren't told they looked like islanders. Peter stood out and provoked. "I heard that you Dragon Kingdom always make movies about gambling and brag that you can even hear the dice. Do you dare to bet with me a few times?" Lutu sniffed and froze. This kid is really the birthday boy hanging ah. Good Dead specifically picked his best project. Seeing this reaction of Lutu, Peter immediately felt that he had won the battle and guessed Lutu's weakness, and could not help but sneer. "I'm asking you, what are you pretending to be stupid with me?" Lutu looked at Peter with a look of idiocy, and he thought Lutu was afraid. "Just the two of us? That's no fun. I just called all of you guys trash, and you're not even a little bit angry?" Seeing that he was still so arrogant, a few more people immediately stepped forward, and after looking at each other, they rushed Lutu and said in a loud voice, "We'll each offer $10 million to bet with you. If you lose you'll drill through our crotches." Hey, I know you Dragon Kingdom has a tale about how you like to drill people's crotches the most. Upon hearing such humiliating words, Lutu didn't get angry. Instead he nodded his head and said, "What if you lose?" A few people seemed like they had heard the most amusing joke, and laughed out loud with abandon. "How could we lose to you? A dragon? Do you really think you can hear through the dice cup?" Lutu stole a glance towards Ivanka, seeing that she also had no intention of stopping it, and immediately thought of the MGM's surveillance video at that time, which should have been blocked by all the national security and not passed out. Otherwise these guys were bound to not be able to continue to fight him on the dice. Lutu sneered. "There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. It's called if you dare to die, I dare to bury. If you lose, I won't let you drill your pants anymore. You'll just go and drink water from the toilet." A few of the men looked at each other and said in one shot, "Good. We'll have to add a rule though. It's dice not poker after all." Lu Tu also became interested. "What rules? Since you're betting against the 5 of us, you can't bet the same amount as us, or it'll be hard to tell the winner from the loser." Lu Tu did not say anything when he sniffed. Of course he knew how pitiful this rule of these guys was, and the gamblers gathered next to him were not all Amelia's people. There were also a few Russians with thick body hair, who spoke out in defiance and said, "The dice totaled 2 presses, big and small, and if 5 of you had quicker hands, and pressed the big and the small, then what did he press?" Peter gave a bad smile and pointed to the table. "He can still press the specific points. Besides, as long as he has a faster hand, he may not be slower than us to bet. After all, the speed of the hand is also a part of the strength. This is very fair. The 2 Russians still wanted to argue, but were stopped by Lu Tu. "Thank you both for your righteousness. I'll bet with them." Hearing that LV2 had already agreed, even the Russians who wanted to fight for his rights and interests felt that LV2 was really crazy, knowing that the other party had 5 people. Even if it was by virtue of probability, 5 people betting would be faster than 1 person betting. Not to mention the fact that it wasn't a sure win if you placed a bet. It was clearly a case of bullying based on their numerical superiority. Lu Tu's performance even made the crowd of onlookers come to be interested, wanting to see what kind of backbone he had that he dared to accept the challenge so arrogantly. And this novel betting method is really more exciting than the unusual rules. Not only competing with hand speed, but also competing with reaction speed and luck. The greater the randomness of the betting, the more appealing it is. Seeing that Lu Tu did not object, Peter's 5 people sat in each direction of the gambling table, sandwiching Lu Tu in the middle. Lu Tu twirled a chip indifferently and refused the cigar handed to him by the waiter, pulling a crumpled Liechtenstein out of his pocket and lighting it. As usual, the latter shook the dice and made a pleased gesture. "Everyone, please place your bets." Peter and the others stared at Lu Tu with a deadly stare. Their first hand was to see Lu Tu's details and did not place the first bet. This was also one of their tactics. If Lu Tu grabbed the big one, then they would collectively buy the small one, which was a 50% chance anyway. But Lu Tu's eyelids were not raised over. The old god in the smoke, and his baked smoke is extremely choking. Next to the Peter with smoked eyes cannot open. Accusingly, he said, "Can't you smoke a cigar with a little grace?" Lu Tu disdainfully exhaled another heavy stream of smoke at him. "What do you care?" Seeing Lu Tu intensify his provocations, Peter slammed the table and just wanted to get angry, but was stopped by Jack across the table. "Peter, calm down, don't upset yourself. Mr. Louis, you place your bets." Lu Tu looked to old Jack. "You guys made the rules. The first hand lets you play first." "No, it's better if you go down first." After a few back and forth excuses, the dealer looked at the table and said, "Betting time is over. This game passes." The crowd couldn't help but break out in a fit of whining. "Are you guys playing or not? After half a day of yelling and crotch drilling and drinking toilet water, I thought you guys were playing with a lot of excitement, but you're making a mess." Everyone at the table looked around to see a dirty-looking San brother standing there constantly skimming his lips. Old Jack pointed to the table. "So you dare to come? I'll give you a chance to join the bet." San stood in front of Lu Tu and threw 100,000 chips in front of Lu Tu and said, "Get out of the way. I'm going to sit with you." Lu Tu all laughed at his actions and asked curiously, "What are you?" Hearing this, Sharma became furious. "I am a noble Brahmin and you are calling me something?" Snap! The crowd only felt a flash before their eyes, and Sharma's entire body spun around 3.5 times in place before stopping, half of his face swollen and obviously not yet back to his senses. Lu Tu spat disdainfully on Sharma's customized suit. "My ancestors didn't even bother to enslave you after they conquered you, and you have the nerve to pretend with me? Go dig up a turd Brahmin." Chapter 121. Sharma did not dare to bully the other white people present, but even dared to bully the head of Lu Tu, who was already disgusted with the San as a nation from the bottom of his heart, and after beating him, he only felt soothed. The people in the room also didn't think much of San, who was supposed to be the group that did the most business in Amelia, in customer service and motels, especially since the sales calls that practically monopolize all of Amelia are harrowing to hear when they open their mouths. So no one is speaking up for Sharma either. Only Ivanka, as the casino's account manager, got in the way and offered a kind reminder to Lu Tu. "Mr. Lu, please don't do it again." Lu Tu nodded. "Okay, listen to you little beauty." Hearing Lu Tu's compliment, Ivanka smiled knowingly and tucked her loose hair behind her ear. No matter how high a woman's status is, she likes to hear others praise her appearance, especially a handsome guy like Lu Tu. This is human nature. Ivanka can't refuse Lu Tu's praise either. Sharma fumed in place for a moment, the whole time no one even bothering to reach out and help him as if he was dirty. The eyes he looked at Lu Tu now became much more docile. He didn't dare to have half a bit of fire. After all, Lu Tu slapped himself in front of so many people. The bystanders didn't even have a word of accusation. In Amelia, people are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. They have 3 kinds of group status is a little higher than the Dragon Country people. But this does not apply to Lu Tu. The Dutchman continued to shake the dice. Gentlemen, if you don't place any bets for all 3 games, it would be better for you to disperse, so as not to delay the casino's business. Jack and Peter, who heard this, glanced at each other and secretly communicated, "Place your bets, please." With the words, they had already prepared their chips and shot them over with great speed. But what they never expected was that a large, well-proportioned hand, even faster than theirs, pressed down on the small. Fixing his eyes, Lu Tu had actually pokered. The reason why Lu Tu didn't bet on the last hand was because he was waiting for the 30-second prediction range. This hand Jack and the others had already made up their minds to grab the first bet, so he could naturally predict the number of points in the cup. What's more, his physical qualities had already surpassed the limits of human beings, so how could he be compared to people like Jack? This lightning-fast hand really amazed the crowd, and many spectators couldn't help but applaud. What a fast hand! I just blinked and he's already done betting, and it's still all pokies. With this hand, I'd believe you if you said Lu Tu was cheating. His hand is just too fast and dazzling. According to the rules that Jack and the others had proposed beforehand, they couldn't make the same bet as Lu Tu, but now their chips had been placed on small as well. According to the rules, not only can they not bet small, but they can't take back their chips. They took out more than half the chips in this hand, which was a bit of a heartbreaker. Jack looked at Lu Tu. "Mr. Lu, can we discuss something? We didn't place any bets anyway, so why don't you let us have it back?" Luther was dumbfounded. "What do you think, old Jack?" The onlookers yelled. "Buy it and leave it. Hurry up, old Jack. Don't talk so much." Old Jack could only put his chips on big. Their original plan was to round up the big and small, so that they could force LV2 to bet on leopard or straight pips. The probability of that was extremely low, and they had the advantage of numbers, so they naturally had a greater chance of winning, but they could accept the current result. After all, even if a few of them bought big, it would still be a 50% chance of winning. The dealer tapped the bell in front of him. "Buy in. 223. 7 points small." Wow! The entire audience roared, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion that this hand of Lu Tu's was really somewhat wonderful. How much gumption does it take to not only scoop up all the chips in the shortest possible time and pike them first, but also to get it right? With this bet, he doubled the chips in his hand to 20 million knives. Peter got up disheveled. "I have to go pee at my convenience." He went to a corner where no one was looking, pulled out a stack of chips and handed them to a woman whose waist-to-hip ratio could almost reach 0.7, whispering a few words, and the woman's face looked both excited and hesitant. "Mr. Lu, can you tell us how exactly you did it?" Ivanka stepped forward and smiled flirtatiously at Lu Tu, exerting her remarkable charm. Lu Tu very pretentiously pointed a finger at his temple. "Use your brain. Asterisk 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 bay. This guy is really too pretentious. I'm really fed up with him. I don't know where a Bay girl accent came from." Even the cursing was sweet and cloying. Ivanka nodded awkwardly. "So you guys carry on. I'll leave you to it. Guys, why don't you go back and keep playing too?" The crowd waved their hands. "Where's the fun in playing as opposed to watching? Where's Peter? Why is he taking so long to go to the restroom? He doesn't have a prostate problem, does he?" Peter cursed and pushed his way through the crowd. "Who says I have a prostate problem? I was flirting with your mom yesterday and your mom said I was fast as a dragonfly." Lu Tu helplessly held his forehead. "Hurry up. Don't sing your Thai rap. I'm going to win tens of millions less again if you delay these 2 minutes. Boy, you're crazy." Peter gritted his teeth. The betting continued, and the lotter began to shake the dice cup. And just then, Lu Tu suddenly had a premonition that a ladyboy would soon appear beside him, and then drop down and sit on him, and use it to interfere with his betting. As expected, 2 seconds passed when the dealer rang the bell. "Buy in." The words were not yet finished. On LV2's right-hand side, a front and back woman just sat her butt towards LV2's lap, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "I'll buy it." Although Lu Tu was alerted, he still chose to take the trick and let the girl deliberately pounce towards him. When the girl was about to pounce on Lu Tu's lap, he stomped on the gambling table with his foot. The chair underneath him quickly leaned back, and the girl pounced on the spot. As they watched the girl's large mass of proud capital, like a flushing sponge, hit the ground hard, many of the males present couldn't help but erupt in a fit of regretful lamentation, fantasizing about what it would have been like if it had fallen into their arms. The girl was just daintily sprawled on the carpet, looking at Lu Tu aggressively, seemingly accusing Lu Tu of not having any mercy and not being a gentleman at all. But Lu Tu just didn't give a damn about her. The main reason why he let the girl delay him was because he predicted the dice points this time. The woman got up in disappointment, refused the hands that the other men reached out to her, and stood in front of Lu Tu, deliberately bending down to pat the dust on her legs, before she said with a face full of disdain, "The men of the Dragon Kingdom, they are still so timid, and don't dare to connect to me." Lu Tu pressed her and smiled faintly at her. "I never touch promiscuous women. I'm too dirty." "You," the girl wanted to argue, but she was droned back by old Jack. "Don't you delay our bet. Lu Tu, it's your turn to bet." After this unexpected hiccup, the crowd realized that everyone except Lu Tu had already placed their bets. Peter urged, "Lu Tu, don't waste everyone's time. Hurry up and place your bets." Lu Tu pointed at Peter and said, "Your tongue is thick and white, and you have prostatitis, so play less with women and watch out for uremia." Old Jack frowned. "Don't make personal attacks. Could it be that you don't dare to bet?" "Don't dare?" Lu Tu smiled evilly, then placed the entire 20 million knives in front of him on the three leopards. Seeing this scene, the crowd present collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. Geez, he actually studded the leopard. How dare he? Chapter 122 Stereotypes are a mountain in the human mind. No way? How is he so confident that he even dares to punt with a 1/216 chance? The eyes of the people present looking at Lu Tu were like looking at a little cutie. And only a very small number of people among them knew about LV2's former battle records, such as Ivanka. Although she had not watched LV2's previous video at the MGM in Portugal and Australia, she could probably understand LV2's brilliant record of winning a casino as big as the MGM to roll over. Counting the decades, no one has ever done it either, which can only mean that the way Lu Tu won was not only domineering but also efficient, despite the fact that Caesar's Palace only exchanged 10 million chips for Lu Tu. I didn't expect this guy to dare such a fight in his second hand, even if the dice cup has not been unveiled now, but Ivanka's heart has begun to be anxious. She is the casino's account manager. Pressure is not afraid of the customer to win money, but not LV2 such a gambling method. His performance is really too confident to the point that many people at the scene couldn't help but wonder if he had penetrating eyes and could see through the dice cup. Only the staff at Caesar's Palace knows that every gambling device has been updated many times in order to cope with the gamblers from all over the world who flock to the palace. Not only can't make any sound, even between the inner walls of the dice cup, there are high-tech materials. X-ray can't shine through. Absolutely no one can see through the dice cup. So where does his bottom line come from? Ivanka tapped twice on her black dangling earrings, and the image had been transmitted in real time to the executives at Caesar's Palace. In this half-believe, half-doubt, the old Jack and others also just stunned in reaction to Lu Tu issued a sneer laugh. "Kid, you really want to drill crotch, want to be anxious? The second hand on the dare pokies?" Peter has already taken LV2 as in his heart, and he has been mixing with Las Vegas for half a lifetime, and he has never seen anyone who dares to gamble like this. Even if there are occasionally a few bold gamblers who want a single carbo motorcycle will choose to bet on leopard, but no one has ever dared to put 20 million chips pokies bet on leopard. In his eyes, LV2's downfall is already obvious. "Long way, kid. If you lose this hand, not only will you have to go through our pants, you won't even have your wife's book to go home and marry your wife." Lu Tu smoked his cigarette calmly and smiled without saying anything. "Weren't you dragons raised to be good at math? Don't you even know probability? Now that we've bet on big and small and have almost a 100% chance of winning, how dare you clamor with us when you're broken? I'll give you an unforgettable experience later. I've been in the casino for 3 days without a shower." Peter laughed exaggeratedly, and the gamblers around him laughed heartily at his vulgar words, thinking to themselves that they were almost fooled by Lu Tu's pretentious attitude. The person who bet on 3 leopards they had never seen before. Lu Tu put out his cigarette and laughed softly. "Your math is really bad. Your chances of winning are only 215/216 instead of 100%, while I have a full 1/216 chance of a wildcard." The words came out of the crowd dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Lu Tu was right, but his probability was just too low, so low that people wouldn't believe it at all. They urged the lotter, "Hurry up and reveal the dice. What are you waiting for?" At this time nearly 50 years of the Dutchman has been soaked to the skin. He has come to Caesar's Palace since the age of 18 as a Dutchman. "I think I have experienced number 10,000. There are also 8,000 gambling, but the sense of oppression that Lu Tu brought to him was really too strong. $20 million of stud leopard, which if he won in his hands, he might be directly dismissed. The Lotus officer who had just handed over the down payment of real estate to his son, was also beating the drums inside at this time. Lu Tu tapped his finger on the desktop. "Open." Ivanka nodded slightly at the dealer, whose hand rested on top of the dice cup, and everyone in the room watched with bated breath. The moment the dice cup was unveiled, the dice point was clearly 333. The Dutchman rubbed his eyes incredulously, but when he looked again, the dice remained the same. At this time, the lid of the dice cup, which had been held by him all his life, became so heavy in his hands that he was unable to grasp it, and it fell heavily to the ground with a crisp sound. Now the whole room was in an uproar. WTF? I didn't blink, did I? How on earth did this guy do it? What makes him so confident that he can place a bet and then stud and win? Impossible. Unless it was the resurrection of Jesus. There could never be such a coincidence. It's not fair. This dragon nation must have cheated. They grew up in an educational environment with a tradition of cheating. Dragon nation people are just so despicable. For a while the casino hall of Caesar's palace was filled with all types of questioning voices. Everyone present did not believe that a mysterious teenager from the East would have such a skill. In the eyes of the Westerners who wanted to be strong in everything, especially the Amelias, they had been the world's hegemon for decades, and no matter what field they were in, even if they weren't the pioneers themselves, it would have to be done by the same race of people they were. Never a dragon nation. Listening to the constant noise and questioning coming from his ears, Lu Tu suddenly slapped his hand violently on the gambling table, the loud noise subduing the crowd present. Lu Tu got up and scanned over the faces of all the people present with a haughty look. Among them there were black, white and yellow, but they had one thing in common. That is, they were born with a self-resistance to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Tu said in a loud voice, "You can say that I cheated, but you have to come up with evidence first. If you can't come up with evidence and still want to yell, what's the difference between that and a clown? Stereotypes in the hearts of men are a great mountain, and it is impossible for you to be Dragon Nation people when you bite off a Dragon Nation person's innate love of cheating. I can also say bluntly that in front of the Dragon Nation people, all of you, the descendants of pirates and vagabonds, are a bunch of losers." With these words, it was obvious that the public had been offended, and all of them glared angrily at Lu Tu, accusing him. "What kind of thing are you? This is the Great Amelia, not the Dragon Kingdom of your feudal society. You're just too crazy. Dragon Country kid, I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Dare to enter the octagon with me?" Ivanka crossed the crowd and said, "Mr. Lu, what you said was a bit too much. Please apologize to everyone immediately." Lu Tu smiled evilly. "Apologize? 2 minutes have passed since the dice cup was opened, and you guys haven't even paid me out for my chips yet, and let the other gamblers physically attack me, as well as slander my character, and I've only fought back the way they did, and you want me to apologize to them? And what are you? Which one of you is capable of making me apologize for this?" Under the group's anger, many people had rolled up their sleeves and were ready to swarm to beat up Lu Tu. Such is the kernel of this group of self-proclaimed civilized and free Westerners that when it comes to things that are not justified, they only resort to violence. At this time, the bearded man who had previously clamored for a one-on-one fight with Lu Tu stood out and provoked Lu Tu. "I'm asking you, Dragon Country white boy, dare to enter the octagonal cage with me?" Lu Tu sized him up and realized that he looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen this guy on some UFC show, but he couldn't recognize him for a moment. "At 1 to 36 odds, you should pay me $720 million in chips up front. As for entering the octagon to challenge me, it's better to wait until they drink the toilet water in compliance with the bet first." Chapter 123, Mr. Louis, don't wow. Mad. It's crazy. They had never seen such arrogant Dragon Nation people before. For so many years the Dragon Nation people were just a group of hardworking and somewhat intelligent people in their minds, not someone as aggressive as Lu Tu. At this point Peter hunched over and grabbed the rest of his chips, trying to slip through the crowd. Lu Tu threw the lighter in his hand, only to hear it explode with a thud as the $1 one he had picked up in the cab exploded over Peter's head. It didn't do him any substantial damage, but it left him gray and wretched. "Leave? Who allowed you to leave before the bet was even completed?" Ivanka stepped forward and persuaded. "Mr. Lu, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. It's called to forgive others when you have to, not to mention that it's now during your Lunar New Year's period. So I don't think we should count this New Year's Day?" Lu Tu laughed when he heard this. It seems that Ivanka is still considered half of the Dragon Kingdom, so authentic Dragon Kingdom thinking no. It's only $720 million. You Caesar's palace won't be trying to renege on your debt, right? Ivanka awkwardly compensated with a smile. "This huge amount is just too big. I've already informed our boss and we'll fix it for you right away." The bearded on the side was still clamoring. "I'm asking you, do you dare to go to the octagonal cage with me and have a fight?" Lu Tu had never encountered such an eyeless person, and impatiently scolded. "Get lost? What is your status? I'll go if you ask me to fight you in an octagonal cage. What the hell are you?" When the Black Ghost heard this, he was so angry that his eyes turned red all of a sudden, and if it wasn't for the people next to him yanking him, he would have already rushed over and growled uncontrollably at Lu Tu. "Look carefully, I'm the UFC heavyweight champion, the Black Dragon Quizanti." Lu Tu didn't even bother to look at him, turned around and waved at a waiter, casually took a 100,000 chip from the gambling table and handed it over. Bring me a toilet over here. And remember to make sure it's dirty. The waiter joyfully took the chips and put them in his pocket, patting his chest and stating, "No problem, Mr. Lu." Under Amelia's tipping rules, if he's money Lu Tu gave him, it was his, and the casino had no control over it. Even if Lu Tu had just said that everyone present was a garbage waste, it didn't matter if he cursed a few more times as long as he was willing to give the money. Seeing that Lu Tu was so generous, the crowd changed their previous tone and smiled fawningly at Lu Tu. "Mr. Lu, Old Jack and the others are a total of 5 people. Isn't it a bit insufficient to drink from a toilet?" Lu Tu will smile. It seems that no country is short of these airless guys, although he does not see these people, but it does not prevent the use of it is very smooth. As usual, 100,000 chips were given to those who were brave enough to come forward. Same request, the dirtier the better. You know, we get it. Next to a number of other people earlier hesitated for a moment, then lost the opportunity to earn $100,000 for nothing, regretted straight handful of teeth. It seems that the brave first to enjoy the world. The saying is true. It wasn't long before several people were seen carrying 5 smelly toilets with red faces, and when the toilets were placed in front of Old Jack and the others, everyone present covered their noses. Lu Tu did not like this kind of stinking attack but he could not help but deal with the arrogant and cocky white ghost. These methods were the most effective instead. In their conception, kneeling down and drilling their crotch and such things are not humiliating at all. There is no culture of kneeling down, or else how can they kneel down without moving, even if they have to kneel on the ground to accept the police proctoring. Old Jack took one look at the filthy toilet that was piled high with towers of strawberries and immediately couldn't help but start dry heaving, and after a couple of pukes tears came out of his eyes. "Mr. Lu, can we talk about it? I'm willing to pay you back in money." Several others, including Peter, nodded their heads. "Name your price." "Mr. Lu, we're willing to give you whatever you want, as long as you don't let us drink toilet water." Lu Tu raised his hand and slapped Old Jack's face. "If I lose, will you guys be kind enough not to let me drill my crotch? Hurry up, don't force me to keep slapping you when I'm having fun." Lu Tu's behavior seemed a little too overbearing to the others, and Ivanka finally couldn't help but get angry when she looked at Lu Tu, who was treating the casino like a coliseum. "Security, let Mr. Lu Tu calm down." At one time the security guards, who had long endured for a long time, in unison, pulled out electric batons and chili water from their pockets and walked towards Lu Tu. One by one, the fat and strong bodyguards looked at Lu Tu, who despite his good height, had a body type that was on the thin side compared to them, and revealed sinister smiles. Lu Tu looked at Ivanka. "So you're planning to cheat with me? Not only will you not pay for the bet, but you're going to have me arrested? You're the one who disregarded the rules of our casino and harassed the other gamblers here." Lu Tu nodded. "I see. Still not going to reason with me. In that case, then I won't reason with you guys. Oh, slow." At that moment, the door to the elevator opened and a white man in his 30s stepped out of it. He only had a male and a female entourage behind him, but the aristocratic aura he exuded caused the crowd present to actively give way to him. Ivanka finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the visitor. She surely didn't want things to become grim at her hands, and now that the big boss had arrived, she hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Boss, this is Lu Tu." The man just gave Ivanka a light look, and it scared Ivanka too much to continue. He came straight to Lu Tu's face, during which both of them were sizing each other up. The man took the initiative to reach out his hand and said, converging the previous sharpness, revealing a smile that made people feel like spring breeze, "Hello, Mr. Lu, my name is Brian. I'm the person in charge of Caesar's palace, and by the way, I also have a 1/8 of the dragon's ancestry, and my grandfather is from the dragon's country. Reaching out is the most basic virtue." Lu Tu naturally responded with a smile. "Mr. Brian is young and capable. It's really admirable. Mr. Louis, for your 720 million, do you want chips or cash?" How could Lu Tu not hear the meaning of his words? "Since you have 1/8 of the Dragon Kingdom's blood, I'll take the cash." Brian let out a sigh of relief and ordered the woman behind him, after deducting the taxes due to Mr. Lu, immediately credit the money into Mr. Lu's account. The woman spoke. "Mr. Lu, according to Nevada law, you'll need to pay 30% in taxes, $720 million to $504 million. Lu Tu nodded. "Yes." Then he looked at Old Jack and the others and inquired of Brian. "They took the initiative to make a bet with me. Do you think they should honor it?" Brian had learned part of LV2's identity through his network of connections in the Dragon Kingdom, and at the moment, he only wanted to send LV2, the god of the plague, away. He swept his eyes coldly over Old Jack and the others. "Our Caesar's palace has stood for 100 years without collapsing, relying on the reputation of honesty. No one can cheat at our Caesar's palace." Hearing this, old Jack and Peter, among others, exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, don't wow." Lu Tu pointed again at Ivanka, who was about to leave. "I'm not satisfied with this woman's style of doing things. I'm going to take her away." Chapter 124 S-Rank Rewards Strike Again. Ivanka froze in place, looking at Lu Tu with a horrified expression. After the short contact just now, she already knew that Lu Tu was very bad to be messed with, and that her previous biased behavior had definitely been grudged by him. If she fell into Lu Tu's hands, how miserable the consequences would be. She didn't even dare to think about it. Ivanka looked to Brian with begging eyes. "Boss." Brian frowned and asked, "Mr. Lu, no matter what Ivanka did to piss you off, she's my employee and I have no right to interfere with my employee's personal freedom." Lu Tu nodded thoughtfully, "Then let her go. The more I look at Caesar's palace, the better it looks. I'll change some chips later and spend the night here tonight." Brian's voice turned steeply cold. "Lu Tu, you bully people too much. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you?" Lu Tu pretended to be innocent, blinking his eyes as he asked, "You guys opened your doors to do business. I'm willing to continue to come here to lose money, and you're not allowed to? Then who would dare to come to your Caesar's palace to play in the future?" This point set right in Brian's mind. He has been late to come out earlier, is to find all the consultants, to go and repeatedly watch the whole process of LV2 betting, want to find evidence that he cheating. But unfortunately, all the advisors were unanimous in saying that Lu Tu did not cheat and that he was simply lucky. As the fourth generation of the casino family, although Brian never goes to the gambling table, every day he is with gamblers from all parts of the world, making big bets. But he had unprecedented timidity when facing Lu Tu, and the advisors in the family, who had followed their family for decades at least, could not possibly lie to him. Then, if LV2 was really a person of Hung Fu Chi Tian, continue to provoke LV2, the probability of generating the end is that Caesar's palace, which has stood in Nevada for decades, may still follow the dust of MGM Portugal and Macau. He wasn't willing to put his life on the line above luck. After thinking for a moment, Brian looked at Ivanka and said, "From today onwards, I'll pay your salary as it is. You take good care of Mr. Lu Tu. His orders are equivalent to mine." "What?" Ivanka looked at Brian incredulously. In her eyes, the boss was a man with his hands in the sky. How could he compromise for a dragon nation? "I won't. I don't want the lowly dragon nation to touch me." Ivanka had lost her mind at this point and said what was really in her heart. Lu Tu did not have any emotional fluctuations after hearing this. He had long seen the kernel of this person. Ivanka, although she was very polite on the surface, what she actually did subconsciously revealed a deep discrimination against the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Brian came over to Ivanka with a grim face and whispered, "You don't want me to get mad, do you? Stay with him for a few days and I'll give you an apartment." Ivanka nodded jitterily. "Yes, boss. Everything is at your disposal." Only then did Brian change to the same warm smile he had earlier, taking Ivanka's hand and bringing her to Lu Tu's face. "Mr. Lu, from today onwards she will be your female companion." This was said in an extremely ambiguous way, and the people present were all envious that Lu Tu had a good time tonight, especially when they saw Ivanka's plump and perfect body, and they couldn't help but wipe the saliva at the corners of their mouths. And instead of taking Ivanka's hand, Lu Tu pointed to old Jack and the others. "You go and supervise that they must drink all the water in the toilet." Ivanka covered her mouth in a gesture to vomit, but Lu Tu grabbed her by the neck. "Don't do as you're told? Then it's up to you to help them drink it all." Tears of humiliation slid down Ivanka's face as she looked to Brian for help, but Brian completely ignored him and just told his assistant to hurry up and transfer the money to Lu Tu. Half an hour later, this farce was only over. During this period of time, the crowd of onlookers, many people were disgusted by this disgusting scene to see vomit. No one escaped this mental destruction. Brian could also only force down the urge to get angry and had the staff clean up and send Lu Tu out of Caesar's palace, and pointed him to a gilded building in the distance. "Mr. Lu, that's MGM's headquarters." The system's beeping voice came from Lu Tu's mind. "Congratulations, you have completed your mission to take revenge on the people present, and are accounting for the completion of the event. The completion of this event is ranked S. Reward, your body gains superb self-healing ability, as long as it's not a one-shot kill. Epic enhancements. Cool." This bonus was arguably the most useful skill for his current situation, and he was still in Amelia, the country where guns were legalized. One had to be more wary of assassins here than in the Dragon Kingdom, especially since he was now a thorn in the side of the major casinos. Learning from his mistakes, he would never let the experience in Portugal and Australia happen again. Once he had this skill, he stepped out of Caesar's palace, with Ivanka following close behind, and many times Ivanka tried to go and take the initiative to take Lu Tu's arm, only to be stopped by a look from him. Ivanka inquired, "Boss, where are we going now?" "What did you call me?" "Boss, you're my boss now." Lu Tu shook his head. I don't like that title. It's too capitalized. Well, Lu Tu smiled to himself. Didn't you say that our dragon kingdom is a feudal, freedomless country? And I'm still a very traditional person. So you'd better call me master. Master, are we going to the hotel to rest next? I've already opened the presidential suite. She seemed to have foretold her end. She was very confident in her body looks. She believed that there wasn't any man in this world who would not go and conquer himself after getting her. Go to the MGM. Ivanka froze in place in dismay. Master, don't you want to toy with me? Lu Tu smiled evilly. What's the point of playing you? I asked Brian for you just to humiliate you. After saying that, Lu Tu then beckoned for a cab, and Ivanka hurriedly followed, heading to the MGM casino headquarters. Just as soon as he got off the bus, Lu Tu was stopped by a group of men in suits. Mr. Lu, you are not welcome here. Luther plucked the other man's hand away. Is that the best MGM has to offer? We're just following orders, so don't give us a hard time. Suddenly, Lu Tu saw the huge LED screen outside the casino, which clearly said tonight's Octagon Cage Tournament. Welcome to the challenge. Pointing to the top, he said, I'm not going to the gambling table today, but I'll watch the boxing match, right? Unexpectedly, the other party laughed very cheerfully. Even if you want to force your way in, it's no problem, but it's not going to give you a chance to place your bets, and you can enjoy any service inside MGM as you please, including watching boxing matches. Luta snapped his fingers, and Ivanka very sensibly went up and pulled out a bunch of bills to tip the men, and Ivanka's heart was dripping with blood with every one she gave, because it was her own money. Follow the staff's guidance and take the elevator to the 18th floor, where the entire first floor is full of spectator seating, and there is a 10 by 10 octagonal cage in the center of the arena. Just as he took a step into the arena, he heard a familiar voice, none other than the UFC heavyweight champion Kwazanti, known as the Black Dragon, who took advantage of the lull in the action before the fight even began to get up and yell at Lutu. Lutu, you pussy, do you dare accept my challenge? Kwazanti greedily licked his lips and said, don't worry, I won't beat you to death. Your fine skin and tender flesh is still a real heartwarming look. I still haven't tasted the taste of a man from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 125. Brainy, then I'll beat you to death. The entire crowd in the venue, at that moment, looked over and started to get up in arms as they listened to Kwazanti's words. Kwazanti, you're a heavyweight champion anyways. What's the point of fighting a white boy? You don't say. I still like to see the Dragon Nation enter the octagonal cage. Don't they all say they know Kung Fu? I just want to see the Dragon Nation's proud Kung Fu being beaten by us and begging for mercy on their knees. How do I need you to fight? Let me come no more than 2 rounds. I can beat him until his tits can't even recognize him. Kwazanti laughed even more indulgently as he listened to the winds of conversation turn toward his side. Lu Tu, I bet you pee sitting down, don't you? Ha ha ha. Do not say as the main host Lu Tu, even as his female companion to attend the Ivanka, all feel a burst of fire in the face of the fire. By the presence of almost everyone in the overwhelming mockery, the key Lu Tu a fart did not dare to put. She was a bit puzzled. Where was the aura that Lu Tu had confronted Brian with earlier at Caesar's palace? Suddenly a key point came to her mind. She carefully observed the side of Lu Tu's face, only to see that after receiving such a vicious taunt, he actually managed to keep his face unchanged, and even the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile, a mocking smile. There was also a scorn in his eyes as he swept the crowd. Is it possible that, in his opinion, all the people in the room don't fit into his eyes? It was possible. Otherwise, as the helmsman of Caesar's palace, why would Brian choose to give in and compromise in front of LV2? LV2 definitely had his own backbone. He was a character that even Brian couldn't afford to mess with. Ivanka, if she wants to make a good showing in front of Lutu so she can fight for leniency. Ivanka came to Lutu's side for the first time and said in an awe-inspiring voice, don't go too far, Mr. Lu's status is honored. He wouldn't care to fight you in the octagon. Lutu gave Ivanka a deep look, thinking that this woman was too motivated. She wanted to get ahead too much. Punching the ever-provocative Kwazanti, he said, asterisk 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 asterisk, if you say one more word, I'll shove your head up your ass. This lightly spoken sentence, uttered through his charming voice, carried an unrivaled and powerful confidence, as if he would actually do it when he said it. The people present were all stunned, then burst into laughter again. Only this time the object of ridicule was Kwazanti. Oldka, he said he was going to beat you up. Why don't you dare to speak? Are you scared out of your wits? You're really a good boy. Being threatened by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom and then you're honest. You still come out and scream like this. My ass. Kwazanti had obviously been completely enraged. At this moment, his chest continued to rise and fall, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Lutu in death. Good guts, do you dare to fight me in the octagonal cage or not? Lutu snorted disdainfully, it's not like I can place any bets. Even if I beat your punk ass to death in the octagonal cage, it won't do me any good. The crowd that heard this froze. They had come here to place bets on the fight. Why couldn't Lu Tu place a bet? Kwazante's eyes lit up at his words. You'd be willing to go down and fight if you could place a bet? Lu Tu nodded bluntly. If you're not afraid to die, why wouldn't I dare to fight? It's just that I don't care to fight trash like you. Henry, Henry. The whole stadium began to chant Henry's name. Henry is the head of the 18th floor of the MGM casino, and the founder of the underground fights here. And although he is also a project under the MGM umbrella, this is a project that Henry can be solely responsible for. Henry, who was sitting in his office at the moment, twirled his stamp ring, looked at Lu Tu on the monitor, and inquired of the person beside him, do you think I should let him place the bet? The three advisors around him had been analyzing the issue as early as when Lu Tu entered the field and quickly came to a conclusion. We agree. Don't let Lu Tu place any bets because this man is evil. Henry came to be interested. The three advisors had been with him for 10 years, always analyzing problems from the side of reason and science. When had they ever used such nebulous phrases as evil? How? It stands to reason that with the 500 million cuts he took at Caesar's Palace, plus the 400 million cuts he took at the Portuguese-Australian casino, he's really well off, and we should cut as much meat out of him as we can with such a high-quality client. But the bad thing is that both MGM Macau and Caesar's Palace have all lost to him, and he still has some background in the Dragon Kingdom. So once we agree to him placing a bet in a boxing match, the ending is something we can't predict. And all this time, we've been studying LV2's gambling techniques internally, and it's a shame we haven't found any of his cheating. That's what's scary. Henry nodded as he listened and said thoughtfully, do you guys think there's a possibility that he has a super brain? The advisors looked at each other in disbelief. As top math geniuses among the Ivy League schools, they saw things differently than the norm, and the smarter they got, the more they agreed that anything was possible outside of people. Most likely. Boss, you mean, his brain is strong so we don't bet against him? Henry nodded. Since he is smart and we can't find any weaknesses, let him place his bets and trick him into the octagon cage. Then let Kwazante beat him to death and just get it over with. Anyway, it will be signed in advance as a life and death agreement. Even if the Dragon Nation side is dissatisfied, there's nothing they can do to us. This is fine. It's best to limit the amount he bets again. Even if he survives the octagon by chance or wins, we won't lose too much. Anyway, when the time comes, the one whose reputation will be damaged is Kwazante. It has nothing to do with our casino, and we can still make a fortune with this handicap. Henry nodded. Go for it. Soon a sweet female voice came from the speakers all around the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, for the sake of the spectacle of the bet, Mr. Henry has agreed to Mr. Lu Tu's wager, provided that Mr. Lu Tu signs a life and death agreement and personally enters the octagon to fight Mr. Kwazante, life and death notwithstanding. Upon hearing this, the scene immediately boiled over. Many of them were gamblers who had been hanging out in Las Vegas for years and were very well informed. So naturally they knew that LV2 had not only killed a lot of people at Caesar's Palace an hour ago, but also insulted the white people present with extremely nasty behavior, which was something they couldn't tolerate. They all shouted, Lu Tu, you can place your bets now. Do you dare to enter the octagonal cage? Ivanka gave Lu Tu a worried look. From her heart she couldn't wait for Lu Tu to die in the octagonal cage, but she still had to do the surface work, and advised with concern, Mr. Lu, be cautious. But Lu Tu laughed aloud. I'll bet 500 million knives on myself to win. These words gave the crowd in the room a shock. Never seen such a big bet. They used to look at the little cute. They looked at Lu Tu with a cute little look on their faces. Was this guy really out of his mind? Or did he never pay attention to UFC events? Didn't he know that Kwazante was the heavyweight champion? Even the sweet female voice in charge of announcing was choked by this. I'm sorry Mr. Lu, your bet is limited to 100 million knives. Lu Tu shot up. Then bet 100 million. I'll buy myself a win. Saying that, he took large steps towards Kwazante. The crowd at the scene, witnessing Lu Tu's insouciant behavior, erupted into a burst of ridicule, setting the atmosphere to a climax. Chapter 126, Don't Eat Sour Radish. How dare a thin-armed man fight a heavyweight? He looks like he's 2 weight classes less than Kwazante, doesn't he? Ha ha ha, this mustn't be killed directly by Kwazante's heavy punches. Ha, Kwazante, he's not only a heavy puncher, he's also ridiculously strong against strikes. I don't think he even needs to be dragged into a ground fight. Just the combat power alone will be able to beat him into a wreck. The conversation between these two people was also what other people thought in their minds. In their opinion, Lu Tu didn't have any slightest chance of winning, and if he dared to walk into the octagonal cage, then he was bound to die only one way. Ivanka watched the bent Lu Tu walk towards the stage, and a mocking smile appeared on her face. As long as Lu Tu signed, she could regain her freedom after entering the octagon. Secretly glad that this egomaniac did not take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of her, otherwise set out to be conquered by the dragon men, then how can she still mix in Las Vegas in the future? Kwanzaa smiled indulgently at Lu-tu. Little white boy. Later on, my great big fist is going to land on your petite body. Oh, Luta didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Although Kwanzaa was a professional fighter, he was innately invincible in the case of having a physique that surpassed the limits of humanity, as well as the ability to foresee the future for 30 seconds. And he couldn't even use his superb self-healing ability, unless he was struck with a hot weapon. Kwanzaa's extensive fighting skills would be nothing more than a tag to sell his head in front of him. An Arsgirl walked up and handed Lu-tu a document. Mr. Lu, please take a look. This is the life and death agreement, which must be signed before entering the octagonal cage. Lu-tu swept a glance and realized that it was neither Chinese nor English, but actually Portuguese. Seeing Lu-tu's hesitation, the woman smiled and explained, because Mr. Henry is of Portuguese descent, we use Portuguese documents here. Kwanzaa, on the other hand, did not even look at it, and signed his own copy of the agreement, and at this time continued to taunt, look at your mom half a day, do you understand? Don't waste my time, sign it and come up to die. The people around them also started to laugh at Lu-tu for being uneducated and not even knowing Portuguese. Lu-tu turned a deaf ear to these sarcastic words and pulled out his cell phone on his own, his fingertips flipping rapidly. Only 30 seconds later, he hacked into the Dragon Kingdom literature library through his cell phone and compiled the translation software by hand. After scanning at the document, it was immediately and precisely translated. After reading it, Lu-tu pointed to one of the agreements on the top and inquired. This one says that if I cause serious bodily injury to Kwanzaa, it will reserve the right to prosecute me? That is to say, if I killed Kwanzaa, I still have to be responsible. On the contrary, if Kwanzaa killed me, it belongs to be my voluntary? The woman smiled and nodded. That's right. Lu-tu also laughed. You guys are really quite shameless in pulling off this bias fight. So I'll even play hammer with him and leave him alone as a clown on top. Said Lu-tu directly. Will be life and death agreement slapped on the chest of the girl turned to go. He has guessed that the person in charge of Henry should be a change of mind. Want to let Lu-tu into the octagonal cage, so as to let Kwanzaa beat him to death. Since this was the case, Lu-tu could have to turn passivity into initiative. He didn't have the habit of being led by the nose. The girl also didn't expect Lu-tu would not care about his status at all, saying that he wouldn't fight. Wasn't he afraid of other people's saliva drowning him? That's when the command came over her ear. Return. Give him the B file. Mr. Lu, wait. I made a mistake. This is the life and death agreement. Another agreement written in Chinese characters was brought, and Lu-tu compared it to the one signed by Kwanzaa, and only after confirming that it was correct did he sign his name. Ladies and gentlemen, the match between Lu-tu from the Dragon Kingdom, challenging the UCF 10 champion, Black Dragon Kwanzaa, is about to begin. With a passionate narration from the live host, the place was abuzz with everyone chanting Kwanzaa's name. It is these types of raw power holders that are most worshipped in their culture, not to mention the fact that Kwanzaa has already won 10 championships in the heavyweight division, making him the rightful king in terms of the current weight class. According to the agreement, the two were still weighed. Lu-tu weighed only 80 kilograms, while Kwanzaa reached an exaggerated 120 kilograms, a huge difference of 40 kilograms more. This horrible gap made the blood of everyone present boil, so much so that they almost cleanly bet on Kwanzaa's body, and in their eyes Lu-tu, who was 40 kilograms lighter, was already dead from the moment he stepped into the octagonal cage. In the luxurious office, Henry laughed softly and opened his mouth. What do you guys say? Can Lu-tu last more than one round? The advisor shook his head. I don't think so. I once watched a video of him in the Dragon Kingdom. He once crossed over a speeding bully SUV with his excellent bouncing. His physique is still good. He might be able to last a round. Good bouncing doesn't mean enough resistance to blows. This is mixed martial arts, not basketball. What's the use of good bouncing? If he gets hit by one of Kwanzaa's punches, it'll be enough to kill him. Knowing that Kwanzaa's backhand punches are powerful enough to reach 1,000 pounds, Henry nodded approvingly, his gaze deep and distant as he looked out onto the field. Let's hope he can bring something to my boring, dull day. At this point the crowd outside the arena was getting louder and louder as Kwanzaa's name rang throughout the 18th floor of the MGM headquarters, giving Kwanzaa a lot of momentum. He easily flipped directly into the octagonal cage, and quickly performed a set of combinations of punches, paired with his sensitive stride that did not look at all like 120 kilograms, making many of the European and American women in the audience unconsciously clench their thighs as they watched. On the contrary, Lu-tu's way of ascending the stage was plain and unassuming. He came to the center of the field with casual steps, stood on the same spot and even didn't bother to raise his eyelids, and didn't even look at Kwazanthi squarely from the beginning to the end. This arrogant behavior instantly angered Kwazanthi, who had already adjusted his state, and he raised his middle finger at Lu-Tu. Don't eat the sour radish, as the referee entered the ring, signaling that the two of them were ready to clash. Kwazanthi gave an exaggerated wave of his hand. Who would clash with a dead man? Don't be ridiculous, you'll be dead at my feet in 1 minute, then you'll realize how unattainable I am. Lu-Tu, on the other hand, gave him a faint look and said, finished? Dang. The sound of the match began. Lu-Tu wrapped his hands around his chest. He was just standing there, yet he had already anticipated all of Kwazanthi's means of attack. At this moment, Kwazanthi's feet were stepping in subtle butterfly steps, constantly moving to test Lu-Tu's reality. But the weird thing was that Lu-Tu just stood straight in place and didn't move at all. The more Kwazanthi looked at him, the more flustered he became. Cursing, damn it! It's obvious that he's covered in flaws, but why does he give himself a hint of fear? You Dragon Nation people just love to put on airs. I'll beat you to death. Suppressing his inner fear, Kwazanthi borrowed the core strength of his waist and abdomen, mobilizing his body's strength to concentrate in his backhand heavy fist, and blasted towards Lu-Tu's head. Seeing this, the crowd present were frightened and sucked in a breath of cold air. If this punch hit, Lu-Tu must have died violently on the spot. Just as Kwazanthi's fist was about to land on Lu-Tu's face, Kwazanthi's figure stopped, and that fist froze in mid-air. His body was trembling slightly, and unbelief showed in his eyes. Everyone looked at Lu-Tu. No one noticed when he made his move. His fist came after him and blasted Kwazanthi in the liver area. Chapter 127, Bad. Kwazanthi's huge body slowly collapsed in shock as everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Kwazanthi to be defeated so easily. Even the referee in the arena was just now reacting, rushing up and slapping the ground in excitement. He began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. As the countdown reached 3, Kwazanthi moved, struggling to prop himself up and sit up. His mouth wowed as he spat out a large gulp of blood, with a few red clots mixed in, with blood wrapped around his teeth. He smiled at Lu-Tu. Bastard. Your fist is still pretty damn hard. You are not bad. Lu-Tu, this set is sincere. Although he only used 30% of the force of this punch, also not much fighting experience, but on their own strength is still a number. Able to take this heavy blow in the liver area without being KO. Kwazanthi, this heavyweight boxing champion, or have a gold content. But these words fell on Kwazanthi's ears as if they were a mockery of strange shame, which prevented him from relieving himself, and renewed his desire for victory. He roughly pushed away the referee's outstretched hand and stood up shakily, then shook his head vigorously in an attempt to bring himself back to conscious awareness as quickly as possible. I was careless just now. I didn't expect you to have 2 tricks up your sleeve. A fighting champion like Kwazanthi understood Lu-Tu's weakness even after just 1 round of exchanges. In his opinion, Lu-Tu throws extremely heavy punches, but his lower body is unstable, and the only way to defeat Lu-Tu is to drag him into a ground fight and use a lock technique to KO him. As soon as the referee's gesture announcing the continuation of the match fell, the 120 kilograms Kwazanthi, like a swift cheetah, pounced towards Lu-Tu. The Lu-Tu in his eyes was covered in breaks, and he didn't want to continue to test the waters. He wanted to seize these breaks to lock him in a move. This kind of courageous attack, if replaced by other people, cannot be blocked. Not to mention Lu-Tu is also 40 kilograms lighter than him. Often fight friends should know. This kind of size disparity, in the actual combat duel and the performance of how obvious. But the bad thing was that Lu-Tu possessed the ability to foresee the future in advance, and before Kwazanthi could act, Lu-Tu's left brain had already simulated all of his attack possibilities. Lu-Tu looked like he was standing still carelessly, but he was really inviting the king to enter the jar. He didn't want the match to end too quickly, winning too easily. After that, no one would be willing to challenge him. What to do? Where would he get the money? The only way he can make a lot of money is to give everyone the illusion that he won by fluke. After all, his money had already been given to Nya Yun to take care of the infrastructure, and now he had a total of 500 million US dollars in his hands, which when converted to dragon currency was about 3.6 billion, and the amount he would spend if he wanted to independently fund the creation of the 2 high-tech industrial parks would be enormous. So he stood as if he were a frozen man, waiting for Kwazanthi to pounce on him. This scene, in the eyes of the audience, is undoubtedly stupid to home behavior. Many senior fighting enthusiasts have pointed out, this kid is a strawman. A little bit of technology does not understand. Kwazanthi is obviously already a strong crossbow. At this time he can only avoid powerful attacks, continue to consume each other on the physical strength. Heroes see the same thing. I want to know why Lu-Tu didn't avoid it. Once he is dragged to the ground by Kwazanthi and then crushed all over by him with the extra 40 kilogram weight class, there is no resistance even if his punches are heavy. At once many spectators began to raise their bets. After all, the previous odds of Lutu against Kwazanti were 8:1, and now the real-time winning odds had become 5:1. Of course there were some of them, the Amelia who lacked a sense of national belonging, secretly bet some amount of money to Lutu, as if they were buying more insurance, which was also one of the common tactics used by gamblers. When Kwazanti's hands had grasped Lutu's arms, Kwazanti smiled, his smile resembling that of a strange uncle who coaxed a little girl to go home to see the goldfish. But the next second, the 120-pound Kwazanti was thrown to the other side of the octagon by Lutu by some unknown method, and hit hard on top of the blocking net. The crowd rubbed their eyes incredulously, searching. I didn't blink either. What's going on? Not to mention the others. Even Kwazanti himself didn't know what was going on. It just felt like he was floating out of thin air. Only Henry, who was in the office, slowed down through the surveillance video under 5x speed, which made it clear how LV2's power was generated, only to see him gently toss Kwazanti away as if he were swinging a sack. And in the intervening time, Lutu even reached out to scratch the itch on his face. Henry was dumbfounded at this point, looking at each other with several advisors. Have you ever seen anyone with this much speed and strength? Didn't you guys say that people with strong brains might be on the weak side physically? Speak up. Are you all dumb? Do you know how much money we'll have to pay out if Lutu wins this one? The three counselors were silent, just wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Henry's brain raced and suddenly spoke. Immediately turn on the Twitch livestream and put this video on the tube again. The consultant instantly understood Henry's meaning, and even took the initiative to make a suggestion. I know that Kwazanti's mom is in the hospital in serious condition. I'll send someone there immediately to interview her. The result will be better. Henry then dialed a number. President. Yes, I understand. Everything is under control. At this moment, in the octagonal cage, Lutu did not strike again the entire time, but used his speed to constantly dodge Kwazanti's attacks. At this point it's come down to the 5th round, and Lutu has decided that he's not going to beat Kwazanti to death inside the octagon, even if he had signed a life and death agreement. After all, this was Amelia, a country manipulated behind the back of the Judas. Not to mention that the system hadn't triggered the quest after all this time, and he didn't want to be a murderer in front of so many people. He didn't want to make a mess. He just wanted to get his hands on the money. But Kwazanti's state was already declining with the naked eye. He had long been injured by Lutu's previous punch to his internal organs, and continued to maintain a high-intensity confrontation. At this time, his heart rate had already come to 220. Lutu glanced at the round countdown. Right now there were still 10 seconds left, as long as the time was up. Even if it was judged according to the number of points, he had won steadily. Kwazanti pinpointed the right time and charged towards Lutu once again, but at that moment, his figure froze halfway and collapsed backward in a crumpled heap. The appearance of this scene caused the crowd present to be shocked. The referee immediately goes up to count. 1, 2, 3. The entire crowd passionately roared the numbers as well, with a KO shouted out by the referee. The referee raised Lutu's hand, amongst which he announced, the winner of this octagonal cage life and death battle is Lutu. The people present were like completely crazy, throwing everything they could in their hands towards the stage. But something wasn't right. Lutu acutely noticed that Kwazanti seemed to be out of breath. He signaled the referee to come up and check, and that's when the crowd realized that Kwazanti had died suddenly. Lutu secretly said, "Bad. Chapter 128 Double Agent. So exciting." The field crew immediately ran into the octagon and began resuscitating Kwazanti. It was then that the crowd realized that a puddle of red blood was coming out of Kwazanti's crotch position at the ground. I don't know who cried out in horror. Lutu beat Kwazanti to the point of pissing blood. Someone next to him immediately retorted, "He's punching my ass. Only one effective blow in total. I think he's been dodging and pissing the blood out of Kwazanti. No matter what. Anyway, Kwazanti because Lutu and urine blood and died. A generation of heavyweight champion, not only lost to an amateur are not counted as a contestant, but also died so vain. This is also too damn suffocating it." The scene was wailing at this point, with many people bleeding out as a result of their bets on Kwazanti. However, from the viewpoint of the audience, Lutu completely relied on luck and playing a rogue to win this duel, and even utilized Kasang Ti's weakness of high temperament to infuriate him to death alive, which was really not a good way to win. The one among the crowd who was most dissatisfied with this result was naturally still Ivanka. Lutu actually managed to survive. She was not expecting it, but it also meant that she would have to continue to call out to Master Lutu afterward. At that moment a staff member came and he handed over a check. "Mr. Lu, according to the odds we should pay out 800 million knives for your chips." Lutu did not accept the check, but let them put the money into their own account. MGM in front of so many gamblers, naturally will not go back on their word. and soon 800 million US dollars, after deducting 30% of the tax, into Lu Tu's account, to $560 million. Earlier he had 500 million, bet 100 million, and won back 560 million through the boxing match. Now he had a total of 960 million knives in his hand, which when converted to dragon currency was a whole 7 billion. It was only just less than a day. Lu Tu had won back $960 million with a capital of 10 million knives, which was really smacking people's lips. Kwazanti had already been sent to the hospital for first aid, but Luta saw that his pupils were already lax, so he should be dead. At this time the audience also shouted their displeasure. Cowardly Dragon Nation, entering the octagon and still using such despicable tactics. It's really shameful to the extreme. I now somewhat agree with those stereotypes of your Dragon Nation. It's true that it's just like rats in the sewer. It's never going to make it to the top. Lu Tu, if you have the guts, don't leave and fight for real again. Do you dare? You're so good, brother. I want to spend the night with you. There are angry ones and naturally there are fawning ones. And there are fishers of women in any country, let alone a gambling town like Las Vegas. Lu Tu won 800 million knives in this hand. Even more exaggerated than the Tyson Showdown competition, naturally causing a large number of fishing girls to compete for the first to offer their favors. Knowing that LV2 was the aesthetics of the Dragon Kingdom people, there were immediately sweet-looking and petite girls who went up to offer flowers to LV2. LV2 has also come to the rescue, and come to offer flowers to the girls or one by one photo. Pressure does not care what those cynics say. He won the money by strength. Why say he does not talk about martial arts and morality? And these guys don't count when they talk. So it's up to MGM and Henry if Luta can continue to fight. At that moment, the crowd automatically parted and a hawk-nosed 35-year-old man, flanked by his bodyguards, came forward, followed by 3 consultants wearing glasses. Henry came close and took the initiative to shake hands with Lu Tu, praising, Mr. Lu is really extraordinary. He was able to kill Kwazanti alive. I don't feel any pain at all when I let you win this money. Listening to the meaning of his words, Lu Tu felt a hint of bad luck. Wasn't this deliberately leading the crowd to misinterpret Kwazanti's death as being killed by him? Lu Tu smiled sparingly and corrected. Your wording is wrong. Kwazanti provoked me several times, relying on the fact that he was the heavyweight champion and challenged me with a disparity of 2 weight classes above me, with such an advantage his own poor state of mind, and pissed himself off alive. So how can you say that he was beaten to death by me? Henry smiled disdainfully. No need to explain, Mr. Lu. Justice is in the eye of the beholder. I can't let you keep betting on the MGM today. If you have a conscience, maybe you can visit K's old mother. She's still in the ICU. When these words came out, they immediately drew the dissatisfaction of a large number of viewers, who began to stand on the moral high ground and accuse Lu Tu. Even if Kasang T had provoked you, it was for the sake of the program's effect, and you actually beat him to death alive. Let K's old mother have no one to treat him. And I remember that Kuwei is known as a great filial son. No matter how busy he is with training on weekdays, he will often visit his old mother in the hospital. Now I'm afraid that his mother won't be able to live much longer. Devil! Lu Tu, you're an executioner, tearing a good family apart. You're a murdering devil. The accusations in the sky were like a tidal wave drowning Lu Tu. Luta looked at Henry with a slight frown. Is this your backhand? Henry, on the other hand, had an expression of calmness and composure as he lowered his voice. Mr. Lu, want to salvage your reputation? I can give you a way out. Tell me about it. I know that you developed the mass production drawings for the 7th generation, as well as the newer iterations of the photolithography machine, which were also designed by you, and a capable person like you should have been treated with better courtesy. And from what I know, it seems like the Dragon Kingdom doesn't seem to like your style of doing things too much. This has nothing to do with you. Henry laughed. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. But as one of the members of the Illuminati, the last thing our organization can see is a genius being humiliated. If you're willing to join us, not to mention all these accusations of public opinion, I can guarantee that first thing in the morning, your name and picture will be hung in the center of every important city in the world for 10,000 people to admire and sing praises of. Lu Tu heard a bright light. Eyes swept around the circle, looking at the audience who rushed to his mouth. Many people threw to the hand already nothing, began to throw their own leather shoes and smelly socks. Your idea sounds pretty good, but your sincerity is not enough. Even if I am humiliated in the Dragon Kingdom, that is always my motherland, my hometown. Henry laughed contemptuously. Of course I can understand. Hometown and motherland, in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Country, always have a place. Only Mr. Lu, you got a wrong concept. Join us does not mean that we want you to betray your hometown and motherland, and you return to the country after our organization will also secretly help you, so that the fame and fortune. I think that Mr. Lu, you are such a smart person. Should be think about it. Henry then left a business card and stuffed it into Lutu's hand. There's no need to rush to answer me. I've already arranged a presidential suite for you as well as 10 of the most beautiful girls. Enjoy the fruits of tonight's victory. What I can guarantee is that as long as you like it, every day in the future you'll be able to live like this emperor-like day. Saying that, he turned around and left. Luta held in his hand the business card, made of solid gold, with only the word Henry and a string of phone numbers written on it. He was a man who never dwelled on anything. And it was true that as Henry had said, the way the vice elder had handled the situation this time had seriously hurt Luta's simple feelings. But the only thing left in his system right now was currently retaliation against the Song family as well as the Illuminati. And trying to use the power of the Dragon Kingdom to eradicate the Illuminati seemed to be too far away. Perhaps joining the Illuminati without betraying the Dragon Kingdom was the only way to deal them the heaviest blow. One could also utilize this matter to show one's stance and attitude and give reminders to the vice elders and others. Double agent. Just thinking about it made Lutu feel more excited than ever. Chapter 129, The Strange Situ Family. Luta didn't stick around at the MGM. Henry's presence meant that he could no longer place any more bets next. Of course he hadn't gone to the presidential suite Henry had prepared. And while the entirety of Las Vegas was probably under the Illuminati's watchful eye, it was always uncomfortable to stay in a place that someone else had arranged. Ivanka had already disappeared. Lutu was too lazy to look for her. The reason why he asked Brian for Ivanka was merely to humiliate her. And now that Lutu had more important things to do, the level of excitement brought by humiliating Ivanka was no longer enough. For toys that you don't like, you have to be decisive and give them up. Just as soon as he stepped out of the door of the MGM, Lutu was keenly aware that there were many people around watching him. Instead of taking the special car prepared by MGM or taking a cab, he walked aimlessly through the central streets of Vegas, with a tourist's mindset, thoroughly blending in with the tourists. The ones spying on him were no one else but Amelia's FBI and CIA agents, and within the FBL and CIA, they had already classified Lutu as an S-class dangerous person at the same time. It wasn't that he was so destructive, but the patents and design drawings owned by Lutu possessed a terrifying power that was enough to change the world's pattern. And when it was said that it was surveillance, it was actually more of a covert protection. This was something Lutu also knew by heart. With so many agents following him, it was impossible for him to be unsafe in Vegas. But he was used to being free-spirited and didn't like living under the watchful eyes of others. And the dozens of black Escalades following behind him with great fanfare showed how domineering their usual style was, which surprised the pedestrians passing by. Lutu took out his cell phone and was taking pictures of Vegas under the neon rainbow, ready to send them to the group, when suddenly a black convertible supercar stopped in front of Lutu. A brunette girl waved at Lutu. She had a trademark Chinese face and smiled with a slight coastal accent. "Handsome, dare to get on the bus?" Lutu froze at her words and smiled evilly at her. "Why wouldn't I dare?" The girl pouted at the co-pilot. "Go!" Lutu also came to be interested. Encountering such a strange girl in a foreign country, it is reasonable to say that normal people will not take care of it. But he also happened to like the excitement brought by this uncertainty. Plus with the system rewards that he now possesses, he is really not afraid of what the girl will do to him. After getting on the car, Lutu very naturally pulled out a cigarette and handed one to the girl as well. The girl smiled and refused, and then pulled out a hand-rolled cigarette from her bag and lit it. And after taking a deep breath, her eyes became excited. "Have a mouthful of this. It's addictive." Lutu refused. "Let's go." The supercar's engine roared to life and disappeared at the end of the street with a kick of the floorboards. And the agents in the back rushed to pick up speed to keep up. The walkie-talkies of the two departmental agents were blaring at each other. "Damn! How dare this race down Long Street? Hurry up and get after me. The target is in a vehicle that has traveled in the direction of Winchester. Notify the traffic department to set up a roadblock and make a violent stop if necessary." But when the agents had just turned a corner, they realized that the supercars, which had been speeding just a moment ago, were obediently waiting for the light, and wondered, why aren't they running anymore? The agents, who were used to chasing and racing, were a little confused about each other for a moment. Lutu sitting in the car is very difficult, although he can predict the girl's route, but this does not know what is going on. Driving very nervous, obviously. Every time she starts, she floors it and makes a scene like she's going to race, but she stops at stop signs and knows to put on her turn signal. You say she's a solid driver. She has her turn signals reversed every time, hitting the left light to turn right, hitting the right light to turn left. Also pick vehicles dense downtown drive. This way down, not to mention LV2, even followed the back of the agents are lost. After half an hour of headless wandering, the girl finally drove the car out of the city and arrived at a set of estates at the foot of a mountain. The girl threw away her hand-rolled cigarettes and shouted over the intercom, "I've brought the man back. Open the door." Then he smiled sheepishly at Lutu. "Don't say I smoked later. My dad will scold me to death." Okay. The manor gate opened. Inside is stood more than 30 strongmen. Without exception they are all dragon country face, and waist bulging, at a glance as to have a guy. The girl smiled wryly. You didn't even ask me what my name was. So you're not afraid I'll hurt you? So many agents out there are looking for me. Kill me and none of you will escape. He. You've got some nerve. My name is Stuart Spike. She angled the car to park in front of a single building and violently closed the door. Come on. Lu too. My father wants to see you. The exterior of the building is still a typical American-style building. But when you enter the interior, it is a classical Chinese style, as if you have stepped into the Jiangnan water town at once. The only difference was that there was a burly man in each room, staring at Lu Tu with an unkind look in his eyes. Situ Sui laughed. No need to be nervous, they are all good brothers. Taking Lu Tu all the way to the study, he pushed open the heavy door, and a smell of books and scrolls mixed with aged wood hit his face, and there was also a hidden strange fragrance. At this time there is an old man in his 60s, wearing a pair of thick-bottomed glasses, wearing a black Zhongshan suit, is writing, each side of an old man of the same age for him to study ink. Without lifting his head, he said, Coming? Have a seat first. Spike watched the tea. Lu Tu raised his eyes to see that the old man was waving a brush and splashing ink on the rice paper, and was writing to start from the beginning, to pack up the old mountains and rivers, and to face the heavenly palace. But the handwriting was crooked and scribbled. If it wasn't for Lu Tu's good eyesight coupled with his ability to prejudge, he wouldn't have been able to recognize what the hell he was writing, only to see the old man with the fall of the last stroke, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, sparingly threw the expensive wolf hair in his hand aside, and looked at Lu Tu with a burning gaze, smiling. Kid, you see how the old man's character is? Before Lu Tu could say anything, Situ Sui, who brought the tea, took a bite and said, Dad, your writing is quite good. The old man glared. No need for you to say anything. I want to see what Xiao Lu thinks. Lu Tu sighed. It's really not good. The air in the room seemed to freeze at these words, and the two men beside the old man glared angrily at Lu Tu, while Situ Sui was covering his face and said, How can you tell the truth about anything? Instead, the old man stretched out his hand and said, Xiao Lu, what do you say? Lu Tu got up helplessly, moved the old man's piece of writing to one side, and without using a pen, he directly dipped his hand into the ink and began to write Man Jian Hong. The old man murmured from the sidelines, The strokes are flowing like clouds, the pen falls like smoke. Wonderful. These words shamed Lu Tu. He pulled a tissue and wiped his hand off. Mr. Situ, let's talk about things. Don't pretend to be a literary youth, okay? What is the purpose of your Zhigong Tang calling me here? The old man smiled cheerfully at his words. Not bad. I am Situ Kangkang of the Amelia to Public Hall. Chapter 130, Strange Ideas. Situ Kangkang sat on the eunuch chair with a big sword and a finger on the opposite chair. Sit. Lu Tu is also not polite. Both come and go. Anyway, Situ Kangkang does not take the initiative to say the reason for the visit. He just pretends that he does not know what is going on. Time passed by. Situ Sui as well as the two advisors were wide-eyed beside each other the whole time, and the two of them just sat in silence and drank tea without any hurry. After finishing one, Lu Tu filled it up for Situ Kangkang and poured it for himself, continuing to drink. This drink is 10 minutes past. Spare Situ Kangkang think of themselves as old-fashioned, but also a little bit sullen, mainly because he is too old to hold the urine for too long. When Lu Tu third time to renew his tea, raised his eyes toward Lu Tu to survey some. See him a peck a drink, brow stretching happy. Finally could not help but curiously asked, How is this tea? Lu Tu nodded. Good tea. Oh, I'll quiz you. What's so good about it? Anything that quenches your thirst is good tea. I just had too much wine at the casino and my mouth is dry. Lu Tu's straightforwardness, without the slightest bit of pretense or twisting, made Situ Kangkang greatly appreciate it. Laughing openly, he said, Xiao Lu is really quick to speak. Since this is the case, then I won't sell you any secrets. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at you all over the United States right now? I know. They hate me with a passion, but they don't dare touch me. Seeing this certain and calm posture of his, Situ Chingsong praised, worthy of being the one who can design the mass production drawings of the 7th generation machine. He really has an extraordinary temperament. Uncle Situ invited me over in the middle of the night. It wouldn't be just to drink tea, would it? Although I like drinking tea, I am not used to drinking tea in the middle of the night. As soon as he thought of tasting tea, he remembered Jiang Jiqi, who was miles away, and it was really like 3 autumns after one day's absence. At this time, one of the advisors was the first to speak. Mr. Lu, do you know that the Illuminati has already made a move against you? I know. Isn't it just a big social media smear campaign against me with the help of Kwazanti's death? Let them hack away. The trend now is no longer to blacken you. but to blacken the entire dragon community. You know that our Zhigon Hall has been defending the image of the overseas dragon people, and this is not the result we want. Lu Tu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. You guys should be clear about the original cause of the matter. This kind of thing can be used as a pretext to hack me. What else can I do? The advisor suggested. I think you can put out a video to apologize to Kwazanti's family, and clarify the original story of this incident, to minimize the impact, so that it's good for your image of Dragon Kingdom. Lu Tu sniffed and laughed softly. Ask me to apologize to A with a foul mouth who screams and ends up getting himself pissed off in the ring alive? Sorry, I can't do that. You're just putting our image at risk. You know we overseas dragons have such a good image with great difficulty. We can't let it be ruined because of you. As the advisor's words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the study instantly chilled. Lu Tu looked coldly at Situ Kangkang. Seeing that he was resting his eyes with his eyes closed as he was coiling his string, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, if you guys called me here just for this matter, I can tell you with certainty right now that it's never going to be possible. The weak can only be trampled on by the strong. Even if it's the Illuminati sneering me to the point where everyone is shouting at me, there's no way I'm going to apologize to A. Are you a racist? Sito spoke at the right time, a cold light erupting from his eyes. Lu Tu admitted frankly, yes, I am a racist, and for a long time the world seemed to be under the control of the White Devil, and it seemed like they had to set the standards for everything. What gives us the right to be defined as yellow by Whitey? Even after the Black Lives Matter movement, we are a notch below the Negro? What are they? Who are they to categorize people? If they can, how can I? Lu Tu. Not, in my opinion, not only are SA lowly, unevolved race, but even the White Devils are a bunch of perverts who only abuse children. Otherwise, how could their Catholic Church explode with so many sex scandals? Don't talk about him, Illuminati. If he pisses me off, I'll kill all the Judeans. Let's see how they can still be mad. The crowd was dumbfounded at these words. Several people present had grown up in Amelia, and even though they had grown up learning about the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, they were still deeply influenced by Amelia's thinking under the influence of their weekdays. The subconscious belief that racism is undesirable is racist. Situ Kangkang snorted coldly. Close the door. Situ Sui then reacted and hurriedly went to close the study door behind him, and with the moment the door closed tightly, Situ Chingsong suddenly laughed. Good. You're the one we're looking for. The two advisors also revealed a kind smile at the same time, and the eyes that looked at Lu Tu no longer had the previous dissatisfaction in them, but were all appreciation at the moment. Lu Tu froze. Even if he had the ability to foresee the future for 30 seconds, he didn't predict this kind of ending. Wait, what do you mean? Sito Prime patted Lu Tu's shoulder hard, paced around the study with his hands behind his back, and spoke slowly. Congratulations, you are the person that Amelia Ji Gonghal is looking for. A perfect racist. I thought you guys weren't into fighting anymore? We've been dormant for too many years, and with the recent prevalence of racism in Amelia, we're in an even more dire situation than we were a few decades ago, with both the blacks and the Judeans having far outpaced us. So we've approached you this time to support you in becoming the next generation of successors in the Hall of Salutations. Ha? Why don't you want to? Lu Tu nodded. I don't know much about Zhigon Hall, and Uncle Situ. You are old and strong and look like a dragon. At most you're in your early 60s. We delayed retirement within the dragon's country. I think 60 is the right age to fight. Situ Kangkang glared. Don't say this to coax me. Just now you saw when you came in from outside. Our next generation of young people, alcoholics, gamblers, and leaf flyers abound, each corrupted by the poison of money and capital. There aren't many strong-willed people left, let alone accomplishing great ideals. As he said this, his eyes glanced at Situ Sui, who was standing on the side, and the meaning was self-evident. The advisor concurred. Based on our long-time observation, the fact that you didn't go out and buy a luxury car and a mansion after having a lot of money, but were able to sink your teeth into continuing to delve into science and technology, and were even willing to donate your heart and soul to the country already proves that you're an idealistic, noble, and aspiring person who's detached from lowly tastes. With these words, even though Lu Tu was usually extremely thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. Uncle Situ, in fact, I am not that good. Just a new age college student who comes out of the mud without being stained. The Mondi League without being a demon. By the way, is there any benefit in being the successor of your Zhigon Hall? Chapter 131, I don't take sides. During your time in Amelia, we can fund you without limit and guarantee your personal safety. Lu Tu couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. Unlimited offerings? Situ Prime nodded with a smile. That's right, it's an unlimited offer. Our group has 3 banks under it. You don't have to worry about the funds. Although Lu Tu was surprised at the thick background of Zhi Gongtang's strength, he also knew that there is no free lunch under the sky, and naturally, He had to use benefits as an exchange. So what's the cost? Situ Kengkang's expression became serious. We want to co-develop a new type of photolithography machine with you. This answer was actually within Lu Tu's expectations. Not only did Situ Prime know that he had the drawings for the 7th generation and the photolithography machine, even the Illuminati already knew. 7 generations of machines such as the country's most important weapon. Situ Chingsong will not come to participate in the new lithography industry, symbolizing a great profit, but also belongs to the monopoly of profiteering. But all the capital would like to come to get a piece of the pie. Although Lu Tu does not really want to let the top of the Dragon Kingdom to sit on his hands, but he also does not want to be deeply bound with the Zhigong Hall, and at this time to stand on the side of the line to be more cautious than before to be able to do so, and to cooperate with the Zhigong Hall. That would inevitably put the industrial park in Amelia or other countries overseas, and it would become difficult to control the middle. The Illuminati can get their hands on even the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom, let alone the production line in the future. If there could still be a place that slightly prevented the Illuminati from infiltrating that existed, it would inevitably still be the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Tu thought for a moment and then shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, Uncle Situ. I can't promise you this matter. First of all, I don't lack capital. If I want someone else to take a stake, I'll just ask, and the Longbua government bank will lend me money at a very low, even if it's 0 interest. And finally, my personal safety is not a concern. No one can hurt me. These words were said with extreme fullness. Even if Situ Kengkang had prepared his heart anticipation beforehand, he couldn't help but frown, not to mention the 2 advisors beside him, who instantly glared angrily at Lu Tu. Kid, no one dares to talk to Mr. Sito like that. And don't you forget this is North America. Situ Chingsong waved his hand to interrupt the 2 and smiled at Lu Tu. I can understand that people have their own aspirations. Then let's consider that we've made a friend today. You must remember that our Zhigong Hall will always be committed to the independence of the nation and the wealth and strength of the motherland. And in the future, if you encounter a place where we can be of use to you, feel free to give me a call at any time. Lu Tu marveled at the fact that he was worthy of being the leader of Zhigong Tang. This heart and temperament was really nothing to write home about. He got up and shook hands with Situ Kengkang to say goodbye. Alright, Uncle Situ. In the future, if your hall encounters any difficulties, you can also call me. Situ Chingsong looked at Lu Tu's confident and certain, spirited look had a moment of trance, as if he sought his own fearless self when he was young to break through and fight. It was only after a moment that he laughed openly and patted Lu Tu's hand. Alright, then I wish you a good time on this trip to North America. I'll let Spike send you off. Goodbye, Uncle Stuart. When Situ Sui left the manor with Lu Tu, the other young people present at the Zhigong Hall eased their attitude towards Lu Tu quite a bit. The significance of Lu Tu's earlier visit here was well known to them, and no one wanted Lu Tu to become the successor of the next generation. Right now Lu Tu left in such a hurry, and even only Situ Sui came out to see him off, so he didn't need to think about it to know that the talks had collapsed, and naturally, he couldn't pose a threat to the younger generation of Zhigong Hall. Situ Sui brought him to the garage, which was filled with various styles of supercars. Situ Sui looked at LV2 with provocative eyes. Mr. LV, earlier when you came here you seemed to look down on my car skills. Dare to race with me? If you win, I'm yours for the night and you can do whatever you want. If I win, you have to agree to work with my father. Lu Tu laughed helplessly. Do you want to gamble again? You don't dare? Situ Sui showed a sneer on his face. Lu Tu suddenly approached Situ Sui, walloped her against the wall with an extremely aggressive stance, and smiled evilly. I admit that you have some good looks, but in front of the profits of the photolithography machine, you're still overestimating yourself, and you don't have any attraction for me. Then you're still walloping me? Situ Sui was dissatisfied and tried to push him away, but realized that Lu Tu was standing there as steady as a rock, unable to shake it in the slightest. Only then did Lu Tu let go of her, and then no longer stayed, striding towards the outside of the manor, leaving a sentence. There's no need to send it off. In the future, fly less leaves. That stuff hurts your brain. Situ Sui looked at Lu Tu's back and stomped his feet in anger. Who cares about sending you? All the way out of the Situ family's mid-level park, Lu Tu secretly shook his head, thinking that Situ Kengkang was really right. The next generation of their Zhigong Hall was really far worse. So many people had watched themselves fling their legs out the door all this way, and no one had said anything about coming to see them off. He opened his cell phone and found the identity of a random male resident of Amelia, and called a car to find a random hotel to stay in, subsequently blocking out all of his localization. With top-notch hacking skills, these things were as easy as eating and drinking for him. Just after staying in the hotel, I received a call from Jiang Jiqi, asking with concern, Xiao Lu, why did you go to the boxing match? Did you get hurt? That's the difference between a woman who loves herself or not. The one who loves you only worries if you're okay. No. Who could hurt me? Ah. That was completely pissed off at himself. That's good. I also believe that you won't intentionally kill people. Just now Sue Frost told me to realize that the people on the extranet are spreading black on you. I argued with them in the comments section, and they all said that you're very bad on purpose. Lu Tu said in relief. This is normal. The discourse of the Western world is in the hands of the Judas people. They can't dry me out only in this way. Then you'd better come back early. It's not safe out there. Okay, I'll be back in 3 days, and I need to run some errands in those 3 days. Jiang Jiqi sighed. She knew that she couldn't dissuade Lu Tu's decision. She could only be supportive. Then promise me that you'll keep yourself safe so that I can rest assured. Okay, I promise. Then I'm going to accompany my mom to buy New Year's goods. I haven't dared to tell them yet. Song Ping's voice urging Jiang Jiqi came from the other end of the phone. Hanging up the phone, Lu Tu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the luxurious night view of Vegas. It wasn't his style to not fight back after being smeared like that, let alone the fact that the other party was the Illuminati. Although he had previously raised a brief thought of cooperating with the Illuminati, it had been completely dispelled by him, not to mention the fact that even if he himself was in the right place, it would have brought about a huge butterfly effect. When the time comes, Jiang Jiqi will definitely be implicated, as well as Pang Pangwei and Huajin, people who are close to him and who once did him great favors. The main thing was that his own family was full of loyalists, and he couldn't do anything to discredit his ancestors. He wasn't one of the Judas gang of rats who only dared to hide in the shadows. And the counterattack could be in the open as well. And he started his counterattack by using the computer in his hotel room and hacking into the MGM headquarters. Chapter 132, Return to China. First, they started with MGM headquarters and followed the trail to the Lehman family behind it. The family not only operates in the entertainment industry, but also in North America as well as South Africa, where it operates banking, mining, railroads, and the internet, among other industries, so it can be said to be flourishing. But unfortunately, even though Lu Tu had hacked into the Lehman family's Manor base camp near Vegas, he still hadn't found any information against them. Lu Tu found out through the surveillance that controlled the Lehman Manor that whenever they had an important family meeting, the core members of the family would go to the basement to confer. That location didn't even have any electronic devices. Lu Tu estimated that they were still using the most primitive handwriting method to record the content of the meeting and important information. No wonder Judas could gradually master the entire Western world. Through Lu Tu's in-depth investigation, he realized that the unity and division of labor between their families was terrifying. There are specialized people to take care of each part of the process, and you don't have to worry about things like leaks so that it doesn't drip. However, Lu Tu still went to check the accounts of the MGM casino and found that the daily profit amount of this casino had actually reached a horrifying $25 million. And that's just one day's profit. This casino has been located here for almost a century, and the wealth that has been amassed makes your head spin just thinking about it. Lu Tu tapped the keyboard faster and faster. This was the first time he had a sense of powerlessness, and this was just the Lehman family, one of the many Jud Asian plutocrats. It's as if a corner of the celestial palace has been uncovered, and the more you learn, the trickier it feels. Originally, he had planned to find something that could counter out in public opinion, but after 2 hours of searching, Lu Tu still found nothing. Finally he leaned back in his chair distracted and lit a cigarette to calm himself down. This way was not going to work. The Lehmans were just too deep in their local operations to be able to do anything about it. Lu Tu was not a pessimistic person. He didn't believe that there was paper in the world that could hold fire. Since this path wouldn't work, it would be put aside for the time being. Anyway, the task of retaliating against the Judas people had no time limit. The main goal of this visit to Las Vegas was to win enough startup money. And through his search just now he found a favorable news. The state of Nevada, where Vegas is located, has been a state that has legalized online poker since a decade ago. And users can sign up by registering at offline casinos, after which they can play online. Lu Tu didn't even need to register himself. Instead he just hacked a long and used player account. Straight away, he got up and checked out of his room to head to the airport. And while on the way Lu Tu called Nya Yun, "Book me a return flight." Nya Yun was visibly relieved after hearing this. "Alright big brother, I'll make the arrangements right away. You can head to the airport now. Is everything okay at home?" "It's fine. Everything's fine." "Okay. When I get back." Nya Yun didn't ask too much about why LV2 had returned home after just one day, but he figured that LV2 might have run into something. But think about it is also normal. Lu Tu in the Dragon Country may still be able to wind up, but go to Amelia after wanting to do something. Resistance is not generally big. After all, it is someone else's territory. Whether it is the background or network of relations, is completely blank. And the continuous trade wars between the Dragon Kingdom and Amelia over the years have resulted in the Dragon Kingdom not being able to reach that far at all. Nya Yun's efficiency was high, and he quickly booked a first-class ticket for Lu Tu, who took off on the airplane the moment he took off, overlooking this exotic land beneath his feet. This time it looked like he had stirred up the storm in Vegas, but in Lu Tu's opinion, this trip to Las Vegas was a failure. Having made away with just a little bit of money and caused a lot of trouble, he was even more annoyed by the fact that there was nothing he could do with the Jud Asians at the moment. Their disjointed forces and the heritage they had accumulated over the centuries were like a huge mountain pressing down on Lu Tu's heart. It was no wonder that even when the Dragon Kingdom had suffered from the suppression of the Judas people on their way to power, they could only swallow that bad breath. Right now, the bottom line is always still lacking. He looked deep into the ever smaller Vegas, his eyes once again blossoming with high fighting spirit. What is the matter with the Six Dynasties is only a private scheme for the portals. If you want to defeat the great families, the only way is to become the strongest family yourself. On the plane, Lu Tu also tried to hack into the Federal Reserve, want to get some funds to transfer to their accounts, and then frustrated to find that the Federal Reserve's network defenses are unbeatable. Even if he currently has the top hacking skills, cannot do it. On a whim, Lu Tu began to write an AI intelligent housekeeper, named Xiao Bai, using a unique algorithmic logic. Xiao Bai's growth rate is even far more than most of the AI on the market, except he only had one laptop in his hands at the moment, and the hardware was causing White's computing speed to stagnate quickly. But this was all nothing to worry about. As long as Lu Tu's new photolithography machine was born, the chip that crushed the world's top technology was released, and coupled with Xiao Bai's superb algorithms, it wouldn't take long for it to evolve into the strongest AI in Blue Star. No one expected that just on this ordinary international flight, Lu Tu had developed artificial intelligence with such strong arithmetic power. When he landed, Lu Tu didn't inform anyone. He went to the food market alone to prepare his own New Year's Eve dinner. Other people's homes are always other people's homes. No matter how good they are not as good as your own home. And Lu Tu loved shopping at the food market. Whenever such times came, he could recall the happy times when his mom, dad and grandpa were still around and the family was shopping for New Year's goods. "Auntie, give me another small onion." "Give it? What money do you need for green onions?" Big Mom muttered on her lips, casually grabbing a handful of green onions and stuffing them into Lu Tu's plastic bag. "Thank you, Auntie, and congratulations. Gee, you're a sweet-talking kid, and good luck with your studies." Who would have thought that a teenager who stirred up the storm in Vegas and made both the Illuminati and the Zhigonghal take the initiative to pull in his favor would actually dive headfirst into a vegetable market in order to get the Yama to give away a couple of scallions, smiling and saying congratulations on a prosperous year. On the night of New Year's Eve, Luda cooked a not-so-abundant meal, but it was all what Mom and Dad and Grandma and Grandpa loved to eat, and there were 4 empty bowls and 4 wine glasses on the table. In the 3 days that followed, Lu Tu spent all of his time on online poker, utilizing the Starlink network and Amelia Citizen accounts to begin his online sweep. Even online, Lu Tu can predict what will happen in 30 seconds. Winning money is easy for him. The only impact on him is that there is a limit to the betting code. The players all over the world who play online poker, during this period of time, they all know about a mysterious expert called Tomato, online killing, comparable to the god of gambling. Within 3 days of fierce battles of 1,000 Texas Hold'em poker games, the winning rate reached a horrifying 91%. For 3 whole days, he stayed behind closed doors, and Jiang Jiqi thought that he was still working in Amelia, so he didn't bother him. 3 days later, when Lu Tu looked at his account totaling $1.9 billion, he dialed Long Yuan's number. "Uncle Long, I'm back. I know, and I'm glad you made the right decision, and that the NSA position is still reserved for you." "Good." Listening to Lu Tu's voice that had little interest, Long Yuan continued. "The Vice Elder is very dissatisfied with your behavior. Originally, the Vice Elder didn't allow other family businesses to enter Zhanghai, but yesterday, he has already announced that he has defined Zhanghai as the new central development city, which also means that other families, including the Song family and the Yun family, will soon be stationed in Zhanghai, and you'll have more rivals in the future. Things are getting interesting." Chapter 133, We Have a Home. Long Yuan persuaded in a deep tone. "I know you have a lot of grievances in your heart, but what can be done about it? Only after making achievements will people truly value you. Before that it's all empty words." "Thank you, Uncle Long. I understand." Lu Tu hung up the phone. He wasn't so bloated that he couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. On the contrary, he agreed with what Long Yuan said. After this trip to Vegas, he sort of clearly realized the huge energy behind the old capitalist forces, as well as the big families. It simply wasn't something that he could change by simply producing the 7th generation and photolithography drawings. It does require him to slap them solidly on the table in exchange for chips. Of course Lu Tu would not be as redoubtable as he once was, and from now on, he would only fight for his own interests. It is difficult to become an adult without ever being poor, and it is naive not to undergo a blow. Since ancient times, heroes have come out of purgatory, and never have the rich and powerful entered the mortal world. Lu Tu didn't fall flat on his face because of this defeat. After all, he was optimistic by nature. From having nothing to now holding tens of billions of Dragon Nation dollars in cash flow, and then again, he still had the system as his bottom card, and eat a defeat that is only standing in his perspective to see. In fact, standing in other people's point of view, Lu Tu this time to go to Las Vegas, purely to get money to go. Make it as easy as going to their own home to get money. Get off the plane not out of a few hours, earned away a few $100 million, and also out of the limelight. The public opinion of the foreign network directly on the hot search. Black traffic is also traffic. So how to look at LV2 or earned? It's just that he didn't have the right mindset and it was just too smooth all the way through. So it caused him to feel like making less was called a loss. It was just at this time that Nyayun's phone call came in, opening his mouth in a joyful manner, making Lu Tu's mood follow suit. Big brother, good new year. What are you doing? I was thinking about you. These words gave Nyayun goosebumps. No, big brother. I was wondering when you were going to get the work done, and I can't wait a moment longer. Nyayun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Why? I just happened to want to say this to you. The works of the 2 industrial parks are still continuing, but I've asked them to work overtime to fix the villa for you, and the decoration and furniture are all equipped. When will you be free to come over and see if you're satisfied? Lu Tu was greatly touched after hearing this. Worthy of being a good brother who has had a lifelong friendship. Is considerate. The one who knows me is you. You don't need to accompany the housewarming banquet then. Just bring a mouth over. Okay. Nyayun had been partnered with Lu Tu for quite some time, and sometimes he was a bit unable to keep up with his brain circuits. It's true that people are happy when they are happy. Lu Tu whistled and turned the key downstairs, just in time to run into Mr. Wang, who had just come back from walking again. Mr. Wang joked. Xiao Lu, why are you alone? Where are your girlfriends? Lu Tu's face was full of black lines. Where do I have a few girlfriends? New Year's Eve must be in her own home. I thought you broke up. Hearing this, Lu Tu heatedly smiled. Yes, break up. Master Wang. You seem to have a granddaughter is also our school, right? Wang Moncler Outlet Online frowned. Lu Tu is what kind of person he still cannot be clear. He is a young man and a distant relative of the principal, but he just loves to see one and often brings girls to his home. And last time in front of him, he even played with the flowers in front of his house. Hearing LV2 hit his granddaughter's idea. Even if LV2 looks handsome, that won't work. Hurriedly changed into a fawning smile, patted LV2's shoulder and said, Little LV, my granddaughter doesn't look good. You're still going to go to the little ginger to chase back. Lu Tu smiled and shook his head. I'm tired of playing with the pretty ones. I want to change now. Hey, are you looking for a fight? Master Wang made a gesture to stroke his sleeve. Rushed Lu Tu threatened, I am full of chronic diseases. You have never heard of. Dare to provoke my granddaughter. Do not blame me to blackmail you, ha? Lu Tu grunted and headed down. You're the one who messed with me first, so mind your own business from now on. He went downstairs and drove the car, and called Jiang Ichi, you come out soon. People are rumoring that we broke up. Jiang Ichi curiously said, who's so nosy? Which department is it? Square dancing should be considered the dance department. Why does that Mr. Wang upstairs dislike me like he's on gunpowder? Jiang Ichi guffawed after hearing this. It wasn't because the day you left, I went out and just happened to bump into Master Wang. He probably saw me crying. You're crying? I didn't. Then I'll show you a good thing. Give you 30 minutes to put on your makeup and I'll pick you up. Good. An hour later, Lu Tu drove Jiang Jiwei to the edge of the Zhenghai Wetland Reserve. As far as the eye can see, there are all the construction sites underway, working feverishly. Nyayun received Lu Tu and began to introduce. Big brother, this is still only the first phase of the project. There are roughly 3 months to complete. At that time, it can first accommodate 10,000 people to work and live. The relevant education and housing, medical and other supporting facilities are also being synchronized. Lu Tu is very satisfied with such progress, doing well. This first few days of the first month of the year to start work, give everyone 10 times the salary, do not have to save me money, has been sent to the end of the 15th. Aha! This time you have to start recruiting people in advance. Like what teachers, doctors and nurses these, you can look good in advance to dig over. I said I want to give the workers the best, cannot go back on their word. Jiang Jiqi had never inquired about what Lu Tu was doing. He just knew that Lu Tu was working on a big project, but how could he not expect it to actually be this big? Secretly determined to try to keep up with Lu Tu's footsteps and not to drag him down, her soft fingers kept flipping and sent a message to Sue Frost. Hold an open job fair. I want to hire the top team of medics and teachers in the Dragon Kingdom. Following behind Nia Yun. It wasn't long before they arrived at a pristine lake. Following the wooded path along the shore of the lake, with many willow trees transplanted on both sides of the road, already in a protected wetland area. The ecology here is simply too good to be true. Just after the beginning of spring, it presents a scene of vitality and all things are in full bloom. And at the end of the trail, a lake house painted white overall stood tall, and even had a separate dock. Nia Yun introduced, Mayor Jiang has been approved down with me. This whole lake are to you to use. By the time I let people help you to put this around. Big brother you and sister-in-law into the boat so a sit. Don't mention how beautiful. Good lord. After Lu Tu listened to Nia Yun's description, he looked at the wooden boat beside the small dock and felt nothing but an itch. Jiang Yi finally couldn't help but wonder. Xiao Lu, is this your home? Lu Tu very naturally wrapped Zhang Jiqi's waist and came close to her and laughed. Fool, you've lived in the dormitory with me for so long. Can I really pretend to be confused if you don't tell me? This is our home. We have a home. Zhang Yi's eyes were flooded with a layer of rolling heat, filled with undeclared love and adoration. Seeing the two of them getting closer and closer, with a big battle on the horizon, Nia Yun pulled a prepared flower out of his pocket, stuffed it behind Lu Tu, and hurriedly slipped away. After Lu Tu touched it and realized that it was actually a flower, he secretly praised a good brother, and then held the flower up in front of Zhang Jiqi. For you. Gingerly, she froze. Carnation? Chapter 134, Who can compete with me for the future? Lu Tu was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Nia Yun to be so clueless, and such a romantic moment, which had just been baked up, was directly lost. Zhang Yi gave him a strange look. Carnations are for mothers. Are you giving them to me? Lu Tu's bad taste surged up, and Mom was almost about to shout out, but Zhang Jiqi let out a giggle. Is it because you want me to become a mom early? Hello? He cupped Zhang Yiqi's face and kissed it furiously. You see? Someone who loves you, even if you give her the wrong gift, she will find her own way down and never embarrass you. Zhang Jiqi pointed at the outrigger boat next to the wooden dock and asked, Xiao Lu, want to sit for a while? Want? Lu Tu's eyes went straight as he listened. The fact that such words could actually come out of Zhang Jiqi's mouth really surprised him and was extremely tempting. He picked Kong up with just the crook of his arm and jumped onto the crow's nest, placing him gently in the cabin. The two of them looked at each other, and Lu Tu's hand was very silky smooth before he unbuttoned Zhang Jiqi's jeans and squeezed on her upturned buttocks. Despite the fact that Zhang Jiqi had long been familiar with Lu Tu beyond words, he was really a bit shy in the current environment, which was the equivalent of being in an unfamiliar wilderness. She covered her reddened face and asked delicately, What are you doing? Didn't you invite me to do it for a while? As Lu Tu spoke, he removed his armor and faded. Only then did Zhang Jiqi realize that Lu Tu had gotten the wrong idea, and the blush colored her neck even more, so she busily pushed Lu Tu away and said, I meant to sit and rest for a while. Lu Tu had to fire an arrow at this point, kissed her deeply and whispered in her ear, Do you know what the first song I learned as a child was called? Zhang Jiqi was a bit stunned, but she was familiar with Lu Tu and knew that at times like this, Lu Tu would never speak without reason, but she couldn't resist her curiosity and opened her mouth to ask, What is it? Lu Tu smiled evilly. Let's swing the oars. Ginger blushed and exclaimed, I don't want seconds. At this time, the blacktop boat, in the center of the lake, kept rocking, accompanied by Lu Tu's low, husky and sexy voice. After doing the day's homework, let's have fun. The fish in the water look at us and quietly listen to our pleasant singing. After shaking for a bell, Lu Tu couldn't hold it anymore. It was just a little too exciting. In an unprecedented move, Kong took the initiative to wrap his arms around Lu Tu, preventing him from standing up. Honey, I want to be a mom. Lu Tu, filled with pity and love, lowered his head and kissed her. Good. After the shore, the two only had time to visit their villa. Up and down a total of 3 floors, plus the front and back garden covers an area of 10 acres, which does not count the lake in front of this. Even the brand new sheets and bedding carried a faint smell of disinfectant water, and it was obvious that Nia Yun had had them cleaned in advance. All the appliances didn't use the smart devices at hand, which was also related to Nia Yun's vigilance, something Lu Tu still greatly appreciated. After the visit, Zhang Yiqi stood in the large bedroom and hesitated. Hubby, it's too inconvenient for us to live here. We have to drive there if we want to buy a dish, and it's not good to order takeout. Lu Tu laughed. What do you want? You just say it. Why don't you just let Sue Frost come and work for us as a housekeeper? And I'll be able to talk to her about her work when you're usually gone and busy. Okay, then you call her. It didn't take long for Sue Frost to come over with Nia Yun, also bringing along Li Tao and 4 young women, all wearing cosplay-made outfits of varying colors, only for a few of them to be filled with competent energy. Boss, Sue Frost is honored to be able to serve as a housekeeper for you and the boss's wife. They are the nannies that I, together with Mr. Nya, have handpicked for you to take care of your food and living in the future. Hello boss, we are Mei Lan Juju. Several maids bowed in unison towards Lu Tu and Zhang Ji. Lu Tu was dumbfounded. You guys make it so second nature. And you call it myelin, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. That's too much of a contrast, isn't it? Xiao Ju suggested. If the boss doesn't like it, we can still change into hanbok. Kong, however, nodded his head in an old-fashioned manner. I think this is just fine. That's it. It's not a good idea to work in a hanbok. Then big brother, I'll go and get busy first. Call me if you have anything. Nya Yun looked at Lu Tu, who was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and smiled knowingly as he was about to bolt. Lu Tu called out to him, "Get me a load of video cards over here. I heard that 5090 came out recently. How much? Let's start with a load. I'm going to get a simple engine room in the basement to start with." Nya Yun opened his mouth wide in surprise. A carload of 5090 graphics cards to get a computer room. Or a simple one? Big brother, you want to count what? Lu Tu shrugged indifferently. Isn't our photolithography machine not yet in production? Get some to use first. Okay, I'll have someone get it for you right away. I have to say that Sue Frost is worthy of being a high school student of the Ivy League. A person with strong working ability. Even as a housekeeper, that is also a good hand. Not only for the maids to arrange a good workflow, and what to do at regular intervals every day. Called Li Tao went out for a trip, bought a few cars back for transportation. Weekdays go out to buy groceries to pick up courier and so on. Good use. Li Tao had never seen such a luxurious house, and had never thought that Lu Tu would let him live here as well. After being apprehensive for the whole day, taking advantage of the evening meal this time, he bravely asked, "Big brother, I at least have a mission. Living with you guys and living such a lavish life doesn't seem to be in line with discipline." Lu Tu nodded at his words. Understood. Then he took out his cell phone and transferred $1 million to Sue Frost's card and said, "You go and take this money out tomorrow and pretend that you dropped it on the ground so that Li Tao can pick it up." Sue Frost smiled sweetly. "Okay boss. Li Tao people are stupid." Big brother, I don't mean this. I am. Lu Tu waved his hand and interrupted him. "Then you don't want to follow me? What if someone comes and smashes my glass? Can't you help keep an eye on it? Can I give you an extra $10 a month?" Li Tao did not dare to speak. He was afraid that if he continued to speak, Lu Tu would still add money to it, and hurriedly lowered his head and pulled rice into his mouth. Lu Tu took the initiative to ladle him a bowl of soup and handed it over, saying in relief, "I know what's on your mind. Do you feel unworthy?" Li Tao nodded. Lu Tu sighed and said, "You have served for so many years and paid so much for the country. What's wrong with spending my money to enjoy yourself? It's not like you're spending the country's money. Don't have that kind of extra mind. Every penny of my LV2's money is worthy of the country." Understood, big brother. After dinner, Nya Yun also sent over a truckload of 5090 graphics cards and many more computer accessories, and Lu Tu worked for 2 hours in the basement to finally assemble a supercomputer. It was a good thing that Nya Yun had a huge transformer specially installed for him when he was planning to build the villa. In order to maintain an adequate supply of electricity, Lu Tu wrote another set of intelligent programs and awakened Little White. "Master, from today on, you have only one task, and that is to study hard." "Yes, master." As Xiaobai's words fell, all the 5090 graphics cards in the entire basement ran to the highest number of revolutions in order to barely supply Xiaobai's computing speed. Lu Tu lit a cigarette and laughed confidently. "I'll see who can compete with me for the future." Chapter 135, This is the real artificial intelligence. In the next month, Lu Tu directly closed the door, diving at home to optimize Xiaobai's big data algorithm. He had a hunch that this might be the strongest reward the system had ever given him, especially in the time to come. There must be a large number of family businesses and capital will be pouring into Shanghai. After all, there is a new central city supported by the state. The potential and opportunities that are unquestionable, and to be innately invincible in this business war. Artificial intelligence has a decisive effect. The new AI that is now out there, deep open source use, has allowed many countries and companies to increase productivity quite a bit, but it has also created a crisis for many, and has even caused Nvidia's stock price to drop. Anyone knows that the future of AI is the place where the soldiers will fight, but there are few companies that have the ability to compete. LV2 feels that the speed of learning of deep is not enough, and it is very much possible to optimize the places very much, and he has a clear understanding of how things work. What's free is definitely the most expensive, and what's strongly advocated may not necessarily be a good thing, such as a company's antiviral serum, which has caused many people to develop lung nodules and hives after injecting it. After a month of all-out learning, Bai's AI reserves and computing speed have far surpassed the hottest deep in the world right now. Lu Tu used a 3D printer to make a pair of ordinary black-framed glasses, and by hacking into Amelia's Starlink satellites and erasing the IP address, he used the Starlink's network to connect to Xiaobai again, so that even the Dragon State Cyber Police and National Security couldn't know what he was doing. After putting it on, his eyes appeared like a game screen cursor interface, and this pair of glasses bound to Lu Tu's retina. Even if there were other people standing behind Lu Tu, they could not see what Lu Tu could see through the lenses. White. Master. Turn on line scanning. As soon as the words fell, Lu Tu's perspective through his glasses changed again, and the basement in front of him was no longer a piece of steel and concrete, but a map of the house's wiring labeled in green, including all the sockets and electrical appliances. The invade option also appeared, and all that was needed was for Lu Tu to issue a command to Xiaobai to remotely manipulate all the electrical appliances and wiring. Being able to do this, Lu Tu wasn't enough. He went out with his glasses on and came to a grocery cart, which he didn't normally drive and didn't have any fingerprints on, but as long as it was connected to the network he could maneuver it, giving instructions to White. White hacks into the wiring of this grocery cart over the internet, starts it up and opens the doors. Lu Tu obediently sat on it and drove off to the industrial park. He wanted to test whether the other functions of Xiaobai were up to standard. When passing by a municipal streetlight, Lu Tu merely blinked and gave the command to turn on the light to buy, and with only 10 milliseconds of response time, the streetlight, which was originally closed, was lit up in broad daylight. For such responsiveness, Lu Tu only felt that it barely reached the passing line. Perhaps his requirements were too high. Arriving at the construction site, he hacked into the security cameras at the entrance directly through his glasses, and soon he had control of the entire vacant lot's entire 3,000 cameras. To prevent too much information from being processed, White also intelligently categorized the 3,000 cameras and retrieved the 1,200 cameras with people in the surveillance, and 5 workers who were performing high-risk operations were identified through voice collection and hazardous action anticipation from the surveillance. Call Nya Yun. The glasses, of course, had such basic functions as calling, and a beeping sound soon followed. Hey, big brother. Nya Yun. You memorize it. Southeast corner. 3rd floor north, northwest corner, 2nd building, 6th floor west. After naming the locations of 5 workers in a row, Lu Tu continued. These 5 people are carrying out dangerous construction without regard for safety. Call them off immediately and dismiss them. Nya Yun on the other end of the phone. People are stupid. Have not had time to react to what Lu Tu means. Can only hurry to order. The assistant will be 5 monitoring to find out. When the surveillance image appeared in front of Nya Yun and a group of state security clerks, a chorus of voices sucked in cold air. Nya Yun covered the phone and ordered at the clerk, immediately go call them off and dismiss them. Walking to the side, this then asked quietly, Big brother, you are truly divine. How on earth did you do it? Lu Tu smiled mysteriously. You don't need to care about this. You just need to remember. Don't take any chances. Right now, we don't know how many people outside are staring at us, just expecting us to make mistakes. Nya Yun's expression shook at his words, and cold sweat unconsciously seeped out of his forehead. Understood. I'll strengthen my management, and this situation won't occur again. Lu Tu didn't stop but drove directly to the city. 5 minutes later, Xiaobai reported through his glasses. Master, those 5 workers have been dismissed. They were given 3+2 and signed an agreement. Good. You keep an eye on the construction site at all times, and if you find any safety hazards, or any unsuspecting people, you'll directly notify Nya Yun. Yes, master. With Xiaobai, the supercomputing AI, Lu Tu felt much more relaxed. Otherwise, if it was like before, even if he just had 2 more brains, it wouldn't be enough to worry about. Now that he had become a target, he would not allow any slightest mistake in his industries. While waiting for the traffic light, Lu Tu was tempted to immediately hack into the Zhenghai Transportation Department to make all the lights along the way turn green, but he held back. For one thing, he was using the Starlink's network, so if he invaded the municipal units, he was afraid that it would cause the wrath of the higher-ups. Although he is the world's top hacking skills, it is known that there are many hacking experts in the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps the world's top hackers are in the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't want to take the risk of exposing his bottom card, which was the most important part of him becoming the true king of Zhenghai. After driving for an hour, he arrived at a luxurious private clubhouse. Today he came uninvited just to meet someone. Yun Ao. This place was the property of the Yun family and had been handed over to Yun Ao to take care of half a year ago, and Yun Ao spent his weekdays here. And to top it off, in this clubhouse, there is a casino. This information is also thanks to Xiaobai. Otherwise he really cannot inquire. Even if he passes the National Security Authority is no way to see the Cloud family, Song family and so on the family clan. No one bottom is all white, more or less with a little gray industry. Since you dare to open the gray property, then do not blame Lu Tu out of mercy. He came over today not to win how much money, but another purpose, to declare war on these families, to tell these people who want to share a cup of Lu-Tu in the Middle Sea, who the king of the Middle Sea really is. Lu-Tu parked his car at the entrance. At this time, the attendant junior of Yun Tang Club hurriedly jogged over and said in a bad tone, "Sir, this is a private venue, please leave here." Lu-Tu's eyes swept him flatly. "And how do you know I'm not a member?" The little brother looked at the Passat driven by Lu-Tu with contempt. "Our members, they won't drive this Thai car. If you don't leave, don't blame me for violently evicting you." Chapter 136, 12 Signs of the Zodiac. Lu-Tu looked at the surveillance at the entrance of the clubhouse, and on the spot, he used remote control Xiaobai to hack into the internal network of the clubhouse. "I'm a member here." As his words exited, Xiaobai had already registered a SVIP with the highest privileges for Lu-Tu within the Cloud 10 clubhouse. Lu-Tu twisted his head back and looked at his little brother. "And it's still SVIP. My member code is 91. The junior willfully asked the front desk on the intercom. "Check member number 91 for me." A nice female voice came from the other end of the intercom. "No, 91 is a top SVIP member. Mr. Lu-Tu, you must not be negligent." The little brother was startled, not expecting that the young kid driving a Passat in front of him was actually a top member of the Yun Tang Club. Immediately changing into a fawning smile, he bowed and said, "Hello Mr. Lu, I'm offended by what I did just now. I'll park the car for you." Lu-Tu was here to establish authority, so how could he be bothered with such a small character? Without changing his face, he turned around and walked towards the clubhouse door. Upon entering the gate, he saw hundreds of young ladies in sexy bikini swimsuits, all gazing at him with gleaming eyes, daintily shouting in unison, "Welcome brother Lu." Lu-Tu instantly had an idea of the grade of the place and snorted coldly. "Yun family's clubhouse, is it so vulgar?" Immediately, several OL women in professional suits flocked over and said curtly, "Mr. Lu, this way please. It's because we didn't do our job properly and didn't come to pick you up in advance. They certainly don't work well." Lu-Tu's membership was done while he was standing in the doorway. However, Lu-Tu didn't say anything, but just swept his eyes over a few account managers, and the state of his face throughout the whole process made them feel extremely pressurized. Several account managers are also considered to have seen a lot of big shots, but only in Lu-Tu's body has a unique sense of mystery. Even if only said a word, that aura is almost pressured them breathless. Lu-Tu ignored the crowd and took a big step towards the interior of the clubhouse. A few people hurriedly jogged to keep up. They didn't know exactly what Lu-Tu was here to do. They could only report upwards. "Mr. Lu, you're here for tonight's Texas Hold'em Invitational, right? May I ask if you would like to relax first or go to the casino to play a few hands first?" Lu-Tu stood in the elevator doorway and looked back at the several women with a scornful expression. Can't all these services come together? A few people looked at each other in disbelief, and all saw in each other's eyes the implication that the visitor was not good. So they hurriedly nodded their heads and compensated with a smile. "We'll get ready right away. You wait a moment." They guided Lu-Tu to the suite upstairs and delivered a bottle of Romane Conti. Lu-Tu didn't even take a look at it, but just continued to urge, "Why is your efficiency so slow? Coming." At this time the account manager led a row of girls, standing in front of LV2. Each of them had a model's body. At least all of them were 178 in height, and those legs looked longer than Yun Ao's life. There were 12 girls in all, and they were all covered in simple fabrics, with only 2 band-aids. "Hello Mr. Lu, nice to meet you." 12 girls bowed to Lu-Tu at the same time. The scene was so swinging. The account manager stepped forward and introduced, "Mr. Lu, they are our Yuntang's leading ladies. I know you're going to the Texas tournament later, and I don't know what zodiac sign wangs you, so there are 12 of them, which just happens to be the 12 constellations, so I'll ask you to taste them." Lu-Tu previously also thought that Yun Tang Clubhouse is a little too vulgar. "I did not expect vulgar can also be vulgar so sweet. I have to say that the Cloud family will be this clubhouse also really have 2 brushes, so that he can not pick reason. The 12 signs of the zodiac are standing in front of you, so what man can't be moved by this scene?" Lu-Tu gave her a sidelong glance and said, "I don't believe in constellations. Let them go." The account manager weakly asked, "Well, why don't I switch to the 12 zodiac signs?" LV2 sniffed and raised his eyebrows. "How old does that have to be? Who is actually playing who after calling?" Seeing that he was angry, the several account managers were scared and trembling. Lu-Tu also did not want to make things difficult for the beat workers, waved his hand and said, "No need to be so troublesome. I'll take a break myself and go play Texas later. By the way, each of you go to the finance room to receive $1 million in tips and put it on my membership card." Once this word came out, the crowd's previous haze was swept away. They know the authority of LV2 SVIP, of course, enough to say this, and can come here are a word of great people. Naturally, will not be suspicious. They were previously worried that LV2 was not satisfied and they would not deduct their wages because of this. But they did not expect that LV2 not only did not blame them, but also made such a generous offer. Especially the 12 constellations, touched almost cried out. A tearful look at Lu2, wanting to say something, just like a ing lookout stone like a step 3 times back. Lu2 contentedly drinking hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Romane Conti. The SVIP are black over. These tips ultimately cannot be counted on his head. Anyway, it is all spent on Yun Ao's money, which is called white whoring. During the time he had been resting, he had thoroughly grasped all the surveillance of the Yun Tang clubhouse, including the surveillance and internal systems of the upstairs casino. He accidentally discovered that the Yun family was very dishonest and had actually hidden pinhole cameras in each suite. Not only that, he also realized that Yun Ao was among them. In the presidential suite on the other floor, the hungover Yun Ao, who would still be lying on the big 5x5 bed, surrounded by all the sexy girls lying around. When his phone rang and he heard that LV2 was going to participate in the invitational tournament organized by the clubhouse, there was no more half-sleep in his eyes. Coldly grunting, he dares to come to my clubhouse? I want him to die without even knowing how. Luta took in this scene, and by the way, also recorded it. Texas Hold'em for Lutu, in fact, is not the best project. After all, the ability to predict the future for 30 seconds is not very good at this project to predict. But now that he is in control of the casino's surveillance from all sides, he can see the hands of everyone in the casino at this time. And he can also use White's AI algorithms to help him sift through the results, so he can win even if he is lying down. Looking at the wristwatch Kong had given him, he straightened up and took the elevator to the casino upstairs. Just as soon as he went out, he met the account manager waiting here, and she smiled fawningly. Mr. Lu, rested well? What's your name? Just call me Lulu. Mr. Lu shouldn't have come to our Yunting for a long time, so let me receive you. Could be. Arriving at the casino on the 10th floor, Lulu curiously asked, Mr. Lu, do you need me to go exchange chips for you? Lulu stretched out her hands in front of Lu 2, ready to take his card, but after waiting for a long time with no response, she looked up curiously and realized that Lu 2 was pulling out his pants pocket, and he also pulled out a handful of change out, and put together $320, along with the dime, and shoved it in Lulu's hand. That's all the redemption you'll need for now. Lulu swallowed hard and smiled awkwardly. Did Mr. Lu forget his card? We can pay with our faces. Lu 2 smiled sparingly. No need to go to that trouble. I just want to push my limits tonight. Let's see if I can win the match with these $320. Okay. I'll go change it for you. Although Lulu felt that it was fishy, she would never doubt the truth of Lu 2's words. After all, it was normal for someone who had spent more than $10 million on tips and rewards alone to have a bit of a quirk. Not to mention that they were such big shots that ordinary stimulation no longer made them feel excited, and it was normal to do something challenging. There are no other tables in the casino tonight. It's all one-sheet Texas Hold'em, and this will be before the tournament starts. It's all about letting the players play on their own to warm up first. Lu 2 came to a table and sat down. At this time there are still 3 men and 1 woman on the table. At this time Lulu will be 3 chips politely handed over. Sorry Mr. Lu, can only change 3 100 chips for you? That 20 I changed a few chocolates for you, okay? At this time in the presidential suite, Yun Ao, who was watching this scene through the surveillance, lightly twisted the softness of his side with his fingers and laughed coldly. This little bastard is so arrogant. He really takes himself as a plate of garlic? Then I will personally go and meet you. Chapter 137, I like to pop the champagne at halftime. Lu 2 took the chips and laughed. It's okay, $300 is enough. Lu, despite the helplessness, can only listen to Lu 2, who let him member level so high, although he only exchanged 300 chips, but cigarettes and red wine are all available, but also special from the 12 signs of the zodiac to pick 2 of the hottest girls, standing behind Lu 2 at any time on standby. The gamblers at the same table saw him in this kind of battle, but only changed 300 chips, a moment a little confused about his bottom. The only woman at the table, dressed in an extremely exaggerated V-neck dress with a pair of headlamps on her chest larger than an average man's head, worthy of a ballerina, impatiently tapped on the table urging, Sir, can you hurry up? Lu 2 shook his eyes and looked startled, before he laughed and said, Of course, I'm a person who is quick at everything, and I'm especially quick at winning money. The woman rolled her eyes and muttered in a low voice, Beggar. Luta didn't say another word and put 100 chips in the blinds, the minimum for the heat. Other players who wanted to participate in this Texas Hold'em tournament needed to have at least 100,000 in chips. and Lulu only reluctantly let Luta participate with $300 because she saw that his membership level was high enough. The table plus Lu to a total of 5 people. The first round of cards were dealt. Lu 2 did not even look at the bottom card. Directly in front of the chips thrown over, all in. A few people on the field showed derisive looks, and one of them, an inch-haired man, laughed crookedly and said, "You only have a total of $300. Make it look like 3 million. And still all in." The king of balls also provoked, "Don't lose it all and have no money to ride the subway home." Several others chose to call after looking at their undercard. Their bottom cards were naturally known by Lu 2 through the casino's cameras. And although Lu 2 didn't look at the cards, he knew that he was holding a pair of aces through his ability to foretell the future. That's still not stud. That's a stick. The raises after that were none of Luta's business, and he could only collect his raised chips from that round even if he won. The first 3 public cards dealt were the 3 of spades, the jack of diamonds and the ace of clubs. The likelihood of this type of flush is extremely low, and of the 5 people at the table, Luta's 3 aces continue to have the highest winning percentage, followed by the ball king's 3 threes. The other 2 community cards were dealt out, the 10 of diamonds and the 5 of clubs, and the game was decided when Lu 2 lifted his hand to a pair of aces. Lu 2's 300 chips turned into 2,000. Although several people lost, their contempt for Lu 2 was even heavier, and the inch-haired man taunted, "If you had bet more, how could you have won only this much? What a waste of such a good hand." Luta stretched out his finger behind him and the waitress immediately handed him a Lycian to light it, took a deep breath and exhaled to the inch-haired man. "Did you bring your card? What do you mean?" Lu 2 smiled evilly. "I'm afraid that this amount of money of yours is not enough to lose, so I'll give you a heads up." The inch-haired man laughed indulgently. "You're the craziest person I've seen this year." LV2 smiled without saying continue to throw down 100 chips. The other people simply did not take his words to heart. The last game LV2 although from beginning to end did not look at the cards, but he pokies chips are very few, although the win is still a scum. In the eyes of the senior gamblers, such behavior ironically is a novice, but also a love to pretend to be a novice. In the second game Lu 2's hand is not working. Since his hand sucks then he fakes a look at the bottom card before just folding, losing only 100 with 1900 left. In the third game, Luta caught a pair of 2s after hacking and foreseeing the future for 30 seconds, and had a hunch that when there was a 2 on one of the 3 public cards, Luta studded again. Without any surprises it was all called and Lu 2 won again. This time the chips in front of him were already close to $10,000. At this time the crowd looked at Lu 2's eyes changed, even though he had only played 3 games. But the only game he lost was only a 100 ante, and the 2 times he won he quintupled Luta's chips. What kind of winning percentage is that? Even the most arrogant person would be able to see Lu 2's unusualness this time. In the fourth game, Lu 2 folded. On the fifth hand, he had a pair of jacks in his hand and continued to stud. But unfortunately this time there were only 3 callers and his hand came to nearly 29,000 chips and close to 30,000. Female ball king Bella, the first to throw goodwill to Lu 2. Pretending to be a petulant tone of anger, "Little brother did not expect you to play so fine. A few consecutive hands to kill people piece of armor." The corner of Lu 2's mouth lifted up in a playful arc. "Didn't I say so? I'm quick at everything and even quicker at winning." The inch-haired man tapped the table in disbelief. "Don't be so crazy. Where are we?" "You're lucky." "Exactly. To get a card like yours? I could have won that much if I'd come over here with my tits." The other few people also have the same idea. From their perspective, Lu 2. This person is completely pure novice play. The cards are bad. Then fold. The cards are good. Then stud. The sixth hand began with Lu 2 winning 3 with a hand of sky huckleberries and the chips came to 100,000. As it turned out, LV2's hand was so bad in the following hands that he folded decisively, and his non-calls in several consecutive hands made the others think that LV2's good luck had come to an end. The inch-headed man saw that Lu 2 had lost a few hands, but they didn't add up to $500, whereas he had lost tens of thousands of chips to Lu 2 every time. Trying to enrage him with words, he said, "Kid, dare to place some heavy bets? I've never seen you so stingy. If you can't afford to play, go back to your village and fight the landlord." Lu 2 cast a sidelong glance at him. "Who says I have to bet heavily even though my cards are lousy? Or else you can just grab my chips." The Dutchman spoke up to relieve the situation. "Both of you please calm down. Don't hurt the peace." The inch-haired man then glared indignantly at Lu 2, and the 10th game began. Luta held a flush of 34 diamonds while he sat in the small blind, and by the time the inch-man in front of him had bet 5,000, Luta foresaw that the first 3 bottom cards were the 5 of diamonds, the queen of spades, and the 2 of diamonds. The others were a pair of kings, a pair of queens, the 9 and 10 of diamonds, and the 3 and 4 of spades. This is already a flush deck. Although he has occupied the innate invincibility, but always still depends on the hand. No good cards cannot win money, mainly because everyone else has pretty big hands as well, which makes for an interesting board where everyone calls. Now Lu2 just needs to wrestle with whether or not there are any chevron ones in success in the last two bottom cards. Other than him, the biggest card in the deck is Bella's 34-2 pair, and then open a 3 or 4, which is a gourd. The 30-second precognition range hadn't arrived yet, and Lu2 couldn't perceive what the last two public cards were, and it was always a good idea to take a gamble. He studied the 100,000 chips in front of him, a move that made the others frown. They could certainly guess that the cards in Lu2's hand were likely to be 2 diamonds, but that's exactly what makes gambling so addictive. The bottom card isn't open and everything is unknown. They had endured Lu2 for half an hour now, almost winning the whole time, and still they just didn't believe in that evil. Bella took the brunt of the action and chose to push out 100,000 to call. I don't believe you have a flush. I don't believe it either. I'll follow. When all 5 call, everyone shows their hands and everyone's brains are racing, calculating each other's odds of winning. The 4th public card opens, a king of spades, and the inchman's card is a 3 of a kind, and his odds climb quite a bit. He showed his teeth at Lu2 and smiled. Kid, one hand is going to make you lose all your bottoms, but I'll reward you with $20 to take the subway and go. As the dealer's hand slowly approached the last bottom card, Lu2 had predicted the end and snapped his fingers behind him. Open me a bottle of champagne. A few people saw this and became furious. Kid, popping champagne at halftime? You're too crazy. Chapter 138, The Shrinking Turtle. Behind the two girls have long been ready. Lu2 shook the wine glass, tilted his head to take a look and drink it, looking askance at the inch-haired man. You do not convince you also open I stopped you? The man in the suit who had been silent at the same table frowned unhappily at this time. Don't show off your tongue. It's not easy to say who the deer will die. Open the cards. I want this brat to bleed to death. Lu2 shrugged indifferently. If I lose, I lose. My capital is only $300 anyway. When these words came out, they choked a few people's faces to the extreme. They also knew that Lu2 was right. The stacks of chips in front of them were all winning them. This table's movement also caused the surrounding people curious eyes. See them this posture know to come to the hand big, have let the lottery officer to pause, or slow down the speed. Want to this wonderful game to see the end of the game. When they heard that Lu2 only had $300 of capital, they all looked at him incredulously, secretly thinking that tonight was really a gathering of experts. If he really won this game, it would be a real bike to motorcycle. The Dutchman was also interrupted in his rhythm by this noise and was slow to reveal the last public card. The inch-haired man urged, hurry up and open. He had the biggest hand at this time, so naturally he was more certain. When the dealer opened the card, it was a 6 of diamonds, and the whole room was in an uproar at this moment. The inch-haired man crumpled into a chair, his face shocked as he looked at the bottom card and muttered, impossible. Bella's mouth was also wide open in surprise. Then she threw the cards in her hand into the pile. It's too fishy to open this kind of ingrate card. The crowd looked at Lu2's idle appearance, still elegantly drinking champagne. The chips in front of him were already piled up. On the contrary, the other few people at the table were empty in front of them. LV2 took 500,000 chips in this game, and he looked at the inch-haired man as if he was provoking. Still calling? Am I winning especially fast? The inch-haired man's eyes spewed out a stream of anger, and he clapped his hands together and said, you must have cheated. I want to examine the cards. He dared to slap the table. Lu2 dared to slap even louder. Only heard a bang. The chips on the tabletop jumped 10 centimeters high. If not for him controlling the force, otherwise this table could be slapped into 2 halves by him. The loud noise even startled the crowd. I warn you, it doesn't matter if you lose, but you dare to insult me for cheating? Today you want to check the cards can, but if you cannot check the problem, I want your arm. The people present were shocked. It was just an ordinary bet. How did it rise to this level? Inchhead see Lu2 this kind of power. Heart some drums. Cheating originally is he lose anxious eyes say words, but now it is Lu2 sees the handle not let go. But here is the Cloud Family Club. Even if it is their own insist on card inspection. After the fact no one will take him how. In a stern voice, he said, I don't just want to check the license. I want to search you. Do you dare? Lu2 smiled. His smile was so bright that it was fortunate that there was no one familiar with him on the scene, or else he would surely have felt fear. Whenever Lu2 showed this smile, it meant that he was really angry. At this time in the presidential suite, Yunao was watching the surveillance screen with great interest. His hand was so hard that he pinched the girl next to him shivering in pain. He spat viciously. Not only is this little bastard applying old me's SVIP, he's also using my money to reward tips. Notify security. And when this little bastard makes his move, clean him up at the first opportunity. Yes, young master. On this side of the casino, the Inchman, relying on the fact that this was the Yun family's territory, came straight to Lu Tu and reached out to grab his collar. But the next second, he felt a lightness under his feet. A sharp pain came from his abdomen, and then he lost consciousness when his eyes went black. Tian, how dare he make trouble here? Asterisk 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 asterisk, is he still human? Knocking someone out 5 meters in one hit? The inch-headed man was slapped in the face by Lu Tu, and his entire body flew out backwards, landing on the ground unconscious. The whole room was in an uproar. The gamblers at the scene were all self-proclaimed civilized people. Where had they seen barbarians who hurt people with their hands at the drop of a hat? Especially since Lu Tu was still so good at gambling, everyone didn't want to meet up with him in the match later. They have spoken out and rebuked. Kid, you are also too unreasonable. Not just suspected you of cheating, you actually injured people. That's right, you must have cheated. Or why didn't you dare let him search you? Lu Tu pressed on without much explanation. He came here to cause trouble. Explaining was not something he would do. Self-consciously holding the chips on the table in his hand, he proudly looked at the crowd in a circle and said, "A random cat or dog dares to come and search me? What are you guys?" These words were equivalent to scolding everyone present. They had never seen such a crazy person before. How dare you call me names? There was a hot-tempered strong man in the crowd, and just halfway through his expletive, Lu Tu's elbow strike was on his chest. Only a sound of cracking bones was heard, and the strong man flew out, overwhelming a group of gamblers and causing a cacophony of curses. But they only dared to scold the strong man who was already unconscious. Who dared to scold Lu Tu? A word is a slap and an elbow strike. Who can stand this? At this time a dozen security guards surged over. Lulu changed her previous fawning smile and with anger, she chided at Lu Tu. Mr. Lu, you've gone too far. Not only did you lie to us, you also dared to cause trouble at the Yunteng casino. LV2 has long been through the suite monitoring where Yun Ao is. Knowing that Yun Ao has been looking at himself through the monitoring, SVIP revealed things sooner or later. The reason why he did this is to disgust Yun Ao. Lu Tu smiled and looked at Lulu. Is it that you can't cash in your tips? It's okay. Yun Ao, he can't spare it. I'll give it to you. Lulu makes only $100,000 a year working here and thought she was going to get $1 million in tips and had started looking at cars. But now that she learns it's a blank check, how can she not be angry? But after Lu Tu finished these words, she hesitated a bit, thinking that Lu Tu might honor it. After all, the temperament and means he showed were by no means something an ordinary person could do. Lu Tu turned his head to Bella and the others. Do you still suspect me of cheating? Do you want to come and search me? A few people hastily took a few steps back and kept waving their hands and smiling awkwardly. No need. Sir, your gambling skills are superb. We lost willingly. Ignoring the dozen or so security around him, Lu Tu grinned at the overhead surveillance and hooked his finger. Yun Ao, still want to be a shrunken head turtle? Get out and meet me. At this time, Yun Ao, who was hiding in the suite, saw the situation and got up in a rage. Grass ing Lu Tu. Last time he beat up my old man. Now he still dares to come to my clubhouse to cause trouble. Immediately notify Uncle Wu and let him come over to teach this kid a lesson. Lulu would not know what to do. After all, the mission she received was to stop LV2 from making trouble. But LV2 would no longer be making trouble this time. So she can only send the inch-haired man and the burly man to be treated first. Looking to the crowd, he said, "Sorry guys, please keep playing." Lu Tu leaned on the gambling table and looked provocatively at the crowd. I know you guys don't dare to play with me either. In that case, I'll win this clubhouse until Yun Ao dares to come out. At this moment, the heavy door of the casino opened, and a shock of anger pierced through the entire hall, echoing continuously. Lu Tu, this is not a place for you to be reckless. Get out of here. Chapter 139, something big is going on. Trigger mission, retaliate against the Yun family. Please accept or not? Isn't this coming? Accepted. Lu Tu played with the one chip in his hand and said dismissively, who's snarling and barking? Old man Wan Baochang. Are you deaf not to hear me tell you to get lost? Lu Tu squinted, only to see Wan Baochang wearing a black embroidered tiger tunic, standing at the casino's main door with his hands in the air, his look extremely pretentious. The last time he saw this dressed up was still Li Tiando, who had his limbs broken. For such a pretentious old guy, Lu Tu naturally did not have any good feelings. White, analyze this old guy's data for me. Face recognition of Nguyen Bao Tan began through the glasses, and big data quickly looked up all the information about him. Nguyen Bao Tan, born in South Vietnam, joined the South Vietnam Scouts when he was 14 years old, and was later wanted in South Vietnam for abusing and killing young children, and came to the Dragon Kingdom after bouncing around. Because of his courageous and vicious hands, he was almost hacked to death on the street. and did not have the medical expenses for treatment, and went to borrow the loan sharks of the Yun family, and finally, because of the interest that could not be repaid, was able to pay the money debt to join the Yun family. He is proficient in the 18 hands of the black snake, specializing in the lower 3 directions, and is good at hiding a gun in his sleeve. Based on the folds in his cuffs, he should be concealing a Beretta mini pistol, loaded with up to 6 9mm bullets, so please beware of the owner. The reason why Lu Tu did not analyze the other people at the gambling table earlier was mainly because their identities did not matter at all and there was really no point in wasting arithmetic. Lu Tu didn't even look squarely at Ruan Baochang, his face full of contempt as he said, "When you say these words, are you speaking on behalf of the Yun family, or only on behalf of you?" "Naturally, I'm representing the Yun family. This is the Yun Town Clubhouse. It's not a place where anyone can be wild." Lu Tu laughed aloud at his words. "You, a rebel from South Vietnam, peeping at your stepmother's bath at the age of 8, injuring your cousin with your finger at the age of 9, molesting your next-door neighbor's old lady at the age of 10, and joining the South Vietnam Boy Scouts at the age of 14. It's really amusing that the Yun family has invited such a lowlife like you to come out." As Lu Tu described each thing, Ruan Baochang's heart was a few points heavier. These were things he had done before, although many of them no longer had any impression, but they were very much in line with his style of behavior, especially the history of joining the Boy Scouts, a secret known to no more than 3 people. Ruan Baochang sternly questioned, "How do you know?" While saying this, his right hand moved slightly. Lu Tu looked at him without lifting his eyelids. "I advise you to better aim before you shoot. Not only do I win quickly, but my speed is also fast. Oh, you only have a chance to fire 1 shot at most." Hearing this, Ruan Baochang felt his heart jumping. Although hiding a gun in his sleeve is not his secret, but those who have seen him shoot have become his gun dead. Lu Tu and how to know? Lu Tu was eager for Ruan Baochang to shoot. Anyway, he was always making predictions. As long as Ruan Baochang moved to shoot, he could always dodge in advance. But where he dared to shoot, Lu Tu, even if he could not seize the Yun family clubhouse, but also can send this video to the internet. Let the netizens comment. Wait until the incident fermentation Yun family, even if the power of the big will also get into a mess. Lu Tu suddenly raised his pitch. "What do you care how I know? Fight if you want to, or get lost if you don't. Don't delay me from winning the Yun family casino." Ruan Baochang froze in place when he heard the words. He had never anticipated such a scene. Clearly his side occupied the right place and time. "Lu Tu, what makes him so crazy? You're a bully." Lu Tu was already too lazy to talk to him. Grabbing a goblet from the side and hurling it towards Ruan Baochang, Nguyen Bao Tan, who had been keeping a close eye on Lu Tu, pulled the trigger the moment he struck, only to hear a bang. The highball cup exploded in the air. The large casino hall could not be heard. Everyone, in a brief moment of dismay, immediately erupted into screams of terror. Towards the surrounding flocked to escape. Ruan Baochang grinned at Lu Tu, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth caused by chewing betel nut and smoking for a long time. "Kid, do you really think that I don't dare to shoot?" Lu Tu smiled evilly, not even bothering to pay attention to him, and gave instructions to Xiao Bai through bone conduction. "Take that video just now, and upload it to the mainstream social media platforms in Dragon Country." "Xiao Bai, master. It has been successfully uploaded and set as a top hot search using administrator privileges." At this time Yun Ao walked into the casino door, took out the microphone to the scene of panic. Gamblers smiled. "Everyone, do not panic. This is not against you. Today, much sorry. Please each bit of driving upstairs suite. All expenses Yun family all inclusive." Hear this crowd. This only suppressed the panic in the bottom of the heart. Yun Tang Club, all kinds of things. As long as the money is enough. No matter, men and women in the inside can even stay on a whole year. Now Yun Ao opening costs all inclusive. That there is no reason not to go. The faces of the crowd eased. "Thank you, young Master Yun. Then we'll be respectful. We won't delay young Master Yun from handling things. Please rest assured, Xiao Yun, we will definitely not leak a single word of today's matter to the public." Yun Ao laughed coldly. "I like to entertain smart people like all of you, so please go ahead." When the crowd went one after another, a large number of security will casino, a few doors blocked watertight. All gangster full holding a stick, eyes staring at Lu Tu, as if that cell door 5-star generals. "Lu Tu, I was going to let you go, but I didn't expect you to dare to come to my door. Today I'd like to see who can save you." Lu Tu smiled evilly and nudged Yun Ao. "Did you bring your cell phone?" Yun Ao froze and said with an icy expression. "What do you mean? You turn on the fight sound and see. Don't you stall with me." Lu Tu is not annoyed. These security again. In his eyes, just like sandbags. Even if Ruan Baochang has a gun, cannot threaten him. Even if he cannot solve so many people, but want to run or no problem. Moreover, he didn't need to run at all now. and had already sent the real-time image of this place to the office computers of Pang Wei and Jiang Dachia. He didn't send it to Huojin, mainly because Huojin's temper was too explosive, and if he let the war zone step in this situation, it would easily cause a bad influence. And now Yun Ao and his men, just like a triad group posture, to the police, public prosecutors and law to deal with the most appropriate. Just opened the first meeting of the Central China Sea Provincial Party Committee to organize the beginning of the year. The two just returned to the office, found the computer appeared on the scene. Although the perspective of the LV2 that they watched, but can be heard through the voice of the conversation is recorded by LV2. Xiao Son, immediately notify the Provincial Public Security Department for me and mobilize all the special police to head to the Yunting Clubhouse. Xiao Zhou, notify the Municipal Public Security Bureau, as well as all the police stations under their jurisdiction, and have them mobilize all their police forces and head to the Yuntang Club. For a time, whether it was the Zhonghai Provincial Committee or the Municipal Committee, everyone's heart hung in their throat. Big deal. Chapter 140 Adding fuel to your fire. Yun Ao suddenly recalled Lu Tu's former performance at the Tao family casino, thinking that it was mostly useless to let ordinary bodyguards go up, and that he could only use his gun as a deterrent at the moment. Reaching into his pocket and pulling out a pistol, he raised it squarely at Lu Tu and sneered. Mad ah, you're mad with me again. I'm still looking at my cell phone. I'm looking at your mom's cell phone. You little bastard. Lu Tu smiled at his words, and if Nya Yun and the others had been there, they would have known that this was a precursor to Lu Tu's outburst. But Yun Ao he didn't know. His mouth still couldn't stop cursing Lu Tu. While approaching towards Lu Tu, mainly because of his status, he didn't even need a pistol as a deterrent on weekdays. Not to mention that he hadn't practiced it seriously, and he couldn't hit the wrong person if the distance was too far. More importantly, he couldn't stand to see a small person like Lu Tu, who had risen from the bottom, being arrogant in front of him. Chong Lu Tu smiled scornfully. My family's old man has greeted me and told me not to take the initiative to provoke you, but on the contrary, you have sent me to the door. Obediently draw out the follow-up of the two drawings. Perhaps I can still let you live. Lu Tu looked at Yun Ao with the eyes of a dead man. The corner of his mouth slightly moved. A mouthful of thick phlegm shot towards Yun Ao, barfing on Yun Ao's face, holding up a gun and not daring to fire it. How did the Yun family produce a loser like you? Yun Ao used his fingers to wipe down the thick phlegm, but he couldn't get rid of it. A strong feeling of nausea churned in his stomach. He originally had superficial gastritis from his long-time indulgence in alcohol. This nausea caused him to dry heave continuously, and finally wiped the phlegm off under the sole of his shoe. Originally, Yun Ao only intended to take LV2 down. After all, LV2 still held two important drawings in his hands, but after LV2 deliberately provoked him, the anger in his heart went straight to the sky, and he could no longer care about that much. Yun Ao's eyes were bloodshot from dry heaving as he opened the pistol's safety and cursed angrily. You're ing looking for death, he said and pulled the trigger. The distance between the two was no more than 10 meters, but the second before the gunshot sounded, Lu Tu moved with it. His left foot stomped hard, and his entire body lunged to the right, even hitting the gambling table next to him, and hurriedly leaping up to hide behind the table, looking woefully out of shape. All of this was intentionally shown by Lu Tu, who was trying to make himself look very passive, and continued to send the video to Pang Wei and Jiang Dachia. At this time personally led the team. Pang 4 is sitting in the car, towards the Cloud 10 Club. Sitting next to the police commissioner handed over a bulletproof vest. Secretary Pang, I go on the line. You do not need to take risks, Pang Bei said in a deep voice. Have you contacted the Yun family? I could only reach the Yun family's butler, and he said that the Yun family's old man was hospitalized, and that no one was paying attention to Yun Ao's. Pang Wei snapped. Then follow the procedure. The police commissioner nodded solemnly and picked up his walkie-talkie and instructed. Seal off the Yuntung clubhouse. Try to get in touch with the inside of the clubhouse and ask them to release the hostages and surrender. If the hostages have not been released after we arrive at the scene. What? The phone at the Yunting club is not working? Not even the private phone? Then attack by force. Do I need to teach you that? If Lu Tu. When he said this, the police commissioner didn't dare to continue. He hurriedly hung up the phone and pulled out from his waist the old friend that had accompanied him for decades, the sidearm nicknamed Peace. On the clubhouse side, Yun Ao saw that one hit did not hit, as if he was crazy, kept shooting, and his mouth couldn't stop roaring, as if he was crazy. Grass your mother, Lu Tu. Aren't you crazy? Come out. I'll kill you. Seeing this, Ruan Baochang also knew that he couldn't wait any longer, and at the same time Yun Ao fired. He also aimed at Lu Tu with the miniature pistol in his sleeve. Bang 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 bang, the sound of gunfire is endless. The people present were shocked, especially when they saw Yun Ao's crazy look. They didn't dare to go up to help. for fear of being hit by stray bullets. All of them hid in the corner and trembled. 2 men, 2 guns, until they emptied their magazines. At this point, the gambling table where Lu Tu was hiding had already been beaten into a piece of beehive. Lu Tu recorded the entire scene through the other surveillance around the casino. And by the way, he also had Xiaobai turn on the live broadcast on the social media platform. The scene was broadcast to the netizens in real time. And in just a minute's time, through Bai's algorithmic push streaming, hundreds of thousands of people flooded into the live room. At first, everyone thought that this was just a movie. But when they looked at the words Zhonghai Yunting Club at 1933 that appeared at the bottom right of the video, they were shocked to realize that this was actually a live broadcast. Who is this person so crazy? Dare to shoot directly. This is sure it's the Dragon Kingdom and not Southeast Asia? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys see if the guy hiding behind the table who was beaten to a sieve is Lu Tu? Lu Tu? Is that LV2 who organized the Go Emperor challenge? How did he get in trouble with the triads? In the live broadcast, Xiaobai played the role of an ordinary melon eater, popularizing Yun Ao as well as the background of the Yun family. The hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room immediately understood what was going on after seeing it, and it immediately caused a crowd to erupt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brothers, I've already helped Lu Tu call the police. I don't know if he can last until the police arrive. It's too nasty. Do these people from the big families really think they are young masters in the old society? Shooting in broad daylight when they say so? The news went viral, and the sheer volume of retweets sent the Duyo's servers into congestion. Even the Yun family members who were far away from Yanjing also received the news at this time. At first they didn't think so. After all, Yun Ao was never an honest master. It didn't matter what he caused, but never expected things to get so big. When the current head of the Yun family, Yun Ao's father, Yun Bo, looked at the real-time picture in his cell phone, his face turned blue and he pulled out the phone and dialed. But the result was that he still couldn't get through. The bystander explained, "We've already tried to notify the young master, but the Yunting clubhouse is like an insulator. There's no signal." Yun Bo was furious. If there is no signal, then how did these surveillance images spread out? The phone doesn't work. Don't you know to send someone over to call him off? At this moment, Yun Ao didn't have the slightest idea that he was being watched by millions of people. His crazy energy hadn't passed yet, and he was still yelling at the people around him, "Get me the bullets. I'm going to use this little bastard today to practice my marksmanship." Lu Tu had already grasped the dynamics of the outside world through his glasses and Xiaobai's hints, and at this time, he sneered in his heart, "Yun Ao, since you want to die, I'll add more firewood to your fire." He pretended to be terrified and rushed Yun Ao to beg for mercy. "Yun Ao, don't kill me, okay? No matter what. My grandfather is a veteran of the guards. My father is a first-class meritocracy. My family." Yun Ao laughed openly at the words and interrupted roughly, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. You shut up. What is all this you said in front of my Yun family? Let alone the fact that all of your family members are dead. So what if they are not? I'd like to see who can save you today. A mud-legged pariah and you want to fight me? You're a pariah. Your generations are pariahs." When these words came out, Yun Bo, the head of the Yun family, who was thousands of miles away, let out a long sigh. "It's over." Chapter 141, Die for your master. Yun Bo ordered, "Immediately contact the executives of the live broadcast platform and tell them to stop the live broadcast." The housekeeper cried out, "I've contacted them just now, but the platform side said that it was because of a technical problem, and there was nothing they could do to shut it down." What? Yun Bo had clearly sensed the seriousness of the situation at this point, and this seriousness was not yet how much trouble Yun Ao had caused, but that there was another premeditation behind this matter. The Yun family has been involved in many industries, explicitly and implicitly attracted how many pairs of hateful eyes staring at. If the Yun family has been smooth sailing, that's okay. Families are just like individuals. Once they start to go downhill and the walls fall down, all the former rivals and competitors will take the opportunity to step on you in the mud. And this is the thing that Yun Bo is most worried about at the moment. Yun Bo looked at the elder who had been in the ICU for 2 hours and still had no news, and in his heart, he vaguely felt that the Yun family was about to change. He got up and instructed the butler, "Prepare a car for me. I'm going to visit the vice elder." Inside the clubhouse, Lu Tu, who was still catatonic behind the gambling table, saw through the surveillance that the outside had been surrounded by police. The SWAT team has already started to take over the first floor of the clubhouse at gunpoint, and I'm sure they'll be able to come up and take control of the situation soon. But this is not what he wants. Once Yun Ao learns of the arrival of the police, he will more than likely calm down immediately, and will be arrested by the police at that time. As for how much public pressure they would need to endure after being arrested and taken away, this negative impact is not enough to hurt the Yun family. Since he wanted to take revenge on the Yun family to take revenge on Yun Ao, He had to make him never recover. Lu-tu deliberately passed the words over and roared. Yun-ao, do you think you're so great? Aren't you just born in a big family? If you don't have the family's residual shade, an uneducated waste like you who can't even pass the junior college exams, why do you have the wealth and status unimaginable to ordinary people in your lifetime? What are you based on? Yun-ao sniffed and laughed indulgently. You can make me ing laugh. That's why the bottom is always the bottom. This world is in the hands of our big families. Do you think that reading at 2 years of broken books is a small town to do the question home to stand up? So what if you even got into Shanghai University and researched the drawings of a 7th-generation airplane? In my eyes, you're a ing stinking maggot. You seem to have turned over a new leaf. That's because we're rewarding you with food. You think you have a backer. I'm going to get you killed and it's just a matter of punishing myself with 3 cups. Do you believe me? When Lu-tu heard these words, his heart was all happy. The so-called want to make it perish, must first make it crazy. The old saying really has some truth. But these words were heard by the live audience. But they were just too harsh. In recent years, the blue star global economic downturn. All walks of life are not doing well. The unemployment rate rose. Everyone is carrying the weight of the original grievances. Today, there is actually a son of a worldly family who said such words out in public, which has already seriously hurt the simple feelings of the common people. The number of people in the live broadcast room spiked to 10 million at a time. Of course, this is also thanks to Xiaobai's algorithmic recommendation, which prioritizes the recommendation to the hitmen who have no double holidays, no social security, no heat allowance, and often work overtime. For example, Lee, who had just traveled 14 hours on a hard seat from his hometown to the Magic City, stayed in a dimly lit basement rented for $200. Holding in his hand the sweet potato cake that his mom fried for him when he was leaving, he was thinking that he would go out and look for a job after he had enough to eat, and that he must try to save 30,000 yuan this year so that he could buy a critical illness insurance for his mom and dad, and then give his dad a new battery car, so that he could get some more sleep every day. He felt like he was the annual beast driven away by firecrackers, only able to appear at New Year's Eve each year, and when the firecrackers were finished, it was time for him to disappear. As soon as he thought of these, Xiaoli was inexplicably annoyed inside, so he had to open his cell phone short video, which is also as his only daily entertainment, but also his downer. As long as he brushes with the short video, it will allow him to briefly forget about the reality of the troubles. But today he had just opened the short video, and was scolded by a rich man with a face like a crown, covered in high-definition luxuries, and cursed more and more difficult to hear, even with the small Lee that in the construction site of odd jobs on the father, in the countryside farming less than 15,000 annual income of the mother, as well as their own just graduated from the unemployment of the family's only hope, have been cursed all over the place. He didn't think the world was supposed to be like this, but as he listened, he couldn't help but cry. He was aggrieved. He was indignant. He hated to kill, but he only did not know what to do. Obviously these words are so harsh and unpleasant, but in favor of the reality that cannot be changed. Lee's situation is not an example. This scene occurred in the bus subway. Long queues were dispatched by the labor force as a piggy bank in front of the factory. In the continuous late-night overtime office building, in only a few degrees, but still sweating construction sites, in that a throttle was twisted to the head of the takeaway car. Yun-ao's words kept echoing in their minds. Pariahs will always be pariahs. Mud-legged stinking maggots. You can live, that's because we rewarded you with food. Until they heard Lu-tu roar out the words. On what grounds? The internet blew up in this moment. Right. Yun-ao. What right does he have? Everyone indicted their dissatisfaction with Yun-ao in their own way, and countless people stopped what they were doing and entered the live broadcasting room. The phone number of the Shanghai City Police Bureau was almost bursting, and countless people called over to help Lu-tu call the police. The live broadcast platform side cannot help. The person in charge of the first time to convene the technical department to discuss countermeasures, after getting cannot be shut down, chose to passively accept the wave of traffic. The man in charge slapped the conference table and said, since there's no way out, help keep pushing. At this time, Lu-tu viewed through the surveillance that a large number of heavily armed SWAT officers had almost arrived at the 10th floor casino, and it was time to take a hit. Lu-tu jumped out from behind the gambling table. Despite his gray head, he could not hide his eyes full of perseverance and high fighting spirit. Dressed in ordinary clothes in stark contrast to the scantily clad Yun-ao, and angrily rebuked. What is the matter of the 6 dynasties that only becomes a gateway to a private scheme? Since you won't give me a chance to live on the basis of your high status and position, then you'll die for master. Saying that, he made a hungry tiger pounce on a sheep and pounced towards Yun-ao. It just so happened that Yun-ao had already changed the magazine, was about to continue to taunt LV2 and enjoy the joy of revenge, but did not expect that LV2's speed was actually so fast. Between the panic he fired several shots at LV2. The SWAT team just happened to break through the casino doors at that moment, and were horrified to see the situation in front of them. They had received orders before they came, and without any hesitation they raised their guns at Yun Ao and shot. The technical and tactical level of the SWAT team was absolutely nothing to write home about. A series of gunshots made a sound. Yun Ao turned back with difficulty, incredibly looking at the heavily armed police. He suddenly had a premonition of what was going to happen, and before he died, he looked at Lu Tu with the most malicious gaze. He clearly saw in Lu Tu's eyes, even if it was only for a moment, the smirk of triumph. A million memory fragments flashed through his mind. He was only 24 years old. He had more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime. He had 21 lovers waiting for him. Why was he dead? With Yun Ao's collapse, the bodyguards at the scene as well as Wan Baochang were completely alarmed. The Yun family is so powerful. How could the police arrive? And all of this was calculated by Lu Tu. He also intentionally caught a bullet with his shoulder, and fell down in blood below the monitor, just in time to be seen clearly by all the viewers of the live broadcast. Everyone, drop your weapons. Those who dare to resist are allowed to be shot. An extremely authoritative voice came, and the scene was quickly controlled by the SWAT team. Chapter 142, a great scholar will defend my sutra for me. Ding! You have completed the mission, retaliate against the Yun family, and are accounting for the completion of the event. The completion level of this event is B. Reward, Diabetes Special Effect Remedy. Only B level. It seems that Yun Ao's death, for the Cloud family is not a big deal. I guess this will also Yun Ao caused by the impact, also counted in order to have B level. Visible Cloud family power. Diabetes Special Medicine? In addition to the Love Brain Potent Medicine and Quit Smoking Potent Medicine. The third prescription. So it seems that he does not get a biomedical company. Are sorry for the system. With the increasing standard of living, the world's population is close to 10 billion people. And the number of people suffering from diabetes is about 980 million. That is to say, 1 out of every 10 people need to use this special medicine, especially in Europe and the United States. The intake of sugar is more. The proportion of obesity is rising sharply. As soon as people start to gain weight, they are prone to 3 highs, and the most obvious one is elevated blood sugar. Although the 2 prescriptions Lu Tu has not been used, but the treatment of Love Brain is very significant. Li Tao has not remembered Yen Dongping for so long. It seems that the diabetes potent medicine is the same. That's a once-and-for-all drug. That's a lot of money. Nope. Lu Tu suddenly thought of an important point and shouted in his head, Tuanzi, shut down body function repair for me. I'm sorry host, this is a passive skill that can't be turned off. Lu Tu was still careless. 1,000 times he forgot to count himself. He obviously felt that his wound was rapidly healing, and he could only hurriedly roll to the side, pretending to be in shock to prevent his healing gunshot wound from being noticed. The first time, he used bone conduction to notify AI White, close the live broadcast. This is the end of what can be made known to the public, and what comes after that is not suitable for broadcasting. It was a good thing he'd left his tunic stained with blood when he'd been shot in the shoulder earlier, when a familiar figure walked in. Lu Tu, don't move if you've been shot. The doctor will be here soon. Officer Su, what brings you here? Officer Su said with a straight face, not only have I come, all the police forces in the entire Zhanghai city have been mobilized. Lu Tu pretended to be surprised and said, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. I'd better wait for Secretary Pang to come. Lu Tu got up. I'll go to the restroom to treat the wound first. Officer Su was shocked and hurriedly covered the surveillance camera with his body, whispering, don't you move. You're a baby now. The whole country is staring. If they see that we don't save you first, the phone mustn't be blown up. Lu Tu was helpless. He somewhat regretted that he should not pretend just now, deliberately take that shot, mainly because at that time he wanted to increase some visual impact, so that the live audience can be more substitution in. Did not think that the super strong self-healing ability will live. The abilities he possessed were never to be discovered by anyone else. Just as he was thinking, Pang Pangwei and Zhang Xiao trotted in, and both of them spotted Lu Tu at the same time. Xiao Tu, godfather, father-in-law. At this time there is no live broadcast. Of course he can directly shout out. Anyway, the scene of these special police are subordinate to the Zhanghai. Do not need to avoid. The two were finally relieved when they saw that Lu Tu was still standing. The moment they saw Yun Ao shooting through the live broadcast earlier, the two felt that the sky was about to collapse. Pang Wei walked closer, only to realize that there was blood on Lu Tu's shoulder and shouted behind him, where's the doctor? Lu Tu hurriedly gripped Pang Pangwei's arm, secretly squeezed it, and whispered, Godfather, go back and say it. Pang Pang immediately remembered Lu Tu's previous superb physical qualities, and also had absolute trust in him, and immediately instructed the people around him, Xiao Song, tell the doctor not to come. I'll take little Tu back for treatment. Secretary Xiaosong looked deeply at Lu Tu and said, okay, leave this place to me. Lu Tu already knew that little Secretary Song was a member of the Song family, but he didn't know why Song Yushi was working as a secretary under Pang Wei. It was reasonable to say that Song Yushi was nice to him, and had cared for him quite a bit when he was in school, but Lu Tu had a natural aversion to the Song family, which led to some awkwardness when the two met again. Right now there is nothing to stay here. He fanned the wind. Point of the fire have been done. The next need to let public opinion fermentation. There are great scholars for him to defend the scriptures. Right now instead of saying more wrong more, and the natural turn of the headache of the Cloud family people, Pang Wei and Jiang Daqiao took Lu Tu to sit in the car, and the one who drove the car was naturally the familiar Lu Sango. He grinned and gave Lu Tu a thumbs up. Little Lu, what a great thing to say in the live broadcast just now. Lu Tu pretended to be surprised and said, how did you guys know? He didn't want to admit that he had done the broadcast monitoring. Admitting that would mean admitting that he had hacked into the live broadcast platform. Jiang Daqiao couldn't help but speak. There are no outsiders at the moment. Do you really think we can't find out? Seeing this, Lu Tu could only admit, yes, I premeditated all of this. Jiang Daqiao sighed and patted his shoulder. I know you have grievances about the decision above. I heard it before and I'm also very angry. Today's matter, if the above still want to pursue the matter, father-in-law help you to carry it. Pang for also nodded firmly. Godfather also helped you carry the load. Today you performed very well and had a backbone. But have you thought about how to fight back? The Yun family is really too arrogant, previously using public opinion to suppress you. This matter I haven't counted with them. The crime you suffered, we can't just let it go. Seeing that the two of them were firmly on his side, Lu Tu was sincerely grateful. Thank you, father-in-law. Godfather. Turning his head to the driver's seat, Sango, go to my house. Pang was curious. Staying at the provincial party committee compound is the safest thing to do at this time. What's the point of going to your place? I'll have someone pick up Xiao Jiang later. Lu Tu smiled mysteriously. I'll show you something good. By the way, are you really okay with your injuries? Lu Tu shook his head. I had already keyed out the bullets before you guys got here. Ha? Aren't you afraid of infection if you pick it out? The three people in the car froze at that. No fear, I've wiped my mouth. The carriage fell into a long silence. Especially Pang for and Jiang Daqiao, two people, looking at Lu Tu, that look of certainty. Want to persuade what still closed his mouth, thinking that he must have his reason to do so. Seeing that the atmosphere was so awkward, Lu Tu took the initiative to pull out Likun from his arms and disperse it, and Jiang Daqiao frowned. You're still smoking even after you've been shot? Lu Tu took out a lighter and lit it for him. Why? We rural children have been raised rough since childhood. It's just a bullet, not an atomic bomb. Not long after returning to his home in the wetland reserve, Jiang Jiqi saw Jiang Daqiao and Pang Bangwei coming, and hurriedly went up to him and curiously said, Dad, Uncle Pang, why are you here? Ginger Bridge is shocked. You didn't watch the live stream? What are you watching live? Dad, don't you work? Why do you have time to come here? The two of them looked at Lu Tu, who hurriedly interrupted and asked Jiang Ji to go and cut some fruits. After supporting Jiang Jiqi, Lu Tu brought the two of them to the basement before explaining, I used big data to block her out. She couldn't brush the live broadcast just now, so she doesn't know that something happened to me yet. The two immediately understood Lu Tu's thoughts, and appreciated Lu Tu's sense of responsibility even more, not wanting to let his family worry, which was a symbol of a man's maturity. They were still surprised how LV2 brought them towards the basement as soon as he came. Looking at this complex equipment in front of them, before they could open their mouths to ask, they heard LV2 say, this is a simple machine room that I got, but it barely exceeds the level of Longhua, which should be the existing supercomputing centers all over the world. This sentence alone caused the pupils of the two men to quake on the spot. Chapter 143, Vice Elder's Call. You're telling me that this machine room you've got can outperform all the supercomputing centers in the world? Is that computing power keeping up? Lu Tu smiled sparingly and explained to both of them, the advantage of the algorithm is more important than the arithmetic power. As long as my high-tech park is completed and the photolithography machine is put into production, it will be more than just the advantage of the algorithm by that time. It will be crushing for the Dragon Kingdom or the whole world. It will be a huge technological innovation. According to calculations, with the existing workload, it will only take 2 months for my industrial chain to be completed. By that time, the technological productivity of the entire Dragon Kingdom will have risen by more than 3 notches. I once said that I want Zhonghai to surpass Luo Xingdu, and this goal is about to be realized. Whether it was Jiang Daqiao or Pang Pangwei, the two were naturally convinced of Lu Tu's words. After all, they had long been in the same boat, a community of honor and glory. Good. Pang Dangfer roared out 3 good words in a row in a low voice, the exhilaration in his eyes unspeakable. Jiang Daqiao, on the other hand, excitedly pinched Lu Tu's shoulder. Xian's son-in-law, you focus on your career. I fully support you. Isn't Shanghai about to become another central regional city? Other families come to invest in Shanghai. As long as they compete reasonably and legally, I will never harbor them. But if they dare to use privileges or small means, I will make them regret coming to Shanghai. Pingbian, is the ultimate goal of every man? Lu Tu, as long as you can rise. Huge for the two of their status will also rise. These can be counted in their performance. Pang Pang said in a deep voice, the matter of you being injured by Yun Ao today must be grasped ruthlessly. The Yun family has a large amount of assets and projects in Shanghai. They must be made to spit them out. Thank you, father-in-law. Thank you, godfather. The two of them looked at each other and said, we won't delay your rest if you're injured. I've already notified the police bureau and asked them to set up a few additional police stations here to take care of the security management of this area. I'll see you two off. LV2 sent the two away. Only then did Zhang Jiji curiously come over and hug LV2's arm. Xiao Lu, what happened? Why do I see that my dad's face doesn't look too good? Your mom caught your dad going to wash his feet. You're full of, how could my dad go and wash his feet? There's blood all over your clothes. Lu Tu looked down. He then remembered to overlook this detail. At this time, Zhang Ji could no longer hold back. Wow, cry out. Carefully lifted Lu Tu's blouse. I'm really not hurt. That's ketchup. Zhang Jiqi bit her lower lip tightly, tears rustling down her face. But when she examined Lu Tu's wound, she found that there were no marks on her shoulder. She still didn't believe it and started to conduct a full body check on Lu Tu. Seeing this, the four maids, Neilan Juju, smiled heartily and hurriedly buggered off. When she confirmed that there were no wounds all over Lu Tu's body, then she wiped away her tears and wrapped her arms around Lu Tu's waist and said, you just lied to me. Since you don't want to say, I won't ask too much, but you must be safe. I don't want to. Lu Tu stroked her back and said in a gentle tone, I won't let you become a widow. I, Lu Tu, am true to my word. I said I will love you until you are 80 years old, not a day less. Kong broke into laughter. Bragging? I'm bragging? I'll make sure you see what it means to take 100 steps to penetrate a poplar today. Taking off his glasses and throwing them aside, he picked up Jiang Ichi and ran upstairs to the bedroom, and soon the entire house echoed with charming and ambiguous sounds. After 2.5 hours, Lu Tu came downstairs to receive water to drink. He felt that his recent state has dropped a little, actually faster than before half an hour. It seemed that after raising one's physique beyond human limits, one still needed to exercise regularly as well, or else one's bodily functions would still slowly decline. It also gave him an indirect reminder that even after having the system, he should not waste his time. He went to the basement computer room. Check for me what the Yun family's properties in Shanghai are. The Yun family has a clubhouse in Shanghai, 2 shopping malls, 3 mixing stations, and the largest property company in Shanghai, Yuntang Property. That's all I can inquire about for the time being. There should be many more industries that the Yun family controls, only I don't have enough authority to get involved. Damn, all the Yun family does is make money, and that's just on the surface. The actual industry they manipulate is by no means limited to this. This is still only the Yun family's industry in Shanghai. Shanghai can only be regarded as a second-tier city before being positioned as the new central region of the Dragon Kingdom, and several other first-tier cities in the Dragon Kingdom. The Yun family's layout will only be deeper. Lu Tu also knows that bringing down these families will never happen overnight, and he has never been a person of internal conflict, so he simply watched the public opinion storm of this incident. Only a few hours had passed, and the online denunciation of the Yun family as well as the lineage was in one big wave. In the past, everyone was kept in the dark and left it at that, but when Lu Tu lifted a corner of the heavenly palace through this matter, allowing everyone to witness what these lineages had done, they were no longer calm, especially after learning about LV2's background. A large number of netizens were fighting for LV2. Yun Ao also revealed before his death that Lu Tu had researched the drawings for the 7th generation and photolithography machines. Such a genius, such a full of loyalty, why isn't he being taken seriously? Lu Tu also created a charitable foundation dedicated to helping poor students like him, and people who have gotten wet will still hold umbrellas for others. He's really kind. I'm crying my eyes out. The most crucial thing is that on their foundation's official website, the details of every donation and grant are clearly written at a glance, so that every penny goes into the pockets of the needy. Isn't this what the poet saint said? To have 10 million rooms in a peaceful house, and to harbor the world's poor people in joy? Lu Tu really has great righteousness. Right. Just such a person with lofty ideals and grand ambitions was actually almost killed by Yun Ao with a gun. I think Yun Ao and the Yun family are clearly triads. The fermentation of the matter got worse and worse, and it was on the verge of reaching an uncontrollable situation, so much so that even the vice elders were alarmed. He ordered the major social media platforms to bring this heat down, but the response was that they couldn't get hold of admin access themselves. When the vice elder learned of this news, he was completely shocked. Removing his old glasses, he rubbed his temples and began to close his eyes. A moment later, he pressed the phone in front of his desk. Call Lu-tu. Lu-tu, who was surfing on the internet, looked at the screen full of words of praise. His eyes were a little warm, moved by the words of the netizens, when he received an unfamiliar landline number. Which one? The vice elder's calm voice came out. Lu-tu, I heard that you were injured. Are you seriously hurt? Opening his mouth with concern, Lu-tu could only pretend to be terrified and said, Thank you, vice elder, for your concern. It's just a shoulder injury. No major problems. That's good. You should take care of your health now. You are a meritorious servant of our dragon kingdom. I've heard about the Yun family and you. I'd like to hear your opinion. Lu-tu smiled to himself. Does my opinion matter? I'm satisfied to have my life back. The deputy elder's tone remained unchanged. I know you have quite a few words for me. And the Yun family did go overboard this time. So how about this? I'll let the Yun family give you the Shanghai property. And you put this incident to rest. How about that? Chapter 144. Lu-tu was silent. He had thought that the vice elder would contact him, but he did not expect that the vice elder would take the initiative to give him a step down. This proposal seemed to be dividing the cake to Lu-tu, but he felt that it wasn't as simple as he imagined. Although he didn't know what purpose the vice elder had in mind yet, he could tell with his fingers that the water here was unfathomable and Lu-tu didn't want to dabble in this muddy water. In a sincere tone back, I do not have a view of you. I am just a person who drills technology. Even if you give me so many industries I cannot manage, I do not want a step too big, or please take back your orders. I am now like this quite good. The vice elder laughed aloud. Your steps aren't big enough? Both the Illuminati and the Zhigongtang invited you to join them. In just 10 days, you earned $1 billion in Las Vegas online and offline. You went back to Shanghai to mess with Yun Ao, and you can still hack your way to manipulate all the major social platforms in the country. You're a young man with a lot of guts. When Lu-tu heard the vice elder treating him as if he was counting, he naturally expected it. With his intelligence network at that level, wanting to know all this was simply as easy as a slap in the face, and Lu-tu didn't even try to hide it in front of him, decisively admitting, That's right, I just want to fulfill my ambition, and everything I've done, from start to finish, has never harmed the Dragon Kingdom or its people, but on the contrary, it has helped the Dragon Kingdom, the deputy elder affirmed. Of course I know this. I've seen your entire family's dedication to the country, or else you think the Illuminati would be able to let you leave Amelia? I know you're holding your breath in your heart and want to take revenge on the great families of the world, but have you ever thought about how they were formed? The vice elder cleared his throat and continued, They used to be like you, making a significant contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. You only see your own aggression, but if I break the rules for you, will I end up creating another, more heavenly family out of it? At that time, don't you want your future heirs to be well-fed and well-coated, and have a peaceful life? The series of rhetorical questions hit Lu-tu straight in the heart. He had never thought about the question that he would also become a Shihua. You have an unlimited future. When you truly come to see things from my perspective, you'll be able to understand how important the word check and balance is. So what the Yun family gives up, you take it, both checking and balancing the lineage and calming public opinion. Good. Thank you, Vice Elder, for pointing it out. In fact, I really quite optimistic about you, although you are currently only willing to take 1/3 of the drawings out. But I still believe that you can do it. Why the Western countries can build it, we Dragon Kingdom people cannot make it? Do a good job. The country will not treat you poorly. Said to hang up the phone. However, he was called by Lu-tu. Vice Elder, what other requests? Say it together. I'm not asking for anything. I'm just trying to tell you that even if I ever reach the size of the Seiya, I will never be like them. They beat their chests back in the day better than you can say it, but I still believe in you and being able to stay true to your word. Hanging up the phone, Lu-tu took a deep breath. This phone call basically set the direction of what he would do next. Lu-tu, like his parents, has always loved this land, even if it is full of mud. He has never thought of moist to go abroad. After all, the slavish look of pledging allegiance to another country's flag was something Lu-tu couldn't do. His spine wasn't that soft. The Vice Elder's plan to use him to checkmate the great families of the world was also in line with his system's goals. And after receiving the other party's promise, Lu-tu had even fewer qualms about what to do next. Lu-tu straightened his collar. White, take a shot at me. Several cameras in the basement turned on at the same time. Adjusting the angle. Have helped the master find the most handsome angle. The haggard filter has been turned on. The master can start shooting. Lu-tu faced the camera and cleared his throat. Hello friends, I'm Lu-tu. and as you can see, the warhead removal has been fine. Thank you all for your concern for me. I have received your greetings on social media. The murderer is in the dock. I am safe in my own home. Please be sensible. Thank you to the government for deploying the SWAT team to save me from my predicament. I will be there to deliver the banner when I am better. Thank you all again. Recording complete. White. Post this video on various social media outlets, and by the way, push the impact of this event downward again. Yes, master. When Lutu's haggard face appeared in front of everyone's eyes, instead, it didn't have the effect it should have, and public opinion exploded even more. Lutu, if you're being coerced, you just blink your eyes. Our vast network of netizens will definitely be on your side. Even Lutu himself hadn't anticipated this situation, but right now what he could had been done, and the heat he'd let Xiaobai suppress. Anyway, there's no hurry. The internet has no memory by nature, and no matter how big something is, as long as it's not recommended to the user, it's easily forgotten in the highly fragmented information age. Lutu received many messages of greetings, including Huijin, Pang Pangwei, Long Yuan, and so on. Clearly, they all comforted him to rest well and not think too much, and praised him for doing things with a sense of propriety and a sense of the big picture. One of the messages stood out. You've managed to piss me off. Let's meet on the mountain. Lutu issued a command to Xiaobai. Trace the IP address of this message for me. Tracking failed. The other party's IP address changed 586 times in 10 seconds. Lutu played with his cell phone and smiled evilly. It seems that the other party is an expert hacker. Things seem to be getting interesting. Turn on the strongest firewall. It's on. The other party, even if the same is a top hacker, there is no way to take the initiative to invade over. Can only use the way of text messages to communicate normally? Lutu dares to appear in front of the public, naturally not afraid of others to attack. The next day, Li Tao asked him for leave, said to go back to the countryside to arrange for the child to study in elementary school. Lutu naturally let him go at ease. In the next month, Lutu Quan was busy receiving the Yun family's assets in Shanghai, including the Yun Tong Club, 2 shopping malls and 3 mixing stations in addition to these explicit industries. Surprisingly, it also holds the rights to a turquoise mine, as well as a lithium mine. Turquoise belongs to the cultural category. In recent years, although the price is quite high, but only in a small range of circulation, people do not really buy. Lithium batteries, on the other hand, work too well. Now that the new energy is bending the curve, the demand for lithium ore has greatly increased, and the pressure is not worrying about selling. So you can imagine how big a blow the Yin family has been forced to give away their industry in Shanghai, and how big a blow it has been to their family. On the other hand, Jiang Jiqi was fully devoted to the foundation, and with Su Shuang's assistance, coupled with Lutu's big data screening with AI, she was able to accurately find impoverished students, as well as students with sick family members. Among the tens of thousands of students at the University of Central China Sea, each poor student Jiang Shari funded an interest-free student loan, and if someone in the family is seriously ill, there are 2 other ways to solve the problem. One is a full loan with no interest. The other is a donation of a portion by the foundation and the rest by public fundraising and other means to raise money for him. After LV2's popularity skyrocketed, his relationship with Jiang Jiqi was also exposed to the public. Plus, after the Yun Ao incident, many people turned to the road and began to donate enthusiastically to the charitable foundation, and everything was developing in a good direction, just when Lutu thought it was currently peaceful. That night, Lutu suddenly received a video. The background of the video is on a rooftop. A few black-clothed people will be a man covered in blood, blocked at the edge of the rooftop. The man is clearly Li Tao. Li Tao's eyes were resolute as he whispered, "Even if I die, I won't betray Lutu." After saying this, he leapt down from the rooftop, and the video came to an abrupt end. Chapter 145, Stirring Up the Sky with Coldness. Click. The water cup in Lutu's hand shattered with a sound, and he strongly suppressed the anger in his heart. Xiaobai, calculate the exact location in the middle of the video for me. Okay, master. It's looking for a location through the environmental analysis in the video, and it's positioned at the top floor of a factory called Zhihao Electronics Factory in the outskirts of Yunqi City, 200 kilometers away from Zhonghai. Get me all the surveillance around there. I want to know if Li Tao is dead or not. I'm sorry, master. The area where the Zhihao Electronic Factory is located had a serious fire accident half an hour ago, resulting in a total blackout within a 5-kilometer radius, with no signal at all. Lutu understood. The other party was well aware of his hacking methods, and deliberately defended against it. The most important thing right now was to make sure to find out if Li Tao was dead or alive. How he wished that the other party had left Li Tao a breath of fresh air in order to blackmail him. He put on his special glasses and picked up his jacket and headed out while dialing Pengwei's number. Since hacking methods couldn't be used, The plainest way would have to be used. Godfather, my people were killed in Yunshi City, and I urgently need the cooperation of Yunshi City Bureau now. As soon as Pang Dangfor heard that something so big had happened, he said in a deep voice, I will immediately let the people from Yunshi City Bureau deal with it. You stay at home first and don't go out. Lu Tu had already started the car by now, and flatly refused. That's my brother. This matter is clearly targeting me, and he's implicated because of it. I have to go over. Pang Bei was also well aware of Lu Tu's character, and was silent for a moment. I'll let the people from Yunshi City Bureau fully cooperate with you. You be careful with everything. Thanks Godfather. Tell them to close all the entrances and exits of Yunshi City, including the airport train station. I'll be there soon. Yes. Lu Tu called Huojin again. How to say that Li Tao is also an active soldier of the Central Sea War Zone. He can hardly be blamed for the accident while protecting himself. Son of A, you've made quite a splash this time. Lu Tu didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with him. Something happened to Godfather. He then sent Li Tao's video to Huojin's cell phone. Huojin burst into a rage after watching the video, slapping his desk on the other end of the phone with a mountain of noise. It's against God. It's moved to my head in the Zhonghai war zone. I'll immediately transfer a company of men to Yunshi. Lu Tu nodded his head and said, let Li Muyan lead the team here. I've worked with him before. Child Smash, you want to go over there too? This group of people is obviously killing a chicken to make an example of the monkey. Since they dared to touch Li Tao, they will definitely not show any mercy to you. Your safety right now is. Lu Tu interrupted. Godfather, Li Tao is not my bodyguard. He is my brother. Right after this sentence, Huojin snapped. Good boy is righteous enough. This time it's just stirring up a storm. Godfather also supports you. You let go and do it. I'll have Li Muyang bring someone over. After saying this, Huojin hung up the phone and roughly pressed out the cigarette in his hand to start deployment. Lu Tu made a third call next. Uncle Long, something happened to my people. When Long Yuan watched the video sent by Lu Tu, he immediately analyzed it. There is a tattoo showing on someone's wrist in the video. This group of people should be international mercenaries roaming North Africa. Lu Tu drove his car onto the highway and wondered. International mercenaries dare to come to Dragon Country territory? It used to be that they couldn't come in. But didn't our country open up a 300-hour visa-free policy? So it's inevitable that there are bulls and devils mixing in. They are really bold, actually openly in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, killing the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle Long, who do you think the other party is employed by? The seediness of Lu Tu's words was self-evident. You're trying to say Yun Bo, right? I don't think he'd be that stupid. In this situation, but any time you're targeted, he's the first suspect, not to mention that the Vice Elder's side has already talked to him about it. Lu Tu snapped. I don't care about that much. Since someone dares to kill my brother, even if it's not Yun Bo, I must make it a mistake and let him die without a burial place. Of course Long Yuan understood Lu Tu's meaning. It was to establish authority and also to do justice to Li Tao. I've already had Yunshi City's national security deployed to investigate, and all of the city's special police have also been deployed. These people won't be able to run away. Don't be so impulsive. The priority now is to search for Li Tao and see what's going on with him. Lu Tu took a deep breath and said, tell them to rush to the scene as soon as possible. As long as they can save Li Tao or discover the gang's traces, I'll offer a reward of $100 million. It's not about money. Never mind, I can understand your feelings. Take care on your way. Long Yuan also hung up the phone. At this time, there are not many vehicles on the highway. Lu Tu has stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom. This time cannot care about the violation of the rules. Ding! Triggering mission. Find out the real culprit behind this and take revenge. Please accept or not? As the system quests appeared, Lu Tu's heart gradually turned cold. A journey that originally took more than 2 hours. Lu Tu only took 50 minutes to arrive in Yunshi City. Just off the highway, I saw a large number of police cars parked at the exit location. LV2 drove over and got out of the car, and someone immediately came forward and saluted. Hello Mr. LV, I'm Deng Yifei from the Yunshi City Bureau, here to take charge of your safety. The other police officers present, who were also curiously sizing up Lu Tu, the recent man of the hour, were extraordinarily shocked to see that he was even younger and more handsome than he was in the video. Lu Tu shook his hand briefly. Hello Officer Deng. Hard work guys. The other party is actually so rampant in Yunshi. This is our part. Mr. Lu, please get into my car. I'll tell you about the findings so far. Good. Lu Tu handed the car keys to a young policeman next to him and got into Deng Yifei's car. He took out a tablet computer and opened the map to mark a point. This is where Comrade Li Tao's accident occurred. We've roughly searched the entire area, including the Zhihao electronic factory, and haven't found any clues. Lu Tu heard straight frowned. He thought the other side has already found out before he would tell him to get on the car. I did not expect a little bit of clues or not. Deng Yifei saw that his face did not look good and continued. However, we can be sure that the criminals are still in this area at this time. But this is the largest urban village in Yunxi, and the mobility of the people is extremely high, with a temporary population of as many as 200,000 people. So the progress of the investigation is somewhat slow. Lu Tu's face eases a lot. After all, he also knows that this kind of rely on the legs to check out. The workload is amazingly large. From the crime to the present just after more than an hour. Can do this step has been very good. Have you blocked off all entrances and exits to Cloud Creek? There's been a lockdown, including high-speed trains and flights have been delayed, but we're not able to seal off the control for too long. You know, it's a bad influence. Lu Tu nodded. Would you mind putting the computer to my use? Deng Yifei hurriedly handed over the computer. Lu Tu took it and started to use Xiaobai to invade the surveillance cameras at the airport, high-speed rail station, and various highway intersections and national highways right in front of him. Mr. Lu, are you hacking into our internal system? Lu Tu took out the documents from his arms and threw them over. Deng Yifei opened them skeptically, and when he saw the word national security, he very understandably closed his mouth. The reason why to show it in front of his face, mainly to reflect their legitimacy. After all, the next action, many times also rely on the Yunxi City Council, can be less many troubles. Let the travelers be ready to go. I'll use both face and voice recognition and alert you whenever I detect anyone close to the killer. Deng Yifei man looked dumbfounded. He himself is electronic information engineering graduates. Boasts for hacking technology is very good at. But after witnessing the whole operation of Lu Tu, shocked to heaven. Chapter 146, Siege. Set off and arrive at the scene quickly. I want to ascertain my brother's life and death. Lu Tu said with a serious expression. Chang drove from the highway intersection. At first only 5 police cars, but as deep into the city, the number of police cars behind this time has reached 20. Fortunately at this time it is already 2200 hours. The street pedestrians are not much. Halfway there, Lu Tu received a call from Li Muyang. Hello Mr. Lu, this is Li Muyang. I have arrived in downtown Yunxi. Please instruct. Lu Tu looked at the map markings on the tablet. Come to the downtown back alley urban village. The killers are hiding by here. Surround this place. Dig 3 feet also to find out these. Yes. Li Muyang's furious roar came from the other end of the phone. Tang Yifei interjected. Mr. Lu, since we've already deployed, why are you asking for reinforcements? Are you looking down on our efficiency? Lu Tu lightly swept him a glance and said bluntly. Yes, this matter can't be solved by the police stepping in. Xiao Zhang, who was responsible for driving the vehicle in the front row, sniffed with some anger. Mr. Lu may not look down on us too much, right? Our Deng team is a criminal investigation expert. That has won awards. So what? It's been more than an hour since the crime, and you've only established the location. You don't know anything else, so can't I get help from other departments? Do you realize that this was caused by a fire outbreak that resulted in a power outage around the back alley with no signal? Lu Tu lit a cigarette for himself, his eyes looking deep ahead. If there's no blackout and you can't find the murderer by spending an hour, then it's a waste. You, Mr. Lu, we respect the scientific and technological achievements you have provided to the country, but you can't insult us like this. You know that today is supposed to be Valentine's Day. All of US brothers didn't rest and came out to work overtime. Lu Tu snapped. Stop the car. With a squeak, Xiao Zhan pulled the car to the side of the road and stared at Lu Tu with eyes full of indignation. Lu Tu glanced at Deng Yifei and saw that he was in the same mood as Xiao Zhang, looking very angry. Speaking faintly, he said, since you're so reluctant, you might as well go back to Valentine's Day, and tomorrow I'll give you a $10 million bonus in the name of the ground of thanks, said Lu Tu straight off the car and walked towards the end of the street on foot. All the officers in the police car that followed behind looked at each other in disbelief, not even knowing what had happened. Deng Yifei and Xiao Zhang, who were sitting in the car, were crunching their fists together in annoyance. Team Deng, this kid is too crazy. What's he pretending to be, a big-tailed wolf with chicken feathers sticking out of the back of his ass? Deng Yifei, as Yunxi City Bureau of Criminal Investigation signboard, once also appeared on the official media criminal investigation program, naturally has his arrogance. He, no matter where he goes, has never seen like LV2, so a little bit of face are not given to the guy. Don't say it. This is the chief's order for us to fully assist Lu Tu in solving this case. Although I don't know why we have to assist him instead of us working on the case on our own. The chief naturally has his reasons for saying so, Xiao Zhang said helplessly, but he just tried to get rid of us with money. Is he a big deal because he has a few stinking dollars? We're police officers. Follow them. That's an order. Tang Yifei chortled. Xiao Zhang had to put the car on and follow behind Lu Tu slowly, but after walking for a short time, only one street away from the back alley. He suddenly noticed something strange. "Captain, look ahead." Tiny Fei stuck his head out of the car window, and with only a glance his pupils quaked as he muttered, "Quickly inform everyone to get out of the car and fully cooperate with Lu Tu," only to see a red Warzone license plate parked on the opposite side of the road. It was clearly the vehicles of the Shanghai Warzone. While standing in front of Lu Tu, there were hundreds of heavily armed Warzone soldiers, and Deng Fei had also retired from the Warzone to join the police system. Naturally, he recognized the uniform of the man at the head as the operational clothing of the Yunlong Special Forces, the ace of the Central Sea Warzone. It's not as simple as a criminal case to have the Cloud Dragon Special Forces out in force. Tang Yifei, who hurriedly opened the car door and jogged over, at this time has regretted to the extreme. Just now should not maintain his share of arrogance. Just like Xiao Zhang, he is also not used to seeing Lu Tu's overbearing posture. After all, he is also preparing to go home to spend Valentine's Day with his wife, but also by Lu Tu such a demeaning, naturally some resentment. He didn't expect to be directly disliked by Lu Tu after only whining, and after seeing the Shanghai Warzone join in, he realized why Lu Tu had told them to go back and rest. Report. Yunlong Special Warfare Team should be at 100. Actual arrival is 100. Please instruct. Li Moyan's high-pitched voice echoed throughout the streets, while behind him were solemn and determined soldiers. Lu Tu nodded to them. "I won't say more if it's hard. Li Tao is a comrade of the Central Sea Warzone. He's our brother. He went back to his hometown to visit his family and encountered an accident. This matter isn't over. It's digging up the ground. We have to find out those people tonight. I only have one request, and that is to catch them alive." Understood. The 100 people droned in unison, vaguely erupting into an aura of thousands of people, looking straight at the crowd of Yunxi Municipal Bureau at the back in fear. "Did you bring the stuff?" Lu Tu inquired. "Brought them, a total of 1,000 new drones." In a truck behind Li Muyang, someone pushed out boxes of drones. Lu Tu waved his hand and said, "Take action. I'll use a drone to access your channel and command the whole thing. Depart." With Lu Tu's command, hundreds of special warrior soldiers extremely ably rushed into the back alley urban village, directly guarding all the exits. At this time, although it is winter, but because of the power outage, many residents of urban villages or do not want to stay at home, gathered under the self-built chatting gossip. At the first sight of this group of heavily armed soldiers, everyone was dumbfounded, and immediately some people took out their cell phones to try to take pictures. Li Muyang passed by his scene, directly grabbed the phone thrown on the ground stomped. The man just wanted to yell, was blocked by Li Muyang's words. "The military to do business. Please make sure you cooperate. Tomorrow morning will be someone to compensate you." Upon hearing these words, even the normally more horizontal people didn't dare to talk too much, and nodded their heads as good as a receiver, consciously holding their heads and squatting at the base of the wall. Lu Tu, on the other hand, gave a direct order to Xiaobai, "Connect these 1,000 drones and search the entire urban village," behind Deng Yifei and others. At this time, people are stupid. See Lu Tu, they, just with a few minutes, will be back alley so messy an urban village to completely control, which only understand why Lu Tu do not see their efficiency. Deng Yifei handed over a cigarette with a blush on his face. "Mr. Lu, do you need us to do anything?" Lu Tu gave him a sidelong glance, pulled out a bunch of banknotes from his pocket and handed them over, teasingly saying, "I'm treating all the officers to a midnight snack, so I'm holding you up for Valentine's Day tonight." Behind her, a pretty police flower stood out and pointed at Lu Tu and rebuked, "We're all here to help you. Who are you insulting?" Lu Tu snapped, "I can't even urge you guys to speed up your efficiency, and I can't even thank you out of my own pocket for your hard work and let you guys go back to rest? Since you guys are so grumpy, then you should find out Li Tao's whereabouts." Chapter 147. Police flower Zhou Jinyu's delicate pretty face was choked red by these words. "We were also doing our best to rescue your friend before your man came. How can you wipe out our efforts with a single word?" Lu Tu faintly swept a glance at Zhou Jinyu, pressed and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Striding into the city village, Deng Yifei, a group of people quickly followed. Fight to fight, during the work of differences is a very normal thing, but if you let the leadership of the upper side know that they therefore give up the search, it is not as simple as writing a report. After all, the Special Operations Team of the Central China Sea Warzone have been deployed. The 1,000 drones operated by AI Xiaobai turned on thermal imaging for scanning, and those that were able to detect faces would be compared with big data, while those hiding in the house notified Li Muyang to bring people to check them out. 10 minutes passed and still nothing. Zhou Jinyu, who followed behind to visit one by one, was a bit discouraged and muttered at Deng Yifei, "Captain, the efficiency of such inspections is also too low." Deng Yifei cast a sidelong glance at her and said, "Our predecessors all solved cases this way, why can't you stand it once? If you can't stay, you get the hell back to the city council. Zhou Jinyu was scolded. Usually Deng Yifei is quite good to everyone, especially to the outstanding appearance of their own. How today with the change of a person like, but Zhou Jinyu also know that things are powerful. Do not dare to talk too much. Take out a pen and paper toward the next one. Deng Yifei held a mouthful of anger in his heart at this time. As the ace of the Yunxi City Police Bureau, he was actually belittled by Lu Tu and the others like this, although he also had some problems. But right now was the best opportunity to prove his strength. He would never allow the profession he was so proud of to be looked down upon. At this time, the drone controlled by Xiaobai detected a private house self-built building with abnormalities, and immediately reported Lu Tu, Master. In your 11 o'clock direction, there is a private house at 93 meters, and 6 people are detected in the 3rd underground layer. Lu Tu quickly used his communicator to contact Li Muyan. I've sent you the suspicious points. Bring 20 people over to take a look. Be careful. Yes. Tang Yifei, who had been just a short distance away from Lu Tu, heard this and a stern killing intent emerged from his eyes, and jogged to follow him on the spur of the moment. When he came to the private house, he drew the sidearm directly from his belt and dove in headfirst. Even Lu Tu was a bit puzzled. He hadn't even gone in yet. Why was this guy suddenly so uptight? It was at this time that Li Muyan came running from the distance, just in time to see Tang Yifei's figure entering the building, and after looking at Lu Tu, he nodded his head and immediately led the people to enter it as well. Their behavior with Deng Yifei was completely different. As a special team member, each search of a room was coupled with caution. It wasn't that they didn't trust the thermal imaging drones overhead, it was instead a mandatory part of their weekday training. Technology wasn't everything, and they only trusted the orders from above, and the guns in their own hands, and weren't willing to put their lives and missions in the hands of technology. Lu Tu took a full automatic pistol from one of the soldiers, and also dug headlong into the civilian house. The unusual situation here immediately aroused the alertness of the people of Yunxi Municipal Bureau and hurriedly emptied the surrounding grounds. If the people may not buy it when the Central Sea War Zone comes to carry out a removal mission, but when the police come out to handle a case, people will definitely listen. After all, they have more contact on weekdays. After entering the private house, Lu Tu watched the movements of the 6 people in the basement through his glasses at all times. Among the 6 people, there was a figure that had been in a lying state, not moving the entire time, while the others had all made movements, which was most likely the group that had forced Li Tao to die. The thermal imaging that was in a half-lying state. Maybe it was Li Tao. This news made Lu Tu feel exhilarated. Only a living animal can have a temperature, which means that the probability is that Li Tao is not dead yet. He immediately used his communicator to instruct the crowd. The hostages are most likely still alive. Be careful to protect them during the operation. Yes. Hearing this news, Li Muyang and the others' faces gradually eased. Even if they didn't know Li Tao, they were still comrades in arms. When Lu Tu arrived at the entrance to the basement, Li Muyang signaled with a hand gesture. The other rooms have been checked and are safe. Lu Tu nodded his head and stopped the crowd that was ready to force their way into the basement as he prepared to go in first. Li Muyan looked at him in disbelief and reminded him with a gesture. It's too dangerous here. Lu Tu had the ability to foresee 30 seconds in advance. As long as he wanted to hide, even if they had a gun in hand down there, they couldn't hurt themselves. Not to mention that he also had a superb self-healing ability. Receiving the bulletproof vest handed by Li Muyan and putting it on, Lu Tu smiled evilly. I'm not afraid of danger. As soon as the words fell, he walked into the basement dashingly with his gun, and behind him, Li Muyang and the other Special Forces members were looking at Lu Tu with a face full of admiration. They had long heard that Lu Tu was extremely skilled, otherwise it would not have been possible to escape so many killers in Portugal and Australia, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. At this point, through precognition, the location of the 5 thugs had been thoroughly grasped by him. Apparently they were aware of the commotion outside, and at that moment 5 pistols were aimed at the basement entrance. The man lying in the basement was Li Tao. Although he was not completely dead, he was covered in blood and had only been roughly bandaged. If he was not treated as soon as possible, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a short analysis, Lu Tu did not think that now was a good time to rush straight out. The entrance to the basement was just an iron door, followed by a corner staircase, and there was no extra room to maneuver to enable him to dodge bullets. Not to mention the fact that there were so many people watching him right now, and if he were to get hurt, his healing ability would be exposed. The Special Forces members watched Lu Tu, who was incredibly dashing 1 second, come back the next, and rushed Li Muyang with a body hand. Give me a flashbang. Li Muyang had thought that Lu Tu would make a big show of his skills, which was a bit out of his expectation. He explained, in such a cramped environment, I'm afraid that if we use flashbangs hastily, it may cause harm to the hostages. Lu Tu nodded confidently. It won't be. Don't worry. Soldiers around him half-heartedly pulled out a flashbang and handed it to Lu Tu, who held the heavy flash, although he had not used it, but at least he had played the game, and this thing was pulled apart and thrown on the line. The reason why he wasn't afraid of hurting Li Tao was that he had already predicted just now that Li Tao hadn't lost consciousness, and he came to the corner of the stairs with a gun in one hand and a flashbulb cupped in the other. While pulling the flashbang, he yelled at the interior of the basement, "Li Tao, close your eyes." At this moment, Li Tao, just as Lu Tu said, used his strong will to hold himself up and not let himself pass out, especially after seeing the thugs tense up. He knew that someone had come to save him. Right now, hearing Lu Tu's familiar voice, Li Tao without any hesitation immediately closed his eyes in death and used his last ounce of strength to flip his body over and bury himself in the corner of the wall. But the thugs in the basement, none of them dared to relax their vigilance, aiming at the corner of the staircase without looking. Even if they clearly heard Lu Tu shouting to close their eyes, they wouldn't really close their eyes. After all, they didn't believe in what the other side said. A clanking crunch came from a shimmering metallic black flashbang that bounced through the wall and landed at the feet of several people. The next moment, Chapter 148, The Invisible Black Hand. It's now. Lu Tu directly dashed over with a flash, and the Special Forces members behind him only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and Lu Tu disappeared. Upon bursting into the basement, Lu Tu's first order of business was to check on Li Tao's condition. Flipping him over on his back, "How are you doing?" Li Tao revealed a bitter smile, his eyes red. "Big brother is fine. I can't die on the line. Give me a good hold," said Lu Tu. Pressure. Simply do not pay attention to the thugs still on the ground constantly wailing. Will Li Tao pick up and rushed out. To Li Muyang and others commanded, "The inside should be left alive, waiting for me to come to personally interrogate." Yes, holding Li Tao out of the self-built house. "I did not expect the outside has gathered a large number of residents, all here to see the fun." When Zhou Jinyu saw Lu Tu's face look bad, she hurriedly came forward to explain, "Because of the power outage everyone can't play with their cell phones, so they can't sleep, and we can't drive them away." Lu Tu didn't even bother to look at her and rushed the Yunqi City police officer not far away, asking, "Where's the ambulance? Blocked outside and can't get in. I'll walk you out." The police officers immediately took out their megaphones and started evacuating the crowd at this site. The sight of the melon masses in 3 layers outside 3 layers to squeeze inside. How many years have not seen such a big show? Not to mention that this time the military have stepped forward, but also to make everyone's melon emotions reached its peak. Lu Tu could also understand them. If he were to be himself, he would probably join in as well. It was after all something that was carried in his bones and could not be avoided. But right now he was in a hurry to send Li Tao to the hospital. He obviously felt that Li Tao had reached the end of his strength, and more than an hour had passed since the previous fall. The probability that the internal organs have been broken, he is still able to hold on. That is because his body base is good. Change a long-term home does not go out of the house. May have been hiccups. He was anxious, but right now he could only force his way through the crowd, and he didn't dare to use his strong physical strength. After all, after Lu Tu came out, everyone was even more excited when they saw him. After all, not long ago, Yun Ao's matter made such a big fuss. Everyone knows the background of Lu Tu's origin. Many people are even more like him from the bottom of their hearts. Should be dark in the middle of the village. The flash of the photo constantly lit up, comparable to the red carpet scene. When I managed to squeeze out, I saw the ambulance that had been waiting for a long time. The medical staff of Yunqi City People's Hospital, naturally, had received instructions from the top and dispatched the strongest medical team. Numbly pushed to the stretcher to send Li Tao to the car. Lu Tu also sat in the ambulance. Immediately on Li Tao rescue, ambulance mournful alarm came out. Lu Tu's heart also followed a tight. Li Tao but has always been with him. Through the gunfire over the life of the brother, he will never allow Li Tao accident. However, he always had a sense of foreboding in his heart, always feeling that this time things were too simple. A bunch of thugs just staying there honestly and leaving them to be apprehended? LV2 was about to let Xiaobai invade all the surveillance systems in the downtown area of Yunqi City, and other areas with electricity, when he suddenly had a bad feeling, and shouted at the driver in the cab in front of him, "Turn around and drive back." The driver sniffed and froze. At the moment to send the patient to the hospital is the most urgent, and to the city hospital only need to go straight 2 kilometers to the, why should turn around? In such a moment of concentration, just came to an intersection. Suddenly from the front, left and right directions, rushed out of several fully loaded dump trucks. At the ambulance crashed straight over. Asterisk. Lu Tu was too late to grab the steering wheel right now, so he could only grab Li Tao on the stretcher and kick the car door open, throwing him out. The 3 female nurses around them also started screaming in panic, as if they had foretold their misfortune. Lu Tu smoothly threw the three of them outside the carriage as well, and then jumped out after them, catching Li Tao before he could hit the ground. The ambulance, on the other hand, was deflated by several dump trucks amidst a rush of horns. Lu Tu's eyes were red. These people's guts were too big, but he couldn't afford to analyze it at this time, and hurriedly shouted at the three little nurses beside him, "Don't freeze, run with me." Subsequently in the streets scattered wildly, the three female nurses have not returned to God. See that a few mud trucks, down a dozen rifle-carrying black people, scared and hurried to follow Lu Tu run. It was at this time that Deng Yifei arrived at the scene with his men, and as soon as he took a look at the situation in front of him, he immediately drew his sidearm and angrily roared. The other party is in possession of a heavy weapon, so he can be shot if necessary. Deng Yifei raised his gun and shot, killing one of the rifle-wielding thugs with a single shot, and it had to be said that Deng Yifei's marksmanship was really good, and he deserved to be the ace captain of the Yunqi City Police Bureau. The performance of the other police officers also exceeded Lu Tu's expectations, although there is room for improvement in the ability to investigate the case, but in terms of the degree of combat bravery, it is absolutely top-notch, so that Lu Tu was impressed. While hiding behind the police car and returning fire on the robbers, Lu Tu contacted Li Muyang through Xiaobai. "I've been attacked. Bring someone over to meet me." When Li Muyang received this order, he couldn't hold back on the spot. He grabbed the megaphone and helplessly yelled at the surrounding people watching, "Folks, please get out of the way. We've got an important mission to perform, but there are too many people on the scene. This cramped urban village is crowded with 200,000 residents. Countless people are taking pictures of them with long guns. Who does not want to seize this traffic hotspot?" Many of them had just filmed the video of Lu Tu and uploaded it to the short video platform, instantly increasing the number of fans. Li Muyang cannot care so much. The task is bigger than the sky. He detained 5 thugs. With the special forces team rushed out, a few thugs, although briefly blind, but also not honest, listening to the surrounding noise, struggling to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Special forces members which care so much. Immediately on the captured thugs is a meal of fists and feet weight. Around the people watching, see the thugs that miserable, scared to hurry to make away. At this time someone noticed that there were actually 2 women among the thugs, and they were also the kind of blonde hair and blue-eyed beautiful women, and immediately keenly captured the flavor of the traffic, photographed it on the platform, and posted it. A few minutes later, Li Muyang, which led the people rushed to the location where Lu Tu was hiding. The battle has ended. In the case of Payne, 2 police officers were injured by stray bullets, killed 12 thugs. Lu Tu then began to calmly analyze, could not help but feel that he stepped step by step into the trap designed by the other party. The other party counted on Lu Tu will be thinking about Li Tao's injuries, and follow the ambulance alone, so arranged a follow-up killer. From the video sent at the beginning to the present distress. If not for Lu Tu's ability to foresee the future for 30 seconds as well as his superb physical fitness, every link would have been enough to kill him. To be able to devise such a chain of conspiracies shows that one knows Lu Tu extremely well. Li Muyang came to Lu Tu's side and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I'm late. Now it's better to send Li Tao to the city hospital first. Already being targeted on the road proves that the city hospital isn't safe either. Call for a helicopter and transfer Li Tao to the war zone hospital immediately." Li Muyang looked at his military wristwatch. "I've already contacted in advance. The helicopter will arrive in 2 minutes, so you can go back to Shanghai first, Mr. Lu." Lu Tu pulled out a box of crumpled laccoon, scattered to Deng Yifei and other police officers. Deng Yifei, they also understand that Lu Tu is the meaning of reconciliation. With a handful of nitrous smoke flavor, took out a lighter and handed it over, but also to Lu 2.0. The two sides look at each other and laugh away the enmity. After all, there are not so many curves and roundabouts between men. Side by side to fight together to carry the gun is the fastest way to enhance the friendship between the two sides. Lu Tu shook his head and said, "No, what they want is my life. Someone has already been injured because of me. I firmly cannot leave. Let's play along with them this time. I'd like to see who can be even more crazy than me." Lu Tu. This sentence is like a powerful stimulant, giving everyone present a shot in the spine. Everyone was infected by Lu Tu's high fighting spirit, vowing to find out the real culprits behind the scenes and bring this group to justice. Chapter 149. I was wrong to be a master of torture. 2 minutes later, the helicopter arrived and stopped directly at the intersection, from which several military doctors came down and hurriedly gave Li Tao first aid. At this time, Xiaobai prompted through his glasses, "Master, I blocked out your calls for you earlier when things were urgent, and Long Yuan called you 36 missed calls in the meantime." Lu Tu is wondering how Long Yuan has not been sent over, so it seems that most likely out of other things. Anyway, now is more lice are not afraid to bite. And then the trouble can be how much trouble? Calling back. Long Yuan's tone seemed tired. What's wrong with you? The phone hasn't been working. After Lu Tu briefly told the matter of his attack, Long Yuan was shocked and said, this group of people are really lawless. I had sent people over to meet you earlier, but halfway there, they were shot by a group of thugs, and many section members were injured, which is why they never made it over. Lu Tu was shocked by what he heard. The one who could make such a big move within the Dragon Kingdom was definitely not an ordinary force. He had some vague guesses in his mind, but it could never be Yun Bo, because he didn't dare to. It's okay, Uncle Long, you treat the injured first. I'll stay in Yunxi to handle it. I've transferred people from other cities. I'll be able to contact you soon. I've sent you the location of a few safe houses of our national security within the city of Yunxi. Just go over there. Someone will meet you. Good. LV2 hung up the phone with a short truncated voice and looked at Deng Yifei, who immediately understood what LV2 meant and followed him to an unoccupied corner. Lowering his voice, he said, what do you need us to do? Lu Tu shook his head. The other party's origin is very uncomplicated. It's not good to have too many people instead. Deng Yifei nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Several kilometers around are in a state of blackout. Only the residents of the city village know that you took Li Tao out. Most likely there are still their people inside. Lu Tu patted him on the shoulder. Tough luck. I'll leave the next screening work to you and your colleagues. The arrest operation will still be handled by the military. Deng Yifei at this time there is no longer the slightest squirming. The art of specialization. He knows that in the real task of arresting thugs, he and his colleagues cannot be compared with the special operations team members, and decisively agreed to, good, I'll listen to you. I'll take people to sift. I'll take those thugs. Keep me posted. After saying that, Lu Tu led Li Muyang and the others, and began to head to the national security's largest safe house in Yunxi City, where not only was the site open, but there were even more weapons and equipment to replenish. He didn't go on to ask Huojin for people. After all, the ace of the Central Sea Warzone had already been handed over to him. Wouldn't it look like he was incompetent if he continued to ask for people? What's more, Lu Tu was receiving the assets of the Yun family right now, and secretly I don't know how many pairs of eyes are waiting to see Lu Tu's joke. At this time, even if the vice elder didn't take a stance, Lu Tu would see this as a test for himself. Only by doing things well and perfectly time and time again would he be qualified to continue sitting on this card table. The safe house was located in a two-story old townhouse on the outskirts of Yunxi City, but the only difference was that the basement was 5 stories long, and it's also a top-secret security fortress built with the highest strength materials that can even withstand missile bombardment. When he came to this point, there was only an elegant 40-year-old middle-aged man in residence, who had long known Lu Tu's identity and opened the gate at the first time to let Lu Tu and the others enter. Taking the initiative, he reached out his hand and said, hello Mr. Lu, I'm the national security investigator in Yunxi, Hongji. I already know the situation. It's absolutely safe here. Follow me. Hongji glanced at the several thugs that Li Muyang and the others were carrying in their hands, and directly opened the dark passage in the basement, walking ahead to lead the way. Entering the basement, it was only then that he realized that there was actually a special interrogation room. Hongji introduced, this is the interrogation room dug by the former Soviet experts, and we have done the corresponding modifications, adding many modernized instruments in addition to a variety of drugs. Just as soon as they came in, a hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the 5 thugs, who only knew that Lu Tu had a red background, and that he was nothing more than an orphan of a meritorious official who had done a little business, but never thought that Lu Tu himself is the investigator of the national security. If they know in advance, that is, they will not come to drip this muddy water. One of the bearded thugs smiled fawningly at Lu Tu. Mr. Lu, I remember an old saying in your country. It's called the one who knows the time is the one who knows the place. What do you want to know? We're willing to say it. There's no need to use this kind of way. Lu Tu kicked over, hitting the bearded man straight in the abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge out in pain. Couldn't help but scold. You're still ing anti-Tangang. It should be me who says this. The other 2 blonde, pretty women immediately put on a soft look. Mr. Lu, we are just foreign mercenaries, commissioned by a middleman to find Li Tao's trouble. We don't know who the mastermind behind it is. Lu Tu slammed the table. I haven't even asked yet, and you all confessed. So how can I put so many good guys to use? Come on, tear their mouths apart. Hongji stopped Li Muyang and said, I'm a doctorate in criminal interrogation. I'm good at this. Leave it to me. When Li Muyang heard this, he also became interested, wanting to see how tough this rare DR torture could be. After tying the 5 thugs to the operating bed, Hongji opened a cold room, in which there are many one-person high transparent glass barrels, and the liquid inside is even more colorful. Hongji hemmed and hawed at the few people. It's been a long time since I've encountered a foreign spy. You guys are in luck. I've recently researched a new fun one. Hearing this, the few thugs couldn't help but shiver, especially when they looked at Hongji's expression that looked like a psychopath. They were even more fearful to the extreme inside. Hongji started his show next, and he didn't do the fine rationing that everyone used to remember. Instead, he took a rural scoop from the corner, opened one of the glass buckets, and just scooped out a full scoop and poured it into the empty bucket that was ready. Even the occasional eruption of nuisance sounds as new liquid was added, interspersed with rolling smoke, looked horrible. He then proceeded to scoop left and right, scaring a couple of the thugs so much that they were about to cry out on the spot. Don't tell me that all of this stuff is for us? Hongji couldn't help but roll his eyes. How fresh is it? Otherwise I'd match it for fun? Even Lu too are looking a little dizzy. Really, this is the real master of forcing confessions, although it has not been tortured. Just this far beyond the normal human brain circuit, can give a few thugs a great impact on the mind. However, he also really doubted Hongji's mental state. A person living in this remote and uninhabited suburban villa for a long period of time, and a person who reads the criminal interrogation major, with these instruments and medicinal fluids, it would be strange if he doesn't have mental problems. At this time Hongji finally dispensed the empty bucket with the medicinal liquid and mentioned it in front of the bearded man with a whimper. Come on, drink. The bearded man looked down at the medicinal liquid that was bigger than a water fountain bucket, continuously emitting green smoke. He cried out with a wow. I was wrong, I won't dare to come to the Dragon Kingdom to cause trouble again. Please just give me a pain in the ass. Chapter 150, It's hard to guard against thieves day and night. The two blonde women next to her also yelled. We're saying everything. But was Lu Tu directly waved his hand to interrupt. The process is not finished. How can you say it? Since you dare to earn this money, you must have professional ethics. Come on off, feed the international friends drink medicine. Hongji was so excited that he rubbed his hands with flies. Got it. Let them taste my power, said he, then scooped a ladle full of medicinal liquid, and with the help of the special operations team members, broke the bearded man's mouth open and gurgled and force-fed it. One scoop is not enough. Hongji poured down 2 more scoops before moving on to the next one. Several spies, including the 2 blondes, were all drugged up. Lu Tu stroked his chin and scrutinized their state. After only a minute, several people's faces were green, so green that they were like the Hulk, and they continued to struggle desperately, their faces extremely distorted. Lu Tu couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Hong, you didn't make them mutate, did you? Hongji firmly shook his head. Impossible. My formula is battle-tested. Li Muyang couldn't tense up. How many experiments have you done? Hongji laughed nervously. This is what I found in the fire pile that the former Soviet experts didn't finish destroying. It's a special forced confession potion for the KGB organization. It was specifically used against MI6 and CIA agents during the Cold War. No matter how hardcore the other party was, they couldn't withstand a dose of 5 milligrams. And I just gave them a whole 5 liters of it. Asterisk. Even Lu Tu, who had always been a self-proclaimed pervert, felt that Hongji was the true pervert. At this point, the bearded man had already begun to gnaw on the skin of his own shoulder, clicking a piece of it and tearing it off with blood and flesh, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing on it, and a few of the others weren't in any better shape either. Lu Tu hurriedly called out to stop Hongji. Seize the moment and hurry up with the questioning. Hongji took out a needle with a shimmering ghostly light and came to several people, inquiring in a seductive voice, Want to end the pain? As long as I stick this needle down, you guys won't have to suffer so much. Think. Several people roared out in voices that were suppressed to the core deep in their throats. But there are so many of you. Who do I relieve the pain to first? With the last vestiges of his remaining sanity, the bearded man shouted, I'm the captain. I know more than they do. Okay, just zap you. Hongji gave a shot, and as the injection was pushed in, the bearded man magically calmed down. He lay on the experimental bed panting heavily. The one who hired us was Amelia Ji Gonghal. Gave us $10 million to torture Li Tao to the point of bruising before luring you out. We really don't know the rest. Lu Tu continued to press. Tell me about the remittance account. As the bearded man read out a string of Swiss bank numbers, Lu Tu immediately had Xiaobai start following the trail. Master, this money has been transferred 128 times and finalized to Heyong, head of the Zhigong Tang branch. Lu Tu passed a wink to Li Muyang, then turned around and headed upstairs. Mr. Hong, ask them again if the few scumbags have done anything else before handing them over to the organization. Understood. After arriving upstairs, Lu Tu let Li Muyang and the others rest first, while he himself paced up to the study on the 2nd floor of the villa. To the public hall? There was no reason for Situ Kenkang to kill himself. If he really had a problem with him not accepting the North American Hall of Justice, he would have done it directly in Amelia that day. Why would he have delayed until he returned to the Dragon Kingdom? Moreover, The influence brought about by making a move in the Dragon Kingdom would do them no harm but no good in the Hall of Justice. Unable to figure it out, Lu Tu dialed Situ Kangkang's number, ready to question him personally as to why. But the phone had been disconnected. Counting the time, it would be morning in Amelia. An old man like Situ Kangkang could not possibly rest in the morning. Lu Tu tried calling Situ Sui again. This time it was dry, and he just turned off his phone. An ominous feeling of foreboding surged through his heart, and he had a vague stream of speculation in his mind. Turning on the computer that was in the den, it had to be said that the equipment that national security had in each of the safe houses was top-notch, and the performance, while not as good as his own server room, was far beyond the best configuration that the world could ever hope to see. Soon LV2 hacked into the public surveillance video located in Las Vegas through the Starlink network and found the surveillance outside Situ Prime's manor. It was impossible for him to stay here and analyze it frame by frame, so he simply handed it over to Xiao Bai to deal with it quickly. Xiao Bai, get me to start checking from the day you were born. As long as there are suspicious points you save them. Roger that. At this time the advantages of big data artificial intelligence came out. If you let the manpower to look through the monitoring, even if it is to let Li Muyan hundreds of them to see, it is inevitable that there are mistakes and omissions, but the AI will never make a mistake. Luta came to the windowsill and looked away into the silent night of the surrounding countryside. He lit up a Liechtenstein, the heavy smoke covering his handsome face. His deep eyes held a slight urgency. 5 minutes later, Xiao Bai issued an alert, Master, anomaly detected. Lu Tu quickly came to the computer and looked through the suspicious videos retrieved by Xiao Bai. The first one was a month ago. Just as Situ Sui drove his supercar out of the manor, he was stopped by a black Cadillac, from which a young man with shady eyes descended, who yanked Situ Sui out of the car and seemed to be rummaging through the car again for something. He ends up getting into an argument with Sito Spike, comparing a gun to Sito Spike's head and slapping her, taking her back to the manor. In the month that followed, Situ Sui never showed up again. And the strangest thing was that there was no Situ Kangtang from the beginning to the end. Being the big man in North America for the Toastmasters could never be an old geek. Lu Tu suddenly recalled the day when Situ Kangkang had invited him to his home and told him that the younger generation of Zhigonghal was too poor and extraordinarily corrupted by the Western culture. So he wanted him to serve as the leader of the next generation. It was especially telling that the younger generation was generally hostile to Lu Tu as he entered and exited the manor. But this was only a guess. There was no hard evidence. And in his heart he actually preferred to believe in this result. The main reason was that he really couldn't figure out what purpose Situ Kangkang was doing this for. What benefits and favors could it bring him? Thinking for a moment, there was only one possibility. The younger generation had developed a strong sense of crisis after Lu Tu's arrival, thus creating a mutiny to seize power. Then there was a high probability that Situ Kangkang's father and daughter were already dead, which was very common in gangster societies. At this time, Xiao Bai prompted, Master, just retrieved He-Young's identity information. Situ Kangkang is his stepfather. Married his mom when he was 12 years old. And for so many years Situ Kangkang has treated him as if he were his own. And is also the nominal future heir to the Zhigonghal's North American region. Hearing this, Lu Tu instantly cleared all the veins. Couldn't help but painfully say, Situ Kangkang, ah Situ Kangkang. Someone else's son you still want to raise and cook? What can't even be done by Dorgan? Why are you so big-hearted? Chapter 151, There's a Mole. But there was still another problem, and that was that he had already clearly rejected Situ Kangtan's invitation. And since He-Young had already done away with Situ Kangtan, why would he still make such a stupid mistake and send someone to assassinate himself in the Dragon Kingdom? Isn't this just a case of throwing a rock at your own feet? Obviously the logic doesn't make sense. Is he that much of a hater? Thinking in many possibilities, none of them could explain He-Young's purpose of doing this. Lu Tu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Could it be that He-Young is really a waste of space as Situ Kangtang said? Pity Situ Kangtang's generation of lords, actually dying so casually. No matter what, since he dared to provoke Lu Tu's head, this matter would naturally not end well. Find me a way to contact He-Young. Master, it's been tried. He's not answering his phone. Lu Tu was speechless. He also didn't expect He-Young to be this capable. He didn't even dare to answer his own phone. Just as he was getting up and preparing to clear out all the mercenaries sent by He-Young, He-Young actually took the initiative to call. He was breathing hard on the other end of the phone, and there was the sound of charming running water. Lu Tu cursed loudly. He-Young, your mother. You do this when you call lousy? He-Young sniffed the first stunned, and then also shot back. LV2. Lousy is busy, you keep calling me. I want to impotence, I'll kill your whole family. You're an eggless loser even if you're not impotent. Lu Tu directly asked Xiao Bai to locate He-Young's position and found it in Amelia's Seattle suburban villa. And there was also surveillance inside the villa. immediately let Xiaobai invade the surveillance and grasp all the situation inside the villa. It was obvious that He Yong was in a panic, with over 50 weaponized bodyguards adding up to 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. In LV2's view, He Yong climbed up from a sexy woman's body, put on his pajamas and came to the balcony, and drank in a low voice. LV2, you kid is really something. You praising me won't change your certain death. Do you think I would be afraid of you? Since I've decided to make a move, I'll definitely have a backhand. Lu Tu smiled evilly and poked him on the spot. Only you know if you're afraid. I'm sure that the other countries' Jigong halls have gotten the message and started to put pressure on you, right? He Yong was silent for a moment before smiling faintly. The king has become the loser. As long as I have accomplished something, so what if they know about it? Situ Kengkeng doesn't think about progress. He only thinks about the so-called national cause, but he forgets that we are on Amelia's land, and it's not like the Dragon Kingdom will give us any benefits. Lu Tu played with the $1 lighter in his hand. Let me guess. What exactly is the backhand that gives you the bottom line? You're not defecting to the Illuminati, are you? He Yong laughed aloud at his words. No wonder Situ Kengkeng is willing to promote you as the heir apparent. You really are a little smart. Lu Tu felt speechless talking to He Yong, and had a feeling of powerlessness that he was also powerless. I kind of know that Situ Kengkeng would rather look for me than cultivate you. Did you have a high fever when you were a child? He Yong froze, then roared in violent anger. How do you know? Who told you that? Have you planted spies around me? Lu Tu sighed helplessly. You've really burned your brain nerves. Only a retard would move in impotent rage. Let go if you have an ass. I don't have time to talk more with trash like you. You're the one who ing called me. Yeah. You ing Lu Tu. I'm going to send someone to kill you and your whole family. I'll wait for you to come. Do you need me to buy you a plane ticket? Lu Tu had a tone of obedience, but instead, it made He Yong, who was under surveillance, angry as a rutting breed of pig. Don't be ing crazy. Do you think that the people I sent here this time are here to kill you? Ha ha ha, the Illuminati was right. You kid has quite a few cards. Lu Tu finally heard something real in his pile of nonsense, and immediately became interested and said, what did the Illuminati coax out of you again? Letting you come over to test me? That's right. I'm also not afraid to tell you. Do you think these mercenaries are here to kill you? It's certainly best to be able to kill you. And the most important thing is that through this operation, it allowed us to determine that your physique is far beyond normal. Lu Tu was shocked at his words. If he analyzed the Illuminati's power and the technological means at his disposal, could it be that they really let them see clues in themselves? I have superpowers, and I'm going to take you out right now. He Yong snorted and flicked his cigarette down from the balcony, just into the collar of one of the bodyguards downstairs. We already have information that you grew up practicing the Dragon Kingdom transmission martial arts under your grandfather. If you are willing to hand over this transmission martial arts to us, we are willing to offer a heavenly price in exchange. Hearing this, Lu Tu was considered to have completely put down his heart. Just now he thought that the Illuminati knew that he had the system. Now it seems to be nothing more than a traitor on his side. The bull **** about him following his grandfather and learning to transmit martial arts. He only mentioned it to Huo Jin and Long Yuan at the time, and it was all just him talking out of his ass. But surprisingly, it has reached the ears of the Illuminati, so it seems that they are really pervasive. Lu Tu believes that Huo Jin and Long Yuan could never have leaked the secret, and that the problem should be among their men. What heavenly price? $1 trillion. When he said this, He Yong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. You're really good at worth so much money. Dragon country's annual GDP is only $19 trillion. Lu Tu laughed. You don't say. It's really tempting. I advise you to think about it. Handing over this transmission of martial arts to us, you don't lose anything. Even if you can't stay in the Dragon Kingdom, any country or region in the world you can pick at random. You can live wherever you want, and the Illuminati will be able to provide you with protection. Lu Tu shook his head. I'm moved by what I've said. Why don't we add another condition? He Yong's emotions were also agitated when he heard this. As long as Lu Tu was willing to hand over his body strength altering transmission martial arts, he would also be able to gain huge profits, and the Illuminati would still support him. On what terms? Have all the Judeans, including the Illuminati, commit mass suicide tomorrow, and I'll give you transmuker. Are you kidding me? Lu Tu snapped. What kind of a thing are you that you deserve me to joke with you? A good righteous organization was dragged down by you to become a traitor. Go back and tell your master that I'm not finished with them. After saying that, Lu Tu hung up the phone, got up and came downstairs to Li Muyang and the others with a wave of his hand. Tonight, clean the territory of Yunxi City. All the members of foreign forces. No need to interrogate and kill on the spot. Li Muyang and the others had been waiting for a long time. Li Tao was in danger. Lu Tu was also almost attacked by them, making them harbor a fire. When had the territory of the Dragon Kingdom allowed the forces of other countries to be so arrogant? After receiving Lu Tu's order, all of them grouped together and said, yes, getting into a vehicle heading to the city. Lu Tu made a call to Long Yuan and tentatively asked, Uncle Long, do you think every family member can be trusted when our family is big? Chapter 152, Taking Yunbo Away. Long Yuan was surprised and asked, what did you find out? After Lu Tu told the matter that the Illuminati knew that he could transmit martial arts, Long Yuan steeply raised his voice, not many people know about this matter. I will immediately go to investigate. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer, and will definitely uncover the traitor. It was within Lu Tu's expectations that he had such a reaction. Long Yuan, as the director of national security, had made a mistake in the most supposedly secretive part of the process, and this matter could be big or small. If he reported upwards, even if Long Yuan had no knowledge of this matter, he would be implicated for it, so that the vice elder would begin to doubt his ability to work, and if he wanted to make a 100-foot advancement in the future, it would be almost impossible. The reason why Lu Tu made this call was that he wanted to leave this matter to Long Yuan to investigate. He didn't have that much time to deal with this crap. It was originally caused by negligence within the national security. It should be dealt with by Long Yuan. Uncle Long, did you find out the positioning of the other offshore elements? Checked. My men have arrived on the scene. You don't need to worry about those. There are more of them. Around 80 of them. Lu Tu directly questioned. Uncle Long, for these people to be able to come to the Dragon Kingdom with such fanfare, and to be supported by heavy weaponry, it can't be that they were brought directly from outside the country, right? Long Yuan was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, through interrogation of the thugs, they had contact with people from the Yun family. Wouldn't that be enough? Yun Bo is suspected of colluding with dangerous elements outside the country, and we can't arrest him at a time like this? I've applied for a transfer order for him to come to Cloud Creek to stand trial. Uncle Long, I asked to come and interrogate him. Shall Lu, you calm down a bit? This matter is not that simple. Lu Tu took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Calm? I'm calm enough now. If I wasn't calm, I would have been able to keep his plane from landing. I almost died in Yunshi today, you know? This was said without giving the slightest bit of face. Long Yuan was also stunned by this. In his impression, Lu Tu had always been a child with a calm personality, but he's been like this since he took a trip to Las Vegas after having suffered from unequal treatment. Alright, I'll deal with the thugs. You interrogate Yun Bo. I only have one request. Even if he's really guilty, he has to be dealt with according to the law. Good. Lu Tu hung up the phone and said to Li Muyang, who was driving, turn around and go to Yunshi City Airport. A fleet of cars drove to the airport in great numbers. At this time it was already 4 a.m. The scattered breakfast stores on the street have opened, the steam coming out of the steamer, so that after a night of smoke and mirrors LV2, his heart is extraordinarily calm. Pull the car over and let's get something to eat. Li Muyang froze. Will it delay the mission? Lu Tu waved his hand indifferently. The brothers have been busy all night, so they can't stay hungry. He said he would get out of the car by himself. Inside the breakfast store, there was an old couple of about 50. One of them was making noodles and the other one was busy at the steamer. Boss, are the buns steamed yet? Well, there's hair cakes, vegetable buns, and meat buns with sauce. What would you like to eat? Serve up everything you have. There's plenty of us. At this time the boss of the two families only saw the street. I do not know when docked a sliver of black cars. Eyes flashed a trace of surprise, thinking that this is to meet the triads off duty? I don't have that many tables and chairs at my house. Why don't you go to the one at the end of the street? He has more tables. The boss's wife muttered. We'll just stand and eat, and the food and drinks will just be served. The two families hurriedly ran to the back kitchen to work, fearful of the steamed food served out. When Li Muyang and other special forces members got off the bus, the two saw the uniforms they were wearing, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, and their faces glowed with joy. So you're soldiers from the war zone. I'll buy you this meal. Eat openly. Lu Tu sipped the freshly squeezed soybean milk and ate the buns. He truly felt that the boss's craftsmanship was good. He suddenly remembered the way Ding Zhang, who had bullied him in the cafeteria, looked at him when he dumped a drawer of buns in front of him, and he didn't know if the kid had been reincarnated or not. Boss, with such good craftsmanship, you usually do good business, don't you? Why? Don't mention it. Even though the price of meat hasn't gone up, the price of food has gone up so much that we can only make a hard-earned buck here. Lu Tu nodded his head silently. He had bought vegetables. He knew that the boss had not exaggerated. Looking at the folds on the faces of the boss's two families, he only felt the hardships of ordinary people's lives. Get up early and work hard all your life, maybe only in the city to get a high-rise snail house, and then the child will be raised to college graduation. but graduated from college that is unemployed, struggling for a lifetime in the end. Nothing, life did not enjoy the light of the ing struggle. And for someone like Yunbo, who was born with a golden spoon in his hand, to have the audacity to collude with the Illuminati despite holding many monopolized industries, it was just as well that new grudges and old scores were settled together. Although the owner of the two families repeatedly emphasized to give the sons and daughters of the soldiers to eat, but Lu Tu was still too much. With a cell phone to give them QR code swept 100,000 yuan over. After getting into the car, Li Muyang pressed the gas pedal to the bottom and sped towards the airport. Mr. Lu, aren't you afraid that Yunbo will run away? Lu Tu smiled evilly. I actually hope he runs away, so that I can completely characterize his Yun family as terrorists, and after the charges are settled he won't be Yunbo anymore. He'll just be a dog by the side of the road. Hearing this, Li Muyang's heart was startled. He then reacted to why Lu Tu purposely asked them to stop for breakfast, and he didn't slow down the entire time. He stole a glance at Lu Tu from the rearview mirror, only to feel that this teenager, who was much younger than him, was surprisingly terrifying, and if anyone became his enemy, they would probably have nightmares even in their sleep. After arriving at the airport, Li Muyang really found Yunbo waiting in the VIP lounge accompanied by his secretary. When Lu Tu appeared at the entrance of the VIP room, Yunbo's eyes instantly flickered with a trace of a resentful look, but it was quickly covered up by a smile. He took the initiative to go forward, as if it was a forgotten friend that had not been seen for many years, and took the initiative to Lu Tu to go and stretch out his hand and said, Sien nephew, it is really elegant as in the past. Splat. What responded to Yunbo was a backhanded slap from Lu Tu, which was extremely heavy, directly causing Yunbo to fall to the ground. Yunbo's male secretary angrily rebuked. Is this how you do things? Do you know? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Tu. Shut him up. Li Muyang went up and delivered an elbow strike, hitting him straight in the face, breaking two of his incisors. Blood seeped out of his mouth, but at this moment, he only dared to cover his mouth in pain, not daring to make even a single sound. As the saying goes that a hand is not stretched out, Yunbo never expected Lu Tu to actually not give any face at all, and he knew that it would be hard to end well tonight. I'm just here to assist in the investigation. Aren't you afraid of being liquidated afterward if you're so unprocedural in your personal vendetta? Lu Tu laughed wantonly at his words, his laughter echoing throughout the VIP room. You, a traitor, talking to me about procedures? What kind of a thing are you? Take away. Chapter 153, Dare to Challenge a Psychopath? Lu Tu thought about where it would be more appropriate to bring Yunbo for interrogation. Thinking about it, since Long Yuan had asked Yunbo to come to Yunxi to be investigated, it would be better to try not to leave Yunxi. The best choice is still to send it to the psychopath Hongji. After all, Hongji's handiwork is obvious to everyone, and it is more than appropriate to use it to deal with a dignitary like Yunbo. Just thinking about the torture Yunbo would suffer next, Lu Tu couldn't help but laugh out loud, but this laugh fell solidly in Yunbo's eyes, and the moment Lu Tu walked into the VIP room, he almost predicted his end. Even if he doesn't die, he will retreat a layer of skin. He hates the Illuminati in his heart. This group of people, things are even done so roughly. If he is not given the corresponding benefits in exchange, he will not cooperate with them in any case. But it was already too late to think about this now. He can only pray that his Yun family's only card, which was his old man in the intensive care unit, could last a little while longer. As long as the old man at home didn't die, his Yun family wouldn't really fall. When Lu Tu and his group went and returned, Hong Jigang came out of the basement with a distinct scent of blood on his face, and he even licked his lips with intent. Mr. Lu, why are you guys back again? Lu Tu nudged Yunbo and his secretary to the side. Here, a delivery for you. Hongji sized up Yunbo and could tell that the other party must be someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He sneered. Yo, big shot. Lu Tu laughed. If it's not a big shot, how can I send it to you? With that, he took Hongji's shoulder and walked towards the basement. Yunbo and the secretary glanced at each other, both seeing the heavy dash of worry in the other's eyes, and were pushed by Li Muyang and the others behind them, following them into the basement. Just after turning a corner, Yunbo smelled a foul and unpleasant odor. The strong smell of blood mixed with a slightly acidic and pungent odor that made his stomach flip. He thought that this was LV2's fake mystery, wanting to give him a downward spiral. After all, his own crime had not been fully confirmed. Otherwise he would not have let him come to Yunxi City to be investigated. But directly at his home in Yanjing, he could have been arrested. He took a deep breath and continued to walk downwards with a forced composure. But just after he turned a corner and saw the interior of the basement level, even though he was used to big scenes, his body was stunned. Yunbo's secretary was even more frightened and wailed, dropping to the floor and trembling continuously. his eyes pointing at several beds with a horrified finger. At this point those 5 beds used to immobilize the thugs were only barely visible at this point as the beginnings of a human being. The most horrible thing is that next Hongji came to a hospital bed, took out an injection and gave a shot down at the fledgling, who could barely speak. Only hoarse as a harsh ghost from hell. I really don't dare anymore. Please give me a pain. It's ing horrible. 2. Yunbo couldn't hold it together any longer, and with a wow he slumped down in the corner and began to vomit violently. The basement was already airtight. All kinds of smells were mixed together. At this time, it was even more intense. Even Lu Tu could not bear it a little bit when he looked at it. Perverted. It was really too ing perverted. He rushed Hongji and said, "Don't make such a mess." Well, this Mr. Yun of ours is the head of the Yin Jingyan family. Hongji turned his head at the words. His originally greedy eyes became much kinder as he looked at Yunbo and smiled. "Who is Yun Lan Lan to you?" Yunbo saw Hongji's expression and mentioned his relatives. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw he hurriedly admitted, "That's my little sister. Do you know her?" Hongji sniffed and laughed recklessly. Even Lu Tu felt puzzled. One look at Hongji's appearance. It was clear that he was a strong-willed pervert. Could it be that he had a relationship with Yunbo's little sister and therefore had to plead for him? Who knew that? Hongji snapped. "That Yun Lan Lan. Back then, she toyed with me like a dog, causing me to almost lose my job at the National Security. And if it wasn't for the fact that Long Yuan knew me well enough to let me stay here incognito to guard the safe house, I would have lost everything. I was supposed to have a bright future. All because of her. Today her people finally fell into my hands. Ha ha ha." When Yunbo heard this, his hanging heart was like falling into an abyss. The most despairing way for a person is to have just sprung up a tiny bit of hope, only to be wiped out immediately. Such a huge psychological gap caused Yunbo to collapse to the ground as he helplessly covered his chest and gasped violently. The secretary at the side suggested, "Mr. Yun's having a heart attack. Let go of me to give him medicine." Lu Tu gave a wink to Li Muyang, and the secretary rummaged through Yunbo's pockets to find a white pill bottle and shoved a pill into his mouth, which made Yunbo much better. While everyone's attention was focused on Yunbo, unbeknownst to them, Hongji was in a worse situation. His eyes were red as if he was crazy, and he was rummaging through a box, when Hongji pulled out a pig-killing knife from the cabinet and rushed straight towards Yunbo. Even Lu Tu was shocked and rushed up to stop him. "Old Hong, don't make it." Hongji had a horrible look of cannibalism. "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." Lu Tu already hated Yunbo enough, but he didn't expect Hongji, the bitter master, to be even more bitter and hateful than him. "Even if you want to clean him up, you have to wait until I'm done with the interrogation. Don't forget your status." In the next second, the violently struggling Hongji stopped, and suddenly he snorted and laughed. "You're right. I have plenty of time to play with him." Slowly, Yunbo, who had just recovered from his angina, kept crawling backward, pointing at Hongji and cursing. "Psycho, you're a ing psycho." Lu Tu chortled disdainfully. "It's good to know. If you still won't talk, I'll hand you over to him." Yunbo at this time where there is still half a point of the calm temperament of the head of the family, crying, "Then you ask ah? You do not ask anything. Let me say what ah?" Hongji that violent temper ignited. "Yo-ho, Mr. Lu does not ask if you have not done bad things? Still do not say right? I'll pick your hamstring first." Where would Yunbo dare to call out to a psychopath? He quickly shouted, I'll say it. I did provide financial support to a group of people, but I didn't know the identity of the other party. It's just that their leader came to me and said that he wanted to deal with you, and I was thinking that I had an unresolved grudge against you, so I gave them a sum of money, and I don't know anything else." After a roar, Yunbo collapsed to the ground in a state of weakness. Lu Tu looked at Hongji and said, "You'd better go pick his hamstring. He's not honest." Hey, where is your little sister? Still in the Yin Jingyan family? No, he married in Australia. I called her to come back. Can you tell your grudge face to face? It has nothing to do with me." As soon as the words fell, Hongji fiercely pressed down on Yunbo's leg, and the killing knife in his hand slashed straight down. Yunbo was the first to erupt into a wail of pain. Even Lu Tu couldn't help but frown, but when everyone fixed their eyes on it, they realized that Hongji had actually only chopped off Yunbo's toenail using his mature sword technique. Lu Tu couldn't hold it together any longer. "Hongji, can your brain circuits be normal?" Chapter 154. Yunbo was scared out of his wits and yelled at Lu Tu, "You're in charge of him." Lu Tu is not a psychopath like Hongji. Went up to Yunbo's abdomen as a kick over. The pain is so painful that his eyes are almost bulging out. Blood dents on the spot. Fainted. Hongji muttered in dissatisfaction, "You're still too unprofessional. How can you torture a person to force a confession to come up with the real thing? You have to keep hitting him both psychologically and physically, so that the torture is effective." Lu Tu coldly smiled. I don't need to be professional. It just works. Grabbing a measuring cup on the side table, he was ready to splash the water in the measuring cup on Yunbo's head, but was stopped by Hong Ji. Don't! This is sulfuric acid. Lu Tu glared at him in an ungraceful manner. What are you doing putting the sulfuric acid in such a handy position? Hong Ji hemmed and hawed. Do a test and scare them in the process. Li Muyan picked up a bucket of water and poured it on Yunbo from the head, chilling him. Yunbo opened his eyes, fear in the bottom of his eyes. If you abuse the death penalty like this, aren't you afraid that I'll sue the vice elders? Lu Tu moved a chair and sat in front of him, calmly lighting a cigarette and spitting it out. Instead of thinking about suing, why don't you confess your relationship with the Illuminati first? What benefits did he actually give you? I didn't. Don't plant evidence on me? My Yun family is a pillar of the country no matter what. My father Yun Tiandongmats. Before he could finish his words, he was impatiently interrupted by Lu Tu. It's useless to talk about this. You're already suspected of treason. Do you call treason treason? Are you the law? Lu Tu nodded. Of course it doesn't count if I say it, but if you admit it yourself then it counts. How can I admit it myself if I haven't done it? Lu Tu snapped. Give your face. Hong Ji, get him a bucket of potion. Hong Ji has long been ready to carry the bucket full of potion over. Take the ladle to scoop it and pour it down to Yunbo. Hong Ji, Lu Tu, you, Gollum. Soon Yunbo was filled with water, and his condition became the same as the bearded thud before. His eyes bloodshot all over the red oozing. He began to struggle to his feet, gnawing at his arm, while Hong Ji held Yunbo down on the operating table and tied him up to keep him from moving. And taking the injection out of the sterilizer again, he asked Yunbo in a gentle manner, want to ease the pain? Then tell me what you've done, and I won't torture you if you do. LV2 looked at the wolf grandmother like Hong Ji from the side, only to feel that this position really fits him, completely tailored for people like him. For a while LV2 was somewhat admiring Long Yuan's vision. What a good judge of character. Yunbo's secretaries on the side were scared silly. They kneeled on the ground in fear and trepidation, constantly kowtowing at Lu Tu. I'll say everything. Don't torture me. Lu Tu helped him up and patted his dirty clothes. How nice to be like this earlier. Go ahead. The Yun family does have a connection with the Illuminati. As early as 30 years ago, the Illuminati contacted the Yun family through Yun Lanlan, who was studying in Amelia. And for such a long time, the two sides have maintained close cooperation. Lu Tu glared. Get to the point. As you know, the Yun family mainly holds the mining rights for rare earths and rare minerals in this area, and has been dumping rare earths and minerals outward over the years, shipping them to Southeast Asia through a secret channel, and then selling them to the Judas Man Company from Philippines. Lu Tu was hardened by the sound of it. His fists clenched and bonked. Finished? The secretary quickly nodded. And then there's our black soil, which is also trafficked a lot out of the country. And you know that there are only 3 places in the world where black soil is found. And they're Ukraine, my country, and Amelia. I don't know about the rest. After all, I'm only in charge of rare earths and rare minerals and all that business. But I seem to have vaguely heard that didn't the Dragon Kingdom hold a live naval exercise more than 20 years ago? It seems like it was the Yun family that leaked it. Asterisk. Lu Tu clapped his hands together and became furious. The previous operations of trafficking in rare earths and rare minerals were odious enough, but I didn't realize that they were actually involved in military leaks, and that they were from that one important exercise more than 20 years ago. Lu Tu stood in place and kept taking deep breaths. There was an endless rage in his heart waiting to be vented. Li Muyang and the others didn't dare to come up and persuade them at all. As soldiers in the war zone, they were even more furious than Lu Tu when they heard this news. Lu Tu's anger simply could not be dispelled. The thought that the entire Longhua military and people had given so much, and the benefits that should have belonged to the people had been cheaply sold to the Judas and Amelia by scum like the Yun family. Even military secrets dare to leak. What else do they dare not do? Since so major secrets have been leaked, Lu Tu, naturally associated to his own dad, died at the border on a mission, which will not have the Yun family to do, whether or not the mother has it. This account is directly calculated on the head of the Yun family, all as a butterfly effect. The Yun family's crimes had simply reached a level that was heinous and too numerous to mention. Lu Tu recorded everything the secretary said and sent it to Long Yuan. Soon Long Yuan's phone call came. His tone was the same as what Lu Tu had imagined, although he didn't get angry but couldn't suppress the skyrocketing anger in his heart. You let Jinbo wake up and confront him face to face to confirm. Then send me the video. I've already sent people to investigate these old cases. After it's confirmed, you can just send it to the vice elder without sending it to me. LV2 of course understands Long Yuan's thoughts. This credit he does not want to steal with LV2. The relationship involved is too wide. Even with Long Yuan's status and position today, He cannot go to shake the Cloud family behind that network of power. Good. Lu Tu hung up the phone in a concise manner. One snatched the injection from Hongji's hand and stabbed it on Yunbo's arm. And when Yunbo leisurely woke up and completely regained his consciousness, the first thing that came into his eyes was Lu Tu's devouring eyes. He numbly tried to brace himself, but Lu Tu grabbed him by the neck collar and threw him to the ground, shouting angrily, "Kneel down!" Yunbo did not dare to resist, and hastily kneeled down. At this time he realized that his most trusted secretary looked at his eyes a little evasive. He suddenly woke up and said, "What did you just say?" The secretary looked at Lu Tu, then at Yunbo, and suddenly changed his usual humble stance and stormed up to directly hit Yunbo's forehead with a headbutt, almost knocking Yunbo unconscious. Righteously said, "Yunbo, I have infiltrated the Yun family for 30 years in order to collect evidence to expose you. Just now I have already told you all the dirty and ugly things your family has done. The net of the law is wide open. What awaits you in the future will be endless torture and legal sanctions." After a few words, the secretary looked at Lu Tu with a fawning expression. "Don't you think so, Mr. Lu?" Lu Tu spat disdainfully. "What's the point of playing with me? You're no ing good. You have to die too." Chapter 155, Your bones are not hard. Isn't it confessing to leniency and resisting severity? Mr. LV, I've already given an account of all of the Yun family's crimes, so just let the law give me a fair trial. Lu Tu wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with him anymore and said to Li Muyan, "Drag this loser-eating punk out, beat him into a vegetable, and then have the national security people come and pick him up." The secretary struggled and shouted, "Mr. Lu, I've confessed everything. Why are you doing this to me?" The decaying tree had to be cut down, and of course the weeds in its shade had to be uprooted in one fell swoop. Or what was the point of his doing it? Yunbo at this time also know that no matter how his sophistry is useless, but he still has the last card in hand. So calmly looked at Lu Tu said, "Can you give me a cigarette you just smoked? It smells pretty strong to me." Hongji took out half of the hand-rolled cigarettes from his pocket and threw them over. "Self-interested people like you don't deserve to smoke licoon. Smoke some dry cigarettes and forget about it. This is the kind of thing that I personally used in the backyard toilet, and it's growing well." Yunbo took a deep breath. He wanted to be angry. An hour ago, he was the head of the Yun family who was enough to influence the fate of tens of thousands of people with a single stomp of his foot, and at this moment he was being taunted like this. But he still picked up the half-rolled-up cigarettes from the ground tremblingly and lit them up. Lu Tu just quietly watched him finish smoking. "Cherish the last moments of your life. There's not much time left for you." Yunbo smiled grimly. "Lu Tu, I have to say that you are really quite powerful. If my son is half as capable as you are, why would my Yun family fall into such a state? Having a son should be like you." Lu Tu nodded. "I've changed my mind. I won't let you die." Yunbo naturally knew that Lu Tu wanted to torture him, and laughed sagely. "Is it nothing more than the means to torture me just now? What can you do if you just kill me? Without me Yunbo, there would be no Zhang Sanli Sea to do so? You don't understand the truth that there is no fish when the water is clear. Your segment is too low. So you're confessing to what you did? I'm not going to change my name, even if I did. So what? My father will still be alive. As long as my father is still alive, there is nothing you can do to me. Do you really dare to kill me? You may not even if I borrow 10 of your guts," Yunbo said openly. Lu Tu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly sent the video to the vice elder, and soon received a call from the vice elder. "Lu Tu, go to a quiet place." "Good." Lu Tu went straight out of the basement and up to the second floor study. "Vice elder, are you trying to persuade me to let it go?" "No, this matter can only be dealt with in a serious manner. I just wanted to hear your opinion. It's one thing for them to commit previous crimes. After all, this time their actions were against you." Lu Tu intuitively sensed that the vice elder's attitude towards him had shifted since the last time he had reached a check and balance cooperation. Since this was the case, Lu Tu didn't come in vain, so he might as well act decisively. "I want to make an example out of him." "Good. I agree to treat the Yun family's matter as typical. But Yunbo is right. He can't die before his father dies. But his father doesn't have long to live. It's just a delay for a while," Lu Tu said in a deep voice. "Then during this period of time, can you leave Yunbo to me?" The vice elder was silent for a moment before saying, "Yes, just don't torture with drugs anymore, lest the Western countries use this to make things difficult for public opinion again." Lu Tu smiled evilly. "Good. I will let the Yun family reflect properly during this time." Hanging up the phone, Lu Tu instructed Li Muyang, "Take him with you and go back to the Zhonghai war zone." "Yes." After LV2 said goodbye to Hongji, he gave Long Yuan another update on the situation at hand, and Long Yuan said that there was no problem, and that he would arrange for everyone in the Yun family to be sent to Zhonghai to serve their sentences as soon as possible. The best way to deal with such traitors is certainly not to just kill them. That would be too cheap. Lu Tu once read a book on psychology, human development so far. Even the most heartless people, at a certain point in time will remain some conscience. It didn't matter even if Yun Bo was genocidal. Lu Tu still had the killer weapon, which was the love brain healing pill. As long as it was given to Yun Bo, he would forget those most painful memories in his life. And most genocidal people become deranged by some tragic experience. This achieves both not killing them and maximizing torture. After reporting the situation to Huojin in advance, Huojin said that he would directly vacate a warehouse as a place to hold the Yun family. When Yun Bo walked out of the Zhenghai war zone, he saw Huojin, who was talking eloquently with Lu Tu, and smiled bitterly. Chief Hua, long time no see. Huojin saw him and went up to give him a fat beating. You bastard, what a hero your father was. You actually did treasonous things. Can you stand up to your father? Yun Bo wiped the corners of his mouth with his hand and suddenly laughed. My father had dementia a long time ago, so what if he just knew about it? People live a lifetime. They always have to think about themselves and their descendants. I think I did the right thing. Huojin grabbed him by the collar. That's right. So much of the country's and the people's money has ended up in your Yun Bo's pocket. And you say it's fine? You go out and see how hard the people are living outside? You are drinking human blood and eating human flesh, you know? Bastard. It's just a matter of the weak and the strong. I'll chop you up. Huojin was already hot-tempered, and seeing Yun Bo's unrepentant demeanor, he couldn't wait to go up and eat his flesh. Lu Tu hurriedly hugged him. Godfather, don't be impulsive. He can't die for now. The vice-elder's words were then briefly summarized. Huojin was so angry that his teeth itched. Once your father dies, I'm going to shoot you scum with my own hands. Yun Bo hemmed and hawed. I may not live to see that day. You may not be able to get what you want. Take them down. After the people left, Huojin asked, Son of A, how are you going to torture this scumbag? That look on his face is too infuriating. Lu Tu smiled evilly. Get me some engineers who can burn welding. Soon the engineers were in place. Lu Tu briefly drew a drawing. Welded according to this. To make Yun Bo can only ever half squat. Set up a TV set right in front of him. I want him to watch TV every day. The professionalism of the engineers was not ordinary, and in no time at all, they welded out a 1.5 meter high iron cage and locked Yun Bo in. Yun Bo rushed Lu Tu and angrily cursed. Little, you think this can make me admit my mistake? You're underestimating me. Lu Tu came in front of him and smiled confidently. Many people have had a hard mouth in front of me, and you don't count as hardcore. With that, he popped a love brain pill into Yun Bo's mouth, and Yun Bo roared. Lu Tu, what are you doing to me? Lu Tu ordered people to bring the TV has been installed. The inside is playing all the crimes done by Yun Bo, and there are many online video of the bitter people. That is Lu Tu specifically search for the words hemp rope picking a fine place to break to find out. It is simply tear-jerking magic weapon. Going up and patting him on the shoulder, he said, You've regained your conscience. Take your time to accept it here. Then to the soldier next to him who was in charge of the guards, he said, Put him in a small room and keep filling the room with oxygen and laughing gas, so that he can watch 24/7. In good spirits. Chapter 156, Outrageous. Yun Bo laughed arrogantly at Lu Tu. You underestimate me too much. What does the death or life of these bull ***** pariahs have to do with me? This is what you want me to feel guilty about? Lu Tu pressed and ignored him. The Yun Bo at the moment was no longer the Yun Bo from before, but a Yun Bo who had forgotten the most painful memories in his life. Taking a step back, if Yun Bo could really manage to obliterate his humanity, he wouldn't have come to take revenge on himself because of Yun Ao's death. And this is only Lu Tu's first means. Wait until these videos wake up his inner sense of guilt. That's the beginning of the real murderous heart. Lu Tu didn't leave the Central Sea War Zone at the first opportunity, but found Huijin and discussed the production of the 7th generation aircraft with him. Son, when will our 7th generation production line be completed? Godfather, I think that before that, what we should consider more is the issue of secrecy. Lu Tu then told the matter of a section member under Long Yuan leaking secrets. Huijin frowned straight away as he listened. He was able to achieve the position of war zone chief. Of course he had insight into the barest minimum of human nature. No one dared to say that he could keep his heart when he was faced with the temptation of great benefits, including those technicians under his own command. This I understand. And in that case, it's the most primitive way possible. What way? Lu Tu was a bit curious. Seal off all their connections to the outside world. Lu Tu was silent at his words. This way had indeed been done decades ago, and it had to be said that the secrecy was indeed very high, but it was just too cruel to the people involved. Many people have dedicated decades of their lives to their country, but they can't even see their wives and children, and they can't even see their parents for the last time when they die. Can it work now that this social climate is so fickle? Huijin waved his hand. What's not to like? I'll just give them a raise in treatment. Lu Tu nodded. That's fine. This aspect will trouble Godfather. The money is all by me to pay out. When the time to all the technicians, sign a 3-year confidentiality agreement. 3 years later we may not need to keep it secret. Anyway, he also received 1.3 billion from the Portuguese Australian government last month. Enough to come and pay all the employees. That's 10% of MGM Portugal's January profits. So you can imagine how horrible the revenue is for a legal casino. A penny has not moved. Estimated that this month's and soon to hit over. And there is the Shanghai City Education Bureau called 10,000 subsidies. Lu Tu this time to think of. Ready when to go to talk to the Education Bureau. So they do not have to send a word to the more in need of the students. After discussing about some details for a while more, Lu Tu then went to the war zone hospital to check on Li Tao's condition. After a night of resuscitation, Li Tao has been out of danger. At this time quietly lying in a separate ward has not yet woken up. Lu Tu came to the hospital bed and sat down. Looked a burst of self-blame. Li Tao because he almost lost his life. And he also has an old mother and son. If something really happened, Lu Tu really will feel guilty for a lifetime. At this time, Huijin telephoned again. The rest of the Yun family is also here. Do you want to go take a look? Good. Let's have them taken directly to the brig. Lu Tu got up and pulled out a bunch of bills from his arms. But as soon as he went out, he couldn't help but frown, realizing that the nurse had gone naked. With a picture of the nurse walking naked, he had no choice but to call it quits and move to the confinement room. Before he even got close, he heard a burst of female cries coming from the confinement room. Lu Tu pushed the door and saw that apart from a dozen or so women, there was only one male. Lu Tu asked the national security investigator in charge of the escort, "Is this someone from the Yun family?" After the investigator looked at the list in his hand, he nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Lu. Yun Bo doesn't have any brothers. His only sister is still abroad. These women are the young wives that Yun Bo keeps in Yanjing. The oldest is 26 years old. The youngest is 18 years old. Most of them were born with a dance major. As for the rest of the city, other colleagues are being escorted here. Estimates are around 360 in total. In addition to this, it also seized a total of 800 properties, 70,000 stores, 800,000 parking spaces, 5 tons of gold, and Lu Tu's eyes were red when he heard it. This is simply a vampire, taking the common people as well as the state assets for himself. Just one person occupies so many social resources. How can this let ordinary people live? Gritting his teeth, he said, "No need to say this again. By the way, where did those gold hide?" Commissioner Long said that you've been cynical all your life, and you treat money like dirt, so it's safest to put it in your house, and it's already on its way. Lu Tu nodded. Not bad. I'm going to deal with this batch of gold ruthlessly with a critical attitude. These pussies are all taken away to me for confinement. I'm going to interrogate them one by one. The investigator hemmed and hawed. I'm only responsible for transporting people here, and I've been told by the higher-ups that I can do whatever I want as long as no one gets killed. As usual, Luta pulled a bunch of cash out of his pocket, and without even counting it, quietly slipped it into the investigator's jacket pocket. This is also his so long time to develop the habit. Money to open the road is better than nothing. Although others say that this is the duty, cannot let a person to make a trip for nothing, is not it? What's more, this is also called what he takes from the people and uses it for the people. So it's like robbing the rich to help the poor and letting money return to society. Yun Bo's ladies had already been handed over to the soldiers in the war zone, and the soldiers were lightly detaining them in the chic single rooms that had been prepared long ago, just been locked in. These usually pampered women tasted the difficult taste, one by one, crying and wailing, "Let me out. I am innocent. I know nothing. Yun Bo just give me 200,000 yuan per month pocket money. He can't come back once a month." Lu Tu backhands, one by one patrol each room of the women. Want to find a smooth eye interrogation. The results of his disappointment found that Yun Bo this, although the character is not good, but the vision is really not to say. Each top is very smooth eye, all white skin and long legs, fine and shiny skin, long hair and good temperament of the model body. As for the face, nowadays, medical beauty is very advanced, and for Lu Tu, he can't tell if a woman is good looking or not. Anyway, except for Zhang Jiqi, other women in his eyes, almost all look the same. Kicking open one of the confinement cells, the woman trapped in the customized cell froze and stopped crying at once. She also knew that it was useless to cry and shout anymore at this time. As a beauty queen since childhood, she was the most adept at taking advantage of her own strengths to achieve her goals. What's more, right now she had already been implicated by Yun Bo. Plus Lu Tu's appearance was still ridiculously handsome. Just looking at her made her eyes thicken. Before the tear marks on her face dried, she half squatted in the cage and flirtatiously gathered her hair, and laughed at Lu Tu. This little brother. It's so tiring for people to stand like this. Can you help people relieve their pain? Chapter 157, Arc Reactor Drawings. The soldier next to him in the war zone gave Lu Tu an awkward look. Mr. Lu, why don't I go out and use the restroom first? Lu Tu said with justice. No need. I'm a clean freak. I don't wear broken shoes. When the woman heard this, her chest visibly rose and fell. It was obvious that she wanted to get angry, but she knew that right now. It was not outside. She did not have the qualifications to get angry with Lu Tu. Continue to use a dainty tone. Pampering, little brother, you look familiar. Are you Lu Tu? As long as you don't let me half squat like this, let me do whatever I want. You go out to eat at the restaurant outside. You didn't mind the chopsticks being dirty. Give me a bottle of mouthwash on the line. Lu Tu kicked on the iron railing, shocking the woman's scalp and buzzing her brain. You were arrested here to reflect on your sins. I'll make people queue up if you have a fever again. Surname Lu. You're not a man. I, Xiao Menjing, am such a sexy creature standing here, but you don't even dare to touch me, and you even threaten to line up. Do you think I'm afraid? If you have the guts, come yourself. I think you're just a loser with no balls. Not even as good as that impotent man Yun Bo. Ding. Trigger mission. Use strength to prove yourself to Xiao Menjing. Please ask if you accept. Damn. This was the first time Lu Tu had ever had a hard time with a mission, and he really didn't want to get involved with this piece of. But it's a quest at least. How can you just give it up? Accept. Xiao Menjing saw Lu Tu's tangled expression. She knew that her ploy had succeeded. The teacher's lecture on Douyin was really useful. Men's psychology is equivalent to children's psychology, as long as the use of agitation will be 100 times effective. Thinking of this, Xiao Menjing became more and more rampant. She used her eyes to provocatively roam all over Lu Tu's body, finally settling on a certain part, the corner of her mouth lifting up a mocking arc. Being questioned by a woman about a certain aspect. Ask any man not to be angry? Lu Tu was even more furious when he saw this. He had never met any woman who dared to provoke him in this aspect. Even the warzone soldier beside him couldn't stand to watch and inquired in a low voice beside him. Mr. Lu, otherwise I'd better go to the restroom. Mainly because I'm addicted to cigarettes. Lu Tu nodded and said, go ahead then. The soldier sighed in relief and whispered a reminder. Mr. Lu, this room hasn't had time to install surveillance and is soundproofed. Before leaving, he also did not forget to write Xiao Menjing information dossier, but also very considerate to hand over a packet of unopened paper towels to Lu Tu. Mr. Lu, with your big dossier, ruthlessly interrogate her incriminating evidence. Go for it. Lu Tu held the packet of tissues in his hand, a little moved inside, and suddenly called out to the soldier. Wait, what's your name? My name is Suobayo. Okay, I'll mark you down. Waiting for Suobayo to leave, Xiao Menjing's Zhu lips slightly opened. Wings like silk licked the lips of, come on, match a small waist. Lu Tu came to Xiao Menjing with a cold and arrogant face, and the two of them stared at each other across the iron cage. Xiao Menjing was a little hairy from Lu Tu's eyes, but once she thought that only this might be able to get herself out of the predicament, she simply let go of her guts and kept on making charming humming noises. What's the use of just staring at me? Have you already stripped me naked in your mind? Come on if you have the guts. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Lu Tu didn't make the slightest move, just calmly closed his eyes. He had to give this a piece of his mind. Must. Xiao Menjing's sneering words had just reached her mouth, but the next second Lu Tu's change made her so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, only to see Lu Tu's originally calm pants. At this moment, it actually lifted up an exaggerated arc at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Lu Tu touched the iron cage with his fifth leg, Xiao Menjing couldn't hold herself together any longer and screamed out in incomparable shock. My heavenly bodhisattva. At this time, Lu Tu slowly opened his eyes, saw Xiao Menjing's fearful expression, coldly twisted his body, and even issued a sound similar to the sound of metal collision. Dang! Xiao Menjing was so shocked that she directly burst into foul language. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Tu smiled faintly, displaying pride. Didn't you say I'm a waste? But wanting to prove it to you, and me being too dirty, I can only let you open your eyes. Up! Seeing the heavy iron cage slowly rising, Xiao Menjing felt unsteady and could only firmly grasp the iron cage before she barely managed not to fall. Up and down, left and right Alibaba. At this time, the entire iron cage added up to an estimated 200 pounds or more, and actually shook continuously under Lu Tu's strong support. Xiao Menjing only felt a burst of darkness and unsteadiness, as if riding a pirate ship in an amusement park. Panicked, he exclaimed. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'll never talk nonsense again. I'm feeling a little carsick. Lu Tu pressed on without paying any attention, shaking the entire iron cage violently to himself, shaking it for a full 5 minutes before taking a step back. With a loud clang, The iron cage fell to the ground in response, while Xiao Menjing was lying on her back on the iron cage, vomiting continuously, vomiting blood in her eyes. You're still in your unarmored state, and you're this strong. You're simply too strong to be human. Lu Tu snorted, ready to take a break and practice lifting weights for another 8 beats. But there was a rush of footsteps from outside, and Su Abiao's voice came. Mr. Lu, the chief asked me to call you. Lu Tu hurriedly held his breath and closed his eyes, reciting the meditation mantra in his heart. Wealthy, strong, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free and equal. When the mantra was finished, Lu Tu no longer had the slightest evil thought within his heart. His eyes regained their clarity, and his body returned to its original state, as if he had entered the sage mode. The small test just now, even if it was just a display of power without any physical contact, was enough to shock Xiao Menjing for 100 years. Lu Tu said in a loud voice, please come in. Su Abiao, as an elite of the Zhonghai Warzone, his insight that was also quite sharp. He realized that the cage holding Xiao Menjing was not in its original location. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was still surprised at Lu Tu's rawness and secretly gave him a thumbs up saying, Mr. Lu, hi. Lu Tu said with a straight face, the chief wants to see me? Yeah, someone's looking for you. LV2 Pro out the door, measured Xiao Menjing. At this time she no longer half the previous arrogance. Eyes stagnant looking at the monitor, is cycling the news when watching the program. Ding! Congratulations on completing your mission to retaliate against Xiao Menjing. The event completion level is being accounted for. Congratulations! The completion degree of this event is S rank, simply beyond the system's expectation. Reward, 1 drawing of a new type of arc reactor, which can replace the element palladium with graphene. Asterisk. Even Lu Tu couldn't help but freeze in place when he heard this reward. The arc reactor was something he had only seen in movies, and that was still on top of Iron Man's battle armor. There's nothing difficult about Iron Man's battle armor, but the crux of the problem lies in the arc reactor on his chest. But a new type of element was only briefly mentioned in the movie, and right now after getting this bonus, it's amazing that you can use graphene instead of palladium. Possessing this drawing meant that one would not only be able to build a mecha with materials that surpassed Iron Man through the 7th generation machine drawing, but also have a constant supply of energy. Chapter 158, Putting down the butcher's knife. What makes you a Buddha? Now with this arc reactor, the construction progress of even 2 parks can be drastically increased, and technological domination is just around the corner. Following Su Abiao to Huoxian's office, there was a serious middle-aged man sitting inside at that moment. Huoxian introduced himself. Son, this is Fong Lang, the minister of our equipment technology department. I've just given him the plan. Lu Tu politely extended his hand and said, hello Minister Fong. Mr. LV, I've heard a lot about you, and just now the chief has already communicated with me. I think the 3-year non-disclosure agreement isn't a bit too short? Lu Tu nodded. If put in a regular situation, 3 years is indeed too short, but right now, it is an eventful time, and the newly appointed president of Amelia, even though he is a merchant by birth, is not keen on war, but he is already old, and the probability is that the president after he leaves office will continue to open the war. Then he added with a smile, after all, Amelia is no longer a few decades old, and they are now panicking and afraid of being surpassed by us, but it's already too late to try to limit our development economically and technologically, so 3 years is enough time, and I'm confident that I'll be able to design stronger fighter drawings out after 3 years. Hearing this, Fong Lang's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. This is the drawing of a 7th generation aircraft. This has just been designed, and already considering designing a more advanced product? He couldn't help but solemnly measure Lu Tu's eyes, trying to see whether he was lying and bragging or really so confident. After a few seconds, he sighed leisurely. I can kind of understand why the chief trusts you so much. It's as if you were born to be a qualified leader. I believe 80% of you just by listening to you. Lu Tu was dumbfounded. The reason why you believe me is because I have the backbone to come up with something. Let's put it this way, Minister Fong. Since my godfather introduced you to me, then the candidate will be picked by you. The technical level is actually not very important. My drawings are all ready-made, so I just need to follow the steps. The main thing is loyalty. Fong Lang nodded. I understand. I will find each of them to have an in-depth talk, and strive to ensure that we can also relieve them of their worries, so that they can fully devote themselves to their work within these 3 years. Thank you. I believe that in less than 3 years, the military level of our Dragon Kingdom will realize another important jump. Alright, then I'll go to work first. Fong Lang's work ethic is really nothing to write home about. During the time Lu Tu was talking he had been taking notes. To be such a big official and still be this serious, it's really rare. Lu Tu waved at Su Abiao outside the door. Abiao, come here. What does Mr. Louis want with me? Lu Tu looked at Huojin and said, Godfather, Li Tao will still be hospitalized this time. I'm short of people around me, so give me Suobayo. Huojin looked at Suobayo and said, are you willing to go protect Lu Tu? Even if Sue Biao had met Lu Tu for the first time today, he had heard of his legends, each of which was an earth-shattering event, and now that he could have the opportunity to follow Lu Tu, there was no reason to refuse. Hastily saluting Huojin, he said, reporting to the chief, I am willing to protect Mr. Lu with my life. Huojin returned the salute and said, that's fine, you'll be the one to protect him in the future, and the rank will still be reserved for you. Thank you, chief. LV2 leaves the Zhonghai warzone with Suobayo. Huojin and Fong Lang have their hands full for a while. Sitting in the car on the way home, Lu Tu realized that Yun Bo was crying at that moment through the real-time monitoring inside the confinement room. Bringing the perspective closer, it turns out that a news story from more than a decade ago was being broadcast. Due to the closure of a mining company in a northern county, it was unable to pay the laid-off workers. That winter, countless workers had no livelihood and could not even afford the coal they needed to survive the winter. In minus 30-degree weather, a man who had just sold his blood rode a three-wheeler to pick up his wife, who had just sold her body, and held their son, who had frozen to death, in his arms. This mining company is one of the companies behind Yun Bo's suspected embezzlement of state assets and the theft and sale of minerals to offshore forces. After having cleared the painful memories, Yun Bo finally found his sense of shame as he watched the news item by item, which she normally disdained. Bearing an immeasurable amount of conscience, he pounded his feet in the surveillance video, slapped himself repeatedly, cursed himself for being a man, and continued to shed tears of remorse. Suobayo, who was driving ahead, also heard the noise and muttered, maybe he really knows it's wrong. Lu Tu said with a stern look, so what if he knows he's wrong? Should the wicked put down the butcher's knife and become Buddha on the ground? Do good people deserve what they get? If he knows he's wrong, will the people who died because of it come back to life? I just want him to not be able to close his eyes for a moment and savor the pain over and over again. Mr. Lu, I didn't mean that. Lu Tu nodded. I know. You've been in the war zone for a long time. The environment is relatively simple. I have a knack for dealing with people like this. Worthy is this? He's got a long way to go on his good days. It was only then that Suobayo figured out why Lu Tu had to imprison Yun Bo in that way. If anyone messed with Lu Tu, then they could really be scared awake even in their sleep. He will not only punish you immediately, but he will murderously specialize in your weaknesses and will be thinking about punishing you all the time for a long time. When he returned home, he asked Suobayo to live in a separate hut outside and be neighbors with Li Tao from now on. Jiang Jiqi was sitting on the sofa wrapped in a blanket waiting for himself. When she saw Lu Tu come back, a glimmer in her eyes flashed and she jumped into Lu Tu's arms. Louis, you've been working again? I'm all swiped up on the video. Lu Tu smelled that familiar scent through the tip of his nose, and he didn't know why Jiang Jiqi's body scent could always make him quickly calm down. He kissed Jiang Jiqi tenderly on his forehead. It's done. Don't worry. You're always like that. If it's that dangerous, why don't you just let the police go? Lu Tu didn't want to break up so much on this matter. After all, Jiang Jiqi's starting point was also concerned about himself. He changed the subject directly. Miss me? Think. Miss me where? Everywhere I want to. Lu Tu picked her up and headed upstairs, suggesting as he walked, why don't we have a child? Zhang Yi sniffed and her pretty face turned red, burying her head into Lu Tu's chest and nodding her head to make a slight sound. I'll listen to you. Lu Tu listened to a fire inside, and said with a heated smile, then this time, I won't get it on my belly. A charming sound soon came from the master bedroom upstairs, to which the four maids, Melancholy and Chrysanthemum, had long been accustomed. Also know that the two are hungry after every big battle. Make soup for soup, roast waste for roast waste, soak goji berries for soak goji berries. It's a good time. Chapter 159, this thing is so cool. Early the next morning, Lu Tu found Nye Yun and handed him a list of materials. Help me buy a batch of these. Nye Yun looked at the items on the list. These materials are easy to find. We can find all of them in our project department's warehouse. Are you trying to build batteries, big brother? The arc reactor can also be considered a type of battery. Lu Tu smiled at his words and said, that's right. I want to test it out to see if I can make our new energy source of the Dragon Kingdom realize a real bend in the road. Okay, I'll have it sent over immediately. The materials for the arc reactor were indeed very common, and it didn't take long for them to be delivered to the villa's yard, and after Suobayo helped move them to the basement, Lu Tu began to study them alone. Following the drawings rewarded by the system in his head, he began to weld. The system's drawings were all integrated into the brain, and it only took half an hour to build a fist-sized transparent square out of it, constantly flickering with dazzling white light as if it were breathing. According to the system drawings, The arc reactor can be recharged in a variety of ways, not only by external power charging, but also by automatically absorbing solar energy. After Lu2's continued testing, it meant that it only needed to be placed under the sun in the green sky for 6 hours, which was enough to fill up its energy reserves. Even if the supermarket is in the basement, it can absorb off some of the heat from the lights to add to it. He had connected it to White's engine room again in order to test just how much energy the arc reactors could hold in reserve. The server room, which already had more than 3,000,5090 graphics cards connected to it, averaged more than 50,000 kilowatts of electricity per day. However, after intervening in the arc reactor, the graphics card, which had been overloaded, received an extreme supply of energy at this time, and even the sound was much smaller. White, do you calculate how long a filled arc reactor will be enough for the engine room? Master, it has been calculated to be sufficient for 24 hours. Lu2 clenched his fists in excitement and roared, handsome. Solely built 10 of them out in one fell swoop and placed them in the only light opening in the basement to ensure that the engine room would always have plenty of energy. The only shortcoming was that some energy would still be lost during the transmission of power between the arc reactor and the engine room, which was something that could not be solved for the time being. But fortunately, the arc reactor energy was strong enough that this loss did not need to be taken into account. Lu2 asked Hitsong to send a van to himself, and he planned to use this villa in the wetland reserve as his headquarters in the future, and would also live here for a long time. In that case, it was still necessary to make a trip back home to Shinchi County to bring back the relics of Mom, Dad, and Grandpa. Witnesses, weekdays or have a thought. The matter of moving the grave will not consider for the time being. After all, buried in the mausoleum of Shinchi County, he did not want to disturb the seclusion. Hitsong, according to Lu2's instructions, specifically went to find a 4-meter-2 electric truck over, and asked with some confusion, Big brother, are you transporting something? Why don't we find a bigger vehicle? Lu2 shrugged helplessly, because I only have a C1 license. I can only drive a 4 square meters car at most. Hitsong was speechless for a while. How could he not imagine that Lu2, who was usually not afraid of anything, actually complied with traffic regulations so much? With his current status, no one would say anything even if he wanted to drive a train on the ground. Not to mention that as long as Lu2 was willing, the Central Sea War Zone could transfer him a helicopter to use at any time. I have a B2 license. Why don't you tell me where the shipment is and I'll drive it myself? Lu2 waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome. I'll just take a break. The offshore elements haven't died down yet. You and Suo Biao will keep watch at home. Yes. When the two of them were gone, Lu2 pulled an arc reactor out of his pocket, removed the battery from the electric truck, and built a mold with a 3D printer just enough to place the arc reactor on the truck to provide energy. When Lu2 sat on the truck and slightly stepped on the gas, the truck whooshed out. This strong pushback feeling is simply too good to be true, and the 0-100 acceleration took only 1.5 seconds, which is comparable to a Formula car. This was still limited to the fact that the truck itself had poorer underpinnings and tires, and if Lu2 was allowed to use the same materials used to build a 7th-generation machine to design a tram, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to shoot the electronic eyes at the intersection. As they passed by the park site, many people noticed a flash of trucks, and the crowd rubbed their eyes incredulously. What just scurried right out? How can I see it? It looks like a car? What kind of car is so big and drives so fast? At this time the truck, like a late old man, replaced with an 18-year-old sports student's heart. Mercedes-Benz on the road do not have to worry about the problem of lack of energy. In the high-speed staged a passionate wild ride, but it didn't take long for Lu2 to lose interest, mainly because the tram was too boring to drive, and apart from the rattling noise from the truck's interior, there was no engine sound at all, which was really almost interesting. Just drove the truck to the downstairs of the neighborhood. Let the neighborhood door-chatting gossip of the grandpa and grandma see. New Qixian County already has very few young people appearing. They all go abroad to study and work, and after graduation, they basically stay in the big city to work. So Lu2's appearance caused a lot of people's curiosity. Hey, isn't that the kid from old Lu's family? I heard he's doing well out there. Yeah, is he getting rich and moving? I'll have to check it out. These old men and women, master of the whole neighborhood intelligence trends, whose daughter-in-law married a few years did not have a child, whose husband is outside to raise a mistress. They are clearer than the owner. In a moment the grandparents surrounded the truck and said in surprise, Lu2 is really you. I haven't seen you for almost half a year. The kid's getting taller, hey, almost as tall as your dad. One of the older women said it in passing and was glared at by the others, so she realized that she had said the wrong thing and shut up. These were neighbors who had grown up watching Lu2, so how could they be angry about it? Lu2 smiled and nodded towards the crowd. Auntie Wang, You're getting younger and younger. Haha, you this child used to be a boring gourd. Went to college, finally got the hang of it, ha. Mouth so sweet, certainly a lot of girls chasing you, right? Lu Tu didn't mind joking and joked with the crowd. Yeah. The line from Zhonghai University can reach the Xinchi bus station. Next to him, Mr. Li laughed. See? It's the same as when his dad was a kid. Lu Tu knows that they are lonely and isolated on weekdays. Their children and grandchildren are all in the field, only to come home every New Year's Day to come to a trip. Less than the 5th day of the new year will be gone again. Even when Grandpa died, the neighbors all came to help, and Lu Tu was ready to give everyone a sum of money. But this way of giving money should never be a direct handout, and these old people will not spend the money when they get it, but save it for their children and grandchildren. It would be better to use the money to improve the environment of the happy neighborhood. After all, this neighborhood has been repaired for more than 20 years, and without property management, it has long been dilapidated and has no elevator. Took out the phone and called the neighborhood committee, and directly introduced himself. I'm Lu Tu. Help me find your director. Who are you to be so honorable? Our director has a meeting. Go make an appointment first. Chapter 160, I have no tutelage. My name is Lu Tu. Please tell your director to call me. The young woman on the other end of the line snorted. CHCH. A trip? I'm still planning to travel to Thailand. Nuts. Then she hung up the phone. Lu Tu listened to the beeping sound coming from the receiver and called Kong Daqiao directly. Xian son-in-law, you're back? Are you done with Yunxi? After dealing with father-in-law, I'd like to contact the director of the street where the new Kai County Happiness District is located. Jiang Daqiao was puzzled. What do you want to do you give me? I'll let the secretary to do it for you just. Looking for them for what? Lu Tu told the idea that he was prepared to pay for the renovation of the happy neighborhood. I called over to their director and they called me a psychopath. Ginger Bridge said in a stern voice. Wait, I'll ask. Hanging up the phone, Lu Tu returned home to carry out his grandfather's safe, removed the plaque of the first-class merit house hanging in the living room of the house, and was wiping the dust with a towel. At this time the phone rang again. Lu Tu answered. Who is it? A trembling middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. LV. Hello, Mr. LV. I'm Zhu Denghui, the street director of the happy community. Did you just call for me? I'm sorry, I was just in. Lu Tu didn't bother to listen to his explanation and asked in return. Director Zhu, what is it that you're looking for me for? I thought I heard you were looking for me. Lu Tu directly hung up the phone, not bothering to say one more word to him, and continued to be busy moving things downstairs. At this time Zhu Denghui, anxious like a hot pot on the ants. He was just funding a poor female college students. Received the Jiang Bridge secretary called. Clothes are not dressed on the trot out of the hotel. Rushing to call the community over to inquire. The phone was still answered by the young woman. Lan, did anyone just call? No. Sang Xiaolan said carelessly. Zhu Denghui was furious on the spot. Other people have called the mayor's place and said you're cursing a psychopath. Aren't you? Who's making rumors? What a nerve. Zhang Xiaolan cursed disdainfully. Zhang Lanlan, you're still hungover. I'm asking you, did a guy named Lu Tu call? Zhang Lanlan heard Zhu Denghui's hysterical tone on the other end of the phone and realized the seriousness of the matter. Brainstorming, suddenly his heart sank. Coyly said, well, it seems like a guy named Lu Tu had called, saying he was looking for you, and when I said you had gone to a meeting, he told me to immediately have to relay the message to you, and then, you hurry up and take everyone in the community and go to the happy neighborhood and apologize to Lu Tu face to face. I'll deal with you later. And don't go empty-handed like a idiot. Just go. Why are you yelling? What kind of big shot is he? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize to him? Zhu Denghui are going to blow up. Just ahead of a car suddenly jammed in front of his car. Don't stop him. Angry Zhu Denghui wildly honked the horn. Rushed to the phone, growled. You don't think you have the establishment now? Others can't do anything about you. Just by you, scolded the crazy person. Just a word. Not to mention you have to be laid off. Even your parents may have to retire early. Zhang Lanlan's heart thumped. No longer dared to talk back. Looking at the afternoon tea exquisite cake that had just been delivered in front of her, and the Starbucks coffee that she hadn't had time to drink yet, she huffed and puffed and threw it into the garbage can, and went to carry out Zhu Denghui's orders. Lu Tu was continuing to move. There wasn't much stuff, but it all carried memories, and he was careful the entire time as he moved downstairs. Half an hour later, he suddenly saw a group of more than 30 people, dressed in Zhou Wu Zhang Wang came this way. Many people still holding a document bag. The whole expression is solemn. When they immediately changed into a smiling face upon seeing Lu Tu, they trotted over towards here. Mr. Louis, is that you? Lu Tu glanced at the other party indifferently and said faintly, who are you guys? The middle-aged woman at the head smiled politely and said, it's like this, Mr. Lu, Just now. Because the temp answered your phone call. The wording was very inappropriate, and we found out about it later. So we came over here to apologize to you. Lu Tu originally did not intend to pursue this matter, but I did not expect to actually take the matter of temporary workers to stall him. This is now sending words into his mouth. Lu Tu smiled contemptuously. Temporary worker? Temporary workers have so much guts to just call others crazy? As soon as the crowd heard this, they knew that this was trouble. Many of them were aware of Lu Tu's background through the internet before. They all glared at Zhang Lanlan, who was hiding behind the crowd, and in their hearts they had already cursed her 10,000 times. How could they have provoked this living hell? The middle-aged woman's smile froze. Zhang Lanlan was her niece. She definitely couldn't let Zhang Lanlan out. Who knew what punishment Lu Tu would do to her? Right now the lie had been told, so she could only keep insisting with a stiff upper lip. It's true, Mr. Lu, the one who abused you on the phone was our community, a grid worker recruited by Labor Dispatch, and we've already punished her severely. Lu Tu nodded and didn't bother to break it up with them, walking into the unit building on his own, ready to continue to finish moving things. At that moment, the middle-aged woman gave a wink to the people in the back and whispered, "No eyesight? Why don't you go and help?" The crowd reacted then, swarming into the building. This scene has long been seen by the neighborhood Moncler outlet online. Usually these high and mighty community leaders. How come today to find Lu Tu? But also so humble. Hey you guys, did Lu Tu report them? I think nah, it should be. Otherwise why would these people act like grandchildren? The last time I went to ask something. You don't even know that attitude of theirs. They rolled their eyes at me the whole time. Lu Tu returned home and found the community following him, and did not bother to pay attention to them. At the moment there are not many things left. Nothing more than some finishing work. At this time, Zhang Lanlan was pushed by the crowd and stumbled into Lu Tu's home, speaking extremely reluctantly. Let's help you move it. From the bone-conducting glasses worn by Lu Tu came Xiao Bai's reminder. Master, according to the voice line analysis, the one who called you a psychopath on the phone just now was her. Lu Tu gave her a sidelong glance and said, "Who let you into my house? Get out." Zhang Lanlan was originally a princess who was spoiled by her family, and when she was yelled at by Lu Tu, she shivered in fear, and her eyes were slightly red, and she felt so aggrieved all of a sudden. "You're so unreasonable. We came to help you and you yelled at me." Lu Tu snorted coldly. "Playing this game with me? You're not qualified enough. Get out." He did not leave any mercy. Directly the community crowd threw out. When Zhu Denghui rushed to the happy neighborhood, just with the gray down the crowd met. Rushing forward, he questioned, "What's going on? Is Mr. Lu here?" Zhang Lanlan nodded aggrievedly. "He's upstairs. We kindly tried to help him move, but he told us to get lost. I've never seen such an uneducated person." As soon as the words fell, Lu Tu's icy voice came from behind the crowd. "Director Zhu, this is the staff you trained. What a good point. Lu Tu, do lack tutelage." Zhu Denghui as well as all the people in the community looked at the sound, only to see Lu Tu carrying a tin-patterned box in his hand, and on the other side, he was carrying a plaque, on which it was clearly written in gilt letters, "House of the First-Class Meritorious Ministers, Chapter 161 Brahmins." Zhu Denghui's heart sank, and he quickly replaced it with a pleasing smile. "Mr. Lu, listen to my explanation. She definitely didn't mean that." Lu Tu's icy cold vision swept over everyone including Zhu Denghui and Zhang Lanlan before placing the items in his hand in the back of the truck, took out his cell phone and dialed Nieyan's number. "Let the people from the state security investigate Zhu Denghui, the director of the happy community in Xinchi County, whether there has been any illegal and disorderly behavior. I want information immediately." "Okay, big brother, wait a moment. If Lu Tu breaks out in cursing, even if he hits someone, the situation will be much better." But Zhu Denghui sees Lu Tu not saying anything, and knows that he is afraid that there will be a big trouble, especially since Lu Tu is also the future son-in-law of the mayor of Shanghai. Zhu Denghui did not want to cause his own future to be blocked because of Zhang Lanlan, who was preparing to go up to send gifts to block the mouth of Lu Tu, but he found that his subordinates were all empty-handed. I couldn't help but point at the middle-aged woman, Zhang Chunmei, and questioned, "I asked you guys to come over and apologize, and you guys came here with your hands flung out like this? Where are the gifts you brought?" Zhang Chunmei was also aroused at this time. Muttered, "What's the big deal? A child said a word of nerves in a moment of excitement, and then be on the line. So who can work at the grassroots level in the future? We get up early every morning and work hard to serve the people. Have we suffered fewer insults?" Zhu Denghui was so angry by this that he almost rolled his eyes. You're as stupid as Zhang Lanlan. I should have known not to let you guys come. What a bunch of bad pigs." He had to shyly come over to the cab of Lu Tu's van. "Mr. Lu, what do you need to do to calm your anger?" Seeing him ask such a straightforward question, Lu Tu suddenly laughed and said, "In that case, you have a way to set this matter right?" Xu Denghui smiled. "We are all in the middle of the sea, this boundary just to make a living. Always have to give the young people a chance to correct. After all, weekdays head up to sea. Do people always have to leave a line? You say right?" Lu Tu looked at him lightly. "Tell me what you think. How about this? I'll have Zhang Lanlan's family come up with 300,000 out of their pockets as compensation to you, and then set up 10 tables at the Xinchi Grand Hotel to admit their mistake to you face to face. What do you think?" Lu Tu lit a lichuan and dusted off the ashes. "Do I look like someone who lacks money to you? Unlike. This is just on behalf of Zhang Lanlan's attitude of admitting fault. You see, this is okay. I have always heard that there is a first-class merit house in our community. I did not think that it is your home, so I'll apply for a set of public housing for you. How about it?" Lu Tu was almost amused by him. In reality, there really is this kind of brainless fool as a leader. Actually took the initiative to hand over the evidence of lawlessness to their own hands. Lu Tu originally thought that Xu Denghui was pretending to be stupid, but thought that in a county like Xinchi, different from a first or second tier city like Shanghai, in addition to a lot more modern facilities, but also along the thousands of years of humane society, people here firmly believe in this code of getting along. You accept my son in your unit, I'll send my daughter to your unit, and we'll all make progress together. The group has long been a community of interest, resulting in other aspiring young people who want to return home to make a difference, but find that they never fit in. You come back from the outside to make money, with real money want to open a store, do a business license, have to go around to make connections. It's okay, can only be everywhere. And many people have found that obviously they are working in the first and second tier cities, taking the so-called high wages, when returning home for the new year every year, only to realize that they are not as good as those who stayed in the county town of the indigenous classmates. These people work a 9-to-5 institutional job every day, with a nominal monthly salary of 2,000 to 3,000, but they are able to live in a large flat, drive a BBA, and have either a large gold bracelet or a Rolex on their hands. It seems that families like Chu Tanghui and Sang Lanlan are what people on the internet flirt with calling county Brahmins. Lu Tu stared at Xu Denghui with a smile on his face and nodded slightly. "You're right. We should indeed give young people the chance to make mistakes." Xu Denghui heard this instantly relieved. He used his hand to block his mouth, whispered, "This is right. Well, our community has long been in the planning of public rental housing, and we also specifically set aside a few sets of particularly large, enough 500 square feet of large detached, and fully furnished. Just as you move, we will be able to take you over to move in." Lu Tu's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Are you serious? 500 square feet of large detached house are given to me to live?" Xu Denghui laughed. "You're still young. We worded to be rigorous. This is a reward for you as a first-class meritorious orphans. Monthly or to symbolize the collection of rent. Casually give a few $100s on the line." "That's great, Director Xu. If I had known that I would still go to Shanghai to rent what house I directly come to find you not on the line?" Xu Denghui completely put down the hanging heart. Satisfied, patted Lu Tu's shoulder. "A child can teach expression," laughed. "Shanghai's house can also be temporarily not returned. After all, you are studying in Shanghai University. Our new Qi also needs you, such a high school student later return to build the hometown it. This way, I will bring people to help you move your home over. See if the new home is satisfactory?" Lu Tu nodded. "Good, then let's go." "Go." Xu Denghui didn't mind, and sat directly on the passenger side of the van. Lu Tu looked at the rest of the community and said, "How are they going to get there?" "Oh, they'll figure it out themselves." Lu Tu shook his head. "How can that be? Aren't they going to help me move? How can I let them break the bank with a taxi?" Xu Tanghui was puzzled. "So what do you mean?" Lu Tu pointed his finger at the closed cargo box in the back and said, "Anyway, my back cargo box is still very empty. Let them go in and I'll just pull it over together." "It's not really. The cargo box can't carry people." Hearing this, Lu Tu purposely turned his face up. "Director Xu, I still can't see your sincerity. Is it because you think that the cargo box where I store the first-class merit plaque is too dirty?" No, we don't mean that." Xu Denghui also heard Lu Tu's meaning. Although he agreed to the conditions of his reconciliation, he was always still a bit young, and wanted to make the community suffer a bit through this means. Thinking of this, Xu Denghui nodded his head, then stepped out of the car and ordered with the community crowd, "You guys go up and sit in the cargo compartment." The crowd was shocked at the words. "Ha? Making us squat like pigs in a cargo box? What is this?" Zhang Lanlan, on the other hand, beamed even more aggressively. "Uncle Xu, didn't you give him the money? He still wants to humiliate us in this way?" Xu Denghui glared. "This is an order. Do you know the power of Lu Tu's tablet? As long as he's not satisfied, we won't be able to eat it." The crowd then reluctantly nodded. Alright then. At this time Lu Tu got off the car and came to the side of the carriage, opened it and said to the crowd, "After you go in, help me hold some fragile items, but if there is a bump, you cannot afford to pay. What a big deal. Just sit." Zhang Lanlan was the first to climb into the cargo box, and the community crowd behind him had to follow. With a clunk, Lu Tu closed the cargo box and sat back in the cab, smiling at the distracted Zhu Denghui. "I suggest you'd better buckle up." "No, you drive." Zhu Denghui looked at the somewhat oily and shiny seatbelt with disgust, but his words just felt a huge sense of pushback came. Lu Tu a foot throttle pedal to the end. 4 meters to van, just like a stringless arrow, shot out of the happy neighborhood. He clearly felt a wail from the cargo box in the back. Chapter 162, a group of people in the ivory tower. The truck loaded with the arc reactor, under Lu Tu's savage driving, was like a crazy beast, specializing in picking less crowded roads to roar madly. He accelerates quickly, yet is extremely traffic-oriented, but immediately slams on the brakes whenever he hits a crosswalk or a bus sign. The way Lu Tu drove the car made Zhu Denghui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, have the illusion that he was taking the Subject 3 test in the driving school back then. At this time, the crowd in the carriage was beyond regretting why they had agreed to go into the carriage just now. All of them felt that Zhang Lanlan was right. This guy Lu Tu really treated them like pigs, and they were still the kind of breeding pigs with thick skin. Under LV2's smooth driving, he soon arrived at the large 500 square meter detached building that Zhu Denghui had mentioned. Snap! Lu Tu closed the door of the car, came to the back and opened the compartment, only to see that all the people inside were all blue in the face and didn't say a word. With the moment the doors opened, everyone in the community jumped out of the car in a swarm, came to the side of the greenbelt and wowed and started to vomit. Good guy. Don't know, just listen to this movement. Thought it was which amateur choir came to the countryside to sympathize. Luta jumped into the wagon and began checking his belongings for damage, using this to find fault with them. To his surprise, although the community was tossed about by him, none of the objects in the carriage were broken. It was evident that they still played a not insignificant role, preferring to fall on their own and protect these old furniture of Lu Tu, for fear of spoiling the state of affairs. But since Lu Tu was prepared to pick a fight, how could he spare them so easily? Zhu Denghui sat in the passenger seat and slowed down for a while, before he came over with a pale face. "Mr. Lu, where did you get your driver's license?" Lu Tu blurted out. "Bison driving school. Your brother-in-law opened that." A sentence while Zhu Denghui choked, hurry to change the topic. "Car skills really good. Maybe later can be a racer to our county glory. For you to prepare the house over there? Come with me." After Lu Tu came to the so-called community house, he was surprised to find that there was actually an artificial lake dug here. And around the artificial lake, about 20 single-family houses were built. Zhu Denghui did not lie. 500 square feet are said to be conservative. At least are 800 square feet outside, and each family's yard is bigger. Green is even more, not to mention. These products if placed in the middle of the sea, it is absolutely all 50 million to the price. It is conceivable that Zhu Denghui, who is still only a community, has such great power to get a single house here and give it directly to Lu Tu. Looking in across the yard, he found signs of human life inside, which made it obvious that someone else had lived in the house just then. Lu Tu curiously pointed to a dog in the yard. "Director Zhu, this is? Oh, this is the security guard we hired to guard the house. He lives here temporarily on weekdays, and this dog is the one he keeps to guard the house." Lu Tu nodded. It seems like he really put his heart and soul into it, and he even knows to raise teddies to watch over the house. Zhu Denghui was speechless and quickly snorted. Maybe it's the security guard's personal preference. By this time, Lu Tu had already sent all the conversations between the two just now to Jiang Daqiao's cell phone. Jiang bridged the first time directly a phone call to the Xinchi County office. Began to accountability. "Do you have Zhu Denghui, this person?" Li Shunfeng, then secretary of the Xinchi County Party Committee, summoned people from the Discipline Inspection Commission at the first time and moved to the location of Lu Tu, ready to carry out an on-the-spot arrest. Lu Tu this side, still chatting with Zhu Denghui with a hitch. The distant Zhang Lanlan and her aunt Zhang Chunmei, who had just finished vomiting, wiped the corners of their mouths with wet wipes and hurriedly walked over. Zhang Chunmei smiled politely. "Mr. Lu, how is it here?" "Nice and classy. Can't tell your taste is still online. As long as you like it, it's fully furnished, so if you can turn it in now." Zhang Lanlan nervously glanced at Lu Tu, and found that the corner of his mouth was always with a smile, which made her finally relieved. Only in her heart she was still muttering that Lu Tu's appetite was really big, and actually asked her for 300,000 at a time. Last year's year-end bonus will have to go down the drain again. Originally, she was thinking of using the money to buy a Hermes bag, but it looks like she'll have to wait for the end of the year again. Through his glasses, Lu Tu observed in real time where the leader of Xinchi County had gone, and when he saw that he was only 1 kilometer away, he suddenly spoke up. Director Zhu, if I live here, will there be any reports from people with red eyes? Xu Denghui smiled. How is this possible? I won't hide it from you. Here are all our relationship networks. Or as I said, we are all friends who look up and see each other. How can there be such a careful eye between friends? If there is, he naturally won't be our friend in the future. Zhang Lanlan straight-heartedly said. Yes, Lu Tu, I really know wrong. Sincerely apologize to you. I believe that in the future we can also become good friends. My home is in the neighborhood. Nothing we can also walk around more. Lu Tu laughed, smiled brightly. Zhang Lanlan is really well protected by the ivory tower, including Zhu Denghui and Zhang Chunmei. These two people, although not young, but also with Zhang Lanlan have the same problem. That is, comfortable days over a long period of time. There is no longer a sense of crisis. He didn't say anything, but looked towards the gate of the villa area. At this time Zhu Denghui thought that Lu Tu was quite satisfied and was still enjoying the scenery, and took out his own cigarettes to hand out one to Lu Tu. Lu Tu slapped him on the ground, the corner of his mouth lifting into a mocking smile. Still smoking? Caught you guys coming. Xu Denghui uncertainly followed Lu Tu's gaze, only to see a black Passat with the license plate of the Xinchi County Committee, fishtailing through the gate. His pupils shook, and the expensive brass lighter in his hand fell to the ground with it. And next to him, Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Chunmei followed suit. Director Zhu, this is Secretary Li's car? Xu Denghui's eyes looked at Lu Tu in horror. Mr. Lu, what's going on? Didn't we have a deal? You accept our apology and everything is forgiven. LV2's eyes are full of contempt. What I say you believe. How did you become this director? Your level of planting sweet potatoes in the countryside can be cheated out of your pants. You are true to your word. Xu Denghui stormed out and grabbed Lu Tu's neck collar. Lu Tu spat a mouthful of phlegm in his face. What are you? You're just a waste of space who is relying on a little bit of power to make a fuss over the people. You also deserve me to speak to you about integrity? What you have to say is better to say to the people of the Discipline Inspection Committee. At this time, Li Shunfeng had just gotten off the bus with his men when he saw a scene that made him angry and snapped. Zhu Denghui, Zhang Chunmei, what do you want to do? With a wave of Li Shunfeng's hand. Still want to take hostages? Take them down for me. Chapter 163, All Dirty. As Li Shunfeng shouted these words, the police officers accompanying him looked resolute as they drew their sidearms, aiming directly at Zhu Denghui's several people. Release the hostages immediately, or we'll shoot. Zhu Denghui and Zhang Lanlan. At this time, people are stupid. How can they think of all this came so inexplicably, but also so violent? A come to be shot, which replaced who was not stupid. Ah, Zhang Lanlan cried out with a wow, injustice. We didn't do anything. Xu Denghui also hurriedly loosened Lu Tu's neck collar and glared viciously at Lu Tu. You set me up. Lu Tu raised his leg and kicked 2 times, kicking Zhu Denghui and Zhang Lanlan in the small of the back, kicking the two of them 3 meters away. Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Chunmei at this time stood in place shaking like a sieve. She did not even understand what happened. A minute ago Lu Tu was not still discussing with them when to move the matter? How come a large number of police officers suddenly came? Even Secretary Li came. What is this? As usual, Lu Tu kicked over. This your mom's head. And I almost forgot you old demon woman who makes peace with the mud. The 3 men were kicked to the ground in agony, covering the small of their backs and wailing continuously. Arrest him, he's intentionally injuring. Fart. Li Shunfeng was so angry that he exploded, quickly stepping forward to hold Lu Tu, his eyes full of concern. Xiao Lu, are you alright? Xu Denghui 3 people saw this scene almost spit blood. Li Shunfeng this bias frame pull is also too obvious. Obviously 3 of their own by him to beat, but first went to care about LV2 have no matter. But before they could get over the excruciating pain, they were handcuffed by the officers in the back. Li Shunfeng said seriously, hand them over to the Discipline Inspection Commission and ruthlessly give me a strict investigation of everyone in their 2 families. Hearing this, Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Chunmei felt like the sky had collapsed. Still, some things can't be taken seriously. No 3 taels without weighing, and 1,000 pounds after weighing can't be beaten. Zhang Lanlan also shouted at Lu Tu as he was leaving. You talk, you go back on your word. I hate you. LV2 was too lazy to say more than 1 word to her and looked directly at Li Shunfeng. Secretary Li, you guys came just in time. Li Shunfeng sniffed, his arm stiffened. How could he not know what Lu Tu's words meant? Seemingly thanking himself for capturing Zhu Denghui in time, but actually blaming himself for what he had done earlier. He can achieve the position of a hand in Xinchi County. Naturally it is not Zhu Denghui's kind of end of the stream and brainless can be compared. He had already considered it before he came here. No matter how difficult Lu Tu was today, he would satisfy it as he wished, and in general there was just one purpose, and that was to make Lu Tu dissipate his anger, thus making a big deal out of it. I'm to blame for this matter. If I could have transferred to Xinchi County half a year earlier, I wouldn't have let these illegal and disorderly things happen. I'll review it with Mayor Jiang. Lu Tu moved his muscles and pointed at the single building in front of him. Secretary Li, what do you think this family does? So rich. Li Shunfeng sniffed and sighed quietly. He knew that Lu Tu was determined to pick a fight this time, but he still just didn't have any way to take Lu Tu. Although Lu Tu does not have any official position, but his position is not comparable to himself. Not to mention himself, even if Zhang Bridge, or Pangfer perhaps not compared to today's Lu Tu. After all, he also had relatives and friends who worked in the province, so naturally he had heard of some of Lu Tu's things and knew more than others. Little Lu Ah, tell us your claim. He didn't answer Lu Tu's words head-on. He knew that by going along with Lu Tu's words, he would more than likely end up talking himself into it. Instead of doing so, it would be better to go straight to the heart of the matter, solving the problem in a couple of strokes, and sending this big Buddha away. Lu Tu didn't reply, but pushed the door straight into this villa and looked around on the first floor, realizing that this was where at least a family of 5 lived. The reason why Zhu Denghui and the others brought Lu Tu here, the probability is that this family has the lowest status among the owners of this row of villas, and it happened so fast that they didn't remove their personal belongings from here. After all, Zhu Denghui and the others didn't know that Lu Tu would give up such a good offer and choose to fight them hard to the end. Straight up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. You are greeted by a wedding photo of a young couple. He pointed to the wedding photo on the wall and inquired Li Shunfeng, does Secretary Li really want to know my claim? Of course, we'll try to fulfill whatever you ask. Lu Tu nodded. Alright then, call the young couple here. I'll ask them something. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Li Shunfeng's face as he waved his hand to call off the others, leaving only him and Lu Tu in the room. Xiao Lu, I can understand your mood. You are still young and naturally full of enthusiasm. But the new Qi County I also just came not long ago. The complexity of the personnel here is even compared to the Middle Sea. You will only make more and more trouble if you go on like this, and it will be very bad to end up at that time. Lu Tu lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly for a moment before speaking. This is also when I was met. What if it was an ordinary resident? Wouldn't that have to be bullied to death by Zhu Denghui and the others? It won't. There's always a degree there. Lu Tu shook his head. Secretary Li, you may have mistaken some logic. I'm not discussing with you now. Li Shunfeng was shocked at his words, and he looked at Lu Tu with some incomprehension. Do we have to make such a mess? Is that how you want to make this name? Lu Tu sighed. It looks like it doesn't make sense to talk to you. He then said to himself, Mayor Jiang, did you hear me clearly? These are the words of Li Shunfeng of Xinchi County. Just a moment ago he had dialed Jiang Daqiao's phone, who had led a group of people to Xinchi County earlier, and by this time had almost arrived at the villa area. Li Shunfeng was shocked. You actually recorded it? Are you really rash or have I offended you in some way that you have to screw me like this? Lu Tu got up and slapped his face with his hand. His attitude was arrogant to the extreme. Knowing that Li Shunfeng was the hand of Xinchi County, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that he was the emperor of the land here for a change. On weekdays want to flatter to please him countless people. Where will someone dare to talk to him like this? Even if it is the leadership of the Middle Sea, will not be so to him, after all, is also divided into factions. And Li Shunfeng happens to be regarded as the Zhang Bridge that faction. How could he not expect LV2? Actually a little bit of mercy does not stay. I love my hometown, and I want him to be fair and vibrant, not messed up by the likes of you, so that the young people of Xinchi County can only be forced to go far away from home. What are you pretending? I don't believe you are that pure in your heart. Who doesn't take the public examination to enjoy the thrill of power? Did I give so many years of my life just to serve the people? Lu Tu nodded. I'm purely not purely. You're not qualified to comment. But you'd better keep this posture. Mayor Jiang and the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission of Zhanghai have arrived and will transfer you and the relevant people to Zhanghai for review. At this time, a quarrel came from downstairs. It is obvious that Zhanghai and Xinchi County people have friction. Zhang Daqiao came to the master bedroom upstairs at this time, glanced at Li Shunfeng, coldly grunted, Little Li, I remember that when you used to be a section officer under me, your favorite thing to read was Journey to the West, right? Yes, old leader. A hint of despair flashed under Li Shunfeng's eyes. Zhang Daqiao patted him on the shoulder. The 800-mile Lion's Camel Ridge is located right at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. You're really putting me on the fire by doing this. How do you expect me to explain to the citizens? Chapter 164 Dismissal. Zhang Daqiao patted his shoulder. You've been under me since graduation. I've watched you step by step. Why would you cut off your future because of this petty profit? Li Shunfeng even a slap off Zhang Daqiao's hand, growled harshly, prospects? Old leader, I ask you. I actually have what future? I remembered your teachings and stayed in town for 12 years. And it was hard to get promoted to the county. And because I was the one you brought up. And because I didn't have the money to make a dent. I was all over the place in the county. Do you know my old lady 73? Suffering from uremia. I, a secretary of Shinchi County, relying on my years of conscientious salary, can't even afford to give my old lady a new kidney. Do you know that when my old lady was pissing blood while telling me to serve the people well, do you know what I was thinking at that time? You're right, old leader. It's true that I'm not a determined person, but I just can't help it. I need to feed my family on a $7,000 a month salary. I don't want to see another scene where my old lady dies in front of me and I can't do anything about it. I'm afraid it will happen to my wife and kids someday. Even if I don't do anything but nod and sign, I'll have access to wealth I won't get for decades. And I'll be able to get my 40-something chaffing wife, who's never used skincare, to buy some skincare products to use. I can let my son, who can't get good grades, go to an international private school and be sent directly abroad without taking the college entrance exams, so that he won't have to live a hard life like me in the future. Li Shunfeng yelled these words in one breath, and then as if he had lost all his strength, he fell on his butt and sat down on the chair next to him. Zhang Duqiao couldn't help but sigh. People can't be greedy, especially if we are officials. We can't be greedy. Your standard of living already exceeds that of the vast majority of the residents of the Dragon Kingdom. The country hasn't treated you poorly. It's true that the country has not treated me poorly, and it's already smoke from my ancestors' graves for me, a kid from a poor background, to have made it this far. But I don't regret what I've done, and I really don't have a choice. Kang Daikyo angrily pointed his finger at him and chided. What the hell are you talking about? You don't have a choice? Do the people who have been displaced by your low-priced land expropriation have a choice? You're taking a salary and allowance that ordinary people can't enjoy, but you're also doing things that embezzle the people's interests. Is this called having no choice? Lu Tu interjected at the side at the right time. Standing from the perspective of an ordinary citizen, from my simple emotions, I think he should be shot. A hint of panic flashed in Li Xuanfeng's eyes. Jiang Daqiao, you condone your son-in-law's wanton behavior. Aren't you doing anything wrong? What am I condoning? It's not true that he's my son-in-law to be, but which of the things he's done have violated the law? If there is, I'll be the first to bring him to justice. Don't worry about it. To put it nicely, wasn't he at fault for intentionally beating up Chu Tanghui and the others earlier? I've already had people shoot a video of everything that happened just now and posted it on the internet. You guys want to cover the sky with just your hands? Impossible. Li Shunfeng had obviously already held the determination of fish death to say these words. Lu Tu started searching through his glasses and found that sure enough, he was all over the hot searches on several major social media platforms, although it is not the top, but also into the top 10. He wanted to use hacking means to invade the background again to remove it, but was surprised to find that the firewall level actually just a few days, enhanced so much, even he couldn't break through for a while. It should be that the major platforms had already discovered the loopholes after LV2's last strike, and had also found top hackers to fix and reinforce them. Lu Tu frowned slightly. Such a situation was unfavorable to him. Not to mention that the video that Li Shunfeng had people send out was maliciously edited. The only people in the video were Lu Tu kicking Zhu Denghui and Zhang Lanlan at the drop of a hat. In particular, many lickspittles, upon seeing that Zhang Lanlan was still quite a bit beautiful, posted in the comment section, Zhang Lanlan is so pitiful, looking so petite and cute, he would actually be subjected to LV2's poisonous hands. That's right, I didn't expect Lu Tu's appearance to be okay, but he actually beat up women behind his back. What a monster! He dares to beat a woman today. He dares to commit domestic violence tomorrow. And there is only one time and countless times of domestic violence, which means that he dares to beat Zhang Lanlan today. And he dares to wantonly massacre tender women tomorrow in places we don't know about. Gmaze, everyone should unite. We must make this guy Lu Tu's body lose his name and column. His virtues are not worthy of his current social status. I'm afraid that letting people like this keep appearing in the public eye will also bring down the next generation of the Dragon Kingdom. Good guy. Lu Tu did not even think that this group of female fighters were actually so fierce. A few words nailed him to the pillar of shame in history. If the fermentation continues, he may be even more morally bankrupt than the Sima family who swore by pointing to Luo Shui. This video is like throwing a kielbasa out into a dry toilet and countless green flies come sniffing around. Someone soon dug out that day at the Go tournament. Lu Tu's words against Yang Li, and the fact that among those 5 thugs captured in Yunqi City, there were also 2 blonde, blue-eyed foreign young ladies among them. Especially at that time, Li Muyang had not been the least bit polite to those 2 foreign chicks and gave them a direct punch, which made many internet fairies feel strong empathy. At one time, Lu Tu was directly expelled from the people, and he was classified as a public enemy for disrespecting women. That's when well-known female boxing blogger Yang Li stepped up at the right time and posted a selfie video. In the video, she looked haggard and pale, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. She cried in front of the camera while describing herself on a tablet, typing out a line, "Gee guys, ever since the Go tournament, where I was subjected to personality insults by Lu Tu, I've been in a depression. I've fainted the other day, and only just got out of the hospital just now today. And the doctor said that I'm suffering from a severe communication disorder, and that I've had no way to speak lately." For a while, the vociferous criticism of Lu Tu on the network was like a mountain of mountains and seas pouring towards him, and in a short time there was a hidden trend of occupying the top of the hot search list. Countless self-published bloggers have also taken this opportunity to start rubbing it in and giving out their opinions on the matter. Lu Tu turned off the screen on his glasses and stopped looking at it, and he knew with his toes that there was bound to be a pusher behind all this premeditation. It just happened to be using that video Lee Soon Bong had someone send out as an excuse. And as for who was trying to screw him over through public opinion, that would be a better guess. The ones who had done this before were the Song family and the Yun family. And now that the Yun family had completely collapsed, even Yun Bo's home had been copied. Not to mention the secretive Illuminati, which was like a poisonous snake lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike a fatal blow against Lu Tu. Chapter 165 Public Review Meeting. Zhang Xiaoqiao looked at Lu Tu. "What do you mean?" Lu Tu said righteously. "If he breaks the law, he will be dealt with justly according to the law. And if I want to break the law, I will naturally be sanctioned by the law as well." Li Shunfeng snapped. "Lu Tu, don't talk so full of words. I've seen a lot of people who are young and angry, and none of them ever had a good ending. You think you are on the side of justice." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Tu impatiently shouted downstairs. Friends of the Discipline Inspection Commission trouble to come up to take people away for questioning. As the case, when Li Shunfeng was taken away, Zhang Daqiao's secretary handed over a tablet. "Mayor, Mr. Lu, we found a lot of unfavorable comments about you on the internet." Zhang Daqiao frowned the entire time he read it. Outrageous. These guys have now risen to the whole of Shanghai, and started attacking this place in Shanghai for not having a business environment. Secretary Li, immediately contact the major social media platforms and tell them to limit their traffic on this. Lu Tu suddenly spoke up to stop it. "Wait, I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. John Bridge can sit in this position is by no means brainless people. Earlier just a succession of things make him surprisingly angry. Subconsciously want to follow the conventional way of dealing with the situation." But after a reminder from Lu Tu, he immediately understood what Lu Tu meant. Suddenly, he smiled at Lu Tu and looked at each other. "In that case, let's take advantage of this fire to properly burn the weeds on this piece of good land. And let's follow the example of the ancients in slash-and-burn cultivation. And perhaps we can have a good harvest." Lu Tu smiled and nodded in agreement. "That's right. The feelings of netizens are very simple. They are merely being deliberately brought up to speed. The reason why they attacked Shanghai's poor business environment doesn't mean that they really loathe Shanghai. And if they really want to loathe it directly, they don't even mention Shanghai." Zhang Daqiao looked to Shaoli and instructed. "Send people to investigate all the households in the villa area. Make sure to investigate the background of all the people here, as well as their nepotism, and after a thorough investigation should be notified of the notification, the prosecution of the prosecution, and will not be tolerated." Would this be too direct? Shaoli was a little hesitant. Zhang Daqiao waved his hand. "Since the above has issued a document to position Shanghai as a national key city, we should show some achievements to everyone. We are determined to cooperate with the above instructions." He went on to add, "This all needs to be done quickly. I want to see the results within 3 days, and then make an appointment with all the major media outlets in the country. And I want to hold a public review meeting at that time." "Ha, Mayor, there's no need for that," Zhang Daqiao said in a deep voice. "Reform. We must have the courage to break the boat. If we can't even do that, how can we let the people regain confidence in us? And then a number of livelihood projects in Xinchi County will be handed over to the city to deal with, including happiness neighborhoods, including other old and broken small, to carry out a comprehensive reconstruction and repair of dilapidated buildings. The money will come out of the city's financial." "Yes." Shaoli made a quick note in his notebook and left with a quick step. Lu Tu listened to the whole thing from the side and couldn't help but admire Zhang Daqiao a lot. Just by the words he just said and these decisions he made, it meant that he was as hard-headed as he said he was. The only way to know who isn't wearing pants is when the tide really fades. "Father-in-law, admirable. I thank you on behalf of the people of Xinchi County." Zhang Daqiao squeezed Lu Tu's shoulder with extreme importance. "I can have this kind of backbone, but it's still thanks to the tax you paid." "You're joking, father-in-law. Without your strong determination, any more taxes I pay will go into someone else's wallet. In fact, how can I not know the situation in Shanghai? It's really beyond the reach of the whip. I seem to be a big mayor, but in reality, I really can't help but do a lot of things. By the way, how do you want to deal with the online public opinion about you? Just let it go? Lu2 smiled bashfully, rushing to clarify at this time will only make me even more passive. It's better to let them continue the discussion. I always believe that rumors stop at the wise. The real battlefield isn't online at all, but the businesses of the various lineages that will move into Shanghai in the next few months. And my enemies aren't the vast number of netizens who have been brought up to speed, but the rats behind the scenes who harbor the scum. Zhang Daqiao's opinion of Lu2 went up a notch. You're only 20 this year, and you have this kind of mind and temperament. It's rare and precious. What do you plan to do next? Lu2 paced to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the calm lake not far away, his eyes deep. Actually, I'm not as powerful as you say. I won't let go of anyone who takes the initiative to mess with me. Since those female boxing bloggers who take money from foreign powers and make a big fuss about the opposition between men and women like to make a scene, I'll just use real women's rights to crush them. Zhang Daqiao was also stirred up a bit of bravado by Lu2's words, grabbed the stone and the flower pot and threw it into the lake, laughed aloud. As long as it's not illegal, I'll give you my full support. It's just the right time to stir up this lake that's been calm for a long time. Then I'm counting on you here, father-in-law. I'm here to move today and this will be time to go back. Do you need me to have someone drive you? No, I came in a van. Zhang Daqiao said Lu2 to the side of the truck, looking at him without the slightest squirming on that and his identity, extremely inconsistent with the dilapidated truck. Zhang Daqiao straight to feel his own daughter is really good vision. It is difficult to go from luxury to frugality, and the reasoning that the rich and powerful cannot be obscene is understood by elementary school students, but it is still difficult to overwhelm countless people, and Lu2 can do it. And in order to get ahead for the well-being of the people in the happy neighborhoods, they are willing to expose themselves to the public eye and suffer 10,000 people's abuse. An hour later, Lu2 returned to his home in Shanghai, and Zhang Ji came over to help, taking out his family's relics and arranging them in the 2 rooms as they were previously arranged. Finally, the plaque, which was the home of the first-class meritocracy, was hung in the center of the living room. Hitsong and Suobayo knew that Lu2 had returned, and when they entered the house the first thing they saw was the plaque. With a snap, they both stood like javelins and gave a standard salute to the plaque with a dignified look. Hitsong had followed LV2 for a longer time. Even he had almost forgotten about LV2's family background, and at this moment, he looked at LV2 with admiration in his eyes. Big brother, online. You don't need to care about the online matters. Soon I will start school soon. Your duty is to secretly protect Jiang Ichi. Understood. Time flies as 3 days later. This day is the day of the opening of the University of China Sea, but also the day of the Jiang Bridge to hold a public review meeting. Lu2 didn't have to go to school at all anymore at the moment, but he had to send Kong Ji to school. Jiang Jiwei pouted. Xiao Lu, I don't want to go to school. I want to stay with you. Lu2 has long seen her entire moping appearance, but still bitterly persuade, we stay together every day. Stay a long time will overdraw the passion of life. Do you want us to quickly become mutually boring? Jiang Ichi quickly shook his head. I don't want to. I don't want to. And more importantly, I hope you can find your own hobbies, realize the value of your own life. In the future when I go out and introduce others, I can't wait for people to say that I'm Jiang Jiqi's husband. Do you know what I mean? Jiang Jiqi was shocked when she heard this. She never thought about it in this way. She grew up with nothing. It was not easy for her to meet Lu2 after she met Lu2. She felt that Lu2 was her whole world. She was shocked to realize that Lu2 was really different from other men. Not the kind of macho who said he would just support her, but support her to achieve her own life values and goals. Lu2 is the one who really respects women. It's not at all as bad as those people on the internet make it out to be. She was so moved that her eyes reddened. Thank you, Xiao Lu. I know. I'll try to be the woman behind you. Lu2 gave her a tender kiss on her forehead, then slapped her on her firm buttocks and said, Go strong woman. Let those shady sewer rats see how good my Lu2's woman is. Jiang Jiqi confidently got off the car. Lu2 then breathed a sigh of relief. Just now that crowning words, said that he himself feel against his will, whether it's letting Jiang Jiji go to school or busy with the foundation. The main reason is that he doesn't want Jiang Jiji to be idle by his side every day, or else he'll only make a demon. Looking at Kang's departing back, Lu2 drove his car and turned around to head to the public review meeting. He had a feeling that someone wouldn't want to see Kong Bridge make it through the hard times. Chapter 166, Picking Fights with Each Other. Came to the outside of the municipal government building, found that today this place is exceptionally busy. Across the distance there are traffic police went up to remind LV2, do not drive inside. The parking lot is full. You are LV2? Lota laughed politely. Are all these people here for the public review meeting? The traffic police were so busy that their foreheads were sweating. Yes, the media from the south and north of the sky are here. Who doesn't want to see Mayor Jiang do a review? Mr. Lu, you come with me? I'll make a parking space out for you. Lu too waved his hand. Don't bother so much. I'll just park outside and take a couple steps for exercise. Traffic police breathed a sigh of relief. If only they were all as reasonable as you are. Before he finished speaking, he saw a foreign license plate driving directly to the inside. He hurriedly jogged over. What's wrong with you? Lu Tu also secretly shook his head when he saw this. The situation here was something he had expected, which was why he had to rush here. It's not that he's afraid that Zhang Daqia won't be able to calm down the scene, but if he really encounters an excessive person who is deliberately making things difficult, he's better suited than Zhang Daqia to step in and stop it. After all, Zhang Daqia represented not just him alone, but the face of the entire Zhonghai. As a native Lu Tu, not to mention the fact that he is related to him as a son-in-law, but also a person who is proud of his hometown. He naturally can't tolerate those who want to take this opportunity to discredit Zhonghai. Stopping the car was about to go in, when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar female voice. Lu Tu, stop right there. Lu Tu turned around, only to see Song Chushi getting out of a white Bentley, stepping on her high heels and walking quickly towards him. Lu Tu didn't say a word, turned his head and left, not wanting to care about this melon at all. I told you to stop. Are you deaf? Do you want to die, Song Chusher? Lu Tu stood still and said in an icy tone. Song Chusher quickly stepped to Lu Tu's side and proudly puffed out her chest. Why do you still want to hit me like before? Come, you hit me here. Most of the people who came here today are reporters. Lu Tu's appearance naturally attracted the attention of many people, especially when they saw Song Chusher appeared again, who all knew that there would be a good show to be staged, have raised their hands of the camera and cell phone. To Lu Tu is clicking a shot. The online denunciation of LV2 had reached white heat after a day of fermentation, and his disrespectful comments about women were everywhere. At this time, hearing the conversation between him and Song Chusher, it only felt powerful and explosive, and many people whispered and egged them on. Beat her, Lu Tu. Beat her and we'll have material to shoot. Naturally, Lu Tu would not make another move. Looking at Song Chushi's arrogant appearance, he smiled contemptuously. Chesty, brainless fool. With that he headed for the municipal building, completely ignoring the uproar from those around him. Song Chushi looked at Lu Tu's departing back. The corner of her mouth lifted up an arc of intrigue, and she turned around to look at the media reporters present. The surrounding ones were all veterans in this business. How could they not understand Song Chushi's meaning? Hurrying forward with their long guns and short cannons, they aimed at Song Chusher. Even if just a few words came out of her mouth, it would be heavy news. Ms. Song, listening to what you just said about beating you like before, could it be that Lu Tu had beaten you before? A skinny monkey squeezed over. Ms. Song, may I ask what is your relationship with Lu Tu? You two look like a good match in appearance. Are you lovers or friends? Song Chusher looked over in dissatisfaction, only to see that the microphone in the fat man's hand had Zhonghai Gossip Morning Knowledge written on it. Rolling his eyes at the skinny monkey reporter. Maybe he thought about having something with me, but I stuck to my guns and he never got his way. Last time he hit me after the Go challenge. The skinny monkey smiled lewdly and heatedly. May I ask if Lu Tu beating you was something you initiated? And is acting out emotional discord in front of us also a part of your play? As soon as these words came out, the people present immediately gossiped, their eyes ambiguously looking up and down at Song Chusher, the meaning of which was too straightforward. This skinny monkey is not someone else. It is Lu Tu's former roommate Zhu Xiaozhou, who has been working in Jiang Jiqi's foundation these days, and is in charge of going out to interview this piece. His appearance was not even known to Lu Tu, and he was arranged by Su Frost to come here in order to relay the real-time situation here to Jiang Jiqi. Song Chushi was originally ready to sell misery in front of the camera, who had thought that halfway killed a Gossip Weekly paparazzi reporter, but also by him to bring the rhythm of the bias. Indignation, if you again nonsense, I will sue you. Zhu Xiaozhou was not the least bit afraid of her threat, and continued to pursue. Miss Song, you know that Mr. Lu has a girlfriend. Then why are you still rushing up to pursue him? What exactly is your purpose? Aren't you afraid to bear the uneasiness of your conscience if you know 3 is 3 like this? You. Song Chushi was originally a short-tempered person, seeing Zhu Xiaozhou interrupting his rhythm, destroying his plans, and creating his own yellow rumors. Where could he tolerate it? If it wasn't for the Song family members next to her who hurriedly stopped Song Chusher, her hand knife would have slashed through. The Song family's people managed to drag her out of the crowd and advised in a low voice, Miss, don't fall into their trap. Something almost happened just now. This Lu Tu is just too hateful, actually arranging a paparazzo to disgust me. I'll make him look good later. Lu Tu, who had already entered the venue at this time, had no knowledge of this, although he was still wearing his bone conduction glasses. But he didn't let Xiaobai relay everything to him. After all, the human brain is limited, and if you receive a lot of fragmented information every day, it can cause damage to the brain in the form of disorganized cognitive structure, inability to think deeply, weaker decision-making ability, and so on. The latter conference room was already overcrowded at this time. Everyone was looking at the door with anticipation. Lu Tu noticed that Song Chushi was also here, and was curious as to why her face looked so ugly. This can be said to be the first public review meeting in the Dragon State. Although there were meetings of the same nature before, they were all symposiums, hearings and so on, but will never use the word review as a theme. The posture will not be put so low. You can imagine how much determination Zhang bridged this time. The venue erupted in applause when Zhang Daqiao entered with his team. It was Secretary Xiao Li who took the lead. Hello, comrades. I've invited you all here today to report on the handling of the series of illegal and disorderly incidents that occurred previously in Xinchi County. After that, there is a large piece of official rhetoric. Lu Tu straight call good guy. Not 3 minutes to let a person yawn day drowsy. After having been speaking for half an hour, Zhang Daqiao then cleared his throat and opened his mouth. If you all have any questions, you can speak freely next. It was as if this statement had given a shot of stimulant to the spine of the people on the spot, and in a moment hundreds of people raised their hands at the same time. Secretary Li pointed to a random female reporter and the staff handed over the microphone. Hello Mayor Jiang, I'm from the program Puxin Male Observatory. May I ask if you were also on the scene in Xinchi County 3 days ago? Right. According to our field visit, we found out that the clerk of the happy community, Zhang Lanlan, because he said a word about LV2 on the phone about being a psychopath, and that's what triggered this series of events, right? See Zhang Daqiao silent. The female reporter continued to speak. As we all know, nerves in the present day most of the time as a mantra appeared, and according to the video taken at the scene showed that LV2 that day because of this matter harboring a grudge, even because of this matter on the spot beating Zhang Lanlan. May I ask the mayor of Jiang have LV2 to bring to justice? Chapter 167, Facts Speak Louder Than Words. Zhang Daqiao frowned slightly at the words. He didn't expect the first reporter to ask a question and point the contradiction of the topic to Lu Tu, and in the face of many media reporters, it is not good to stiffly change the topic, otherwise it will go against his original intention of organizing this review meeting. Just as he was pondering how to make a reasonable explanation, a loud voice came from the corner of the venue. Since you mentioned me, let me, the person in question, explain it to you. The crowd followed the sound and saw that in the corner where no one cared, Lu Tu slowly got up and stood with his hands in the air. Despite this look, his was as loud as a bell, and every word carried clearly to the ears of everyone in the room. There were also people present who knew a little about Chinese medicine and knew that this was a sign that one's kidney energy was sufficient, indicating that Lu Tu was in good health. Seeing that Lu Tu actually came to respond in person, the female reporter directly began to make an issue of it. That's good, Mr. Lu, please explain why, just because of a sentence of nerves, you are going to do that kind of atrocity to a young girl who just graduated and joined the workforce. Lu Tu refused the microphone handed by the staff and directly said aloud, because she's cheap. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. No one could have imagined that Lu Tu, on such a serious occasion, as a public figure, would actually say such vulgar words that could not rise to the occasion. Female reporter Wu Yingshui was furious. Everyone, take a look. This is Lu Tu's nature. He's not even acting now. His real character is really just like what the internet said. Not only does he look down on women, he also targets them very much and insults them in all kinds of ways. What makes such a person able to appear in the public eye? How can such a person be in the public eye? How can he have such a huge amount of wealth? As Wu Yingshui's words left her mouth, the media reporters, most of whom were female groups in the room, immediately made a common enemy and glared angrily at Lu Tu. If gazes could kill, I'm afraid Lu Tu would have been chewed to pieces by them long ago. At the same time Lu Tu got up. He let AI Xiaobai perform face recognition on the female reporter Wu Yingshui and found out a lot of her black history through big data. Otherwise how could he be so confident? Facing the questioning of Wu Yingshui as well as the crowd at the scene, Lu Tu smiled blandly. You guys want to know the reason, right? We don't want to know why. We just want Mayor Jiang to shut down scum like you completely so that you can never do anything wrong again. Lu Tu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and looked at Wu Yingshui. In that case, as a self-media blogger, you have convicted me without telling the truth or evidence, just through subjective speculation? Luckily you are still just a self-media blogger. If you were allowed to enter the functional department, wouldn't there be wrongful convictions every day? A sentence to Wu Yingshui against the words. She earlier through many incidents. No Lu Tu sharp teeth, but did not expect this kid in front of so many people's accusations. Actually do not panic at all. Brain clear logic is not the slightest confusion. A pinpoint to their own counterattack. but since she was able to come here, she had long been prepared. The former Shinchi County Secretary, Li Shunfeng, has already sent out a video recording the evil deeds you've done, so what else do you have to argue about? That's right, the evidence is so close to slapping you in the face. Why are you still pretending? Pretend your mom stinks high. A woman in the crowd rose to a personal attack on Lu Tu under emotional excitement. Hearing this, Jiang Daqiao, his face sank. He was aware of what this kind of insult meant to Lu Tu, and with a finger pointing at the woman, he said, "This is not a food market. Take her out." Wait. Lu Tu reached out to stop. He swept his eyes coldly over the woman. "What media outlet are you from? What's your name?" The woman didn't expect that so many people were questioning Lu Tu, and that her mere words were accurately captured by him. And at this moment, she saw that Lu Tu was starting to target herself, and she was also a bit flustered. She's just trying to rub it in a little while so she can show how cynical she is in defense of other women's rights. "What do you care what my name is? You might as well explain yourself first." Lu Tu nodded. "Since everyone wants to know what happened, please look at the big screen." Everyone, including Kang Ohashi, was a bit curious and slowly turned their heads to look at the big screen behind them. LV2 had already invaded the computer in the background here through Xiaobai, and began to play up the complete video of that day, which was very long, starting from the time LV2 moved downstairs and encountered Zhang Lanlan and Zhang Chunmei. This also recorded the scene where Zhu Denghui, together with Zhang Lanlan, bribed Lu Tu, as well as all the circumstances when he took Lu Tu to the villa area afterwards. Every word was recorded clearly, and as the video played, those who had previously clamored for a statement from Lu Tu gradually fell silent. At the end of the video, Lu Tu even released the video of Li Sun Bang ranting hysterically at himself. The scene was silent at this moment, and the people who had previously questioned Lu Tu, especially Wu Yingshui, were slapped in the face by this video. There were people who sang against the scene. Naturally there were also people who supported Lu Tu. Xu Xiaoshu, who was hidden in the crowd, righteously said, "Facts speak louder than words. Wu Yingshui, you hurry up and apologize to Lu Tu." Wu Yingshui was anxious. "Who am I to apologize? What I said is also the truth. Nothing more than the truth as I see it." Lu Tu listened to Wu Yingshui's rather right speech and smiled contemptuously. "Is this matter clear?" "Clear? Clear," Wu Yingshui said through clenched back teeth. "Now that it's clear as day, how about we put this matter behind us?" Wu Yingshui heard the words of joy. She is also considered to understand the nature of Lu Tu, know that he is definitely a hard to the end of the person. Did not think that the moment actually give her steps down. Wu Yingshui even if the money received from others. At this time also hurry to borrow the slope down the donkey, since the facts prove that you did the right thing. The law-breaking people and accepted the punishment. This matter will be over it. Secretary Shaoli opened his mouth at the right time through the microphone, ready to change the topic, but he didn't realize that Lu Tucci reached out to stop it once again. "Wait a minute. This matter is in the past. The two of us still have to settle things. Wu Yingshui, I ask you. 3 days ago you suddenly received $1 million in your account is what happened?" Wu Yingshui's heart tightened. She didn't expect Lu Tu to choose to continue to lash out when she let her guard down. "This is my personal matter. It seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Can't I have an income as a self-publisher and have to drink the northwest wind?" Lu Tu smiled evilly and pointed to the big screen. "But I found out that the source of this 1 million is not simple. It actually involves various countries around the globe. A total of 182 accounts before it is remitted to your card. And the source is Amelia's International Development Agency." Wu Yingshui incredulously looked at the details of the transfer that appeared on the big screen at this time. Every article including the time and the country to which the account belongs to. She just wanted to deny it all. "Have no way. How did you do that? You infringed." Luta's voice rose to a deafening pitch. "It's been proven that you're a gender-bending and a spy on Amelia's payroll." Chapter 168. Wu Yingshui's face was disheveled. She couldn't think too much about how exactly Lu Tu got all this, but she knew that she must not admit it today, or else her self-media account would be banned if it was light, and she would go to jail if it was heavy. "Nonsense. Who knows how you made these things up, and you want to frame me with these? It's just because I asked some sharp questions before. You're still a big man, but you're so vicious." Lu Tu disdainfully skimmed his mouth. "Whether it is made up or not is not up to you to say, nor is it up to me to listen to me. There are so many officials present at the scene, so that they can find the professionals in the banking system to investigate and they will know." Jiang Daqiao nodded and said, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. If these remittance records are true, the matter can be big or small. I will send someone to verify it right away." Wu Yingshui was completely flustered at this time. She got up and carried her bag and headed out, but was stopped by the police officers on the scene. "Ms. Wu, please cooperate with the investigation before leaving." "What do you guys want?" "I just had to pee and wanted to go to the bathroom." At this time a female police officer stood out. Ms. Wu, don't get excited. I'll accompany you. When Wu Yingshui left, Lu Tu looked again at the woman who had just scolded him for pretending to be your mom's stinky high. When she and Lu Tu's eyes locked, she suddenly shivered uncontrollably. An ominous premonition surged to her heart, and she hurriedly got up. I have to go to the restroom as well. Lu Tu laughed. You can't go. Tian Mengnan. 6 years ago you colluded with an offshore organization and began to start pitting men and women against each other on major forums. When the fees for each article were $50,000 US. You haven't made a lot of money over the years, have you? Tian Mengnan's pupils shook as she blurted out. It wasn't enough for you to falsely accuse Wu Yingshui, but now you're starting to falsely accuse me? I think Wu Yingshui is right. You are a careful man. Whoever has offended you, you use the power and background in your hand to bring people to death. Lu Tu shrugged indifferently, not bothering to talk to her much, and once again pointed forward. This time the crowd on the floor would have already snapped. Looking at the big screen again. Are you? Why do you have everything? At this time, the big screen displayed a piece of text that Tian Mengnan had once published, and it was accompanied by her remittance record. Ginger Bridge was a bit puzzled. Where did we get these PPTs? Secretary Li lowered his voice and said, we didn't do it. And who cooperated with him in putting it out? I don't know. The session wasn't even scheduled. Kang Daxia gave Secretary Li a look and the two stopped talking. Lu Tu even borrowed an infrared pen from the reporter next to him and acted as a PPT presenter, and began to count down Tian Mengnan's intentions from each article. Then he looked at Tian Mengnan and said, do you have anything else to say? Traitor with ulterior motives. It wasn't me. I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. Lu Tu coldly laughed. No wonder you were so agitated before I published the evidence. So it's because you received money from abroad. Tian Mengnan panicked and tried to escape from the place, but was held down by the waiting police officers. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation. Tian Mengnan exclaimed in horror. Save me. I am wrongly accused. I only posted the article to accuse the reality of the problem. Never received money from abroad. We are all women. You have to believe me. The scene was silent. Jokingly, those present were not cuties. Even if it's just to rub it in, you don't lose your mind to the point of putting yourself out there for the sake of rubbing it in. In my heart, I curse Tian Mengnan for being such a fool, writing opposing articles for so many years, and writing himself into a dementia. It would be better not to run away at a time like this, but to be so stupid as to presume to run away from the municipal building is hopeless. Tian Mengnan just happened to meet up with Wu Yingshui, who came back. Wu Yingshui looked at Tian Mengnan, who was crying like crazy, and said, what's wrong with her? Lu Tu smiled contemptuously. She's just like you. You two will have company in prison from now on. The male officer stepped forward and flashed his ID at her. You are suspected of endangering public safety. Now come back with us to assist in the investigation. Wu Yingshui was worthy of being much more old-fashioned, and at this time did not go crazy like Tian Mengnan, but instead looked at the front row of seats. That woman with a delicate figure and a head of long, soft hair, was none other than Song Chushi. She then held out her hand and allowed the officers to handcuff her and lead her away from the meeting. At this time the remaining media people on the scene, even if they were carrying a bellyful of doubts, did not dare to raise their hands to speak. Secretary Li cleared his throat. Next, you all please continue with your questions. The point is, who dares? The two people who dared to raise questions just now were both found by Lu Tu, even the evidence of crimes committed years ago. They sort of see. Lu Tu, this person is really a vengeance. Who provoke him? There is no room for reprieve. There is revenge on the spot. Even if someone asked for their innocence, they would not dare to touch Lu Tu's mold at this time. That's when Zhu Xiaozhou and others came into play, asking a few positive questions, just enough to ease the atmosphere and get this meeting back on track. As the conference was coming to an end and Kang Daxia was preparing to speak, Song Chushi, who had been quiet for the entire session from his front row seat, suddenly raised his hand and asked for a microphone. As she stood up, the corner of Lu Tu's mouth lifted into a mocking smile. Finally going to make a move? Feel free to use whatever tricks you have. Jiang Daxia naturally recognized Song Chushi. After all, she was the person that Yanjing Song Jian wanted to be. Seeing her get up and prepare to ask a question, she knew with her toes that it wasn't good. Song Chushi's silver bell-like voice rang out. I've always had a question. And that is that earlier, LV2 found out the evidence of other people's connection with foreign forces and let them go to assist in the investigation. Then I asked Mayor Jiang, what if LV2 colluded with foreign forces? The moment these words came out, the gazes of everyone present once again focused on Lu Tu's body. Lu Tu froze at his words. How could he not think that Song Chushi would take this matter to make things difficult for himself? After all, he did go to Las Vegas and had contact with the foreign organizations he had been in contact with. It's nothing more than Henry of the Illuminati, and the vice elder knew about this a long time ago. Song Chushi wouldn't be so stupid as to take this matter out and put it on the table, right? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the vice elder? How would the Song family be able to get along in the future? Seeing that he was silent, Song Chushi pursued, is there such a thing? Mr. Lu, of course I didn't. You said I did. So show me proof. Song Chushi pulled her hair behind her ear with her hand and smiled at Lu Tu with a stretched face, instantly causing the crowd at the scene to exclaim in admiration at how beautiful she was. Evidence? Of course I have it. And I'm a witness. Human witnesses? The crowd at the scene froze, then revealed a look of eating water. After listening to the meeting for so long, finally waiting for the main event, Song Chushi looked to Zhang Daqiao to follow his advice. Mayor Jiang, may I be allowed to bring the witnesses? Zhang Daqiao did not squirm in the slightest. He had absolute confidence in LV2. Not to mention anything, just based on LV2's family background, he would never be able to collude with people from abroad, as Song Chushi said. He nodded. Yes. Song Chushi clapped her hands, and at this time, the gazes of everyone present gathered at the entrance of the conference room. Lu Tu also frowned and looked. He knew that Song Chushi would not be aimless, since she dared to say so. There should be her certainty. What kind of person was it that could make Song Chushi come at the last minute and take a hand to herself? First a pair of long legs came into view, followed by the appearance of a delicate face. Lu Tu secretly exclaimed, asterisk 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 Sita Sui? Chapter 169, You scumbag! Wasn't she kidnapped by He Yong? Why is she here with Song Chushi? Then there was only one possibility, that Song Chushi was connected to He Yong, or even to the Illuminati that He Yong had defected to. Thinking of this, Lu Tu looked at Song Chushi with an icy gaze. She was undoubtedly blowing herself up by doing so. Too abnormal. Originally thought she could have a little brain. Did not expect to actually let Sita Sui come out to correct himself, which is tantamount to directly confessing to Lu Tu. She has a connection with the Illuminati. This is not it? The crowd at the scene naturally didn't recognize Sita Sui. They all looked at her with a curious face, while Sita Sui's first glance when she entered the venue landed on Lu Tu. Her eyes were complicated, as if she had a lot to say, yet with a bit of shame. Song Chushi came to Sita Sui's side and explained for everyone. You all may not recognize this lady. Her name is Sita Sui, and she comes from the Situ family of Amelia. Situ family? The media people present were more or less still extremely well informed, and with the highly developed information of the internet era, they had more or less heard about it. Song Chushi nodded. Not bad. This Miss Situ is the only daughter of Situ Kangkang, the leader of the Amelia Zhigong Hall. The entire room was shocked when the three words to the public hall came out. Anyone who knows even a little bit about history knows that these three words have appeared many times in those once obscure years, and each time they have stood in the right place and done their part in pushing the envelope. This is no longer simply a civic organization. Zhigong Hall has also been shouldering the great mission of national rejuvenation. At least that is what the textbooks say. So when Sita Sui's identity was announced, everyone cast a friendly look at her. The discerning knew that since Sita Sui could serve as Song Chushi's witness, there was naturally nothing to say in terms of credibility. Otherwise others would have traveled thousands of miles to identify you? Zhang Daqiao gazed deeply at Sita Sui, turned off the microphone in front of him, and lowered his voice to command. Shaoli, immediately go and find out what happened to the Situ family. Okay. Sita Sui nodded at Zhang Daqiao. Hello Mayor Jiang. Hello everyone. I'm Situ Sui. Everyone knows that my father was the leader of the Zhigong Hall, but he died not long ago. What? Old Mr. Sito passed away? How come I haven't heard about it? Hurry up and film it. Another powerful hot topic. Sita Sui took over the microphone and continued. MS. Song is right. Lu Tu did come to Las Vegas 2 months ago and had contact with Henry from the Illuminati, and I still drove to pick you up that day. Song Chushi looked provocatively at Lu Tu. Is there such a thing, Mr. Lu? Lu Tu didn't intend to deny it. After all, when he came out of the MGM that day, there was still a large number of FBL and CIA agents following him, so he nodded his head and said, yes, MS. Situ and I met by chance on the streets of Vegas. Sita Sui followed up. In fact, we mutually know that this is not a chance encounter. It is my father who asked me to pick you up in order to ensure your safety. Lu Tu then nodded. Perhaps, I think Mr. Situ does have this commitment. Sita Sui fell into silence when she heard Lu Tu's words. She was already isolated after her father's death. The patriarchs had all been killed and bribed by He Yong. She no longer had any way back. Song Chushi on the side urged. Miss Situ, don't be afraid. Mayor Jiang is also here, so don't worry about certain people who will be unfavorable to you. Lu Tu already had a premonition of what Sita Sui would say, but he didn't want Sita Sui to go to the opposite side of himself, remembering that Situ Kangtang was the lord of a generation. and that he wanted to hand over the Zhigong Hall to himself when he was alive. Situsui took a deep breath with furrowed brows, as if he had made a very important decision. She took the microphone and said, "On that day, my father invited Lu Tu to join our Zhigong Hall, and even publicly expressed how much he admired him, wanting Lu Tu to become the next generation heir, and later lead the entire Amelia Zhigong Hall." The crowd incredulously sucked in a breath of cool air. What a great trust! Situ Kangkang was actually willing to hand over a huge organization to a young man he had never met before, even though he had a daughter. Mr. Lu, is what Miss Situ said true? Lu Tu promised, "It is indeed true, but I refused at the time." Hearing this, Zhang Daqiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Tu didn't do anything out of the ordinary during that period of time, everything would be fine. Situ Sui suddenly said, "You did refuse at the time, but you colluded with my father's stepson, He Yong, afterward, and carried out an assassination attempt on my father as well as all the patriarchs, and even put me under house arrest and subjected me to inhuman abuse." The scene exploded with this statement. The corners of the mouths of the media people in the room were grinning behind their ears at how explosive this news was. When this matter came out of Situ Sui's mouth, Lu Tu's previously carefully maintained persona, including the creation of the charitable foundation, as well as the good image that he had displayed by appearing in the public eye on several occasions, would all instantly collapse and be reduced to a downright despicable villain and a jumping clown. Situ Sui continued with a brainwave. "Not only that, but I also learned during my period of house arrest that He Yong had already entered into deep cooperation with the Illuminati, and it can even be said that he completely defected to the Illuminati after winning Amelia to the public hall over. The Illuminati, a word that came up several times in this conversation, was also the first time it actually appeared in the public eye. Before that, many netizens had also learned about this mysterious organization, a group of Judas capital giants that control most of the world's wealth. Combined with some of the anti-human behavior that the nation of Israel has done over the years, almost the entire world has a deep hatred for the Judeans as a group. A well-designed exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. "I didn't expect. I thought that only people like Wu Shui would defect to an offshore force. Your thick-browed and righteous LV2 has actually become a traitor to the Illuminati as well. For this reason even killed Mr. Situ Kangkang. If you wanted to pay a public court, why didn't you agree to it on the spot? You're really a despicable villain. I didn't realize that you usually talk and act in a dignified manner, but secretly you're as disgusting as a sewer rat." Zhang Daqiao's pupils shook at his words. He immediately asked Secretary Li to close the conference room. This matter could be devastating to Lu Tu if it got out. He coughed and opened the microphone. "Silence. The matter is still unclear. Let them confront each other face to face." Now the crowd at the scene was naturally dissatisfied. "Mayor Jiang, you're taking too much of a side, aren't you? Who doesn't know your relationship with Lu Tu? Does it mean that you also join them like Lu Tu?" Secretary Li shot up in anger. "Dare to rumor about officials? You are legally responsible for what you say." Only then was the cacophony of the scene silenced. At this time the long silent Lu Tu took the microphone. He looked at Situ Sui, slightly shook his head. "I remember that you are not bad by nature. I can completely help you to avenge your father's death. Why do you want to take this next step?" Chapter 170, Why Don't You Smile? Situ Sui's eyes were evasive, not daring to go and meet Lu Tu's eyes, and he kept his head down without speaking. Song Chushi blocked in front of her and laughed coldly at Lu Tu. "What's the use of you saying this? Is it still not a thief crying out to catch a thief? Would Miss Situ still use her own reputation to wrong you?" The others chimed in. "That's right, Ms. Situ's father died because of this, and now the person in question has come forward to correct you, and you're still saying it has nothing to do with you?" Lu Tu still ignored her and stared at Situ Sui with a burning gaze. "I'll ask you for the last time. This is Zhonghai. You don't have to be afraid of whoever threatens you. I respect Senior Situ. As long as you tell the truth, I can help you take revenge." Situ Sui's body shook at the words. She looked at Lu Tu incredulously. Only she who had wronged Lu Tu knew how wronged Lu Tu was. But obviously he had already framed him in public. But he was still thinking of avenging himself. Was he really a great man of the top of the world, as his father had said? At this moment, Situ Sui began to hesitate, whether she should continue to help Song Chushi victimize Lu Tu or not. And she also knew how much she would hurt Lu Tu if she just continued to bite the bullet on this matter. Seeing that Situ Sui seemed to have a tendency to waver, Song Chushi immediately reminded in a low voice, "Don't listen to her. Think about who rescued you and what was promised to me." Lu Tu took a big step towards Song Chushi and snapped, "You dare to threaten Situ Sui in front of me? Little Spike, don't be afraid. Your father and I are sort of friends who have forgotten years. I'll bail you out today." Situ Sui's eyes reddened and filled with emotion as he looked towards Lu Tu. In him he seemed to see the appearance of his father when he was young. No wonder his father valued him so much when he was alive. and even wanted to entrust his life's endeavors to him, his father really didn't look at the wrong person. When Lu Tu came in front of her, Sitasui resolutely came to Lu Tu's side and looked at Lu Tu for help and said in a loud voice, "Those words just now were all taught to me by Song Chushur to say so." Song Chushur also didn't expect Sitasui to be on the brink. She had inquired about it before she came. Sitasui said that Lu Tu was arrogant and especially disliked him. "Stuart Spike, do you realize what you're doing?" "Of course I know. It was you who told He Yong to let me go and bring me to Zhonghai in order for me to falsely accuse LV Massacre of harming my father. But I know that all of this was done by He Yong and the Illuminati, and that you're one of them." When these words came out, everyone looked at Song Chushi incredulously. These words could be too serious, as long as it is within the Dragon Kingdom. But whoever is confirmed to have joined the Illuminati, no matter how powerful you are, you can't make good. Those in the entertainment industry just block them, and in the case of businessmen, parachute in a CEO to give you a chance to make a decent exit. You're bloodthirsty. I don't mind suing you if you keep talking nonsense and rumors. Stuart Spike took her cell phone out and logged onto one of her little forums in Amelia to download a video. Therein lies what He Yong told me that day. Secretary Lee had someone bring it and start playing it, and soon He Yong's voice came out. "Do you know how important Sitasui is to me? You say you'll give it to you?" Although Song Chushur didn't show her face outside of the camera, her voice was recorded. "Stupid. This is a good opportunity to bring down Lu Tu. As long as Sitasui is brought under control, Lu Tu will become a street rat in the country that everyone is shouting at." What followed was idle chatter between the two, and there was no point in listening to it. Song Chushi's face changed, but quickly reacted to the bystander's reminder. "How do you prove that person is me?" Lu Tu smiled evilly. "Of course there is a way. Just take this video to the criminal investigation section to analyze the voice." Song Chushur was certain that as long as she didn't admit it, even if she analyzed it, she would be fine. After all, she was a member of the Yenjing Song family. Delay? Since Sito Spike is a capricious villain, her evidence is not to be trusted. Lu Tu pointed to the big screen and began to play the recording of his phone call with He Yong that day, and when the people at the scene listened to the entire recording, they finally understood all. On the phone He Yong had already admitted that he had colluded with the Illuminati and had personally killed Sita Kang Song, during which time Lu Tu had even at one point exchanged swords and curses with him, and the two men couldn't have been acting any way they could have heard it. Now it was Lu Tu's turn to look at Song Chushi as if provoking. "Weren't you just so sure that I colluded with the Illuminati? You even know about the actions of the Illuminati, and now that the evidence is slapped in your face, who exactly defected to the Illuminati?" Song Chushur was drank back by Lu Tu's loud questioning. At this time she finally panicked. She didn't expect Sitasui to turn against him in the battlefield, and she herself would still be turned back by Lu Tu. She wasn't smart enough in the first place, and she definitely couldn't cope with such a tricky situation at the moment. At this time, a man who had been accompanying her got up and looked at the crowd. Miss Song was also deceived by Sitasui. "As for the things you said, they are all just your guesses, and can't be taken as evidence at all. Mayor Jiang, MS. Song isn't feeling too well. I'd like to send her back to rest first. Is that okay? Zhang Bridge can sit in this position. Is definitely not an indecisive person. The other party has previously made it clear that he will pull him down. The I fell slightly in the decadence. You want to pat his ass and go away?" He immediately refused. "I can't say anything about this matter. After all, it's no longer an ordinary issue of social opinion. Because of MS. Song's sensitive identity, it's now a matter of confidentiality. I've already contacted the investigators of the National Security and they'll be here soon. So please ask MS. Song to stay a little longer." As soon as they heard the word National Security, the people present were creeped out. Zhang Daqiao's words were already very obvious. That is, he was saying that Song Chushur had allegedly jeopardized national security and handed her over to national security. This is a big deal. The good thing about this meeting was that although there were cameras on site, they were only in recorded form and didn't spread things very far. The others also hurriedly hid the video they had previously posted to their social media platforms after hearing Zhang Daqiao's words, fearing that they would be liquidated afterwards. Sure enough, soon enough the national security investigators arrived at the scene, and this time it was actually Long Yuan leading the team. Even Lu Tu didn't expect. Isn't Long Yuan in Yenjing? Why did he suddenly come to Zhonghai? Is it possible? He suddenly thought of something and looked over at Kong Dao and realized that Kong Dao was nodding slightly at himself. Ginger is really old. Upon arriving at the scene, Long Yuan first took the microphone and said to the crowd, "Please take out your cell phones and delete all the videos and audios recorded today, including your respective social media backstage." Hearing this, all the people at the scene all sighed dismally. Such powerful news. This was the Song family from Yenjing joining the Illuminati. If they could get them to send out the video, just turn on a random 199 members only video, And that's a lot of money? Lu Tu came in front of Song Chusher and looked down on her condescendingly. Why don't you smile anymore? Are you born not liking to smile? Your good days are still ahead of you. Be happy, we have plenty of time to play slowly. Chapter 171, Leakage of Drawings. This time, Long Yuan had prepared for this and brought enough investigators to quickly start searching the cell phones of everyone at the scene. All the recorded clips and videos were completely deleted by special means, and a non-disclosure agreement was brought out for the crowd to sign. Only after doing so did Long Yuan say to the people present, "If you all say a single word of today's words outwardly, you will all face the severe punishment of the law. This is not a joke." The people present shrank their necks in fear and repeatedly said that they would absolutely forget about today's events. Only then did they leave the conference room in an orderly manner, including other subordinates of Kong Daikyo following suit. Only Song Chushi and the people around her, as well as the national security investigators, were left in the large scene. Lu Tu picked Song Chushi's chin with his fingers and suddenly approached her face with an extremely aggressive stance. Song Chusher was so nervous that she shrieked out in alarm, and the man beside her stood up and chided. "What are you doing? Is this how you investigate? Don't forget that MS. Song is also one of the national security investigators." Lu Tu gave him a sidelong glance. "What are you?" "You. I'm MS. Song's lawyer." Lu Tu swung round as a slap thrown over. "The man will be drawn out 3 meters away." The presence of other national security investigators are long known to Lu Tu's acquaintances. Naturally, his doings are very well understood. Not only did not stop, but instead revealed a touch of mocking smile. Long Yuan also sat across from Jiang Daqiao, staring at Song Chusher in a good manner, without the slightest intention to speak out to stop him. Song Chusher knew that she had messed things up this time. Obviously her family had already told her not to mess with Lu Tu recently. It was she herself who couldn't swallow that breath. She didn't know what was going on. Whenever it was late at night, when she closed her eyes her mind would show up Lu Tu's indebted face, which made her hate her teeth. Ludo cupped her jawbone roughly in his hand. "Tell me, what exactly is the deal with the Illuminati?" I just asked the Illuminati to give me Stuart Spike. There was no agreement at all." Lu Tu nodded, and in the next second, he slammed his fist on Song Chushi's pretty face. Song Chushi didn't expect Lu Tu to actually make a move on himself. She rolled across the floor several times, bumping into a patch of tables and chairs before stopping. Song Chusher struggled up from the ground, covering her face with malicious eyes. "You hit me again." Lu Tu sneered. "I'm asking you. You're not qualified to talk to me now. If you don't tell me again, I'll shoot you on the spot." With that, Lu Tu reached out at the national security investigator at his side, who duly handed over a loaded pistol, facing the deep muzzle of the gun. Song Chusher did not doubt for a second that Lu Tu would really shoot. After all, she had felt the killing intent on Lu Tu's body that time before at the convention center. She hurriedly looked at Long Yuan for help. "Commissioner Long, save me," Long Yuan scolded. "As one of the investigators, it wasn't expected that you could make a difference. But you knew the law and had to collude with the Illuminati and leak some of the 7th generation machine drawings to the other side. The crimes you have committed are too numerous to mention, and the lesser case is life imprisonment. The heavier case is the death penalty." Hearing this, Song Chushi was completely desperate as she hissed, "I'm going to call my grandfather." Long Yuan waved his hand. "Let her make the call. I want to see if Elder Song will shelter you." Since Long Yuan had agreed to do it, Lu Tu definitely had no way to stop it, but looking at how certain he was, whether Song Chushi made this call or not no longer affected the final outcome. But it was a pity that Song Chushi, this little cutie, couldn't see it. Sure enough, a connected person is a connected person, and this kind of brainless fool can get into this department. So it seems that he is again too well protected by the ivory tower. Hearing that she could get herself on the phone, Song Chushi hurriedly took over and dialed. "Mom, something's happened to me. Save me." "No, it's Lu Tu. Where's my dad? Where did he go? Can you have Grandpa call the vice elders? Right now I'm being controlled by the national security people, saying that I'm colluding with the Illuminati and that they want to dispose of me." "What? Grandpa is hospitalized? Then tell Dad to tell the vice elder, or else Lu Tu will really kill me. He's still pointing a pistol at me right now." Lu Tu disdainfully skimmed his lips, and Sita Sui beside him had been shocked to death after witnessing the whole process. How could she not expect that Lu Tu actually had such a background within the Dragon Kingdom? No wonder he would despise his own family's business. By the time Song Chushi hung up in despair, her cell phone fell off the floor. She looked at Lu Tu and said, "Someone will come to bail me out soon. You can't hurt me." Lu Tu's keen sense of hearing had picked up on the phone call. Where would anyone come to her rescue? For a behemoth like the Song family with many children, Song Chusher, who had committed a crime, was nothing more than a discarded child. and right now even her parents were not willing to affect the reputation of the Song family for her. Lu Tu directly smashed the butt of his gun on Song Chushi's head, and blood immediately flowed as Song Chushi fell to the ground in pain. This is the 4th time you've tried to put me to death, and you still want to live today? Right at this moment, the door of the conference room suddenly opened and a long-lost figure appeared in the doorway. She first looked around the scene before her gaze landed on Lu Tu's body. Louis, do you still recognize me? Lu Tu frowned. He had already made up his mind to kill Song Chusher today, and even Long Yuan had already acquiesced to Lu Tu's behavior. But he didn't expect that the person who came was Song Yusher, who had helped him in the cafeteria that day. Little sister Song. His emotion towards Song Yusher was very special, so special that during the period of time when he had just arrived, Lu Tu's gratitude towards her was even about the same as that of Pang Bei's. This was someone who had truly cared about helping him. Song Yusi herself was Pang Wei's secretary, and the moment she learned that Song Chusher had offended LV2, she ran over without stopping. Xiao Lu, I know she committed a crime. Maybe it's not possible to stop the unauthorized execution and hand her over to the law for punishment? Even if I'm begging you, I only have this one sister. Song Chusher gritted her teeth and said, Sister, don't beg him. Song Yusi said and straight away knelt in front of Lu Tu. It's me who spoiled her since she was a child, which led her to be so willful and presumptuous. I beg you, leave her to spend the rest of her life in prison to reflect, okay? After taking a deep breath, Lu Tu helped Song Yusher up. Little sister Song, I promise you to let her receive a fair judicial trial. Thank you, thank you. Song Yusher held Song Chusher in her arms and took out a tissue to wipe the blood from her forehead. Lu Tu suddenly opened fire, and the sound of thumping gunshots exploded in Song Chushi's ears, scaring her so much that she hastily covered her ears and screamed. Even Long Yuan and Jiang Gachia were startled and hurriedly stood up to see Song Chushi's condition. Well, when they looked, they realized that Lu Tu had fired his gun at the ground and Song Chusher was unharmed. Just frightened, he looked at Song Yusher and said, Little sister Song, you are a member of the Song family. This is a fact that can't be changed. From now on, we're even. No one owes anyone anymore. After saying that, Lu Tu threw down his pistol and walked straight towards the door. A fair legal trial, of course, but Lu Tu's personal anger had to be avenged as well. There was no way he would let someone who had struck out at him multiple times live well. After leaving the building and returning to his car, Lu Tu instructed Xiaobai through his bone conduction glasses. Find me a few trustworthy people, the kind that are vicious and have been in the palace a few times, and find out their information and send it to me. Chapter 172, The Strange Dormitory 502. Lu Tu called Long Yuan again. Uncle Long, can you produce Song Chushi's announcement as soon as possible? Long Yuan heard which cannot know what Lu Tu wants to do. After a moment of thought agreed. She leaked part of the drawings through the authority. This has been suspected of seriously jeopardizing national security. Even if you do not say that, we will also be out of the announcement. But this matter, you as a victim, it is not appropriate to get involved in too much. I understand, Uncle Long. I just want to let the Song family know that whatever method they use to undermine me will be met with whatever kind of retaliation I have in store for them. Alright, you see to it. We have a preliminary grasp of the evidence of Song Chushi's crime, and the announcement will come out today. Hanging up the phone, Lu Tu looked through the rearview mirror at Song Chushi, who had been brought on board by the national security investigators, and smiled coldly. Song family, from today onwards, the offense and defense will change shape. At this time, he suddenly saw Sita Sui, standing there somewhat at a loss, and only then did he remember how he had forgotten her. Getting out of the car and waving at her. Stuart Spike, come with me. Sita Sui originally thought that Lu Tu didn't want to take care of her and purposely left her in the conference room. But she didn't expect that Lu Tu was actually waiting for her. Now she has no family. Her mom and dad are dead, and she doesn't have any relatives. The only acquaintance in the huge dragon country is Lu Tu. After getting on the car, Sita Sui was a different person from that day in Vegas. Without the dashing feeling of poise that he had before. Instead, he looked rather hasty and kept picking at his nails. Lu Tu wasn't exactly a warm man who would go out of his way to initiate comfort, and the two of them just sat in the car with no words the whole way. Sita Sui finally couldn't help himself and whispered, Lu Tu, I'm sorry. Aha. If I don't agree to Song Chushi's demands, I won't be able to break away from Yong. I'm just trying to protect myself. Well, understandable. After hearing Lu Tu say that he could understand, Sita Sui's lifted heart was finally put down, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Really? So you are willing to forgive me? Lu Tu took advantage of the stoplight to light up a Lichuan, then threw the cigarette case at Sita Sui. I can't forgive someone who has publicly falsely accused me. Then you said in the conference room. Lu Tu unhappily waved his hand to interrupt him. Lu Tu, say one thing and not another. I said I would avenge your father's murder for you, and let you be safe and sound in Zhenghai. For the sake of Master Situ I will help you, but I didn't say that I would forgive you. These are two different things. Situ Sui no longer explains. She silently looked out the window. Originally thought that she had found a dependence. She somewhat regretted why she did not clarify Lu Tu's innocence in public earlier. Lu Tu pondered where he would place Situ Sui, and suddenly remembered her Chinese descent and called Su Frost. The phone was quickly connected, and Su Frost on the other end carried an excited tone. Boss, why did you think of contacting me? Do you need me to do something? Don't worry, as long as you want, as long as I have, I'll give you anything. I'll never tell the boss's wife. LV2 was speechless. What's going on here? I have not said a word. This Su Frost drama is also too full. Got a friend over. No place to go. Let her stay at your place. Su Frost let out a slightly disappointed oh. It's a woman, isn't it? Right. It immediately ignited Su Frost's gossip fire. Boss, are you trying to hide a girl in a golden house? Don't worry, I said I won't tell the boss's wife. You can come over anytime you want to catch up with her. The code for the lock of my house is. The co-pilot Situ Sui, despite not being able to hear the conversation, could see that Lu Tu had a helpless expression, and as a woman she naturally had a strong sixth sense of association. Lu Tu interrupted her. Alright, then I'll send her directly to your house. It's fine even if you tell Zhang Ji. Lu Tu, act right and sit upright. He boss is so bossy. When are you going to possess me too? You're dreaming. Lu Tu hung up the phone and brought Situ Sui to Su Frost's luxurious apartment in the city center. Anyway, this place was also paid for by Jiang Jiwei to rent it to Su Frost, so Lu Tu's heart was at ease. Before leaving, Situ Sui called out to Lu Tu. That, big brother Lu, are you really not going to come in and sit for a while? Lu Tu gave her a look without any good humor. What's there to sit on? Do you not have any money on you? I have the money. My dad used to leave me a dowry of $100 million, and I don't have a single acquaintance in Shanghai. Can you show me around? Lu Tu twisted his head and walked away. The security in Dragon Country is much better than Amelia. No one will do anything to you if you go out. I'll have someone get you a work visa. On the way towards home, Lu Tu suddenly realized an important issue. Obviously he has been clean enough, but how come the women around him seem to be getting more and more, and all of them also look like they are very dependent on themselves? Could this be the added effect of money and power? Lu Tu shook his head and finally chalked it all up to his own charisma. He only had Jiang Jiqi in his heart. When he returned home, Jiang Jiqi hadn't even finished school yet, but Lu Tu received a call from the principal. Lu Shirda, Xiao Lu, why didn't you report today? Lu Tu froze. I thought you said I didn't need to report here? I don't mean that. I mean you're now the outstanding student representative of our Central Sea University, and would like to invite you to come to school tomorrow to give a speech to your classmates. Principal, I'm busy. Lu Shirda was curious. What are you working on? You're only a freshman. As soon as he heard Lu Shirda speak, Lu Tu knew that he was an old curmudgeon who was stuck in his ways and contented with the status quo. Even the netizens knew that Lu Tu had designed the drawings of the 7th generation aircraft, and Lu Shirda, as the president of the University of Shanghai, he actually didn't know anything. It is no wonder that some of the top echelons of the conservatives, in putting forward certain initiatives, are like nonsense spoken by a drunken man. The reason is that they do not accept new things, and their thinking has become completely detached from the people. I'm busy writing my thesis, and I'm planning to study law and computers after I finish Chinese language and literature. Lu Shirda laughed. The sea of learning is not a bitter boat. You cannot forget the way you came. Always maintain this heart of sincerity. I feel very gratified. I want to ask you something. Can you come to my office? Straighten up, principal. Do you still live in room 502 in the faculty housing building? Hearing this, Lu Tu instantly became interested. He guessed that Lu Shirda's invitation to give a speech was just a pretext. The real purpose was to inquire about this matter. Lu Tu laughed. Still living Xiao Jiang and I didn't live there on vacation. But now that school has started we still have to move back. Oh, that's right too. Well, isn't it true that we've got a couple of new good faculty members at the school? That's why I've come to ask. And since you're still living there, I'm going to reaccommodate them. Okay, bye principal. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tu felt that there must be something fishy about this. Otherwise, with Lu Shirda's demeanor, how could he make a special trip to ask for himself just because of a teacher's dormitory, and wanted him to go and talk about it face to face? Knowing that this was the first system reward he had ever received, he had even asked the system at the time what was hidden in this set of quarters, and the system had simply told him to explore on his own. This call also gave Lu Tu a wake-up call. It is reasonable to say that with the blackened system's urine, even if it is a B-level reward, it is by no means just a gold bar worth $1 million or so. To know that the backside of the same B-level rewards, at the very least, is also given directly to the first prize lottery. No. Still need to check out Dorm 502. Chapter 173, Little Black's Provocation. Said to do, Lu Tuan non-stop driving to Zhonghai University. He still does not know Lu Shirda before calling with himself, whether he has found a locksmith to go in the 502 dormitory. Based on what he's revealed, it means he already knows there's something inside. But where exactly is it hidden? Lu Tu thought about it for half a day, but did not come up with the reason, or can only go to the dormitory and then carefully look for. Compared to when he had just received his first reward, his physique had improved a lot, including insight. These had improved accordingly, and he was confident that there was a high probability that he would be able to find the secret. In the meantime, he also called Jiang Jiqi and asked Song to drive her home first. Jiang Jiqi has a lot of advantages. What makes Lu Tu especially valued is that she believes in Lu Tu's words and will not be like other women who like to make a demon, which saves the trouble of explaining. The existence of the system was Lu Tu's top secret information. Even if it was even the closest person, he couldn't possibly let the other person know about it. Straight to the entrance of the school, found a familiar face at the security office. Chen Bin, who was originally the section chief of the security office, was actually watching the gate here. It seems that after the last incident, he has been punished. After he saw that it was Lu Tu, he hurriedly and attentively pressed open the door, and fawningly smiled and handed over a cigarette. Little Lu, long time no see. Chen Bin for Lu Tu. Perhaps the only intersection in this life is occasionally when entering the school can meet. There is absolutely no need to fall into the well again. Lu Tu refused the cigarette, nodded. Hard work. Chen Bin saw this and hurriedly raised 2 boxes of fruit from the janitor's office. This is my hometown produced mandarin oranges. Pollution free. You take it and eat it. Lu Tu waved his hand and said, in the future, as long as you do your job without discrimination, I won't look for trouble from you. Said he started the vehicle, leaving Chen Bin standing at the door at a loss for words, surrounded by all the students coming in and out, so that he was a little down. Suddenly Lu Tu's car stopped and held out his hand. You give it to me. Only then did Chen Bin breathe a sigh of relief, replaced his smiling face and jogged 2 steps, respectfully handing over the 2 boxes of fruits. Actually, I'm kinda sorry for you. When I received 2 cigarettes from Zhang Bo to help him make peace. Listening to his still sincere words, Lu Tu was not so much as to hold on to this matter to delay, and nodded. That's fine. Thank you for the oranges. Lu Tu drove a very low-key car, just a black Passat, so that many students did not notice that the car is Lu Tu. On his chat with Chen Bin, passing by a few girls suddenly glanced at Lu Tu after the scene, screamed, my god, even the school grass, eh? This scream immediately attracted the surrounding people of the crowd. Originally the school entrance is more people. This is also in the afternoon. Everyone happens to come out to forage for food. For a while many students surrounded Lu Tu's car. Lu Tu had wanted to go back to school quietly, but he did not expect that just a few months passed. His popularity in the school was so high. He was even given the title of a school bully. But that's normal. After all, what's wrong with being a school bully when you can have a handsome face that rivals the reader's face value? The key this person Lu Tu also recognized. It was the little freckled girl Tian Tian who helped him record the video in the cafeteria that day. Lu Tu flashed a friendly smile at Tian Tian. Hello classmate. Wow. It's really Lu Tu. You look even more handsome when you smile. Even more handsome than my brother. Can I take a picture with you? I also want to take a picture with my handsome brother. Lu Tu, you don't even know how much our dormitory sisters love you. They've plastered all your pictures all over the walls. And even the wallpaper of their cell phones are all dynamic videos of you. To be honest, being courted by the opposite sex of the same age like this would be secretly pleasurable for any person. It was human instinct, and Lu Tu was no exception. Lu Tu pointed to the wide spot in front of him. Can you let me stop the car before we talk? It's kind of blocking traffic here. No problem. A group of girls spontaneously began to evacuate the crowd for Lu Tu so he could stop the car. As the strongest comprehensive university in the whole province, Zhonghai University is naturally full of foreign students who come here to receive scholarships, with the majority of them being poor students from the Black Continent. They are not like these girls to Lu Tu as the pursuit, or even very disdain. In their view Lu Tu is only a little background. Have they wear big and live well? Lu Tu had just parked his car when he heard a discordant voice coming from the crowd. I thought it was some star, just a Passat driver. He squinted, only to see 3 ganglies, all dressed up in West Coast attire, with their girlfriends by their side, who had joined the crowd surrounding Lu Tu, glaring at him with hostile faces. Lu Tu didn't pay any attention to it, but started to take pictures with the enthusiastic female students. And of course there were male students and a couple of female companions who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take pictures, but were stopped by Lu Tu's stern look. After 10 minutes of work, the girls almost all got a photo with Lu Tu. They may not know now, just based on this photo. After a number of years is the most bragging experience of their life. Lutu drove away from the entrance to the school, and on his way to the dormitory, he suddenly saw the three West Coast S, one of whom, at that moment, was slapping a kneeling schoolgirl. Who the hell told you to take a picture with someone? It makes me lose face. Honey, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. Guilt was written all over the schoolgirl's face. That female student should be the girlfriend of the. Just now as Lutu rejected the collab. Lutu contemptuous smile. Off his ass. These Winx Black deserved it. But the 3S recognized Lutu's car and gave him the middle finger, which Lutu happened to see through the rearview mirror. With a squeak, the Passat came to a stop and Lutu pushed open the door and got up, his eyes glaring icily at the 3S. Which end gave me the middle finger just now? At this point the with the middle finger was a little flustered, but the three of them looked at each other and exchanged two sentences in a low voice before regaining their momentum and justifiably blurted out at Lutu. What the are you on about? Who's got time for you? Mom messes with Fark. Lutu was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Lifting his leg was a kick on the small abdomen of one of them, although only 10% of the force was used, but an ordinary person with a heavy blow to the abdomen would lose his fighting ability. But I did not expect to live in the Black Continent prairie. Physical quality is indeed okay. After receiving Lutu a foot, he actually still can struggle to climb up immediately. The other two see this as also roaring and rushing. Lutu swung a punch. Next to the S-girlfriends were screaming in horror. How could they not expect Lutu to actually make a move at the drop of a hat? A far cry from the modest gentleman image of a moment ago. Since you can't be defeated by 30% of the force, then I'll use 10%. Lutu was really angry. What he disliked the most in his life was the Judas people, followed by the White Devils and these S who came to cheat the Dragon Scholarship. Storming out of anger and using his full strength, he punched the S fist, and as the two fists collided, there was a tooth-splitting sound of bones breaking. The charming black woman fixed her eyes on her boyfriend's arm, only to see it drooping helplessly in an extremely twisted shape. Lutu's sword brows turned up and he shouted sternly, Kun Lu Nu, how ing dare you fight back? Chapter 174, Addressing the Root Causes of the Problem. Murder! Somebody! The S-girlfriend next to him yelled in horror. The two S next to him saw that their companion's hand was broken, and immediately took out two spring-loaded knives from their pants pockets and placed them in front of their chests to roar at Lutu. Little bastard! You ing dare to lay your hands on us? Know who we are? Lutu looked at them indifferently. Good. You have guts. Farming tools have dared to scold me. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm an international student. How dare you injure our companions? The female student who had been slapped by the earlier was also persuading at this time. Lutu, I know you're not used to seeing them beat me up, but I'm warning you, don't hurt my friends again, or I'll tell the school leaders. They are good students receiving scholarships. Not mentioning this is okay. Mentioning this Lutu is even more furious. He backhanded as a slap on the face of the female student. Will she whip backwards flying out? Asterisk 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 you. You're a cheap skinny bastard who deserves me to step in and help you? Lutu lit up a lacoon and looked provocatively at the two remaining S, hooking his finger at them. When did S dare to move their knives on the land of the Dragon Kingdom? Come stab me. When the two S saw their women being beaten, they were like the wild dog that protects its food and roared loudly at Lutu. What gives you the right to beat up my women? Are you jealous that we have women? Lutu spat disdainfully in both of their faces over. Don't dare to do it. What's the point of pulling out a knife? Rubbish. Negroes are originally an inferior race that has not fully evolved, usually lacking in sanity, and will completely lose their minds when provoked a little twice. At this point the two S were just overwhelmed with anger. They had girls hitting on them wherever they went since they came to the Dragon Kingdom. They even took the initiative to offer hugs and kisses, changing girlfriends faster than they changed clothes. And unlike their situation back home in the Black Continent, the women here were not only fair and beautiful, but also didn't have to spend money or be responsible for anything. The two S pinched their spring-loaded knives to the point of clicking, and after seeing Lutu's heartfelt look of contempt, they couldn't stand it any longer, and were gripping their daggers as they rushed towards Lutu, roaring loudly, I'll kill you. The commotion over here quickly attracted many passing students, and everyone happened to see the scene of two people rushing towards Lutu with knives, frightening the crowd present with screams of shock. It had to be said that the blacks were especially good at sports and ran extremely fast, rushing to Lutu in the blink of an eye, and in the eyes of the others, Lutu would be killed in the next second. But all of this seemed too slow in Lutu's perspective. With a mere sidestep, he dodged the two men's powerful blows, causing them to pounce, taking advantage of the openings before they could stand still. Lutu directly kicked the two men in the crotch with a teasing kick, only to hear the sound of eggs breaking. The two men fell headfirst to the ground. The mouth was open wide in pain and helplessness, and not a single sound could come out. which was a sign that the human body was in extreme pain. The two just rolled helplessly on the ground like two black dogs, their hands covering their crotches with death. This scene looked silly to everyone present. They didn't see exactly how Lu Tu struck, as if he just jumped a step to the side, and then lightly kicked out a foot after the two became like this. Many people were just about to pull out their cell phones to take a picture, but they didn't get a picture of anything, just shot 2S on the ground with two spring-loaded knives next to them. Lu Tu disdainfully looked at the 3S lying in pieces on the ground and coldly said, "Dare to start a knife fight on campus? Even if someone from your embassy comes today, they won't be able to protect you." As soon as the words fell, Lu Tu, who had a keen sense of smell, smelled a fishy stench and covered his mouth and nose in disgust. From afar, Mei Hei female exclaimed, "Lu Tu, just how ruthless are you? You've beaten them to the point of pissing blood." After her reminder, the crowd looked and saw that there was a light red liquid dripping down from the crotch of the 2S. Multiple pairs of pants layered together actually filtered all the blood and urine into water, showing how authentic their West Coast old school wear is. "I'm calling the police on you. You're a murderer." At this time around the students watching more and more, Lu Tu did not want to ruin his image because of such a Winx black table. Directly dialed Lu Shirta's phone. "Principal, where are you? What happened? I almost had someone kill me at school. On the way to the cafeteria. I'll be right there." Listening to what LV2 said on the phone, May Black female is even more angry. She struggled to help the up, while tearfully accusing LV2's crimes to the surrounding people. "You do not be deceived by LV2's appearance. He hit people at the drop of a hat. Quickly help me call the police to arrest him." Most of the crowd were boys, who could have long looked at these S with disfavor, and might have killed these people if it had not been for the fact that it was against the law to beat them. So when May Black woman let everyone call the police, most of the people present actually took out their cell phones and started filming May Black woman. What's more, they also filmed and dubbed. "Ouch, so cool. This person is the girlfriend of these 3S. TSK also don't know how she can top it." Soon Lu Shirta rushed to the scene with a large number of security guards, and when he saw Lu Tu, who was smoking with a calm face, his hanging heart was finally put down. Quickly stepping to Lu Tu's side, he asked with concern, "Lu Tu, are you injured?" When the charming black woman saw Lu Shirta, it was as if she had seen her backbone, and with a sobbing voice, she asked for help. "Headmaster, my friends, they are dying. You quickly help call an ambulance." Lu Shirta didn't even look at them squarely, with only Lu Tu in his eyes, until he looked Lu Tu up and down to make sure he wasn't injured. Then he looked at the surrounding crowd and said, "What's going on?" The college students gathered around said in unison, "Principal, as soon as we arrived, we saw those three black classmates were beating up Lu Tu, and were trying to kill him with spring-loaded knives." Lu Shirta was shocked. "Outrageous, outrageous." The charming black woman tried to explain. "Headmaster, it's not like that. Enough. Arrest these four suspects and call the police immediately." 3S this will still hurt on the ground twitching it, was forced to grab the security guards, which Chen Bin showed the most positive, went up just to the S arm frame, followed by a pinch in the S waist on the soft flesh. The pain of S pushed him a little bit. Chen Bin down the road to the ground to fall. Shocked. "How dare you resist, you thug? This word out of the mouth, this is not good?" The surrounding security guards used the rubber batons that had been prepared long ago and smacked on the 3S bodies, causing the three to completely pass out from the pain. Lu Tu called off the security guards. So simple to deal with, the end. How else can Lu Tu relieve his hatred? The reason why he called Lu Shirta to come over was to ask clearly, on what basis these losers can mix like a fish in water in Zhonghai University. Not for him to come over and make peace. From the bodies of the 3S, they fished out their cell phones, unlocked them with their human faces, and started flipping through them. How could Lu Shirta not know what Lu Tu was trying to do, and wanted to go and stop it? But when he saw Lu Tu's icy cold eyes, he could only retract his hand and explained, "They are at least international students, so it's better to pay attention to their personal privacy." Lu Tu found many selfie videos in the S cell phone, and of course the cameras were all pointed at the wintry girl. He opened their bank account information again, and after reading it, he stared at Lu Shirta with an unfriendly face and said, "Principal Lu, can you explain to me what makes these S eligible for the $500,000 scholarship every year? And there are still so many poor students in our school. Why can't our own people get it?" Chapter 175, The upper beam is not straight. The lower beam is crooked. These words were kind of a question to the rest of the students in the room, who have been constantly having friction with our students ever since I entered the campus. This is not the main thing. What makes the students of this school the most angry is that these rotten people from the poor countries in the black continent, in their own countries, are lazy people who can't even solve the problem of food and clothing. Shaking his body to come to the dragon country is even worthy of studying in the same school with them. Not only that, The S live in high-class apartments, single-room dormitories, and even specialize in arranging female study partners for them to wait on their food, clothing, housing, and living habits, just like a kind of emperor. And all they need to do is say a few complimentary nice words, thus making this school rank even higher internationally. It is simply the greatest insult to the hanging beam. The first half of his life under the double suppression of teachers and parents, studying hard for more than 10 years. At this time, the people present suddenly remembered the day. Lu Tu in the private clubhouse by Yun Ao at gunpoint scolding mud-legged pariahs, shouted the cry of by what right? Yeah, on what grounds? Are we going to let them ride us and on us just because they're from a poor neighborhood? It's not like we owe them anything from the black continent, so why should he have the latest Apple phone and my roommate from the countryside have to go to work every day to be able to have money to eat? They don't even need to study. They just need to get a scholarship for a couple of years and learn a few phrases of Chinese for everyday use. And then they can ostentatiously arrange employment for them as foreign teachers in well-paid schools? Many of the students also began to echo Lu Tu, and question Lu Shirta about the resentment and dissatisfaction that had long been bottled up for a long time. In the face of the crowd's anger that was triggered in a moment, Lu Shirta showed the majesty that had been accumulated over the years as a principal. With a stern face, he looked at a few of the students who were making the most noise and said with a straight face, "This is not my decision. It's decided from above. If you have any grievances, you can always file a complaint with the Education Bureau, but this is a campus. It's not a place for you to make noise." When these words came out, the students who were originally full of anger were suddenly dumbfounded. They live in today's highly developed era of information technology, even if they are not yet out of the society, but they have learned from the experience of many things. The word official has two mouths. Who can talk about him? As for complaints, who dares to complain when even an anonymous complaint can find out the details of your ancestors and publicize them? But principal, don't you think that's particularly unfair to us ordinary students? Lu Shirta said seriously. I learned the same way back then. People with real skills naturally have a way out. Instead of complaining in these places, why don't you focus on your studies? The crowd was speechless, and even if they had any more complaints, they could only hold them in. But in a pair of eyes with unwillingness, a fire of anger was ignited. Lu Shirta waved his hand. Scattered. Those who should eat. Those who should study should seize the time to study. Don't stop working hard just because the new semester has begun. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt his shoulder being tapped by someone, and he curiously turned around to look, only to see that Lu Tu, who had always been quite courteous to him, was now staring at him with an icy gaze. Word for word, Principal Lu, you haven't answered my question. Lu Shirta in the face of ordinary students, naturally can be said to be justified, but in the face of LV2 when he cannot avoid, nothing to say. Just now every month Zhonghai City Bureau of Education, but also to LV2 card to play money it, especially LV2 also know their own top boss Mu Wonhun. He lowered his voice and laughed awkwardly. Xiao Lu ah, let's talk about it in private later. Lu Tu that day after the incident in the cafeteria, originally did not even intend to find Lu Shirta trouble again. No matter whether he was giving guidance to female students to study or not, or giving guidance to the new female teachers to guide their work, it was his private matter. Holding up the sky is also a problem of personal style. In this moral standard is not high at the moment. Lu Tu also do not have that mood to care about these broken things. Plus there weren't so many S in the first semester. Lu Tu didn't have much contact with this group, but he didn't expect that at the beginning of this semester, there were so many dead S that they dared to take the initiative to mess with him. What made Lu Tu the most angry was still the arrogant attitude that Lu Shirta had just displayed in the face of what the other students had said. It reminded him of Ding Zhang and Zhang Bo once, and it seemed that the upper beam would only be crooked if the lower beam was not correct, but at that time, he had no way to directly pull Lu Shirta down as well. But today is different from the past. Now let Lu Shirta planted in the hands of Lu Tu. Can not be like before casually give some money to send out the caller, can put the incident to calm down. What's the point of saying it in private? Just say it here. Lu Shirta froze at his words. How could he not have imagined that Lu Tu would not give him a single bit of face, making him unable to get down in front of so many students? The other students also didn't expect Lu Tu to be as tough as ever, and they all supported. Well said. Nothing is off limits. Please give us a reasonable explanation. Principal. Lu Shirta was completely racked at this time, but he still lowered his voice to persuade Lu Tu. Xiao Lu, do things to leave a line. Why do you need to make the relationship so stiff? You see I have not helped you less. Is not it? Helping me? Are you helping me or are you helping your own future? You know it in your heart. Lu Tu directly interrupted Lu Shirta's explanation and continued in a loud voice. I asked you to come over here just to ask you a question on what basis, but you didn't care about the 3S. You directly sent those 3S away. I asked you to come here so that you could make peace with the situation? then what use do I have for you? This was a very wild thing to say, and everyone in the room was dumbfounded at this statement. A freshman less than 20 years old yelling at the principal in front of everyone and saying what's the point of having him? Lu Shirta exclaimed straight after hearing this. Inverted Big Dipper. No matter what. I'm also the president of Zhonghai University. How are you talking to me? I'll give you face and call you principal. When I don't want to give you face, with all the nasty things you've done, you don't even have the qualifications to lift my shoes. You. How dare you? Lu Tu smiled evilly. He had already made enough of a splash recently anyway, so he didn't need to keep pretending on this kind of thing, and simply laughed. I'm really big on this boldness today. Explain to me. Who is Xu Jing? This is Lu Tu beforehand through Xiao Bai. Go to sift through Lu Shirta's call records to find out one of the 28 frequently contacted women. And this Xu Jing is also a faculty member who has just joined the University of Central China Sea. As soon as he heard Xu Jing's name, Lu Shirta's face changed instantly, and he finally said angrily, a bunch of nonsense. I'm too lazy to break it up with you. Saying this he turned around and was about to leave. Lu Tu didn't stop him, but just laughed behind him. On the 27th of last month, the 28th of Lunar New Year, you weren't at home with your family. You went to the Universal International Hotel with Xu Jing for a night to talk about what? When these words came out, everyone all revealed a look of contempt and looked at Lu Shirta. Chapter 176, I am your nightmare. Lu Shirta was so angry that he almost jumped to his feet. He rushed to the crowd and roared loudly, I am your principal, heaven and earth, ruler and parent-teacher. Do you still know to honor your teacher? What kind of eyes are you looking at me with? The students were speechless. We can't just look at you? That Lu Tu even talked about you. Why don't you scold him? That's just it. If you don't want people to know, why don't you refute the fact that it's something you haven't done? Respect your teacher. Then you should have the corresponding virtue. If all of us follow your example and mess around with men and women, wouldn't this Zhonghai University be a mess? It would be better to just change careers and open a maternity and childcare center. Lu Tu was listening to the side of the funny. Can be admitted to the high school students of the University of Central China Sea? Is a quick thinking sarcastic people are a set. Lu Shirta has been infuriated. He never thought that in his own jurisdiction of the acreage, there are actually people who dare not give him face. In his inherent thinking, he had long since considered Lu Tu as one of his own, believing that he could not pose any threat to him. But I didn't expect that it was this Lu Tu. He obviously defended him like this. He actually demolished his own stage in public and created his own rebellion. Lu Shirta said in a loud voice, you guys are maligning a dedicated veteran teacher who has been working hard for decades. I will maintain the power to sue you. I can listen to everything you say. You wait to receive a lawyer's letter. The threatening words still made many of the students shut their mouths. As angry and sarcastic as they were, they knew their own situation. They cannot be as hard as LV2's background and relationship, nor do they have the strength of LV2. In case Lu Shirta really sued, I am afraid that it will threaten to get a diploma. In order to have a momentary pain is not cost-effective, but they don't dare to say. It doesn't mean LV2 doesn't dare. We are all young people who love surfing on the internet. LV2 before the public in front of a few things in a row. The attitude shown, so that they are incomparably convinced that LV2 is for the poor students to seek a way out of that bright light. Lu Tu looked at Lu Shirta. You're right. Since we have to follow the legal procedures, let's ding 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 ding. He said he directly dialed the phone number of Mu Wenhan, the director of education, in front of Lu Shirta and other students. Mu Wenhan obviously did not expect LV2 also came to him the day, and LV2 good even if it is with a huge for the relationship. Pick up the phone without words. Smile 3 points said, nephew, New Year's good. Lu Tu froze, secretly thought that Mu Wenhan really knows how to be humane, no matter how he is an elder, opening his mouth and even paying his own New Year's greetings first. Smiling politely, he said, Good New Year Uncle Mu, have you eaten? Eat. What can I do for you? I want to report Lu Shirta, the president of Zhonghai University, for abusing his power, engaging in male-female relationships on campus, and for allegedly assaulting his female classmates. Originally thought to be an extremely normal catch-up. I didn't expect the words to turn out to be all fierce. Mu Wenhan said seriously, do you have evidence for all the things you said? There. I'm at the University of Central Sea right now, so please take the staff with you. Lu Shirta listened to the eyelids wildly on the side. Who the hell has reported himself in front of his face? This is also too not to put himself in the eyes. At this time he was already a bit flustered. After all, Lu Tu was not one of those other students without a social background. If he was really allowed to make a big deal out of it, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to end it. He took a deep breath and came in front of Lu Tu. turned his back to the many students to not let them see his face, and said in an almost pleading tone, "Xiao Lu, am I not doing enough to make you dissatisfied? I'm an old man and I'm about to retire in 10 years, so don't mess with me, okay?" Lu Tu coldly confronted him. "Lu Shirda, so what I just said, you took it all as fart, did you? Really think I'm joking with you?" Lu Shirda was surprised. "No, just for the matter of those few black students, you have to be so uptight?" Lu Tu snapped. "You ancient eating old fart, by now you still don't realize what your problem is. What I want is for those S to pay the price? What I want is for the teachers and students of Shanghai University to get justice and demand a fairness." The students in the room who heard this were awakened by the deafening cry and could not help but collectively shudder. "Yes, it is obvious that we are on the side of justice, and what we want is merely a fairness. But why do we not dare to say such things? Why do we not dare to come forward to accuse injustice in a righteous manner? Fairness cannot make way for injustice. And you want to bargain with me about relationships? I don't eat that." Lu Shirda was now completely clear. He showed a look of shame and indignation, his fingers constantly trembling as he pointed at Lu Tu. "You, childish, naive, you think you can level the playing field for the other students by deliberately screwing me over? Wrong, terribly wrong. Even without me, there are others to carry out the orders from above. Do you think I like those black students? Don't think that just because Pangwei is your godfather, you can do whatever you want. You have to know that this is Shanghai University. Shen Bin, bring someone to evacuate all the students, check their cell phones, and delete all the videos and photos." Shen Bin as the head of the crowd of security guards are stupid. How is it still their business? Even if they are working in Shanghai University, if they want to keep this iron rice bowl, the only way is to listen to Lu Shirda. But LV2's origin is really too big, and LV2 has just sworn to report Lu Shirda, which momentarily makes them very difficult. Lu Tu faintly swept a glance at Lu Shirda, who was already somewhat frantic. "You don't want to get deeper and deeper into it. You let them move and try. Shen Bin, do it. It's your job to maintain law and order on campus." The security guards are already riding the tiger at this time. But no matter how strong Lu Tu is, this is always Shanghai University, and Lu Shirda is still the president. At this point all the security guards walked towards the students and shouted, "Hand over your cell phones for us to inspect." The students of Shanghai University had never encountered such overbearing behavior. Even before, when Lu Tu was given a hard time by Ding Zhang in the cafeteria, Chen Bin had politely asked for his classmates to delete the video. Lu Shirda coldly glared at Lu Tu and snorted coldly, "You take care of yourself." Saying this, he was about to turn around and leave, but he was directly yanked by the collar of the suit by Lu Tu, who then grabbed Lu Shirda's neck with one hand and lifted him up alive. Lu Shirda was more than 50 years old, coupled with a long period of excessive indulgence in inactivity. At this time only felt a powerful sense of suffocation to drown him. His face reddened, feet stomping. The crowd of security guards who saw the scene once again pulled out their rubber batons and roared at Lu Tu, "Let go of the principal. Don't you go to the opposite side of society." Lu Tu spat disdainfully, "What are you guys? Can you also represent society?" He then threw Lu Shirda on the ground like a piece of trash and looked down on him condescendingly. "When you just use strong power to persecute your classmates, you have to be prepared to be persecuted by even stronger power. And I, for one, am your nightmare." Chapter 177 External Human Bones. Lu Shirda's chest was rising and falling violently. He could not care about any face now, when he was just lifted in Lu Tu's hands. This was the first time in more than 50 years that he felt the threat of death. He didn't doubt for a second that if there was no one around, Lu Tu might actually be able to take his life. "You have a point to make. The police handled the matter of those black students, and if you get me killed like that, you'll pay for it too." Lu Tu squatted in front of Lu Shirda, lowered his voice and provoked, "Who said I want to get you killed? You've pursued and enjoyed the pleasure of power all your life. I'm afraid you haven't experienced the despair that power brings, right? Principal, I will teach you today how to write the word power." Immediately, he dialed Nie Yun's number, "Bring the investigators here. Immediately, right away." Lu Tu then got up and looked at the students. "Let me ask you all something. Do you want to get what you deserve? Do you want to spend the same amount of money on meals in the cafeteria and eat more sumptuous food? Want to get more subsidies?" 3 questions in a row, each of which related to the pain points of the students present. All of them were aroused by Lu Tu's words, and looked eager to try. Lu Tu asked loudly, "Do you want to? Think." Everyone said in unison. Lu Tu nodded. "Since you want to, then you guys promise me one thing. Try not to talk about today's matter to the public, because what I'm going to do next concerns the personal interests of every student present." A boy in the crowd raised his hand and said, "Old LV student, I've deleted the video I just shot from my phone. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone else. Then I'll delete it too." At one point all the students deleted all the videos and photos and voluntarily handed them over to the security guards around them for inspection. After receiving confirmation, Lu Tu told everyone to disperse, then set Lu Shirda up and headed for the dormitory. And the security guards behind him could only follow helplessly when they saw this. This bizarre scene caused quite a few people to gather around. Lu Tu wasn't afraid of them seeing it. Nya Yun would be able to come over soon anyway, and when the time came, he would just let the people from the national security handle these things. It was their specialty. As Lu Tu carried Lu Shirda into the unit's hallway, he glanced back at the security guard behind him and said disgruntledly, "What? You want to go up and sit with me?" Chen Bin smiled and waved his hand back and forth. No, 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 no. You and the principal of the school are busy first. We'll wait here to protect your safety. Just let us know if there's something wrong. Lu Tu pointed in the direction of the grove. Go get my car and take the 2 boxes of fruits inside to the cafeteria to give to everyone to eat. If I see you guys again later when I come downstairs, you don't have to leave. Hearing this, the security guards shrank their necks in fear and hurriedly ran away, leaving Lu Shirda alone to struggle helplessly in Lu Tu's hands. But how could his old arms and legs shake Lu Tu's power? When Lu Tu opened the door to dormitory 502 and threw Lu Shirda to the ground with a cry of pain, Nya Yun and the others had also arrived at the school. Lu Tu directly sent him the video he had just recorded with his glasses, and without a single superfluous word, Nya Yun knew what to do. Lu Shirda got up from the ground in shock, shivering his blossoming body, looking at Lu Tu with eyes full of fear. Little Lu, you're not really going to kill me, are you? Even if I played with some women, but I'm not guilty to death. Lu Tu nodded, sat himself on the sofa and lit a cigarette, and asked lightly, say, what's in dormitory 502? Lu Shirda's pupils contracted imperceptibly and hurriedly pretended to be uninformed. What has what? Why can't I understand? Lu Tu dusted the ashes of the cigarette in his hand. Playing dumb with me? Ha? I didn't want the trouble before I let you speak yourself, and if you still want to stall with me, I'm sorry, there really isn't anyone who can save you. Xiao Lu, we are teachers and students anyways, why do we have to make such a scene? Is there anything we can't talk about properly? Lu Tu's voice rose steeply. Lu Shirda, I'm going to count to 3. If not, you don't have to say anything. 1, 2, I say. Lu Tu's eyes burned into his, and Lu Shirda sighed with a lowered head. If I tell you, can you not make a big deal out of it? Lu Tu flatly refused. You won't be able to be this principal anymore. You'll have to choose between saving your life and getting killed. Can I have a cigarette? Lu Tu cast a sidelong glance at him and threw the cigarette case in his hand that still had only 1 cigarette left in it to him. Just talk about things. What's with the paradigm? Lu Shirda lit cigarettes. Just smoked a mouthful of choking to violent coughing. Face or coughing red. Lu Tu picked up the half of Lacune in his hand and muttered. This smoke is strong enough, isn't it? Know anyone who smokes this? Lu Shirda also didn't know why Lu Tu suddenly asked this. Ordinary men who work hard and live a stressful life love to smoke this powerful one to relieve their fatigue. Seeing that Lu Tu was so knowledgeable about cigarettes, Lu Shirda quickly curried favor and said, there's still a box of Gao Shiba in my office. I'll have someone send it to you later. $3,000 apiece. Lu Tu slowly shook his head. You still don't understand. Do you think I lack money? From me you've exchanged $10 million. And with your godfather's connections, how could you be short of money? Lu Tu put the cigarette out. That's why I'm going after you. I won't forget what I've suffered. That would make me feel that I betrayed the class I'm in. Lu Shirda was anxious. He gave others a lifetime of meetings. Pro old how to still let a freshman to education. Just when he wanted to retort a couple of sentences, Lu Tu sighed quietly. Forget it. It's not clear to talk to class scum like you. Let's talk after the cigarettes are finished. Lu Shirda tidied up his customized suit. His eyes were distant and deep, as if he was reminiscing about the great days of the past, and slowly said, that was a story that happened many years ago. Once Lu Tu shot up. You are thinking that I don't dare to beat you, aren't you? Lu Shirda shivered in fear, blushing and waving his hands repeatedly. I'm sorry, the leader is used to being a leader. Occupational disease. Once when I was going up the mountain and down to the countryside, I met a fellow countryman. This man from a scholarly family called Yen Ing. He just returned from studying in Amelia that year, reading material science. At that time we played games together under the moon, scalded on the stolen 2 tails of yellow wine, peeled a few boiled hairy beans. When Lu Shirda saw Lu Tu walking towards him aggressively, he hurriedly sped up his speech and said, he was later invited by me to Zhonghai University, and he died a few years ago, and on his deathbed, he seemed to have researched a new type of material. It was originally intended to be a replacement for the human skeleton, but then as his research progressed, he discovered that the degree of hardness was even higher than that of aerospace materials, and accidentally built a human mecha that could be mass-produced. He was living in dormitory 502 before. You mean, the human external skeleton he developed, everything related to it is still hidden here? It should be, since he had no children or even a wife. I've searched my family and friends over the years, and I've found nothing anywhere he's ever been, including this room 502, but this is where he died, so I'm guessing that's where it's hidden. Chapter 178 Extreme Torture. Lu Tu was in deep thought. This material could be used to build a human external mecha? Together with the new high-tech industry chain he had built once it was put into production. Wouldn't that be equivalent to having it customized for himself? He had obtained the arc reactor before, and now came the mechs, and he was really going to shine Iron Man into reality? Then wouldn't he become the Stark of the Dragon Kingdom? Wouldn't the Onsorites and Judeans be mad as hell if they knew about this? The system reward was really not simple. If it wasn't for Lu Shirta reminding him by mistake, he would have really passed by this reward. But there is a key issue at hand, and that is how to get Lu Shirta to keep his mouth shut. If he was handed over to the national security investigators for interrogation, the matter would surely be made known to others. But if he was killed, it might cause another series of storms, which would only be more troublesome then. How do you keep him alive while keeping him a secret? How about beating him into a vegetable? When this thought burst out in his mind, Lu Tu's eyes changed when he looked at Lu Shirta. Lu Shirta had been keeping a close eye on Lu Tu's expression the entire time, fearing that he would beat himself up at the drop of a hat. But when he realized that Lu Tu's eyes had turned icy cold, he was so scared that he jumped up in a hurry. Xiao Lu, the deal was that if I just told you, you wouldn't kill me. But headmaster, you're making this difficult for me. How can you guarantee that this secret will be told only to me? Lu Shirta was so anxious that he almost cried out. In the end you never intended to let me go from the beginning to the end. Do you have to take my life? Lu Tu glanced at him. I have an idea for you. Once Lu Shirta heard that there was still room for negotiation, then there was still room for maneuver, and he hastily nodded his head. Here's the thing. I'm a guy who grew up practicing a little bit of boxing and kicking, so my control of power is strong, or I'd have knocked you into a vegetable. Lu Shirta fell to the ground after hearing this. Is this like words? What kind of person prepares to beat a person into a vegetable, but still need to discuss with the vegetable in advance? Isn't this putting a person on the fire? I kind of get it. I can't die without it, so why keep torturing me like this if you're just going to do it? Lu Tu smiled and waved his hand. Hear me out. I've thought about how it wouldn't do me any good to beat you into a permanent vegetative state. What I'm thinking is that you only need to be a vegetable for 3 years, and when you wake up in 3 years you'll go to jail, and if you're in good health you'll still be able to have a wife and kids for 2 years. Lu Shirta can no longer stand this jumper-like emotional ups and downs. Really a moment of heaven and a moment of earth to mess with his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, and you're that sure you can wake up a vegetable? And what if I don't wake up in 3 years? Lu Tu shrugged his shoulders. If you can't wake up, you deserve it. No one else. I've told you all the secrets of this place. I can even help you along to find that drawing in manuscript. Can't you just let me go? You have to yell and scream. Keep me useful to you. What's the point? This sentence is considered to be Lu Shirta to the question. He thought about it as if there is really nothing that can help Lu Tu. Held back a half a dozen times to speak. When you graduate, I still have to give you a spike it. Lu Tu spat disdainfully. You old, unashamed man. Are you worthy? After saying that, Lu Tu got up and was ready to give Lu Shirta a vegetative recovery surgery. Lu Shirta's eyes crawled back in terror. Don't Lu Tu suddenly remembered something important and said to Lu Shirta, wait for me for a minute. What are you up to again? Lu Tu said bluntly, I'm checking to see which place I can hit to smoothly turn you into a vegetable. And if I can't hit it, I'll be in trouble. You should either kill me or not. Don't torture me. Lu Shirta was now paralyzed on the ground as if his heart was dead, and there was no more half hope of life in his eyes. After Lu Tu searched for the answer through Xiaobai, he didn't hesitate and directly punched Lu Shirta's forehead. Although he only used 10% of his strength, he still slapped him down on the spot. Don't die, right? Lu Tu grabbed Lu Shirta's tiger's mouth, and his pulse was still there. Another bucket of cold water poured on the head of Lu Shirta, but still no reaction. It seems that should become a vegetable. It's time to notify Nyayan to come over and clean up the situation. Calling over, are those S done yet? Big brother, I have tentatively convicted several of them of provoking trouble and maliciously injuring people with weapons, and have confiscated all of their illegal gains in the Dragon Kingdom and handed over to their embassy for immediate extradition back to their home country. Lu Tu nodded with satisfaction. Bring a few people over to my dormitory, and have the other investigators catch the other students and expel them all from the Dragon Kingdom. Nyayan was puzzled. With what offense? Even though we're talking about national security, we have to have a reason to justify it. You have someone arrest them first. Open up NES cell phone. you're bound to see illegal and illicit selfie videos, and convict them of spreading filthy videos and gathering people to mess around. It's an old tradition. Born without a father and born to be promiscuous. Nya Yin hemmed and hawed. Understood. I'll get right on it. Lu Tu interrupted. Right. There's one more thing. Send all those women who are related to S, no matter what their backgrounds are, to the S old homes. Will it be a bad influence? What's wrong with that? Should they be allowed to give birth to a black seed to go up to the Dragon Kingdom and call themselves the Dragon's heirs? Don't they just want to marry S? I'll just give them what they want, so they can be with their beloved forever, and go back to his grandmother's house and watch the sunset together until they both fall asleep. Okay, I got it. Not long after, Nya Yun brought someone to knock on the door, and looking at the collapsed Lu Shirta, Nya Yun inquired in a low voice, Big brother, what's going on? Lu Tu said casually, just now when I interrogated him about the crime process, he suddenly had a myocardial infarction and may have injured the frontal lobe of his brain to become a vegetable. Nya Yun was shocked. So specialized? Did you interrogate Big Brother then? Tried out. This guy in the Shanghai University is the president of this more than 10 years. Used the authority around to lure and threaten many women, to commit unlawful acts against them. You guys according to his address book to check one by one will be able to find the evidence. A clerk behind him was even more emotional than Lu Tu when he heard this. His fists crunching. Lu Tu and Nya Yun were puzzled. Dude, what's wrong with you? The man gritted his teeth and said, back then, my first love in college was abducted by this kind of old man. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, then I'll leave him to you to investigate. And the task of rescuing the lost girl to you as well. Chapter 179, Burning Drawings. Thank you Brother Lu. I won't let this old man have a good time. With that, he and a few others put the hood on Lu Shirta and carried him away. Lu Tu looked at Nya Yun and said, you're responsible for telling Mu Wonhan about Lu Shirta's matter, so that after they internally criticize it in a briefing, then send out an announcement, and after that, they'll decide on their own for the principal. Understood. I'll go first then. After they left, Lu Tu then began to search up in the dormitory. He had lived here for 2 months, plus he had already searched all over when he first moved in. Odds were there was no place to hide. No, the teacher's dormitory was on the 5th floor in total, but it was connected to the rooftop of the building, and at that time, Lu Tu moved in with the excuse that he could plant flowers and grass. For a long time Lu Tu only went up once, mainly because the rooftop is too cold, and the flower beds are too bare to plant anything. Right, flower beds. Lu Tu took 3 steps up to the rooftop, and there was really nothing as far as the eye could see, and finally his eyes were on the inside of the flower beds, and he found a discarded chair leg and began to dig up the soil. 5 minutes later, after digging around, he finally dug up a hard object at the bottom of the flower bed, and took it out to see that it was an obsolete tin box wrapped in a plastic bag. The same kind of ordinary box that used to hold cookies. Tried the weight. The iron box heavy. No things move. Open a look really inside stacked with a thick pile of manuscripts. Lu Tu forced down his excitement, brought the iron box back to the 502 dormitory, and began to read page by page. It detailed the extraction and forging methods of this material, as well as the structural treatment. And the last third of the manuscript was the old man's idea of using it as an external human skeleton to build a mechanical battle armor. I have to say that these old gentlemen of the previous generation were really good at drawing to such a fine degree just by hand. Lu Tu finished reading all the manuscripts and drawings, and on the back of the last page, there was a line of penciled words, "This is my life's work, it's yours." With just one sentence, Lu Tu was deeply shocked to the point of giving him goosebumps. Old Mr. Yan Ing, just how great a temperament must he have in order to dispose of his life's work in this way? He didn't even mention half of his life, and the hardships of his efforts. If Lu Tu hadn't learned his name from Lu Shirta, he wouldn't even know his name. He died in this dormitory. Perhaps guessing at the time the decision was made that the odds were that the person who could live here would be one of the young teachers who had just started working. He just spilled, recklessly, his life's work, saving it for a splash of riches for whoever finds this place someday in the future. To know that this thing Amelia and the Dragon Kingdom are still in the conceptualization stage, even if he just mentioned that he invented it, I'm afraid that the human brain will be beaten into a dog's brain. Associated with Lu Shirta said, Yanning also studied abroad but still want to go back to China to serve. Should be a person with full of patriotic feelings, but he also did not hand over his invention to the Dragon Country. Perhaps his intention was that he didn't want to start a war with the battle armor he had researched. The man had passed away, and for such a pure scientist, Lu Tu always had respect, and he kept the drawings thoroughly in his mind. Then took out the incense, wax and paper money that was not taken away from the moving house, went to the place where the iron box was buried on the rooftop roof, and burned all of them along with the drawings. Respectfully, he bowed 3 times to the iron box, Elder Yan. I don't know what your intentions are. Perhaps you are against the war, but the current situation is in turmoil. It is a change that has not been seen in 100 years. I've never been to war, but I've seen what happened to the Russo-Ukrainian war, and I know that most wars are a big gamble between politicians, and at the end of the fight the land, the families, and the resources all become chips on the table to be divided up. The only people who end up getting hurt are the poor people, only elderly mothers left to guard the graves of their husbands and sons, and I want to change all of that, so that those Western politicians who treat human life as a number can open their eyes properly and see who is the master of this world. The wind of the inverted spring chill swept the ashes of the burned paper money up into the sky, and Lu Tu turned to leave the rooftop. As soon as I left the door of the unit, I noticed that many of the faculty and staff were gathered together with gossipy looks on their faces. When they saw Lu Tu, everyone was silenced at the same time and hurriedly gathered around to inquire. Student Lu, I heard that you reported Principal Lu? It was all on the table, and there was no point in denying it. That's right. Li Guifan, who had previously caused friction with Lu Tu, took the initiative to step forward and handed over a file bag. This is the evidence I've collected over the years of the principal's harassment of the staff. Lu Tu looked at her suspiciously. Li Guifan this year has been almost 40. It is said that never had a relationship. Guarded like jade. Did not expect that she actually have Lu Shirta criminal evidence, so to speak. Take it Lu. I know you have preconceived notions about me. These are my own depositions. No one else's privacy is involved. Tell you what, Mr. Li, keep it for now. I'll have someone come and get it later. Student Lu, I have evidence of Lu Shirta here as well. Lu Tu nodded and rushed to the crowd. You guys wait here for a while. I'll immediately arrange for someone to come and get this evidence. After saying that, he drove on his Passat and left, leaving a ground of faculty and staff face to face. Lu Tu is not Lu Shirta, nephew? Why do you feel like you can't wait for Lu Shirta to die? Who told you that? If it's really a nephew, how can he be so righteous? How many people in the world can do that? No. Have you guys noticed? Lu Tu is more of a leader than even the principal, and said that he'll send someone to collect evidence later, as if he can command a lot of people. That's true. I heard that Lu Tu was Secretary Pang's godson. The crowd that heard this powerful news called out to the good guys. The back of the crowd has been watching the crowd of Wang. Heard this angry chest thumping. If I had known that he has this background, I should have agreed to marry my granddaughter to him. He also proposed to me in the new year. The person next to him gave him a blank look. Old immodest. That granddaughter of yours is fatter than I am. Lu Tu would propose marriage to you. He likes to eat fat meat, right? Wang was anxious. The old woman lost your son is still an associate professor. How to speak so unpleasant? Lu Tu, who had just stepped into the door of his house, was immediately snuck up on by Jiang Jiqi, who was hiding behind the door, and hugged him with a hand. Cuddle me and hug me and kiss me and love me. Lu Tu has the ability to foresee the future for 30 seconds, so how could he not notice her? With a backhand, he grabbed her arm and did an over-the-shoulder slam. As he was about to land, he took Kong into his arms and kissed her deeply on the lips. After a long time, Zhang Ji asked with misty eyes, "You didn't even drink any water today, and your lips are peeling." Luta smiled flirtatiously. "Then you hydrate me?" Chapter 180, The Introduction of Mecha. 2 hours later, Jiang Jiqi gasped, "Xiao Lu, why haven't you arrived yet today? Don't be distracted. Focus." Only then did Lu Tu sniff the words and put his thoughts away. Although he was sipping tea with Jiang Jiqi earlier, what had been on his mind was how the mechs were made. He leaned down in front of Jiang Yi and smiled evilly. "Okay, then I'll speed up the pace a bit." A long and stretched call came, startling a large number of flying birds around the lake. Half an hour later, Lu Tu came to the basement in his robe and had Suo Bio get him a large amount of various metals from Nia Yun, according to the ratios in Yan Ying's manuscript, using the energy contained in the arc reactor. The refining process began. Fortunately, the basement was initially built as a laboratory, and the surrounding walls were wrapped with highly efficient light-absorbing materials. Otherwise Lu Tu would have been blinded by the refining process. After an hour of refining, 500 kilograms of new materials appeared in front of Lu Tu, which he had yet to name. It was said to be 500 kilograms, but when it was placed on the table, it was only the size of a fist, and its density had far exceeded that of gold, or even the vibranium that was fantasized in Hollywood sci-fi movies. Lu Tu held the material in his hands with both hands, feeling the heavy weight. If not for the fact that his physique exceeded human limits, he might have to use lifting equipment to do so. In honor of Senior Yan Ying's contributions, then let's officially name you Yan Jin. The next is the main event of building a humanoid mecha. According to the drawings provided by Yan Ying, directly let Xiao Bai scan it, but after all, it is hand-drawn. Lu Tu also need to gradually polish it, especially in compliance with aerodynamic mechanics considerations. Lu Tu, Despite not knowing that much, but Xiaobai in these days, since the 24-hour non-stop learning, has been initially capable of this aspect, began to try to build. But the first problem was soon encountered. That is, the 3D printer could not melt off the yenkin. The strength was too high. Lu Tu sat in the chair looking at the pile of treasure in front of him, but is to take him no way, now currently found in the metal. The hardness of the strongest is it. Want to use other materials to build molding. The difficulty is higher than the refining out of the yen gold. After lighting a cigarette and smoking it, he finally got a clue, and tapped the table and said excitedly, "It's not stipulated that it has to be built entirely with yenjin. It's okay if I first chemicalize a small portion of yenjin and fuse it with other materials before building it." Saying that, he built a small furnace out of a 3D printer, then grabbed a couple of arc reactors and started making the aerospace metals used in the 7th generation. Subsequently, Yan Financial dropped 1 kilogram, with the aviation metal added in, and kept forging, so that the two completely fused into one after. Lu Tu detected that the 500 kilograms of aerospace metal in front of him was 10,000 megapascals stronger than before after adding 1 kilogram of yenjin. Lu Tu couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth himself when he got this test result. It was just too heaven-defying. If he invested yenjin into the mass production of the 7th generation aircraft, it would not be an invincible sword in the air, and even if he were to harden a small missile, it would not hurt him. The image of countless Dragon's own 7th generation planes, and that too after incorporating yenjin, riding over the Pacific Ocean came to his mind. Take the revenge of decades ago and avenge it fiercely. Back then, you used airplanes to bomb our dirt guns and artillery, and we didn't have airplanes, we could only use subtle tactical penetration to capture the enemy lines. Now that the old man's airplane is 100 times more advanced than yours, I hope you have the same excellent level of technical and tactical skills. Don't tell me you're going to cry and surrender. Crying counts for ing time, not even 1 second less for bombing. Lu Tu suppressed his inner excitement, and took advantage of the momentum to start building a humanoid mecha, but he was dismayed to find that the 3D printer still didn't work. Isn't this the end of the line? Lu Tu suddenly thought of the most primitive method, which was hand rubbing. Back then, Tony Stark was able to build it in a cell in the Middle East. Why couldn't he? Before that he built a laser welder out of a 3D printer, and he had more than enough on hand in terms of energy with the immense amount of arc reactors. During this time Kong knocked on the basement door and told Lu Tu that she went to class. It didn't feel like it was long before Kong knocked on the door again and told Lu Tu that she was home from class. It was at this time that Lu Tu finally took a long breath of relief, looking at the one-person tall metal mech in front of him that was glittering with a red luster. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. It wasn't time for test flights yet, he'd have to wait until late at night to experiment. Walking out of the basement accompanied Zhang Jiji to eat dinner at home, and only after taking a shower did he feel much more comfortable. A whole day of hard work. If not for Lu Tu's high energy level, he really couldn't handle it. Waiting until 2 a.m. When everyone was almost asleep, Lu Tu quietly got up and came to the basement, introduced Xiaobai to a part of the program into the computer inside the mech, and in order to distinguish the image with the Hollywood movie, instead of mounting the arc reactor in the center of his chest, he mounted it in the mech's hip position, and as Lu Tu picked up a reactor glowing with a hot white light and shoved it into the slot in the hip position, he bellowed in a low voice, "Little White, take position." "Yes, master." As Lu Tu's command was given, the mech lifted off from left to right at the chest. Lu Tu was built to his own size, so there was just the right amount of space to stand in. When the cabin door of the mech closed, an extremely simple operation interface appeared in front of Lu Tu's eyes. Different from the traditional sense of joystick operation, all the commands of this mech were controlled by Lu Tu through his limbs, making it convenient and efficient to operate. Lu Tu tried to move in place for a while, then with a gentle leap, he arrived at the basement door. He tried to move as gently as possible. He didn't want to wake up Zhang Jiqi and Mylan Juju. After all, this thing was too shocking to be introduced. Walking out of the villa to the outdoors, at this time the already empty wetland reserve, is even more incomparable silence. Lu Tu turned on all the performance. Xiaobai, try to take off. The arc reactor mounted at the hip position became even more splendid at this point, supplying a steady stream of energy to the two jets mounted at the mech's paws. Lu Tu's vision slowly rose, and under his slow control, he flew to the center of the lake and hovered, then opened his facial mech and breathed in the fresh night air, which couldn't have felt better. It's awesome, I can fly. But he hadn't been happy for a moment before he watched, through the small computer screen at his shoulder, at least 1,000 moths hovering at his ass. Straight to see his scalp tingling. Intensive phobia is going to break out. Goosebumps. Hurriedly let the mask closed, and then maneuvered the mech to fly into the sky. Chapter 181, Shaking the War Zone. The dream of flying has been the ultimate goal of all human beings for thousands of years, starting with the first person in the primitive tribes who looked up at the stars. Mecha in Lutu's control up and down constantly flying. A moment straight into the sky, a moment and then swoop down to the bottom of the lake. This feeling don't mention how energetic. According to Lutu's tests, his current state of full acceleration reached a flight speed of 400 meters per second, which meant that it had just reached the level of the speed of sound, or Mach 1, which was equal to about 200 kilometers per hour under standard atmospheric pressure and the current conditions of 5 degrees Celsius. He hadn't dared to test it at low-altitude flights yet. After all, once it exceeded the speed of sound, it would create a huge sonic boom that would have a very bad effect on the city and its inhabitants. If you test it at sea level, you should still lose some speed in flight. After all, there will be more air resistance at low altitude than at high altitude. However, with Lutu's test flight, it was soon scanned by the radar of the Zhonghai Warzone, and immediately drew the attention of all the Warzone's top brass. Even Huojin had donned his clothes and stood in the combat lab in the early hours of the morning. "Chief, we've just verified that all the warplanes in the theater have no record of being out tonight, and he's been hovering over Zhonghai City for half an hour. According to our speculation, he shouldn't be an offshore force. Chief, should we send in fighter planes to make a blockade? After all, we have no way of knowing right now what kind of craft that is and what exactly he's up to." Huojin listened to the report of the crowd without saying a word, picked up the strong tea that had just been brewed and took a shallow taste, waved his hand and said, "You guys wait, I'll make a phone call to ask." The crowd froze at the words. Did the chief know the inside story? Huojin had a strong premonition after hearing the debriefing that the person piloting the unidentified craft might even be known to him. After all, it had been circling the Middle Sea for more than 30 minutes now, and it hadn't been flying around with any destination. So there was only one possibility that it was testing its performance. The only company and organization that could have this kind of strength in Zhonghai was the Zhonghai Warzone, and since the other party wasn't one of their own, there was only one possibility, and that person was Lutu, who had developed the drawings for the 7th generation aircraft. At the moment he was diving at the bottom of the lake, testing the sealing and the usefulness of the air regeneration system. Air regeneration system. He was moved from the 7 generations of machine drawings. Is the air inside the humanoid mecha? The cycle of renewable processing, remove the impurities in the air and all kinds of harmful gases, and then replenish the right amount of oxygen. Suddenly received a phone call from Huijin, secretly sighed revealing, or blame himself too anxious, did not add the invisible coatings of the 7 generations of aircraft, and then hastily carry out the test, putting on a dazed voice that was awakened from a deep sleep. "Hey Godfather." Huojin on the other end of the phone laughed and scolded. "What are you pretending with me? You don't really want to tell me that you'll be lying in bed being woken up by me, do you?" Lutu sniffed and simply stopped pretending. "Not really, I mainly have insomnia and came out for a walk." "A walk? Who flies 10,000 meters in the middle of the night to take a walk? How can a walk create a sonic boom? Bastard, you still don't want to tell me the truth. You've already alarmed the entire combat command. If not for my pressure, I'm afraid it would have alarmed the military commission." Lutu sighed helplessly. "I just wanted to test the results of my research, and I got a little too excited for a while." As soon as he heard about the research results, Huojin's eyes lit up. "Where are you now?" Enjoying fish at the bottom of the lake." Lutu didn't tell a lie. At this moment, many grass carp at the bottom of the lake were attracted by the arc reactor in the S position and gathered around him in large numbers. Huojin on the other end of the phone rose up in surprise, his words revealing incredulity. "You mean, the flying machine you've researched can dive underwater for long periods of time?" Lutu smiled disdainfully at his words. "Submerge? I'll only lose 20% of my speed underwater." Huojin sniffed in the hands of the teacup cannot hold. Came clanging sound. He did not care about his crotch was tea-wet embarrassment, and hastened to say, "Children smash, quickly that guy thing you opened to the Warzone, so that Godfather longed to see." Lutu refused outright. "Not coming." "Why? You've got a lot of people there, so it's not likely that you'll leak again like Song Chusher did." Huojin is still confident in this point and pats his chest and assures, "Don't worry, I'm absolutely safe here. And you only need to let me take a look. I'll keep the unrelated people away. By the way, how big is your flying machine? Do you need me to clear the airport in advance?" Lutu casually said. "No, I'll just fly directly to the entrance of your combat command." Hiss. Huojin sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. It was self-evident what the words meant behind them. As the head of the Warzone, even if he didn't understand the technology anymore, he probably understood the principle behind it. The faster the extremely fast flying object, the more various configurations it requires, meaning that they are all larger and have more demanding takeoff and landing locations. And the flying machine piloted by Lu-Tu could not only go up to the sky and into the water, but could even land precisely in front of the combat command headquarters? Just how precise a flying machine must this be to achieve such terrifyingly fine maneuvering in small size? If it was only drone-sized, even the most advanced drones would not be able to reach the level of the speed of sound. And he had a hunch that this invention of Lu-Tu was a great milestone comparable to the 7th generation. Okay, I'll set it up right away. How soon can you get here? Lu-Tu set the coordinates on the screen in front of him. Less than a minute, I think. Huojin was silent for a moment before he spoke. Good boy. You'll enjoy the fish in the water for a bit longer. Give Godfather 10 minutes. Will you? So that I can arrange for the others to exit. All right. After hanging up the phone, Lu-Tu had the feeling of peeing after being in the water for a long time. But he hadn't added a sanitation system to his mech yet. He had no choice but to come to the surface of the lake, open the mech's hatch, and just stand in midair against the wind and take a painful piss. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly the heat-sensing device in front of the screen detected a figure deep in the weeds by the lake. When Lu-Tu turned to look, he only heard an exclamation from the weeds. Asterisk 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 Iron Man. In the next second, Lu-Tu closed the mech hatch and stood in front of the man. Xiao Bai performed face recognition on the man and reported, Bai Hao Yang, 35 years old, no criminal record, laid off by the company a year ago, half a year ago due to broken mortgage payments. Mortgage house was foreclosed. Daughter-in-law divorced him. Hobby fishing. Lu-Tu frowned. How come there are fishing guys everywhere? Bai Hao Yang was so excited at this time that he rubbed his hands together, sneaking away for a whole night. The fishing spot was not found, but actually found the Iron Man. At this time, listening to Lu-Tu's voice coming from inside the mech, Bai Hao Yang went up and touched his hand on the arm of the mech. Man, this equipment you bought isn't cheap, right? I saw that he can still fly. It's really cool. Lu-Tu stared at him and sighed. Do you think I should kill you to silence you? Or make you a vegetable? The key is that you're having too much of a hard time. I kind of can't lay my hands on you. Chapter 182, Impossible to Turn In. By How Young People Are Stupid. His outstretched hand froze in midair. The corner of his mouth pulled out a smile of embarrassment. Big brother, don't mess with me. I'm a person with a very poor memory. Look at me, I even forgot what my last name is. Lu-Tu patted his shoulder with his mech and said, don't be so nervous. If I want to kill you with my hands, I won't bother to talk nonsense to you. You just saw it unintentionally. The crime is not to death. By How Young nodded his head repeatedly, and some small touches even welled up inside. Big brother, I'm wrong. I don't want to see military secrets either. Why don't you arrest me and put me in jail in a single room? I can't afford to eat outside anyway. Lu-Tu nodded. That's what you said. As soon as the words fell, Lu-Tu grabbed Bai Hao Yang's arm and flew into the sky. Bai Hao Yang was frightened by the sudden huge centrifugal force and screamed in terror, feeling that even his heart stopped briefly for a few beats. Looking at the lake that was getting smaller and smaller under his feet, he was fainted on the spot. It didn't take long to arrive in the skies above the Zhonghai war zone. Huojin had already informed in advance to suspend the radar around the war zone, so it didn't cause any alarms. The combat lab Lu-Tu came last time, or the underground one. The only difference is that this time there are only Huojin and the 3 or 2 people around him, who should be his inner circle. Several people spotted the dazzling white light in the air from a long distance away, and as Lu-Tu's mecha duong down in front of him, Huojin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and asked tentatively, Child smash? The mask in front of LV2's eyes unveils, showing in front of Huojin, who excitedly goes up and grabs LV2's shoulders with an invigorating laugh. Ha ha ha. When Huojin saw that Lu-Tu was still holding someone who had fainted, he couldn't help but frown. Why did you capture a mass back? Could he be a spy? Lu-Tu shook his head. He saw me coming out of the lake, so he shouldn't be a spy, but we can't let him out either. Huojin waved his hand. Then take him down. Find a room for a while, and arrange a psychiatrist for him. Yes, including the Minister of the Equipment Technology Department, Fong Lang, who was also here. Several people's eyes went straight, and they hurriedly opened the door of the combat lab and guided Lu-Tu in. Mr. Lu, it's better to go into the lab to talk about it in detail. The crowd took the elevator and arrived at the 3rd basement level, and as he stepped in, all the lights in the entire laboratory were turned on, instantly bright as day. Huojin and Fong Lang and the others excitedly circled around the mech continuously. The more they looked at it, the more excited their eyes became. In particular, the faintly glowing red metal, along with the extremely shiny white core at the end, all caused the crowd to gasp in amazement and continuously let out bursts of astonishment. Wonderful! Not only can it reach the speed of sound, but it can even dive underwater for special missions. I just don't know how good the defense is and how much TNT equivalent it can withstand. If we can mass produce this set of mechs, How many casualties of generals can be avoided once they are put into the basic companies? The crowd kept thinking of a better future from their individual perspectives. Huojin slapped off Fong Lang's hand that was ready to touch it and said, "Old Fong, pay attention to the proportion. Don't touch it badly." Fong Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't care less about Huojin being the chief at this point. He was even more obsessed than Huojin when it came to weaponry. Can I touch it and it breaks? Made of tofu? At this time, Huojin also didn't have half the stance of a warzone chief, and hemmed and hawed. That's right, it's my son who smashed and did it. The next few people were speechless as they listened. Why hadn't they seen Huojin so thick-skinned before? Lu Tu was inside the mech at the moment, feeling the eager eyes of the crowd looking at him through the 360-degree omnidirectional ring shadow, and being stared at by a group of old men like this, his heart fluttered. Aloud, he said, "Remove your armor." As his words came out of his mouth, the unique sound of machinery starting up unfolded, only to see the front of the mech unfold in one piece, and Lu Tu stepped out of it, saying to the crowd, "Watch yourselves for a while, I'll take a drink." "Well, you drink." Lu Tu was speechless. He had worked so hard to build the mech, and no one gave him a glass of water when he came to the combat lab? Turning his head, several people, including Huijin, looked at their own set of mechs with a face of obsession like the children who were spectating the excavator next to the construction site. Lu Tu had no choice but to go and pour himself a glass of water, and sat there in an old-fashioned manner waiting for a few people to finish reading. Half an hour later, when Lu Tu were sitting sleepy and ready to find a place to sleep, a few people finally remembered that there was still Lu Tu. This number of people. Ha! Outrageous! How come no one has made my son a cup of tea? Lu Tu waved his hand indifferently. It's fine. Let me die of thirst. Huojin smiled brightly and personally gave Lu Tu a cup of tea, and Lu Tu did not dare to be too big to hastily take it with both hands. Son of a, why don't you tell us about it? What are you talking about? You've been working on it for half an hour. At this time Fong Lang spoke. Mr. Lu, you've been flying at the speed of sound for more than half an hour before this. What kind of energy source is this mech using? Lu Tu sipped his tea and said lightly, "Batteries." The crowd froze at the words. Ha! Where are the batteries? The butt white one is. Fong Lang and the others hurriedly squatted at their asses and began to argue. I just said that this thing must be an energy source, and you guys still don't believe me. Haven't you seen Iron Man? Tony Stark has one of these. The analyst belted out from the sidelines. But everyone else is planted on their chests, and no one is planted in this position. This is called going off the beaten path. Who would have thought that the most important energy core is in this location? Paralyzing the enemy, understand? That's why empiricism kills people. A few analysts also felt reasonable when they heard it, and they even more sincerely admired Lu Tu's heavenly mind. Lu Tu listened with amusement beside him. The reason why he did this was purely to satisfy his own bad taste, but in the eyes of Huijin and Fong Lang and the others, it became a unique design with a unique twist. It is true that once a person has strength, there are great scholars who will argue the scriptures for you. Xiao Tu Ah. Godfather wants to ask you something. Godfather, please. Who else knows about you building this mech? Lu Tu scanned a few people around him. Just us. How did you finish making this mech? Lu Tu laughed lightly. I hand rubbed it. The crowd was once again dumbfounded. This kind of mecha with such a high degree of refinement. You actually rubbed it out by hand? Are you an 8th grade plier? No. My grandfather was a carpenter back then after he returned to his hometown, and our family has a carpenter's craft in our ancestry. Huojin's face was filled with dismay. What's going on here? Didn't you say that your grandfather could still pass on martial arts? How did he become a carpenter again? There's no such thing as too much art. Huojin knows that Lu Tu mostly doesn't want to say why, so he doesn't feel good about continuing to press the issue. Smiling awkwardly, the old man really is a wizard. Not only does he have a wide range of hobbies, but he's also able to cultivate you so well. Fong Lang asked a key question at this time. Can we mass-produce this mech? If it's possible, I'd like to use the entire war zone to help you realize mass production, and strive to make this mass production successful before the 7th generation. Lu Tu looked deeply at Fong Lang and said, You guys just confiscated my mech without mentioning it in black? Fong Lang explained. How can this be confiscation? We can help you improve the mech together. Plus it's a great opportunity to serve our country. Lu Tu laughed aloud. I can take the initiative to turn it in, but you can't demand that everything I build becomes public property of the country by default. Then who can guarantee that after it's put into mass production, the mechs I built with my heart and soul will not be taken by people with ulterior motives to enrich themselves? And aren't there royalties? An analyst spoke up at the right time. Lu Tu bristled. Do we have such a thing as royalties? There's no need to beat around the bush with me. I can't possibly turn it in even if I talk big today. Chapter 183. Although Huijin didn't open his mouth, Lu Tu knew that this must have been authorized by Huijin. After all, he didn't open his mouth to stop it either. Lu Tu looked at them coldly. If I can let you guys see a mech, it's because I'm looking at my godfather's favor. All other things are exempt from discussion. This is what he said to Huajin. Huajin smiled at his words. You alone developed and manufactured. Of course it is all yours. Xiao Tua, don't listen to their nonsense. You don't want to hand these over to the state. Godfather also supports you. As long as I know that we have this kind of science and technology, my heart is solid. Fong Lang was still saying something, but was stopped by Huajin's stern eyes, which caused him to unwillingly shut his mouth. Lu Tu naturally took it all in and smiled at Huajin. Thank you, Godfather, for understanding. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Fong Lang reminded. Mr. Lu, don't you want to take a look at Yunbo's situation? Lu Tu then remembered that Yunbo was still imprisoned in the war zone confinement rooms, but it was always impossible for him to wear his mech to see Yunbo, so he could inevitably only leave his mech here. The abacus was really loud. Lu Tu laughed. No need, Mr. Fong, just have someone send me the surveillance video of Yunbo's confinement room. He wouldn't be stupid enough to tell the crowd that he himself was connected to the surveillance video at Yunbo. After saying that, Lu Tu did not have the slightest hesitation. A command mecha flew over to cover him, once again looking silly at the crowd. In the eyes of a few people who were so greedy that they were about to drool, rushed to the high sky and disappeared into the night. After storing the mech in the basement of his home, Lu Tu decided not to use it for a while. Firstly because he hadn't built his stealth layer yet, and secondly because he wanted to see if Huajin, as well as his men, could keep the secret or not. But if word got out, it wouldn't take more than a day for Long Yuan to call himself. It wasn't that he was uneasy about Huajin, who wouldn't impose his will on Lu Tu even if he wanted the mech again. He was uneasy about Fong Lang and the others. Once again back to the bed to sleep, Zhang Yi's arms from reaching to hold him close. Lu Tu knew that she must have woken up just now, but with the tacit understanding of the two, nothing needs to be said. Lu Tu also obediently wrapped her in his arms, gently caressing her back, and slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Zhang Jiji went to class, Lu Tu went to the basement as usual and opened the daily relevant information that Xiao Bai retrieved for him. Master, just now, Song Chushi's public trial verdict came out. She was sentenced to a 1-year suspended death sentence for treason, leaking state secrets, and other crimes. Also this morning a citizen of Shanghai complained on social media that a war zone airplane flew too low, saying that the windows of his house were shattered by a sonic boom, and that the Shanghai war zone had already made a payout. 3 news are closely related to Lu Tu. The first one, that needless to say, Song Chusher is just a reprieve from death. That obviously does not meet the expectations of Lu Tu. Reprieve from death said good, but understand what is going on. As long as the performance is good, after a period of time into life, slowly become 30 years, 20 years, 15 years, to the Song family's background and connections. Song Chusher by the time to squat a few years can come out, and in prison will not eat too much suffering. Returning from half a lifetime of labor reform as just an older woman. Wouldn't this be too cheap for her? Then how else can Lu Tu's achieve the purpose of revenge against the Song family? To Xiao Bai, he inquired. Have you found the suitable candidate I asked you to look for? The director's requirements are bold, locally trusted in Shanghai, and a veteran of a few trips to the palace. There are a total of 544 people who meet the requirements. Will their information be screened again? Lu Tu thought of a key issue. Song Chushi would most likely be incarcerated in a women's prison. Since this was the case, then he could only have someone go in and do away with her. Female only. Looking for 265 candidates, and then start screening them by their family background. Looking for the kind of traumatized childhood, misanthropic tendencies, preferably having suffered in love, or having been driven to desperation. Found 3. Get in touch with them and ask them to meet at a coffee shop at 10 o'clock. What if they don't come? Lu Tu sighed. The AI, no matter how much it had learned, was still not good at this aspect of dealing with people. You send me their identifying information. Lu Tu dialed the first 23-year-old woman named Zhao Tongtong, who rang for a long time before she alertly picked up but never spoke. This Zhao Tongtong is not very old, but she has been arrested 4 times for pornography. Lu Tu has little patience and opened the door. How much money can you make by sleeping with an old man? I'll give you a chance. Do you want to make money? Zhao Tongtong hesitated for a long time before she spoke. Is it illegal? What am I looking for you for if it's not illegal? 10 o'clock before you arrive at the Cat Cafe on the 2nd floor of the Dayonsan shopping mall. As long as you promise to do something, I'll help you pay back the loan sharks, and then give you $5 million. How can I trust you? Lu Tu said indifferently. Do you think you have a choice? Do you want to be a shady rat for the rest of your life? Hunted down by that group of loan sharks every day? Okay, I'll be there at 10. Luda looked at the messages from the other 2 women and didn't bother to call again as she felt completely out of place. Drybot straight to the second floor of the Yongxin shopping mall. After arriving at the cat cafe, Lu Tu asked for a private room and ordered 2 cups of coffee, and I do not know that Lu Tu has a cat at home, so there is a kitten's odor on his body. The few cats in the private room are extraordinarily sold out for business, rubbing against Lu Tu's body, and making a similar tractor-like rattle. Not long after, a woman with a haggard face and a nervous expression pushed open the door of the private room, but when she saw Lu Tu she was stunned. "You asked me out?" Lu Tu gestured to the seat across from him. "Sit down. I ordered you an iced Americano." Zhao Tongtong looked at it and said, "I can't drink ice, and I don't like Americano." "Why? It's so bitter. More bitter than my life." Lu Tu laughed. "As long as you do something for me, I'll make sure that the rest of your life ahead is nothing but a straight path. Why should I trust you? Don't you swipe, do you? Don't recognize me?" Zhao Tongtong shook her head. "You're a big netizen? But I play slow hand and haven't swiped you." Lu Tu didn't bother to explain and nodded his head. "It's still the same price. Help you pay off the loan sharks and give you another 5 million. Zhao Tongtong rolled her eyes and said, "Men's mouths lie to ghosts. Do you know how much those assholes at the loan sharks have raised me to? 780,000 ah." While stroking the orange cat in his arms, Lu Tu reached out at Zhao Tongtong. "Give me the cell phone." Zhao Tongtong frowned. "You're going to give me an online loan?" Lu Tu was speechless. "You brush less funny videos? You call those loan shark guys? Let them come here with a cop. I'll wait for half an hour. If 1 more minute doesn't come here, they won't want to do business in Shanghai in the future." "You're so mad? But you haven't told me what needs to be done." Lu Tu smiled bashfully. "I want you to go into the women's prison and provoke a woman. You go and beat her to death. Or let her beat you to death." Chapter 184, 5 Neighborhoods. Zhao Tongtong was dumbfounded after hearing this, staring at Lu Tu with incomparable consternation. "Meaning that no matter which outcome, I won't be able to fall in favor, right?" Lu Tu nodded bluntly. "Otherwise why do you think I would give you so much money? I could make at least $1,000 a day even if I just simply went to escort." LV2 bristled with disdain. "If you can really earn so much, why would you fail to pay back the loan sharks? Now the employment situation is so difficult. Civil engineering is almost cool. How can there be so many people to go to the commercial K to give you consumption? In addition, the last 2 years of pornography is so strong. You can work once a week is good. You still want to earn 1,000 every day?" After saying that, he didn't even give Zhao Tongtong time to think and directly got up. "Alright, your chance to change your fate is gone." When Lu Tu was about to push open the door of the private room to leave the cat cafe, Zhao Tongtong pounced over and hugged his thigh. "Big brother, save me. If I don't pay back the loan sharks, those guys will really get me killed." Lu Tu shook his head. "You're not worth $5 million anymore." Zhao Tongtong saw that she just hesitated for a second and missed the opportunity to change her fate. At this moment, she regretted her intestines, and hurriedly begged, "4 million is fine. I'll listen to you. I'll mess with whomever you tell me to mess with after I go in. I don't want a penny if she doesn't seriously injure me." Seeing that Lu Tu didn't say anything, Zhao Tongtong fiercely clenched her teeth. "Big brother, as long as you help me pay back the loan sharks, and then give me 3 million, it will allow me to go back to my hometown and buy a house. And the extra money will be able to open up a clothing store on the line. 250. You're only worth 250. 250 is 250. You can call me a 250. Zhao Tongtong could see that the man in front of her was definitely not one of those people who only bragged in the business K. He really had strength and stamina. Only then did Lu Tu return to sit down. "Doesn't it save you any trouble to be so early? You can still earn more." Zhao Tongtong hurriedly opened the wet wipes on the table and grabbed Lu Tu's hand to wipe it for him, a fawning smile on her face. "Big brother's lesson is right. It's because I have long hair and short knowledge." Lu Tu drew his hand back. "Call the loan sharks. Just do as I say." "Aha!" Zhao Tongtong hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed it. The call was answered and she coyly fed, "Brother Chang, it's me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Seeing that he was still acting like this even after he had stepped in, Lu Tu snatched the phone with a displeased hand. "How much does Zhao Tongtong owe you guys?" 800,000. "Didn't she say 780,000? Don't you count the interest? It goes up 20,000 a day." Lu Tu's tone was icy cold as he said, "Then you come and get it. And you bring the note with you." Brother Chang snorted coldly on the other end of the phone. "What the do you think I'm an idiot? Dare to turn on the cell phone location for me now? Looks like you're not very stupid. Then I'll open the locator and you'll bring the people and the IOUs here. I'll only give you 30 minutes or you won't be mixing in Shanghai in the future." "You bluffing me?" Strong growled. The phone was on speakerphone, and the sound scared Zhao Tongtong. Lu Tu coldly said, "Alright, you don't have to come. You won't be able to stay in Shanghai in the future." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhao Tongtong was about to collapse as she said with a sobbing voice, "Big brother, are you here to help me or to harm me? He'll really get me killed if I offend brother Chang like this." Lu Tu didn't bother to pay attention to her, and directly used Chang's number to start retrieving his location. Quickly locating Chang's exact cell unit, he grabbed Zhao Tongtong's arm and headed outside the cat cafe. Zhao Tongtong said in shock, "Big brother, where are you taking me?" "Go see the so-called Django." "I'm not going. There's a lot of them. They'll kill me. It's safer at the mall." Lu Tu glared. "You're not going? Then you'll just wait here for them to get you killed." Zhao Tongtong saw Lu Tu's determined back and clenched her teeth to follow. Based on her many years of experience in the field, she vaguely felt that the man in front of her, it is very likely that she can touch in this life, the top of the people. After getting into Lu Tu's Passat, Zhao Tongtong was even more shocked in her heart. Only a man with a real kernel of extreme stability would drive such a low-profile car. And inwardly, she was even more convinced that Lu Tu was definitely the one who had the ability to solve things for her. Lu Tu called Nyayun from the car. "Send a few clerks to the vicinity of the 5th neighborhood and do something for me." "Trouble? Big brother? Do you need me to send more people?" "Just a bunch of loan shark punks. No need to go to all that trouble. Except I don't have my papers on me." "Okay big brother, be safe." Zhao Tongtong saw that he mentioned documents on the phone and inquired in a low voice, "Big brother, which unit are you from?" Lu Tu cast a sidelong glance at her and continued to drive. Only this glance scared Zhao Tongtong so much that she no longer dared to ask more questions. Although this was the first time Lu Tu had come to the 5 neighborhoods, he had heard Ding Zhang and the others talk about it before in the dormitory. It's daytime, and the streets are cold and empty, with only the sanitation workers cleaning up still busy, and you can tell by the cars they're loading with garbage how busy it was last night. At night the place takes on a different light, and the surrounding bars and KTVs are still quite crowded, with meat and vegetarian elegance and vulgarity, loved by men of every age, and Zhao Tongtong used to work in this street. It seems that this strong brother is still quite good at doing business. Zhao Tongtong such a little sister to make money fast. There is a lack of proper consumerism. As long as the lending to these people, the probability of being able to recover, even if they cannot be recovered they are not afraid of. After all, people cannot run away. The debt can be neat to return it. Driving down the streets of the 5 neighborhoods, 2 black alphas soon appeared behind him, flashing their lights to him from behind in a familiar rhythm, and Luther knew it was the investigators arriving. With 2 cars came to an old KTV called Lemon Party in front of the door. Lu Tu pushed the door out of the car and looked at the signboard, cursing the name of what crap, a strong style of the last century. Zhao Tongtong hurriedly followed, and 7 or 8 investigators came down from the alpha behind him, nodding their heads at Lu Tu. Lu Tu went up and kicked the door of the lemon queue open. The huge commotion startled the waiter who was resting inside. Said waiter, but in fact, it was Chang's little brother. He actually purposely pushed up his sleeves in the middle of winter, afraid that people wouldn't be able to see his arms that were tattooed in pure black. The startled little brother cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 you are you looking for death? When he saw Zhao Tongtong by Lu Tu's side, he sneered, "Don't you hide anymore? Brought a kaiju to pay back the money. Ha!" Zhao Tongtong was just about to explain when she saw Lu Tu kick the punk in the abdomen, only to see the punk fly out horizontally and crash heavily into the wall. "Where's that what's strong? His name is Zhang Tingqiang. I think he's resting in the 2nd floor box. That's where I borrowed money last time." Lu Tu snapped his fingers behind him, closed the door. He was going to give Zhao Tongtong to pay back the money after all, now the loan sharks are also quite difficult. They can also promote consumption well, but this Zhang quite strong. Open the mouth on the curse. And now do not get him or sorry for his stinking mouth. Chapter 185 is simply a nest. Lu Tu went straight up to the 2nd floor and kicked in the doors of the private rooms one by one. There was a lot of thumping, and the boys in charge of watching the store, who usually slept late, each had a girl with them, lying in the booth. When the door of the private room was kicked open, they all, without exception, physically attacked the originator standing in the doorway. "Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death?" Lu Tu nodded. "It seems to be taught by the same master. The routines are all the same." Without any hesitation stride in. After that is a violent beating, these by the wine and color empty body little brother, although not very old, but the foot is weak even pull-ups may not be able to do and how will be Lu Tu's opponent? Often can only mouth staggering. Their fists have not yet swung over. The person has already taken the first step to fly away. But the good thing is that the walls of the box are still carried out the soft package, and cannot hurt the internal organs. Lu Tu Suwa struck out even more smoothly, not having to worry about beating them to death in the slightest. Even in the fight to the 3rd box, the little sister beside the little brother, actually quite horizontal, then the little brother also woke up first, reached out and grabbed the scattered bottles on the ground, threw towards Lu Tu. Cursing, she said, "Dare to peep at my old lady without clothes? Beat you to death, you demented man." Lu Tu reached out and grabbed the bottle, backhanded and threw it again, just smashed in the wave of the little sister, bruised a large area on the spot. The pain caused the woman to cry out with a wow, and that's when she fought to shove her drunken little brother. "Erwa! Someone is hitting my old man, get up and clean him up." She then glared viciously at Lu Tu. Kung is his own big brother. "How dare you beat me up in a lemon party? Just wait for me." Lu Tu looked behind her at Zhao Tongtong suspiciously. "Is she usually this brave?" Zhao Tongtong nodded. "She's the girlfriend of Zhang Tingxiang and Zhang Tingmeng." Lu Tu understood. The two brothers play quite flower. Stay in a broken KTV. Really give him the days of the emperor of the soil. At this time Zhang Tingmeng impatiently woke up, the sting of the light so that he could not open his eyes for a moment, using his hand to shield to see the visitor, only to feel the back of the shock out of a cold sweat. 1 meter 91 Lu Tu stood in front of him. Is a face of contempt overlooking him? Anyone who just woke up to see this scene are going to be shocked, especially around the girlfriend is still crying. Zhang Ting fears no something happened, but how he said is also boasted of mixed society. Turned over and sat up the first time to find cigarettes, handed Lu Tu a sneer. Brothers come a long way. Will not be to take the woman out of anger, right? Snap. Lu Tu backhand is a loud slap, smacked in the face of Zhang Tingmeng. Zhang Tingmeng fell to the ground and spit out a few seat teeth with blood. Asterisk 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 you hit people at the drop of a hat. Who do you hang out with? Where is Sang Ting Kung? What do you care where he is? You. The words that Zhang Tingmeng was about to roar out were stopped hard as he saw more people breaking in behind Lu Tu. These people are all suits wearing sunglasses. Make like the black man in the special supply. The main thing is that they are all pulling out a gun at this time. Although Zhang Tingmeng did not mix well, but the gun is still seen. After all, went to the prison for further training. Immediately after that, he flopped down on his knees. Big brother, I have eyes that didn't recognize you. I see that you seem to be that Lu. Lu Tu interrupted him. Can't understand human language, can you? In the luxury box on the 3rd floor. Big brother, we really do honest business. Never do illegal hooks. You don't point a gun at me. I grew up with congenital heart disease. Can't afford to be frightened. LV2 disdainfully went up and called a heart kick. Have a heart disease you come out to mix? It shows that your life is quite hard. Give me the two of them away. Tough investigation. Then I came to the 3rd floor, kicked open the door and saw that there was a bit of a door. At this time the luxury box in the center actually placed a 5x5 square bed, above an obese man lying in the middle of 3 women. A few people are huffing and puffing. As soon as he entered the house, Lu Tu smelled a smell of contraband, which he had last seen in Ding Zhang's private rooms. It was no wonder that he had made such a big commotion downstairs, and Zhang Tingxiang was actually still huffing and puffing up there, and the 3 of them still had no clothes on. According to the anti-drug pamphlet, the probability is that this situation is ice skating, and the women around Zhang Tingxiang are the so-called ice girls. It's going to be hard for you not to die now. Lu Tu knows that Zhang Tingxiang is afraid that it is difficult to wake up. Simply find a clean chair to sit down. Self-consciousness, took out a cigarette and lit it, and then waited for the national security investigators to come up. Zhao Tongtong worriedly came behind Lu Tu and cautiously reminded, I heard that he seems to have a gun. Why don't we tie him up while he's asleep? Lu Tu pouted. You go then. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Who knows if these people have HIV? Zhao Tongtong heard also no longer talk too much, and obediently stood beside Lu Tu. At this time the investigators came upstairs, and also brought Zhang Tingmeng. Lu Tu pointed at Zhang Tingxiang on the bed and said, Stay safe. Try not to touch these scumbags and wake him up. Investigators are most annoyed with dealing with these types of addicts, who are high-risk carriers of HIV and are responsible for most of the diseases they transmit. I have to say that they are very experienced in dealing with these things, only to see one of the investigators named Chai Yong directly pull out his cell phone, and dialed the police station where the 5th neighborhood is located, ordering, limit yourselves to 10 minutes. Bring a large number of police officers over here to the lemon party in the 5th neighborhood. We've discovered a drug den here. The head of the local police department was aware of Chai Yong and had many contacts in his day-to-day life, and upon hearing the news immediately ordered an urgent mission. Only about 6 minutes or so had passed before there was the sound of heavy footsteps downstairs, as well as the sound of an intercom being triggered. At this time a large number of police officers appeared at the door of the box, and after glancing inside, they could not help but freeze. They are surprised not to gather a crowd of criminals Zhang quite strong, but LV2 actually also here. They are the most well-informed within the system. Of course, heard of LV2, and know that LV2 in this matter has become tricky. At this time, Lu Tu saw a familiar figure extruding from the crowd and couldn't help but frown. Officer Su? You're really capable. How come you're everywhere? Officer Su came to Lu Tu's side and also let out a bitter smile. That's something I'd like to ask. How come you're everywhere? The two looked at each other and smiled. Lu Tu pointed to Zhao Tongtong behind him and said, I met a girl by the roadside who couldn't afford to eat anymore, and after inquiring about it I realized that there were loan sharks persecuting him, so I brought her here to see if we could reconcile, and you know, Officer Su, that I've always been a law-abiding person, and I seem to remember that loan sharking is against the law, isn't it? It is indeed illegal, and you reported it well, except, why didn't you notify me first, instead of bothering the national security comrades first? At this moment, Chai Yong wanted to open his mouth to explain that Lu Tu was from the national security and was not in a low position, but when he saw the look Lu Tu handed him, he shut up in due time. Officer Su gave a few orders to the officers behind him to retreat out, at which point he pointed at Zhang Tingqiang and asked, Xiao Lu, what are you going to do about it when you called us here? Lu Tu said blandly, he cursed my mother 3 times, so I'll break 30 of his bones, so you guys can take him away. Chapter 186, Is there only one Zhang Tingqiang? Old Su frowned slightly. A slight look of dissatisfaction appeared on his righteous face. You're going against the process justice of the law. In that case, what did you call us for? A warm smile welled up on Lu Tu's face. I invited you guys over here to shoot a new anti-drug propaganda video for you. I don't think the previous one had much deterrent power. Are you going to make me stand here and watch you break 30 bones of a suspect and have me film you and publicize it later? Lu Tu said bluntly. What else would it be? If I didn't come here today, how much longer would they be rampant? Look at what is this place called? Is this the Devil's Cave? Old Su frowned. He scanned a circle on the ground as full of needles and scattered bottles. Indeed unbearable stench. It's true that our work needs to be strengthened, but I have just one request. That procedural justice not be violated. LV2 rushed Chai Yong made a wink. Chai Yong does not care so much. Directly go to the sanitary department indirectly over a water hose. On the bed of Zhang Tingxian drenched over. Ouch. My ass. Zhang Tingxian was excited by the cold water. Even with air conditioning cannot stand the sudden cold. A jolt rolled over and rolled up from the bed. Just as he was about to break into zone, he saw a group of black-clad men and even a police officer standing in front of him. There were also police lights and many noisy footsteps constantly flashing outside. He secretly exclaimed it was over and done with. Ignoring the fact that Chai Yong over there was still rushing at him with a hose, he wiped a handful of water from his face and hurriedly changed into a pleasing smile to look at Old Su. Ah, sir, what's going on? Old Su snapped. Crouch down and hold your head with both hands. Zhang Tingxiang did as he was told, and hurriedly begged, can you stop flushing me with water? It's really too cold. Even if I cooperate with you police officers in handling the case, I can't have no human rights. As soon as Lao Su heard this, he knew something was going to happen, and sure enough the next second Lu Tu spoke. Your name is Zhang Tingxiang, right? Zhang Tingxiang looked up in confusion. And you are? When he saw Zhao Tongtong behind him, he immediately associated it with something, so it would be you who called? It wasn't you. For that small amount of money owed, you actually called the police to arrest me? Lu Tu laughed lightly. That little bit of money is nothing. Remember what I said? You said that you made it impossible for me to mix in Shanghai. Big brother, you raise your hand. I'll leave Shanghai right away even. LV2 gave Chai Yong a wink. Chai Yong has followed LV2 action several times. This tacit understanding is still there. Immediately out of the box to go to the utility room to bring the toolbox over. Lu Tu pointed to the toolbox and said, you cursed me on the phone, you want to be done with it so easily? Zhang Tingxiang was shocked. You made such a big scene just because I scolded you? You're nuts, right? Lu Tu smiled evilly at him, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Very well, originally I only intended to break 30 of your bones, but now you don't want to get better, said he in front of Lao Su's face. Directly forward as a foot on Zhang Tingxiang's ankle, came a burst of bones broken click sound. At this time, several ice girls also woke up. Seeing this scene scared to the face of the flowers and panicked and screamed. Lu Tu was even more like a triad than Zhang Tingxiang at this point, and he looked coldly at the few ice girls. If you guys make any more noise, I'll do the same to you. A few ice girls hurriedly covered their mouths, not daring to make half a sound even if they were trembling with fear. Old Su frowned and said, Mr. Lu, it's really difficult for us to deal with you like this. Our duty is to apprehend criminals. How to punish him should be left to the law. Lu Tu looked at Chai Yong. Then you come. You brought your papers, this will go smoother. Zhang Tingxiang was scared to death when he heard this. From Lao Su's words he could tell that Lu Tu was not a police officer. But why could he be so mad that he could punish himself in front of the police officers? He also looked at Lao Su with the last glimmer of hope. Officer, they don't have the power to enforce the law, so why should they commit violence against me? I want to see my lawyer. Chae-young only felt so good to do things with Lu Tu. In the past they had to consider the impact if they wanted to do so, but under Lu Tu's authorization, they were able to boldly use the privileges of the national security. He spat disdainfully in Zhang Tingxiang's face and said, "You have no right to have a lawyer in front of me." "Why?" Old Su spoke up at this time. "Because the one who arrested you is national security. You're already suspected of threatening national security. You'd better confess everything." Zhang Tingxiang only felt so wronged like those little sisters he forced into prostitution. Chae-young is also too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Grabbed the hammer from the toolbox. A hammer smashed in Zhang Tingxiang's toe bone. 10 fingers connected. Of course, the toes are also connected. With each smash, Zhang Tingxiang was like being deprived of half of his life. If not for the fact that he had previously taken contraband, which would have made his nerves more numb, I'm afraid that he would have fainted from the pain. He knew himself, he'd never hated contraband so much. Why he'd touch those things and let himself get in over his head and invite such horrors. National security investigators in front of him, just like a little brother horse, even the police officers in front of him, only to cooperate with the part of this man who does not seem to be very old. What exactly is the origin? He didn't have time to think much. Chae-young had already smashed off his 10 toes, and by now he had started to smash his calf bone. It was well known that the calf bones were some of the hardest in the human body, and once broken it was very difficult to make repairs. At this point he looked around, wanting to see if there were any remaining contraband on the ground that could ease his pain, but he realized in desperation that it had been cleaned out long ago, and as the adrenaline spiked and his nerves and consciousness came back to him, the drilling pain kept coming from his lower body, hitting him straight in the soul with each stroke. Zhang Tingxiang, who has always prided himself on being a tough guy, was crying like a granny. "Grandpa, ancestor, I'm really wrong. Can I apologize to you? Don't torture me. I'll really be killed." Lu Tu smiled evilly and looked at him with the eyes of a garbage. "Which one of you knows that you are wrong? You know that you are afraid. Weren't you very mad on the phone just now? Or didn't you think that I would come along the net line to beat you? I don't want the money that Zhao Tongtong owes me. I can give you mine too. Just spare my life. It hurts like hell. And you dare to bribe me in front of old Su, a senior detective like that?" Then he turned his head to look at Lao Su. "This matter is also noted down. When the time comes to prosecute the sentence together." Zhang Tingxiang this time really collapsed. He did not expect this person actually soft and hard. Even money is not rare. Is a mind to want his life? He mixed with the 5 neighborhoods for more than 20 years. Never seen such a pure person. 10 minutes later, Chae-young wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Lu, all 40 bones are broken. Do we need to continue?" Lu Tu shook his head and looked at old Su and smiled. "Then please Su sir take the person away. Make sure that such criminals are severely punished by the law." Lao Su's face is a little unsightly, but he cannot take Lu Tu. After all, Zhang Tingxiang and other people's criminal facts are clear, only in the process of some irregularities. Over the walkie-talkie, "Take everyone from the Lemon Party back for interrogation." Lu Tu suddenly opened his mouth. "Su sir wait. The 5 neighborhoods are meant to be a place of entertainment and relaxation. Please Su sir eradicate these suspected contraband and return the 5 neighborhoods to a peaceful place." Old Su nodded and said, "I understand how to do it." Chapter 187, There is a price for doing justice. "Then please Su sir, the law and order in Zhanghai is still thanks to you." He then looked at Zhao Tongtong behind him. "Tomorrow, go send a banner to Su sir. Just write Sin Buster." Officer Su seemed to hear the dissatisfaction in Lu Tu's words as he frowned slightly. "Xiao Lu, you're a bit different from you." Lu Tu shook his head and laughed. "No, I'm still exactly the same as before. Only this is the real me." Officer Su nodded. "Although the means are different, I can see that your cynical nature hasn't changed. I've learned all about you, and in a sense did the right thing. He is good at everything is a little too pedantic." Lu Tu is not going to go to force to change him what? He handed a cigarette to Officer Su. Officer Su Rare did not refuse. The two lit each other after smoking a mouthful. Lu Tu solemnly said, "In fact, I kinda admire you. No matter what kind of situation you are in, you abide by your duties and ensure the justice of the judicial process, which is good for the people." Officer Su smiled to himself. "If it was really as you said, I wouldn't still be just a captain after more than 20 years. I know it's pedantic of me to do so, and a lot of people don't understand it, but the day I graduated from the police academy, my master taught me that for us law enforcers, ensuring the fairness of the law enforcement process is sometimes more important than justice." "You're right. Hats off to you. If there were more good cops like you, how could scum like Zhang Tingxiang possibly be the emperor of the earth here?" The reason why Lu Tu had acted so wild and paranoid earlier was that he was mainly targeting those who were corpses. After all, the first lesson most people learn when they enter society is to call the police. The heavy smoke hit Officer Su's vicissitudes of his eyes and his somewhat graying sideburns. Alright, leave it to us here. There's no need to take a statement when the evidence is overwhelming. Trouble. Lu Tu left the lemon party with Chai Yong and Zhao Tongtong. Sitting in the car, Zhao Tongtong inquired in a low voice, Brother Lu, have things really been settled? I don't have to pay back my money, right? Zhang Tingqian will never be able to step foot in Shanghai again. What money are you returning? Then we have to follow up. What kind of way I should blend into the prison? Commit a crime, but don't involve innocent people. Zhao Tongtong asked cautiously, how about I rob a bank? Lu Tu looked at her with the look of an idiot. No wonder you went to borrow from loan sharks. I don't think you can keep any more money given to you. Zhao Tongtong nodded sheepishly. I know I'm stupid, and my parents scolded me like that when I was growing up, so they took my brother to the city to study and left me alone. Poor people must be hateful. Lu Tu was not going to sympathize with a person who can owe a huge amount of usury, much less to do such a stupid thing as persuading a lady to go from good to evil. The reason why he didn't want Zhao Tongtong to sit in jail for too long was mainly because he was afraid that this would have an unstable mindset, and if she stayed in jail for too long and couldn't see any hope, she could potentially leak out the matter of cooperating with herself. Lu Tu pulled out a bunch of banknotes from his arms and threw them to Zhao Tongtong. Take it and call the police. Zhao Tongtong froze. What do you mean? This is the money you stole from me when I wasn't looking. Ah, and after you stole it you had a guilty conscience and were afraid of going to jail, so you voluntarily turned yourself in. Zhao Tongtong cried out, Big brother, when will you give me that too? 5 million? I could give you the cash up front right now, but do you have a place to put it? Zhao Tongtong only then breathed a sigh of relief. She has seen Lu Tu means. Absolutely, then Zhang Tingqian 100 times more ruthless. Give her 10 guts, she would not dare to take the money not to do. She pulled out a card and handed it over. Can you put it on my grandmother's low-income card? Lu Tu gave her a sidelong glance. You really aren't a good thing. You even ate your grandmother's low income. Zhao Tongtong smiled to herself. Let's say it's me as a granddaughter repaying her one last time. It wasn't easy for grandma to raise me, and giving her so much cash in that environment in the countryside will only harm her. Not bad for you to have a conscience. Send me the card number. Lu Tu wired $5 million into Zhao Tongtong, her family's low-income card, after going through hundreds of transfers. Zhao Tongtong cleared her throat and called her grandmother, trying to make her voice sound relaxed before answering the phone. Hello grandma, what are you doing? Well, I'm fine. I'm not tired of working at work. My boss and co-workers know I'm from the countryside. They usually take care of me, and they even gave me a year-end bonus. Yes, I purposely send the year-end bonus to your card. Remember, all this money we later go to the county to change the big house to live. You cannot say who owe. Okay, grandma, I'll take care of myself. I'm not a little kid anymore. The boss is transferring me to work in the Magic City this time. I won't be back for about a year or two. You have to take care of yourself too. As she spoke, Zhao Tongtong's tone was happy, but she was already in tears without realizing it. After hanging up the phone, she wiped her tears and smiled awkwardly at Lu Tu. I'm sorry, the old man nagged me more. Am I calling to turn myself in now? Lu Tu nodded. Call the police. Say it with a sincere attitude, and make sure to show regret about it. You'll be out in less than a year's sentence. Zhao Tongtong smiled to herself. Then if I'm killed by that woman in prison, can you do me a favor? Say, grandma has never lived in a building in her life. Can you help her buy a small house in the county and hire a nanny? Just use the money in her card. You don't have to pay more. Lu Tu gave her a deep look and nodded solemnly. I promise you. Thanks. LV2 then parked under a municipal surveillance, kicked Zhao Tongtong down, and took off. Zhao Tongtong dialed. Hello, I want to turn myself in. Half an hour later, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Hello, we're the community police of the 5th neighborhood, and we've just received. May I ask if you have any missing finances? Right. How much? 30,000. The amount is right. If you decide to press charges, we will be prosecuting Zhao Tongtong. Her family's family situation. She's already returned the stolen money. Are you sure you still want to prosecute? I'm going to sue. When he got home, Lu Tu took a shower with cold water, letting the cold water keep his mind clear. He looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly felt a little strange. He couldn't have done this kind of thing before. How did he become so bad? Lying on my bed aimlessly swiping through short videos, I suddenly swiped on a clip from one of Star's movies. Corrupt officials must be treacherous, and puritanical officials must be even more treacherous. Otherwise, how can we deal with the bad guys? Lu Tu, after reading straight, feel enlightened. Right, as long as his ultimate goal is not crooked on the line, so it is not contrary to their own hearts and ideals. There is a heavy price to pay for doing what is right. Chapter 188, Waste Gutted. After the matter was thought through, Lu Tu was in a much better mood and walked out of the basement, rushing the maid, Zhu, To order, get me some down-home food. Yes, master. What would you like to eat? Is the Australian dragon sashimi okay? A few maids rarely heard Lu Tu's order. At this time all stopped the work in their hands, all blinking their big eyes staring at him. Keep it simple. Just fry a peanut, plum orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemum. 4 maids were slightly surprised to know that Sue Frost gave them a salary of 20,000 per month, but also package food and accommodation plus 5 insurance and 2 gold. And Lu Tu just eat a peanut? Ah, Zhu's reaction was the most emotional. She had also heard about Lu Tu during her time here, and she couldn't help but redden her eyes at this time. Lu Tu wondered, if you can't do it, just forget it. Why are you crying? Master, the charitable foundation you run has helped so many poor students. Tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars are sent out without a frown. And you're actually so frugal that you just eat some peanuts and rice? I'll make you some AO lung, okay? The other 3 maids also chimed in. Can we make a lobster 18 for master to eat? Master, look at how thin you've gotten. Lu Tu sighed helplessly. I can see that you guys really love to make lobster. So go ahead and get it. And help me fry a plate of peanut rice on the way. Only then did the 4 maidservants, plum orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, smile sweetly at Lu Tu. As you command, master. It wasn't long before Lu Tu was eating peanuts under his drink and eating his hush. At this time, Li Tao, who hadn't been seen for a long time, appeared outside the door, and Lu Tu waved at him from a long distance. Old Li, come and have a drink. Brother, can I ask you a favor? What is it? My brother is missing. Lu Tu pointed to the chair. Sit down and talk slowly. How old is your brother? He is 21 this year, just graduated from college. Some time ago after the new year went to work in the south. You also know that now it is difficult to find a job. And then the day before yesterday he sent me a message that he had found a good job, and just joined the company group building. They went to Thailand. Lu Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. Thailand? Has he contacted you yet? Li Tao nodded. He sent me a message last night, saying that the boss was generous and spent tens of thousands of dollars on treating them to dinner and drinks in one night. He also wanted to take them to Maonan to introduce them to his girlfriend, and he hasn't heard from them at all today. Lu Tu frowned. Doesn't this brother of yours usually watch the news? Li Tao disheveled, sitting in a chair. My father died early. My mother and not much culture of rural women. I am the older brother and in the war zone, so usually rarely cared about him. Only know that he went to a college. I thought I could learn a technology is also okay. The future can also support themselves. Who can think that he just graduated from the people cheated over there? I really cannot help it, big brother. Lu Tu comforted. Don't worry. Didn't I have 2 classmates before who were also gotten over there? I really don't want to bother you. I know you have a lot going on during the week. Lu Tu patted his shoulder. What's the point of being polite with me? I'll make a call and ask Nye Yun first. Pulling out his cell phone, he called Nye Yun. Where is it? Just got out of the office. What's up, big brother? Didn't my 2 girls from the same school get tricked into going to Maine South last time? What connections did you use to save them? My dad has a friend. Lu Tu interrupted. No matter who it is, Li Tao's brother was tricked into going over there and called. Li Tao hurriedly added. It's called Li Hao Yu. Li Hao Yu, about 21 years old, arrived in Thailand the day before yesterday. Should have gone over to Mainam early this morning. Check for me and ask them to release him. It's old Li, his brother. Ha, that's my brother. I'll take care of this. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tu comforted Li Tao. Don't worry, Nye Yun makes good calls. Li Tao nodded his head worriedly. I hope. This kid has been disobedient since he was a child, and was spoiled by my mom. I hope he can be honest and didn't start a conflict with the other side. Lu Tu poured him a glass of wine, and Li Tao was distracted to lift the glass and drink it. Not long after, Nye Yun's call came in, and Lu Tu pointed to his cell phone. Look, good news is here. Hey, how's it going? Nye Yun's voice was low, causing Lu Tu to surge with an ominous premonition. Big brother, something's wrong. I just sent someone over to inquire about Li Hao Yu, but he went for a medical checkup long before he left the country, and he happened to match the kidney source of a certain big shot over there, and his kidney has already been taken today. Lu Tu's heart sank, but still without changing his face, he picked up a peanut and stuffed it into his mouth. When can you come back? Tomorrow. Only. Even if I come back, I'll be an invalid, with only 1 kidney. Well, okay, I have to see someone tomorrow. Nye Yun also seemed to have guessed that Lu Tu said this in consideration of Li Tao learning that he couldn't stand it, and took a deep breath. I'll have that side give a statement. Even if it's abroad, I'll find everyone involved in this matter. Okay, let me know if there's anything new. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tu smiled at Li Tao and shook his cell phone. Nye Yun's work is really reliable. When your brother comes back tomorrow, remember to treat Nye Yun to a drink. Li Tao heard Lu Tu say so, which will be hanging heart put down. A long sigh of relief said, must. Big brother, I go back first. I give my mother to say a word. Go on, tell the old man not to worry. It's nothing, at most he'll get a beating. Li Tao clenched his fists. He should be taught a good lesson. This time luck is just beaten. Bad luck are. Big brother, I'd better go first. You drink slowly. Lu Tu got up to send him out, and as he watched Li Tao drive away in his car, Lu Tu's eyes gradually became icy cold. Ding! Trigger mission, retaliation against the main South crime syndicate. Please ask if you accept. This still need to ask? LV2 fists are pinched tightly at this time. Li Tao, since he followed his own several times, 3 times suffered, and now his own brother was dug out of the waste. This kind of revenge is not avenged. LV2 is still a person? Accepted. Calling Nia Yun again. Since you were able to trust someone to contact the other party, immediately tell me their phone number and the location of the park. Nia Yun had partnered with Lu Tu for so long, how could he not know what he was up to? Big brother, calm down. That's always outside the country, and our people can't put their hands over there, or else it'll easily cause international public opinion. Give it to me. I've already sent it to you. Big brother, don't risk your life. When our 7th generation plane comes out, we don't need to care about other countries' public opinion and accusations. When that time comes, we'll just give the damn thing a push to flatten all the mountains. Okay, I got it. Do what you need to do. Dead or alive. Li Haoyu has to come back. Understood. Lu Tu hung up the phone. Also received a message from Nyayan called Shikaran. As early as 10 years ago, he has become the most wanted criminal in the Dragon Kingdom, and in various places to lure the Dragon Kingdom people over to the past. Large-scale trafficking in human organs can be said to be evil people in God's indignation. A call was made to Shikaran's personal number, and after a few beeps a lewd male voice came through. Who? 189. Departure for southern Myanmar. Lu Tu. Shikaran on the other end of the phone read it twice in confusion before suddenly realizing. You're Lu Tu from Zhanghai? Right. Shikailuan hurriedly changed his tone to that of an old friend and inquired. How did Mr. Lu have the time to contact me? Is there some get-rich-quick project you want to bring old brother along? Li Haoyu, whose kidney you cut off today, is my man. Mr. Louis, you might be mistaken. What kidney cutting? I'm a legitimate businessman. Who doesn't know around Southeast Asia that I, Karen Shi, am passionate about charity? Lu Tu didn't bother to nag him. Where is Li Haoyu? I want to ensure his safety. Seeing that he was opening up directly, Shikaran stopped pretending and grunted. It's good. Just now my people even heard him calling out for his mom in his dreams. As he used big data to locate his coordinates, he said to Shikaran, I want to buy something from you. Shikailuan laughed arrogantly. You want that kid's waist, right? I'll tell you the truth, LV2. Don't think you have a little background in Zhanghai can be rampant in front of me. If you have the guts to come to Southeast Asia to break through. If it wasn't for the fact that my uncle called me, I'd want all of that kid's organs, and I wouldn't give you any of his bone fragments. Lu Tu forced down the anger in his heart. He could only wait until the moment Li Haoyu successfully boarded the airplane before he could act. This was the first time he had been scolded by name without being able to talk back. And at this point, although Lu Tu still had a smile on his face, the pen he was playing with in his hand had already been crushed to pieces. As he watched Xiaobai already searching through Amelia's star chain network to find Shikaran's coordinates at a certain villa within Thailand, Lu Tu said in a deep voice, I hope you're as good as your word. If I don't see Li Haoyu tomorrow, you'll know the consequences. You're nothing in front of me. I will release the person, but not for your sake. Get lost. Shikailuan hung up the phone after saying that. Lu Tu laughed back in anger. A bit interesting. I'd like to see if your bones have such a hard mouth. Lu Tu threw down his phone and got up to walk towards the mech. He was going to add some additional weaponry to the mech. One day was enough. In the mass production drawings of the 7th generation machine, there were weapons such as laser cannons that were equipped, which happened to be modified by Lu Tu and mounted on the mecha. And with the arc reactor, there was no need to worry about energy at all. And most importantly, Lu Tu needed to optimize the mech a bit more, preferably to be able to fold it up and store it in a suitcase for his daily movements. He had already decided and was ready to set off for a trip to Main South. It was obviously unrealistic to expect the official Dragon State to step in and go deep into Main South to eradicate the park, or else they would have been dismantled long ago, and it wouldn't have dragged on until now. In that case, it's all about your own mech. Throughout the night, Lu Tu was inside the basement behind closed doors until 5 a.m. The next day, when he received a call from Nia Yun, Big brother, Li Tao and I have already received the person. It's fine. Good. Li Tao's trembling voice came from the other end of the phone. Thank you, big brother. My brother. It's okay. He had already met Li Haoyu, and naturally found out that Li Haoyu had been gouged out of one of his waists. and at this time said so in order to prevent Lu Tu from being impulsive. He, like Nya Yun, had been a long-time partner beside Lu Tu, and knew Lu Tu's character the best. It's okay. Hanging up the phone, Lu Tu continued to bury his head in the dirt to remodel the mech, until 7 a.m. Lu Tu looked at the refreshed and remodeled mech, and the corner of his mouth finally revealed a meaningful smile. Shi Kailuan, your good day has come. At this time, the mecha, not only was its entire body equipped with laser cannons, Lu Tu had also added 10 arc reactors to it, and its speed had reached about 3 times the speed of sound, or Mach 3, and could reach a speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour under specific temperature and air pressure conditions. Xiao Lu, you have to remember to eat breakfast. I'm going to class. Zhang Yiqi's worried voice came from upstairs. She knew that every time Lu Tu locked himself in the basement, it meant that he had something important to do, and although she was worried, she also knew that what Lu Tu determined had to be done. Lu Tu issued a command to Xiao Bai, and the mech began to fold, finally forming a small suitcase, which Lu Tu carried out of the basement and placed a tender kiss on Zhang Jiqi's forehead. What do you want to eat at night? I'll make it for you. Kang Ji also responded on Lu Tu's cheek. I love to eat anything you make. What time are you coming back? Lu Tu smiled at his words. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from Zhang Jiqi, and smoothed a loose strand of Zhang Jiqi's hair behind his ear with his hand. I'll be back before 6 o'clock. Happy birthday. Gingerly surprised. I thought you'd forgotten. March 1st. I always remember. Zhang Yiqi smiled cheekily. Then you're not allowed to go back on your word. If I come back and can't see you, you'll be in deep trouble. Lu Tu nodded his head and watched Kang Ji leave before he simply ate breakfast and took his suitcase to the outside of the villa. White. Armor piercing. Yes, master. As Lu Tu threw the suitcase into the air, the mech quickly unfolded in the air, and the anti-gravity flight thrusters installed at the limbs activated, allowing the mech to hover in mid-air. Lu Tu only needed to walk forward, and a piece of mech wrapped around every part of his body with precision and accuracy, and with the closing of the final mask, Lu Tu leapt forward to the lake in front of him, and then soared into the sky, cutting a white line of clouds in the air. He didn't immediately go full speed ahead. It was still close to downtown Shanghai and he didn't want to make too much noise. After turning the mech on silent mode, he kept increasing his flight altitude, and with his modified stealth layer, even the military radar of the Shanghai war zone could not detect him. After flying 10,000 meters into the air, Lu Tu locked Shikaran's positioning last night and turned on the full speed mode. A sound that resonated through the sky and the earth erupted, and the mech disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Middle Sea was also just over 3,000 kilometers away from the villa in Thailand where Karen Shi was, and in full speed mode. It only took an hour to get there. Lu Tu happened to leave the journey to Xiaobai to drive, testing its algorithm for any flaws, while he himself began to retrieve the surveillance around the villa where Shikaran was through the screen in front of him. It was discovered that he had actually left Thai territory at 5 a.m. and returned to the park in southern Burma, just in time to wipe out your bunch. Immediately modify the route to Main South. 1 hour later, Lu Tu entered the territory of Myanmar South. From entering the border of Myanmar South, Lu Tu felt uncomfortable. This Thai place is full of big mountains. No wonder it was called the Golden Triangle in the past. It is really a place where birds don't. Looking at the industrial park under his feet, which was claimed to have cost $10 billion to build, Lu Tu stopped his mech in the air and called Shikaran. Shikaran sounded even worse than last night, and there was a steady stream of cries of pain from the women rising and falling around her. Why are you calling so early in the morning? Didn't I release the man already? The anger Lu Tu had held in for the whole night was all pouring out at this moment. Shikaran, your mother. Chapter 190, cannons open up and blast the mother. The sound of smashing things came from the other end of the phone, and Shikaran's voice became manic. Lu Tu, you're looking for death, aren't you? Don't think that I can't do anything about you just because you stay in Shanghai. Then you dare to come to Shanghai to get me killed? It's not that I look down on you. Shikaran, you're just a wasted dog. Lu Tu's sharp words poked at Shikaran's fragile pride, reminding him of the days when he used to live at the bottom. He nearly roared in a growling voice. I heard you have good hands. Dozens of killers in Portugal and Australia didn't manage to do away with you, but you have to be careful with your family. I heard that you still have a schoolgirl mare. I've seen her photo. You don't say it's still pretty sensual. Lu Tu laughed back in anger. Fine. Shi Kailuan. I was going to just kill you and be done with it, but today it's going to be hard for you to die. Don't you bluff me? Was I scared when I traveled all over the world? Don't you think you can be crazy just because you're hiding in the Dragon Kingdom? Aren't you just an orphan with a dead mom and dad? If you offend me, you'll have a good time. Lu Tu did not bother to talk to him anymore. The laser cannon mounted at the palm of the mech gathered a brilliant white light at this time. aiming at a building in the Sin Park at his feet and shot away. The huge recoil sent Lu Tu all backward in the air by half a meter. The phone has not yet hung up. Shikaran is continuing to use language to attack Lu Tu. Give you face, you really take yourself as a dish? Hiding in the middle of the sea counts for a bull ****** ability. Have the guts to come to Southeast Asia to break into a breakthrough. I do not beat the out of you, counting you pull clean. But in the next second, an earth-shattering rumble came from Shikaran's ears, followed by a huge tremor that directly shook him to the point that he bounced off the Simmons bed and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Tu had already located Shikailuan's exact location through this phone call, but he was no longer planning to kill Shikailuan directly. For such an evil guy, Lu Tu had to let him experience the ultimate pain on earth. Several women's screams came from the other end of the phone, followed by Shikailuan growling under his breath. Lu Tu, you did this? How dare you send the army to attack me in Maine South? Aren't you afraid of causing an international dispute? An international dispute? I'll kill you all, and who knows what happened today. After saying that, Lu Tu hung up the phone and blasted out a few more laser blasts at a few other buildings. Shikailuan grabbed the walkie-talkie that had fallen to the ground and yelled in. What the are you all doing? The enemy is attacking the park. Return fire immediately. You guys didn't even realize that the opposite side was using artillery? What are you losers doing? With Shikaran's order, this park, situated on the Thai-Burma border, was the first to sound the alarm, and as the first building collapsed, a large number of armed men with AK-47s ran out from all over the place, and started patrolling the perimeter of the park in their vehicles in preparation for return fire. At that moment, Shikaran, with a bath towel around her waist, carefully climbed up to the bedroom balcony and checked out towards the outside. He was horrified to find that 3 of the buildings on his campus had collapsed. This was his life, and he had lost most of it in just a few minutes. Shikaran took the initiative to call the phone back. Lu Tu, I'll fight you. Lu Tu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Fight? Based on your group of stinking fish and shrimp that only dare to be domineering, what are you going to fight with me? Did you do all this? Lu Tu laughed contemptuously. You're so stupid. If I didn't do this, could it have been Amelia? Shikailuan didn't believe what Lu Tu said at all. At this time he received a report from his man and hurriedly hung up the phone. Boss, we've patrolled a 3-kilometer radius and haven't found any traces of the enemy. We've also communicated with the Thai police officers and they also said that they haven't found any suspicious people. No one is attacking us at all. Shikailuan was so angry that he cursed. Waste. There's no enemy then. Did these buildings collapse on their own? If you can't find the enemy, you'll all bring your heads to the table and I'll gut your organs. Hearing this, Shikailuan's hand under the horseboy scared a shiver. They are Shikailuan's character that is very understanding. If it is the other aspects of what he said, not a word can be taken seriously. But where the question of organs are concerned, he is absolutely saying no. That is really going to hands digging. Despite the curses on his lips, he continued the search in his automobile. At this time, Shikaran was still unwilling to believe that this was the work of Lu Tu. After all, such a strong tactic, unless it was the Dragon War region that came, there was no such strong firepower. He hurriedly pulled out his pistol from under his pillow, too late to care about the women he had tied up, and ran downstairs to the air raid basement while pulling out his phone to dial an acquaintance in the Dragon Kingdom. The phone was quickly connected. Brother, help me check if there's any activity in the Central Sea War Zone in the past 2 days? How am I going to find out? My contacts ignored me a long time ago. Why don't you ask someone else? Shikaran was like a headless fly at this point, flipping through his cell phone memos, constantly calling people, trying to figure out who attacked him, and which side of the force. After all, it was too easy to offend people in his line of work. At this time, even if he hid in the basement, he could feel the earth constantly trembling, making him scared like a frightened quail, hiding under his wide desk. After Lu Tu blasted a few guns, he exclaimed that it was too much, and the feeling of firepower suppression was just great. That's when White detects a large amount of park armament with his heat sensors and drives into the surrounding mountains. Compared to Shikailuan's abominations, these are also all man-eating mongrels, and since Lu Tu intends to retaliate, none of these bastards will likewise be able to escape. He hated nothing more in his life than trash who mutilated their fellow man, maneuvering his mech to swoop down and land in front of one of the largest convoys. At this moment, the people in the convoy are still complaining. Who the hell is attacking us? If it's so dangerous, why don't we run? As soon as these words came out of his mouth, he was slapped on the head by the others. Run? You think you're a good citizen? You're a wanted man now. Where can you run? But this is too dangerous. I just want to get rich, but I have never thought of playing with my life. The opposite side of the artillery, with the rifles in our hands, can we do it? Suddenly, the vehicle in front of them braked sharply, causing the convoy behind them to come to a halt. and the armed men in the vehicles all jumped out of their vehicles and walked towards the front, cursing, "Damn you, do you know how to drive? I'll castrate you, do you believe me?" The driver of the car in front of him, with a horrified expression, turned back and pointed dolefully ahead. "Look, what's that?" It was only then that the crowd realized that what was blocking the front of the mountain road was a set of mechs, glittering with a glittering red light under the sunlight. At that moment the mech's palm lifted slightly, and the militants saw the most brilliant beam of light in their lives. Chapter 191, Elegant Waltz. "Holy, what is this?" the park boys yelled in horror. Just that one look scared the out of them. Of course, there were some knowledgeable people in the group who couldn't help but curse. "Where the hell is this Iron Man? Brothers, let's go together. Let's get him killed and have a good time." Although this person shouted boldly, but before he finished his words, he began to run back. Who would still be dumb enough to stay there when the others saw the situation? They were a bunch of lowlifes who had colluded together because of their interests, and it was only natural that they would fly separately in the face of disaster. But Lu Tu had already locked all of them down, so how could he let them escape? With the laser cannon shot, Lu Tu head also did not return to the sky. The opposite side of the dozen or so SUVs instantly exploded, along with the dozens of AK-wielding park-armed minions, also dissolved together in this sinful land. Even a cry for help did not sound. A shockwave of heat waves came from behind them, destroying a large number of trees in the mountains and forests. Real men. They never looked back at explosions. Lu Tu came to another caravan and once again killed them all in the same way. Dealing with these scum, there was no way there could be any mercy at all. Long ago through all kinds of news to understand what these did. Most of them were originally the people of the Dragon State, but hiding behind this deep mountain and old forest, but only dare to cheat the people of the Dragon State, will be countless people of the country in all kinds of ways to cheat, and then tortured. The examples are too lazy to cite. It is really shocking, and even 80-year-old women know it. This kind of people in Lu Tu's opinion, is pure waste. They but can be treated equally, east and west together to cheat to karma waste. Perhaps Lu Tu can still be high on them, but they do not dare to touch the foreigners, especially the Amelia's people. The facts have proved that the waste, no matter where they are hiding, is always a group of waste. After taking out the fifth group of park arms, Lu Tu received a call from Shikaran again. "Lu Tu, tell me the ing truth. Did you or did you not send someone to attack me?" Lu Tu cursed disdainfully. "You're such an idiot. No wonder you can only hang out in places like Southeast Asia. I've almost killed all of your little brothers and you're still asking if it's me." Shikaran was horrified. "Just for a waste, you're going to destroy my entire park? What gives you the right? On what grounds am I? You'll see what I'm based on later. You have 3 minutes until I find you. Use those last 3 minutes to call your loved ones and explain the aftermath." Shikai Luan said angrily. "Lu Tu, don't be ing crazy. If you have the guts, come into the park and let's meet. Let's see if you're dead or not." Lu Tu hung up the phone disdainfully. He had already had Shikai Luan's location. The reason why he had asked him to call his relatives was to find Shikai Luan's accomplices within the Dragon Kingdom. Even if it was their family members, Lu Tu would go ahead and take care of them. But right now, since Shikaran had requested it, Lu Tu should also fulfill it. The anti-gravity thrusters beneath his feet activated, and in a few seconds he reached the roof of the building where Shikaran was. At this point in the building there were countless piggies being held here, who had taken advantage of the chaos to run from the inside because of this attack, and were fighting with the armed minions who had stayed behind on the campus. Lu Tu did not go to participate. In his opinion there may be innocent among these people, but the vast majority are not innocent, all because of their own greed to fall into the devil's den. And these men and women under the hand do not know how many people in the Dragon Kingdom cheated the hard-earned money. Where is the clean one? What can change their fate at this time can only rely on themselves. Lu Tu is not going to save these people. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the piggies to be brought under control, still under suppressive fire from the park's armed forces, and once again they were herded into a building. Lu Tu had given the piggies a chance. They were useless on their own, and since it was God's will, they had no choice but to die here. It was time to check on Shikaran. And Lu Tu took a leap of faith off the roof of the building and landed in the midst of armed minions, smashing a deep crater and stomping a few guys to death on the spot. The armed minions looked at the sophisticated mech that fell from the sky, and then looked at the AK-47 in their hands that originated from the Cold War period of the last century, feeling that they were the unarmed piglets. The leader of the group shot directly from the waist with his AK, ******Q. "Are you the one who took out so many of our brothers?" The others also fired to empty their magazines when they saw this. Countless bullets struck on top of Lu Tu's mech, but these bullets couldn't even leave a trace on the surface of the mech. This was something Lu Tu did on purpose. He wanted to test the defense of the mecha as well as use this method to make these scumbags feel desperate. Lu Tu even made a small slit at the mouth of the helmet and pulled out a leaf and lit it up. and smoke just kept coming out of the top of the mech's helmet. The park armed men, each of whom had almost exhausted 2 magazines, reacted then. Something's wrong with the group leader. This guy is impervious to knives and guns. The team leader stared at the mech and saw white smoke coming out of its head, and said cheerfully, "What the hell are you talking about? Can't you see that he's smoking and can't move? Keep hitting him hard. I'll report back to the boss." At that moment Shikaran also received a notification from his men that his side had captured Iron Man and told him to come out and see what was going on. Shikaran came out of the basement skeptically, came to one of the windows and cautiously looked towards the outside. Only one look made his pupils shake. Just see the park field center is happening this bizarre scene. By hundreds of armed minions surrounded in the middle of the mech, although the non-stop white smoke, but he is as if Mr. Bodybuilding competition, constantly posing in exaggerated shape, but also from time to time to reach to the mouth to take out the cigarette butt, dusting off the suit, which ing wears half a little bit of the appearance of being scrapped. Shikaran snarled into the intercom. "Open your doggone eyes and see for yourself. He's not being captured by you. He's teasing you. Stupid." A cigarette's time was up, and Lu-Tu put away his teasing mischief and yelled, "Had enough?" His voice came through the mech with extreme penetration, amplifying the sound by at least 150 decibels or more, silencing the sound of the flurry of gunfire. The crowd only felt a pain in their ears, and when they reached out to touch them they realized they were already bleeding. The crowd once again raised their guns when they realized that the mech was teasing them, but that's when they noticed that the mech raised its hands. At this moment, Shekilan couldn't help but widen his eyes, only to see the mech's arms raised flat, and from his palms emitted a ray of extremely powerful laser cannons, and the people and objects it touched were instantly vaporized. The mech, on the other hand, simply spun in place and took care of hundreds of Shikaran's minions, elegantly as if they were dancing a waltz. Chapter 192, Woe to the Family? That was when Shikaran realized that the mech's eyes, which were also flashing white, were staring dead in his direction, and without any hesitation he turned around and ducked back into the basement. It was specially built by him to be stronger than the airport runway had been built to carry even a small missile bombardment, and he had already notified his allies in several other parks as well as the local military. So as long as he could stall until the other side came there was still a glimmer of life left. But how could Lu-Tu give him a chance? As soon as Shikaran turned around, he heard a loud bang from behind him, and the mech had arrived in front of him. He forced himself to play it cool and asked, "Friend, we two don't have any beef, do we? Just tell me directly what you want. I'm willing to give you anything, as long as you don't kill me." At this time, Lu-Tu opened the face of the mech and revealed his face. He pinched Shikaran and lifted him up, smiling contemptuously. "Aren't you quite fierce now? When did you learn to beg for mercy?" Shikaran's eyes widened in horror. "Lu-Tu? Impossible. How did you get this mech?" Lu-Tu grabbed Shakilan's finger with his other hand, and under the strong power of the mechanical arm, it was as simple as crushing a cookie, crushing Shakilan's finger into meat foam. The pain caused Shikilan to wail in agony. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. Big brother Lu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such unpleasant words just now." Lu-Tu didn't pay the slightest attention to his shouts and continued one by one until he crushed all 10 of his fingers. "You're a waste of space worthy of calling me big brother? What are you? I'm not a thing. I'm sorry, I was really wrong. If I had known you had this, you would have just asked for my park and I would have given it up." Lu-Tu threw him to the open space outside. "Where is this? Didn't you curse my mother? Didn't you threaten my family? Didn't you want to touch my daughter-in-law? I know you shaken people. I'll give you a chance to watch with your own eyes how your reinforcements die." With that said, Lu-Tu saw the tallest flagpole inside the park with the flag of the crime syndicate hanging from it. Lu-Tu grabbed Shikaran and hovered in mid-air, ripping the syndicate flag to shreds as he did so, and then sticking Shikaran's shoulder blades in the tips of the top of the flagpole, hurting her so much that she fainted on the spot. At this time, AI Xiaobai reminded, "Master, it has been detected that Shikaran's bodily functions are plummeting rapidly. Should we give him a shot of adrenaline?" The mech opened at its fingers, a shot that Lu-Tu had prepared long ago, and Lu-Tu looked to the shell that had long been emptied of pornography, gambling and drugs, and put the adrenaline away with disdain. With that, he used his heat sensing to start searching the interior of the park and found a few more armed minions hiding in the far corner. Lu-Tu flew over and grabbed them out. "Where is Shikaran's bedroom? We'll take you there. Please don't kill us." Lu-Tu directly killed the others without saying a word, leaving only one of the witty-looking brats behind. "Lead the way." He led Lu-Tu to Shikaran's bedroom and asked curiously, "What are you looking for? I can help you." Lu-Tu walked into the bedroom, found that this room is actually imprisoned more than a dozen women. All are tied up to maintain a kneeling position, and there is a barbed iron bar on the waist. In order to let them sink their waist, all the women were blindfolded, and through the sound has been judged to have suffered a riot outside. At this moment, After hearing that someone had arrived, they cried out, "Big brother, let us go. Let us do whatever we want. Please don't kill us." Seeing Lu Tu's slightly frowning look, the armed junior who led the way immediately captured a good opportunity to kiss ass, and went up and grabbed a whip, ruthlessly lashing out at them, unable to stop himself from cursing angrily. "Bitch still dares to scream? Beat you all to death," Lu Tu coldly said. "Release them." The little brother sniffed and immediately changed into a fawning smile. All listen to the big brother. These have been played by that bastard Shikaran. I go to change a batch for you. Yesterday also sent a few clean goods. The bound women trembled with even more fear when they heard this, knowing that their next stop would only be worse if they were to leave after this place, where they only had to fulfill the perverted demands of Shikaran alone, and they were moved to the next place, which was going to be a nightmare. Something that every woman who came here had expected. When the park minions came forward to loosen the rear ropes of the dozen or so women, they didn't even dare to go and uncover the blindfolds to take a look at Lu Tu, and only dared to lift up the corner of the blindfolds and crawl humbly towards the door. Lu Tu found the contraband on the table and stretched out his finger to twist the powder. Little White immediately detected it. "Master, the concentration has reached 99.9%. The little brother curried favor beside him. "Big brother is good at this, isn't he? I'll go get it for you right away. It's definitely good." Lu Tu kicked his little brother's lower body, kicking him out of the balcony on the spot, falling heavily downstairs with a dull sound, and by now his lower body was a bloody mess. Grabbing the contraband injection on the table that Shikaran hadn't used up, Lu Tu once again made his way to the top of the flagpole and stuck it right into Shikaran's neck. Shikaran was awake then and twice as refreshed. At this moment, his eyes were red and he was so exhilarated that he couldn't even feel the severe pain coming from his fingers and back as he rushed Lu Tu and cursed furiously. You Lu Tu. Kill me if you have the guts. Haha, kill me. Lu Tu shook his head. How cheap it is to die. I said I would let you feel extreme pain. Don't you like to blackmail other people's families? I remember you seem to have a wife and child in the country, right? Even if Shikaran was irritated by the contraband. At this point, she roared with the remnants of her sanity. Woe to their wives and children. Lu Tu, if you're a man, don't bother them. Lu Tu took out his cell phone from Shikailuan's pants pocket and dialed the number with the memo of his wife in front of him, and soon a pleasant female voice came from over there. "Hubby, why did you remember to call me? Are you thinking of your son? Come baby, quickly call out to daddy." "Daddy!" A little boy's sweet voice came from over there. Shikailuan heard his eyes bursting in anger and roared over the phone. "Jiao Jiao, quickly take your son and hide. Trust no one. Hide at once." Jiao Jiao immediately realized what was going on and asked with a sobbing voice, "Hubby, what happened? Cut the ing crap and hide. Hang up and leave me alone right now. It was a pity that it was already too late." At this time, Lu Tu had already located the information and positioning of Shikaran's wife and child through the signal. Realizing that they were in one of the coastal counties, Lu Tu sent it directly to Nyayun. "Arrest all of Shikaran's family members for me and wait for me to return to deal with them." When the phone hung up, Shikaran's tone loosened. "Will you kill me? I'm willing to trade my life for my son's. He's only 5 years old. He's innocent." Lu Tu smiled evilly. "Innocent? He tasted the fruit of your sin. How can he still be innocent? I'll tell you the truth. Not only your wife and children will die, your mom and dad's relatives are cheap. All the people who are related to you and have used dirty money will have to die." Chapter 193 Equalizer for All Beings. Where did Shikailuan hear Luta's words? He hissed and repeated, "Please let them go. They're really innocent. I'm willing to give you all the money." Lu Tu directly reached out and poked a finger through Shikailuan's chest, ripping out one of his ribs hard. "Does this sound familiar to you? Have many people told you this? I just want you to beg me, and I'll settle your wife and children in front of you." "Lu Tu, you're not a ing human being. Your mom. You shall not die." Lu Tu smiled evilly. "Curse to your heart's content? The harder you curse, the more I can deal with your family." Shikailuan was shocked in his heart. He hurriedly shut his mouth. He never thought that he would have such a day, being threatened with his family. That's why he had been placing his family in the Dragon Kingdom. Even with the daughter-in-law when they got married were only in their hometown to have a banquet. The two even did not pull the marriage license. But how could not imagine? He messed with people, even his relatives in the Dragon Country will be involved. And from the strength shown by Lu Tu, he said to kill his whole family. Great probability that really will be out of the blue. It was at this point that the imprisoned piggies in the building in the distance, who had long ago witnessed what was happening outside through the cracks in the windows, walked out boldly after the collective death of the park minions. At this moment, without any hesitation, they collectively kneeled down in a large area, and prostrated themselves on the ground at Lu Tu and continuously kowtowed. "Lu Tu, you are Lu Tu. Save us. We are all piglets who were abducted here." "Yes, Mr. Lu, we've all read about you before. Since you're so kind, take us out by the hand. This is still a long way from the border of the Dragon Kingdom. We can't go back to our country with just the people we have. Their appearance interrupted Lu Tu's thoughts, and he had no choice but to stop for the time being as he had planned to continue putting some intensity on Shikaran. Lu Tu turned back to look at the crowd, only to see that the vast majority of them were in a state of injury. The better ones had bruises and swollen noses, the worse ones had skin and flesh split open, and there were many women who didn't even have clothes to cover their bodies. But that didn't mean that Lu Tu was obligated to help them get out of here. A large portion of the people who could come here were here voluntarily, or even came here after committing adultery and running away within the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Tu's ice-cold voice came from the mech. Who am I to take you guys away? The people who heard these words all raised incredulously and looked at the mech hovering in midair in dismay. Why, Mr. Lu, you've also done a lot of good deeds and helped tons of people within the Dragon Kingdom. Why don't you help us? Mr. Lu, you're the one who founded the Charity Foundation. You're a famous and great benefactor. Why don't you help us get out of here? Can you bear to watch us die horribly in this foreign land? Did you pretend to do what you did in public before? That's how people are. Not to mention that under the harsh environment like the one at hand, all people bring out their own bad nature. It's only natural. They wouldn't have been able to come to the main South Campus if they were all understanding and kind. Lu Tu stared at them coldly. Because you're not qualified to morally kidnap me. How many innocents are there among you? A bunch of greedy speculators, also worthy to demand me. His words undoubtedly deeply pierced the last shred of hope of the people present, and all of them stopped kneeling and began to accuse and abuse Lu Tu, even cursing even more viciously than Shikaran. Seeing this, Shikaran, who had been stabbed into his peepa bone, laughed extremely crazily. Ha ha ha, see Lu Tu, these are the people you want to save. Do you see that they look like they appreciate your love? But the next sentence made Shikaran dumbfounded. You may be mistaken. The only reason I'm here is to get back at you. And those piggies, they carry their own fate. Shikaran stared at Lu Tu in shock, trying to see through his true expression behind his mask. You're going to destroy my entire park and kill my entire family just because I got one of your minions? Lu Tu shook his head. Not really, it's mostly because you cursed me. Shikaran sniffed in anger and kept twisting her body frantically on the flagpole, snarling, just because I cursed you? You made such a big commotion and killed so many of my people? Are you still a human being? Lu Tu snorted coldly. Cut the crap. Anyway, your whole family is dead. No one can protect them. Then why haven't you killed me yet? Come and kill me. Lu Tu was waiting for Nyayun to take control of Shikailuan's relatives in the country so that Shikailuan could feel extreme pain. But just then, Little White reminded. Master, there is a group of armed men coming from the northwest. A total of 38 vehicles and close to 200 heavily armed thugs. He thought how many people could Shikaran shake up? Just this many people and broken weapons couldn't pose a single threat to Lu Tu. Just a few laser blasts. Lu Tu glanced at the piglets underneath. Don't say that I won't give you a chance to live. If you want to live, hurry up and get your weapons. Use your blood to show me if you are cowards or not. A woman exclaimed. You are asking us, the defenseless, to fight against the militants? What's the difference between that and asking us to commit suicide? Many of the men below clenched their fists and wanted to put up a fight when they heard Lu Tu tell them to get their weapons. Mr. Lu, where are the weapons? Shikaran sneered from the side. If you don't make a move, just these stinking piglets want to fight for their lives? They can't even block a single shot. Yes? Lu Tu gave him a sidelong glance. Shikaran's eyes twinkled. I heard that you are a god-stopper in the casinos in Portugal, Australia and Las Vegas. So do you dare to make a bet with me? What's the bet? In the event that you are not allowed to make a move. If these guys really manage to kill the reinforcements I called in, my family and I will do whatever you want with them, and I'll give you information about all the parks within the entirety of Maine South. If you lose, you let me and my family go, Lu Tu said with amusement. You don't even have the qualifications to get on the gambling table. What are you wasting your words with me? Shikaran teased. So you're also just a rat with a reputation. Lu Tu looked at him. If I lose, I will spare your family's lives, but you must die. If you lose, you will tell me about your umbrella in the country. Shikaran gritted her teeth. Bet. The next second, a laser blast shattered the wall of a nearby building, revealing an arsenal of weapons. Lu Tu pointed there and said, the opportunity has been given to you. If you want to live, come out with the bloodiness of the Dragon Kingdom people. No matter if you have cheated people before or not, there is only this road in front of you now. All the men who heard this, drew their legs and ran towards the armory, and all of them couldn't help but light up at the sight of the hilt of firearms. Many of them had never even touched a gun before, but they started assembling it from the memory of watching a movie. Even many women who could not grab a gun spontaneously began to help load magazines for the men. In this moment they finally did not have to count the gains and losses. United together, using the weapons in their hands to defend their respective lives. Karen on the flagpole looked on. Now. When did these piggies get so temperamental? Lu Tu opened his mask and pressed the end of his cigarette on Karen's face, sneering, "You're underestimating the Dragon Nation people, even if they've been wimpy for their entire lives, but with the weapon of equality of all living beings in their hands, they may not necessarily be weaker than a punk like you." Chapter 194, The Law of Spiritual Victory. At this time, the reinforcements that Kellen had called for had already reached a kilometer of the park, and Lu Tu told the crowd below the news. "I thought they would be more or less scared, but I didn't realize that these guys down there." After grabbing all kinds of guns, the eyes of the crowd were filled with fighting spirit. Even one of the previously timid women was now fist-pumping for a place to use as cover. The scene left Karen somewhat baffled. "What's going on? I've read about these piggies. There's no one who's served." Lu Tu smiled evilly, out of touch with the time's loser. "Don't you know there's a game called Peaceful Elite? This popular mobile game for several years. Women also love to play. Everyone more or less knows that the high hit low hit truth." Lu Tu has seen someone running to the top floor, ready to seize the high ground. The very moment the convoy of reinforcements pulled into the park, intense fire erupted from various windows and corners of the two buildings in front of them, as well as from the rooftops. Only because of the huge recoil of real firearms, it caused their accuracy to be poor. Most of the bullets hit the open space. This was what Lu Tu could expect. Ordinary people suddenly touching a gun would definitely be caught off guard. Except that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were naturally interested in weapons. Even if it was the first time they touched a gun, they found the doorway in a very short period of time. Quite a few bullets still effectively struck the cars at the entrance of the park, leaving aside the accuracy for a moment. The intensive gunfire, the reinforcements hiding in the cars were so scared that they didn't dare to probe, let alone return fire. Soon everyone's first magazines were emptied, and the reinforcements lined up their vehicles to use as cover, and began an aimless counterattack, with both sides fighting back and forth for a while. Prolonged pressure on the rifle to fight physical exertion is huge. Even playing a pistol is also tired. Not to mention that these long time by the park incarcerated people, hiragana on the lack of exercise coupled with the lack of food. After 5 minutes of firefighting, the building's firepower gradually smaller and smaller, and I do not know if it is not enough bullets. Lu Tu never cared about them from beginning to end anyway. Since he dared to morally kidnap him, he had to be prepared to fight his own destiny. Shikailawan on the flagpole arrogantly laughed. "Did Lu Tu see that? Is this what you call the fighting strength of the Longwa people? With this bunch of trash of theirs, they still want to fend off these local armies of the Burmese side?" At this time the people below also found Karen. Just one glance they were scared to death, because the mech that Lu Tu was riding on was just hanging in mid-air. This was something they had never seen before. How could they still fight? Someone at the bottom shouted through a megaphone. "Karen, your mom, you actually shat on us, and you let us come with organic armor?" Karen shouted. "Don't attack the mechs. Kill the piggies first. He won't strike for a while. Who the believes you? Fire me up and shoot that thing in the air down." "Don't. I'm betting with him. You guys go ahead and kill the piggies." Karen was so scared that she was about to cry. And these guys' accuracy was worrisome. "So don't hit him later." At this time, Xiao Bai reminded inside the mech. "Master, are you really not going to make a move?" In fact, this so-called bet has no binding effect on Lu Tu. These armed elements under his feet, even if they are the local armed forces of the Burmese side, in Lu Tu's eyes, they are nothing more than a group of primitive people. A single round of laser cannons will be enough to wipe them all out. The main reason he agreed to the other party was because he wanted to verify what was in his heart. And if he succeeded, he might still be able to leave himself a way out. Lu Tu instructed Xiao Bai, "Hack into the park's radio. I'm going to say a few words." It has been connected to the park radio. The master can speak now. Lu Tu coughed twice, giving the temporarily quieted warring groups a chance to catch their breath as both sides leaned under cover, panting heavily. Hey, that. I'll be brief." Lu Tu's own voice, clearly transmitted from the radio to the ears of everyone in the park. Even the reinforcements coming from the Burmese side were stunned. Many of them knew more or less a little bit of Longwa language. "There are 78 guys left in the back of the car. You have an absolute advantage in numbers. I know you're tired now, but the fight isn't over yet. So if you bring the balls, hit me hard and beat this bunch of oppressing Burmese South Korean dogs to death." He then played a BGM through the mech's internal computer. Just as both sides were wondering, suddenly a sharp charge sounded throughout the park. As soon as this BGM sounded, everyone in the building, no matter male or female, was energized, and their previously exhausted bodies seemed to be full of strength at this time. Even their faces changed, and one after another, they shouted, father and mother, children are ungrateful, and may not be able to return. At the same time all the men with guns stood up and once again fired wildly at the reinforcements, roaring as they did so, as if they wanted to pour out all the anger that filled them. Even the women who didn't have weapons in their hands, one by one, became incredibly fast in loading their bullets, their eyes determined to cooperate, even if the one next to them had also robbed her buns last week. And at the same time, the reinforcements arriving from the opposite side had their hearts in their mouths. Most of them had served on the Burmese side, so how could they not know that this was the charge of the Dragon Kingdom? Hearing this sound as soon as it rang, it instantly reminded them of the fear engraved in their bones. As neighbors of the Dragon Kingdom, they had hated and feared the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times, and whenever this trumpet sounded, most of the people of the Dragon Kingdom would transform into humongous super saiyan, especially when they shouted out that their father and mother and children were ungrateful, as well as that their ancestors were above them. It meant that this was no longer a firefight, and that they had only one idea, which was to find someone to fight for their lives, and that killing one would be enough to make money, and two would be enough to make money. Shikaran also noticed the change in the piggies and yelled at LV2. LV2, you're cheating. What do you mean by releasing the charge? Lu2 once again broke off two of Shikaran's ribs. If I were to cheat, these reinforcements of yours would have died 800 times already. Shikaran winced in pain. He also knew that Lu2 was telling the truth. With the firepower of these people, even the defense of Lu2's mecha couldn't be broken. As expected, the strength of the firepower in the building at this time, even more fierce than when they first exchanged blows, already had the numerical advantage. They were no longer satisfied with the firepower suppression. After all, the distance between the two sides was still too far. Even if they blew up a few cars, they could not achieve the effect they wanted. As soon as the charging horn stopped, Lu2, like a master of ceremonies presiding over a wedding, set over the radio in an announcing accent, here's the following for you all to play. The King of Qin's breaking formation music, with the sound of the powerful and heroic military drums. The piggies, who were already eager to try, really felt that something was being rattled deep inside at this time. With the sound of the soaring and uplifting pipa, they couldn't hold back any longer, and collectively rushed out of the building with their rifles at the end, shouting, "Brothers, charge with me. Whoever lives will tell my mother that I am not a coward." Chapter 195, The Pain. What happened next? Lu2 already do not need to see. Under the two sides of the two sides, the winners and losers have long been doomed. Even if this side is the armed elements of Myanmar South. But what the hell is Main South? The fighting still pulls crotch like hell. It didn't take 10 minutes to crush the rescuers that had sped in, and they even knew to leave a few alive to force information. Looking at the routed reinforcements, unexpectedly defeated by a group of piglets, Shikailuan's last glimmer of hope was also then dashed. At this time, his drug effect also gradually passed. The pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of dead gray. You win, but I still want you to keep my wife and children alive and turn them over to the law of the land. Is that okay? At this time, Lu2 looked at Shikaran and said, "Tell me, who is your umbrella within the Dragon Kingdom? You kill me. I told you my wife and children will die too." Lu2 coldly grunted. "Make it seem like they can live if you don't say anything. I can find out even if you don't say anything." Shikailuan lowered his head and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Lu2 directly reached out and cupped his chin. Mocking, "Want to bite your tongue to kill yourself like in the TV series? Idiot, biting your tongue won't kill you." Lu2, are you a human being or not? You won't let me die even if I die. So what are you arresting me for? The crowd in the park all came to the bottom of the flagpole at this time, looking up at the originator who tortured them into such a way. The smell of smoke on their bodies had not yet dissipated, and at this time, a pair of eyes seemed to want to choose people to devour. "Mr. Lu, he killed my friend. Please make sure you don't let him die too painfully. He deprived me of my right to be a man, and I hated to eat his flesh." "Mr. Lu, Shikaran is not a human being. He took the money my family sent and still won't let me leave. You mustn't believe his bull ********. Make sure you kill this guy. He's already killed over 800 people this quarter alone. He's a demon." Lu2 looked down at the crowd of excited people and said aloud, "You have earned my respect with your practical actions. I promise you that I will never let him die smoothly. I will make him taste a punishment that is 100 times more painful than yours." At this time, Lu2 finally received a video call from Nyayun, and on the other end of the video he was standing in an exaggeratedly palace-like house that was more than 10 times more luxurious than his own villa in Shanghai. Not far behind Nyayun, a row of men, women, and children knelt and reported, "Big brother, I've got Shikaran's family under control, and I've run into some trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "Most of their entire village followed him to the south of Burma and were involved in it, so I clashed with them when I entered the village. Then arrest them all. Is there any hesitation in that? Okay, big brother. That's when Lu Tu projected the holographic screen in front of Shikaren's eyes, allowing him to see his wife and child kneeling on the ground just in time. His eyes reddened. Jiao, why didn't you take your son with you? Ha? Why are mom and dad here too? Aren't they in a nursing home? Jiao on the opposite side of the video also saw Shikailuan's appearance and bawled. Hubby, who hurt you so badly? I've already told my big brother. They'll come to save you right away. Shikaren scolded. Don't bull. Everyone don't come. Hurry up and hang up the phone. Just say you don't know whatever they ask you. I can't live. I've treated you badly in this life. I'll be an ox to pay you back in the next life. Daddy. There was a little boy on the other end of the line, about 5 years old, also letting out a cry. Little treasure, be good. Listen to mommy from now on. Daddy will come back to see you after a while. Son, third brother, uncle, all of the relatives of Shikaren's family were crying out. Just as the family was engaged in a final act of warmth, Lu Tu's icy voice came from the side. Nyayun, kill too. No. Shikailuan let out a hiss like a wild beast from the depths of his throat. He was on the verge of breaking down and cursed at Lu Tu. Lu Tu, you're a ing bastard. Lu Tu broke off one of his ribs again and sneered. Now you can taste the pain of a broken wife and family? How many broken families have you caused? Every one of them suffered more than you. 2 gunshots rang out from the other end of the phone. And Nyayun reported. Big brother, his nephew and brother are dead. Xiaobao was trembling with fear on the other end, hiding in Zhao's arms and crying. Daddy, I'm scared. Xiaobao, don't be afraid. Dad is here, they don't dare to do anything to you. Lu Tu, your mom. If you have the guts, come at me. Come at me. Luta pinched his pierced lute bone. How much money do you have on your card? Want my money? You dream. Kill 2 more. Bang bang bang. Nyayun scratched his head in the camera with some embarrassment. Sorry big brother. Killed 1 more. Shikaren's mom, dad, and aunt died. Shikaren no longer dared to be as hard-headed as before. He whispered in despair. I'll say everything. There's still 500 million in cash in my card, and my Swiss bank card number and password are. Lu Tu immediately blocked the video sound, and then threw the computer inside the mech, completed the transfer of money, sending all the money to his account. Now, can you give me a break? My son is really innocent. A 5-year-old kid. He doesn't know anything. Please, can you let him live? Good. LV2's sudden alacrity was completely out of Shikailuan's expectation. How could he not have imagined that LV2 would actually agree to keep his son alive? A glimmer of hope finally welled up in his eyes, and he actually thanked Lu Tu in a loud voice. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I know you are a man of your word. Thank you. You can kill me now. But Lu Tu's next words instantly dashed the hope that had just welled up in Shikaren. Nyayun. Kill all of Shikailuan's entire family except for his son, and send his son to the territory of Main South. Lu Tu looked at the double-eyed Shikailuan. You like gambling so much. I'll gamble with you one more time. He's a fatherless and motherless child. I don't need to think about it to know how bitter he'll be in his life. I'll send him to the place of your fortune again to see if he can replicate your success and climb out from the mountain of corpses and bloodshed. And by the way, I'll hit him with another 220 gold bracelet as his starting capital. Lu Tu, you're an asshole. Shikaren completely crazy. Only people like him who have experienced it, only know what kind of fate will be the orphans in Main South. Not to mention growing up is extremely difficult to live. Main South is really too chaotic. What's more, Lu Tu was actually heartless enough to give his son a 220 gold bracelet, which didn't make it clear that anyone could plunder his life. Dad, I don't want gold bracelets. I just want my mom and dad by my side. Don't be afraid, little treasure. Daddy will definitely save you. Shikaren begged. Brother Lu, I beg you, don't be so cruel, okay? Lu Tu nodded. Then I'll do it differently. With that he ripped Shikaren off the flagpole, then landed on the ground with him, tossing him to the piggies present like a dead dog. Leave it to you. The scene was then broadcast live in its entirety to Shikaren's family thousands of miles away. Chapter 196, Taking from the People and Giving to the People. Shikaren was thrown in front of everyone's eyes by Lu Tu, and the eyes of everyone on the scene, both men and women, instantly turned red. They had an undying grudge against Shikaren, and countless nights of waking up with pain. They were eager to eat their flesh. All of them swarmed over, pouncing on Shikaren's body and began to tear at it with their hands and bite it with their teeth, until Shikaren was torn completely out of shape. The evil Shikaren never dreamed that he would have such a day when he would be deprived of his life by these piglets that he kept as slaves. He tried to open his eyes, but realized that his eyeballs had been removed, and tried to let out a curse, but felt his neck being bitten off as well. There was only the sound of teeth-tingling chewing that kept coming from his ears. This real feeling of knowing that someone else was gnawing on his own flesh and blood made Shekilun feel a fear that he had never felt before in his life. and he now had only one thought, wishing that he would hurry up and die completely. A quarter of an hour later, there was only Shikelin's mutilated body in the open space at the scene, and many of the people present shed crimson tears of blood, which Lu Tu knew was the pain of a great vengeance being avenged. Ding! You have completed retaliation against the main South crime syndicate. The completion of the incident is being accounted for. The completion of this incident is at level B, rewarding the head of the Thai military with one favor. Looking at the B rank reward that popped up on the panel, Lu Tu scoffed. What was the point of a favor from the Thai military? Thailand's military is notorious for pulling crotch. A bunch of trashy organizations made up of monks and fakers who would even prefer to become sirens to avoid service. Is there any fighting left to be done? And this is just a personal favor. The other side to help or not to help are ambiguous. And no, previously, Lu Tu had overlooked the accuracy of the mission objective. It wasn't revenge against Shikaran, but revenge against the Maonan crime syndicate. So this mission was the same as revenge against Ding Zhang in the first place, and it could still be staged. That means he can still upgrade this reward as long as he follows up by continuing to retaliate against other crime syndicates entrenched in Main South. Right now in this part of Main South, besides Shikaran, there are tons of parks. Even the Main South government is involved. After all, they also get a huge share of the profits. The following group of people all stood with empty eyes, not knowing what to do after killing Shikaran. They had wanted to escape from this place earlier, but only because they wanted to survive. But when they were finally able to survive, they didn't know where they should go. Dragon Country? Most people they know better than anyone else. They are no longer qualified to go back to the Dragon State. In Main South has been involved in fraud. Even if they go back is up to a few years, 10 years of imprisonment. Lu Tu asked Nya Yun through the video, has he captured all of his family? Already fainted from fear. Is Big Brother really going to kill them all? There's also their entire village involved. Should they all be together? Lu Tu nodded his head. All the people involved in this, all of them will be severely punished at the top. The son of a dragon and the son of a phoenix can make holes. Especially Shikailuan's family. Must be eliminated. Big Brother, I understand. I'll make it clean. Lu Tu looked down at the crowd below. They were the ones who had committed the crime. The reason why Lu Tu wanted to keep them alive until this point was purely to lend them a hand to make Shikaran feel extreme pain. Right now, they already knew Lu Tu's true identity, and had also observed Lu Tu's mecha up close. There was no way they could be left alive. No one can guarantee that they won't tell the outside world. The mech at hand is Lu Tu's killer mace. It is absolutely not allowed to be leaked out. And they are all a group of swindlers, even if they are forced to engage in swindling, but they are never forced to come to Maonan. It's all because they deserve what they get. Lu Tu merely gave them top punishment and had them avenge their deaths before they died. The sizzling white light at the mech's palms flashed, and 2 laser cannons blasted out, instantly purifying this sinful cavern beneath its feet. Lu Tu did not have any uneasiness of conscience. The weak and the strong is the law of survival. Especially in such a cruel environment as Maonan. This is all their own fault. Looking at the system rewards gave over a message, Kun Na, the second in command of the Thai military. Extremely money-grubbing and lustful. As long as you say the code word to him, 1983 Ali December Sunny, he'll do you a favor. Lu Tu dialed a Kuner directly, and soon a dignified middle-aged male voice came through, Sabatica. LV Tuli used Xiaobai to convert his words into Thai in real time and said what he came for. You owe me a favor. Who are you? Kunna's voice became authoritative and wary. Lu Tu spoke the code word directly. Quina, I need you to do something for me immediately. There was the sound of a glass breaking on the other end of the line and Quina said with a trill, I thought no one would ever remember. Go ahead. I want information and specific coordinates of all parks within Main South. Yes, you can give me 3 minutes, but you have to promise me one thing. After today, you and I are even. Good. Lu Tu did not nag and hung up the phone. Just incomparably curious about what kind of handle the system had on Koan Na, able to make him still so scornful after so many years in the past. Tatsuko, you really do have a couple of tricks up your sleeve. 3 minutes later, Lu Tu received a message on his cell phone noting the coordinates of the various parks in Main South and roughly how many arms they possessed. Looking at this detailed list, Lu Tu sneered. Mastered in such detail? You guys had a hand in the Golden Triangle in the past, and you can still brush it off now? Without any hesitation, Lu Tu set his sights on a much larger campus 100 kilometers away from the Shikaran campus, where tens of thousands of people were said to be held. Through this experience of overthrowing Shikelan, Lu Tu had grown an extra mindfulness this time, parked his mech high in the sky, and called the person in charge of this park, Yu Ji Gang, in advance. It took a long time for Yu Ji Gang to get through. His panting on the other end of the phone was ragged and accompanied by the sound of a woman grunting. Lu Tu couldn't help but curse angrily. ********, you losers, you're still having a pretty good time. Faced with this lack of politeness, Yu Ji Gang froze, and then also cursed. Who the hell are you? How did you know my private number? Luta said bluntly. Kana told me. It's time to pay up for this month. Yu Ji Gang was wary. A dragon nation? You fart. I only paid the count to Kuner the day before yesterday. What are you looking for me to collect? Do you know how to write the word exorbitant tax? If you don't pay now, I'll go far away and shut down the electricity and internet for you right now. Do you believe me? Yu Ji Gang has not seen someone as crazy as LV2, even if he is doing electric fraud. But the two sides of Myanmar and Thailand are still good. How could he do this to himself? Don't bluff me. Tell Quina he's out of order like that. LV2 at this time has grasped the location of his telephone IP, actually in the Thai territory. Directly hang up the phone towards the Thai territory of a certain island to fly. The key to sweeping the park is the word sweep. Just from Shikailuan got 500 million. Not to drain the value of these guys Yu Ji Gang, and how to afford the people's hard-earned money. It's called taking from the people and giving to the people. Chapter 197, Angel Investors. The place where Yu Ji Gang is located is called Khao Phantom Island, a private island in Thailand. And according to the information retrieved by Xiao Bai, Khao Phantom Island is owned by a certain Western consortium. Not only does the island boast a top-notch private clubhouse, golf course and other amenities, but there's even an attack ship in charge of guarding the island. Though membership fees start at $10 million per year, and only the top tycoons get to enjoy that. It seems that Yu Ji Gang's climate is not small, or at least it should be much stronger than Shikaran. At this time, Lu Tu, who was flying high in the air, actually had a hidden feeling of being above all beings. He has a mecha. Exaggeratedly said that it is comparable to the movie and television drama Superman. No one should be opposed to, at least from the point of view of the current performance of the combat power, is considered to be deserved. If this is placed in Amelia and these countries, it has long been directly taken out to flaunt the market. And Lu Tu as a dragon country people, deeply influenced by Confucian culture, always feel that these things are still better to hide a little. After spending an hour arriving over Kopanon Island, Lu Tu called Yu Ji Gang again. Yu Ji Gang seemed to have expected it, and his tone changed just as soon as he opened his mouth. Say, how much do you want this time? Tell Kuner that the next time will not be an exception. Lu Tu smiled evilly. I'll take as much as you have. You. Deceiving. Yu Ji Gang lowered his voice. It was obvious that it wasn't very convenient for his side to speak at this time. Lu Tu took the opportunity to search for his signal, locating it inside a certain suite, and didn't bother to talk to him, hanging up again. Soon Yu Ji Gang even took the initiative to call again, with a compromising tone. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with Kana. Since Kana dared you to come and ask me for money, $1 million, you send me the card number, as spending money to eliminate disasters. Yu Ji Gang, do you think I'm joking with you? I said I want your entire fortune, not a penny less. You let Kuna come and talk to me, sparing Yu Ji Gang's even better kung fu of cultivating his body and raising his chi. He could not withstand such a provocation from Lu Tu, and his voice steeply rose much higher. Lu Tu piloted his mech and landed directly outside the window of the suite. As for the radar detection of the attack ship next to the island, even the radar of the Shanghai war zone couldn't detect it. Just by him? Through the window, Lu Tu found a gambling table set up inside. A few people were playing Texas Hold'em. Yu Ji Gang came out from the bedroom of the suite and changed into a smiling face. Mr. Smith, you are really lucky tonight. An old white man sniffed and laughed. Y'all, you don't seem to be doing too well today. You're not using up your good fortune on women, are you? Yu Ji Gang froze at the words, then hooked a finger at the several women who were chatting next to him and said, come here and transfer me. A few tall women smiled sweetly, put down the champagne in their hands, came to Yu Ji Gang and pursed their lips before squatting under the gambling table. Yu Ji Gang's brows were sometimes frowning tightly, sometimes stretching, and he waved his hand at the lotter. Deal the cards. Lu Tu looked twice and realized that Yu Ji Gang's card playing was extremely stinky, but he was somewhat interested in a woman at the table. She had a long boy face with delicate features, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, living like Gao Qilan in the TV series, and from the details of the card game she played with a few people, it could be seen that her status was not lower than that of the other few people. It took 2 minutes to watch the round, and again the Smith guy won, and it was Yu Ji Gang KK who lost to Smith's AA, and the crowd cried out in disbelief. Only Luta discovered through thermal imaging that Smith was colluding with the dealer, who dealt Smith big cards every time. Lu Tu looked at him and shook his head. With a brain like Yu Ji Gang's, what makes him have so much money? Not bothering to look any further, Lu Tu directly wore his mech and crashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, arriving in the middle of the suite's living room. The sound of shattering glass startled the crowd to look over, their eyes all focused on the strange mech. Who are you? Yu Ji Gang was the first to exclaim. The other few people at the same table are obviously much more calm. Can come here to spend how to say is also old money? Naturally is not a thug like you G-gang rely on fraud and do human business can be compared. Lu Tu controlled the mech and came to stand in front of the crowd's gambling table. Don't even recognize me? Just gave me a call back. You're from Kana. How did you get here? Where's the security guard? Security. Lu Tu backhanded a slap on Yu G-gang's face, slapping him unconscious on the spot, and the few women who had just served Yu G-gang also let out a scream. Shut up. Smith was the first to chide, which caused a few of the women to quiet down and hide in the corner. Shivering. Seeing that Lu Tu was coming from a bad place, the Smiths eased their tone and said, "This gentleman, what a cool mech. Did you research it? I can give you a capital injection as an angel investor." Lu Tu controlled the mech and sat down, tapping the gambling table with his fingers and curiously said, "Oh, how do you know I'm here to pull a favor? How much can you bet me?" Smith. Several people heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Just want money, then everything is fine. The woman who looked like Gao Qilan spoke with an expressionless face. Money is just a number to us, sir. Since you can come here unharmed, it means that your mecha camouflage is on point. We, the Cho Group, have invested in this money. $10 million US, okay? Smith and the others chimed in and nodded. Then I'll put in $10 million US dollars to get in on the action. So are we. Lu Tu looked at the woman. A dragon nation? My father is from the Dragon Kingdom and my mother is from Southeast Asia. Lu Tu shook his head in regret. It's a pity. The woman wondered. Unfortunately what? If you weren't mixed with Southeast Asian blood, you'd be a little prettier still. Smith and the others looked at each other. They all heard the sarcasm in Lu Tu's words, but the woman didn't mind at all. My mother loves me very much. I don't care about my looks. If you think I'm unattractive, sir, I'll apologize to you. Lu Tu laughed. You're quite polite. Not often seen. The woman took the initiative to reach across the gambling table towards Lu Tu. Xiao Shijia, what is your name? Sir? Smith snapped to the side and stopped. Don't ask. Lu Tu, when he spoke his true name, he had no intention of letting these people present live. The woman took a deep look at the mech's face. You're the Dragon Kingdom's Lu Tu? How? Come here? Lu Tu said bluntly. I'm here to collect a debt. What debt? Blood money. The crowd all knew what Yu Ji-gang did, naturally associating certain things, which slowly let out a sigh of relief. Then Yu Ji-gang will be handed over to Mr. Lu. Don't worry, we haven't seen you today. That's when the voice of security came over the house's paging device. Mr. Smith, why is your room window damaged? Do you need us to perform maintenance? Smith glanced at Lu Tu, then got up and went to the device by the wall and pressed, Get lost, don't bother. Immediately after saying that, he replaced it with a fawning smile. Mr. Lu, please continue. Lu Tu nodded. You guys are getting so polite and courteous, I can't even find an excuse to kill you if I want to. The moment these words came out, all the people present were shocked. Chapter 198, Licking Iron. Ignoring the stunned expressions of several people, Lu Tu got up and grabbed Yu Ji-gang in his hands and threw him on the gambling table. The sharp pain woke Yu Ji-gang up. He opened his eyes just in time to see the mecha pestle in front of him, and said in horror, Don't hit me. Tell me how much you want. I'll transfer it to you right away. Lu Tu covered Yu Ji-gang's mouth with one hand and slammed one hand heavily towards Yu Ji-gang's knee. The crowd only heard a sound of bones breaking ringing out, and immediately felt their gums sour as they frowned at Yu Ji-gang. At this point, his left leg was actually bent backwards at a strange angle, and Lu Tu smashed his other knee, then knelt him like a dog on the gambling table. Yu Ji-gang even shouting have no strength. At this time lying on the table constantly dry heaving, cannot say a word. Lu Tu hooked his finger at the several foreign girls next to him, and several foreign girls came to Lu Tu and hesitantly said, Mister, you're all mechs. Are you going to let us lick the iron? With that, they stuck out their tongues and licked on the red metal. Sir, your iron, sweet and silky. Lu Tu kicked a couple of foreign chicks down without a good look. Can't you see that Yu Ji-gang is in pain? Bring him some painkillers. When a couple of the foreign girls were puzzled, Smith sighed, Go get it from the bed in the bedroom. Seeing that Lu Tu didn't have any use for them, the crowd seemed to be extra cooperative. And as for the tactics Lu Tu used on Yu Ji-gang, how could anyone who could climb this far be clean? Who hasn't experienced these things? Just breaking their knees. This is just too unusual for them. After Yu Ji-gang finished injecting the painkillers, he then regained some consciousness, and he weakly asked, You don't really want my entire fortune, do you? Do you think I'm joking with you? Said Lu Tu broke his ankle again, this time forgetting to cover his mouth. But Yu Ji-gang was like nothing, just calmly watching Lu Tu break his foot, seemingly not feeling a single bit of pain. Lu Tu looked at Smith curiously. What did you inject him with? You just ordered it, sir. Ah, inject him with painkillers. I have anesthetics laying on my bedside. Lu Tu was so angry after hearing this that he unconsciously exerted force on his hands and completely crushed the bones of Yu Jigang's feet to smithereens. What kind of narcotics do you put on your bed when you don't have contraband on it? The crowd all looked at Smith with the same strange look, and Smith scratched his head in embarrassment. To tell you the truth, I'm a pervert, and I usually like to have a little fun. Lu Tu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and looked at Yu Jigang. My patience has a limit. I'll give you all 300 million in my account. American knife? Longbo coins. Lu Tu was so angry that he choked him, but once he thought that this guy wasn't afraid of pain now, and he couldn't threaten him with severe pain, he could only deflate and say, 300 million for a park as big as yours? Shikaran even has more savings than you. Yu Jigang sighed helplessly. I'm not the same as Shikaran. He was poor as a child and loved to save money, while I have a bit of money to invest, or I transfer some shares to you? 300 million on 300 million. Bring it. LV2 upholds the principle that thieves don't go empty, no matter how much they have to get their hands on anyway. As for those assets that Yu Jigang said, Lu Tu pressed no interest at all, not to mention that their assets were almost all gray and black, and most of them were still in Southeast Asia, and it was very troublesome to sell them, so it would be better not to be secure. But my cell phone just got smashed by you. Why don't I go buy a phone tomorrow and transfer it to you? At this time a foreign girl picked up the cell phone for Yu Jigang. Yu Jigang couldn't help but roll his eyes and gritted his teeth. Thank you. Soon $300 million were transferred by Yu Jigang to his Swiss bank account, and Lu Tu was continuously transferring money around the world 1872 times before this was remitted to his own charitable foundation account in Manhwa. Sir, can you leave me alone now? I'm good friends with Quina. He didn't even know Lu Tu's real name until now. After all, he fainted when Lu Tu introduced himself just now. Even Xiao Shijia couldn't help but curse in a low voice. What an idiot. Since he couldn't feel the pain to torture him, Lu Tu also simply gave him a pain, directly snapping Yu Jigang's neck. The people on the scene just watched in silence. The scene once fell into awkwardness. All the people did not dare to take out the atmosphere, for fear of causing Lu Tu to be unhappy to kill them. Lu Tu rushed the foreign girl beside him and ordered, "Bring me a glass of water." When the foreign girl brought the water over, Lu Tu stretched a finger in, and Xiaobai immediately began to test it. Ordinary pure water. There are no ingredients. You can drink it. Lu Tu then opened his facial neck and tilted his head back to drink. As he set down his glass, several women in the room exclaimed, "So handsome." Including Xiao Shijia couldn't help but look blank. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be quite a bit more handsome in real life than in photos. If you go to make a movie, it's sure to be a big hit. Lu Tu glanced at Xiao Shijia and said, "You're actually quite a nice person. You're pretty and provide emotional value. I really can't bear to kill you." Xiao Shijia awkwardly pushed her head behind her ear, the corner of her mouth reluctantly lifting into a smile. "Then don't kill me, Mr. Lu. I'll provide my value, which is guaranteed to be a lot better than if you killed me." "In what way?" "Every aspect. As long as you want, as long as I have it, can satisfy Mr. Lu." "Unfortunately no. I promised someone else that I couldn't find another woman." "Is it your wife or girlfriend?" Lu Tu shook his head slightly and said regretfully, "Neither. It's my readers. I can only have one woman." Xiao Shijia was shocked in her heart and hurriedly changed the topic to try to arouse LV2's conscience. "I can't imagine that Mr. LV is still a writer. Are there any works that I can read? I've loved reading books since I was a kid." Lu Tu flashed her head. "How much money do you have? Transfer it to me." Xiao Shijia took a deep breath. "I have 100 million US dollars. I can transfer all of it to you. I just hope you keep me alive. I can take the medicine for losing my memory." A few of the Smiths also nodded their heads in a hurry. "I can also take something that loses my memory, and I will definitely forget everything that happened today." Next, Lu Tu asked them to send money to himself, and earned 300 million US dollars on the four of them. 5 billion Longwa dollars, which was much better than robbing Yu Jigang. "Can you let us live? We've given you everything we own, so I hope you're true to your word." Lu Tu nodded. "Alright then, have someone send me these medicines." He spoke the names of a few herbs. The island clubhouse naturally has Chinese acupuncture and physiotherapy programs, which were quickly delivered. Lu Tu just started debugging the ratios in front of them, and made the Love Brain special effect pill, letting several of them take it, including those few foreign girls. Xiao Shijia ate it up after a will. "Mr. Lu, I hope we can meet again in the future, and if we do, I hope something happens with you. You'd better die of that." Lu Tu got up and chopped a palm directly on the back of her head. Xiao Shijia fainted on the spot and became a vegetable, while like Smith a few people, Lu Tu was a direct punch to burst.